A new world came into existence, the Abyss. As time passed, it filled with all kinds of living beings, but survival came at a cost. War and bloodshed became a way of life. People fought monsters and each other, striking from the shadows if necessary. The only rule was to survive, and for those who did, great treasures awaited. In a certain era, a brutal war raged. A mighty dragon lay defeated on the battlefield, its massive body motionless. Nearby, a man knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Before he could recover, another dragon emerged from the shadows, its claws gripping him tightly. The crushing force made him spit blood again. Then, as if dismissing him, the dragon let go, leaving him to die. Gritting his teeth, the man whispered that these creatures lacked intelligence, sealing their own fate. Just then, a glowing sphere appeared in the dragon's mouth. He closed his eyes, thinking about the others, wondering if they had survived. At that moment, a radiant golden light flared. A hand clad in golden armor reached out, and a woman in gleaming battle gear stepped forward. "The last death squad has been wiped out," she declared. Turning to her remaining allies, she stated grimly, "That leaves just the four of us. The last hope of humanity." Keldien shut his eyes in silent resignation. Kang Tai crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. A short distance away, a lone figure sat in deep thought, his eyes closed. The weight of their survival, and the future of humanity, rested heavily on his mind. His name was Hansu. Before them, the space-time crystal Okenial began to spin. A great, mystical sphere, it held the power to turn back time. Humanity's final chance after 50 years of despair in the abyss. Kang Tai straightened up, his voice steady. "Only one person can return to the past," he said, though in his mind, the answer was obvious. Kang Tai smirked, rubbing his chin. "Well, clearly, it has to be the strongest among us," he mused. Keldien adjusted his glasses with a sigh. "For once, I thought Kang Tai would say something useful," he muttered. "I regret wasting even a second expecting anything different." Air stepped between them, her voice firm. "Enough. Focus. Most of the Valkyries sent to fight the Golden Dragon have fallen. It's only a matter of time before it reaches us." She lowered her weapon, hesitating for a moment. It felt unfair, but they had no other choice. She turned her gaze forward, conviction in her eyes. "The only one who can return to the past is Hansu." Hansu looked up at her, his heart pounding. He hesitated, staring at his own hands. Hansu remained silent, lost in thought. He had been fighting for too long. Day after day, year after year, his hands were drenched in blood, yet he could barely remember why he kept going. Maybe dying like this would not be so bad. Aes placed her hand over his, cutting off his thoughts. She sat beside him, her voice steady. "The fate of humanity rests in your hands. Don't give up, Hansu." He looked at her tiredly, then glanced at Keldien and Kang Tai. Keldien nodded. "Aes is right. The fact that you're still here, even though you started 20 years later than Yin, proves why you're the right choice. If you had begun just 5 years earlier, things might have turned out differently." Kang Tai grinned. "They've got a point. Even I have to admit your skills are undeniable. But hey, if you really don't want to go, just say so." His grin widened as he added, "Think about it. Going back means getting everything you missed out on." Then, realizing how that sounded, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, you would be the one getting them, obviously, since you're the only one who can go back." Hansa let out a faint chuckle. Then, finally, he stood up. He walked toward the massive, glowing sphere. The moment he stepped closer, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him. The others tensed. A shadow loomed over them from a nearby crevice. The dragon had arrived. Darkin's roar tore through the battlefield, shaking the ground. Golden flames burst from its mouth. Keldien shouted, "Hansu, stay focused. We'll hold it off." He raised his hands, summoning a powerful shield that shimmered above the party. The moment the flames struck, an explosion erupted, forcing everyone to brace themselves. "Switch," Keldien commanded. Aes and Kang Tai moved instantly. "Hold the dragon while I prepare." Kang Tai gripped his stone, his expression resolute. "Leave it to us." He shot a glance at Hansu. "Now's your chance. Show us what you can do." Aes didn't wait. She charged forward first. Kang Tai followed close behind. Dragons descended upon them from all sides. Aes drove her weapon into the ground, sending powerful shockwaves outward. "Kang Tai, now," she shouted. His weapon ignited in a blazing inferno. Flame surged around him as he raised his sword. "I figured this out a long time ago." With a powerful swing, he struck the earth, causing it to crack and tremble. Then, his eyes widened in shock. A dragon's claw came down hard. He barely had time to react, gritting his teeth as he braced for impact. Hansu instinctively moved to help, but Keldien grabbed his arm. "Your weapon is broken," he reminded him. "Don't let yourself get distracted." Aes turned to him. "Keldien's right. You have to go." She took a step forward, her gaze unwavering. "I know you think we're annoying, but that's not a reason to turn your back on us now." She turned away, gripping her weapon tighter. For once, Just listen to me. Hansa smirked. I'll try my best, he said. Air smiled. Even in a moment like this, he hadn't changed. She turned, leaving the rest to Keldian. Adjusting his glasses, Keldian called out, Hansu. His voice was steady. Listen carefully. Hansa turned toward him as magic began to swirl around him. As Air said, there's no need for pointless killing, Keldian continued. But don't hesitate to cut down the parasites who threaten humanity. Save only those who deserve to live. His gaze darkened. And whatever you do, don't forget about the Berserker King, Clementine Keen. That bastard needs to die. Keldian's eyes locked onto his. Do you understand? Hansa gave a firm nod. Keldian smiled. Good. Now, get ready. The massive sphere began to spin, faster and faster. Hansa took a deep breath, his expression resolute. The others turned toward him, watching as the sphere activated. Keldian clapped his hands together, summoning layers of protective spells that formed a barrier between them and the dragon. White lightning crackled across the space. Then, everything changed. In an instant, Hansu was surrounded by a massive crowd. Confused voices filled the air as people frantically looked around, trying to understand where they were. A green sun hung in the sky, casting light over the crumbling remains of a city. It had worked. Determination settled in Hansu's heart. He had to give this everything he had. He couldn't let his comrades down. All around him, panic spread. Where are we? Someone shouted. I want to go back, a girl screamed. A man grabbed another by the collar. You did this, didn't you? I don't know anything, the other man protested. Let go of me. Hansu watched the chaos unfold. Of course, people were terrified. They had just been thrown into another world. His mind flashed back to the year he was born, the year everything began. It had started with just 100 people. But soon, the numbers surged out of control. Countless people vanished without a trace, swallowed by the abyss. He remembered his own disappearance at 20. One moment, he was holding his phone. The next, it slipped from his grasp as he was pulled into another dimension. This world was the midpoint of the abyss, where countless dimensions converged. Those who arrived first gained skills instantly, driven by raw survival instinct. But this place was nothing short of a nightmare. A lawless, merciless world where monsters ruled. And when enough people from a swallowed world gathered here, the door to the abyss would open. And then, the Great War would begin. Stretching his arms, Hansu exhaled. 5 years. That's all I've got to get strong. He took his first step forward. Then he paused, glancing down at his hands. His strength, his skills, everything he had built up in the past, was gone. He clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to push forward. A sudden scream shattered the air. People gasped in terror, pointing toward the sky. It was splitting apart. A crack widened in the heavens, and something began to emerge. Then, it fell. With a guttural howl, a monstrous imp crashed into the crowd. The people around it froze in shock. The imp let out a rough cough, then straightened itself. Its glowing eyes swept over the crowd. And then, it grinned. The imp-like creature grinned, baring sharp teeth. Greetings, everyone. I am your fairy assistant. The crowd remained frozen, listening as the so-called assistant continued. I'm here to give you a short briefing. His eerie smile widened. So, listen carefully. Hansa folded his arms, watching with a cold expression. A briefing? He scoffed internally. This was not an explanation. It was nothing more than a twisted way to push people into killing each other. Welcome to another world, the fairy assistant declared cheerfully. From this moment on, you've been granted an amazing opportunity. Enough nonsense. A man in the crowd suddenly shouted, pointing at the creature. What do you mean another world? Just send us back home. The fairy assistant's friendly demeanor vanished in an instant. His voice turned sharp. Wait until I'm finished, he snapped. The man hesitated. The sudden shift in tone unsettled him. But the assistant continued as if nothing had happened. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. You've all been granted absolute freedom. The creature's eyes gleamed as he listed, no laws, no order, no morality, no ethics. Does not that sound like a dream? His smile stretched unnaturally wide. You are free from all those meaningless constraints. The tension in the crowd thickened. But that's not all, the assistant went on. All physical limits that once held you back, gone. And depending on your actions, you can grow stronger, infinitely. He chuckled, comparing it to the protagonist of a movie. Think of this as your chance to become the hero, or villain, you always dreamed of being. He tilted his head. Isn't that wonderful? Then, with a snap of his fingers, he added, let me show you how it works. The man who had spoken earlier suddenly began to glow. Before he could react, a chunk of his body tore away. Blood sprayed in every direction. A horrified silence gripped the crowd. Then, the screams erupted. The fairy assistant gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his mouth. Oh dear, how clumsy of me, he said with mock regret. I do dislike noisy talkers. Someone in the crowd shouted, run. Panic broke loose as people scattered in every direction. The assistant sighed in annoyance. I said I hate noise. With another snap of his fingers, a girl in the crowd froze, tears streaming down her face. She whimpered, pleading for someone to save her. The assistant's face twisted in irritation. Enough! If you want to live, put in the effort. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, his anger vanished. A smile returned to his face. Ah, much better. Now, let's continue. A stone with an intricate rune materialized in his hands. This, my dear survivors, is a rune, he explained. You can obtain one by killing living beings. The stone shimmered faintly as he turned it in his hand. There are 8 other types, each appearing randomly. This one is colorless. But if you work hard and grow, you'll collect more and become even stronger. His gaze swept over the terrified crowd. Now, who wants it? A hush fell over the people. No one dared move. Then, one hand rose. Hansu. He stood calmly, his expression unreadable. The assistant's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, how exciting. He immediately floated toward Hansu, beaming. Such enthusiasm. I like you already. The monster extended its hand, and Hansu followed suit. As their hands met, the fairy helper excitedly started rambling about how amazing runes were, how they could alter the laws of the world. The monster chimed in, stating that his muscle capacity had increased from 117 kilograms to 122.3 kilograms. But Hansu remained unimpressed, already familiar with this concept. His indifference dampened the fairy's enthusiasm, who had expected a more dramatic reaction. Clearing his throat, the fairy continued explaining. He emphasized that runes had various effects depending on their type, granting abilities beyond the understanding of traditional science. To demonstrate this once more, he asked if anyone wanted to give it a try. However, he abruptly decided against it. Instead, he left them with an important reminder. Regardless of what attribute a rune enhanced, it would never be a disadvantage. If they wanted to grow stronger and survive, they had to collect as many runes as possible. Tension spread through the crowd. People grew restless, shoving and cursing as they scrambled for the runes. The fairy helper watched the chaos with amusement. He observed the one who had received a rune earlier and figured that most of them didn't need further instructions. Floating toward Hansu, the fairy explained that touching one's right ear would reveal the number of runes they possessed. As he demonstrated, others instinctively reached for their ears, eager to check for themselves. With a smirk, the fairy noted that humans love to quantify things. He then casually mentioned that an average person's stats were around 10, a basic benchmark. Hansu glanced at his status and saw that his strength had increased by a single point. If he kept collecting runes after hunts, he could also enhance attributes related to mana and magic power. Runes could be obtained from any living creature. Prey didn't matter. The fairy's gaze lingered on a sullen-looking boy before shifting to a girl. He reminded her that this system was not much different from the world they had lived in before. Then, as if sensing the growing unease, the fairy helper decided to offer them something that might lift their spirits. Suddenly, objects materialized in their hands. Weapons. The monster told them to forget the past and focus on what lay ahead. The boy stared at the weapon in his grip as the monster's voice rang out once more, urging them to enjoy their new life. Once he was gone, training would begin, and they had better give it their all. A murmur spread through the crowd at the mention of training. But before anyone could process what was happening, a piercing scream tore through the air. Behind them, a swarm of monsters loomed, their grotesque figures illuminated by eerie, glowing eyes. They snarled and bared their teeth, their guttural growls sending waves of fear through the gathered people. Panic set in. Someone hesitantly asked if this was part of the training. The monsters advanced, their steps slow but deliberate. The people froze, paralyzed with terror. Just as the tension peaked, someone raised a hand and urged everyone to stay calm. A girl spoke up, telling them not to panic and to back away carefully. Hansu planted his feet firmly, locking eyes with the creatures. He could feel the fear spreading among the people like wildfire. Someone tried to retreat but bumped into another man, who scowled in irritation. The first man, however, pointed forward, his voice uneasy. Something was wrong. A wall. They were trapped. He pounded on the invisible barrier, demanding to be let out, but there was no response. Others turned to stare in shock, only to realize that the walls were closing in. Their only way out was blocked by the snarling monsters. Then, chaos erupted. The monsters charged. Their shrieks filled the air as they lunged at the terrified people. Instinctively, those with weapons raised them in defense. A boy clenched his knife and yelled that he would not go down so easily. Then, something strange happened. His attention snapped to a man who had somehow slipped through the wall. The man scratched his head, baffled. He had no idea how he did it. He had simply walked through. Another voice spoke up, saying, 49. The number was decreasing. Realization dawned. Only 50 people could escape. Panic took hold. People shoved and cursed, desperately trying to reach the wall. Hansu watched in disdain. There were 100 of them. If they just stood together and fought, they could win. Sure, there would be injuries, but the death toll would not be as high. Last time, around 40 had died to the goblins. That meant only 10 had survived after failing to escape. Not this time. Hansa gripped his knife tighter. He was not about to let things play out the same way. First, he had to clear this area. Then, he would move forward. The goblins lunged. Screams filled the air. Some people begged for their lives. Others fought, their weapons slashing wildly. Blood splattered across the ground. A goblin swung its club at Hansu. He caught it mid-swing. With a swift motion, he slit the goblin's throat. Hansa hurled the monster aside and braced himself for the next attack. The boy took his stance while the onlookers watched in shock and fear. Hansu, breathing heavily, finally stepped away, leaving behind a trail of goblin corpses. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he noted that his body felt just as it had decades ago, an unsettling realization. The boy crouched and gathered the fallen runes, considering himself lucky. His agility had improved by a tenth, but agility was not just about speed. It altered his perception of time, sharpening his reflexes tenfold. What once took moments now happened in an instant. A goblin suddenly hurled a dagger at Hansu. Instinctively, he twisted, catching the blade midair before launching it right back. The dagger struck the goblin square in the head. Dropping to one knee, Hansa barely had time to recover before the remaining goblins charged. They sensed his exhaustion and attacked, their bloodlust driving them forward. Hansa tightened his grip on the cleaver, anticipating their frenzy. As soon as they saw blood, they lost all restraint. With a firm grip, he slashed through them, his movements precise and deadly. One goblin fell, its chest split open. Hansa followed up with a swift elbow strike, then clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength in his body. Someone in the crowd wondered aloud if he was really fighting alone. Inspired, the spectators rallied, cursing as they rushed to join the battle. Humans and goblins clashed in a chaotic melee. Hansa fought without hesitation, knowing that reckless rushing was not usually necessary. But right now, there was no choice. Another attack came. He countered instantly, unable to afford distractions. He thought of all those who had been kidnapped, not just here, but across the world. The numbers were staggering. The first newcomers were protected in a training zone for 3 months, but after that, they were thrown into battle alongside those who had survived for years. Hansa thought of those seasoned warriors as he drove his blade into another goblin. He spotted another rune, grasping it tightly. Every bit of strength counted. Keljian had made the right decision sending him here. The battlefield was littered with goblin corpses. Someone in the crowd gasped in disbelief at the sheer number of enemies Hansu had slain. The boy stared at the fallen goblins, then at Hansu, who stood before them, exhausted but unwavering. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Some called him a monster. A fairy among them watched in admiration, her voice barely above a whisper. Hansu remained in the center of the shaken crowd, unmoved. The fairy observed the battlefield and nodded in approval. You all did well. It must have taken a lot of effort, she said, glancing at the survivors. And there are still plenty of you left. However, the people didn't share her sentiment. They glared at the strange creature with hostility. Behind her, the barrier began to shift, slowly opening. She smiled, unfazed by their anger. Now you understand how to survive here. Just keep going as you are. Without waiting for a response, she slipped through the gap in the barrier. I have other zones to visit, so I'll leave you to it. Good luck. But the crowd was not willing to let her off so easily. Shouts rang out as they tried to drive her away, but she was already gone. Hansu exhaled, wiping the blood from his face. Opening his interface window, he assessed the situation. Compared to everything else that had happened, this was not too bad. He examined his stats, small gains, but still progress. For training purposes, it was decent. His eyes landed on the item in his hands. It looked useful, something worth keeping. A blade, perhaps a token of acknowledgement. He shut his eyes, lost in thought. His priority was clear. Find a way to grow stronger as quickly as possible. He slid his hand into his pocket, thinking back to his comrades. What would they do in his place? Then, a particular memory resurfaced. A conversation with a certain man. The guy had been drinking from a mug, casually mentioning something intriguing. Ever heard of a hidden dungeon? Hansa had repeated the question back, intrigued. The man smirked, explaining that it was located in the training area, a dungeon of increased difficulty. They had clinked their mugs together, the man chuckling. Not gonna lie, I couldn't clear it. No one has. Hansa took a sip, studying him. The man adjusted his collar with a proud grin. You're telling me you only made it halfway and got this strong? He scoffed. If I were a Valkyrie, do you think I'd still be here? Hansa frowned at the remark, but the man continued. If this were the past, I'd definitely give it a shot. If I cleared it, I'd be strong enough to take you down for sure. One thing was certain, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. The harder the battle, the more valuable the outcome. Does not it make you curious? The man had asked. What's waiting at the end? Now, Hansa stared ahead, his expression serious. His next target was clear. Looking to the side, he considered what needed to be done before attempting the dungeon. The training process followed a set pattern. Hundreds of people grouped together, assigned to different zones, working in cycles. Each area was their battleground for a week. and after 3 months, the cycle would end. Before challenging the dungeon, he had steps to take, and he intended to take them all. Once the second stage of training ended, the safe zone would disappear completely. There would be no way to contact those who had arrived earlier. In the first stage of training, 2 hidden parts existed, but no one had ever reached the end. To clear the hidden dungeon, Hansu needed to obtain both. This was the fastest way to grow stronger. For now, his focus was on finding the hidden part that was closest. His eyes scanned the area, stopping on a moss-covered sign. This was where he needed to search. Before he could begin, a voice interrupted. "What are you up to?" Hansu turned to see a man and a woman in a heated argument. The man insisted he had only suggested they go together, while the woman firmly refused, saying they would be fine on their own. Then the man grabbed her wrist. All around, similar conflicts were breaking out. The so-called strong were taking advantage of the weak. The man smirked. "If you want to survive, you need to cooperate," he said, ignoring the fear in the girl's eyes. "Isn't that what you want? For all of us to make it out alive?" Hansu exhaled sharply. He had no time for this. He needed to find the hidden part within a week, or it would be gone. Just as he turned away, another voice called out, "Hey, wait!" Hansu glanced over his shoulder. A guy with headphones hesitated before stepping closer. "What's your name?" he asked, looking unsure. Hansu frowned. "Do we know each other?" The guy flinched but repeated the question, this time with unease. Before he could answer, another voice cut in. "Have you lost your mind?" A blond man stormed forward and threw a punch at Hansu. "We were together before we got here. What the hell are you doing?" Hansu caught the movement but didn't react. His eyes narrowed. These two knew his name. How? Then, it clicked. The blonde's furious expression, the guy with headphones. They were familiar. His classmates. Memories surfaced. They had started this journey together. But they had died. He had forgotten about them. Just then, the girl from earlier yanked her hand free, stepping toward the group with determination. Sunlight hit her face, and Hansu suddenly remembered her name. "Yo, am I he?" She approached him hesitantly. Hansu noted that with her appearance, trouble would find her sooner rather than later. The man in the jacket scowled, his face twisting in frustration. "You're seriously ignoring me?" he snapped. His eyes darted toward Hansu, then to his own group. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He had seen Hansu take down an entire gang of goblins single-handedly. But the man hesitated. Hansu looked tired. Maybe. A glance at his gang confirmed it. They were thinking the same thing. If they attacked now, they might have a chance. Taking a step forward, he grinned. Raising a hand, he called out mockingly. "Where are your manners?" We weren't finished talking yet. His gaze settled on Hansu. "So, who's this guy?" He eyed him up and down. "You look pretty rough. Think you can handle much in that condition?" The gang exchanged knowing smirks. Their leader chuckled, turning his attention back to Yo Mi He. "Come here," he said, his voice sickly sweet. "I'm asking nicely." His grin widened. "More is always better, right? So why don't you come to us, before we come to you?" Hansu scanned the gang with a calm gaze before turning to the blonde. With a sigh, he muttered about how filth was everywhere. These guys were still high off their first victory, completely unaware of the real enemy they were up against. Their overconfidence blinded them to reality. As he stepped forward, the gang leader tensed, watching him warily. Hansu's eyes darkened as he asked if the man even understood where this was all heading. Without warning, he shoved the leader back. His grip tightened around his dagger, veins pulsing with barely restrained anger. "Got anything to say?" he asked coldly. Before the gang leader could respond, another man, one in a red shirt, stepped in front of him, raising a hand. He told Hansu to relax. Meanwhile, a large, shaven-headed man smirked. He assured Hansu that they weren't bad people. They even called him boss. With an easy smile, the boss made an offer. Why not join them? Given the current situation, it was clear they all had a role to play. His eyes, however, held a sharp edge. Would not it be smarter to work together? He asked. Hansu studied him carefully. This man had already adapted to this brutal world. He no longer hid his true nature. He thrived here, like a predator in its element. Hansu clenched his dagger, debating whether to take him out right now. Then, Air's voice echoed in his mind. There was no point in spilling unnecessary blood, she reminded him. But she also warned him, never spare the parasites that would harm humanity in the Great War. She urged him to protect the people he encountered, to do what he could for them. Hansu looked down for a moment, lost in thought. These guys? He didn't have time to deal with them now. Besides, people like them had a habit of destroying themselves sooner or later. Turning away, he dismissed them. Not my problem. Get lost. The boss watched him leave, his expression unreadable. When his assistant started to panic, he cut him off sharply. Enough with the hysteria, he said. They had more important things to focus on. He turned his gaze forward, toward the suffering people around them. In this twisted place filled with monsters, he had a vision, to bring order, no matter what it took. Hansu recalled the fairy and scoffed, calling her a devil. Still, something about this place intrigued him. With a smirk, he muttered that the strong ruled here. so why not take advantage of the opportunity? The boss led his group in the opposite direction, the crowd following without hesitation. Watching them go, the blonde shook his head. How is it that people are scarier than monsters? He murmured. His gaze then drifted to Hansu, who was walking away. Hansu had always been a bit strange, but had he always been like this? Wiping the blood from his face, Hansu barely noticed as someone caught up to him. It was the orphan, the boy with the dark, sullen expression. He hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now, the kid was looking at him intently. Why are you acting like you don't know us? He asked. Hansu frowned, his gaze sharp. Memory loss, he said simply. His classmates exchanged confused glances. Minnie giggled. Why do you sound like some old man? She teased. Hansu glanced at her, not sure what was so funny. Minhee, still laughing, blushed as she stole glances at him. He thought for a moment. She had a bright future ahead of her in their old world. But here, beauty was a double-edged sword. If used well, it was a powerful weapon. He could only hope she knew how to handle it. They walked through the ruins in silence. The blonde fidgeted, uneasy. We haven't said a word this whole time, she said, scanning their surroundings. Then she turned to Hansu with forced cheer. So, where are we going? Hansu didn't answer right away. Instead, he kept walking. You'll understand when you see it, he finally said. Up ahead, his first target came into view. They stopped in front of a subway entrance, Gangnam Station. The hidden section lay below. Minhee blinked. Wait, why are we here? Hansu exhaled and rubbed his mouth. He didn't have time to explain everything. If not for S words, he would not have even brought them. He curled his fingers slightly, resigning himself to the situation. I have a feeling, he said. His voice was calm, but there was certainty in his words. I lost my memories, but in return, I gained power. His classmates stared at him, stunned. Hansu was not sure why they were so shocked. After everything they had seen, a literal fairy, monsters, was it really that surprising? The blonde leaned toward her friend. Are we sure we should be following him? She whispered. Hansu suddenly turned, cutting off any further doubts. I'm not forcing you. His tone was firm. I respect people's choices. If you don't want to come, step aside and watch from the sidelines. The blonde scowled. She was irritated by how smug he sounded, but something in his attitude made her uneasy. Did he really know something? With a deep breath, Hansu stepped forward and began his descent. The blonde hesitated, her doubts gnawing at her. Still, she followed, as did the rest of the group. As they walked down, she tried to shake off her nerves. Flashing a nervous grin, she leaned toward Hansu. Are you sure this place is safe? She asked. It feels creepy. Hansu didn't break his stride. We're meeting some friends. The blonde blinked. Friends? Who the hell would live in a place like this? They reached the bottom. The air was thick with something unspoken. Whatever was down here, they were about to find out. Hansu slid his hands into his pockets and suddenly came to a stop. His gaze dropped to the ground. Without a word, he pulled out his dagger. Minhee let out a startled squeal. The blonde spun around at the sound, eyes widening. Tai-sung! Someone shouted. Hansu's cold stare locked onto the trembling Tai-sung, whose face twisted in horror. But before anyone could react, Hansu drove his dagger into a fang caterpillar. Blood oozed from the severed insect as Hansu pulled out the blade. This dungeon is modeled after Gangnam Station, he said flatly. Those green bugs? They come out when they sense ground vibrations. The creature's remains twitched, then disintegrated into energy, leaving behind a small pebble. Hansu picked it up, inspecting it as he continued. They hate sunlight, so they usually stay hidden. But if one of these things gets a bite on you, he turned to face the others. Your flesh will be torn apart in seconds. You won't even have time to react before you pass out and die. Fear crept over his classmates as they processed his words. Hansu sighed. I'll show you an easy way to deal with them. Without hesitation, he plunged his dagger into another bug's throat. Knives were handed out, and soon, the group was slashing at the crawling insects. Hansu observed them carefully. These four might actually be useful. His eyes landed on a trembling boy wearing headphones. He stepped closer. If you're not confident, step only on whole tiles, Hansu instructed. If you see a crack with dirt inside, stab it, but keep your hands protected. Minhee, wiping sweat from her forehead, chimed in cheerfully. So basically, hit the spots where the ground rises. The blonde chuckled. Like a game of whack-a-mole. The boy in the headphones closed his eyes, gripping his knife tightly. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. But just as he steadied himself, something burst out of the ground behind him. A beetle lunged at him with a screech. Before he could react, Hansu shoved him aside and slashed the creature cleanly across its body. The severed pieces thudded to the ground at his feet. The boy blinked in shock, then quickly smiled in gratitude. Thanks, he mumbled. Hansu barely acknowledged him. It was clear, this guy was not much of a fighter. He'd just end up being a burden. Without another word, Hansu turned and kept walking. The boy lowered his head, frustration evident on his face. The blonde, still trying to process everything, stepped closer to Hansu. You knew this would happen, he said, narrowing his eyes. How? Hansa glanced at him and smirked. Didn't I tell you? His voice held a hint of amusement. Then, with a satisfied grin, he added, it's my superpower. The blonde froze, momentarily dumbfounded. The others looked just as stunned. But Hansu was not interested in explaining further. Let's focus on hunting, he said, moving forward without another word. While the others hesitated, Hansa turned away, casually spinning the fallen stone in his hands. He glanced back at them and asked why they weren't picking up the runes. He gave an awkward smile and admitted that they thought it would be better if the hero collected them instead. In return, he could protect them, just like in the games. She trailed off, embarrassed, quickly adding that it was not as if picking up the runes would suddenly make them as strong as Superman. Hansa frowned. He's reasoning was flawed. Relying on him in exchange for safety was not a smart decision. With a sigh, he turned back to them. Your prey belongs to you alone, he said firmly. If you want to travel with me, you'll need to follow the basic rules. Those who had survived in the abyss for decades had established a simple code to ensure cooperation. Your prey belongs to you alone. In group hunts, resources are distributed based on need and contribution. In times of crisis, relationships built on goodwill fall apart. His classmates stared at him in confusion, but Hansa knew it would not take long for them to understand just how brutal this world was. He met their uncertain gazes and added, first, rely on your own skills. If you're useless, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. The group tensed at his words, but this was just reality. Tai-sung glanced at the blonde beside him, who nodded in silent agreement. Hansa looked at them with irritation but let it go. Sooner or later, they'd understand. Soon, they'd be fighting over runes like starving dogs over scraps. Without another word, the group began collecting loot from the fallen bodies. That's when Tai-sung called out, "Hey, check this out." In his hands, he held a strange-looking rune, a deep purple stone that pulsed faintly. His instinct screamed that this was different. If he took it, something inside him would change. This was the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. Tai-sung glanced at Hansu, remembering what he'd said earlier about distributing loot. If he made a big deal out of this, it could put him in an awkward position. Instead, he simply smiled and asked, since I found this, can I keep it? Hansa gave a calm nod. That reaction caught Tai-sung off guard. He had expected some resistance, but the hero seemed unfazed. Hansu studied the rune, recognizing its potential. A solid starting skill. It offered both defense and regeneration, two crucial survival traits. And since it was a passive ability, it didn't require activation. The only downside was an increased appetite. But that problem could be handled easily. As one's strength grew, so did the rune's power. Smart individuals with mastery over magic could gather hundreds of abilities. Keldian, for example, had acquired more than 1,000. And this was just the beginning. Hansa silently observed the group, his thoughts racing. His eyes gleamed with understanding. His situation was unlike anyone else's. Scattered runes lay on the ground, and a hand reached for one. A bright light flared, making Hansa squint. He clenched his fists. Ayres let out a sigh and said, as she suspected, the hero's skill limit was 7. Covering her face in frustration, she muttered that if they had known earlier, he could have chosen stronger skills. A limit of 7 was a fatal flaw for anyone else. But Hansu was different. His strength far surpassed this restriction. The abilities he acquired weren't stagnant. They evolved endlessly. What started as basic regeneration from a lizard essence could eventually rival Kang Tai's legendary immortality technique. His speed-enhancing rapid dash could transform into something as formidable as Keldian's signature move, Rupture of Space. It was because of this ability that Hansu had earned the nickname 7 Stars. While others spent 20 years honing their skills, he caught up in a fraction of the time. That was why he had been chosen to return to the past. A small smile crossed his lips before fading. He couldn't afford any missteps. His choices mattered now more than ever. Ayres warned him to be careful with his skill selection. If everything went according to plan, he would breeze through training like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Men examined Tai-sung's rune with fascination. He decided to take it. The moment he did, the rune melted, releasing a surge of light. The system displayed a notification. Physical resistance acquired. Tai-sung smirked, pleased with his decision. He checked his stats and saw a noticeable increase in several attributes. With a smug glance at Hansu, he thought to himself, he would never pass up an opportunity like this. Curling his lips into a grin, he mentally challenged the hero. Just wait. I'll catch up to you soon. Hansu simply waved and motioned for the group to move forward. Tai-sung slung an arm around his shoulder and warned that things were about to get even more dangerous. Let's stick together, he suggested. Tai-sung, meanwhile, turned to Yo-Mi, asking if she needed him. Yo-Mi blinked, confused. Why was he looking at her while saying that? Hansu shot a displeased glance at the blonde. Does he really see me as his rival now? He wondered. The thought was almost amusing. Still, he wasn't going to entertain it. With a firm motion, he shrugged off the arm around his shoulder. Just because he found it amusing didn't mean he'd tolerate it. The group pressed on. As they walked, Hansu's gaze shifted downward with concern. We need to go deeper, he said. The girl hesitated. Why? The subway, he replied. She stared at him in shock. Wait, the trains are still running. Hansa simply said, you'll see for yourself, and took a few more steps forward. As he walked, his mind drifted to the past. There was someone who had never made a single mistake. He recalled sitting down for a drink with a stranger. The man had boasted about his dungeon experiences, confidently stating how many he had conquered. But before he could finish, another voice cut in. Those dungeons you're talking about? They are nothing compared to the ones I've been to. The braggart turned sharply, glaring at the interruption. Who do you think you are, butting into other people's conversations? A dark-haired man calmly folded his hands together. He had overheard enough. The so-called expert was spewing nonsense. Without hesitation, he pushed the braggart aside and took a seat next to Hansu. Leaning in slightly, he spoke with quiet intensity. If you really want to get stronger fast, there's one thing you need to find. Hansu remembered the way his eyes gleamed with excitement. It's in the training area. Somewhere in the subway. The stations varied in design, but structurally, they were the same, at least until the third floor. There, a portal sat in the center of the stairs. If you stepped through and followed the path to the very bottom, a train would be waiting. Catching it was the real challenge. But if you managed to board, that was it. Your path to power would be set. The only problem? Reaching it was near impossible. And the train only left once a day. Now, standing at the entrance, Hansa stared ahead. I had to make it there today. No matter what. They approached the portal. Mihe's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, this isn't Gangnam Station. She had been to Gangnam plenty of times, but she had never seen an entrance like this before. Anxiety crept in as she instinctively touched her neck. Are you sure about this? She asked. You don't even know what's waiting for us in there. Hansa remained unfazed, his gaze steady. I'm going where my instincts tell me to. Like I said before, if anyone wants to leave, now's the time. Tai-sung grinned. You think I'm gonna back out now? I'm in. Mihe hesitated for a moment, then pressed a hand to her chest. I'll go too. Hansa glanced at her, reading her expression. She's worried, and she knows exactly what kind of danger she's in. Someone like her, someone vulnerable, had even more reason to grow stronger. Even if it meant sacrificing everything. Mihe, on the other hand, looked ahead with barely contained excitement. The blonde shrugged and waved a hand dismissively. We'll stay here. Nothing's stopping us from just continuing to hunt. And with that, their paths split. Sang-jin, though trembling, declared that he would go with them. Down Tai-sung chuckled, questioning where Sang-jin suddenly planned to go when just moments ago, he had been too scared to move. Sang-jin shot him a glare and snapped that it wasn't any of his concern. Tai-sung raised an eyebrow in surprise. But before he could say anything, Sang-jin doubled down, stating that whatever he did was none of Tai-sung's business. Tai-sung scoffed, saying there was too much talk coming from someone so useless. He was about to continue when Hansa cut him off with a sharp enough. Closing his eyes, Hansa told them to quit the pointless bickering. He slipped a hand into his pocket and reminded them that time was short. They could do whatever they wanted. Tai-sung turned away, his veins bulging with frustration. Internally, he seethed, wondering how they dared to humiliate him in front of Mihe. Meanwhile, the hero stepped into the portal, focusing on the training area. Thousands of mobs roamed the landscape. And though the environment varied, some elements remained consistent. He glanced at the group behind him, then froze. Sang-jin and Mihe, standing behind him, looked just as shocked. Before them stood a convenience store. Confused voices echoed as people wondered how it got there. Without hesitation, they entered. Sang-jin immediately browsed the shelves while Hansu made his way to the refrigerator. The rumors had been true. There really was always a store on the second floor of the subway. Could this be some kind of hidden reward? Dais picked up a knife, wondering if he should take different weapons. Meanwhile, Hansu approached the counter, scanning the items. He recalled someone mentioning that this place was more like a supermarket than a convenience store. It really had everything one could need. Picking up a pot, he placed it on a scale. The cashier, puzzled, asked what he was doing. Hansu, weighing the bag in his hand, simply replied that he was cooking. Mihe, surprised, asked what exactly he was making. Without hesitation, Hansu poured greenworm blood into the pot. She immediately recalled how he had collected it, by squeezing the blood from corpses with his bare hands. Now, with a faint smirk, Hansu began tearing into the green goblin's skin. The moment their flesh made contact with the green blood, it became highly toxic. Goblins had evolved to resist the poison of green worms, making their own venom exceptionally strong. Dais grinned, inhaling deeply. Smells amazing. Give me a piece, he said eagerly. Hansa shot him an annoyed look. It's poison. Dais instantly recoiled in fear. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hansa scoffed. You were the one sniffing around for the scent. Mihe watched him curiously. I never would have thought to do something like this, she admitted. How do you even know how to make poison? Hansa glanced at her before replying flatly, it's my ability. My head is full of knowledge. Tai-sung narrowed his eyes, sensing that Hansa was dodging the question. In reality, Hansu's mind had nearly burst while trying to memorize everything. He recalled Keljian's words from the past. Going back in time would be meaningless without knowledge. Keljian had slammed his hand on the board, emphasizing that this information was crucial. It wasn't just about finding items. It was about knowing how to strengthen them. Keljian tossed the pointer over his shoulder and said that if the hero had any brains, he would understand why all of this was important. He warned him not to share this information with anyone. Slamming the board again, he told them to memorize everything. Knowing the future wouldn't prevent destruction, it would only accelerate the downfall of the abyss. Then he looked directly at Hansu. You must not become Prometheus, he warned. Only share your knowledge when absolutely necessary, and only according to the plan. Hansu stared at his reflection. Without knowing the exact proportions and brewing time, this recipe was worthless. That was fine. He poured the thick purple liquid into a bottle and smeared poison from a small tube onto his dagger. Mihe's eyes widened as she watched the venom drip from the blade. Can we have some too? She asked hesitantly. The hero extended his hand. Sure, but it'll cost you half a power or stamina rune per use. Tai-sung glared at him. You're seriously charging us? Why are you being so petty? Hansa turned his back to him. I could give it to you for free, he admitted. Then, lowering his head slightly, he added, but in the long run, I don't think that would be a good idea. The group fell silent. Hansu understood. One-sided relationships never lasted. Mihe hesitated before nodding. Fine, I'll give you the runes later. But at least let me try it first. Hansa turned to her abruptly, handing her the tube. Be careful, he warned. If this gets on your skin, it's going to hurt. A lot. Tai-sung clenched his jaw. If the hero kept acting like this, he wouldn't even get a chance to steal the poison. He eyed Hansa carefully. What if I use it first and give you the runes later? Sangjin cut in. Same for me. One by one, the group took turns passing the tube around. Hansu ignored them and focused on his own preparations. After a while, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and picked up his bags. This should be enough. As he turned, Mihe approached. We're ready, she said. Then she noticed his expression. Why are you looking at us like that? Hansa scanned them from head to toe. His classmates were loaded down with supplies, bags, weapons, anything they could carry. He sighed. Are you guys heading out to fight? Or trying to become bait? He sat down and crossed his arms. If you don't want to spend the rest of your lives fighting, bury most of that stuff now. If you take everything, others will come after you. The group hesitated, realizing the truth in his words. Mihe glanced at him. At first, she had thought he was just quiet. But now, she could see it. He wasn't just strong. He was an exceptional fighter. Embarrassed, she quickly patted his hand. Then, as if just realizing something, she looked up at him. Hey, why don't you have superpowers? Mihe reached for the bag on the ground, lost in thought. Hundreds of millions of people had vanished, yet not a single one had ever been found. Until yesterday, she had held on to hope. But now, she realized she might be stuck here for the rest of her life. The weight of that truth crushed her. Falling to her knees, she clenched her fists. I don't want to die. Her hands trembled, but she forced herself to look straight ahead. If survival meant doing whatever it took, then so be it. She glanced at Hansu. Standing next to him, she felt something. But before she could process it, he met her gaze. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away. They both turned forward again in silence. Tai-sung shot Hansu a look of irritation. You act like the center of the universe, he muttered before tossing his bag to Sangjin. Hey, carry it. Then, stepping ahead, he turned back toward Hansu. That superpower you mentioned earlier. He narrowed his eyes. Can we get one too? Hansu glanced up. Maybe. The three of them froze, stunned. Their faces flushed with anticipation. Seriously? Hansu nodded. Yeah, some people develop abilities here that they never had before. His gaze darkened as he recalled a warning from Keldian. Be careful. There were people in this world who had awakened powers they didn't possess in reality. Keldian had spoken at length about it, but in the end, his message had been simple. Eliminate anyone who becomes useless to you. Hansu frowned, irritated by the memory. The weight of those words pressed down on him. Tai-sung sensed something was off. Watching Hansu's expression shift, he smirked. You've gotten pretty cold, huh? He stepped closer. Still mad at me? You were pissed at me when we first got here. Hansu didn't answer. He simply kept walking. He had nothing left to say. 4 or 5 years before coming here, he had fought an endless battle. The abyss had only grown stronger, its monsters increasing in number. At first, there had been hope, but eventually, that too had faded, buried beneath despair. Covered in blood and bruises, Hansu had stared ahead, feeling nothing. No fear, no hope, just exhaustion. Now, he looked away, silent once more. Tai-sung watched him, confused. What's with him? Annoyed, he turned away. Damn superpowers. He refused to make a fool of himself next to Hansu. Tai-sung rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I'll get stronger. Then, he decided, I'll start dating Mihe. I'll get rid of Sangjin. And Hansu, I'll make him follow my orders. But before he could dwell on that plan any further, Hansu suddenly barked, "Stop. Everyone, stand still." Without hesitation, he crouched down and reached for the ground. As the blonde struggled to grasp the situation, Hansu examined the slime on his fingers. It didn't have the sharp, sour stench of a sword snail, and there were no half-dried entrails nearby, meaning it wasn't from a chopped-up zombie. That left only one possibility. San quickly put the pieces together. Land mermaids. Just as the realization hit, the creatures emerged from the darkness, slithering toward them. Hansu studied the slime again and checked the tracks. There was no doubt. These were land mermaids. They moved slowly, but once they injected their prey with paralytic venom, they would drag it through the tunnels. However, Hansu knew that if they acted fast, they could take them down in seconds. A sinister grin flickered in the shadows, but Hansu wasn't fazed. He had a plan. Taisung narrowed his eyes at him. "Quit acting like you know everything." Hansu ignored him and turned to the group. "You guys are in for a surprise," he said, motioning for them to follow. As confusion spread among them, Anu stepped forward with Molotov cocktails, pouring the homemade mixture into bottles. They did not have gasoline, but it should still do the trick. Sangjin and Yo Mi exchanged looks. The girl sighed. "Don't tell me you made this with something you found in a store." Taisung took a bottle and turned it in his hands. "If this is part of a superpower, then I got to admit, it's pretty useful." Then he glanced at Hansu. "You like it here more than your old world, don't you? You can do whatever you want." Hansu smirked. Taisung stepped back. "What? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" In Hansu's mind, Keljian and Es were still arguing over whether Tan even deserved to exist. Shaking off the thought, Hansu grabbed a stick and started sketching a rough plan in the dust. "One of us throws the Molotov. As soon as it hits, the rest rush in and attack." He added 3 more figures to his drawing. The group silently watched as he mapped it out. "The one in the vanguard gets priority when we distribute runes," he continued. Taisung lifted his chin proudly. "I'll go first. Someone competent has to lead." Hansu glanced at the others. "And who's throwing the Molotov?" Sangjin and Yo Mi exchanged awkward glances. Neither wanted to challenge the other. Yo Mi suddenly put on a pitiful, cat-like expression, and Sangjin flinched, looking away. The sight of her pleading gaze practically set him on fire. Before things got out of hand, Hansu cut in. "We'll take turns." Shadows stretched across the station floor as the squad moved forward. Sangjin tried to gauge how far they had come. He did not want to turn back. But deep down, he wondered, did they really want him here, or was he just tagging along to avoid being left behind? The group moved forward in silence. Sangjin nervously gripped the Molotov in his hands, then fidgeted with the straps of her backpack. Noticing her unease, he glanced at her just as Hansu came to an abrupt stop. "They're close," Hansu warned. The sickening sounds of something slithering through the darkness reached them. Hansu shifted into a fighting stance. Yo Mi flinched. "Throw it," Hansu ordered. Her hands shook as she lit the cloth, repeating to herself that she couldn't afford to slow them down. The flames quickly spread, the fire consuming the fabric. She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and hurled the bottle forward. The glass shattered just as a mermaid lunged from the shadows. Flames exploded over its body, and it screeched in agony. "I did it," Yo Mi whispered, barely believing it herself. Hansu didn't waste a second. "Move," he commanded, charging into the fray. "These things spit paralytic poison," he reminded them as he plunged his knife into the nearest monster. Taisung watched, stunned, as Hansu leapt from one mermaid to the next, slicing through them with terrifying efficiency. Runes burst from their bodies. "That bastard's trying to take them all," Taisung thought bitterly. He was still fuming when another mermaid lunged at him. Snapping back to reality, he swung his sword, slashing the creature down. Blood splattered across the ground. He glanced at the corpse, then at his blade, a smug grin forming. "Damn, this poison works well." Nearby, Hansu gathered the runes. "That poison was worth it," he said, unfazed. Taisung caught his reflection in his knife and smirked. With this power, he'd catch up to Hansu in no time. Another bottle smashed into a mermaid's skull. Another was sliced apart. The battle raged on, fire and blood mixing with the monster's shrieks. Hansu thought to himself that using Molotovs against creatures covered in flammable poison was the perfect strategy. The dull edge of his blade didn't matter. He drove it deep into a mermaid's shoulder. It let out a piercing scream as its wound began to smoke. "That's exactly why I prepared the poison," he thought. Behind him, Taisung fought with exhilaration, his focus shifting as 2 runes dropped near a corpse. He reached out greedily. They were his. A sudden splatter of slime hit his leg. Pain shot through him as he collapsed to the ground. His leg convulsed violently, and humiliation burned through him. Everyone saw. The mermaid loomed closer, its grotesque face growing larger in his vision. Fiery, predatory eyes flickered in the darkness. "Get away from me!" Taisung yelled, trying to scramble back. Yo Mi rifled through her bag. "I'm out of Molotovs," she muttered, then turned to Sangjin. "We're switching." Sangjin's hands trembled as he flicked the lighter. The flame caught, But before he could react, the mermaid was already upon him. Sangjin screamed. The bottle slipped from his grasp. Taesung watched in horror as the life-saving Molotov shattered uselessly to the side. Fury exploded in his chest. I told you to throw the Molotov, not take a piss, he roared at Sangjin. Panicked, Sangjin lashed out with his elbow, striking the mermaid square in the head. The monster collapsed, leaving him frozen in shock. A dagger flashed between them. Calm down, Hansu ordered. Stick to the plan. His voice was steady, unaffected. He glanced at them before turning away. Take a breather. Collect your runes. Taesung exhaled heavily, still shaken. I thought I was dead for sure, he muttered. He glanced at his leg, now fully healed. Guess my skill kicked in. Hansa looked at him. Boost your stamina. You'll recover faster. Then, with the same cool authority, he repeated, gather the runes. Quickly, Taesung stared at the measly handful in his palm, feeling a wave of frustration. This was all he got? Meanwhile, Hansu controlled the distribution with an iron grip. Sangjin quietly picked up his runes. Taesung's gaze darkened. Towering over the smaller boy, he loomed menacingly, eyes locked on his prize. A slow smirk crept across his face. Sangjin, he called. The boy hesitated, sensing danger. Taesung scoffed. Does your whole family have no shame? Sangjin's fists clenched, ready to protest. But before he could speak, Taesung grabbed him by the throat and lifted him with terrifying ease. A wicked grin spread across his face. Listen up, he sneered. You can't even throw a Molotov properly. Did you already forget how you nearly got me killed? Sangjin choked, hands clawing at Taesung's grip, trying to break free. His eyes filled with panic. What are you doing? Let go. Taesung shoved him back. Sangjin hit the ground hard, his headphones flying off. Clutching his chest, he gasped for air. Taesung crouched beside him, grabbing a fistful of his hair. Not long ago, you were crawling around like a pathetic weakling. Looks like you've forgotten your place. His voice was laced with mockery. Just stick to following orders for the rest of your life. Like your father. Stop pretending you're anything more. He turned away, reaching for the runes. A dagger stabbed into the ground between his hand and the pile. Taesung froze. Hansu's voice was calm but firm. Those aren't yours. Taesung clenched his jaw, eyes flickering with disbelief. You're seriously giving them to him. His voice rose. You might as well be throwing them in the trash. Hansa didn't react. Taesung's frustration boiled over. What did he even do to deserve them? He gestured wildly. We could split them. We don't need him. His breath hitched. His voice wavered. Teeth grinding, he spat. Tell me I'm wrong. Hansa remained calm, simply stating that the distribution should be fair, but it wasn't his place to interfere with how others survived. Taesung scoffed, calling it nonsense, and warned him not to regret his decision later. Hansa turned to Sangjin and advised him to learn how to protect what was his. As the others hurried to claim the remaining rooms, Mi stood back, watching the hero. She hesitantly approached, fiddling with the strap of a backpack, and asked if they were bothering him. Given the situation, she figured he might be annoyed watching them argue. Hansa kept his gaze forward and said it was fine. He wouldn't judge them for struggling with something they weren't good at. Yo Mi he caught up and asked if that meant he planned to stay with them until the end. She got the feeling Hansu acted like he could leave them at any moment. Hansa stopped, looking ahead. He reminded them that they were the ones who chose to follow him, and they were doing fine, so there was no need to worry. Then, his eyes lingered on the hero's back with a hint of sadness before he continued walking. As he passed the corpses of the mermaids, he noted how most of the runes they dropped focused on strength and endurance. It made sense. Physical stats were impossible to ignore now. It wasn't a bad investment either, considering how crucial they were for survival. The hero picked up one of the runes, recognizing that those were the exact traits he needed. He used a single rune, and his stats increased. Ahead, a bright light flickered. Then, a fairy appeared. She announced that the hero's total stats had surpassed 50, triggering his first achievement. Voices behind him questioned what kind of creature she was and why she had returned. The fairy pointed at him, declaring that he was the traveler who had raised his hand first. She had been curious about who was the fastest among them, and it seemed she had found her answer. Circling around him, she mused that they always admired those who put in the effort. She lightly touched his head, smiling, and said she had a small gift for the most active traveler. Then, she turned her gaze toward Mi and asked if the hero was curious about what it would be. Mi's hand trembled as she muttered that it wasn't fair. They hadn't started with the same stats. The fairy chuckled, telling her not to worry. It wasn't like she would even touch her. But then, the fairy suddenly darted toward Mi, her grin turning sharp. She bared her fangs, her presence growing menacing. There are exceptions, she murmured. You could be one of them. Mi froze in terror, but just as quickly as the tension spiked, the fairy leaned back and laughed. Just kidding. She gave the girl a playful push on the shoulder. Forget about fairness. You have your own strengths, don't you? Yo Mi realized the fairy was pointing at her. The creature smirked and remarked that she wasn't in a hurry to get rid of her. If she wanted to catch up to the others, she'd have to earn it. The Abyss assistant chuckled and said life had never been fair. Then, she fluttered up to the hero, grinning. It's time for your reward, she announced. He already had an idea of what it might be. The fairy's smile widened as she explained. For reaching a certain threshold in your combined physical stats, you get to choose 3 runes. Hansa remained calm, staring ahead. The fairy snapped her fingers, summoning the options. Agility, perception, healing, she listed, holding up the healing rune. This one's expendable, but it can patch up a hole in your stomach and cure most poisons. It's like having an extra life. The hero considered it. If a limb was torn off, it wouldn't be of much use. The others were stunned. A healing rune, something that could bring someone back from a near-death state. It was a chance to survive even the deadliest situations. While they silently hoped the hero would use at least 1 rune on them, Hansa studied the fairy and asked, "Do you have a rune that grants immunity to magic?" The fairy froze for a moment before revealing another set of runes. "There is one," she admitted. The group exchanged glances. The hero didn't seem particularly interested. Was this really such an ordinary choice to him? Hansu examined the options. Healing was valuable, but immunity to magic and physical damage was much rarer in the training area unless someone got extremely lucky, like Kang Tai. Increasing stamina only affected endurance and recovery, but resistance to attacks, especially magic, was a far more fundamental defense. Physical attacks could be managed with experience, but magic was a different matter. He scratched his cheek, deep in thought. Finally, he checked his stats, deciding that what he had should be enough to keep him from dying right away. The fairy opened a swirling portal in the air. "Well, my job here is done," she said. Then, with a playful wink, she blew a kiss toward the hero. "Keep up the good work." Her words left the others speechless. Hansa turned to his companions, noticing their shocked expressions. "What's with those faces?" he asked. After some time, Mihi was locked in battle with a mermaid. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, realizing that fighting was becoming easier. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the hero at work again. She pressed a finger to her lips and froze, watching him. Hansa turned around as someone questioned him. They asked why his movements hadn't changed despite collecting so many runes. Another person stepped forward, pointing out that his speed was the same as before. Hansa raised his hand, revealing a glowing inscription. "This is the reason," he said. The others exchanged confused looks. "What is that?" someone finally asked. Hansu explained that it was a way to store runes. He told them to extend a hand and focus on storing a rune. It was that simple. Someone asked how he even knew about this. Adjusting his sleeve, Hansa smirked. "It's thanks to my ability." He leaned closer, intrigued. "Then I should try it too." Hansu immediately shut that idea down. "Don't." "Why not?" she asked, frowning. Glancing at the scattered runes, he explained. "For starters, it slows down the hunt. I can't store just any rune." He held up one. "And if I die, the runes I stored this way will drop." Sangjin furrowed his brows. "Then why collect them at all?" Hansu answered matter-of-factly. "I plan to trade them. Right now, it's difficult, but once the rules settle, they could work as a currency in the training area." He turned to the others. "You shouldn't do the same. Just use them as you get them." Tai-sung scoffed, raising his hand in frustration. "And who put you in charge? Just because we listen to you doesn't mean you get to look down on us. Why can't I do whatever I want?" Hansu exhaled sharply. These people still didn't understand the reality of where they were. He figured they'd only come to their senses when they hit rock bottom and suffered for it. His eyes fell to the dull blade in his grip. Scanning the group, he made a decision. They needed restructuring. Everyone watched him cautiously as he finally spoke. "Listen carefully." The hero's gaze was sharp as he laid out their options. "Follow me or collect runes. Do whatever you want. I don't care." Then, with a cold glare, he threw the blade at his feet. His tone dropped, menacing and firm. "But for now, hand over your weapons." Tai-sung let out a bitter laugh, his expression twisting in disbelief. "Are you serious? You want to rob us?" He gestured at Hansu's own weapons. "You already have yours. Why should we give you ours?" Hansu gestured toward the blade at his feet and scoffed. "We can't fight with this." He shook his head. "It's too crude. Useless, really. And I need extra weapons." That set off Tai-sung, who exploded in frustration. But Hansu remained calm, his voice unwavering. "Do you understand me?" The boy clenched his fists. "You think I'll just let this slide?" he shouted. "What are we supposed to fight with if you take all our weapons? We're not just going to stand here doing nothing." His voice was laced with anger, but his smirk carried a challenge. "Or do you expect us to stand around sucking our fingers while you handle everything?" Sangjin hesitantly reached for Hansu, his voice wavering. "I'll give you everything because—" "Shut up," Dai's cut in sharply, stepping between Hansu and the others. He locked eyes with Hansu, standing his ground. Hansu observed him for a moment before asking plainly, "Do you want to fight?" Tai-sung forced a grin, though it was clear he was nervous. "Why would not I? I have nothing to be afraid of here." His voice dropped, bitter. "I've always hated that arrogant look of yours." Hansu scratched his cheek, unimpressed. He had expected the guy to back down, but he was not entirely surprised. He does not even know what's down there. His gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. Raising a finger, Hansa laid out two choices. 1. You leave and handle everything yourselves. Then he pointed at the group. 2. You step aside and watch me do it alone. His tone was icy. Your call. Sangjin fidgeted with his hands, looking uneasy. I'll step aside, he murmured. Yo am I? He hesitated but eventually nodded. Me too. If the hero says it's dangerous, then it must be. Taesung glanced between them, his frustration growing. That's exactly why we should fight together. His voice was desperate, sweat beading on his face. He just wants to leave us behind and take all the rewards for himself. He turned to the others, eyes blazing. Are you really going to let him do that? Hansa studied him, unbothered. He didn't care that Sangjin was a coward. But yo am I? He stepping back complicated things. He looked away, lost in thought. Friend. That's a nice word. He smirked to himself. If Keljin were here, this guy would already be wandering lost in some no man's land. But Hansa couldn't waste any more time. He needed to move. Hands in his pockets, he turned toward the entrance. We'll settle this downstairs. If you can fight, I won't stop you. Taesung glared at him, suspicion creeping into his mind. If he's so eager to go alone, does he know something we don't? His gaze shifted toward the dark passage leading into the depths. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. And with that, the descent began. All three of them burst onto the surface, gasping for breath. They squinted against the sudden light, their hearts pounding. Yo am I? He clutched her chest, her voice shaky. I knew it. It's too dangerous down there. Just moments earlier, they had all stood frozen in horror. A monstrous snake, far beyond anything they had faced before, loomed before them. Its massive form coiled in the darkness, unblinking eyes locked onto its prey. Taesung could hardly tear his gaze away. He glanced back, disbelief flooding his mind. Is he really going to fight that thing alone? It was insanity. But Hansu was not hesitating. He stood firm, eyes locked on the beast. The snake hissed sharply, then shot upward, its body towering over him. Hansa tensed, anticipating its attack. Without warning, the creature opened its maw, an ear-splitting beam of energy erupted forth. Hansa barely had time to react, diving behind a nearby column as the powerful blast struck. The impact sent cracks splintering through the stone. Dust and debris rained down. Peering from cover, Hansa checked his stats. As expected, his magic immunity had kept him standing. Even the sound waves, amplified by the beast's magic, couldn't break through. Still, he knew better than to underestimate it. The snake, assessing the destruction it had caused, slammed its tail against the crumbling column. Hansa seized the moment, dashing forward. This was not an opponent he could take lightly. The creature's tail lashed out again, barely missing him. But he knew its weakness. His eyes locked onto the small gaps between its thick scales. A perfect opening. With a swift, precise motion, he drove his blade into one of the unprotected areas. The snake let out an agonized screech. Dark blood sprayed from the wound. Hansa leapt back, his knife still embedded in the creature's flesh. The snake twisted in fury, its tail lashing out again. He dodged, but the beast rose above him, mouth gaping wide. Another beam fired. This time, it struck him head-on. Pain shot through his body as he gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Before he could fully recover, the tail came swinging toward him again. The impact sent him crashing backward. Hansa pressed against the wall, catching his breath. So, it's finally regenerating. He watched as the wound he had inflicted began to close. The snake scanned the battlefield, searching for him. This was a training area, and despite his physical resilience, he was not immune to poison. Blood trickled from the beast's injury, but it was not enough. He knelt, gripping another blade with trembling fingers. 5 left, but 1 or 2 would not be enough to end this fight. He steadied himself. Then, with cold determination in his eyes, he launched forward once more. The snake lunged, fangs bared, another attack incoming. The ground trembled from the force of their battle. Meanwhile, He stared anxiously into the tunnel's darkness. Even from this distance, the echoes of the fight reached them. She clenched her hands, worry clouding her expression. Taesung turned to her, frowning. Why did you stop? His voice was tense. We don't even have a single weapon. We should head back to the store. A flicker of doubt crossed He's face, but she shook it off. Without another word, she took off running. I have to check on him. Taesung gritted his teeth in frustration. Taesung's scowl deepened as he watched her go. He had been ignored since the moment they arrived here. And now, once again, he was left behind. Still cursing under his breath, he ran after her. The three of them ran forward in silence, their footsteps quick and tense. Then, as they got closer, He's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in horror. Are you? She couldn't finish a sentence. Her body stiffened. Hansa was dangling in the air. The massive snake's fangs sunk deep into his arm. Many let out a horrified scream. Hansa grimaced, feeling the crushing force of the beast's jaws. I wasted too much time. He steadied his breathing, glancing at his clenched fist. But in his free hand, he still gripped a knife. Without hesitation, he drove the blade straight into the snake's mouth. The monster screeched, its jaws snapping open in pain. Hansa fell, landing with a controlled roll as the massive creature writhed. 3 daggers were now buried deep in its flesh, and though the fight was over, his arm throbbed from the bite. He glanced at his torn sleeve and sighed. I'll need to change. Still, thanks to his stats, it would heal soon enough. He knew that as monsters evolved, they gained resistance and enhanced regeneration. Poison became ineffective, and relying on skills too much only made things harder. But at earlier stages, paralyzing toxins worked well. Without that, I would not have lasted this long. Adjusting his grip on his knife, Hansu watched as the snake's body finally collapsed. Its glowing eyes dimmed and faded to black. He was the first to rush forward. Are you okay? Hansa barely spared them a glance as he walked past. You're still here? He hesitated before frowning. I was worried about you, but I guess I didn't need to be. She eyed his arm. How bad is it? Hansu exhaled. Just a scratch. Already healing. Tai-sung stood frozen, staring at the dead snake. His mind reeled. He took that thing down alone. He had always known Hansu was strong, but this was something else entirely. The gap between them was overwhelming. How am I supposed to compete with that? Meanwhile, Hansa crouched beside the monster's corpse, his lips curling slightly in amusement. He reached down and plucked something from its remains. Tai-sung stepped forward. What's that? Hansa held up a rune, letting the dim light reflect off its surface. He examined it, recognizing the power it held. A shockwave rune from a needle snake. Not a bad reward. He slipped it into his pocket. It would be useful, but only if he had a magic rune to activate it. Tai-sung watched, clearly impressed. That rune must be valuable, considering the size of that viper. His voice carried a hint of envy. You planning to use it? Hansu shook his head. No point. His skill limit was 7, and this was not something that fit his style. He preferred abilities that were unconventional. Before he could pocket it fully, Sangjin suddenly stepped in, eyes glinting with interest. Then give it to me. Tai-sung drove his elbow into the guy's chest and warned him not to even think about using it. He would not be able to anyway. Instead, he demanded the hero hand it over to him. Sangjin rubbed his sore chin and pointed out that Tun was already there. Annoyed, the blonde turned to him. You really think you'll be useful with this? Have you already forgotten your mistakes? Sangjin lowered his gaze, embarrassed. He muttered that with a powerful rune, he could match, even surpass, him. Tai-sung immediately shot back, rejecting the idea. He stepped in, trying to calm things down. Hansu, irritated by their argument, finally spoke up. What are you two doing? He raised his hand, revealing the rune. Did I ever say I was giving it to either of you? If I'm parting with this, I'd rather sell it. If you want it, fine. I'll even give you a 5% discount. He smirked. Make me an offer. The 3 were stunned. Tai-sung hesitantly asked if they could pay in installments. Hansa shrugged. If someone's willing to vouch for you, sure. You can guarantee it for each other. He turned away for a moment before stepping forward. I'll take it, she said, placing a hand on her chest. That was expected. None of them trusted each other, leaving her as the only reasonable option. Hansa handed her the rune. Earlier, he had noticed her quietly picking up a rune of magic. She hadn't needed to hide it. After all, she was the one who had taken down the monster. But it was not surprising. In a world like this, the more cards you kept hidden, the better. As the rune exchanged hands, Hansu observed He more closely. She was far more ambitious than she let on. She turned to him. There are 3 runes for agility and perception, and 7 for strength and endurance. Hansa nodded. I'll take 6 strength runes, with a discount, of course. He smiled, thanking the hero. You're generous. Then, he turned back to the others. Don't take this the wrong way, but if you get used to getting things for free in a place like this, you won't last long. Nothing comes without a price. His gaze fell on the rune in his hand, but there was no time to dwell on it. They had to move. As they walked, Hansu's eyes landed on a cluster of Zeuterium deposits. He approached the strange growths and broke off a piece for himself. The others watched him closely, trying to figure out if he was using his ability again. He and Sangjin flanked him, observing his every move. Hansa suddenly straightened and stepped back. Without a word, he drew a knife and turned his attention to the massive snake they had taken down. He and Sangjin watched, mesmerized by what he was doing, while Tai-sung, confused, asked what the two were staring at. Hansa didn't answer. With precise movements, he sliced open the snake's body. Its organs spilled onto the ground. Tai-sung watched the hero in confusion as he pulled out the pot once again. Someone asked if he was planning to make another poison, but this time, it was something different. Hansa gathered the materials, scaled from the needle snake. They were tough, but not strong enough to be used as weapons on their own. That meant he had to create one himself. There were 134 possible weapon combinations using monster materials from the training area, but only 11 were practical for actual combat. The needle had limited range, making it difficult to inflict lasting damage like bleeding. However, if he targeted weak points precisely, he could turn that flaw into an advantage. He examined the needle. The tip was slightly dull, but since it was handmade, there was no other choice. Sweat dripped down his face as he combined the ingredients. A bright light flared, signaling the fusion process. The hero knew how much effort alchemists put into discovering the best weapon combinations, especially early on. It had taken them countless hours, but the result was worth it. He sharpened the blade, reinforced it for better armor penetration, and made a few modifications to ensure it could pierce the monster he needed to defeat next. Finally, he wrapped the handle in leather and took a step back, assessing the finished product. Now this looks like a real weapon. As he stood, Tai-sung stared at him intently. If you had used a cocoa lizard instead, you could have made something even better, he commented. But the needle snake isn't bad either. Honestly, I doubt you'll find anything stronger than this for now. He eyed the sword, clearly impressed. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Can I buy that from you? I'll give you all my runes for it. He could tell how much effort the hero had put into making the weapon. Based on that alone, he was certain it was better than anything he had. Hansa considered it for a moment before replying. This isn't just any weapon. But since you're that interested, I'll sell it. Then he added, I can't make another one. I'm out of materials. Tai-sung clicked his tongue in irritation. Selfish, he muttered, running a hand through his hair as Hansa packed up his things. Hansu, unfazed, simply thought ahead. There's something better waiting for me. I just had to be patient. His eyes drifted toward the glowing doors ahead. That had to be their next destination. The carriage doors opened. Inside, there was electricity and an empty space. Their ever-confident Mr. I can do anything had gone quiet. That could only mean one thing. There would not be any fights this time. Which meant a reward was waiting for them. As the group stepped into the carriage, the hero frowned and asked why they were even getting in. Need to get out. Irritation flashed across his face as he turned to them again. I said, this carriage is for one person. Get out. He calmly took a seat, making it clear the conversation was over. Sangjin furrowed his brows. You're mistaken, right? There's plenty of space in here. How could it only be for one person? He ran a hand through his hair in disbelief. Tai-sung threw up his hands. And what rule says you're the only one who gets to go? After everything we've been through together, why do you get to decide? Hansa let out a long sigh, exasperated. Tai-sung clenched his fists. If it weren't for us, you would not have even made it here. Hansa scanned their faces, unimpressed. Pathetic. He understood why they wanted to take this opportunity. But they were missing one crucial thing. He stood up, his expression unreadable. You're right. There's no rule saying I have to be the only one. Then, with a loud clang, he slammed his sword against the floor. Because there are no rules in this world. He gestured toward the exit. So, you can either leave now, or stay here and argue with me. Then, turning to Tai-sung, he pointed the needle at him with a smirk. If you want, go find a lawyer and try to file a complaint against me. His grin turned sharp, almost mocking. Now, make your choice. Tai-sung's jaw tightened as fear crept into his eyes. He hesitated, his mind racing. The train pulled away, leaving the three of them behind at the station. Tai-sung clenched his teeth, testing their strength. A string of curses left his mouth as he glared in the direction the hero had gone. His thoughts swirled. Was that guy really serious? He looked around, taking in his companion's uneasy expressions. He acts like he's in his 40s, but everything he does is absolute madness. A thought crossed his mind. If the three of us attacked him together, we might stand a chance. If we won, we'd get all his items. His fingers twitched toward the handle of his knife. And if we lost, we could just beg for forgiveness. He would not actually kill us, right? It was worth considering. Then, he recalled the hero's cold gaze, the sheer presence that made him freeze in place. His body refused to move. A shiver ran down his spine as realization sank in. No, he would not hesitate. He'd kill me on the spot. With a deep breath, he forced himself to relax. As they parted ways, he muttered, we'll see each other again. Beside him, Mi absent-mindedly stroked her hand. We shouldn't have pushed him so hard, she said quietly. She adjusted her hair and sighed. And we definitely shouldn't have provoked him. He's been helping us all this time. Then, without looking back, she turned toward the exit. Let's go. Tai-sung stared ahead in silence, his thoughts firm. There was nothing wrong with wanting to grow stronger. If anything, it was necessary. The man before him was consumed by negativity. But was not that the whole point of coming here? To push past limits? Tai-sung resolved to strengthen himself no matter what. Piecing together everything he had learned so far, the structure of this place became clear. First, the train made stops at 20 stations. Second, each stop held a random artifact. Third, there was no turning back. Once a station was passed, it was gone for good. Hansa sat with his hands folded, deep in thought. The entire system seemed designed to create psychological pressure. Even if he made it to the final stop, survival was not guaranteed. Caution was essential. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the 12th station. A quick inventory check: Laroon circlet, kettle claws, steel glove. 8 weapons in total. Decent for a beginner, but not particularly useful to him. The Laroon circlet, combined with perception stats, could pinpoint monster weak spots, but Hansen no longer needed it. He already knew them all by heart. He stepped onto the platform, his mind shifting to a different priority: mobility. If he could find an artifact that enhanced movement, his combat efficiency would skyrocket. That was his focus now. Then, he saw it. His eyes widened. Resting atop the monument was the Cloud Maniac's neck. He hadn't expected to find something like this here. One drag from it would instantly boost all stats, and as long as he kept smoking, the effect would continue to grow. A single cigarette granted a 20% stat increase for 10 minutes. A smirk crossed Hansu's lips. This was exactly what he needed. It would not work outside the training area, but within these limits, it was an unmatched artifact. He picked it up, murmuring that it had been a long time since he last saw cigarettes. A memory surfaced. Someone had once scolded him for smoking. Again? "You're aging faster than you think," she had said, taking the pack from his hands. She had smiled, warning him that he'd ruin his face if he kept at it. Lowering his hand, Hansa silently reassured her. This time, it was different. The train doors slid open, pulling him back to the present. He returned to the Snake's Court core, scanning his surroundings. Were they really gone? He had 4 days before another hidden artifact would appear. In the next 2 days, he had to make a decision: focus on hunting and collecting runes or complete the remaining tasks. The choice was obvious. His gaze landed on a pot. He had completed a few tasks on the journey, so why not see what rewards awaited him? Slipping it into his backpack, he made a mental note. He didn't know what he'd get, but some rewards were worth the effort. One particular task caught his eye. The reward was promising, and it would not take long to complete. If he succeeded, he could obtain a Sage Stone, along with a clumsy mage as a follower. Hansa rubbed his chin, thinking. The Sage Stone was a powerful artifact, one that boosted all stats by 10, including its own, and could heal fatal wounds. A rare find, not just in the training zone but even in the red zones. However, the kind of person who completed this quest had to be unhinged, and he knew exactly who had done it before. Envy, a member of the Death Squad. She had been thrown into the abyss alongside criminals while volunteering at the prison. At first, she had her most trusted people with her, but once the training began, they turned on her. Betrayed and enraged, she unleashed her full strength. For 7 days, she hunted them down, tore them apart, and ate their hearts. In the end, she had wanted to take her own life, but then, this quest had appeared. Hansu exhaled sharply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. This quest was not for him. It clashed with his goal, saving as many people as possible. He decided to let it go. A different thought came to mind. It should be nighttime by now, which meant it was time for a quest with a solid reward. He recalled one that involved getting food from a selfish, wealthy man. Not a bad deal. Moving forward, he focused on his priorities, completing the quest and managing his stamina. There would be no time to rest. He entered a looted store, hoping to find something to eat. The shelves were stripped bare. As he moved further in, he noticed a hole dug into the floor. He muttered that his so-called companions were nothing but scoundrels. Tossing his backpack over his shoulder, he glanced up at the sky. The moon would be rising soon, and they had the audacity to pull something like this. He smirked. Let's see how brave they really are. The sun had set over the ruined city. In the dim light, people in jackets were unloading boxes while a group of survivors watched from behind cover. Someone whispered, frustrated, "How can they just take everything?" A girl clenched her fists. "We have to stop them." A blonde-haired guy hissed back. "We don't have time for that. The second they hear us, they'll run. I didn't even get a chance to grab anything. They even took my cash." He shook his head. How did they move so fast? From behind a stone, another survivor peeked out nervously. "They might be stronger than us." "Usually quiet," murmured. "There's too many of them. They outnumber us, even if our stats are higher." Someone else muttered, "Hansu isn't back yet. We shouldn't take risks." The blonde girl gave her boyfriend a stunned look. Since when does Sangho talk this much? Meanwhile, across the way, a man named Sango waved at them with a smirk. The entire group tensed, stepping back. The blonde narrowed her eyes. "Is he waving at us?" Tai-sung scoffed. "They're just trying to provoke us. Ignore them. There's no point in taking the bait." He turned and started walking deeper into the alley. "Let's go. We need to find food and supplies somewhere else." The others hesitated, watching him with uncertainty. The blonde girl still didn't understand why that guy had waved, but regardless, he had done his job well. Suddenly, someone emerged from the alley. Sangho squinted, trying to make out who it was. Before he could react, Tai-sung spoke up casually, saying the group needed food. He suggested checking the subway, flashing a smile as he added that they should grab supplies before anyone else got there. Offering to show them the way, he seemed confident. "CHP 11 done." The blonde, however, was not convinced. If Hansa had to fight those guys for food, It would not be an easy battle. They were too many. Maybe asking for help was the better option. Sang-ho grinned. And why should we trust you? He accused the blonde of trying to manipulate them into fighting. Taesung's patience snapped. He stormed up to him. Do you even understand the situation we're in? Sang-ho bristled in anger. But before he could respond, bam, a fist slammed into his face. He hit the ground hard, yelling in pain as blood trickled from his nose. The attacker smirked. Why would I need to set a trap for weaklings like you? Sang-ho gawked at the cocky blonde, stunned. Taesung stepped back, unfazed. I'm giving you a chance. Think about it. Meanwhile, the group of heroes had taken shelter inside a building. The door creaked open, and the girl gasped as she saw Hansu walking toward them. Her cheeks flushed. He had only just returned, but she already felt relieved. Taesung smiled to himself, satisfied. No need to be nervous. No one knew he had orchestrated this, and even if he was caught, he'd find a way to slip out of trouble. Hansu entered the building. The girl quickly explained the situation. People had looted the convenience store. Hansu nodded. I saw them on the way here. He walked over to the table. How much food do we have left? A small handful of supplies sat in front of him. We tried to gather as much as possible. Someone started, but Taesung interrupted with a slight smirk. Things happen, but now that you're here, do you think we can get everything back? One of the guys shifted uncomfortably, swaying slightly. It won't be easy, but I can help. Hansu, unfazed, pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's eat first. A vein twitched on the blonde's forehead. Did Hansu just snort at them? Frustrated, he loomed over Hansu. This does not feel right. His smile turned nervous. Do you really have no shame at all? Hansu shot an irritated look at the hero, but the blonde stepped in, arguing that they had risked their lives for this food. So why shouldn't they ask for something in return? Turning to the hero, he demanded a trade. If the hero had something valuable, then maybe, just maybe, he'd consider sharing. Then, with a smug grin, he casually mentioned that the food was gathered for everyone. Taesung raised a hand in disbelief. Were they really just going to give it away for free? He reminded them again. This food came at a cost. Their lives were on the line for it. With a smirk, he added that even among friends, fairness was important. Meanwhile, Hansu, who hadn't lifted a finger in the struggle, chimed in. Nothing comes for free, he said bluntly. The pair in blue jackets nodded in agreement. Taesung saw an opportunity. If he could rally everyone to his side, the hero would be outnumbered. He glanced at the hero, who remained silent and brooding. With a sarcastic sigh, Hansu scoffed. Too bad, he muttered. Then he turned to the hero and pressed him. If he had nothing to offer, what was he planning to do? Taesung's grin widened. Come on, you must have found something useful in there, he pressed. The blonde eyed the hero expectantly. Taesung made his move, pointing out that the hero had just walked out of a hidden area. Surely he had something worth sharing. Right? He added, feigning innocence. Taesung chuckled and tossed the hero a chocolate bar. No need to drag this out, he said smoothly. Let's be reasonable. Hansu stared at him, silent. He let out a deep sigh. Looks like you've learned your lesson, he said. The guy frowned. What are you even talking about? Just answer me already. The hero abruptly stood up. This guy needs to be more subtle. Then again, it was not surprising. Everyone was just looking out for themselves. Taesung watched the hero, confused by his sudden change in demeanor. But the hero's mind was elsewhere. He never brought these people along because he needed them. He didn't even care about their runes. Hansu turned sharply as the blonde called after the hero in frustration. Where do you think you're going? The hero remained quiet, thinking back to the reason he had come here in the first place. He had done everything he could. His gaze dropped, remembering the furious Kang Tai, who had once sworn vengeance on his enemies. How could someone say something like that so easily? Shame crept in. Without another word, the hero pushed open the door. Take care of yourselves, he said. Save your strength for what's ahead. Then he left. He and Sangjin remained tense and silent, the air between them heavy. The blonde stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. She reminded everyone that they'd managed just fine until now. There was no need to make things worse. With a determined look, she turned to her friend and suggested they go after the hero and bring him back. Taesung ran a hand through his hair, unimpressed. If he wants to leave, let him. Why should we stop him? Hansu silently stepped outside. The blonde mentally scoffed, wishing he'd just disappear already, arrogant until the bitter end. He glanced at the girls following after the hero and smirked. Putting on a show, huh? If you give him anything for free, he'll come crawling back sooner or later, he sneered. Then he turned to Mi. We don't need that idiot. We can handle things just fine on our own. Mi hesitated, her body frozen in place as Taesung kept pressing her. But then, suddenly, she bolted out the door. Catching up to the hero, she looked at him desperately. Can I come with you? She asked. His gaze was cold. I can't take you, he answered firmly. She reached out to him, her voice trembling. But didn't you say? He looked away. People make their own choices, he said. For a moment, her face lit up. a soft smile forming as her cheeks flushed. But before she could respond, the blonde's voice rang out. You can't leave. She turned toward Tai-sung, who glared at her with barely contained anger. You didn't even get your runes, he spat. Maybe he gave you his, but definitely not Sangjin's. No one is leaving, especially not you. Before she could react, Sangjin stepped up from behind. It's fine, he said calmly. Tai-sung's eyes narrowed as Sangjin moved closer. I'm going with them, he added. A laugh erupted from Tai-sung as he clapped Sangjin on the shoulder. You sure about that? Do you even get what you're saying? Sangjin's expression darkened. You really think your father's gonna let this slide? Tai-sung jeered. He clapped him on the shoulder again, harder this time. You pick up some stray dog and now you think you can just walk away. His voice dropped, laced with mockery. Don't tell me you've forgotten who your master is. Sangjin clenched his jaw and adjusted his headphones. And what exactly are you gonna do about it? He shot back. You can't even step outside without a problem now. No one even knows I'm alive. So tell me, Tai-sung, how are you going to explain anything to my father? Tai-sung stared at him, momentarily stunned. It does not matter anymore. Sangjin continued, his voice firm. He shot a sharp glare at the blonde. I don't have to listen to you anymore. Tai-sung's eyes widened. Even after everything, after all he had done to break him, Sangjin was still walking away. You think things will be different out there, he shouted after them. We have all the food. You'll be back sooner or later. His fist clenched as he watched them disappear into the night. But the three of them didn't look back. They kept walking, their figures fading into the city's darkness. Sangjin glanced at the girl, his expression filled with concern. We don't have that many supplies left, he murmured. Hansa walked over to a jacket hanging nearby, hesitating for a moment before slipping it on. Does not matter, he muttered. The boy and girl exchanged confused looks. Adjusting his new jacket awkwardly, Hansa shrugged. We still have things to take care of. His gaze shifted to the hero, puzzled by his silence. What is he even thinking? He watched him closely. The hero had the strength to do anything, so why was he just standing there? If Hansu got into trouble, everything would be pointless. Hansu observed him in return, easily guessing what was on his mind. Not surprising, considering he does not know about the moon. With a sudden grin, Hansu spun around. It's almost midnight, he said casually. Yo am I? He turned to him, confused. A chill ran down her spine. Slowly, she pointed to the sky. Something's wrong with the moon. Above them, the moon pulsed with an eerie glow, its surface swelling unnaturally. Then, without warning, it split open, revealing a massive, cosmic eye staring down at the city. Yo am I's breath hitched. She stared in disbelief, trying to process what she was seeing. Her gaze dropped to Sangjin's hands. His chocolate bar was crumbling into dust. What? His voice wavered as he stared at it in horror. The chocolate disintegrated completely, slipping between his fingers like sand. Frantic, he reached into his backpack. No, it couldn't be. But when he pulled his hand back out, all he found was sand. His heart pounded. This can't be real. A faint glow flickered ahead. His eyes darted up. Silhouettes of people, everywhere. On the streets, rooftops, scattered across the entire city. They stood, eerily visible against the night, their glowing forms cutting through the darkness. A chill spread through him. Are we glowing too? Panic crept into Yo Mi's voice. This means people can see each other, even through walls. She whispered. This is insane. It's forcing people to fight. Sangjin turned to the hero, his voice shaking. Did you know this would happen? Hansa let out a short laugh. Don't be ridiculous, he scoffed. I might have powers, but even I couldn't predict something like this. His way too calm. Suddenly, a chorus of screams tore through the night. People were shouting, accusing each other of stealing their supplies. Then, chaos erupted. From the glowing figures, it was obvious, fights were breaking out everywhere. And it was only getting worse. Hansa watched the people argue over food, his gaze distant and uninterested. With a sigh, he muttered to himself about how terrible this world had become. He looked up at the sky, reminding himself why he had warned them not to take too much. The moment the moon appeared, the strange celestial body unique to this world, all food would vanish without a trace. As Hansa turned to leave, Sangjin called out, asking where he was going. Hansa replied in his usual calm tone, saying he had things to take care of. Meanwhile, inside the building, the remaining group watched in shock as their supplies crumbled into sand. Tai-sung, in disbelief, stated that all their food was completely gone. A frightened girl panicked, wondering what they should do now. Should they search for more? Her boyfriend, staring blankly ahead, pointed out that most of the stores had likely been picked clean. Tai-sung leaned on the table, deep in thought. His mind raced, recalling how Hansa had known everything from the start. He clenched his fists, frustration bubbling under the surface. Did Hansa set them up? Did he want to see them suffer? Cursing the so-called hero's abilities, Tai-sung seethed in silence. Near the window, a blonde girl froze. Outside, glowing figures wandered through the darkened streets, restless, searching. Sung-ho and his men were on the move, hunting down Tai-sung for deceiving them. One of the gang members growled, demanding to know how that coward dared to trick them. Tai-sung peeked out cautiously, heart pounding. If they were caught now, they would not stand a chance. Should they flee? Or wait for the group to separate and attack when they were weaker? The blonde turned to Tai-sung, suggesting they go find Hansu instead. Tai-sung scoffed, jabbing a finger at her face. That bastard, the one who abandoned us and begged for help. He sneered. Have some self-respect. She snapped back, asking what he planned to do. Do you really think we can handle this alone? She yelled. Just sitting here won't change anything. Frustrated, she shoved her boyfriend's arm. Think, if we don't find them first, they'll go after Hansu. If we offer to help him, maybe we stand a chance. Her boyfriend chuckled. If they outnumber us, fighting isn't an option. But maybe we can negotiate something. Tai-sung turned away, irritated but knowing they had a point. A temporary alliance was not ideal. But the idea of putting Hansu in his debt was tempting. With a smirk, he admitted they were right. Fine, let's go. Tai-sung glanced at the street. If we move quietly, they won't notice us. I know where to go. Just follow me. But before they could move, something oozed over his feet. Green slime spread up his legs, pulling him down. He struggled, clawing at the substance, his voice rising in panic. Help me! Pull me out! A voice interrupted. Are you sure you want to bring him along? The leader of the gang, draped in his usual jacket, approached with a calm demeanor. He observed the struggling Tai-sung with amusement. I doubt any of you are getting away. He took a step forward. Come on over. Let's have a little chat. Fear shot through the couple. Without hesitation, they turned and ran, leaving Tai-sung behind, his screams echoing after them. The gang leader crouched beside him, tilting his head. Such rude words for someone so young, he mused. That, my friend, is Oren's duct tape. While you were busy scheming, we weren't exactly sitting around either. He sighed, almost disappointed. Things are so much less entertaining when there's no challenge. Straightening up, he glanced around. Enough talk. There are only 3 of you. Where are the others? Tai-sung remained tense and silent, but the man in front of him didn't hesitate. He swung his leg. Pain exploded through Tae-Seung-ji's body as blood splattered onto the ground. A scream tore from his throat, his leg now badly wounded. Tai-sung, panicked, threw up his hands. I'll tell you everything. Anything you want to know, I'll talk. He stammered, promising to reveal where the others had gone. The boss turned to Sang-ho. Good. At least he understands his position. He smirked before adding. But first, someone wants to have a word with him. Sang-ho's grin widened. The boss suggested they settle this before moving forward, and Sang-ho eagerly stepped closer. Looming over the injured Tai-sung, he taunted. How's that leg? Feels pretty bad. But I won't feel better until I return the favor. Tai-sung gritted his teeth, cursing the so-called friends who had left him behind. The boss gave a casual nod. Just don't overdo it. Sang-ho laughed, motioning to his men. You heard him. Don't go too far. A moment later, Tai-sung was on the ground, blows landing relentlessly. He shielded himself as best he could, watching through blurry vision as the couple vanished into the distance. He couldn't believe they had abandoned him so easily. His mind burned with fury. I'll kill them all. Meanwhile, the couple hurried forward, unsure of where they were headed. Then, in the middle of nowhere, they spotted something unexpected, a pot of meat soup bubbling over a fire. Hansu and his group sat around it, eating in silence. The couple stopped, staring at the scene. What are you guys doing? The man asked. They glanced at the steaming broth. Is this a picnic? The blonde suddenly realized what was happening. Her lips twisted into a bitter smile. He knew. Hansa had known about the food situation all along. She took a step forward, but before she could get too close, Hansa stood up. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and flicked it toward her face. She froze. The blade hovered inches away. Mouth still full, Hansa spoke through bites. Don't come any closer. He turned his back on them, uninterested. The couple bristled. What's with this childish act? The man demanded. The blonde snapped. What did we ever do to you? This was all Tae-Seung-ji's fault. The man narrowed his eyes. What happens if we step forward anyway? Hansa smirked. Then my ability says things won't end well for you. The man scoffed. Oh yeah? Does this ability of yours tell you everything? Lowering his sword slightly, Hansa responded. It tells me enough. Like the fact that you just led danger straight to us. The couple spun around in alarm. From the darkness, a voice chuckled. You're pretty sharp, hero. A squad of men in jackets emerged, their boss wearing a slight smile. Hansa watched them silently. The blonde trembled, sweat dripping down her face. Hansu's mind drifted to the strange rules of this world. He pictured a bag of food, one held by a selfish, wealthy person. The conditions to claim it were simple. Cook and eat as much as possible while the moon was in the sky. It sounded easy, but there was a catch. Beside the fire, freshly sliced meat lay on a wooden board. Only the person who ate the most, without sharing a single bite, would be granted the reward. In a world where people fought tooth and nail for scraps, the task's cruel humor was evident. Those who refused to share would win, and those who did would lose everything. Hansa casually stuck his knife into the soup, pulling out a piece of meat and bringing it to his mouth. Even with all eyes on him, he remained calm. This was not the time to show hesitation. Footsteps approached. The jacketed gang members dragged in the battered Tai-sung, his body covered in fresh bruises. The blonde gasped, "Are you okay?" But Tai-sung cut her off with a furious scream. "Shut up!" His glare burned with rage. "Why did you leave me?" The couple shrank back in fear. The blonde stammered. "We ran to get help." Tai-sung scoffed. "Help? Don't give me that crap. If it weren't for you two, I would have." Watching from the side, clicked his tongue. "Calm down." The gang boss stepped forward, giving Tai-sung a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Relax a little," he said with a smile, then turned to Hansu. "Nice to see you again." His eyes swept over the scene. "You've got some skills, I'll give you that." He gestured toward the pot. "But tell me, where'd you get that meat?" Hansa didn't even look up. He simply pointed at the scattered remains around them. "Meat's everywhere. Why ask me?" He scooped another bite. "I don't need to explain what it looks like, do I?" The gang members exchanged confused glances. They had forced prisoners to eat this meat before. Those poor souls had suffered extreme dehydration and poisoning. But Hansu? He was eating it like it was nothing. The boss stepped in closer, eyes narrowing. "So, you figured out how to cook it safely." Hansu swallowed and replied flatly. "Boil it in goblin blood, and it's fine. Try it yourself." For the first time, the boss hesitated. He knew Hansu had some kind of special ability. Tai-sung had mentioned it before, and he also knew Hansu had gotten something valuable back at the station. A thought crossed his mind. This is the perfect chance. No matter how skilled Hansu was, he was still just a 20-year-old civilian. Against a group like theirs, the difference in experience would matter. The boss smirked. He's used to fighting monsters, but that does not mean he knows how to fight people. Tai-sung, standing nearby, glanced nervously between them. What are you waiting for?" The boss grinned, tilting his head. "Relax. We're just going to grab a bite to eat and have a friendly chat." Tai-sung scowled, clearly annoyed. He hated being ordered around, but he was not dumb enough to act out in front of an entire group. Hansa rose to his feet, his gaze steady. He watched him, fear creeping into her expression. Tai-sung stepped forward, forcing a smirk. "Let's talk." Before he could take another step, he screamed. Don't cross that line." Tai-sung clenched his fists, telling everyone to shut up and wait. Hansa slowly raised his sword, declaring that this was the end. In his mind, he asked her not to blame him for what was about to happen. Tai-sung looked at the hero in confusion, only to be struck down. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling. Panic set in as he stared at his severed limbs, his breath hitching. A blood-curdling scream erupted from him as he clutched the stumps. The jackets recoiled in shock, the couple among them instinctively jumping back. Tai-sung howled in agony, demanding to know how the hero could call himself human after doing something like this. How could he be so ruthless? Regret and fear filled his eyes as they shut tightly. But his screams didn't stop. "All this, just for a piece of meat," he cried out. Sangjin's mouth fell open, sweat beading on his forehead. The blonde turned to the group and warned them to tread carefully around the hero. If he was willing to do this just to avoid sharing food, what would he do when he got even stronger? Did they really believe he would not eventually turn against them? Tai-sung whipped his head toward the jackets, shouting that the hero would kill them all for the runes. They had to act now. If they didn't stop him, he would come for them next. Kill him now. Or do you really think you can take him on when he's stronger? The boss's expression darkened. "Get ready," he ordered. Sang-ho hesitated, watching the hero closely. He couldn't argue that the guy was wrong, but there was something unsettling about him. Right now, he was not looking for a fight, but if he gained enough power, he could wipe them all out without effort. The group drew their knives. Under the moonlight, there was no way for the hero to escape. Sang-ho knew this was their best chance. If they wanted to survive, they had to eliminate him now. Hansa met their stares with an icy gaze. Sang-ho tried to wrap his head around it. What kind of student had eyes like that? What had he been through? Hansu exhaled, glancing at the crowd. A memory surfaced. Ayres and Keldien used to argue constantly, even after deciding to work together. Ayres always warned him not to make unnecessary enemies. But Keldien had a different philosophy. If an enemy stands before you, crush them completely, because if you don't, you'll be the one crushed. Hansu smirked. He looked down at his hand, runes glowing faintly against his skin. With a grin, he pulled them out. The jackets shouted in alarm. "What kind of trick is this?" Sang-ho barked an order. "Kill him." The men charged. Hansa gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. If they wanted to start this, then before the night was over, he would finish it. He pushed off the ground, landing on his toes before launching himself toward them. His movements were so fast that Sang-ho winced, unable to comprehend how he was moving like that. Hansa spoke calmly. "This will hurt." Without hesitation, he struck the first enemy, then charged into the crowd, knocking them aside like ragdolls. Pain groans filled the air as bodies hit the ground. The boss stood frozen, his eyes darting around the battlefield. Had the hero absorbed all the hidden runes? If this continued, panic seized him. Don't run, he screamed at his men. We outnumber him. Use it to your advantage. But before he could finish, Hansu was suddenly in front of him. His grip tightened on his knife as he raised it, his voice shaking. You think I'll back down? Hansu stepped forward, slow and deliberate. Think about it. The boss let out a nervous laugh. Do you really believe you'll be fine after taking a life? Killing a human isn't the same as killing monsters. Hansu kept advancing. The man's expression twisted in fear. He screamed, accusing Hansu of murder, his voice growing louder and more desperate. You're just a kid. Do you even understand what you're doing? A blade swung. The boss froze. Hansu walked past him, his sword dripping crimson. Blood gushed from the man's stomach as he collapsed, his breath shallow. Around them, wounded and lifeless jackets lay sprawled on the pavement, groaning in pain. Another bandit fell. The rest of the group looked on in terror. Hansu didn't stop. He drove his sword into another man's back without hesitation. His gaze flicked toward the remaining couple. They're still here, he noted with a smirk. Does that mean they want to fight? The couple exchanged frantic glances, then bolted. Hansu flicked the blood off his sword, sheathed it, and walked toward the abandoned meat. He crouched down, blew on it, then took a bite. Chewing leisurely, he glanced at his companions. What's with those faces? No one answered. He looked away, confused. Everything's fine. Then, stretching his legs, he sat comfortably on the ground. Sangjin remained silent, struggling to process the scene before him. The bodies, the blood, the quiet stillness of dawn breaking over the city. Above them, the moon, having witnessed the night slaughter, slowly closed its eye. Hansu stood up, slinging a bag over his shoulder. He had eaten nearly 3 days' worth of food in one sitting, his stomach turning from the excess. He stared ahead, expression dark. Every task that focused on people, he had failed. But it had been worth it. His fingers tightened around the bag. The fairy's voice echoed in his mind. The bag protects food from the moonlight's gaze. Anything placed inside it exists in subspace. Hansu knew its true capacity. Despite looking small, it could hold nearly 2 weeks' worth of supplies. Behind him, the couple hesitated. Are you sure this is okay? One of them asked, concern in their voice. Hansu turned slightly. You didn't kill us, the girl stammered, eyes filled with uncertainty. He didn't respond right away. Then, with a small sigh, he smiled. Who's the scary one here? She blushed, flustered. I am not scary. I was just worried about you. Hansu chuckled, turning away. The girl watched his back, her thoughts swirling. In the end, it was not surprising he let them live. There was nothing they could do to stop him anyway. And soon, he would only grow stronger. He stepped forward, pushing away thoughts of the others. If Hansu had killed them, he would have taken their runes and gained even more power. Her gaze dropped to the pouch at his waist. She exhaled. In this world, only one truth mattered. You either rise, or you fall. And judging by how Hansu saw things, she realized she fit into this new reality just fine. Hansu looked away, his expression grim. He could have done it, killed them all and taken their runes if his only goal was to grow stronger. But that was not why he came back. His purpose was not just power. It was to save as many people as possible, to minimize conflict, to unite forces. The most important thing was establishing rules. And the first of those rules? No killing for runes. Sure, he could have taken their runes. But their worth was not just in their strength. What they could contribute mattered more. The real challenge would be enforcing these rules. If power dictated order, then someone strong had to be the one setting the example. That's why he couldn't let people see him mindlessly killing. A purge was inevitable, but not here. Not now. Too many eyes were watching. Behind him, Sangjin trailed closely, hugging his arm. Hansu figured it would not be long before someone stumbled upon the runes left behind. Then, Sangjin suddenly stopped. I'll stay here, he said. Hansu turned to him. What are you talking about? Sangjin hesitated, scratching his arm awkwardly. I don't think I can keep going. Not with the others. He glanced at the boy, concern flickering across his face. Why? Hansu didn't look back. Do whatever you want, he said flatly. I respect personal choices. Sangjin turned away without another word. She watched him go. Hansu spoke again. Why don't you just do what you really want? He flinched. The hero suddenly turned to her, his sharp gaze locking onto her. She froze. Are you not afraid of me? He asked coldly. He looked away. I am, she admitted. But the image of him standing among the bodies flashed in her mind. She clenched her fists. I just know not to cross that line. She stared at her feet, then gathered her courage and met his eyes. If I leave now, you won't let me come back, will you? Hansu was silent. He took a shaky breath. Then I'll stay. Until the end. The hero studied her for a moment. Good instincts. He smirked. Then let's go. Without another word, they descended into the subway. Some time later, Tai Sung trembled, desperately trying to shove a body off of himself. His hands were slick with blood as he thrashed beneath the weight. Damn jackets, all they do is yap, he spat, voice filled with rage. He should have just killed them all. The hero made a mistake. Taisung's wounds were already closing. Soon, he'd be fully healed. And when that happened, he'd make them all pay. Gritting his teeth, he dragged himself forward, every movement sending sharp pain through his body. But he didn't stop. He would follow the hero. He groaned, panting, dragging himself inch by inch. His anger burned, searing hotter than his wounds. How dare they abandon me? Yo am I he. Yo am I he left him too. His vision blurred with fury. I won't let him get away with this. I won't be left behind. A shadow loomed over him. Combat boots stepped into view. Taisung's body tensed. He slowly lifted his gaze. Sangjin stood over him, staring down in silence. Taisung blinked. Confusion flickered across his face. Then realization. This is my chance. He forced a weak smile. Pick me up, he said. Sangjin didn't move. Taisung's smile faltered. Didn't you hear me? Pick me up. Still, nothing. Sangjin just stood there, looking down at him. His eyes were empty. Something dark lurked beneath them. Taisung's expression twisted. Are you seriously going to leave me here? After everything? Sangjin said nothing. His fingers slowly reached down. Taisung scoffed. What? Trying to look intimidating now. Don't make me laugh. Sangjin grabbed a knife from the ground. Taisung's breath hitched. The blade glinted in the dim light, the metal radiating an unsettling chill. And Sangjin's eyes. They were terrifying. Taisung smirked at the boss while Sangjin silently observed his enemy. Just as Taisung turned away, Sangjin slowly closed the distance between them. Taisung frowned, puzzled by Sangjin's approach. Before he could react, a hand shot out, gripping his collar. Taisung immediately grabbed the man's wrist. What the hell are you doing? He demanded. Sangjin's expression darkened. Now I understand, he muttered. Taisung's mind raced. When had Sangjin become this strong? Sangjin yanked him closer. I should have done this a long time ago, he said, his voice eerily calm. Taisung scowled. What the hell are you talking about? Let me go. But Sangjin's gaze was chilling, his grip unrelenting. In the next instant, Taisung felt a sharp pain beneath his ribs. His pupils shrank. His trembling hand reached for the headphones around his neck as he cursed under his breath. Taisung's voice wavered with rage. How dare you? The headphones slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Sangjin's voice was cold. You told me to know my place. Now it's your turn. A tremor ran through Taisung's body as Sangjin sneered. You think you're someone? All you've ever done is hide behind your father, using him to humiliate me. Sangjin let out a low chuckle as the blooded knife fell from his grasp. He dropped to his knees, covering his mouth, then suddenly struck himself in the face. His breathing was unsteady. Pull yourself together, he muttered. This is nothing. It's nothing. Beneath him lay the fallen runes of the dead. Sangjin stood. The boss reached out a hand. Let's talk, he offered. Spare me, and we can work together. Sangjin was not listening. He turned to the wounded man, whose voice droned on. And then it all made sense. Hansa hadn't followed him. He had known. The man reached toward Sangjin, desperate. Sangjin scoffed. You're pathetic, he said. If you were brave enough to stand beside me in battle instead of cowering in fear, maybe things would have been different. He thought of who? Of his distance. Can I still stay by your side? His fingers closed around Taisung's runes. If he had been stronger, the hero would not have pushed him away. That had never changed. His mind drifted back to the past, to school, where he had walked through life like a minefield, shrinking at every step because of one person. Not anymore. This time, he would prove himself. Sangjin stared ahead, determination burning in his eyes. He would grow stronger, just like the hero. If he had to use fools to catch up, so be it. As he walked forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him, he muttered to himself, one day, he'll see me differently. Above the ruined city, mutated birds circled. One of them let out a piercing screech. On the ground below, He stood firm. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a powerful scream, shaking the air. The birds around her plummeted to the ground, lifeless. Just as she turned at the sound of rustling wings, she spotted a lone bird still in flight, diving straight at her. A blade flashed in front of her, slicing through the creature before it could reach her. The protagonist stepped forward, flashing a sheepish smile. He exhaled, relieved. Looks like I'll be needing your help again. As she approached the fallen bird, Hansa spoke. Being independent does not mean doing everything alone, he said, handing over the runes. If there are gaps in your skills, it only makes sense to rely on a comrade. Taking the remaining runes, the young man added, try to understand your strengths and weaknesses better. He smiled to herself. He was always strict about distributing resources. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she realized 2 days had already passed since their arrival here. Standing in front of a status window, she had an idea, buying skills from her ally that increased mana and stamina recovery. Without them, catching up to his level would be nearly impossible. She glanced away, feeling slightly embarrassed. She was still struggling not to rely on him. With a deep sigh, she focused on her stats. The Reincarnator had raised all his attributes to 42. Scratching the back of his head, he figured maintaining balanced growth was the best approach. There was no need to exchange runes since he lacked strength and stamina anyway. A distant voice broke their thoughts. Survivors, return to the starting position immediately. Latecomers will be punished. The protagonist frowned, clearly displeased. He hesitated, her expression uneasy. Hansa glanced at her. Come on. The two of them made their way through the destroyed city. As they walked, he stole quick glances at him, her cheeks growing warm. Hansa noticed. What's with that look? She hesitated, then took a deep breath. Do you have a girlfriend? Hansa flinched, smiling nervously. He immediately regretted asking. Was that too personal? It was not the right thing to ask, but still, her ally had been unusually generous. Hansa looked down, tension flickering across his face. He clenched her shaking hands. She had wanted to ask something else entirely. Glancing to the side, the Reincarnator realized she was nervous but speaking honestly. He thought about Kang Tai. He'd probably find this question amusing, even if it was just small talk. An image flashed in his mind. His embarrassed comrade, the unimpressed Keldian, and the exasperated S. At first, He had been too afraid to even speak. She opened her mouth to ask something else, but in the end, she simply looked down and stayed silent. The protagonist introduced his beloved. Though, in truth, they had not yet met. Even so, he couldn't afford to lose her again. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his words. I don't remember that, she said. Her friend gave no response. She lowered her head, and the two walked forward in silence. They arrived at a parking lot where the survivors had gathered. He glanced around, recognizing many familiar faces among the crowd. Her eyes widened, something felt off. A fairy beamed, surveying the group. Is everyone here? Nearby, a devil spread his arms and sighed. Unfortunately, we got here too quickly. Wasting no time, the assistant stepped forward. I have two pieces of good news for you travelers, he announced. The crowd tensed, eyes filled with dread. Raising a single finger, the monster closed his eyes. First, if you can hold out for 72 more hours, you'll be free to leave. The fairy clapped his hands together. Wonderful news, isn't it? His voice was bright and cheerful. The survivors, however, stood frozen in horror. The devil's gaze darkened. Why aren't you reacting? With their faces pale and eyes wide, the people hesitantly started to clap. The assistant smirked. Ah, that's more like it. I'm glad to see you all so happy. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he declared, Now, it's time to introduce tonight's star. The ground trembled. Pebbles scattered across the pavement. The crowd stiffened as a massive shadow loomed over them. A monstrous altar towered over the ruined city. He's eyes widened in shock. What is that? A massive claw struck the bars of a cage, rattling the structure. The monster inside let out a deep growl. The fairy grinned. A very cute little creature is waiting for you inside. Spreading his wings, the devil gestured grandly. Do you see it? Behind him, an enormous eye opened, unblinking and hungry. The assistant chuckled. This little guy is a carnivorous beast. Gasps filled the air. The fairy continued with a playful lilt. For your sake, we haven't fed it all day. The survivors paled. It's very eager to be let out. The altar walls shook violently. The devil slammed his fist against the barrier. It may look sturdy, but I promise, it's not as strong as you'd hope. A deafening roar split the air. The beast bared its fangs. The assistant tilted his head. Now, tell me, how many of you will survive when it gets out? Someone in the crowd murmured. Do we have to fight that thing? The fairy smirked. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still one more piece of good news. Casually, the devil lay his head on a pillow. There's a way to make it fall asleep. If we do that, it won't even try to break free. Blowing a kiss to the crowd, the assistant teased. Anyone want to guess how? Silence. The survivors' expressions remained grim. The monster scoffed, tossing the pillow aside. You're all such boring actors. Then, baring his fangs, the fairy grinned. The method is very simple. The devil casually declared that feeding the monster 5 people a day was the simplest solution. The girl frowned, while the assistant quickly did the math. 3 feedings would be needed to last 72 hours. Standing before the anxious crowd, the protagonist took a quick count. Only a little over 60 people remained. That meant nearly a quarter of them would have to be sacrificed just to keep the beast asleep. With a snap of his fingers, the fairy reminded them that the choice was theirs to make. Then, to silence any doubts, he played a recording. A massive creature filled the system window, trampling buildings beneath its enormous feet. Its eyes burned with a crazed fire as terrified screams echoed through the air. People tried to flee, but one man was lifted high into the sky before being tossed into the monster's gaping mouth. Hands behind his head, the devil smirked. He explained that the footage was from another training area, one where the survivors had foolishly attempted to fight back. Their fate was clear. Hansa glanced around. The other survivors were already arguing. The assistant sighed and pointed out the obvious. Fighting the monster was a joke, one that would not end well. A man in a red cap hesitantly raised his hand. His voice trembled as he asked how they were supposed to decide who to sacrifice. The fairy tilted his head. Why ask me? He mused, watching the man flinch. The devil explained that it was up to them, whether they picked their victims by force or left it to chance. His gaze darkened. Either way, he added, as long as they are still breathing, it works. The assistant spread his arms. You have 1 hour. Make a decision, and you'll be safe for the next 24 hours. After that, you'll have another hour to choose your next 5. A bright timer appeared on the system window, counting down. The monster watched, waiting for the travelers to make their choice. The survivors stood frozen, uncertainty hanging thick in the air. He turned to her friend. Which choice do you think is better? He closed his eyes. Does it even matter? The outcome is already decided. The man in the hat raised an eyebrow. Let's at least be honest about it. He lifted his hand. We should draw lots to decide the first 5 sacrifices. Someone scoffed. And why should we do that? All eyes turned to the speaker. Fear spread through the crowd. The girl's mouth fell open. Sang-jin frowned. Why be honest? The boy took a step forward, scanning the crowd. Do we even have a reason to be? The man in the hat crossed his arms. Then what's your plan? You can't just reject an idea without offering a better one. The boy smirked and turned away. Sang-jin suggested using the most practical method. Just as the boy placed his hand on a nearby pole, it suddenly snapped in half. A wave of fear rippled through the travelers as the traffic light crashed to the ground with a loud clang. Raising his hand, one of the survivors spoke up. We should start with those who are useless, he said coldly, scanning the crowd for potential sacrifices. The people shrank back in fear. Mihi stared at her former ally in horror. Meanwhile, Sang-jin smirked. He had power now, and everyone was listening to him. He liked it. Spreading his arms, he reminded them that they had no time to waste. Another 100 people had already vanished, and those ahead of them were out of reach. Taking them down one by one would be impossible. The protagonist crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the burning altar that trembled in the distance. The boy stepped forward. We need to stick together, he said. If we end up fighting that monster, we'll need every advantage we can get. The survivor scoffed, gesturing toward a weaker man in the group. Then we shouldn't waste resources on dead weight. Sang-jin frowned. Isn't it only logical to send the weakest into the beast's mouth first? Hansa looked up when they turned to him for his opinion. The heroes stood facing each other, tension thick in the air. The boy thought back to Tis, his past self, and realized he was not the same anymore. He had changed. Looking at his former comrade, he knew he didn't want to make an enemy of him. If he wanted a fresh start, he needed allies. A smirk formed on his lips. Sang-jin was sure his friend would make the right decision. His judgment had always been perfect. Raising his hand, the boy said, That's not a bad method, but I have a better idea. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before continuing. If we follow my plan, no one needs to be sacrificed. The group fell silent. What? Someone blurted out, eyes wide in shock. The man in the hat narrowed his gaze. Are you saying, we should fight that thing together? His voice was laced with disbelief. The recording had already proven that was a death sentence. The monster only grew stronger with every person it devoured. Outnumbering it would not work. The boy shook his head. I never said anything about fighting it. The survivor's expression darkened. Then what do you suggest? His voice wavered with fear. The Reincarnator smirked. Simple. I'll fight it alone. A stunned silence followed. Mouths fell open. Sweat beaded on tense faces. It was impossible. No. Insane. The fat man threw up his hands. What nonsense is this? This isn't some goblin horde. Pointing at the boy, he reminded everyone that time was running out. The blue system window displayed the countdown. 49 minutes left. Sang-jin clenched his fist as the others debated their next move. His gaze flickered toward the boy, wondering, had his former comrade truly become strong enough to face that monster alone? The survivor studied the protagonist, waiting for an answer. Hansa rolled his eyes. I want to fight it, but right now, it's not that simple. Sang-jin's expression shifted. Even someone like him needed help in this situation. A grin spread across his face. Then let's do it together. The strongest among us should step forward and fight. The boy scowled. At least let me finish talking first. He pursed his lips, trying to organize his thoughts. The survivor raised a hand. All right then, what's your plan? The young man closed his eyes, considering his options. Meanwhile, a girl glanced at her friend, silently wondering if she'd be included in the plan. But deep down, she already knew the answer. There was no chance. Finally, the Reincarnator spoke. If I boost my strength and endurance by 30 points, I can take this thing down one-on-one. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Eyebrows raised in surprise. A woman's eyes widened. Two survivors narrowed their gazes, skeptical. Then, the protagonist made his offer. Give me your stat-boosting runes, and I promise I'll destroy the monster. From the altar, the creature stirred, parting its massive jaws. Hansa placed his hands on his belt, waiting. The travelers hesitated. He needed 60 runes, but who was willing to give theirs up? The boy remained confident. If he used his items and maxed out his stats, he could pull this off. A pack of cigarettes rested in his breast pocket, a familiar reminder of his past battles. He had the experience. He knew this monster's weaknesses. And if he succeeded, he could claim the second hidden treasure. Even seasoned warriors like Keldian and Kangtai had failed to obtain it. Clementine had figured it out. But even the king of berserkers, despite being perfectly suited for the challenge, had barely survived in the end. Clenching his fist, the boy told himself, this time, he had to be faster, stronger. The treasure was at stake. Looking down, he said, I don't care who hands over the runes. Just give me what I need, and I'll head to the altar immediately. The timer ticked down. 41 minutes left. The fat man scowled. Wait a second. If these weaklings have that many runes, why aren't they stronger? The survivor spread his arms. Then let's settle this. Everyone, hand over your runes. If we can't agree, we'll draw lots. The tension in the air thickened. Someone scoffed. Selfish bastard. The survivor turned sharply toward the voice. A man stepped forward, his eyes cold. Why should we just hand over our runes to you? If we start with the weakest, you'd be the first one gone. A woman approached, sizing him up. The gap between the strong and the weak was staggering. Smirking, she tilted her head. Or is it just because you don't have that many runes to begin with? Her words hit their mark. The man gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing in frustration. How dare you talk to me like that? Resting her hand on the knife's handle, the stranger warned him not to overstep his bounds, threatening to break every bone in his body and toss him into the altar. Covering his face with one hand, the survivor grasped the reality of the situation. It all came down to strength. He reminded them that elders deserved respect, his voice trembling with fear. Desperate, he asked if they didn't live in a democracy. Clenching her fist, the girl smirked and suggested they vote, since they were in a democracy. After all, her grin widened as she gave her comrade an ultimatum. Hand over the runes and live or refuse and be eaten. The mention of an anonymous vote sent a wave of horror through the crowd. Eyes widened, and a fat man raised his eyebrows in fear. Stepping closer to the young man, someone pointed out that he had the power to take runes from others. The survivor coldly added that killing strong opponents would make it even easier. Anger flared. Someone struck him across the face. A man in a hat grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know if he had a death wish. The fat man, shaking, pleaded that he had to survive. His family was waiting for him. But the crowd had already made up their minds. Voices rose, calling for him to be thrown into the altar. The protagonist checked the timer. Hansu exhaled heavily, watching as chaos unfolded. The travelers had lost control, attacking one another with no thought of stopping. It was clear, he had to intervene. As tensions reached a breaking point, Hansu raised a hand and called for order. The crowd hesitated, turning toward him. Calmly, he laid out their choices, pointing at the others as he explained that they had 5 options. This was how the week would be structured. The fat man's mouth fell open in disbelief. The man in the hat, his face pale, demanded to know if they were seriously considering sacrificing people to the monster. Parents clutched their children tightly. A voice rang out, asking if the weak were really about to be thrown to their deaths. A young man smirked. The timer showed only 30 minutes remaining. He stood before the altar's entrance, frustration clear in her stance. Behind her, a man scoffed, saying she could have joined him if this was how she planned to act. Sangjin approached his former ally, suggesting she had a chance to get closer to the boy. The girl flushed, embarrassed, and shot back, asking if he still hadn't figured out what Hansu was really like. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure. With her hands behind her back, the woman spoke up. She wanted to go with him too. He chuckled, pointing out that she couldn't just follow him around and hide behind him forever. The survivor turned to her. What are you going to do now? She stepped forward, determination in her voice. She was not going to just stand there and wait. Looking back at the crowd, she added that if she did, she'd only earn the scorn of her friends. And that would make her no different from the rest of them. The protagonist glanced at the group and asked what they were doing while others were out there handling the real challenges. The survivors looked up, fear evident in their eyes. Hansa spoke up, his tone firm. It didn't matter how bad their situation was. What mattered was understanding the consequences of their choices. With a serious expression, he explained that the leaders hadn't abandoned them because they were weak. Rather, they simply hadn't been strong enough to keep up. Did they really expect to be taken care of here? The weaklings averted their eyes in guilt. If they wanted to survive, then each of them had to claim 2 runes. Folding his arms, Hansu told them to decide who they would hunt over the next 3 days. They needed to find the runes and settle their debts. Smiling, the Reincarnator warned that anyone who tried to escape without paying would regret it. He turned away, remarking that her friend always kept his promises. He could handle things on his own. With a determined look, she decided she needed to pick up the pace and catch up to him. Sangjin, watching her, invited her to join him instead. He assured her that the rest of the team would be glad to have her. The girl flinched at the offer, then smiled warmly, thanking him. She told him she'd give her answer later. Yo am I he turned and walked away. As he watched her leave, the boy didn't need to see her in action to know. She had grown stronger since their last meeting. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and clenching his fist, the survivor knew he had to prove himself. What he had now was not enough. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to show his worth. A stranger pointed at him, saying they needed to talk. A smirk played on her lips as she raised an eyebrow. Sanjin asked what she wanted. Resting a hand on shoulder, another man chimed in, asking what was bothering her. A man named Suyol extended his hand and introduced himself, explaining that his friend was just shy. Gesturing toward a nearby group, a formally dressed man explained that the leaders of two different teams were about to have a conversation. The boy blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to be called a leader. He shook Suyol's hand and admitted that his friends were just following him. Suyol chuckled, saying that was exactly what leadership was. Then, as if remembering something, he noted that the survivor knew Hansu. Raising an eyebrow, he suggested they talk about him for a bit, if that was all right. Sangjin smiled nervously but agreed. Inside the altar, a purple portal flickered to life. A dispenser sat on the floor. Goblin poison would not work against a carnivorous beast. Gripping his sword, the protagonist realized he had to use paralyzing poison instead. Slipping on his rosary, he prepared for what was ahead. Hansu considered the effects. It restored stamina and enhanced strength, making it a valuable asset, even if it was only obtained through hunting. Tossing the rosary into his mouth, he decided it would help in the upcoming battle. As he descended the stairs, he assessed his chances. The odds weren't in his favor, but there was no other option. What he had now was not enough to take on this creature. The monster opened its mouth wide, releasing thick steam. Reaching into his pocket, Hansu pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He was going to need plenty of cloud snacks for this fight. He clenched one between his teeth, looking down for a moment. It had been a long time since he had done this. Slipping the pack back into his jacket, he could only hope that he was making the right call. A bright energy flared around him as he looked away. With a decisive frown, he realized that a rune perfectly suited for this world had finally been formed. The once gray rune shimmered, shifting through different colors, a phenomenon that occurred when its stats exceeded 100 units. Colorless turned red, red became orange, and orange shifted to yellow. A status window appeared. According to the inscriptions, cloud snacks boosted stat values by 20%. Although the gap between regular runes and colorless runes at 100% was small, as their level increased, the difference became significant. The monster's eyes gleamed with awareness. This carnivorous beast was not like the monsters released in the first training round. A colorless rune would be necessary to take it down. Stepping forward, Hansa thought that things would move along much faster if he had the essence of a troll. If that were the case, the Berserker King would go mad. Coming to a halt, he recalled that only one person had ever managed to find the hidden treasure. Lightning crackled from his eye. The more impossible a task seemed, the greater the reward in this damned world. The monster turned, sensing his presence. Hansa tightened his grip on his sword and charged. The air above was filled with enormous creatures, each possessing racial skills. This carnivorous beast was born with two of them. It slammed its hand against the ground, shattering it on impact. Hansa remained calm, eyes locked on his opponent. The monster lifted its head, and its gaze burned with a sinister light. Its first skill, intimidation. Hansa narrowed his eyes and raised his sword. The beast lunged forward, its massive hand reaching for him. Claws rushed in to seize his prey. At the last second, Hansa dodged to the side. Jumping back, he recalled the effect of intimidation. It paralyzed its victim with fear, making them easy prey. The creature would then devour them, using carnivory to restore its stamina. Lighting another cigarette, Hansa smirked. Despite everything, his habits hadn't changed. In a way, he was glad that his strength hadn't dulled. The monster's tongue shot out as it let out a deafening scream. Usually, after carnivory, the next skill followed, blood-drinking swamp, a technique that drained every drop of blood from its victim. The beast's red eyes widened, locking onto him. It was time to see who would survive. Hansa swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. He knew this enemy would be tough to handle. A quick glance told him that reckless attacks would not work, but he had a strategy in mind. Instead of blindly striking, he needed to restrict the creature's movements. Lightning crackled over the body of the carnivorous beast as Hansa halted and turned. The monster lunged, claws swiping toward him. He sidestepped and gripped his sword tightly. Random stabs would not be enough. He had to target its nerves, injecting poison into the joints. With a swift motion, his blade struck, leaving small punctures on the creature's arm. Lightning surged from the sword's tip, and the beast let out a piercing roar. Hansa leaned on his weapon, watching and waiting. The poison needed time to work, 12 minutes, according to the timer. Just then, a brilliant light illuminated the altar. The monster struck again, forcing him to retreat. Dust billowed from the ground as he landed lightly on his feet. The beast snarled, locking eyes with him. But suddenly, its pupils darted wildly. Hansa lit another cigarette and took a slow drag. The monster swung at him again. His unique skill, intimidation, depended on the target's willpower, and against a weaker foe, it could be devastating. A surge of energy flared around him, his magic immunity offering an extra edge. Holding his sword before him, he scoffed. This creature was nothing compared to the real threat ahead. He exhaled smoke and flicked away the spent cigarette. Another attack came, but he dodged effortlessly. Years of experience had honed his instincts, sharpening his awareness in battle. He smirked, recalling KNGTAE's words. Anticipation is the key to survival. Pulling another cigarette from his pocket, he felt a strange sense of amusement. He could now predict every movement of his opponent. The beast twisted its head, attempting another strike. Hansa followed its gaze and instantly knew where it aimed. Looking down, he admitted that the fight was still challenging, but his increased strength and endurance allowed him to react faster. Fighting inside the altar had been a good decision. Plus, he still had time. And snacks. From a tower above, a woman crouched, watching intently. She marveled at the fact that he was fighting alone. Smirking, Seol thought he had to be crazy, or just extremely confident, to take on such a foe so casually. Meanwhile, Sangjin observed from a distance, listening to the others speculate. They believed Hansu had stolen their runes intentionally, not because he needed them, but because he simply didn't care. Turning toward the stairs, Sangjin reminded them why they had come. It was time to do their part. But before they could leave, a voice called out. A boy raised a hand to his mouth and shouted. They were here to help. Hansa turned, surprised. Looking down at the survivor, he hesitated as the boy urged him to wait while they made their way down. The group leader furrowed his brow and asked what was going on. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he reminded them to move quietly. If they made a sound, the monster would notice. Sangjin, however, insisted that their comrade needed to know they were here. Spreading his arms, Seol countered that if the boy knew, the beast would know too. The younger one scratched the back of his head, realizing his mistake. With a nervous chuckle, he admitted he hadn't thought about that. The older man laughed, shaking his head. It happens, he said before turning away and calling his comrade an idiot. The survivor looked back, apologizing. From the altar, Hansa caught the exchange and smirked. His low chuckle carried through the air. The group leader's expression darkened. There was no way they could afford to lose because of someone else's mistake. But in truth, there was no immediate danger. The spiral staircase led downward, where another fierce battle was raging. CHP 19 done. As they descended, Suyol muttered his plan. Once the beast was dealt with, they'd take care of the boy. When the adrenaline wore off, Hansu would not have time to notice them closing in. However, as he observed Hansu's battle, his unease grew. This man was dangerous. Standing in the center of the altar, Hansu's posture was tight, his movements sharp and precise. To the guild leader, he didn't seem like a person. He was more like a predator that remained calm only when fully satisfied. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as a memory resurfaced. That night, Hansa had fought an entire crowd alone, cutting through them without hesitation. Worse, he looked like he was enjoying it. Suyol clenched his teeth as he climbed further up the stairs. He couldn't allow someone this dangerous to grow even stronger. If Hansu continued to gain power, he'd dominate everyone, including him. Turning back, he ordered his ally to go check on the situation below. Down below, Hansu's battle was shifting. The carnivorous beast was slowing, its attacks growing sluggish. Watching from the staircase, Sangjin's mouth hung open in shock. But then, unexpectedly, he grinned. A woman beside him frowned, sensing something was off. Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden? She muttered. Before anyone could respond, a deafening roar shook the tower. The ground trembled, and the spiral staircase quivered beneath their feet. A massive explosion erupted above them, obliterating the structure. The force sent them flying. In midair, the woman gasped. What the hell? Crashing to the ground, she groaned and struggled to stand. The realization hit her immediately. They had been exposed. However, the monster's movements had become sluggish. It snarled and swung its tail violently. Bracing itself, the beast planted a clawed hand into the ground, its bloodshot eyes flickering with rage. The onlookers clutched their heads as an overwhelming pressure bore down on them, far greater than what they had felt before. Then, the beast's gaze shifted. It had noticed them. The monster's jaws parted, its breath heavy and menacing. Gritting his teeth, Suyol reassured himself that even though their surprise attack had failed, everything would be fine. Hansu was still here. From the staircase, the woman caught sight of him. What are you doing there? She called out. Turning slightly, the man shrugged. Shouldn't we focus on taking this thing down? If we work together, we can handle it. The group leader tensed, worried that their comrade might abandon the fight when they were so close to finishing it. Meanwhile, Hansu, cigarette hanging from his lips, exhaled a thin stream of smoke. His gaze shifted back toward the monster. You idiots just ruined everything, he muttered. Now it's going to recover all its stamina. His ability to dodge the creature's attacks had only been possible because of the cloud snack. But now, things had taken a turn for the worse. The group flinched at his words, their faces tightening with fear. Nearby, Suyol clenched his jaw, fingers twisting the bottle of paralyzing poison in his grip. Hansa watched them for a moment before sighing. If the beast finished dealing with these travelers, continuing the fight would only get more complicated. Hands on his hips, he decided on a new approach. Well then, he said, why don't you all try handling it yourselves? The woman's eyes widened as he turned away. Rushing toward the stairs, she snapped, are you seriously planning to run away? Her brow furrowed in frustration. Your friend is still here. Hansa didn't respond. Glaring, she turned back toward the others. Would he mind if we used his friend as bait? She muttered coldly. Descending a step, Sangjin tilted his head. Who are you looking for? Before she could answer, the boy grinned. Oh, didn't you notice? You all fell down the stairs. Her body stiffened. The realization hit her like a brick. His smug expression, the broken stares. He had overheard everything. And he had done this on purpose. You bastard, she seethed. I'll kill you. Not happening. The survivor cut in, his voice eerily calm. He lowered his gaze. You don't have the time. The monster licked its lips, watching its prey with delight. The travelers stood frozen, trapped under its massive shadow. It relished their fear. Seol's voice broke through the silence. If this thing recovers, we're dead. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. They had no choice but to work with Hansu. There was no other way to survive. We need him, he muttered. Without him, we're done for. Scanning his surroundings, Hansu smirked. There was no longer any need to worry about the stairs. He turned back toward the group. Tell me, he said. Did you all come here just to sacrifice yourselves? The group leader stiffened. What? What are you talking about? Seol trembled, flashes of a past conversation flooding his mind. The fairy's grin haunted his memory. She had told him the truth. 5 people had to be sacrificed every day. A chilling scream tore through the air. The monster's tongue lashed out, dragging a stunned man into its gaping maw. The others could only watch in horror as the beast's jaws snapped shut. Hansu remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Then, he gave a small nod. Thanks for the noble sacrifice. As the protagonist made his way toward the exit, Hansu called out, demanding to know why he had done it. Squinting slightly, the boy admitted he had already figured out Hansu's intentions and warned him to be more mindful of his words. Lowering his gaze, Sangjin muttered that he had come to a realization. Then, a small smile crept onto his face as he lifted his eyes and declared that he could be useful. Hansu's expression hardened. He told Sangjin to prove it. The young man placed his hands on his hips, looking at him in disbelief. And why would I do that? He asked. Sangjin responded calmly. He knew Hansu's goals were different from others. The Reincarnator took a slow drag from his cigarette, eyes shadowed as he regarded his friend. He pointed out that Hansu was always thinking several steps ahead, never hesitating, something that had become clear in the fight against Song and the bandits. Despite their overwhelming victory, the wounded enemies lay scattered across the battlefield, alive. Hansu had chosen not to finish them off, even though it could cause trouble later. His gaze darkened as he recalled the moment when the altar loomed over the city. Hansu had the strength to eliminate every rival, yet he didn't. Instead, he had raised his hand, calling for a truce. Frowning, Hansu's voice sharpened as he questioned the logic behind it. Why spare them? He asked. It's not like you. Sangjin held his gaze in silence before extending his hands. Then stain them with blood instead of me, he offered. The boy then asked Hansu to take him along, to travel together. Closing his eyes, Hansu let out a small smile but said nothing as he walked past. He admitted he had no answer after everything that had happened. Clenching his fists, he justified his past actions. There had been no other choice at the time. That was why he had been caught. But next time would be different. He vowed never to let it happen again. Watching him go, Sangjin made a silent promise. There would always be obstacles in Hansu's path, but he would eliminate those Hansu couldn't, ensuring he could pursue his goal without hesitation. With a stern look, Hansu resolved to follow him, to grow stronger. His gaze remained fixed on his friend's back, willing to do whatever it took to walk beside him and understand his true purpose. Then, as if sensing his thoughts, Hansu suddenly turned around, eyes narrowing. And if circumstances don't allow it, he asked, what if you fall behind? The two locked eyes in heavy silence, as if foreshadowing a trial ahead. A knowing smile tugged at Sangjin's lips. Then I'll become stronger, he promised. And when I do, you'll accept me as an ally. Hansu closed his eyes for a moment before giving his final words. Then leave. The boy froze in shock, unable to comprehend why his friend was still refusing. Desperate, he rushed after him. Just give me one chance, he pleaded. Let me fix my mistakes. Hansu crushed a cigarette under his boot, glancing back. You misunderstood me, he said calmly. Without another word, he turned and continued toward the exit. Just before leaving, he suggested they meet here again tomorrow. Taking out a fresh pack of cigarettes, he added, the monster won't be here by then. Sangjin furrowed his brows. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Hansu didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked down at his cigarettes, then told Sangjin to take the leftover runes from the fallen enemies. With a faint smile, he repeated, see you tomorrow. Left alone, Sang-jin collapsed to his knees, frustration washing over him. The Reincarnator remained uncertain about him, but perhaps he could be useful in the future. Just then, S knelt beside him. She reminded him of his past mission, the one that had once mattered above all else. Your duty was to save humanity, she said. Her long hair covered her eyes as she warned him that many would try to stop him. For that, you'll need a punisher, she explained, someone who can act in your place. Surrounded by warriors, the woman in armor continued. Every monarch had a punisher, someone to stain their hands in blood so their master could remain focused on the goal. She raised a dagger before crossing her arms over her chest. Hansa had once considered Andy for that role. Sang-jin had already been a punisher in his past life, wielding a glowing rune just as he did now. Despite his doubts, Hansa decided to give him a chance. When the second training began, the survivors would be scattered, dissolving into blue particles and flung to distant places. Hansa knew that when that moment came, his perspective might change. He glanced back with a smirk. If he could secure a punisher with multiple hands and 8 cloud snacks, then it was a worthwhile investment. Turning away, he reminded himself that failure was not an option. His focus now was obtaining the second hidden treasure. Meanwhile, a massive carnivorous beast roared, its chest struck by multiple blows. The conditions for claiming the hidden treasure were simple, but not easy. Hansa leaned on the hilt of his sword, watching debris crumble from the ceiling. There was only one requirement. The monster had to be defeated before it could destroy the altar and break free. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist drove his sword deep into the fallen beast's chest. No one else would dare attempt this challenge. At the end of the room, a golden portal shimmered into existence. As Hansu stepped inside, the system confirmed the hidden task was complete. The boy reached out, his bloody fingers closing around the glowing treasure. A faint smile crossed his lips as he examined what lay in his grasp. The ring of the Vampire King, Manhwa. As he looked closer, a realization struck him. He now understood how the Berserker King had obtained it and why no one else had ever managed to claim it. A brilliant white gemstone shimmered on the ring's surface, its radiance undeniable. Beyond it, space was littered with floating artifacts, each classified by color, an essential indicator of their value. In general, ordinary artifacts could never surpass superior-colored ones. But there were always exceptions. Multicolored runes flickered in the air. Over time, as travelers evolved their runes, certain artifacts could absorb them, changing their color in the process. The most coveted among all were single artifacts. A sudden flash erupted from the pedestal, followed by a burst of flame igniting in the boy's palm. Number 9. The Manhua ring. A symbol of Clementine himself. The Berserker King had once concealed his face behind his hand, the weight of his power evident. Single artifacts were not named for their rarity but for their exclusivity. Each one had only one rightful owner. The Manhua ring had become synonymous with Clementine because, under his control, countless foes had been torn apart by its power. Holding the ring, the Reincarnator could hardly believe such a legendary artifact was now his. Slipping it onto his finger, he knew this was not some forgotten relic left to chance. The difficulty of obtaining it proved its significance. He clenched his fist, and the system immediately responded. System notification. The user can wield only one ability at a time. Total abilities, 8. Currently, the ring is colorless, only one ability can be activated. A sudden surge of energy burst forth. Power of destruction. This ability disabled an opponent's skills and traits, even passive ones. A red warning message flickered in the air, indicating the effect's time limit. But that didn't matter. The mere ability to nullify an enemy's power at will gave him an undeniable advantage. A status window appeared, detailing the ring's conditions. To unlock its full potential, at least one of his attributes needed to match the colorless rune. Stroking his chin, the protagonist recognized the challenge ahead. He would need a vast number of magic runes. That, however, was a problem for later. Hansa stepped through the golden portal, emerging onto the street. Ahead, she spotted him, her eyes widening in delight. Did you really kill the carnivorous beast? She asked, running up to meet him. But before he could answer, a low, guttural roar echoed through the air. The girl's expression shifted to horror as a massive shadow loomed over her. The timer had expired. The altar that once stood before them had vanished. Hansa simply looked at her, his voice calm. I thought I told you about this. A smile played on his lips as he reminded her. I promised I'd take responsibility for destroying it. A faint blush dusted her cheeks before she quickly turned away, flustered. Sang-jin looked up at the sky, reassured that he had been right to trust his decision. Then, glancing down, he said, we still have some time before the next training begins. Turning toward the gathered survivors, he made his next move. Let's go hunting, he told her. She hesitated, lowering her gaze. I was thinking of going a different way, she admitted. The protagonist glanced back in surprise but didn't lift her gaze to him. The woman spoke calmly, saying she was not good enough to stay by his side forever. Eventually, she would have to rely only on herself. Closing her eyes, she added that the boy had suggested they go together. Looking over at his team, The survivor confirmed that she could join them. Everyone would welcome her. Hansa turned to his friend, realizing this was the right moment for them to part ways, no matter how difficult it was. With the second training about to begin, they would have been separated anyway. Accepting this, he raised his eyebrows and called it a good decision. The girl watched him in silence as he walked away. Taking a step forward, she suddenly called out for him to stop. Her brows furrowed with determination as she made a promise, not to give up when they met again. Smiling, he agreed, suggesting they meet once more. A faint smile crossed the boy's face before he turned away from his friends. Just as he was about to leave, Sangjin flinched at the sound of his name. Without looking back, the Reincarnator reminded him of his offer, making it clear that the choice was his. The boy's face lit up with a smile, his cheeks slightly flushed. A week later, the fairy spread her arms wide before the gathered travelers, announcing that they had waited long enough. The second training was finally about to begin. The devil covered his mouth with a hand and cleared his throat, scanning the participants. The assistant noted that there were more people than expected. With a mischievous grin, the monster declared he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The protagonist kept her eyes on him. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the fairy changed the scene. A sudden burst of bright light erupted from the ground. Sangjin looked down in alarm, his voice shaking as he asked what was happening. A girl clung to her father's hand. Hansu, gazing upward, understood. It had begun. The man touched the ground and found himself materializing in an empty room. People around him murmured in confusion, wondering where they were. A schoolgirl began crying from the tension. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed through the space, confirming everything was in place and suggesting a recalculation before the training could proceed. A brunette raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking what that meant. Several men clenched their teeth in frustration. The voice calmly explained that moving forward, each room could only hold 7 people at most. The training would resume once this rule was followed. A group of people gathered in a circle. Adjusting his glasses, a man realized with a grimace. They had 8 members. The voice clarified that while each team's situation would be different, everyone had to start under the same conditions, meaning they were free to discuss and decide among themselves. Crossing his arms, the brunette remained unfazed. Lately, things had been too easy anyway. His gaze drifted to a strange needle-like weapon hanging from a competitor's belt. The guy stood confidently in the center of the survivors. Though the traveler had never seen him fight firsthand, he had heard rumors. This person was a valuable ally. Raising her hand, a stranger spoke up. No matter what, they had to work together. However, they couldn't ignore the reality. One of them had to leave. Closing her eyes for a moment, she suggested they introduce themselves, emphasizing that first impressions mattered. Stretching out her arms, she added that their introduction would prove their worth. Taking the first step forward, a man with a fiery blade in hand spoke. He introduced himself as Daichiol and confidently stated that no one in the room had a skill strong enough to defeat him, making him the most valuable asset. A sharply dressed man lifted an eyebrow in concern. Narrowing his eyes, another young man quickly recognized the name of the skill Daichiol was referring to. QI Art. A red aura flickered around the blade in Daichiol's grip. QI Art was a runic ability that used magic to enhance a wielder's stats and weapons. It was unique and powerful but not particularly suited for their current environment. Unshaken, Daichiol tightened his grip on his blade, a faint glow illuminating his fist. Kamenet introduced himself as a healer, stating that if they were discussing essential skills, his abilities were just as crucial. Unimpressed, Hanchiol crossed his arms declared that he had a combat skill specializing in horror. The man in the suit hesitated before asking if they truly had to eliminate someone, pleading for an exception since his family members were present in the room. Before anyone could respond, the warrior raised his hand. Daichiol's gaze shifted to another person who had yet to introduce themselves. He suggested that she set an example for the others. Narrowing her eyes, the stranger closed them briefly before introducing herself as Jimin. A wild grin spread across her face. Without hesitation, she decided to demonstrate her ability. Gritting his teeth, a man nearby instinctively stepped back and asked if she really needed to approach him. He warned that her actions would not be well received. Ignoring him, a purple energy surged around Jimin as she moved closer. In an instant, blood splattered. The tip of her blade had found its mark. The warrior gasped as the knife pierced his chest from behind. Hanchiol's mouth fell open in shock. The man in the suit immediately shielded his family. The blonde warrior crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Jimin, still smiling, picked up a red stone from his body. She explained that the chances of obtaining such a rune were incredibly low. Holding it up, she gestured to the other runes and suggested they divide them among themselves. They needed to be extremely cautious around someone who could kill so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the protagonist crossed his arms, looking off to the side. This woman had just made things easier for those without skills. A mother held her frightened daughter close. In their past lives, they had died here. But now, the future had shifted. Hansu, smirking, found himself intrigued. Events were only becoming more interesting. Just then, the fairy peeked out from a rift, announcing that they were the first group to reach the required 7 members. She then proceeded to explain the next phase of their journey. The heroes found themselves on a floating island. A chain of islands, connected by suspension bridges, formed a path leading upward. Their mission was clear. Over the next 3 months, they had to ascend to the dormant volcano at the center of the second floor. That was their first goal. Pointing upward, the devil declared that once they completed this stage, a world of adventure would open before them. The assistant wished them luck. The group tensed as they looked ahead. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the suspension bridge. Han Chiol, smiling, remarked that since they would be together for a while, they might as well become friends. Then, frowning, he asked where their ally was rushing off to. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in horror. He shouted for everyone to stop. The bridge behind them began to collapse. Realizing the danger, the team bolted forward, barely avoiding the fall into the abyss. One of them glanced back, watching as the rest of the squad caught up. Overhead, the fairy appeared again, warning them that as time passed, sections of the lower islands would break away, causing the bridges to fall even faster. Gritting his teeth, a man muttered in frustration. Couldn't they have been warned about this sooner? Shaking off his irritation, he got back on his feet and asked again where their ally was heading. Frowning, the soldier accused him of being antisocial. Jimin, still smiling, suggested they follow him. His confident stride made it seem like he knew exactly where to go. The Reincarnator fixed his gaze ahead as the survivors continued along a forest path. The bright sun shone down on them as they pressed forward. Han Chiol sighed, complaining that they had been wandering for hours without spotting a single bridge leading upward. He started to doubt whether their comrade even knew the right path. A girl casually waved away a fly and admitted she had no idea. Han Chiol frowned, convinced they had passed this area before. There was nothing here. Noticing their leader chewing on something, the soldier asked what he had been eating all this time. The protagonist held up a piece of oak bark, explaining that it acted as an antidote for fawn. Han Chiol raised an eyebrow. Why would you need an antidote now? Before he could answer, a massive snake slithered along a tree branch, its tail suddenly dropping down. At that moment, Hansa grabbed his ally by the collar and yanked him back just as the serpent lunged forward, mouth wide open. Squinting, Hansa smirked. Found it. The team managed to dodge in time. Looking up at him, one of them asked how he had known the beast would attack. Still chewing on the bark, the young man shrugged. Superpowers. The soldier raised his eyebrows in confusion. What is that supposed to mean? Before he could finish, the snake sank its fangs into his hand. With a grunt, he shook it off and hurled it away. A knife embedded itself into the reptile's neck, causing it to thrash violently. The rune snake's mouth gaped open. The system's voice echoed, explaining that the nature of these creatures depended on the ever-changing patterns on their heads. Glancing at his bite wound, Han Chiol realized that the enemies weren't giving them a moment to recover. If this kept up, his body would not last. His gaze shifted to a couple with their child. Frustrated, he asked why they weren't fighting and told them to stop hiding behind others and join in. Tension flickered in the man's expression as he adjusted his suit. I have people to protect. I can't risk my life for strangers. The soldier clenched his fists. That shouldn't matter. We're all just trying to survive. He turned toward his comrade standing by a tree and scowled. And what about you? You don't have families. So what's stopping you? Kang Minute adjusted his glasses, his voice calm. If something happens to me in battle, how do you plan to heal without my help? Han Chiol scoffed. You think I carry this sword for decoration? Raising a single finger, the healer stated his price. 3 power runes or 1 magic rune per treatment. Han Chiol's eyes widened in shock. That's insane. Jimin, unimpressed, turned toward the group. Are we really just going to stand here arguing about payment while others are fighting? The soldier gritted his teeth. Was he the only one who thought this whole situation was a mess? The man with glasses raised his hand impatiently. Less talking, more moving. Han Chiol narrowed his eyes. Getting cocky just because you can heal? Huh. Before he could respond, a voice called out to them. How do you like the place? The soldier glanced down and sighed. Better not talk about it. Then, he asked, how's it going on your side? An icon of 2 machine guns flashed in the air. A voice responded, not too bad. We've got a rescuer up here. Another voice chimed in. Keep an eye out for useful recruits on your way. We need to expand our ranks. Han Chiol scratched his head in frustration, unsure of what to do. He wanted to go forward, but bringing along a man who claimed to have superpowers felt like a risky choice. Ahead of them, Jimin raised her sword, holding it steady. The cunning doctor averted his gaze, while a woman gently stroked her daughter's head. A man nervously scratched his neck as a voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that survival was the only thing that mattered. It promised they would meet again. Han Chiol turned back, noticing the symbol on his ally's hand. He thought about how little time had passed, too little for a monarch's traits to fully awaken. A golden crown shimmered in the air. Monarchs, like the king of the berserkers, all had distinct personalities that made them natural leaders. A girl stood before a crowd, raising a flag. Monarchs granted their clans a unique symbol. Some received rings, others magical marks. Those who bore these symbols shared a deep connection, allowing them to communicate telepathically. A sword plunged into a snake's body. There was a limit to how many people a monarch could mark, which was why they carefully sought out the most worthy individuals. Picking up a rune from the ground, the young man resolved to grow stronger. If he ever had to compete with them, he would need to be prepared. Looking to the side, the Reincarnator realized that a leader needed power. Only then would people follow. The ground was littered with the corpses of snakes. Taking a step forward, a squad member hesitated. Had they truly left the monster's territory? It didn't seem like it. If anything, their numbers had only dwindled. Pushing aside a bush, the protagonist's eyes narrowed. Ahead, the mutated snake's lair awaited. In a small clearing, a fallen tree lay in the distance. His goal was close. Wrapped around the tree was a massive runic snake, its face marked with a strange symbol. Just as he took a step, a man in a suit raised a hand, urging him to stop. "Do we really need to fight that thing?" he asked. "We could just slip past without being noticed." Lifting an eyebrow, the young man responded coolly, "I'll handle this alone. If you want to move ahead, go on without me." His ally turned away in frustration. "That's not what I meant," he said. "Why would you do something so reckless? We're supposed to move together." The Reincarnator's gaze darkened. "I never planned on going with you in the first place," he stated. Moving through the bushes, he added, "You were just heading in the same direction as me. Now it's time to go our separate ways." Jimin closed her eyes. There was no point in arguing. The suited man's eyes widened in shock. Han Chiol watched his ally closely, his hand resting on his chin. He couldn't just leave him behind like this. Clenching his jaw, he considered dragging the boy along by force. "Why?" he asked. The doctor scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. "Because," he said, "he's the only one who never once asked me for healing. People like him, those who are used to the battlefield, don't listen to anyone." Kamenet turned away, his tone indifferent. "People like him don't last long," he added. Han Chiol glanced back, frustrated. Losing someone that talented was a shame, but controlling him would have been just as difficult. Meanwhile, the devourer snake sank its fangs into a tree trunk, its jaws stretching wide. The beast moved cautiously, avoiding its enemy whenever a certain magic rune was active, yet attacking when others were in effect. The only exception was agility. When that rune activated, the symbol on its forehead shifted. Seizing his chance, the protagonist struck several times with his sword. Standing before the bloodthirsty creature, Hansen noted that while this snake was faster and stronger than ordinary reptiles, it was still no match for a true carnivorous beast. As it retaliated, its resistance rune activated, dampening the damage. Lighting a cigarette, the boy exhaled slowly. A drawn-out fight would not put him at a disadvantage, but it would cause unnecessary trouble. The rune snake bared its teeth. The key to victory was clear. Instead of focusing on the monster, he needed to target the trees in the center of the clearing, its lair. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. The moment he attacked the lair, instinct would drive the snake to defend it, leaving itself open. As predicted, the beast abandoned its defense, lunging after him. Han Chiol stopped abruptly. A flurry of blows struck the giant reptile. Moments later, he turned away smugly as the massive corpse slumped to the ground behind him. It ended faster than he expected. Among the fallen leaves, an egg lay trembling, the egg of the rune-eater snake. He picked it up, pressing a rune to the shell. Cracks formed. A tiny eye peeked through before a newborn snake emerged, its small body nothing compared to its adult kin. But this one was different. Its eyes shimmered as runes fluttered around it. The little creature swallowed a rune, then immediately spat it out. That was its ability. After consuming any 3 runes, it could spit out 2 of the owner's choice. Some might call it wasteful, trading 3 for 2. But Han Chiol didn't hesitate. Carefully stroking his new companion, he decided that obtaining the right runes was far more important than hoarding them. Strengthening his magical and physical resistance came first. Looking down at the tiny beast, he gave it a simple command: rest. He had a goal to achieve, and with this creature's help, he'd get there. It was time to move forward. "Nearby," a girl asked. "Where do we go from here?" A man holding a map replied, "Be patient." The maps they had received after leaving the room weren't detailed. Staring at the paper, the suited man frowned. "We can't just wander forward without knowing what's ahead, or where we'll find a safe zone." If they hadn't been abandoned, things would have been different. A sudden rustling from the bushes made a woman tense. Covering his family protectively, a survivor stiffened. Was it a monster? Or another traveler? Then, from the bushes, the protagonist emerged. The group's tension eased immediately, their faces lighting up with relief. Walking up to them, "What are you all doing here?" A man grinned. "You made it out. Did you escape from that monster?" Scratching the back of his head, "Caught it." The man in the suit stared in disbelief. His friend had survived with just a single scratch? Impossible. Meanwhile, the survivor hesitated when asked about the others. A while ago, Kamenet had simply crossed his arms and urged the family to leave. The man furrowed his brows. "What are you talking about?" he asked, concern creeping into his voice. Splitting up was too dangerous, and besides, there was no reason to do so. Han Chiol smirked. So, are you planning to just hide behind us and travel comfortably? Jimin glanced back and nodded in agreement. Without a strong fighter in the group, being stuck with annoying companions would only make things worse. The healer shrugged. I don't really care who gives me runes, but I'd rather stick with the strong ones. The suited man's expression darkened. We were left behind. The rest of the squad even blocked the path to stop us from following them. Noticing their comrade turning away, the survivor hesitated. Where are you going? The boy didn't stop. We've wasted enough time. Let's go. The woman frowned, then signaled for her husband to follow. He hesitated but finally raised a hand, gesturing for his family to move. As they trailed behind, the Reincarnator glanced back. What are you trying to do? The suited man raised his eyebrows, recalling his own words. With a sigh, he said, Forget it. You go ahead. We'll handle things our way. Closing his eyes, the protagonist shrugged. Do whatever you want. Does not matter. I'll be fighting alone anyway. Hansa battled several boars. The fights weren't easy, but each one strengthened his stats, keeping him in top form. Releasing the rune-eater snake onto the grass, he watched as it devoured a rune. Strengthening his resistance first had been a smart choice. Taking another stone in his hand, he thought, this should make things easier. From the bushes, his family observed him quietly. He realized they needed food. The girl blushed slightly, embarrassed at how much stronger he had become. The woman, on the other hand, was simply relieved. At least he didn't seem to care about them. The schoolgirl hesitated. Should we fight too? Her father shook his head. That would be foolish and reckless. Staying safe is what matters. The fact that we're still together, that's already a blessing. Ahead, the Reincarnator ran forward, and the others hurried after him. Where are you heading now? Stopped in front of a dark tunnel. Sunlight streamed down, casting a glow on his face. The survivor shielded his eyes from the brightness, squinting at the sight ahead. There were more people. Many more. The man stared. Wait, have they been heading here this whole time? Behind him, the family broke into smiles, relief washing over them. They had survived. Han Chiol turned around, and Hansu's expression darkened the moment he saw him. The soldier immediately understood. Judging by his condition, the rumors were true. He really had taken down a carnivorous beast on his own. Meanwhile, the fairy leaned on her hand, clearly annoyed by the commotion from the latecomers. Deciding she'd had enough, she slammed the door behind them. With that, the tunnel was sealed off by a massive stone, cutting off any way back. Not far away, the devil snapped his fingers, proposing another large-scale event. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the survivors found themselves on the shore of a mountain lake. At the first-floor dock, the assistant welcomed them, relieved that about 75 people had made it this far. Then, a monstrous figure appeared, announcing the next event, a battle for tickets. Blue tickets materialized in front of the travelers. These were their only means of escaping the collapsing island and reaching the next one. The fairy spread her arms, explaining the situation. Some islands were overrun with monsters and surrounded by lava, while others, the central and southern islands, held valuable treasures. However, getting there would not be easy. Rules were in place to make things interesting. In the lake, several boats were available, each capable of carrying 3 people. To travel, a group needed at least 3 tickets. However, if 3 people used 3 tickets, they would each end up on separate islands. A diagram displayed the distribution pattern. Some boats would reach the outskirts, while others could land in the central zones. One particular island was marked with a question mark, hinting at an unknown fate. On the other hand, if 2 people used 3 tickets, they would arrive on the same island but would not be able to choose where. Han Chiol and Jimin listened carefully as the devil explained one final rule. A single person could go anywhere if they had 3 tickets. The revelation left the family stunned. The assistant peered through his telescope, scanning the islands. He warned that they would begin collapsing from the outer edges inward, and the difficulty of survival varied greatly depending on where they landed. The more advantages they secured now, the better their chances later. The countdown had begun. Only 30 minutes remained before the starting island crumbled. 25 boats were scattered across the crater. The fairy grinned mischievously, reminding everyone of one simple truth. Survival was the only thing that mattered. And the more chaos, the more entertaining it would be. As expected, panic broke out. People started attacking each other, desperate to snatch tickets for themselves. A young man frowned, realizing there was no stopping the inevitable. Before he could act, someone called his name. Nearby, a man in a suit knelt on the ground, his head bowed. He pleaded with his ally, asking him to help his family, just this once. Without lifting his head, the survivor explained that they needed more tickets to safely reach the central island. But his so-called ally only smiled, eyes gleaming with madness. Aren't you strong? He asked mockingly. Shouldn't it be easy for you to get those tickets? Lifting his head, the desperate man insisted that if his ally took a few extra tickets and handed them over, they could all reach their destination safely. Then, pressing his forehead to the ground, he begged him to spare the innocent. The Reincarnator averted his gaze, unimpressed. "It's time you took responsibility for yourselves," he said coldly. "Mind your own business." The survivor scoffed, asking if his so-called ally had no sympathy at all. Before he could say more, Han Shiol stepped forward and told him to be quiet. The soldier didn't hesitate. He kicked the traveler aside, then grabbed him by the collar. "Are you really going to waste time listening to this annoying fool?" he sneered. "I just want to grab my tickets and go." Turning to the protagonist, the soldier made an offer. He'd travel with them and even hand over his tickets if necessary. Glancing back at the group, he admitted he didn't like any of them, even though they were supposedly on the same side. Han Shiol clenched his fist. "If you're so strong, why not team up with someone on your level?" In response, the soldier raised his hand, revealing a glowing symbol. He explained that this was not just a skill, it was a power awakened by a friend, meaning the boy could gain it too. Hansa stared silently at the mark as the man continued, saying their leader had already agreed to give it to him. Traveling alone was more hassle than it was worth. But Hansu only shook his head. "I'm not interested." The survivor's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Do you even understand what you're turning down?" The man tried to convince him, insisting that he didn't realize the true value of the clan. But Hansu turned away, his mind drifting to the faces of his comrades. Walking through the forest, he remembered the bond they shared. He couldn't just throw that away. Looking ahead with newfound determination, he made his choice. He would follow the monarch. It was the only way to achieve his goal. Realizing that Hansu was not going to change his mind, Cho let out a smirk. "So that's how it is." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his ticket at Hansu's feet. "I stole this from that worthless man," he explained, gesturing toward the fallen survivor. "Take it or don't, I don't care. But consider this a gift for the future. We'll be seeing each other again." The soldier scowled at his comrade's refusal. "I don't have time for this." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Hansu eyed the ticket on the ground, unmoved. These tricks would not work on him. None of this mattered right now. But the moment the other travelers spotted the ticket, everything spiraled into chaos. A mob rushed forward, desperate to claim it. Someone managed to grab it first, but the struggle was not over. Hansa stood to the side, watching silently as the survivors fought over their chance to escape. Then, a flash of silver, a knife. Kian lunged at a man to protect her father, but the attacker grabbed her by the vest, smirking as he realized they were from the same family. "Perfect," he said coldly. "Then you can die together." From a distance, the fairy observed the scene with amusement. The parents wailed for their daughter, their pain woven into the very design of this twisted game. It was deliberate, a cruel spectacle orchestrated by the higher powers. This stage was nothing more than a battlefield of puppets, and the devil was pulling every string. Even death itself was just another part of the show. The young man flinched as a voice broke through the chaos, questioning why he had turned down Han Shiol's offer. Jimin crossed her arms, watching him closely. The Reincarnator remained unfazed. "Personal reasons," he replied. "What do you want?" Smiling, Jimin stepped forward. "I have an offer of my own." She removed her glove and extended a hand, inviting him to join her. But once again, the protagonist shook his head. Jimin sighed, as if she had expected that answer. Before turning away, she decided to ask him one last question. "Are you really staying behind because of some clumsy sense of sympathy?" Her gaze sharpened. "You're not that pathetic." Hansa smirked at her words but said nothing. She was the last one left. Everyone else who had the chance to leave had already taken it. The boats lifted into the sky, and now, only one remained in the crater. No matter what happened here, no one would ever know. Bodies littered the ground, some wounded, many dead. Those who remained barely had the strength to defend themselves. Shadows loomed behind the boy, voices trembling as they pleaded for salvation. He wanted to help them all, but he knew it was impossible. Here, in the training area, the fairy's power was absolute. Above them, the devil circled lazily, watching the unfolding scene. Turning away from the desperate faces, the boy steeled himself. He had no choice. If he failed here, everything would have been for nothing. Gripping his sword, his hand trembled. "Forgive me," he whispered. He already knew the fate of those left behind. The remaining travelers plunged into the river of acid, their screams piercing the air as they begged for help. The fairy, perched above, watched with delight as their bodies dissolved. Hansa spread his arms. "Complain all you want," he said, his blue eyes glowing. Instead of leaving them to suffer for his assistant's amusement, he had shown them a different kind of mercy. Above him, islands hovered in the sky. A snake coiled on his shoulder, devouring runes as it watched. "Fascinating," the boy murmured. But the moment was fleeting. It was over too soon. Crossing his arms, the assistant nodded approvingly. "As expected from a rising star," he remarked. "We never just talk for fun." Grinning, the devil hovered nearby. "I'll be looking forward to our next meeting." Hansa glanced downward, his expression unreadable. He had no regrets. He hadn't come back to save everyone. He had come to win. Hesitation had no place in this world. Looking toward the sky, he refocused on his next goal. The central island. The last boat drifted into the air, carrying him forward. In the heart of the island stood a towering clock tower. The system announced its congratulations to the nearly 1921 travelers who had made it this far, welcoming them to the land of opportunity. Above the grand castle with its striking red roofs, a clear blue sky stretched endlessly. On this central island, three things were crucial: protecting the crystal housed within the castle, growing stronger through the region's unique dungeon, and preparing for the incoming wave of monsters. The enormous pink crystal gleamed under the sunlight, while the castle's wooden doors stood slightly ajar, allowing beams of light to spill into the hall. Beyond those doors, an army of skeletons, their eyes glowing eerily beneath protective armor, advanced. The hero issued an order to stop them. From atop the castle walls, defenders fired arrows and swung swords, trying to hold their ground. A boy shouted in panic. They were running out of men. The hero's grip on his sword tightened as he blocked a skeleton's strike. But in the chaos, a skeleton's blade sliced through a girl's neck. The hero let out a desperate cry, declaring that if they could endure just a little longer, they might survive another day. One of the fighters, his eyes dark with exhaustion, stretched his hand forward. He shouted that lasting another month was impossible. They needed reinforcements. The hero barked another command, ordering everyone to maintain formation. Suddenly, bright energy crackled in the air, lifting small debris from the ground. A piercing scream echoed across the battlefield. Inside the castle, a boy slammed his palm on an ornate table, insisting that rules needed to be established. The hero rose to his feet, frustration evident in his voice. Their defenses had collapsed on the very first day, and the damage was severe. How much longer could they afford to wait? Jungwook frowned, warning that if things continued like this, they wouldn't just fail to protect the crystal. They'd all be slaughtered. And Ju-yoon clasped her hands together, suggesting they wait for the other monarchs before making a decision. Xia, unimpressed, crossed her arms. The strongest are already here, she said. The rest don't matter. Lee Guktai raised an eyebrow. So, what's your plan? Jungwook spread his arms. The biggest issue is the lack of protectors. If we want to survive, we need more people, even if it means bringing in those who haven't joined the clans, by force if necessary. Xia's eyes narrowed. And how exactly do you plan to control these unaligned travelers? The man frowned, his expression grim. We'll have to put pressure on them, he said. But I doubt words will do much in this lawless mess. Leaning both hands on the table, he reminded them that the next attack was coming in just 3 hours. And this time, survival wasn't guaranteed. The hero's voice cut through the tense silence. Are we just going to sit back and let it happen? Lee Guktai raised an eyebrow. And what if the clan alliance joins forces with us? Can you guarantee that we'll make a difference? The hero exhaled sharply. Sending more people into the dungeon is a serious decision. From the window, the gathered heroes could be seen seated around the table. A voice noted that with their growing numbers, they now matched the clan alliance. A new faction had formed, a ragtag group calling themselves the Basement Alliance. They were unpredictable, operating outside anyone's control. The real question was whether the clan alliance, which had focused solely on defense until now, could actually handle them. A vision formed in his mind. Rows of people standing before a wooden gate. Jungwook turned away, visibly displeased. Send the clans from the front lines into the dungeon, he suggested. And Ju-yoon immediately shot up. Then who's going to defend the castle? A girl spoke next. If we're doing that, then the smaller clans should go first to minimize losses. Xia closed her eyes, frustration creeping in. This discussion was going in circles. Everyone was just voicing their wishes without any real plan. Biting her finger, she looked away, lost in thought. If only all 1,900 people focused on defense. At first, survival had been a shared goal. But that changed when someone returned from the dungeon wielding powerful artifacts. One by one, the clans abandoned their posts, seeking strength instead. Near a large sword, a group of battered and bruised warriors stood. A girl clutched a precious stone, while a boy gripped a golden necklace. Xia absently bit her nail. How are we supposed to protect the crystal for an entire month? Just then, the door swung open. A girl entered the room. Xia tensed, grinding her teeth as she raised a hand. I don't have time for your games. Jimin smirked. Not here to mess around. I got news. Xia narrowed her eyes. This better be good. Jimin's voice was urgent. Some lunatic is fighting the Basement Alliance right now. Xia's eyes widened. What? How is that even possible? A distant voice yelled for help, his words frantic. I never promised I wouldn't go. The heroes turned in surprise. A young man collapsed to all fours, panting as he lifted his head. I'll hunt for 2 more days, he muttered, struggling to his feet. Then I'll come back. I will join you. But first, I need to get stronger. Around him, the others froze. Their eyes locked on the shimmering energy trailing through the air. A sudden impact. The guy staggered backward, gasping. His shoulder burned where he'd been struck. His mouth opened, but no words came out. From across the room, a hero exhaled a thin stream of smoke, cigarette in hand. You're done. Starting tomorrow, everyone fights upstairs. No more sitting around. The young man instinctively stepped forward. The hero raised a hand. Don't come any closer. But the dark-haired boy took another step. Something wasn't right. He could feel it. The hero's raw strength, his art characteristics, were lower than his own. And yet, there was no way he could beat him. His fingers twitched as he stretched out a hand. I need my weapon. A ripple of unease spread through the onlookers. Someone frowned. Who does this guy think he is? The hero answered with action. A flash of silver. His knife cut through the air, glowing with streams of energy. He lunged straight at the young man, his blade deadly. The boy spun, his thoughts racing. That knife, it has a skill that enhances its cutting power. He opened his palm. The dark-haired guy extended his palm, analyzing the blade in front of him. Not bad for a colorless rank artifact. Without warning, he lunged forward, gripping the hero by the throat. The surrounding crowd erupted into shouts, urging him to finish the hero off. But he frowned, teeth clenched. The knife skill hadn't activated. The blade hadn't pierced him. Does he have some kind of defense? The dark-haired hero smirked. Is it my turn now? A sharp impact. His fist slammed into the guy's face, leaving bruises and scrapes. Fighting without killing them was exhausting, but he had no choice. These people were valuable resources. The guy crashed to the ground, his vision blurring. Around him, the onlookers stared in shock. He sighed, realizing there was no point in talking. They wouldn't listen to reason. The dark-haired hero raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Guess I've got one last cigarette left. That should be enough. Meanwhile, Jungwook and Shia stepped outside, only to freeze in place, their expressions shifting in surprise. Who is that guy? A voice muttered. Inside, an unknown figure sat at the table, facing the other monarchs. Shia and Njuyun exchanged wary glances. The hero furrowed his brows. So this is the guy Han Shiol mentioned. But what was that magical beast on his shoulder? The dark-haired stranger crossed his arms. Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will merge. We'll alternate between defense and hunting. If anyone has a problem with that, speak now. Hansa scanned the room, his gaze settling on the assembled leaders. You can't expect people to follow orders without being part of the system. We need to bring in as many capable individuals as possible. If they refuse, we'll make them join. Outside forces will follow our commands, no exceptions. Shia's eyes widened. This benefits us more than it does him. What's he really after? Li Guktai raised an eyebrow. And what do you want out of this? The guy smirked. Funny, a man with this much power stirs up chaos, yet claims he has no personal motives. The protagonist exhaled, his expression unreadable. As long as the basic rules and systems are in place, I have no reason to interfere. Li Guktai narrowed his eyes. You say that. But what happens if you change your mind? What if one day you decide to take out the alliance? Hansa stood abruptly. I don't have time for pointless arguments. His lips curled into a grin. But since you're all so paranoid, his body shimmered. Then, in an instant, he vanished. Jungwook stiffened. He's gone. The heroes instinctively reached for their weapons. Shia's voice cut through the room. Stay alert. He's probably planning an attack. Li Guktai scowled, drawing his sword. It's just a basic invisibility skill. He can't have gone far. A sharp presence. Hansa reappeared behind him, pressing a blade against the boy's throat. His voice was calm, but laced with amusement. Did you really think I couldn't attack if I wanted to? Li Guktai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this really just a trick? Or had the boy actually summoned a dragon strong enough to shatter his senses? He couldn't wrap his head around how easily he'd been deceived. Meanwhile, the protagonist recalled something he had gained just before arriving here. Since the pattern had continued so far, he saw no reason to break it now. Li Guktai dropped to his knees, his hands braced against the floor. Hansa closed his eyes and told everyone to calm down. He had no ill intentions. Now was the time for unity. Each of them had a role to play, and if they focused on their part, they could make this work. That was the plan. Li Guktai slowly rose, pressing a hand to his throat as if still processing what had happened. Hansa walked down the castle corridor, lost in thought. They had been at odds for so long that forming an alliance wouldn't be easy. But there was still time. He wouldn't force it. This was just the beginning. There were bigger matters to handle later. Just then, Jimin appeared in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. She told him to wait. She didn't like being ignored. Hansa frowned. Jimin raised an eyebrow, reminding him of their previous conversation. This time, she expected a different answer. Soft particles of light flickered in the air between them. She had asked before if he wanted to join their alliance, but now, she was extending a real invitation. Stepping closer, she placed a hand on his shoulder. What do you think? She asked. Traveling alone must be lonely. Or, do you already have someone? Hansa's expression darkened, and he turned away without answering. Jimin studied him carefully. I heard you were with a girl named Mi at Gangnam Station, she said, watching him closely. His reaction told her everything she needed to know. With a small smile, she brushed past him. Well, it doesn't really matter, but it'd be nice if you joined our clan. Hansa froze, weighing his options. Jimin turned back, raising an eyebrow. You're not even going to pretend to listen, she scoffed. Then, with a smirk, she called him an annoying bastard and walked away. From a castle window, Hansa could be seen sighing. Outside, on the crumbling castle walls, injured fighters sat scattered across the battlefield. A commanding voice ordered the bodies to be gathered. There were still vital supplies they needed. Those with support abilities were told to step aside. Hansa raised an eyebrow as he turned to the sergeant. The southern wall is holding up, more or less. The man nodded. Good. I've ordered the wounded to be taken below. The rest can get some rest. Then, looking at Hansu, he asked, how's your clan holding up? Hansu exhaled. This time, we managed to put up a proper defense. Every post is secure. The battlefield was littered with skeletal remains, their skulls punctured by sharp blades. Initially, the Basement Alliance members had been hesitant to work together, but they had done their part well. The exhausted warriors sat in silence, catching their breath. Hansa gazed at the destruction before them. Thanks to them, we avoided major losses. The sergeant gave a weary smile. Still, we can't afford to get careless. His gaze drifted to the mountains of shattered bones. If we're up against something worse next time, do we even have a choice? The protagonist stood atop the castle wall, wiping the sweat from his face as he turned away. Incredible, a nearby hero remarked. You fought all those enemies on your own. The sergeant chuckled, imagining himself asking Hansa directly, but he already knew the boy would just dodge the question. If only the kid had some proper manners, he might have even considered inviting him to join the clan. But, well, that was between him and whatever gods were watching. Still, looking ahead, the sergeant had to admit, at this rate, they might actually be able to fend off attacks time and time again. Suddenly, the boy's voice cut through the moment. Sergeant, there's something in the air. A figure emerged from behind the white clouds. The fairy assistant. She smiled as she stepped forward. Waiting for me? She asked playfully. The group tensed. Her sudden arrival couldn't be a good sign. Have you all enjoyed your rest these past 2 days? She continued. The heroes exchanged uneasy glances. Surprise flickered in their eyes as they raised their heads, realizing that whenever she showed up, it only meant one thing, trouble. Sensing their tension, the fairy let out a soft giggle. Oh my, you all seem so bored. Let's change that, shall we? With a clap of her hands, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Starting today, demons will be joining the battlefield. The announcement sent a wave of unease through the group. These creatures are far stronger than the undead you've faced so far, she admitted. But don't worry too much. Unlike the undead, demons will give you something valuable when you kill them. She waved a hand, conjuring an illusion, an enormous, menacing demon surrounded by glowing gems. These, she said, pointing to the bright crystals at the demon's feet, can be exchanged for incredible artifacts. There's even a shop exclusive to this place. Murmurs spread among the group as system pop-ups appeared before them. The heroes gawked at the windows flashing before their eyes. Hansa's eyebrows lifted as he scanned the options. The fairy, noticing his reaction, added, oh, and there's more. These crystals aren't just for artifacts. You can also buy escape tickets to leave this place. Hansa's gaze flickered to an icon in the shop menu. A running figure. The cost, 600 crystals. The fairy's voice rang out again. So, do you all want to get out of here quickly? The boy frowned. Wait, so if we gather enough crystals, we can just leave. A nearby hero pointed at the details. It says up to 5 people can go together. The fairy let out a gleeful laugh. That's right. So give it your all and start collecting. Before anyone could process her words, a surge of red energy burst forth in front of the castle gates. A demon's hand, long, black claws glistening under the light, emerged from the swirling portal. Then came the smile. Twisted, inhuman, unsettling. The creature arched its back and let out a deep, eerie laugh. Incoming, a hero shouted as the demon took a step forward. The crowd stiffened. No one moved. Someone had to face it first. But how strong was this thing? They all wanted those crystals. But was it worth the risk? Through the stunned crowd, Hansu stepped forward. His voice was firm. Step back. Hansa pushed off the castle wall, launching himself into the air with a sharp sword in hand. He shot straight toward the demon, swinging his weapon in a powerful arc. The demon raised its hand, effortlessly stopping the attack. A grin spread across its face as it gathered bright energy in its free hand. Hansa barely managed to jump back as the demon's arm swung forward, sending a shockwave through the air. He exhaled sharply. This was expected, even if the creature was a degraded version of a true demon. He narrowed his eyes. Normal attacks won't be enough. And worse, he was out of cloud snacks. His defenses were solid thanks to the Rune-Eater snake, but his attack power was lacking. The demon's grin widened. Bright streams of energy surged from behind its back. Hansu suddenly felt power surging around his feet. He glanced down as a system notification popped up. Light boots of a scoundrel. Speed increased for 1 minute. A smirk crossed his face. Speed? Huh. He could work with that. In a flash, Hansa moved. A zigzagging trail of light followed behind him as he accelerated toward the demon. He appeared behind the creature in an instant, blades swinging. The demon reacted fast, spinning around and raising both hands to block. The air crackled as Hansu's sword struck over and over, leaving bright slashes hanging in the air. With a sharp swing, he finally sliced across the demon's chest, leaving a glowing wound. The creature's bright eyes widened. Its hand shot forward, releasing a blazing energy attack. Hansu braced himself, gripping his sword and blocking the incoming blast. A brilliant explosion erupted across the battlefield, sending stone fragments flying. From behind his sword, he frowned. His Namaha's ring of destruction had activated. Any skill or power that touched his weapon was instantly neutralized. From the castle walls, the soldiers looked on in shock. Is he really fighting that thing alone? One murmured. The sergeant's brows furrowed. Just how much stronger has he become? Next to him, a soldier turned to Han Chiol. We can't let this chance slip by. Han Chiol looked up. You're saying we should join the fight? He hesitated. Is that really a good idea? Jung Wook frowned. If we don't, others will. Do you really want to sit back and watch? As if on cue, warriors leapt from the castle walls, shouting. There's only one demon. We're not standing around for this. Jimin raised an eyebrow. Not really my style, she muttered. Then she turned to Xia. What about you? Xia folded her arms. We wait. Jimin's brows rose. Oh? So you do want to see what Hansu can do? Down below, a group of heroes rushed toward Hansu, weapons drawn. He turned his head, glancing at them. His eyebrows shot up. Impudent. This wasn't a normal fight. The demon could activate its racial skill at any second. If they interfered now, they'd only make things worse. He didn't have time to deal with reckless travelers. The protagonist stood firm before the towering demon, its glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. Observing closely, he suspected something was off. The creature hadn't used any abilities yet. That meant either hesitation or a hidden limitation. The demon arched a brow, watching intently. The hero recalled that demons possessed unique racial skills, unpredictable and varied. His mind raced. Did this one have an area of effect attack? As if to answer, streams of bright energy gathered in the demon's palm. Without hesitation, the protagonist turned to his allies. Fall back. You won't survive if you stay too close. A bespectacled man hesitated, brows furrowed. I got a bad feeling. Should we just stand back and let you handle this? The hero raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? We need to be close enough to land the final blow. The demon grinned, power surging in his hand. Without warning, he unleashed his racial skill, Hellfire. A blazing arc carved through the air, leaving a trail of searing destruction. The hero swiftly raised a shield, calling out, I have an artifact. This should protect me from minor flames. Another fighter scowled. If I deal the final hit, the reward is mine. But before anyone could act, the hero's voice rang out. Run! Flames erupted, engulfing everything in their path. As the fire spread, terrified screams filled the air. The group scattered, fear overtaking them. The demon strode forward, relentless. The protagonist stood his ground, resting his sword on his shoulder. He tightened his grip, then let out a low chuckle. Hellfire! Ha! Nearby, Hansa tightened his hold on his gleaming sword. It was time to unleash the full power of the ring. He swung his weapon, slicing through the inferno, leaving a streak of light in its wake. A powerful surge of energy burst forth, destruction slash. Gasps echoed around him. What was that? He cut through the flames. Hansa narrowed his eyes. The battlefield was scarred with deep craters, fire still smoldering on the scorched earth. A shiver ran through him. This wasn't just any enemy. Right here, right now, he was the only one capable of fighting this monster. The demon stretched out a clawed hand, flames spiraling around him. His grin widened, his burning eyes locked onto the protagonist. He lunged forward, his razor-sharp talons slashing through the air. Hansa's eyes widened, his breath hitching. His hands trembled as he took in the sight. The hero standing firm, sword planted in the ground. He clenched his fists. Is he really just a traveler like us? They had all started this journey together. So why was the gap between them so immense? Hansa swung his sword, cutting through the incoming stream of fiery energy. They needed a strategy. If this dragged on, they'd lose every advantage they had. Jung Wook frowned, scanning the battlefield. Behind him, Sergeant Xia covered her mouth in shock, while Jimin smirked. The demon let out a guttural roar, raising its hands as streams of energy crackled around its body. The protagonist lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the monstrous figure before him. A man in a cloak raised his hand, signaling everyone to prepare for the next wave. The clan members had to regroup. The shift in battle had begun. Jimin leaned against the wall, arms crossed. A voice cut through the silence. If you're waiting for him, you're wasting your time. She turned away. What are you talking about? Han Chiol sighed, rubbing the back of his head. I'm saying it's pointless. I've waited here before, and it never led to anything. Jimin glanced at him. Who exactly are you waiting for? Han Chiol's eyes narrowed. Hansu. Who else? Han Chiol closed his eyes. So, were you sent here by the monarch? The hero's expression shifted. Be honest with me. We're alone here. You know as well as I do that the clan alliance is on shaky ground. His gaze sharpened, and I'm sure you know why. Jimin studied him for a moment. Why are you telling me all this? Han Xiol gave a small shrug. Isn't it obvious? I wanted to present you with an offer from our side. Before he could say more, his eyes flickered to the side, suddenly on edge. He turned away sharply. Jimin raised a brow. What's wrong? I thought I was being watched. Li Guktai stood by the window, observing the city below. It's been a while since Hansu monopolized the demons. And yet, he hasn't made a single move. A boy standing nearby narrowed his eyes. No reports either. We've had the clan members keeping tabs on him. But something doesn't add up. A girl beside him nodded. Aside from defending the fortress, hunting demons, and occasionally diving into dungeons, he barely does anything else. Thanks to him, our defenses have improved, but... She turned to Guktai. There's still another problem. The independent fighters, those who refuse to join any clan, are constantly clashing with the clans. Guktai stroked his chin in thought. I figured this would happen. With someone like him refusing to align with any faction, trouble was inevitable. His expression darkened. Even the clan alliance is forced to follow his lead. He exhaled sharply. That's why I made preparations. A group of people stepped forward. Li Guktai smirked. If our power weakens, we'll lose control. And if that happens, our future plans fall apart. We cannot let that happen. Among the gathered crowd, a hero in a red robe stood tall. Li Guktai glanced at the newly arrived warriors, his eyes gleaming. You came just in time, he said, spreading his arms. Let's talk about the future of the clan alliance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, swords and spears jutted from the fallen monster's corpse. The protagonist stood motionless, gripping his sword tightly. He lowered his head. This was meaningless. The spear clattered to the ground. Hansu exhaled slightly, stretching out his hand. The white snake coiled around his neck flicked its tongue as he counted. This was the 60th. He had finally gathered the amount he needed. High-level artifacts were available in the crystal shop. In the glowing display, icons of a shield, potion, sword, and axe flickered. Most were exclusive to clans, each with incredible effects. If the clans got their hands on these crystals, fierce competition would break out. Hansa couldn't let that happen. He had to act before things spiraled out of control. His eyes flicked to the system window before him. Raising an eyebrow, he muttered, I have a bigger goal in mind. A notification popped up. Exchange complete. 60 crystals deducted. Among swirling streams of energy, iron chains materialized. Hansa smirked. He had mastered many weapons, but this was his favorite. A sharp sickle formed against the backdrop of chains. Gripping the twin blades, he admired their sleek, deadly design. The system identified them as judgment of the Decrados. Hansa's gaze hardened. This should make the next fights much easier. He spun one blade in his hand, eager to test it out. The ground was covered in dirt and debris. But suddenly, skeletal figures began emerging from below. Undead. Hansa grinned. 10 days remained until the siege ended. He was eager to see who would make a move in the final stretch. In his mind, he pictured Li Guktai's wild eyes and manic grin, along with a group of shadowy figures waiting for their chance. Then, it happened. A small figure appeared. A fairy assistant. Her eerie smile sent a chill through the crowd. This round has been quite entertaining, she mused, floating above them. For those of you who have survived the longest, we've prepared a special event. Before anyone could react, the ground trembled violently. A surge of unknown energy spread beneath their feet. Panic set in. This wasn't the start of a new wave. A dark force enveloped the battlefield. The corpses of slain monsters stirred. Gasps rang out as the lifeless demons' eyes snapped open. Their broken bodies were being pulled together, their remains glowing with an eerie purple light. Inside the fortress, the grotesque fusion continued. The pieces merged into a single mass, shifting and twisting into something new. From the grotesque pile, a figure emerged. A girl. Her horns protruded from her head, liquid dripping from her face. The demon had arrived. The fairy assistant's voice rang out, laced with amusement. And so, your next challenge begins. The demon unfurled her wings, ready to strike. The assistant chuckled, crossing his tiny arms. If you were human, I'd suggest staying far away from the fortress walls. Not that it would help. There's no escape. He raised a finger. That leaves you with 2 choices. 1. Stay and fight against the undead swarm that's heading your way. 2. Escape using a crystal. His grin widened. But be warned, these undead aren't like the ones you've fought before. He hovered in the air, his voice dripping with excitement. So I'd wait for them eagerly if I were you. But, if that doesn't sound appealing, he paused dramatically. You have one more option. His eyes gleamed. Face the demon herself. Inside the fortress, one of the boys was shocked to hear about the Demon King. Another quickly responded that no one had mentioned her before. Meanwhile, the fairy helper casually filed his nails and remarked that he hadn't brought it up because most travelers never lived long enough to meet her. Since few survived that far, it didn't seem worth mentioning. The crowd tensed as they learned that the crystal would activate only 30 minutes after the undead attack began, and it could only carry 500 people. That meant half of them would be left behind. But there was another option. If they managed to defeat the Demon King, everyone could escape. A timer suddenly appeared, and the fairy helper, in an unusually patient tone, explained that since this was a special event, he would wait for their decision. One man cursed, realizing they weren't just holding out for a month as they originally thought. A sudden clap drew everyone's attention. Lee Guktai stepped forward, clenching his fist, and declared that all they had to do was survive for half an hour and escape with the crystal. He urged everyone to hold on and prepare, then ordered the clan alliance to head toward the crystal while the rest defended the front lines. A guy with glasses looked at Lee Guktai in outrage, seeing right through his intentions. He sneered, realizing Lee Guktai and the clans were planning to save themselves while leaving the others behind. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Lee Guktai defended his strategy, arguing that survival was more important than reckless action. But the glasses-wearing man shot back, mocking Lee Guktai's words as befitting a clan monarch, someone who only cared about saving those under his control. Lee Guktai, unfazed, turned to him with a threatening look and demanded to hear a better plan. He reminded everyone that even the demon from the first day had wiped out dozens in a single attack. So how exactly did they plan to defeat the Demon King? His expression darkened as he posed the question to the entire group. Would they rather escape together and reach the next island or throw themselves in a certain death like moths to a flame? The glasses-wearing man hesitated. Meanwhile, Juyun smirked, thinking the argument was already settled. Their alliance with the Smog clan ensured their safety. But then, a voice rose from the crowd. Someone stepped forward and declared that the only way for everyone to survive was to defeat the Demon King. Juyun tensed up, his body's rigid with unease. Meanwhile, Hansu remained calm, stating that if they managed to defeat the Demon King, everyone who survived would be able to escape. Juyun scowled, irritated that Hansu was interfering yet again. Lee Guktai stepped forward, eyeing Hansu skeptically. Are you sure you'll survive? He challenged. Hansu simply shrugged. Who knows, he said indifferently. Then, he pointed out the harsh truth. If they made a run for the crystal, far more than 500 people would die. Maybe even all of them. A girl in the crowd smirked and said that in that case, she'd rather follow him. She added that trusting the so-called clan leaders was out of the question, so siding with them made no sense. Turning to Hansu, she asked for his thoughts. People around them started raising their fists in support, eager for a way out that didn't rely on abandoning half their group. Seeing this, Juyun and his clan quickly decided to join in. Soon after, Shia announced that they would also fight alongside Hansu. Juyun's expression darkened. If things kept going this way, Hansu would have to be dealt with, by force if necessary. He glanced at the convoy, realizing that they needed to break their morale now. If a battle erupted, everyone would fight for their own survival, making it the perfect moment for an ambush. But before he could act, Hansu shot him a menacing glare. Save your plans to kill me for later, he warned. In a flash, Hansu attacked. His weapon crashed into the ground beside Juyun, the impact sending a tremor through the floor. Then, with a swift motion, he pulled it back, the blade gleaming. You sure you can handle the consequences? He asked. Juyun flinched, realizing he had just barely escaped death. Lee Guktai quickly intervened, suggesting they bide their time and wait for the right moment. There was still time. After all, he thought to himself that, for now, they would have to follow Hansu's lead. But the chance to escape would come later. The decision was made. But before moving forward, Hansu stepped toward the crystal. Let's make sure we're all committed, he said. With a powerful swing of his weapon, the chain wrapped around the crystal. He yanked hard, and cracks splintered across its surface. A moment later, the crystal shattered into countless shards. And Juyun and Lee Guktai froze, their faces pale with shock. A panicked cry erupted from the crowd, demanding to know what Hansu had done. He turned to them, his voice firm. We're heading to the fortress. We don't need the crystal anymore. The thought of escape will only make us weaker. The words sank in, and murmurs of agreement spread. The hesitation in people's eyes faded, replaced by a single, focused determination. Raising their hands high, they shouted in unison, "Follow Hansu. Kill the Demon King." But Hansu held up a hand to stop them. "Don't follow me," he said. "Look ahead, for your own sake." As the timer hit 0, the massive doors to the fortress groaned open. A thin strip of light spilled into the hall, illuminating the path forward. One of the men muttered in disbelief. This fortress didn't feel like the same place they had seen before. The atmosphere had completely shifted. As they walked through the dimly lit hall, flickering candles with eerie purple flames cast long shadows on the walls. At the far end, the light faded into an unsettling darkness. The group hesitated, glancing around warily. Then, at last, he appeared. The Demon King's voice dripped with amusement as he lamented how long it had taken them to arrive. "You've come all this way for some fun," she teased. "I can't just let you leave now." Before anyone could react, the massive doors behind them slammed shut. A crushing force pressed down on them, forcing the men to their knees as a system message confirmed. The fortress was now sealed. Without warning, the ground beneath them began to crack. Rocks tumbled to the floor, and as it collapsed, the men screamed. A horrified voice shouted a warning. Something was crawling up from below. Then they saw them. Grotesque creatures with gaping mouths full of jagged fangs let out piercing screeches. One of the men echoed their screams, his voice laced with terror. A demon lunged at him, its claws slashing toward his throat. But a chain shot forward, intercepting the attack. Hansa tightened his grip on his weapon. "Stop panicking," he commanded. "These things aren't any different from the monsters we've fought before." He turned toward the frightened man, his gaze sharp. "Pull yourselves together." He knew the real battle wasn't with these creatures. It was with the demon himself. As if to reinforce that thought, the ground rumbled. Rocks lifted into the air, and towering pillars of fire erupted throughout the hall. From within the flames, armored demons emerged, their glowing eyes brimming with magic. Someone shouted for everyone to move as the purple flames spread. Hansa braced himself, deflecting the attack with his chains. "We have two enemies here," he barked. "Split up and deal with them." He quickly issued orders. Support units were to fall back, range fighters should step up, and those unable to hold the flanks needed to stay out of the way. Jungwook hesitated, warning that a reckless charge could put them at a disadvantage. But Hansu wasn't listening. Without waiting, he launched himself into battle. "Left side, I'm going in first." His mind analyzed the enemy in front of him. This gatekeeper demon was modeled after the Abyss's guardian, meaning it was far stronger than most, but its movements were predictable. Hansa smirked. That was all he needed. His chains twisted and lashed out, striking with crushing force. He didn't stop. Blow after blow rained down on the demon as he thought about something far more important. This was his chance to unleash the full power of Judgment of Dekratos. His chains extended, stretching for tens of meters. With a precise movement, they wrapped tightly around the demon's massive sword. As they glowed with an eerie light, a powerful force surged through them. Suppression. Magic pulsed through the chains, binding the demon completely. It struggled, but couldn't move. Hansa knew what was happening. The spell was siphoning magic from his opponent, draining its strength and lowering its stats with a powerful curse. He exhaled sharply. Using suppression consumed his own energy as well, but it was a price he could bear. A ring on his hand gleamed faintly as he turned to the others. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" The warriors around him hesitated, shaken by the sheer force of his attack. Jungwook smirked, refusing to stand by any longer. He commanded his subordinates to prepare for an all-out attack, demanding they bring glory to their clan's name. Shia quickly turned to her own forces, instructing those with weaker resistance to support from the rear. Without hesitation, the warriors charged forward. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as both sides clashed. The demons didn't remain idle either. Hansa suddenly realized they were attempting to summon hellfire. Cracks split open in the ground, and blinding light burst forth. Hansa's chains rattled helplessly as the demon broke free from his shackles. Hansa immediately ordered the attack to continue. He knew they wouldn't last long if the demons landed a solid hit. But if he could predict their movements, he could manage. With renewed determination, he launched another strike, sending his chains hurtling toward the demon. Just then, a searing beam of demonic flame nearly knocked him off his feet. One of his allies shouted a warning. The hellfire would make his attacks useless. But Hansa refused to back down. He leaped toward the demon, knowing he had to eliminate it himself. His gaze locked onto the source of the hellfire, the ignition crystal. With immense effort, he reached into the flames, grabbed the crystal, and yanked it free. Grinning, he crushed it in his palm. As the fire surrounding the demon flickered out, the onlookers gasped, questioning what had just happened. Hansa simply reminded them of his earlier words, then ordered them to keep fighting. He assured them there was no need to worry. The demon wouldn't be able to use hellfire anymore. A sudden warning cry rang out. Hansa barely dodged an attack in time. Meanwhile, Jungwook turned his attention to another demon, the one assigned to the non-clan warriors. The scene before them was grim. The fighters lay sprawled on the ground, unarmed, while the demon loomed over them. Desperate, they begged for help. Juyun frowned, questioning why they weren't fighting back. The group hesitated, saying it was too dangerous to intervene. They turned to Hansu. Wasn't it his responsibility to deal with this? They didn't know what to do. Lee Guktai smirked, sensing their hesitation. To him, this was an opportunity. Stepping forward, he called out to Hansu, accusing him of sending people to their deaths. It was all his fault things had reached this point. Pointing directly at him, Lee Guktai declared that Hansu should take responsibility. A warrior still battling nearby snapped at Lee Guktai to stop talking and start fighting. Frustrated, he kicked Lee Guktai aside, yelling that his clan was doing nothing while everyone else fought. Lee Guktai merely smirked, challenging those around him. Did they really think he was holding back because he was weak? He scoffed, ready to prove he was different from the idle chatterers around him. Fine, he sneered. Let's see the true power of the special forces. His warriors raised their bows, arrows aimed at the demon. With precision, they attacked, striking repeatedly. Swords and arrows tore into the demon's flesh. The spectators murmured in disbelief. Then, at last, the demon collapsed to its knees. Hansa turned to Xia and Jungwook, telling them to head to the other side. He'd handle this. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his daggers slicing through the air as his chains whistled. Wrapping the chains tightly around the demon, he swung his blades with precision, severing its tendons. And Juyun watched in shock. A monster that would have taken dozens of their warriors to bring down. Hansa had handled it alone. Frustrated, he turned to Guktai and demanded he finish things already. Hansa knew Guktai wasn't the type to form a special squad just to show off, but right now, that didn't matter. He needed to stay focused. His chains lashed out again, tightening around the demon as he unleashed another relentless assault. Meanwhile, Juyun gritted his teeth and struck his opponent with his sword. From the side, Hansu observed the battle unfold. Jimin charged in with a wild grin, twin daggers in hand. Hansu's chains coiled around the demon's neck, squeezing tighter. With a final, decisive motion, Hansu spread his arms wide, slicing clean through his enemy's throat. He turned, surveying the aftermath of his work. Wiping dirt from his cheek, he caught Lee Guktai staring, his expression a mix of anger and unease. Hansu stood over the fallen demon, locking eyes with him. A subordinate approached Guktai, pointing out a crystal among the remains. He suggested they use it to trade for valuable artifacts. And Juyun spoke up, revealing that the clan alliance had formed a special squad, and strengthening it was now the priority. However, another warrior argued that the small clan should be the first to claim the trophies. The young man merely smiled. I might be the temporary commander, but the special squad belongs to the entire clan alliance. No need to worry. Jungwook frowned. When had the alliance created such a squad? As far as he knew, they had been keeping that a secret. Xia shot Lee Guktai a cold look. We managed to control our unruly monarchs and form a proper alliance. The looming crisis only sped things up. Hansa checked his system window while overhearing her thoughts. There was no point in dwelling on why the squad was created. Just then, Xia and Jungwook approached him. It looks like the alliance is trying to corner you, Xia warned. Hansa waved it off. I already know what's happening. No need to worry. Xia raised an eyebrow. So you have a plan? Hansa smirked. Just wait and see. He had already made his move. More warriors joined them, announcing that the alliance would now have to take the front lines. That meant their side would have an easier time since the alliance couldn't just stand aside anymore. Jimin narrowed her eyes. Are you sure about that? What if they regroup and refuse to do anything? Even if we help them, they might just ignore us again. Making it clear, if they wanted to escape, they had no choice but to fight the Demon King. Survival meant fighting. Xia assessed their situation. Many were injured, some couldn't even lift their weapons, while others were completely out of the fight. Most of them had only prepared to face the Demon King, believing they might stand a chance if they joined a clan. But now, uncertainty filled the air. A sharp voice cut through the murmurs. Enough whining. A girl stepped forward, her tone firm. If you want to live, the only way is to defeat the Demon King. She turned to Hansu, locking eyes with him. I'm Song. She introduced herself, stepping closer. Her hand reached for his chest, but before she could make contact, Jimin nearly exploded in fury. Only Xia managed to hold her back. Hansu smacked Song's hand away, glaring. What do you think you're doing? She tilted her head, feigning innocence. Oh, so heartless. I wasn't trying anything. Just wanted to introduce you to someone. Turning away, she tossed him a smirk. Let me know if you're interested. Then, as if enjoying the chaos she caused, she added, after all, someone is certainly interested in you. Jimin cursed under her breath. What is wrong with her? Xia pulled Hansu aside. Just ignore her. Jimin scowled, muttering about how Song had refused to acknowledge them earlier. She only interacted with the clanless, shutting out anyone else. No matter how they tried, she had ignored them completely. Hansu exhaled, clearly unimpressed. If you're done, let's move. Juyun groaned. Ignoring me again. Huh. With that, the group set off. They arrived before a massive wall, voices rising in debate about what lay beyond. Are we really going to fight the Demon King? Someone asked, their voice filled with doubt. A fairy helper wiped away tears of laughter. Travelers these days are amusing. But don't worry, I got good news for you all. The crowd fell silent as the fairy continued. You don't actually need to defeat the demon to open the portal to the next island. Gasps echoed through the chamber. All you have to do is hold out for half an hour, the fairy explained. Once that time passes, the crystal on the throne will activate. Wait, so we just have to survive? Someone asked in disbelief. The fairy nodded. That's right. Once the crystal activates, the portal will open, allowing you to travel freely between islands. Then, with a sly smile, he added, of course, if you don't want to wait, you can always buy passage using crystal shards, but that's not the official way. Hansen narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised. The monster had clearly been waiting for the right moment to reveal this option. The fairy clapped his hands. Well then, good luck. I hope to see you all on the next island. With that, They stepped into the Demon King's chamber. The hall was filled with massive cocoons, looming in eerie silence. The demon raised her hand. Rise! At her command, eyes snapped open within the cocoons. Skulls burst from the walls as creatures began to emerge. A satisfied smile crossed the Demon King's face. Hansu's mind raced. This version of her was weakened, only a fraction of the true horror that lurked in the abyss. But that didn't mean the fight would be easy. He already knew how he would strike. The demon ordered, arise. The skeletons arises and moves upward. The demons let out piercing screams as a system notification popped up. Monocrystals had been used to purchase artifacts. Hansu's hand glowed as he summoned the chain sides of Judgment, Decratos, and launched an attack. The demon shrieked in agony. Tightening his grip, Hansu strategized, preparing to wield two unique skills of Judgment Decratos, separation and return. Instantly, multiple copies of his sides appeared before him, and he unleashed them at the Demon King. Those struck, the demon didn't falter. Instead, he smirked as the replicated weapons trembled in his grasp. Waving his hand, he cursed Hansu, filling the space with red light. The chains, seemingly alive, lunged toward his. But with a confident grin, he struck different parts of the weapons, asserting his dominance. Then, with a commanding voice, he summoned another demon and ordered it to tear the humans apart. More demons swarmed the battlefield. Hansu turned to the others. I'll handle the Demon King. Take care of the summoned creatures. Guktai, the leader of an alliance faction, ordered his men to stay out of the fight. Jimin, frustrated, scoffed, figures they'd sit back and do nothing. Hansu understood their hesitation but needed all the help he could get. At least hold the demon off for a bit. Jimin bristled. And how exactly are we supposed to do that without you? The demon let out a chilling laugh, raising her hands. Above her, a monstrous fist of exposed muscle hurtled toward Hansu. A sudden green glow illuminated his face. One of the warriors had cast a protective dome around him. We can't hold this for long. Hurry up. Meanwhile, another alliance warrior observed the chaotic battlefield. There are too many of them. I can't even tell what's happening. Should we be helping somehow? Another asked, coughing up blood mid-sentence. And Juyun turned in shock as one of their own collapsed. He stared at the attacker and demanded, "What are you doing?" Guktai, with a sinister smirk, replied, "The perfect time to strike is when everyone's distracted." His faction had no intention of fighting the demons. Instead, they were eliminating their own. And Juyun's face twisted in horror. "You think we'll just let this slide? Why aren't you fighting the real enemy?" The answer was chilling. No one could move as a special squad launched a surprise attack. And Juyun, defiant, yelled, "This battle isn't over. We'll wipe you out too." But Guktai only sneered. "You were just disposable pawns, willing to throw yourselves away for the monarch." And Juyun froze. "What monarch?" Before he could process it, Guktai roared, "Time for you to disappear, Juyun," and swung his blade. But before the strike could land, and Juyun collapsed, overwhelmed by fear. Hansu arrived just in time, his gaze locking onto Guktai. "So, you've finally shown your true colors," he muttered. It seemed the boy's underhanded tactics hadn't changed one bit. Guktai, startled by Hansu's presence, questioned why he wasn't still fighting the Demon King. But it didn't matter. He was convinced Hansu was too late. The special squad surged forward to attack, but Hansu quickly pieced everything together. The Monarch of Disguise had finally revealed himself. These were clear traces of the Black Monarch, a discarded pawn that needed to be erased. Meanwhile, Guktai calculated his odds. Even if they couldn't defeat Hansu outright, they just had to keep him busy long enough for the Demon to finish off the rest. He was willing to sacrifice himself if it meant taking Hansu down with him. But Hansu smirked. "You're mistaken," he said. "I'm not here to stop you. I have an offer to make." Guktai hesitated, his mind racing. Explosions shook the tower as tension hung thick in the air. The waiting fighters grew restless, wondering when Hansu would return. Cursing under his breath, Hansu realized he'd lost sight of them. With a powerful push, he launched himself off the floor and struck a demon mid-air. His chains wrapped around the creature's face, and in the next instant, the linked demons were torn apart. She had turned to him. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "Preparing," Hansu replied simply. Before she could question him further, a sudden explosion sent Jimin flying. The demon sighed. "This is getting boring," she said, clenching her skinless fist. Hansu dodged her incoming strike, crafting a scythe mid-movement. With precise control, he sent his weapons soaring toward her. Chains coiled around her, scythes swirling in the air. The demon thrashed, her screams filling the space as she struggled against her bindings. "How dare you!" she roared. But no matter how she fought, she couldn't break free. Shia watched in shock, but Hansu waved her off. "Stay back," he warned. Han Chiol frowned. "Why are you stopping us?" Before Hansu could answer, a purple flash illuminated the room. A powerful bolt struck Hansu, sending black smoke spiraling into the air. The onlookers gasped, unable to see through the thick haze. "I can't see him. Is he dead?" Shia's breath caught in her throat. "There's no way he went down that easily." Then, Jimin's voice rang out. He's up there. Above them, Hansu had climbed higher, his focus sharpening. More copies of his size materialized, and without hesitation, they hurtled toward the enemy, slamming directly into the rings. The chains tightened around the Demon King, forcing her to her knees. Hansu struck again, drawing another agonized scream from her. With a swift motion, he severed one of her arms. Looks like that worked, he muttered. But instead of despair, the demon erupted into laughter. Her voice rang out, wild and, suddenly, her horns pulsed with energy. A massive demonic hand formed, reaching toward her. Hansen narrowed his eyes, wondering if she was preparing to unleash a new power. He yanked his scythe back. He wasn't about to let this drag on. Clenching the white stone, he focused. It had enough energy to finish the fight. The demonic hand trembled, and then exploded. Hansa leaped back as Hansa charged forward. Without hesitation, Hansa swung his chains again, binding the demon tighter. The demonic hand clenched into a fist. Now! Hansa called out. A great sword. Now! The weapon was thrown to him just in time. The demonic hand nearly crashed into him. But before it could strike, it collapsed to the ground. The entire battlefield froze. The earth beneath the fallen hands crumbled into dust. Hansa suddenly appeared nearby, shocking the Demon King. She had no idea how he moved so fast. But there was no time to react. Hansa swung his sword, striking her. She let out a furious scream, unleashing magic from her mouth in a desperate counterattack. Hansa didn't flinch. He drove his sword into her, and blood splattered onto the floor. The Demon King's head lowered, her voice trembling. How dare you? Someone hesitated. Is it over? But the crystal remained still, unmoving. Hansu, breathing heavily, shook his head. No, it's not. Just then, the demon twitched, and then straightened up. It's been so long since I felt pain like this, she murmured. Spreading her arms, she unleashed a powerful force, sending Hansa flying. An explosion followed, and as the dust settled, she formed a dark sphere in her palm. For you, Hansu, she sneered. I'll use my full strength. Before she could launch her attack, a blade sliced through the air, striking the sphere and shattering it instantly. She froze, eyes narrowing. With a frustrated mutter, she turned her attention elsewhere. No matter. There are still some loose ends to deal with. She pointed at Jimin and sent one of her demons after her. Jimin braced for impact, but Shia was already moving. She intercepted, praising Jimin for stalling long enough. We should fall back, she suggested. The demon smirked. You can try to escape, but soon, none of you will exist. Then, locking eyes with Hansu, she pointed at him. Now, it's time for your reward for entertaining me. Hansu, now near one of the columns, tensed. A massive beam of energy crashed down on his position. The shockwave alone sent people flying, their screams echoing through the dust-filled air. Junyun staggered back, eyes wide. That was just a shockwave. He could hardly believe the sheer power of the blast. Did Hansu even survive that? The smoke refused to clear. But then, a blue spark flickered in the haze. From behind the smoke screen, Hansu's scythe shot forward, slicing through the battlefield, heading straight for the Demon King. The demon scoffed, surprised that Hansu still had the strength to attack despite his injuries. Hansu waved her off, relieved that things were finally settling down. But the king wasn't done. Drawing her weapon, she sneered, cursing the restrictions placed on her and the time constraints that limited her true power. As tension filled the air, the crystal finally reacted, glowing intensely before opening a portal. The people erupted in celebration. Hansu had defeated the Demon King, and now they could all move on to the next island. However, just as the demons' bodies began to shrink, flames erupted without warning. Hansu tensed, realizing the Demon King's hearts were in danger. But then, to his shock, her body began to shift. With a twisted grin, she declared that she was just getting started and had no intention of stopping now. Even if it meant paying the price, she vowed to take them all down with her before her body burned out. Before she could act, the fairy assistant appeared, cutting her off with a laugh. Grabbing hold of the king, he reminded her of the rules. Using true power in a training area was forbidden, and there would be consequences for breaking the conditions. A massive hand reached down, enveloping the demon as the entity declared that she would be removed. Furious, she lashed out, blaming the fairy assistant for interfering and preventing her from unleashing her full power. She swore revenge, but before she could do anything more, her body dissolved into black flames. The onlookers stood in tense silence as the fairy assistant let out an awkward chuckle. Brushing off the moment, he assured everyone that it was just a small misunderstanding and that he had already taken care of it. Now, it was time for their reward. With a wave of his paw, he congratulated them on their victory, emphasizing that few ever got the chance to participate in such an event. Finally, he turned to Hansu, announcing that there was only one reward for defeating the Demon King, and it would go to the one who contributed the most. Hansu reached out and took the purple runestone. A system window appeared, informing him that once activated, all his rune stats would be locked at 99.99% for 24 hours. However, there was a catch. Once the effect wore off, his boosted stats would drop straight to 100%. The fairy assistant assured them he'd handle the rest and explained how to use the crystal. Just by thinking of their desired destination, they could travel there. With that, he left, saying he'd be waiting for them on the next island. Hansa glanced at the runestone, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He had achieved everything he came to the central island for. But something still lingered in his mind. The energy he had sensed earlier was unmistakably from the abyss. Twirling the stone between his fingers, he reminded himself that his journey was far from over. Hanao let out an exasperated sigh, complaining that after all their effort, they only got one reward. Jungwook reassured Hansu that no one was foolish enough to try and take it from him, especially since everyone knew he was the reason they survived. Hanao agreed, adding that it wasn't like anyone here had the strength to challenge him anyway. Shia ran a hand through her hair, skeptical. The Smug clan had been suspiciously quiet throughout the battle, and she doubted they'd stay silent for long. She suggested checking in with their clan members who hadn't emerged during the fight with the Demon King. Jimin, clearly irritated, questioned why they didn't just deal with the problem now. Hansa shot him a glance over his shoulder and said flatly, "It's probably already over," sensing something was off. "What do you mean, over?" Shia echoed the question, equally curious. Meanwhile, in the back, the remaining warriors inspected their hands, realizing their tattoos had vanished. The monarchs were gone, either dead or captured. Shock spread among them as they pieced together the betrayal. The Smog clan had used a special squad to seize the monarchs. Hansa smirked. Elsewhere, a lone warrior stood amid a battlefield littered with corpses. The cleanup had already been completed. A few minutes earlier, a group led by Lee Guktai had emerged from a portal. He scanned his surroundings and fixated on a towering structure in the distance. He wasn't exactly sure where they had landed, but judging by that tower, they were in the right place. As the Monarch of Disguise, Lee Guktai's mission was clear: disrupt the monarchs of the central island and eliminate them. He knew he had failed to follow direct orders, but he figured his life, along with the heads of these monarchs, would be enough to make up for it. Exploiting their fear of Hansu had made it easy to set traps. Turning to his subordinates, he ordered them to tie up the captured monarchs. He smirked to himself, thinking about the power this move would grant his clan. He recalled Hansu handing him the crystals and hinting that he should use the situation to seize control. By turning the monarchs into members of the special forces, he could take charge of the entire clan. But Lee Guktai had already understood that long ago. After all, the special forces were already in motion. Hansa told Lee Guktai that as long as they didn't cause trouble here, he'd turn a blind eye to whatever happened next. Lee Guktai scoffed internally. Hansa was a fool. Their deal had only been made to avoid unnecessary conflict in the middle of a crisis. Now that things had settled, that agreement meant nothing. Still, he suggested his people stay in contact, given their current situation. Just then, one of his warriors shouted, "There was someone else here." Before Lee Guktai could react, he saw a blade slice into his comrade's side. Alarmed, he demanded to know who was there, but he couldn't sense anyone. A voice echoed in the darkness, making Lee Guktai whip around. Whoever it was, they had actually come. He had his doubts, but it seemed his precautions weren't in vain after all. Lee Guktai shouted for his men to stay sharp. Whoever was hiding couldn't have brought many people, which meant they still had the advantage. But just as he prepared to fight, his body froze. His legs wouldn't move. He was sinking into the ground. The unseen voice calmly explained that it was a temporary effect triggered by a buried trap artifact. A figure stepped out from the shadows, revealing that the trap had a delayed activation. It ensured they were exactly where they needed to be. Panic flickered in Lee Guktai's eyes. How are they known? He wanted to demand answers, but before he could speak, a crushing blow landed on his back. And Juyun, another of Lee Guktai's men, begged for mercy, swearing to do anything to survive. The voice didn't hesitate. It denied him outright before delivering another devastating strike. The unknown warrior slammed Juyun's head into the ground, muttering that he had nothing of value. Letting go of the broken body, the warrior whispered to himself about waiting for the Central Island's people to arrive, so he could kill them all. Then, the warrior removed his mask. He mused that when he first heard about the Central Island and the tower, he hadn't known what to make of it. But, as always, things had a way of working out. At that moment, Hansa spoke. Since this warrior had asked to use him, Hansa decided to share something important. If the warrior could endure what Hansa had to say, he would grow far stronger than others who started under the same conditions. With that, Hansa sent him to the place he had mentioned, leaving the choice up to him. Looking back, the boy realized that trusting Hansu had been the best decision of his life. Now, all he had to do was wait. The full moon shone brightly above as the transition crystal pulsed with energy. Elsewhere, deep in a forest, a man cursed under his breath. He was dead. The woman beside him asked if he was referring to Lee Guktai. It seemed the Central Island had made a critical mistake. The man frowned. The last time he had made contact, it had been from the Demon King's fortress, so that was likely where he had died. But the man had expected this outcome. Lee Guktai's death wasn't important. What mattered was the irritation that still remained. Clenching his fist, he declared that they had come to Tower Island because it offered the best rewards among the remaining islands. However, there was only one way in, through the transition crystal. As soon as they activated it, warriors formed a tight ring around it, ensuring that no one passing through would escape unscathed. The Ascension Pass island map displayed hundreds of islands, divided into 3 stages. The first group marked the beginning of the journey, followed by the second group, which included the central island. The third group signified the final stage of training, where the most valuable rewards were hidden. Among them, Tower Island stood out as the most coveted. Naturally, anyone seeking strength would rush there without hesitation. Inside the throne room, a massive yellow crystal loomed over them. A voice broke the silence, questioning his statement. Without looking up, the protagonist casually took a bite of his snack, replying that if they were heading to Tower Island just for the rewards, they should think twice. He finished chewing and added that otherwise, they'd meet the same fate as those who rushed blindly to the central island. Hansa narrowed his eyes at the group, offering a sincere warning. Surviving Tower Island would be far more difficult than the central one. There was no point in risking death without a real chance to grow stronger. His words stirred unease, and people began murmuring, asking what they should do. She stepped forward, stretching out her hand. "So, you're not going?" she asked. As they debated, unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. The protagonist, unfazed, stated that there was always a way to claim any reward, no matter the island. Hearing this, she had turned away, deep in thought. This was unexpected. She had assumed he was the type to chase risks. Had she been wrong? A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. "He's right." A man stepped forward, gesturing to everyone in the room. He explained that their clan had grown by persuading the remaining travelers to join after the monarchs vanished. But their people were exhausted. Finding a safer place to recover was the smarter choice. Turning to the protagonist, he extended his hand. "Since we're planning to leave, I just wanted to say, thank you, Hansu. We survived because of you." The protagonist let out a small chuckle. "If I'm still alive, I'm sure we'll cross paths again." With that, he stood up, and Junyun called for Hansu to leave. Meanwhile, Jimin, who had been standing behind Shia, leaned in. "Should we pack up too?" Shia placed a hand on her chin, contemplating. "He warned us not to go to Tower Island, so maybe we should take his advice." Just then, a portal opened near the massive yellow stone. The room filled with murmurs. Were they really about to leave? After everything, had they grown tired of this endless cycle? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, whispering among themselves. If even Hansu wasn't confident about Tower Island, wasn't it foolish to go? Hearing their murmurs, the protagonist addressed them loudly. "Go on. I still have things to take care of." Jungwook shrugged, spreading his arms. "Then we'll go first." He and Cho approached the portal. Before stepping through, he turned back. "I hope we all make it out of this." Shia glanced at her partner. "If you want to say goodbye, now's your chance." Jimin lifted her chin proudly. "No need. I'll just go ahead." With that, Shia shifted her gaze toward the protagonist. "I'm not one for goodbyes, but we'll meet again." As the last few people prepared to leave, Hansa walked toward the portal. But just before stepping in, he turned back. His eyes landed on Song. "Why are you still here?" She raised a hand and countered with a question of her own. "Why shouldn't I be? I want to check something." Hansu exhaled lightly and turned away. "Suit yourself." As his form began to fade, his voice lowered to a whisper. "See you on the next island." The moment he disappeared, Song tilted her head. "See me where?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, mumbling to herself. She wasn't sure where everyone was going, but at least someone would be heading in the right direction. A red mark glowed on the back of her palm as she conveyed the message. Sometime later, a long-haired man stood before the portal. He sighed, muttering to himself. "It's been a while since I got the message. Is anyone even coming?" Suddenly, the portal flared to life. His instincts kicked in. Gripping his sword, he took a defensive stance. Another man, holding a spear, motioned for his men to prepare. "Stay sharp," he barked. Then, without hesitation, he lunged toward the portal, closing the distance with alarming speed. The portal pulsed with energy, casting a bright glow across the forest. But as the light settled, his expression twisted in confusion. Instead of an enemy, Sung stood next to the portal. "Down!" the man shouted. A sudden explosion erupted from the side of the portal, launching her forward. She hit the ground, catching herself with one hand. Her eyes darted to the side in shock. "Well, that was quite the welcome," she muttered, dusting herself off. The man narrowed his eyes. "Why are you alone? Where's the rest of your group?" Sung straightened, unfazed. "I waited until they all left before coming here. Has anyone else arrived?" His frown deepened. Not a single soul. A heavy silence followed before he asked, "Are you absolutely sure you were the last one left?" The man turned away, and Sung spoke firmly. "I watched them all leave. There's no mistake." But she still found it hard to believe that everyone had fallen for that chain lover's trick. She recounted what Hansa had said, that surviving on Tower Island would be far harder than on the central one, and there was no point in dying without a real shot at getting stronger. The way he had said it, loud and clear, felt deliberate, like he was trying to persuade everyone. The man's expression darkened. Him again, his voice dripped with irritation. He clenched his fist, slamming his palm against a nearby tree. With sheer force, the bark shattered into fragments. Lowering his hand, he muttered bitterly, "That guy is really starting to piss me off." Staring at the broken tree, he sneered. "We haven't even managed to kill one of them. Sending my people to find a portal is a waste of time." Turning back to Song, he demanded, "Do you know what Lieutenant Hansu is up to?" She raised a hand, answering calmly. "From what I saw, he's been fighting on the front lines. He seems more interested in protecting people than killing them." The man narrowed his eyes. "That makes him a problem." He gestured to his assistant. "Spread the word to the clans on the other islands. If they see Hansu, they're to eliminate him." The assistant crossed her arms, considering. "He's as strong as a monarch. Instead of a direct attack, why not try something else?" The man shot her a glare. "Didn't you just say he doesn't kill people? If our clansmen go at him with full force, he won't have a choice but to fight back." Grabbing her scarf, he tightened his grip. "Don't forget why we're doing this. You remember what those monarchs did?" His voice turned cold. "We eliminate all obstacles, no matter the cost. For those we lost." Releasing his grip, he turned to Song. Spread his description and fighting style to everyone. "We're heading to the tower now." Song watched him go. "You're not going to wait?" He scoffed. "Waiting isn't my thing." The portal ignited with bright flames as they disappeared through it. Moments later, the protagonist emerged from another portal. Scanning his surroundings, he noted, "Looks like everyone's gone." Pausing for a moment, he added, "If it's still the same as I remember, he won't wait either." Just then, someone moved ahead of him, slipping behind a tree. Without turning, the protagonist spoke. "How long do you plan on standing there?" A hooded figure stepped out, lowering his hood. "Been a while," hesitant. He started to say more, but the protagonist cut him off. "Did you bring what I asked for?" The man grinned, stretching out his hand. "Of course. Got the sexy relative's earrings." He smirked. "Still don't know what you plan on doing with these." The protagonist took the earrings, nodding. "Good work. Now, I'm heading to the next island." One of the guys stepped forward and asked what he was mumbling about. They just had to go inside. No need for all the extra talk. He walked up to the portal, turned to the others, and stated plainly, "Go in, take down whoever comes out, and claim the rewards." That was all there was to it. They weren't here to make friends, so why waste time? Then, he turned to the guy with glasses and asked how many of them he thought would actually make it out alive. A girl from their team broke into a nervous sweat. The guy with glasses, the one in the hat, and the protagonist all stared at him as he continued, saying it was already clear who was going to die soon. So there was no point in dragging this out. Hansu, watching with obvious disdain, kept his thoughts to himself. Before long, they had already stepped through the portal and were locked in battle against giant ants. Someone shouted that they needed to separate the monsters and take them down one by one. Just then, an ant lunged from a blind spot, slamming the ground with a roar. The impact sent a girl stumbling backward before she could dodge. She hit the ground hard, and the ant wasted no time closing in. The protagonist took in the situation, thinking to himself that the earrings of the 7 relatives had halved his stats. In this condition, fighting head-on wasn't an option. Still, a weapon appeared in his hand. He had to test his limits. Hansa pushed off the guy in the hat's shoulder, telling him not to get in the way, then hurled his blade with all his strength. The weapon struck the ant's head dead on. Seizing the moment, he leaped high, brandishing another blade, and came down with a powerful slash to its belly. The monster collapsed. After finishing it off, he pulled out a knife, thinking that if not for his weakened state, he could have taken these things down barehanded. But now, it took 2 strikes. The girl, still catching her breath, looked at him in awe and thanked him for saving her. She was amazed that he had taken down such a massive creature with such a small weapon. Excitedly, she raised her hands and asked if he had fought on other islands before. Had he encountered many strong fighters? She went on, mentioning that she was searching for someone incredibly strong. Apparently, this person helped others and wielded a weapon with a chain. The protagonist listened but kept his back turned to her. With a smile, she added that she really wanted to meet this guy. Hansu stepped away from the monster and cut her off, saying there was no point in asking useless questions. They needed to keep moving. The guy in the hat chuckled, saying a little conversation wouldn't kill them, so why was he acting like that? The girl then smirked, pressing further. She'd heard that this guy had made a name for himself on the central island. Then, as if putting the pieces together, she asked if it was true that his name was Hansu. The others watched the protagonist walk ahead. The guy in the hat turned to her and repeated the name, scratching his head. He muttered that he kind of knew him. They had started out together. The girl's face lit up. "So he's a good friend of yours? That's adorable." The guy in the hat asked how she knew about Hansu. The girl explained that she had heard stories from travelers about how strong he was. Then, she asked if he knew where Hansu was now. He turned away, saying Hansu was always busy with something. So even if he didn't know his exact location, if people were talking about a powerful guy named Hansu, it was probably him. He glanced at the short-haired girl and noticed she looked a bit like the protagonist. At first, he had assumed Hansu was all talk, but then he recalled a time when Hansu had asked if someone had told him to fight. The guy in the hat looked ahead, his expression shifting. Then, he excitedly asked if Hansu was really planning to fight alone. If the protagonist weren't around, many people would have died, so he was probably already far ahead. Just then, someone from another clan spoke up, saying the ants didn't drop artifacts, only ruins at best. Given the low difficulty and the sheer number of people here, the artifact quality was bound to be poor. Another person pointed ahead, spotting a door similar to the one they had entered through. Excitement spread through the group as they approached the portal. Finally, they could move to the next floor. Maybe once they left this place, they'd start finding artifacts. Deciding to go in together, they stepped forward, but a voice from the crowd suddenly interrupted. A man shouted that he wouldn't allow it. Without hesitation, he slashed through one of the participants' arms. Blood sprayed in every direction. He grinned wildly and declared that fewer people meant better artifacts. If they all went to the next floor together, the rewards would be worthless again. Gripping his spear with both hands, he let out a crazed laugh. Why waste time looking for a room with fewer people when he could simply kill everyone and take all the artifacts for himself? Without warning, he swung his weapon wildly. Panic spread as people begged him to stop and negotiate, but he ignored their pleas. Blood splattered everywhere as he charged forward, laughing. His eyes locked onto Hansu. He rushed at him, yelling that they were dying because they only thought about winning instead of losing. They were weak, too weak to survive. Hansu watched him with an unreadable expression and calmly drew a sharp weapon. The man lunged forward, knocking the weapon from Hansu's grasp. It embedded itself into the ground as Hansu immediately dropped to one knee. The attacker sneered. "I thought you were the strongest, but you're even weaker than I expected." The guy in the hat quickly stepped in front of the girl, shielding her. "Get ready to run," he whispered. "On my signal, go as fast as you can." But the girl didn't move. Instead, she snapped, "Stay where you are." The guy's eyes widened in confusion. He had no idea what was happening. The girl aimed her crossbow at his back and warned him not to move. If he did, she might miss her shot. Raising the crossbow slightly, she fired past his head, hitting the man standing over Hansu. The guy in the hat turned to her with a grin. "That was amazing," he said. "You used my distraction perfectly." But the girl shook her head. "It was my first time using a weapon like this. I'm not that good." She then pointed the crossbow at him. He chuckled. "That was still a great shot." Without hesitation, she coldly replied, "I wanted to kill both of you with one." Gripping the crossbow with both hands, she suddenly fired, hitting him right in the head. As he collapsed, she leaned on the ground, watching the blood pool around her. "Now that I've cleaned up," she muttered to herself, "let's see if I got anything worthwhile out of it." She pressed a hand to her ear. "Monarch, there's no guy with a chain here. I checked 10 rooms on the first floor." Then, she smiled. "But as a consolation, I took care of everyone else. If I do catch him, though, that would make a great gift. I'll let you know if I find him on the next floor." A voice interrupted her. "Are you looking for me?" Her entire body tensed. She spun around in horror. But before she could react, a chain shot toward her. The moment it wrapped around her, it tightened, locking her in place. The protagonist stood before her, smirking, a weapon pressed to her throat. "So, you were looking for me?" Bound in chains, the girl's face paled. "I." But before she could finish, Hansa bound her even tighter, ensuring there was no way to escape. A knife glinted against her throat. Trembling, she gasped, "I saw you. You definitely fell unconscious." Hansa looked at her with pure disdain. His voice was mocking. "Guess my acting skills weren't so bad after all." Her breath hitched. "And don't even think about calling your monarch," he added. He raised a finger to her lips. Her entire body froze in shock. In the blink of an eye, his appearance shifted back to normal. "Be quiet now," he whispered. Then, in one swift movement, he killed her. The chains unraveled and fell to the ground beside a growing pool of blood. Hansu exhaled, surveying the scene. "Looks like she was the only one sent here." He glanced to the side and spotted a snake devouring white stones. A thought crossed his mind. "They gave up too easily," he murmured. Looking away, he added, "But we'll meet again sooner or later. No need to rush." A memory surfaced. Back in the training zone of his past life, he remembered a man drinking beer, saying, "Hidden dungeons aren't separate places. The Tower Island has its own structure. To advance to the next floor, you need to clear dungeons. That means dungeons exist beyond the 3rd floor, too. That's the ultimate goal of the training zone." Hansu's mind returned to the present. The protagonist arrived at the 2nd floor's main hall through the portal. Standing near one of the pillars, Hansu, now in the form of a girl, mused to himself about what needed to be done. His gaze fell upon his spear as he noted that most of his current artifacts were outdated. Only the Nomaha ring, a growing artifact, still held its value. The rest had lost their effectiveness. He glanced to the side, thinking about replacing the colorless artifacts. Recalling Kangtai's directions, he decided to follow them in his search for better equipment. Shifting his focus, he observed a small group of people gathered near the portal. Above it, the number 50 was displayed, signifying that only 50 people could move forward from the first floor. Upon entering the second floor, a fairy greeted the participants. With an eager tone, he announced that it was time to begin, acknowledging the long wait. Flashing a smile, he welcomed them to Treasure Island, explaining that their insight had brought them to the right place. This was the largest room on the second floor, and the challenge ahead was straightforward. They had to defeat the Guardian protecting the treasure and then bring the treasure to the island center to exchange it for artifacts. Holding up a small golden ball, the fairy continued, stating that they had only 2 weeks to complete the task. Of course, if things were that simple, it wouldn't be much of a challenge. He then revealed the crucial rule. Only those who successfully exchanged the treasure for artifacts would be allowed to leave. The participants remained silent, listening carefully as he elaborated. Those without artifacts would not survive. There was only one treasure, which meant they had 2 choices. Either obtain 50 artifacts to ensure everyone's survival or take a lesser amount, potentially dooming some of their companions. He spread his arms wide and declared that the fewer artifacts obtained, the higher the individual ranking. It was up to them to make a wise decision. The fairy then revealed a map, marking the locations of all 128 guards. The protagonist watched the fairy intently, considering the daunting task ahead, defeating 128 guards within 2 weeks. His eyes shifted to a girl with short green hair, pondering how she planned to handle such a difficult scenario. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. A girl suggested forming 5 groups, each consisting of 10 people. She spread her arms, explaining that each group would need to take down 2 guards per day. Smiling confidently, she turned to the others and asked if they believed they could handle it. Murmurs spread through the crowd. People began questioning the green-haired girl's suggestion. Was she really expecting the clans to work together? And were there really only 10 people per team? Those without a clan would be at a clear disadvantage. The protagonist listened to the whispers and thought to himself that, strategically, her plan wasn't bad. Behind him, a yellow-haired girl tapped a boy's shoulder. The boy turned, pointing toward the people behind him, and stated that they were on board. 2 guards per day sounded reasonable, and if someone messed up, it would be on them. Their clan had already split into teams. Hansu observed them and concluded that these 2, who seemed to be among the strongest, were the ones calling the shots. More whispers followed, and people reluctantly agreed that, for now, they had no choice but to follow their lead if they wanted to survive. The boy then spoke loudly, saying that once they found the treasure, they would notify everyone and immediately head to the center. With that, the crowd began dispersing. The protagonist remained still, listening to the surrounding conversations while analyzing the map. The guards were scattered across the entire dungeon, which was quite large. It was time to move. Just then, the yellow-haired girl turned to the protagonist and asked where the woman had gone. Meanwhile, Hansa carefully stepped forward, focused on his own objective, finding the hidden treasure. He thought about the Philosopher's Stone and what it would take to obtain it. At that moment, Kangtai pointed at himself, claiming that no one else could succeed, so the protagonist should listen carefully. He explained that among the orbs dropped by the guards, none stood out except for one that shone brighter than the rest. Most people were too focused on the treasure to care about ordinary orbs, discarding them as worthless. Kangtai crossed his arms and smirked, saying they weren't useless at all. He then extended a hand toward the protagonist and declared that collecting 32 orbs would allow him to exchange them for an artifact cleverly disguised as the Philosopher's Stone. Grinning excitedly, he added that finding hidden events was his specialty. Keldien, adjusting his glasses, sighed and remarked that Kangtai was far too talkative for someone who simply gathered discarded orbs out of pity. The protagonist, meanwhile, gripped a chain in his hands and continued moving forward, deep in thought. Though this artifact wasn't the same fake Philosopher's Stone that Ambi had consumed, it had a similar effect, making it worth obtaining. He reminded himself that the dungeon was challenging, and the number of chances to acquire something like this was limited. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on his weapon. Hansu reverted to his original form, deciding that he should handle things alone to move faster and to ensure no one else got in his way. Just then, the ground trembled. Rocks shifted and fell as a massive creature emerged, its enormous hands pressing against the ground as it struggled to rise. A blue crystal embedded in its head glowed faintly. Nearby, the clans turned their heads toward the noise, hearing the rumbling sounds echo through the dungeon. At the same time, the fairy's assistant announced, "The second guard has been defeated. That's 2 down today. At this rate, things will move quickly." One of the participants shouted at the green-haired girl, warning her not to lose focus. Annoyed, she snapped back, saying she already knew that. She barely dodged as the monster's gaping mouth lunged toward her, then leaped into the air. With a powerful kick, she sent the creature flying backward. An arrow shot past her, piercing the monster's eye. The archer behind her, bow still raised, remarked that she had dodged the attack without even looking in his direction. So why was he even helping her? The girl glared at him and yelled that he should have just fought the thing alone. Frustrated, the boy muttered that they hadn't even found a single guard yet, while somewhere else, 2 had already been taken down, and all they had run into was a weakling. The girl gazed into the distance and firmly stated that those 2 guards weren't defeated by a group. Someone had taken them down alone. She could just feel it. The boy put a hand to his chin, deep in thought, before turning to Monarchy and saying, "So, it's true then?" The girl immediately turned away with a sharp exhale and shouted at him not to call her that. That title, and the abilities tied to it, irritated her. Instead of arguing, she ordered him to move. The presence ahead of them had vanished, meaning they needed to change direction. They would turn right. Just as they moved, she suddenly stretched out her arm, signaling the group to stop. A powerful and ominous aura was approaching, the same feeling she had sensed at the very beginning. Meanwhile, another clan was making its way through the dense bushes. Their leader spoke up, saying they wouldn't bother hunting the guards. Even if they found the treasure, there was no guarantee they could deliver it to the altar. A clanmate protested, saying they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. The leader frowned but remained confident. While the others wasted time looking for guards, they would focus on getting stronger. He smirked, explaining that simply hunting the monsters lurking around would be enough to upgrade their equipment. And once they were stronger, they'd ambush those returning with the treasure. After all, who would even notice if a few people suddenly disappeared? She folded her arms, listening to their conversation with clear displeasure. The clan leader continued, stating that if no one found the treasure within 2 weeks, they would all die anyway. Just then, a girl peeked out from behind a tree. She coldly pointed out that if others started thinking the same way, things would turn chaotic fast. But that uneasy feeling she had earlier, it wasn't because of them. She suddenly appeared behind her, agreeing with her assessment. He crossed his arms and added that in situations like this, maintaining order was everything. Before they could continue, a voice suddenly shouted from the other clan, "Who is she?" She turned to look and saw the girl properly for the first time. Her entire body was covered in bruises. For a moment, she wondered, why was this girl traveling alone? She frowned, uneasy, and then it hit her. She was the source of that strange feeling. The protagonist quickly turned to look at the girl. The man immediately pulled back his bowstring, demanding to know why she had approached them from behind. He asked what she wanted, pointing out that she seemed to be alone, so she had better answer honestly. The protagonist remained still and replied calmly, saying it was nothing special, just a proposal. Hearing this, the man frowned in disbelief. "A proposal? Are you crazy? Why would we even listen to you?" She glanced at them and acknowledged their caution. "You're right to be wary," she said, "but you're afraid of the wrong person. I'm not here to talk to you." She then pointed at yellow-hair girl. "I want to talk to her." Turning back, she continued, "You already know, don't you? With your high intuition stat." Cold sweat formed on her skin as she stared, realizing this was the strange feeling she had sensed earlier. It wasn't easy to recognize the monarch of the clan in this person, but she was sure of it. Either her intuition was as strong as hers, or, she hesitated, this wasn't just a matter of appearance, that she herself might be nothing more than an artificial shell. Whatever the truth was, something sinister lurked beneath the surface. Then, she rested her hand on her hip, releasing an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Her eyes widened in shock. The protagonist spoke again, his tone even. "No need to be so tense." He then met her gaze sharply. "Didn't I already say? I'm only here to make a proposal." Despite his words, the man with the bow still refused to lower his weapon. "What exactly are you trying to do?" he snapped. "And stop talking nonsense about the monarch." Before he could finish, yellow-hair girl suddenly yelled, cutting him off. "I'll talk to her." The man turned to her in shock. Their monarch had never shown this kind of urgency before. After a moment, he exhaled and relented. "Fine." Yellow-hair girl took a step forward, though uncertainty was clear in her voice. "You seem strong enough to handle things on your own. Why are you even making a proposal?" She hesitated, partially hiding behind the man's arm. "Even if you're powerful, that doesn't mean we'll just go along with whatever you want." The protagonist closed his eyes for a moment before answering. "Everyone has their own reasons. I need someone to take the front lines instead of me." Yellow-hair girl lowered her head slightly as she processed this. "You want us to deal with that group from earlier?" she asked. "I see what you're getting at. But there's no way we can handle 40 people. Hanso looked at the group in front of him and said they would only need to handle 10 enemies at a time. Besides, those opponents were weaker than them. He then turned to Shi. "Use your monarch ability. Start converting the strongest ones into your clan members and increase your numbers." Shi's eyes widened in shock. Internally, she screamed. Managing even a small group was already a massive hassle, and now she wanted her to recruit even more. Who did he think he was? But her intuition warned her that voicing her frustration could be dangerous. One of her teammates covered his mouth with his fist, deep in thought. She was already complaining about the size of their group. Yellow-hair girl placed a hand on her forehead, clearly displeased. "I just wanted to get through this place without doing anything," she grumbled. "But it looks like I don't have a choice." With a reluctant sigh, she agreed to try. As they turned to leave, Hansa spoke behind them. I'll be watching, she muttered to her teammate. This isn't going to work. Once they were gone, Hansu opened his system screen. Someone with intuition, something that was difficult to obtain in the training area, should be able to handle a task like this with ease. He glanced up. Now that he had effortlessly eliminated the guard and secured the treasure, it was the perfect time to prepare for the next step with the Scout King. Sometime later, a masked man was slammed to the ground. Yellow-haired girl subordinates had tied up the rest of the captured group. One of her assistants approached. They are refusing to be tattooed. Yellow-haired girl turned, her expression unreadable. They are already part of the clan. There are only 4 of them. Just tie them up. Hearing this, a green-haired girl looked up. There's no need to tie them, she said. A bound man beside her spoke up. Are you treating us like this just because we're from a different clan? We haven't even done anything. Yellow-haired girl stared at him, her thoughts churning. Did they really think she wanted this? No, she was simply following orders. She surveyed the rest of the group. Aside from the few tied-up ones, everyone else here had already become part of her clan. Letting out a tired sigh, she placed a hand on her head. This is exhausting, she muttered. I don't want to keep doing this. Suddenly, the fairy's voice rang out. A treasure has been found. Yellow-haired girl snapped to attention, scanning her surroundings. Who took it? The fairy responded. Bring it to me for exchange. She turned to the group. Who found the treasure? She asked, glancing around. Everyone's here. So, before she could finish, a boy behind her called out. I found something. He held up a golden ball, pointing to the spot where he had discovered it beneath a tree. The orb glowed faintly in his hands. She studied it carefully. If this is what I think it is, it should let us leave this place easily. She then turned to the fairy. Is this really the treasure? A short while later, the ball was handed over. The fairy held it in her tiny paws, examining it. I confirm that this is the real treasure, she declared. A pity, though. No one died. But you did well. She peered at the orb through a magnifying glass, frowning slightly. However, it doesn't seem like you obtained it directly. Yellow-haired girl placed her hand on her hip. No reward, she asked. The fairy waved his hand, bringing up the system screen. No need to rush, he replied. I'll give you plenty of time to choose. He then turned to her. Since you're the leader of this clan, you get to pick a number. A single golden cape floated past her as he spoke. The clansmen gritted their teeth, silently hoping she would choose 50. If she did, everyone would receive an artifact. Yellow-haired girl rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. What if I pick one, and just kill the rest? Her clan members widened their eyes in horror. Please, spare us, they pleaded desperately. After a pause, the girl smirked and selected 50. At once, the entire clan erupted in joy, cheering and swearing their loyalty to her as their monarch. She placed her hand on her hip again and let out a sigh. This is getting dull, she remarked. Then, her lips curled into a mischievous grin. How about a survival game? Her voice turned sharp as she gave her next order. All clan members, either kill yourselves or kill everyone else. The clansmen froze in shock before erupting in panic. Their anger and terror spilled over as they shouted in disbelief. What did you just say? Suddenly, the marks on their bodies glowed intensely. Some clenched their fists, shaking their heads. Did you really think we'd follow such a suicidal command just because you're the monarch? Then, a realization struck them. Looking at their hands, they gasped. Our tattoos. They are gone. The fairy, now lying lazily in the air, let out a disappointed sigh. Did you really think an order like that would work? Without even the slightest bit of logic. He shook his head. Pathetic. Then, with a smirk, he pointed toward a portal. You should leave. This place will be sealed soon. Without hesitation, the clans rushed toward the portal, desperate to make it in time. The green-haired girl suddenly shouted, I'm free. Wasting no time, she hurriedly worked to free the others. We have to report this to the monarch, immediately. One of them added, he went ahead of us. He should already be on the 3rd floor by now. Nearby, the protagonist listened to their conversation, eyes closed in thought. After a few moments, he opened them, his gaze sharp and calculating. Leaning against a tree near the fleeing clan, he overheard one of their members call out. We could have killed them all, but we were interrupted. A voice, authoritative and firm, responded. Come to me. The girl's voice rang out again, urgent and determined. Getting to the monarch is our priority now. Everyone, to the 3rd floor. The monarch is in danger. Hansa smirked. They're playing right into my hands, he thought. They'll lead me straight to their leader. As the clan hurried toward the portal, Hansu considered his next move. The 3rd floor and its entrance were both vast. It was a dungeon, after all. Finding one person in such a massive area would be nearly impossible. But he had one plan left. A memory surfaced. Keljien's warning. If we don't capture the Dark Monarch in the training area and they make it to the red zone, everything we've done will be meaningless. Hansa's eyes narrowed. There's only one way to ensure that doesn't happen. Keljien had also said something else. We need to block off all exits and force him into one direction. With that in mind, Hansu steeled himself. It was time to execute the plan. Hansu and Kang Tai stood in silence as he looked at them and stated that the island of the tower was the perfect place for this plan. Ayres agreed, explaining that it would be impossible to pull off on the first 2 floors, but the 3rd floor was a different story. She elaborated. There were hundreds of entry points there, but once he arrived, he'd need his clansmen's help. Raising a finger, she turned to the protagonist and emphasized that this would be his only opportunity. She went on to explain that the 3rd floor marked the true gateway to the otherworld. It mirrored the next red zone, not identical but close enough, especially since the creatures lurking there were on an entirely different level. Kang Tai lifted his finger and revealed their strategy. They would lure the monarch out. The moment he sensed danger, he'd go into hiding, and that was when they had to strike. The monarch was careful, always calculating, but Kang Tai was willing to bet that he'd try to guide his real forces straight into the red zone. Kang Tai admitted the monarch was strong, just not as strong as him. Still, he wouldn't be an easy opponent. Stepping closer to the protagonist, he pointed directly at him and asked if he wanted to know how to take him down. Then, he pulled out a nearly flawless imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a prize from his recent treasure hunt. Hansa took this as confirmation. His final preparations were complete. But before dealing with the crazed Dark Monarch, there was only one thing left to do. Without hesitation, Hansa dashed toward the portal, determined to finally lay eyes on the monarch. He moved quickly, pressing forward as yellow-haired girl leaned in toward her clan and suggested the 3rd floor was suffused with an overwhelming magical energy. The air carried the echoes of monstrous roars. In the distance, the male monarch barked orders to his subordinates, demanding they summon every available clan member to the 3rd floor immediately. Meanwhile, he and his allies found themselves surrounded, heat and poison thick in the air. Before them, a massive, dinosaur-like beast opened its jaws, splitting them into 3 separate parts. This was a land of endless monster spawns. Watching the carnage unfold, the monarch lowered his gaze and murmured that this was nothing more than preparation for another world. His comrades continued fighting, yet he noted to himself that the so-called higher forces had decided not to interfere. Perhaps they didn't need to. The ground shook violently as the monster stomped down with terrifying force. Lifting its head high, it let out a deafening roar. But the monarch didn't stand idle. He struck back with immense power. The beast clamped down on his weapon, exerting tremendous pressure, forcing him back under the sheer force of its might. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the immense force pressing down on him. Then, with a final burst of strength, he swung his weapon, slicing the monster's head clean in 2. Just as he caught his breath, his subordinates shouted. More monsters were closing in. Standing atop the slain beast, he roared for his comrades to hold their ground. Retreat wasn't an option. If they wanted to survive, they had to stay close to him. Raising a clenched fist, he declared that they would not be defeated. No matter what, they couldn't let the monsters push them back. A warrior among them echoed his cry, rallying the others. They had to believe in their leader. The monarch took those words to heart. He couldn't fall here. He refused to retreat. His jaw tightened, his eyes burning with resolve. His clan was the strongest force in the tower. He had sacrificed countless people to reach this point. His calculations couldn't be wrong. They would break through. After some time, he surveyed the battlefield. The number of monsters had dwindled. Something felt off. His gaze shifted to a strange, cross-shaped shard nearby. Was this the reason? A sense of unease crept over him. That shard, it felt alive. The red stone reflected countless lifeless faces, their expressions frozen in death. His warriors gathered around, staring in confusion. Is someone inside? He muttered. A sudden voice cut through the silence. A fairy appeared beside him, a playful grin on its face. A breathtaking sight, isn't it? It mused. This place could be a real tourist attraction. But, of course, there's more here than just beauty. The monarch narrowed his eyes as the fairy's grin widened. Go on, take a closer look, it teased. You might even recognize a few faces. After all, anyone who's passed through the training area could end up here. Something in the monarch's chest tightened. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the shard, placing both hands on its surface. He scanned the trapped souls, his eyes widening as he spotted a girl with her eyes closed. His hands trembled. Sojung. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. His knees buckled, and he collapsed before the shard. His daughter, his precious daughter, was trapped inside. A choked sob escaped him. If only I had become the monarch sooner. Memories flooded his mind. He saw it again, the massive monster that had attacked their city. The chaos. The destruction. His partner had shouted at him to leave everyone behind and run. His daughter had crawled toward him, reaching out, her voice desperate. Please, save me. He had bolted toward her, shouting that he was coming. But before he could reach her, a man behind him raised a hand, issuing a cold command. Leave them. Protect me. The monarch had hesitated. What about my daughter? He had demanded, his voice shaking. The man's response was cruel, heartless. Your duty is to protect me, not those worthless wretches. The monarch had clenched his fists, fury surging through him. If he had known about the monsters in this place, he would have thrown those fools in as cannon fodder. Now, he cradled his daughter's lifeless body, his voice breaking as he begged her to wake up. The monarch standing behind him sneered. Consider it an honor to die for the monarch. Releasing his daughter, the man rose to his feet, his voice filled with anger. If he had known their monarch saw his daughter as disposable, he never would have joined the guild. The monarch scoffed, telling him to shut up before turning to flee. Time was running out. The bait had already been taken. He wanted to remind the man that disobedience was not an option, but before he could finish, the man charged at him. Gripping a knife, the man sneered. If someone as worthless as him could become a monarch, then so could he. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into the monarch, ending his life. As he did, a crimson mark appeared on his hand, the sign of a new monarch. His fate was clear, to rid the world of parasites like the one he had just slain. Clenching his fist, he muttered to himself. His power would ensure his rule over all monarchs. He would not stop, not until he found his son. Bringing his trembling hand to his mouth, tears streamed down his face. Reaching toward the stone, his voice wavered. He never thought he would see her again. Desperate, he cried out, asking how he could bring her back. A fairy assistant chuckled, explaining that what he saw was merely a replica. The place they had come from had been copied, its information stored within this cross. The assistant smirked. It was just a copy, but it held the same memories, the same power. Perhaps that meant something to him. The rules were simple. To create something new, a sacrifice was required. The man was told to place a living person inside. His colleague looked on as the man whispered, shaken. His son could be inside, along with all the others trapped within the cross. But where would they find someone to sacrifice? His gaze darkened as he scanned his clan. If taking a life meant bringing his son back, was it worth it? The fairy assistant shook his head. That won't work, he said. The man frowned, confused. With a sly grin, the fairy leaned on his hand. Using a clan member would be too easy. We want something more entertaining. There was no going back. They had to choose wisely. Just then, 4 more figures entered the floor. The man's eyes narrowed. So few people were left alive in the tower. He should have realized sooner. In frustration, he slammed his fist against the cross, shouting. After everything he had been through, after coming this far, was there truly no way forward? His teeth clenched as he lowered his head, his voice dropping to a whisper. He had just been given a glimpse of his daughter. Covering his face with trembling hands, he was suddenly interrupted. Someone from the clan shouted. A group was approaching. The ones climbing toward them had already fallen. Slowly, the man lifted his head, madness gleaming in his eyes. His lips curled into a wild grin as he turned. Capture them alive, he ordered. The protagonist climbed to the 3rd floor, moving cautiously with each step. Rubbing his face, he sighed. If only he could have a smoke. As he turned abruptly, he saw that they had finally arrived. To his side, an approaching clan caught his attention. Among them was someone who should have been eliminated alongside the Berserker monarch from the very start, a man named Wonkyung, the Mad Dark Monarch. Wonkyung's crimes were too many to count, and while they belonged to his past, it was only a matter of time before they played out again. Having failed to resurrect his daughter, his obsession would shift to finding his son, dragging him further into darkness. The protagonist now stood before a clan consumed by madness, one that Wonkyung would soon stain with blood in his desperate quest. If left unchecked, he would become a killer far beyond his current level. Hansa gripped his weapon tightly. This had to end here, but if he could save the man's son, perhaps things would turn out differently. Suddenly, Song spotted him and shouted, recognizing him by the chains. Wonkyung let out a crazed laugh. What luck, he sneered. The one we wanted to kill walked right into our hands. A gift for Sojong. His expression twisted, then his voice boomed. Your meaningless life finally has a purpose. Hansu remained unfazed, fists clenched as he stepped forward. Wonkyung grabbed a spear and lunged at him without warning. Just then, the ground trembled violently. Stones shot into the air as a deafening explosion erupted nearby. A massive creature with a gaping maw burst from the earth, shattering the ground beneath it. Wonkyung's eyes widened. Damn it, if that thing goes berserk here, we'll have no choice but to run. Without missing a beat, he barked orders. Don't let the guy with the chains escape. He turned to Song. Go back and keep an eye on. Before he could finish, the protagonist cut him off. No need. Chains shot from his hands, wrapping around the enormous beast. With a single, powerful pull, he ripped it apart, the creature's remains crashing to the ground. The obstacle is gone, he muttered. Gripping his blades tightly, his gaze locked onto the monarch. If you won't come to me, he launched himself forward. Then I'll come to you. Wonkyung's breath hitched as fear flashed in his eyes. He's a damn monster. Kill him, he roared, signaling his clan to attack. Hansa charged forward, completely fearless. His chains lashed out, striking down one of the attackers with precision. He leapt into the air, his chains slicing through the battlefield, cutting down foes in all directions. Watching the carnage unfold, the monarch clenched his teeth. They said he doesn't kill. Looks like they lied. Behind him, a woman scoffed. Song's information was useless. Then, through the smoke and dust, a blade attached to a chain shot toward them, fast and deadly. Song quickly deflected the attack, shouting that she knew he was strong. But why wasn't he using any abilities? Wiping the sweat from her face, she smirked. He must not have any useful skills, she muttered. Wong Kyung, standing beside her, nodded. Fine. I'll trust you one more time. His eyes narrowed. If he lacks defensive skills, we can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. With that, he roared, commanding his subordinates to unleash their skills. Those with charge abilities were ordered to rush him, ensuring he couldn't escape. The battlefield erupted with movement. Warriors surged forward, their combined strength threatening to pin Hansa down. But in a blur, he leapt over them effortlessly, bypassing their assault. Song's grip tightened around her sword. Not bad, she admitted. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, landing right in front of him. Try dodging this, she shouted, her blade slashing toward him. A weapon materialized in Hansa's hand. His mind raced. If dodging wasn't an option, then he'd counter. Steel clashed as he blocked her strike. A burst of lightning exploded upon impact, sending sharp pain coursing through his body. Blood splattered as the force sent a tremor through him. That hit hard, he thought, grimacing. Trading blows like this would only get him injured. Wong Kyung barked another order. Keep up the pressure. Don't let him recover. At that moment, 3 warriors dropped down from above, weapons ready to strike. Hansu reacted instantly, his chains whipping through the air. A single precise strike took down all 3 attackers, their bodies collapsing in a heap. Grey stones scattered from the fallen. A small snake darted forward, its senses sharp. Pushing off the ground, it snatched a rune in its teeth before leaping onto Hansu's shoulder, offering the rune to him. Gasps erupted from the enemy ranks. Wait, is he carrying a monster? One of them exclaimed. That thing, it eats runes. Wong Kyung's face darkened. Stop it! Don't let that creature absorb any more runes. His voice was laced with urgency. If Hansu was using them to power himself up, things would get out of control. Before anyone could act, a surge of mana flared nearby. A powerful explosion erupted as one of Wong Kyung's allies raised a hand, releasing a devastating blast. The ground beneath Hansu shifted. Seals appeared at his feet, locking him in place. Vines coiled around him, tightening with every second. Looking up, he saw Sung descending from above, her weapon poised for a lethal strike. Reacting fast, Hansu raised his chains, intercepting her blade just in time. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Wong Kyung's voice boomed once more. Don't stop. We've come too far. His eyes burned with fury. We will have our revenge on the clans that crushed us. We'll destroy every parasite in our way. The warriors roared in response, their rage fueling them. For our fallen comrades. For our families. Hansu gritted his teeth, still trapped, as the circle of enemies around him tightened. His grip on the chain hardened. The mark on his hand pulsed with power. The monarch's hand blazed with light as he declared that his words would shape their lives and fuel their revenge. The protagonist watched him, realizing that the man would push his people into battle no matter their condition. It was a contradiction, claiming he didn't see them as expendable, yet forcing them forward regardless. Glancing at his opponent, he could tell the man was holding back, waiting for the right moment to strike after Hansu had weakened. But there was no time to dwell on that. If he dragged this fight out any longer, the damage he'd take would only increase. Wong Young's eyes burned red with fury as he lunged. Hansu dodged sharply, knowing he couldn't afford to let his guard down now. He had to end this. Suddenly, a voice rang out. One of Wong Young's allies. She called out that she'd hold Hansu down. But Hansu wasn't about to let that happen. Gripping his mana-infused weapon, he shot back that it was out of the question. With a powerful leap, he swung his dagger through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of magic in its wake. The woman gasped, stumbling back. My skill. It's not working, she cried. Hansu wasted no time. He blitzed through his opponents, taking them down one by one before closing in on a girl standing near the clan. She smirked, stretching her arms forward as a surge of purple mana flared around her. You fell right into my trap, she shouted. A sudden pull on his leg made Hansu glance back. Seals and traps were everywhere. Crouching slightly, he realized she had anticipated his charge. From behind her, Wong Young appeared. It doesn't matter how much you struggle, he said coldly. You're just one man, and you can barely breathe. With a raised fist, he lunged at Hansu. Dark mana surged around Hansu's body. The monarch's grin widened as he let out a triumphant laugh. He pressed his massive sword onto Hansu's shoulder, declaring that his daughter would live again. This is the first step toward my goal, he shouted, reveling in victory. But Hansu's voice cut through his laughter. You done talking? His hand clamped down on the sword resting against his shoulder. Blood trickled from a deep wound, but he didn't falter. Instead, he lifted his gaze, a sharp grin stretching across his face. It's you who walked into my trap, he said. Scanning the battlefield, he reached for his weapon. There was no one left to protect Wong Young now. Hansu's eyes locked onto him, his smirk unwavering. Let's see if you can escape from this distance, he taunted. Wang Yang clenched his teeth in frustration, while Hansu's grin only grew wider. Out of nowhere, a deafening impact sent Hansu reeling. Wang Yang quickly pulled a combat knife from his pocket, his voice sharp with defiance. You really think I wouldn't have a backup weapon, he barked. I've seen through all your tricks. They won't work on me anymore. Hansu scoffed, amusement flickering in his eyes. Is that so? He mused. A blade materialized in his hand. I never said this chain was my only weapon, he added before launching the dagger straight at the monarch. What the hell? Wang Yang barely had time to react before the blade struck deep into his stomach. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body jerked in shock. His subordinate let out a terrified scream. Get away from the monarch, she shrieked. I won't forgive you. But Hansu remained calm, rising to his full height as he loomed over Wang Yang, who had collapsed to his knees. The monarch lifted his head weakly. So, you used yourself as bait, he muttered before shouting. Kill him now. Don't give him time to recover. His soldiers obeyed without hesitation, charging toward Hansu. Hansu exhaled slowly, his gaze cold. If you want to take a life, he said, you should be ready to lose your own. His eyes bore into the defeated monarch. Do you even have the resolve for that? He asked before turning his gaze toward the chaos. Go ahead. Watch your people die, just like you always do. Minutes later, Sung knelt before him, trembling. Hansu held her by the chest before letting go, then turned his attention to Wang Yang. Why? Wang Yang muttered under his breath. Then, his voice cracked, and he lifted his head, screaming at the top of his lungs. Why are you going this far to stop me? He roared. What have I done to deserve this? Is it because of those damned rules you made? Hansu stood over him in silence. Is it that stupid rule about not killing travelers? Wang Yang spat. Hearing this, Hansu lowered his head slightly. His mind drifted back to a familiar scream, back to Wang Yang's voice crying out, asking if it was all because they had broken the rules. For what reason? Wang Yang continued, his voice desperate. Why have you been chasing me for so long? To kill me? To take revenge? Hansu looked at him with nothing but contempt. Behind him, a furious Kang Tai stepped forward. His voice thundered through the battlefield. Do you even know how many people you've killed? Hundreds? Even your own clan members? Wang Yang sucked in heavy breaths, his eyes dropping to the ground. Kang Tai turned to Hansu. Step aside, he ordered. Let me crush this bastard's skull myself. Wang Yang let out a strained chuckle, his body pierced by both a spear and a sword. And what would that change? He asked bitterly. This world is what it is. Those people would have died regardless, with or without me. Despite his words, he couldn't lift his head. His voice cracked again. But why? Why did Sojong and Minatai have to die first? His grief turned into rage as he screamed. What did they do to deserve that? Kang Tai's expression darkened. You say you save people, he snapped. What right do you have to say that? You couldn't even save your own son or daughter. Wang Yang's body tensed. His gaze lifted, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto them. All of this. His voice trembled, but his fury was undeniable. It's because of you, because of the hypocrites, because of those vile monarchs. His voice reached a fever pitch. It's because of this damned world. His body shook as he let out one final, furious cry. That's why. I'll destroy everything. The people, the monarchs, the world itself. Wang Yang collapsed to the ground, his voice raw with frustration. Why? Why do I have to follow these damn laws? His glare locked onto Hansu. Look around you. You're no different. You're just a crazed maniac. His voice dripped with venom. Or what? Are you not a hypocrite? Do your own rules not apply to you? Hansu remained still. Then, with a calm voice, he answered, I'm not killing you because you broke my rule. He closed his eyes for a moment before continuing. Do you really think I have that much free time to waste? His eyes snapped open as he sat down next to the fallen monarch. There's only so much strength you can gain just by hunting, he said. His mind drifted into memories. Keljian's voice echoed in his head. We're just stepping stones on your path, aren't we? Keljian had once asked. Hansu had been serious then, his focus unwavering. It wasn't just about unifying humanity. He shut a book with a firm snap. Beyond the 3 trials, we have to prepare for what's coming, he had said. By any means necessary. Lowering his head slightly, his voice had turned cold. If that means wiping out everyone in the training area, so be it. His gaze shifted toward S, who stood silently near the wall. You have objections, don't you? She glanced at him from the corner of her eye but said nothing. Suddenly, Kang Tai stepped forward, scratching the back of his head. No need to stress over it, he said casually. I'll handle this personally. With a wide grin, he declared, I'll kill everyone in our way, take their treasures for myself, and become a legendary hero. And, of course, a hit with the ladies. Before he could say another word, a fist shot out in front of his face. Air struck him with incredible force, sending him stumbling back. Sacrificing the few for the many, she shouted. I won't agree to that. She flexed her fingers before adding, We do need to get stronger, but we don't even know what's waiting for us in the hidden dungeon. There has to be another way besides slaughtering everyone. Kang Tai rubbed his bruised face. Keldian, back me up here, he huffed. Kang Tai shut his eyes briefly before sighing. Honestly, there's no one better suited for this job than me. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of magic shot past him, making him flinch. Hansu's voice was steady. What do the calculations say? Kang Tai hit the ground, groaning. The hidden dungeon has to be cleared for a better future, he muttered. Keldian nodded. A normal hunt won't be enough. And let's be real. There are people we'll have to deal with before training ends. Might as well make it count. Kang Tai raised a finger. If we take out the bad guys and absorb their runes, we'll be strong enough to clear the dungeon, he reasoned. Not to mention, we'll strengthen our bodies and rise as heroes. Hansu considered their words before giving a simple answer. If we're all in agreement, then so be it. Keldian placed a firm hand on his shoulder. No need to overthink it, he said. Anyone who stands in our way, that's all there is to it. Hansu looked down at Wang Yang. You tried to kill me, he said flatly. He planted his gun into the ground, eyes locked on the defeated monarch. You climbed over others to get here. So why are you acting like you don't deserve this? His voice dropped lower. Isn't that the real question you should be asking yourself? Facing each other, the man pressed the knife to his own neck. With a smirk, Wang Yang scoffed, accusing the protagonist of trying to play the hero. Who are you really? He asked. Hansu, observing the situation, realized that trouble had come much sooner than he had anticipated. Wang Yang then lifted his gaze to Hansu and told him that if he ever found his son, he should keep an eye on him. He had the same red eyes as his father. Exhaling deeply, the man dismissed the idea, saying he didn't have time for that. If his plan worked, then everyone, including his son, would survive. Understanding his words, he gripped his weapon tightly and, without hesitation, slit his own throat. Hansu stood still for a moment before turning his gaze to the moon, lost in thought as he looked into the distance. Meanwhile, yellow-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, exhaling in frustration. Suddenly, she stomped the ground and shouted, irritated. How much longer do we have to guard this place? A boy from her clan turned to her and nonchalantly suggested that she could just leave. Annoyed, she pointed a finger at him and snapped back, saying she couldn't. Something still felt off, and her instincts told her there was more to this. The lady chimed in, saying she wanted to go after the woman, but they had gotten caught. If needed, they could set up an ambush. At that moment, Hansu appeared behind them, this time in a female form. He stated that he had left them there for a reason before asking how well they had protected the area. Yellow-haired girl jumped in shock before quickly confirming that they had done their job, even capturing those who had come after them. Hansu absent-mindedly scratched his arm, considering the situation. Since the girl hadn't seen anything, there was no need to silence her. Even if she went there now, it wouldn't matter anymore. Turning away, he commended them for their efforts, then told them they could leave. She hesitated, lowering her head in disappointment. That's it? We just leave? She asked. The boy insisted that it was best to go. If they didn't return, they could always find another way. Yellow-haired girl, however, was determined. I'll go ahead, she declared. She had to know what Hansu was up to. Meanwhile, the fairy assistant clapped her hands in excitement. Incredible, she murmured, looking at the cross. With a grin, she remarked that another traveler had arrived. Things were getting interesting. Smiling widely, she asked if they were ready to begin. She then turned to yellow-haired girl and her clan. While preparing to say something about using the cross, the protagonist stepped forward, entering the portal. As he did, he shed his previous appearance, stating there was no need for it anymore. Participants began emerging from the portal, making their way to the gathering place where separated travelers regrouped. After passing through the first 3 floors and the preparation area on the 4th, the clan members assembled in one spot. Hansu looked up, his mind focused on the task ahead, reaching the island of the tower. The 4th floor served as a preparation zone, where travelers would get ready to enter the red zone. Here, boats could be built along the river to reach the islands needed for advancement. Materials for these boats could be gathered from the beasts and monsters lurking nearby. The fairy stepped forward and posed a question. Sounds simple, right? Without waiting for a response, he extended a finger and added, but it's not. The quality of the boat would depend on the materials used. To demonstrate, he folded a small paper boat and placed a human doll inside it. The bigger the boat, the more people it can carry. So, naturally, a large one is better, he explained. A list of required materials was provided. While basic resources were easy to obtain, key materials would be crucial for crafting high-quality boats. Fortunately, everything needed was documented, so there was no need to worry. With that, preparations to leave the training area and enter the new world began. Many turned their eyes toward the forest beyond the wall. One person pointed into the distance and noted the vast wilderness ahead. Turning to his companion, he shouted, "We need a boat big enough for the entire clan. Let's move." Another group of survivors, members of a different clan, stepped forward. "We'll help," one of them declared. We need to work together if we want to survive. Standing at the back, the protagonist was lost in thought, focused on finding the place he was searching for. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. You're later than I expected. Turning slightly, Hansa saw Sangjin approaching. Extending a hand, Sangjin explained that they had arrived early and had been gathering materials since then. Did you take care of what you needed to? He asked. Hansa glanced briefly at the black monarch before replying, yeah, it's done. Then, narrowing his eyes, he asked, do you remember what I told you? Sangjin nodded. I started preparing the moment we reached the first floor, but after a brief pause, his expression shifted. Wait, are you going back to that form again? He asked, confused. The protagonist looked away and answered, I don't need to disguise myself anymore. Then, shifting gears, he asked, what about you? Aren't you coming? A large ship requires a lot of resources, and time isn't on our side. Sangjin simply grinned. He and the clan will handle it. He? Hansu echoed in surprise. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, glowing arrows shot through the air, piercing the neck of a monstrous creature. With a heavy thud, the beast collapsed. A figure emerged from the bushes. He? Bow in hand. Sangjin smirked. I found her on the first floor of the tower. She's changed. He turned around, scanning the area before calling out, I need backup. As the Dark Monarch spoke about how the girl would be happy to see Hansu again, he casually tossed him a white snake. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Before leaving, he remarked that he no longer needed her, but perhaps she could still be useful. However, he had other matters to attend to, so he was going. Pausing briefly, he added, we won't get many more chances to gather like this. The red zone after training? It's far more dangerous. Hearing this, Sangjin lowered his head slightly before quietly admitting that he had grown stronger because of Hansu. Then, looking up, he smiled. We'll see each other again, he said. Hansa glanced at him out of the corner of his eye but remained silent. After a short pause, he turned away, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Sangjin also began to leave, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected a reply anyway. Meanwhile, Yellow-Hair Girl and her comrade turned toward the Dark Monk. We're late, she said, frustrated. We wasted too much time near that cross. The guy beside her frowned. Shouldn't we have taken Wonkyung with us? Immediately, the girl hushed him. Be quiet. They might hear us. Sangjin overheard this, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Before he could dwell on it, Yu spoke up. It's time for us, and for him, to go. At that moment, a man stepped out of the portal and immediately apologized. It was Wonkyung. I was worried about my daughter, he admitted. She crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed. My guys were guarding the rear. What's there to be worried about? She eyed him skeptically before asking, do you really not remember anything? The man hesitated before quietly raising his hand. It's true. I don't know what this place is, he admitted. One moment, I was jogging with my daughter, and then, just then, his daughter stepped out of the portal as well. Yellow-haired girl turned away. I see, she muttered, though her mind was elsewhere. Internally, she sighed. She had wanted a strong fighter to lead the way, but she hadn't expected the resurrected ones to lose their memories. Shaking off her thoughts, she turned to the twins. Follow me, she instructed. I need to speak with the fairy giving us instructions. With that, they set off. From the shadows, the Dark Monarch watched everything unfold, his eyes locked onto them with an unreadable expression. Elsewhere, the protagonist moved through the forest, walking without hesitation. He noted that there was little activity in the area. Most of the monsters were likely gathered in the center of the preparation zone. Inside the tower, every floor and room had its own unique environment. Some looked like vast open skies, others like deep underwater worlds. But here, everything was artificial. Hansa placed a hand against a towering barrier. Looking up, everything has an end, he thought. But he didn't lower his hand. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. They wanted to look like the tower ends on the 4th floor. But in reality, there's a 5th. A hidden dungeon with a treasure inside. Gripping his weapon, Hansa prepared himself. Under normal circumstances, reaching that place wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't planning to take the normal route. He swung his weapon, cutting through the air with powerful, magical force. Traces of energy lingered in the wake of each strike. Nirmaha Ring Authority, destruction. With each swing, cracks formed in the floor's barrier. He continued his relentless assault, breaking the wall apart piece by piece. Finally, with a deafening explosion, the structure gave way. Without hesitation, Hansa pressed his hand against the fractured surface and climbed through to the other side. His gaze settled on what lay ahead. If I can't climb from the inside, he murmured, determination in his voice. Then I'll do it from the outside. As he moved forward, leaves from the surrounding trees drifted gently to the ground, carried by the wind. Hansa turned toward the wall, watching as it sealed shut almost instantly. Without the ring, getting through in time would be nearly impossible. He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair before glancing down. Checking his stats, he realized he had only increased them by 40 using the runes he had gained after the Black Monarch's attack. It wasn't enough. He hadn't even reached the minimum threshold. Frustrated but determined, he sprang up, grabbing the ledge with one hand. Everything now hinged on his ability to hold on. His grip tightened as he pulled himself up, managing to get both hands on the ledge. Sweat dripped down his face as he finally climbed over. Standing up, his eyes locked onto the newly forming entrance to the 5th-floor dungeon. Hansa gripped his weapon. According to Ralph Lauren, there was no telling what awaited inside. Suddenly, countless sharp swords stabbed into the ground around him. He leaped aside, using his weapon to deflect the attack. His jaw clenched. He had no choice but to win. A blinding light burst from the portal, illuminating everything. Hansa looked up, his breath hitching as a monster began to take form. His memories as an invader resurfaced. A creature just like this had once spewed rivers of lava before him. His eyes widened, a drop of sweat trickling down his face. Elsewhere, Keldian clutched a book, shouting in frustration. Humanity was buying time, but it wasn't enough. Kangti yelled that they could no longer hold their positions. They had to go through the crystal ball. Without hesitation, he handed over command to Andy before turning, calling out Hansa's name. Meanwhile, Hansa sat on the ground, holding Kiriel in his arms. Her body was covered in bruises, completely still. His voice trembled as he looked into her eyes, demanding to know why she had done it, why she had sacrificed herself to protect him. The memory of her rushing forward flashed in his mind. Kiriel weakly reached out, her fingers brushing against his face. A faint smile appeared. "Thank God," she whispered, relieved that he was alive. Her hand gently traced the wound on his face as Hansa pleaded with her not to stop fighting. "Not here, not now." She tried to make him promise something, but before she could finish, her body went limp in his arms. Hansa clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. Holding the girl in his arms, he tried to steady his breath, lowering his head before looking up again. His sharp gaze locked onto the monster before him, a beast growling with fury. Finally, he had come face to face with it. His eyes scanned the creature, and recognition struck. This was the golden dragon, Bellium. A realization dawned on him. The hidden dungeon recreated the strongest enemy in the memories of the one who entered. A smirk flickered across his face. If this was the enemy chosen for him, then this was his chance to finally defeat it. Even if this version had been weakened to match the power of the red rune, he would have to give it everything he had. He raised his hand, gripping the red crystal, the reward for slaying the Demon King. Every item he had prepared was meant for this very moment. Energy surged from the 2 artifacts in his possession, and a system notification appeared. The worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone was a consumable treasure obtained through treasure hunting. He recalled trading 32 treasures for this item back on the 2nd floor. It wasn't perfect, but it would serve its purpose. Cracks already covered the stone's surface, signaling its instability. As he activated it, his rune value surged to the lower red level. A powerful aura radiated from his ring. Then, he brought out the Jade Demon Essence, his hard-earned prize from defeating the Demon King. This single artifact alone had made that battle worthwhile. Without hesitation, he bit into the sphere. Instantly, all his stats shot up to 99.9%. His magic aura surged to an overwhelming level. However, the effect would only last a single day. After that, his stats would plummet to a mere 0.1%. But that was all the time he needed. With a sly grin, he fixed his gaze on the dragon. This was exactly why he had chased after the red rune. Bellium, sensing the immense power radiating from its opponent, let out a deafening roar. The force of its cries sent stones flying in all directions. Hansa leaped back, sliding across the floor before grabbing a nearby sword. Channeling the first ability of Nomoha's ring, he watched as a red aura engulfed his blade. The power of Destruction Red had reached a staggering 99%. Without wasting another second, Hansa launched his attack. He swung with everything he had, delivering a crushing blow to the massive dragon. But to his shock, his sword shattered upon impact. His attack had barely scratched the surface, breaking off only a single scale. Bellium, unfazed and unwilling to let this go, reared its head back, flames already gathering in its maw. Hansa knew exactly what was coming. His breath hitched as he mentally braced himself. A massive fireball formed in the dragon's mouth before it unleashed a devastating torrent of flames. A grin spread across Hansa's face. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the lifeless body of a monster lay sprawled on the ground. Sangjin leaped onto the corpse just as a man burst out from the bushes, rushing toward him. That was the last kelk in this area, the man announced. With a swift motion, he extracted the slime sack from the monster before jumping down beside a girl. "We've gathered enough," he said. "It's time to start building the ship." The girl's gaze drifted toward the distance, her voice laced with sorrow. "It would have been nice if Hansu were here with us." Sangjin stared at the ground, his voice quiet but firm. Even if Hansu hadn't disappeared, traveling with them would have been difficult. Hearing this, Minnie tilted her head slightly, confused. "What do you mean?" she asked. The Dark Monarch responded with certainty. "We're still in his shadow." Meanwhile, a torrent of dragon flames roared toward Hansu. He narrowed his eyes. This was different from before, yet somehow, he had ended up in the same situation. But this time, he wasn't just going to endure it, he was going to dodge. He dashed forward, narrowly evading the searing flames, and charged straight at the massive dragon. He knew a normal weapon wouldn't pierce its scales. A blade materialized in his grip, judgment. Justice. The legendary twin weapons, Decrados, revealed their true potential when used together. But what he held now was an improved version of Decrados. Powerful magical energy surged around his chains as he activated Nomaha's second ability, Hemorrhage. The moment he pulled, the chains constricted violently, cutting deep as blood sprayed in all directions. Hansa tightened his grip, yanking hard. His mind raced. The enhanced version of his weapon granted incredible power, but at the cost of durability. Against an enemy as formidable as the dragon, he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. He clenched his teeth, his fingers locking around the chains. Would they hold? No, they had to. His gaze darkened as he studied the struggling beast. He couldn't afford to weaken his assault, even if it meant destroying every weapon he had. If that was the price of victory, he would pay it without hesitation. The dragon thrashed, trying to break free. With a violent swing of its tail, it struck Hansu, sending him flying. The impact was brutal. As soon as it managed to shatter the chains, the beast unleashed a blast of magic, slamming into him once again. Bruised and battered, Hansu staggered to his feet, gripping his chain. Without missing a beat, he swung it hard, striking the ground where swords had been embedded. With each impact, the buried blades jolted free, launching into the air. Looking up, he saw the weapons suspended above, all aimed at the dragon. But the beast wasn't about to let itself be skewered so easily. It flapped its wings furiously, using both its tail and sheer force to smash through the incoming swords. A sharp jerk of its head sent blood splattering from its wounded neck as it let out an earth-shaking roar. Hansu surrounded himself with magic, his eyes locked onto the dragon's every movement. The creature lowered its massive body, its maw opening wide as it let out another deafening scream. Sangjin stood off to the side, watching as the protagonist charged forward, chains in hand, aiming straight for the monster's mouth. He noted that even now, Hansu's strength continued to grow. Adjusting his hood, he turned to the others and stated that they needed to be ready to follow. Turning to the girl, he mentioned there was something they had to take care of first. He explained that they would be bringing a few people onto the ship. The others questioned if they were his acquaintances. Glancing towards the Yong clan, he vaguely responded, something like that. His gaze settled on Wonk Youngback as he remarked that they might prove useful. The forest was eerily silent, the ground stained with a spreading red liquid. A boy's foot landed right in the middle of it, and almost instantly, he cried out in alarm. The poison had spread even here. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the building, raising his hand and shouting for the clan boys to wait. He wasn't on board yet. As he closed the distance, spears suddenly embedded themselves into the ground near his feet. Looking up in shock, he demanded to know what they were doing. Han Chiol sneered, saying he had missed because the little dwarf was surprisingly good at dodging. The boy, seething with frustration, accused them of deceiving him. They had promised to take him on board if he gathered the necessary materials. Han Chiol merely waved him off, replying that there was no reason to bring along someone without a clan. Anger boiled inside the boy as he clenched his teeth. They were nothing but traitorous scum. The boys on board jeered at him, mockingly suggesting that he build his own boat, if he had the time. After all, the poison would soon claim his life. Determined, the boy sprinted forward, cursing himself for trusting those clan members. If only that creature had warned him about the time limit. He skidded to a stop, shouting that he needed to kill something, fast. Desperately scanning his surroundings, he muttered that there had to be a kelk slime sack somewhere. A sudden noise made him whirl around. His breath caught as he saw a hand emerging. A terrified scream ripped from his throat as Hansu crawled out of the portal in front of him. Losing his balance, the boy stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Trembling, he stammered, demanding to know what it was. Meanwhile, the protagonist had made his way inside. The boy, still in shock, shouted again, demanding to know who he was. Ignoring him, the protagonist grabbed hold of the broken barrier and climbed back up to the third floor. He assessed the situation. So far, the ground hadn't been fully contaminated by poison, meaning there was still time. He brushed himself off and steadied himself. The boy beside him, unable to contain his fear, screamed once more, demanding answers. He stared at the barrier, watching as it sealed itself back up. Eyeing the crack, he asked how the protagonist had managed to break through. He had attacked it before and hadn't even left a scratch. Hansa turned to leave, muttering that he had no time to waste talking. He needed to hurry. The boy, still reeling from what he had just witnessed, scrambled after him, exclaiming that he could tell he was in a rush. The guy stared at the protagonist, baffled. Walking around naked. Is that your thing? Without hesitation, the main character ripped off the tattered remains of his shirt. I got a ship to build. No time to waste. A powerful gust of wind followed, forcing the guy to shield his face with his hands. Wait, you're just starting now? You can't do this alone. But the protagonist wasn't listening. Instead, he suddenly leaped high into the air, leaving the guy staring up in confusion. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded nearby. One of the survivors was struck with tremendous force, his body crashing into a tree. His teammates turned in horror as a monstrous, crocodile-like beast advanced on them. Get it together! You can't pass out now! One of them yelled desperately. The Galapagos crocodile loomed over them, and the boys began to retreat. We can't handle this thing, someone shouted. Just then, the protagonist shot past them. If you're not gonna fight, I'll take care of it myself. Before anyone could react, he charged the crocodile at full speed. The boys gawked in disbelief. Did he seriously just go at that thing barehanded? Then, with a brutal punch, Hansu's fist slammed into the beast, sending blood flying. The survivors could only watch, stunned. What the hell? Who is this guy? The guy who had met Hansu at the wall came running toward them. Seeing him, one of the survivors asked, "Are you with him?" He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "No, I just met him." After a pause, he added, something like that. Meanwhile, Hansu relentlessly pounded the enormous crocodile, tearing into its flesh with his bare hands. When he was done, he stood up and examined the materials he had ripped from the monster's body. Catching this thing was just a coincidence, he thought. I don't even need the Galapagos. Just then, one of the Earth survivors called out, "Hey, why don't we pool our resources and build a ship together?" The guy who had been chasing after Hansu clutched his chest. "I'll add my materials, but only if you let me on board." One of the survivors gave him a pointed look. "You know the Galapagos crocodile parasite can only build about 20 ships, right? There's no extra space." The guy frowned. "I need it. I'll trade if I have to." While they argued, Hansu jumped down from the dead monster, barely paying them any attention. Then, without warning, he tossed the parasite toward them. "I don't need it," he said casually. The others froze as he glanced at them from the corner of his eye. "I'm making a 500-seat ship. Do whatever you want with that thing. The key material for that? The heart of a knock rockstone lizard." And the difficulty of gathering materials for larger ships only increased exponentially from here. The guy chasing after Hansu knew things were only going to get harder. Hansu gritted his teeth. The fourth floor was filling with poison at an alarming rate, and there was no telling how much time they had left. Was he really going to build a 500-seat ship while hunting down an elusive monster alone? Before he could dwell on it, the protagonist pointed to the side. "Tell everyone left here. If they bring materials as payment, I'll let them board." The guy hesitated before stepping forward. "Wait, seriously? We can really get on." Then, as if trying to confirm, he asked again, "You'll take us with just the materials we have?" A short while later, the fourth-floor preparation area was packed. Fighters lined the riverbank, each carrying the materials they had gathered. The guy who had followed Hansu glanced down at his own supplies. "I brought everything he asked for. This has to be my last gamble." He clenched his fists, silently hoping he wouldn't be betrayed again. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the forest. Everyone turned toward the sound, eyes wide with alarm. "What was that?" someone shouted. Before they could react, a massive shadow loomed above them. The guy's blood ran cold as he stared up in horror. "No way! It's coming down on us! Scatter!" Hansu's voice rang out. With a thunderous impact, the enormous knock rockstone lizard crashed to the ground in front of the panicked survivors. Screams filled the air as people ran in terror. But standing on top of the fallen beast, completely unfazed, was Hansu. "Well, looks like everyone's here," he remarked. Then, without hesitation, he leapt off the lizard and gave a simple command. "Get ready to leave." The guy who had been following him stared, still in shock. Did he take that thing down by himself? Meanwhile, Hansu approached the ferry, dragging the colossal heart of the knock rockstone lizard behind him. "I've got the heart. Let's trade." The ferry guardian glanced at the timer. "Still some time left," he muttered. Then, looking back at Hansu, he asked, "You do know you need other materials too, right?" Hansu simply nodded. Of course. His eyes swept over the gathered materials, listing them off one by one. Finally, he picked up a rack silk rope and held it up. "This should be everything." The fairy guardian crossed his arms, floating closer. "And where's the knock rockstone lizard's heart?" "Right behind me." "Take it." The fairy guardian's lips curled into a smirk. Well, you actually managed to collect all the necessary materials." He paused before adding, "There's still some left to gather, but you're the only one who brought this much on your own. Makes me want to give you a little reward." Before Hansu could respond, panic spread through the crowd. "The poison, it's almost here." People began scrambling backward, shouting in fear. The fairy guardian, on the other hand, spread his arms wide with a grin. Now, shouldn't you congratulate him first?" A little applause. "Maybe. Just build the damn ship," the survivors roared. Hansu frowned. "You were all in a hurry a moment ago. It was better when you were shaking in fear." A few minutes later, he turned toward the crowd. "There, that's the ship you'll be sailing on." Everyone's eyes locked onto the massive structure forming in the air. A ship of enormous size began to take shape, its sheer scale leaving many in awe. The boy beside Hansa gaped. Is that a 500-seater ship? Hansa nodded. There's enough space for everyone. Go ahead. Bring all those who gathered materials. At his words, the crowd erupted into movement, rushing toward the ship. Voices rose in excitement as people eagerly climbed aboard, some shouting that they would gratefully follow Hansu wherever he led them. Once everyone was settled, the boy reassured the passengers. Don't worry about steering. As a reward for taking us, we'll handle the journey. Hansu made his way to the helm. Meanwhile, the ferry guardian addressed the crowd. Everyone, take a seat and rest. Estimated travel time, 3 days. Stepping back, the guardian flashed a grin. Well, my job's done. I won't interfere anymore. His smirk deepened as he added, I'm glad I sent you all to the red zone. At least my efforts won't go to waste. As the ship entered the portal, the ferry guardian's voice echoed one last time. Try to survive as long as you can. The vessel emerged into open waters, officially leaving the training area. One of the guys on deck peered ahead. Is that the entrance to the red zone? His eyes scanned the horizon, taking in the countless other ships in the distance. Then, looking down at the sea, his expression darkened. Wait, this isn't just ocean. The water wasn't blue, it was dyed red. That's not water, another survivor muttered. It's poison. A heavy silence settled over them. One of them let out a breath. Honestly, we should be grateful. If we weren't taken aboard, we wouldn't be seeing this. They turned to Hansu. You let us on without making things difficult for us. You're a good person. Another spoke up. By the way, what's your name? Hansu didn't answer right away. Instead, he opened his status panel. His stats had plummeted, all down to 0.1%. He sighed. Good thing I accounted for the effect of consuming the demon jade essence. His eyes drifted to his bandaged hand. He hadn't expected to obtain something like this here. Mana flickered around his fingers, and realization struck. This was the first skill he had acquired in this life. The art of dragon energy. Memories of his past surfaced. Back then, people looked down on this skill. But now, given that he could only learn 7 skills in total, this wasn't a bad one to start with. Without hesitation, he activated it. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out. The boy beside him pointed forward, eyes wide with terror. What the hell is that? Ahead of them, the sea was littered with wreckage. Every ship in their path had been shattered. And in the water, a desperate voice cried out. A man clung to a piece of floating wood, his face twisted in fear. Help, please. I don't want to die in the poison. The moment he saw them, recognition hit him like a bolt of lightning. Those same traitors who had abandoned him before. Panic surged through him as he shouted about more people being trapped in the liquid. He had to get out. Before he could make another move, a sharp pain tore through his chest. A trident, held firmly by a man, had impaled him clean through. Scarlet blood dripped from the weapon's tip as the man lifted him into the air, his body convulsing as he choked on his own blood. Chaos erupted on the ship. People screamed in terror, shouting that there were monsters in the water. Fear took over, and the crew scattered in all directions. Amid the panic, someone demanded to know who had changed the ship's course. His gaze locked onto the wheel, and his mind raced. It had to be him. He turned to Hansu, suspicion burning in his eyes. What was he planning this time? As the ship slowly veered off course, someone on board finally snapped. Why are we changing direction? He shouted, his face twisted with fear. His eyes darted to the protagonist in horror. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Do you even see all those wrecked ships out there? If we get attacked in this poisoned sea, we're finished. Desperation seeped into his voice. You really think you can save everyone if we're ambushed? That's impossible. We'll all die here. The protagonist met his panicked gaze with a steady, unreadable expression. The man clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over. Why do you care so much about saving everyone around you? At that moment, Hansu's mind drifted to the words of his old friends, reminders of his true goal. He let the memories fade, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the man on deck kept shouting, insisting they needed to stay on their original course. But the protagonist turned away, as if he had heard enough. We'll make it now, he said calmly. For a brief moment, relief flashed across the man's face. He let out a shaky breath. You made the right call. You're a good man. But then, something felt off. His expression shifted as he realized. This wasn't the answer he wanted. A hand suddenly latched onto the deck, followed by another. Survivors began climbing aboard, struggling to pull themselves up. The boy's eyes widened in pure horror. When did they get here? He screamed. One of the survivors, now on his feet, raised a clenched fist and bellowed. I heard everything. His voice dripped with accusation. Were you really planning to leave us behind? He took a threatening step forward, fury blazing in his eyes. We survived because we swam toward you the moment we saw your ship. In one swift motion, he grabbed the boy's cloak and yanked him close. I'd love to see how you'd handle being thrown. Before another word could be said, something sliced through the air at blinding speed. A sword embedded itself deep into the ship's side. The bully recoiled in shock, his voice cracking as he screamed. What the hell was that? What just hit me? The protagonist stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the deck. "Enough talking," he said firmly. "They are here." The bully spun around, rage still burning in his eyes. But before he could finish, the ship lurched violently. A sinking realization hit they had already arrived. From the depths of the poisonous sea, monstrous figures wielding tridents emerged, closing in on the ship. Their glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. These were the Red Zone's gatekeepers, the damned survivors. Without hesitation, they began their attack. Their method was simple but devastating, smashing holes into the ship's hull from below. The entire vessel trembled under their relentless assault. Panic erupted among the crew. "They're attacking from underneath," someone shouted. "They're trying to sink us." The survivors rushed to the edges of the ship, frantically searching for a way to fight back. "We need to stop them before they get too close," one of them yelled. "Use long-range weapons. We can't let them near the ship." But the creatures deflected every attack. They needed more firepower. At that moment, the protagonist approached the ship's railing, his expression unwavering. "If they won't come to us," he murmured, gripping the edge, "then I'll go to them." Without another word, he leaped overboard. Gasps and shouts filled the air as the crew watched in horror. Has he lost his mind? Hansa plunged into the sea with a loud splash. The toxic waters swirled around him. From the deck, someone stammered. He jumped in, without any equipment. "He's as good as dead." But deep beneath the surface, Hansa remained calm. The monstrous sea creatures immediately took notice, their glowing eyes locking onto him. "The poisonous waters?" he mused, easily repelled by the art of dragon energy. Raising his hand, he summoned the ancient power within him. Dragon energy surged through his veins, wrapping around his arm like a living force. His body pulsed with raw magic. "With my magic stat at red, I can handle this." Clenching his fist, he prepared for battle. The creatures lunged at him, their tridents poised to strike. But in that instant, Hansa's body transformed. Scales formed over his skin, his limbs strengthened. His presence radiated something beyond human. This was the power of the art of dragon energy, an ability that didn't just grant its user immense strength, but gradually reshaped their very body into something draconic. Such legendary techniques and artifacts were known as zero numbering. Feeling the surge of power, Hansa smirked to himself. This ability definitely lives up to its name. He clenched his transformed fist tightly. "Still, I can't unleash my full strength just yet." Even so, his next attack was overwhelming. With a single devastating punch, he drove his fist straight into a sea monster's chest. The impact tore through its body, leaving a gaping hole as blood spilled into the water. The other monsters froze, stunned by the display of raw power. Hansa studied his work, satisfied. "Even like this, my piercing strength is more than enough." The battle had only just begun. The moment the monsters realized they were outmatched, they turned tail and fled. But Hansa saw through their intentions instantly. If he let them escape, they'd just wait for another chance to strike. He raised a hand behind his head, magic surging through his body. There was no time to play games. With that thought, he vanished, his speed overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing creatures, tearing through them with ruthless efficiency. The remaining monsters regrouped, forming a circle around him with their tridents aimed directly at his chest. Hansa barely spared them a glance. Instead, he grabbed hold of one and sensed another attacking from behind. Without hesitation, he reached out and caught the incoming trident mid-strike. Power crackled around him as he redirected the weapon's momentum, swinging it with lethal precision. The sea turned red as blood spilled from the monster's severed head, bubbles rising from its gaping mouth before it went still. Hansa took a quick look around. Corpses drifted in every direction. His job here was done, but something was happening on the ship. Turning toward it, he sensed trouble brewing above and decided to head back immediately. As soon as he surfaced, chaos greeted him. Shouts echoed across the deck. A massive hole had been torn in the ship's hull, and water was rushing in fast. One of the men spotted a nearby monster and roared, raising his weapon. "Everyone, over here," he yelled, swinging his sword with all his strength. Before the blade could land, Hansa moved. He threw himself against the breach, using his own body to block the flow of water. "Watch where you're swinging that thing," he said sharply. The man's jaw dropped. "How the hell did you get back here?" And without a scratch. Hansa ran a hand through his wet hair. "You really thought I couldn't handle it?" The crew stared in shock, but then someone pointed at the ship and shouted, "Why are you so calm? You just made the hole even bigger." Ignoring them, Hansa walked over to a wooden block and tested its strength. The others watched in disbelief. "What are you even doing? This is not the time." Meanwhile, another man yelled, "Stop standing around. We need to fight off the rest of those things." "Forget that for a second," someone else cut in. "Look at what he's doing." Hansa had already begun breaking logs into planks. The realization hit them. They needed to patch up the ship. "Follow his lead," someone shouted. "Gather as many Arun wood planks as possible." Hansa let out a breath, adding, "We'll also need kelp slime to seal the gaps." The crew scrambled into action, patching up the breach as best as they could. Someone raised another concern. What about all the poisonous water inside? It'll evaporate on its own, Hansu replied. Just don't sleep down here. The fumes are deadly. Stay topside. One by one, the crew left the lower deck, exhausted but relieved. Hansu exhaled heavily. He had pushed himself to the limit, but everything had worked out in the end. More importantly, he had found a solid replacement for his broken weapon. He examined the trident, noting its durability. If it can withstand the poisoned sea, it'll do just fine. Suddenly, Hansu spoke up. If you all look ahead, you'll see something interesting. One of the men scoffed. What could there possibly be to? He stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. Wait, what is that? Gasps spread across the deck. Land. A chorus of cheers erupted. They had made it to the red zone far faster than expected. Excitement buzzed through the crew as they neared the island. But then, confusion set in. Why aren't we stopping? Someone asked. The ship should be slowing down automatically, shouldn't it? Something was wrong. A figure suddenly appeared behind them, his voice cutting through the air. The voyage will take 3 days. It's not time yet. Before anyone could respond, the protagonist stepped forward. This isn't land, he said, his voice steady. We're standing on the root of the world tree. The others exchanged glances, eyes widening as they took in the massive structure beneath them. One of them finally asked, what kind of tree has roots this huge? The mysterious man smirked. Is this the same tree you were talking about earlier? He asked. Hansa didn't answer directly. Instead, he gestured ahead. Just keep watching. The real show is about to begin. As if on cue, the entire route trembled violently. The ship lurched forward, crashing into it, sending everyone stumbling. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crew, until they looked ahead. Their breath hitched. The ocean split apart as something massive surged out of the water. A monster, so colossal it defied belief, rose before them, its gaping maw stretching wide. And then, boom! A second explosion of water erupted as another enormous shape burst from the depths. The crew barely had time to react before a deafening roar ripped through the air. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves over the ship. Waves crashed against the deck, knocking people off their feet. As the ship steadied, a man in the poisoned water stood up, coughing. His eyes darted toward the beast. It's not after us, he shouted. He pointed at the massive, half-bitten root. It ate that whole thing. Meanwhile, the protagonist strode toward the wheel, unshaken. The man turned to him, disbelief in his voice. That thing was just a root, and it's the size of a small island. Hansa kept moving forward, his thoughts racing. This ship, leaving the training area, was bound to encounter one of the countless routes, depending on the route set by the ferry. And here it was, the fish of disaster. One of the 5 disasters that had drained the world tree dry. Long ago, in the deadly red zone of Fenhei, the native creatures, desperate to survive, had engineered the world tree through magic and genetic manipulation. But they failed to stop the 5 disasters. And so, Elfenheim began to crumble. These creatures weren't just abominations. They had a purpose. They existed to destroy the world tree. Hansa gripped the helm tighter. In his past life, he had failed to protect it. But not this time. A massive splash echoed through the sea. The monster had swallowed one root hole and was already shifting toward the next. The boy beside him suddenly ran up, his face drained of color. What the hell are you doing? He shouted, panic lacing his voice. You're steering straight toward that thing. He was shaking now, eyes wild with fear. Are you insane? You might be strong, but that creature. Despite his strength, the boy couldn't hold back his frustration. This isn't right, he yelled. You should have asked if everyone agreed first. Hearing this, the protagonist casually raised a hand to his chin, as if in deep thought. You might be right. Maybe some of you don't agree. The boy's mind raced. Now he realizes this. But before he could say anything, Hansa shrugged and said effortlessly, well, in that case, you can get off the ship. The boy snapped his head toward the captain, stunned into silence. Was he serious? Hansa pointed a finger overboard. I need to follow that creature, he said plainly. Anyone who wants to leave, just raise your hand. I'll drop you off right now. A heavy silence hung over the deck. The ship continued sailing after the monster. The tension thickened the air. Then, finally, someone hesitantly asked, where exactly are we going? Minutes later, the ship came to a halt. They had reached the very edge of the world tree's roots. This was where the roots truly began. Everyone disembarked, stepping onto the massive surface before them. In front of them stood a dying tree, its trunk wrapped in something sinister. One of the crew members stared in shock. I thought this was solid ground. Another murmured in awe. No, this is where the roots grow from. Those who got off the ship stood still, gazing up in disbelief. The towering structure in front of them was a true giant, stretching so high into the sky that they couldn't even tell where it ended. Hansa smirked and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. So, he asked mockingly, is this better than being in the water? The boy swallowed hard, fear creeping into his expression. Hansa continued, his voice calm. We still have 2 weeks. As long as we keep moving up, we'll be safe. The boy turned to the captain, his tone laced with irritation. 2 weeks? What do you mean 2 weeks? The demon said we needed to go to the world tree. Before Hansu could respond, a crew member who had gone ahead shouted back at them. Are you coming or not? Without hesitation, Hansu turned away. Standing around won't get us anywhere, he said. I have to move forward, with or without you. The boy hesitated for only a moment before rushing to follow. I'm coming too, he called out. As he ran to catch up, Hansu let out a slow exhale and muttered, You'd better hurry. Then, lifting his gaze, he spoke again, this time loud enough for everyone to hear. The fish of disaster will be here in 2 weeks to devour the roots. His fingers tightened around the trident in his grip. I need to find that person. But first, with a single decisive movement, he raised the weapon high. I can't let them use this ship. And with all his strength, he brought the trident crashing down, tearing through the ship's hull. A loud crack echoed through the air as the impact split the wood apart. Water surged in, swallowing the vessel whole. Within minutes, the ship had sunk to the bottom. Hansu watched in silence before finally speaking. We probably already reached the cross. The boy turned, his brows furrowing as he stared at Hansu. Is really not coming with us? Hansu was unpredictable, but somehow, it felt more reassuring when he was around. Before he could say anything, their attention shifted to a massive iron structure ahead. Someone pointed at it. Is that the cross? A murmur of uncertainty spread through the group. It must have been built by someone, one of them said. We should check it out. But before they could rush forward, another voice objected. Wait. The boy raised his hand, stopping them. If someone built this, it could be a trap, he warned. It's too risky for all of us to go at once. A few heads nodded in agreement. Then let's send a scouting team first, he suggested. There aren't any clan members among us anyway, so we'll need to be careful. His gaze swept over the group. We'll go in pairs and spread out. Breath caught. Someone was up there. A man sat perched on a tree branch, looking down at them with a smirk. Maybe being cautious helps with survival, he said, but it sure makes things more complicated for us. The group tensed. A few raised their weapons. Who's there? Someone shouted. The man ignored them and leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully in front of them. His sharp eyes scanned the group, counting their numbers. 148 people? I'm impressed. Didn't expect so many clanless to make it this far. He squatted down, resting his elbows on his knees, and grinned. I'm from the Valkyrie clan, a member of the Helper group. His voice was casual, almost amused. Name's Aaron. And we're your saviors. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Someone finally spoke up. What do you mean by that? Aaron rolled his eyes. You really don't know anything. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. After training, those weird-bodied fairies don't give you any guidance, right? They just sit back and watch. The crowd exchanged glances, uneasy. Aaron smirked. Yeah, they're watching you right now. But they're not gonna help. He straightened up. That's where we come in. So, you either follow us or... Before he could finish, a voice behind him chuckled. No one's following you after what you just said. A young woman stepped forward, arms crossed. My name's Beck, she said, eyes sharp as she motioned toward an elderly woman standing beside her. And this here is Pam. Beck looked around before continuing. Let's get this straight. We're from the Helper group, and we were given orders to assist travelers coming out of the training zone. Orders, someone echoed. From who? Pam tapped her cane against the ground, her expression unreadable. From S, she said, the monarch of our Valkyrie clan. That name sent a ripple of disbelief through the group. Beck continued. S left us here 20 years ago when she went to the Orange Zone. Since then, our job has been to help newcomers like you survive the Red Zone. The murmurs grew louder as people tried to process what they were hearing. One of the other helpers spoke up. This is the end of the routes. You're still a long way from the World Tree. Without guidance, you won't make it. The travelers exchanged glances. The helpers didn't seem hostile. And if anything went wrong, they had the numbers. Aaron smirked again and stretched out his hand. You newbies sure don't know how to listen. Just follow us and you'll be fine. Beck clicked her tongue in annoyance. No, you don't know how to listen. She crossed her arms. Didn't you hear me? Everything needs to be done properly. Aaron sighed. Yeah, I got it. But his smirk didn't fade. The group stood at a crossroads, the path forward uncertain. But one thing was clear. Whether they trusted them or not, the helpers were the only ones who knew how to survive in this place. The moment the guy shouted that they would follow, even a stray dog would get the message faster, she scoffed. Aaron rolled his eyes and ignored her. But she wasn't done. If you're so smart, why don't you do everything yourself? He shot back. For someone weaker than me, you sure talk a lot. Before the tension could escalate, Pam stepped between them. Enough, she said firmly. We don't have time for this. We've got a job to do. Without waiting for a response, she turned to the others. We need to get these people out of here. Aaron faced the crowd. Don't even think about attacking us just because you have numbers, he warned. 30,000 helpers have been here for years. If you want to survive, Don't act like fools. Then, with a smirk, he glanced ahead. The newcomers might feel confident now, but soon enough, they'd learn the truth. There were beings in this place whose names alone could make men tremble. He stopped in front of the restless crowd. The red zone has its own rules, he announced. No one touches the newcomers. A murmur spread through the group. Suddenly, someone turned to the side. What's that noise? He asked, noticing a commotion nearby. Before he could investigate, Aaron cut in sharply. Ignore it. Keep moving. But then, boom, an explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the ground. All eyes snapped toward the source. A fierce battle raged not far from them. Aaron narrowed his gaze. Right now, none of you are ready to face anyone here, he muttered. Beck's eyes locked onto the scene. Something about that fighting style seemed familiar. Why is she battling over there? She wondered aloud. Another explosion rocked the earth. The protagonist instinctively ducked, shielding his face as heat licked at his skin. His hand stung, burned. He lifted his head, trying to process what had just happened. Why did she attack? He asked, his voice strained. A sharp voice cut through the air. Shut up. A girl stood in front of him, magic crackling at her fingertips, her expression fierce. You just finished training. You have no idea what kind of place this is. Her teeth clenched. And you dare to talk like that? Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl stood motionless, staring into the distance. Her eyes fixed on a monstrous shape emerging from the horizon, a massive fish of calamity. A slow, almost satisfied smile formed on her lips. Finally, he's here. But just as quickly, her excitement faded. Her fist clenched, nails digging into her palms. Do I even have the right to seek revenge for my parents anymore? She whispered bitterly. Then, tilting her head back, she gazed at the sky. The wind swept past her as she made her decision. I have to finish this. For them, and for those who will be dragged here sooner or later. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Master, I will follow you soon. The whispers about her never stopped. She was crazy, they said. A fool to think she could kill the fish of disaster. No one wanted to throw their life away fighting a monster bigger than a mountain. But she wasn't like them. And as the sound of the departing train faded into the distance, she knew her battle was only beginning. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the protagonist approached her without hesitation. You're Sophia Varage, right? He asked. The girl whipped around, eyes wide with shock. She studied him carefully. How do you know my name? Her gaze lingered on Hansu, trying to make sense of him. His features weren't entirely clear to her. But one thing was obvious. He was new to the red zone. Her eyes flicked to the trident in his hand. No extraordinary weapons. No rare items. Nothing that screamed threat. Breaking the silence, Hansu got straight to the point. I want to talk about the disaster fish. Sophia's expression shifted. What? I need your help, he said. She narrowed her eyes. I haven't seen you here before. Hansu rested a hand on his hip. Are you a quadratus? She asked. She was on guard. He could tell. Taking Kangtai's advice, he extended his hand toward her and smiled. This could benefit you too, he said. Then, his voice lowered, hitting her where it hurt. Or do you want to keep living in fear, wondering when your family will end up here? Sophia's breath caught. Her body stiffened. Hansa pressed on. If we kill the disaster fish, their chances of survival go up. A sudden fury ignited in her eyes. How do you know about them? She shouted. Before he could answer, she launched forward, slamming her fist into the ground. A shockwave cracked through the earth, sending dust and debris flying. But she had missed. Hansa tensed, watching her closely. What was wrong with her? Sophia gritted her teeth, already swinging again. This time, she wasn't holding back. Hansa barely managed to react, leaping into the air to dodge her strike. Just talk to me, he called out. As soon as he landed, he reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Big mistake. Sophia recoiled violently, shoving him off. Flames erupted from her hand, her eyes blazing with magic. How dare you interfere in my life? She seethed. Then, with a surge of power, she summoned an enormous magic seal overhead. The air crackled with energy, the spell aimed straight at Hansu. His eyes widened. She's already mastered this technique, he muttered. He had seriously pissed her off. 3 massive spheres of ice and light formed above her. The skill, tri-jade balls of frost light orbs. They shot toward him with deadly precision. Hansu clenched his jaw. He knew one thing. His mastery of dragon energy wasn't strong enough yet. But he had no choice. He had to fight. A small orb of magic formed in Hansu's palm, flickering like the energy inside a dragon's maw. He exhaled sharply. This is going to cost me later, but it's worth the risk. Power surged through him, pure, untamed dragon energy. His body shifted, scales emerging along his face, his eyes glowing with raw intensity. The transformation had begun. Boom! A powerful magical explosion erupted, sending spikes of energy in all directions. Sophia narrowed her eyes, watching as her technique took effect. 3 jade balls of ice light, a skill designed to freeze everything it touched, even the air itself. Escape was impossible. As the ice encased Hansu, She let out a sharp breath. I didn't intend to kill you, she muttered. Not yet. I still need to know where you got your information. Then, sorry. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. Her head snapped toward the frozen prison. Crack! A jagged fracture split through the ice, then another. With a deafening shatter, Hansu emerged, his body no longer human, but something more. Something dragon-like. You're not the only one with impressive skills, he said. Without wasting a second, he activated Namoha's ring, First Authority. The ring pulsed, radiating overwhelming energy. Hansu swung his arm, slamming his fist into the ground. Authority of Destruction. The earth rumbled. Shockwaves burst outward. Ice shattered into countless fragments, the cold mist vanishing under the sheer force of his power. Sophia shielded her face from the impact. Did he just destroy my 3 jade balls of ice light? She thought in disbelief. That's impossible. No one should be able to obtain such an advanced energy art from simple training. Just how strong is his mana? Her fingers curled into a fist. She couldn't afford to hesitate. Voices whispered in her mind. If you don't move forward now, you'll be left behind. Are you really going to waste your time chasing an unkillable fish of disaster? She shook her head. No, I refuse to stop here. Sophia thrust her hand forward. Impossible, she shouted. With a single leap, she soared into the air, activating monumental air path. Mana swirled around her, and in an instant, Alice's book appeared, pages flipping wildly. She clapped her hands together. Solidification activated. A massive magic weapon materialized above her, humming with destructive energy. This is why I'm still here, she yelled, glaring down at Hansu. So people like you don't look down on me. She pointed the weapon downward. Hansu's eyes gleamed red as he raised his arm. His body shifted once more, his hand transforming into something inhuman. With a single, fluid motion, he slashed through the air, leaving a burning arc in his wake. The colossal weapon shattered. Hansu landed, stabilizing himself with one hand on the ground. The remnants of his clothes were torn away by the sheer force of the battle, revealing the hardened body beneath. He turned to Sophia, his gaze steady. Are we still doing this? She clenched her teeth, her fists trembling. Then, with a sharp exhale, she lowered her head. There's no point. Hansu studied her carefully, then asked, Are you really going to back down? Sophia studied him for a moment before speaking. His special move was far from perfect. There were 3 key factors that determined the rank of an energy art. First, the scaling and reinforcement of the rune. Second, the strength and durability of the mana barrier. And third, the special abilities tied to the technique, abilities that could completely redefine how it was used in battle. She glanced at the boy, debating whether to push him to the brink of life and death. But after seeing him take her attack without so much as a scratch, she realized there was no need. By the standards of the Red Zone, his art was already among the best. Testing him any further would be pointless. Turning away, she acknowledged his strength but quickly shifted the conversation. So, how do you plan to kill the fish of disaster? She scoffed. The people gave up after it devoured over 1,000 lives. Do you even understand what it's like to face a monster that can swallow an entire ship whole? Her fists clenched as her voice grew bitter. That thing isn't just a monster, it's a calamity. And yet, there are fools who pray to it, as if worshipping disaster will save them. Her frustration boiled over. I'm sick of fighting alone. She shot him a look. If you don't want to end up like me, walk away now. With that, she turned and started to leave. This is a waste of time, she muttered. Hansu stared at the ground before responding. If I thought this was going to be easy, I wouldn't have come to you. His voice was steady. I have a plan. That's why I need your help. Sophia stopped in her tracks. She exhaled sharply. I'm done with this stupidity, she said, refusing to turn around. Hansu's gaze remained fixed on her back. This would be your 14th attempt to kill the fish of disaster. Are you really giving up so easily? She spun around, eyes blazing. You don't get it, she shouted. No matter what you say, She faltered. For years, she had been the only one standing against the fish of disaster. She had watched her parents get devoured before her very eyes. And still, she kept fighting. First attempt, second, third, fourth, 13th, each one ending in failure. Each one a brutal reminder of her powerlessness. By her last attempt, she had collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. Numbers meant nothing without victory. Hansu took a step closer. You may not have won, but you've survived 13 times. Without me, you would have failed again. His voice was firm, unwavering. But this time, I'm here. Sophia stared at him, stunned. Then, like a ghost from the past, a memory surfaced, her parents' last words. You don't have to come with us, Sophia. We'll handle it. Just trust us. She lowered her head, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Then, after a long pause, she stepped closer. Why? She asked, her voice quieter now. Why are you so determined to catch the fish of disaster? Hansu turned away slightly, standing with his back to her. His answer was simple. To save billions of lives. Sophia's breath caught. Her hands trembled. When she finally spoke, Her voice was unsteady. You're worse than most. Madman Aaron peeked out from behind a tree, watching them from a distance. Something about this situation felt off. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he had no intention of getting caught up in it. Turning away, he decided it was best to leave before the woman spotted him. Just as he took a step, a sharp force yanked him backward. A trident had pierced through his cloak, pinning him in place. His breath hitched as he slowly turned around. It couldn't be. The protagonist stepped closer, eyes locked onto him. Leaving without even saying hello? He asked, his voice cool but unmistakably firm. Aaron wordly froze, wondering how the guy had noticed him. Before he could come up with an excuse, Sophia peeked out from behind Hansu, her expression curious. Aaron? What are you doing here? Caught red-handed, Aaron let out a sheepish chuckle. Oh, just passing by, he said, forcing a smile. Hansu narrowed his eyes. Were you here the whole time? Aaron awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Before the conversation could drag on, Hansu decided to cut to the chase. Can you show us the way? With no other choice, Aaron led them forward. When they arrived at the camp, they were met with the sight of dozens of survivors gathered in makeshift shelters. The place was buzzing with movement, people constantly shifting supplies and preparing to relocate at a moment's notice. A man turned to them and explained, refugees from the end of the route have to keep moving. If the fish of disaster starts devouring the area, we can't afford to stay in one place too long. He gestured toward the central building. Go there for a briefing. They'll explain how to settle into the upper city. Then, with a slight grin, he added, by the way, you hungry? Silence. Taking their lack of response as a yes, he pointed toward the food distribution area. The survivors' eyes lit up at the sight of what looked like real food. Their relief, however, was short-lived. A large woman stood behind the counter, arms crossed. Spotting the newcomers, she gestured toward the plates in front of her. You just arrived, right? I saved the freshest batch for you, she said proudly. The survivors hesitated. Something was off. As they got closer, their expressions twisted in horror. The meal was nothing more than piles of thick, slimy goo. What is this? One of them stammered. This isn't food. A man in a cloak stormed forward, slamming his hand onto the table. You expect us to eat this disgusting sludge? He demanded. The cook didn't even flinch. Instead, she beamed. Yep, everyone here eats it. She casually explained that the slime contained all the nutrients they needed to survive. As if to prove her point, she pointed toward a group of people off to the side. Some were gagging, others hunched over, violently throwing up. If you'd rather try something else, she added cheerfully, talk to them. But I'll warn you, monsters in the red zone? Pretty poisonous. A heavy silence fell over the survivors. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with both disgust and reluctant understanding. Slowly, they looked down, shame washing over them. Then, one person stepped forward. Without hesitation, Hansa picked up a plate and took a bite of the slime. The cook's grin widened. Folding her arms, she nodded in satisfaction. Good. Finish that up, and I'll give you utensils. She smirked. You'll need them to collect more slime for yourselves. Beck waved to the cook as he left. I'll leave the rest to you, he said casually. The cook grinned. No problem at all. He had barely taken a few steps when his eyes landed on Hansu and Sophia. His pace slowed for a moment, but he didn't linger. Instead, he headed straight for Aaron's tent. Pushing the flap aside, he found Aaron inside, mending his clothes with a scowl. When did you get back? Beck asked, arms crossed. Saw in the footage that you brought that guy with you. What's going on? Aaron didn't look up, his irritation obvious. Fixing my damn clothes, he muttered. Beck raised an eyebrow. How'd that happen? At that, Aaron couldn't hold back. He shot up from his seat and shouted. That lunatic fought Sophia. Beck blinked, then let out a low whistle. Didn't you say this was supposed to be a simple reconnaissance mission? Aaron groaned and sank back into his chair. How's everyone else? He asked, trying to change the subject. Beck leaned against the table, watching the survivors outside. As expected, he said, they are stronger than last year's batch. The tougher the red zone gets, the stronger the ones who make it through. There are some real powerhouses in this group. His gaze darkened slightly. If it weren't for the fish of disaster, we'd see even more survivors making it here. His eyes scanned the crowd as he continued. The fairies know this too. That's why they adjusted the difficulty, to weed out the weak and make sure only the strongest get through. Aaron, still fuming, shook his head. Doesn't matter. There's no one crazier than that guy. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Sophia is a monster in her own right. And yet, that guy, someone who just finished training, was able to fight her. He scoffed. Rumors must be spreading already. If that's the case, the next big challenge isn't far off. At that moment, a foot stepped onto the main path. The figure wore loose, flowing clothes, his posture relaxed yet unsettling. His glowing red eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and a wild grin stretched across his face. Meanwhile, Sophia approached Hansu, holding a strange-looking device. Did you get your slime extractor? She asked. You won't last long without it. Hansu glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Where did you run off to? Sophia avoided his gaze. I had to take care of something. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she shoved a pair of pants into his hands. Here, you should change. I picked them up in a hurry. But they are better than what you've got now. Hansa looked down at the pants, then back at her. You worried about me? Sophia stiffened. Of course not. We're going to be working together. That's all. Before Hansu could say anything else, she suddenly gasped and turned bright red. You're not going to change right here, are you? Hansu, holding the pants up, laughed lightly. Relax. I was just checking the size. He smiled. Thanks, Sophia. Her face burned as she turned away. I just don't want to see you half naked. Okay. Still flustered, she quickly changed the subject. Before we leave, there's something we need to take care of first. The Newcomer Assistance Center. Sophia stopped just outside the entrance and turned to the protagonist. Wait here, she instructed. This place is for adventurers who aren't heading to the next zone yet. Mainly those waiting for their families. It's one of the many centers created by Valentina ERES. With that, she stepped inside. A girl with short black hair was already there, looking up as Sophia entered. It's been a while since I've seen you here, she remarked casually. Sophia didn't waste any time. She walked up to the girl and asked, Can you check the list of new arrivals for me? Also, I left an artifact here. I need an update on that. The girl smiled and opened a system screen. Of course. You're a VIP. After all, as she scrolled through the interface, she explained, the help center isn't just for new arrivals. We offer plenty of services, especially for sponsors. A few moments later, she placed a list on the table. Here's everyone recently rescued from the neighboring routes. If you want us to check the others, it'll take a couple of days. You'll need to return later. Sophia scanned the names, deep in thought. They haven't arrived in this world yet, she muttered. Her focus shifted. I should concentrate on the Fish of Calamity. At that moment, the protagonist entered the center. If you're done, let's go over the plan, he said. The girl, startled, spun around. Why yes, she stammered. Hansu, now dressed in fresh clothes, check the time. We have 13 days and 18 hours left. Not much. We need to move. Sophia, her cheeks flushing slightly, glanced at him. So, what's the plan? Hansu met her gaze, completely serious. Simple. You take me inside, and I'll strike the Fish of Calamity's weak point with my special weapon. Sophia just stared. That's it? He nodded. She blinked in disbelief. You can't be serious. That's not a plan. That's a bad joke. Hansu frowned. What's wrong with it? Sophia paled. Should I just walk away? They stepped outside, and she took a deep breath. This thing can't be killed from the outside. It's not that simple. Hansu didn't seem fazed. Then we'll use a ship. Sophia raised an eyebrow. You have a ship ready? I do. But not just any ship. She crossed her arms. I've got a 30-seater. Hansu shook his head. That won't do. We're taking mine. Sophia narrowed her eyes. And how big is yours? 500-seater. Her jaw dropped. You still have that thing? The protagonist stepped forward, his voice steady. I'm not a newbie. You'll see for yourself once we get there. Sophia watched his back, eyes filled with doubt. No, you're definitely a newbie. He turned to face her, smirking. Fine. Let's just agree that I have superpowers. Either way, we have a ship. Now we need materials. Let's split up. His tone was confident, almost reassuring. Trust me, and everything will go smoothly. She studied him for a moment. That voice, that look, it reminded her of someone. A smirk played on her lips. All right, she said, pointing to the side. I'll collect materials over there. Don't refuse me just yet. Before he could respond, she tossed him an axe. Your weapon's not going to last long in the red zone. He caught it, eyeing it curiously. And no, you can't refuse. This axe is better than your trident, she added matter-of-factly. Hansu examined the weapon. The weight, the grip, it felt familiar. Just like before, a memory surfaced of Sophia handing him an axe, years ago. This is your first weapon, she had said. Take care of it. Some things never change. He strapped the axes to his back. Sophia crossed her arms. I already know what materials we need to take down the Fish of Calamity, thanks to my ability. Hansa glanced at her. Let me guess. The library? Sophia's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Wait, do you really have abilities? He grinned. With a sigh, she continued, Fine, yes. I can visualize any information I need. I don't know everything. But when it comes to the red zone, no one knows more than me. She cast a sideways glance at him. And yet, I still can't figure you out. Hansa shrugged. I'm heading to the outskirts. You ready? Sophia smirked. Let's finish this monster once and for all. She lifted off the ground, flying through the air. To kill the Fish of Calamity, we need a deadly poison. That means gathering the right ingredients. Landing smoothly, she focused on her next task. To collect a pawn's fluid, we need to lure him out of his nest. She darted forward, green energy blast trailing behind her. Whipping around, she summoned a protective shield, blocking the attacks with ease. Then, a voice, one that made her skin crawl. Well, the man in front of her grinned, his eyes glinting with amusement. Sophia, you still have that body. Care for a walk? Sophia's expression darkened. Go deaf. Then, louder. I don't have time for trash like you. The man, Jang Gaesu, chuckled. Oh, come on. That's no way to treat an old friend. He smirked. You're too close to me for that kind of talk. Sophia gritted her teeth. Jang Gaesu raised his hand, green magic crackling at his fingertips. My partner and I just got back, fresh from the belly of the fish of calamity. His smirk widened. Then, without warning, he launched an attack straight at her. And you shouldn't talk about her like that. Sophia stood still, unfazed. Her gaze locked onto Jang Gaesu, unreadable. Then, with a sharp motion, she thrust her hand to the side. A massive manifestation panel appeared above her, glowing with raw energy. In an instant, powerful projectiles shot out, crashing into the ground around Jang Gaesu. His expression twisted as he dodged, barely avoiding the impact. Sophia's eyes narrowed. I hate people who fight without knowing their place. Jang Gaesu's manic grin only widened. Inevitable. A massive arrow hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, he reached for the bandage on his forehead and ripped it away. A bright red eye gleamed in the open air. Sophia's gaze flicked downward, her hand already moving forward. Her arrow adjusted mid-flight, streaking straight toward the exposed eye. Jang Gaesu chuckled. Quick thinking, his fingers pressed against his temple. Do you know what kind of eye this is? He didn't wait for an answer. The Zerit beacon. He motioned toward her. Did you really think I'd come here without a backup plan? His voice dripped with amusement. There's an entire organization behind me. And I don't just have the beacon. His grin sharpened. I have something connected to you. Sophia's breath hitched. She clenched her fists, her teeth grinding together. Annoying. This skill of his is downright infuriating. Jang Gaesu placed a hand over his chest. As expected. You get it? His voice was almost mocking. You know I mean no harm. He tilted his head. Just wanted to test you. Thought maybe all those losses made you rusty. His gaze flickered. But your skills are just as sharp as ever. Guess the rumors were exaggerated. Sophia turned away. That's none of your business. Her patience was wearing thin. And frankly, I'm tired of your pointless chatter. Back off. Jang Gaesu exhaled dramatically, closing the eye on his forehead. Relax. I'll back off. Once I figure out one last thing. He leaned forward slightly. That newbie, Hansu. Where is he? Sophia spun around, fury flashing in her eyes. As if I'd ever tell you. Jang Gaesu's hand shot out. Gotcha. Before she could react, his grip tightened around her wrist. A knowing smirk played on his lips. I knew it. His hold remained firm as he spoke. That's why I used my investigation skill. He leaned in mockingly. Thanks for your cooperation. Sophia wrenched herself free, eyes burning with confusion and rage. Since when did you? Jang Gaesu chuckled darkly. You could have blocked me, but you hesitated. His grin stretched wider. You're too soft. Sophia's gaze turned ice cold. He should have stayed in the belly of that damn fish of calamity. Her voice dropped, deadly and final. It would have been better for you to die there. That day, Jang Gaesu abruptly jumped away from her, shuddering. You're freezing, he exclaimed. But she wasn't the one trembling, he was. Raising his hand, his eyes burned with intensity. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance, he spat. But no, you had to be stubborn. Quadratus had twisted fear into worship, turning themselves into the servants of the four disasters. They didn't care that these calamities could wipe out humanity. They embraced them. Sophia's patience snapped. Enough of this nonsense, she shot back. Did you seriously think I'd ever join an organization like that? Then, unable to contain her fury, she shouted. You sacrifice people under the excuse of displaying the disaster fish's power, then sell off the relics of the dead like they are mere trinkets. How can you even call yourself human? Her voice trembled with rage. Do you have any idea how many travelers you deceived? You lure them in with promises of a safe passage along the upper route, only to let them be swallowed whole by that monstrosity. Jang Gaesu's eyes glowed with eerie amusement. So what? He sneered. Spreading his arms, he continued. I make money using my talents. I take part in sacred rituals. If people are foolish enough to believe my words, that's on them. Then, with a twisted grin, he laughed. They wouldn't have lasted long here anyway. If anything, they should be grateful. At least they got to spend their final moments in the belly of the fish of calamity. Sophia's body trembled with rage and disgust as Jang Gaesu continued. You, of all people, should understand, he taunted. You were given the chance to experience that luxury yourself. Maybe you just need a few more tries to really appreciate it. Tilting his head, he smirked. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough. Until then, we'll meet again. And just like that, he vanished. Sophia clenched her fists, glaring at the empty space he left behind. He always was good at running away, she muttered. Memories of the past flooded her mind, of who Jang Gaesu used to be, of the man she once knew. If only she had seen this coming. He had changed beyond recognition. shaped by the horrors he barely survived. A chill ran down her spine. If she went after him now, before she could finish the thought, she recalled the protagonist's words. Forget him. Focus on gathering materials. Snapping back to reality, she exhaled sharply. You're right, she murmured. I'll leave this to you. And with that, she turned away. The protagonist sprinted toward his destination, his movements swift and relentless. There was no hesitation, no trace of fear, only unwavering focus. In his mind, the path was clear. The key to killing the disaster fish is the sclerosing solution. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto exactly what he needed. The sclerosing solution, an intricate creation born from the knowledge of magicians. It was the perfect poison against the disaster fish. But before he could use it, he had to secure the main ingredient. With that in mind, he landed in front of a pool of poisonous water. Straightening to his full height, he declared, I need the heart of the kukulza. To find the kukulza, he had to locate the valley, most likely hidden between the middle and outer roots. That was where the kukulza made their nests, burrowing deep into the roots to escape the disaster fish. His sharp gaze swept the area. There, he had found it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the poisonous water. In his head, he reassured himself. Once he obtained the kukulza's heart, the rest of the ingredients would be much easier to collect. But this wouldn't be easy. Finding kukulza on the outermost roots was rare. Luckily, he had stumbled upon their nest. With each step, he felt it. He was getting closer. Tightening his grip, he drew the axes given to him. Then, with a deep breath, he unleashed his power. The dragon art of energy manipulation surged through his body. His axes glowed, wrapped in potent magical energy. Magic enhancement activated. The stillness shattered. The nest stirred. Suddenly, an explosion of movement. A herd of kukulza erupted from the depths. Without wasting a second, the protagonist lunged forward. His axe came crashing down, slamming a monster into the ground with full force. Another creature shot up from beneath the poison, its jaws stretched wide. Instinct took over. He leaped away just in time. No hesitation. No wasted movement. His axe flashed, cutting down the monsters in a single blow. Landing from his jump, he barely paused before glancing at his weapon. He frowned. This axe won't last long if I keep using powerful chi arts. Adjusting his grip, he decided he would have to regulate his attacks until he secured a stronger weapon. Then, in an instant, he felt it. A massive presence loomed behind him. Hansa's eyes darted to the side. Without missing a beat, he twisted sharply, spinning midair, before launching his axe straight at the monster's forehead. Hukul staggered backward from the force of the blow, losing his balance as he tumbled. But there was no time to breathe. Another monster lunged at the protagonist from behind, closing in fast. The axe lodged in the lion kukulza's skull suddenly flared with light, glowing intensely. Hansa flexed his fingers, now, and the weapon spun violently, ripping free and slamming into the oncoming monster's back. He caught the axe midday, its blade dripping with fresh blood. Standing shin-deep in the poisonous water, Hansa found himself surrounded. Kukulza after kukulza slithered closer, their bodies cutting through the murky depths. Then, attack. One launched itself forward, slamming its tail against the water, sending a spray of venomous mist into the air. Three more leaped high, soaring above Hansa's head. Without hesitation, he moved. His gaze snapped upward. Now! He jumped, colliding mid-air with one of the creatures. Twisting his body, he swung his axe relentlessly. Blow after blow. And with one final strike, slash, he cleaved the monster clean in half. Landing on the water's surface, he didn't pause. Hansa sprinted, darting away as massive chunks of the dead monsters rained down from above. Climbing up to higher ground, he scanned the corpses. His eyes narrowed. These were just juveniles. The real threat must be somewhere else. That meant only one thing. He could still hunt the adult. His fingers brushed against something. A red rune. He picked it up, exhaling sharply. I'm burning through stamina and mana too fast. Still, he had no choice but to keep collecting. Lifting his hand, 3 glowing runes of different colors flickered into existence. But just as he stood there, surrounded by poison-drenched trees, crack! The trees around him split apart, shattering into fragments. Instinct kicked in. Hansa raised his axes, crossing them over his face to shield himself from the debris. Then, he felt it, a crushing force, barreling toward him. Eyes widening, he barely managed to block in time, his axe groaning under the impact. A deep crack formed along the weapon's blade. Too reckless, he realized. I pushed these weapons too far. A slow, deliberate set of footsteps echoed through the chaos. Jang Gesu emerged, eyes flickering with intrigue. You actually blocked that, he mused, a note of amusement in his voice. Then, with a twisted grin, he stretched out his hand. You're better than I thought. I wasn't even trying to kill you. I was just testing you. Hansa's grip on his axe tightened. Jang Gesu took another step forward, lowering his voice. Listen, I have an offer for you. His fingers twitched slightly, gesturing. Join our clan. Someone's taken an interest in you. Then, raising a single finger, he smirked. It's a good deal. You should take it. His gaze locked onto Hansu's, his eyes widening in anticipation. Hansu didn't hesitate. With a sharp motion, he hurled his axe, straight at Jang Gaesu's face, his voice raw with disbelief. Do you really want me dead? Hansu shot him a cold, piercing glare. You're insane, he bellowed. His grip tightened as his voice dropped to a snare. How does a newbie like you? His lips curled into a wicked grin. Dare to attack me while I'm speaking. He let go, shoving Hansu back. Then, with an arrogant smirk, he continued. You think just because you've completed a bit of training, you can do whatever you want? That you don't have to fear for your life? Shaking his head, Jang Gaesu chuckled. Maybe that girl liked you for some reason. But me? I refuse. He closed his eyes, looking satisfied with himself. But Hansu's voice cut through, laced with contempt. I refuse your offer. Jang Gaesu's eyes snapped open. A group that worships disasters. Quadratus, Hansu continued, voice steady but filled with disdain. He knew exactly what kind of evil they were involved in. But the worst part? Their so-called tourism. They didn't just feed the disaster fish. They made a spectacle out of it. Ever since Quadratus began operating, the number of red zone travelers had plummeted. People paid to watch the fish devour humans, and the more gruesome the show, the higher the profit. An entire industry built on suffering. Hansu clenched his fists. This organization needed to be wiped out. And he would do it. Jang Gaesu stepped forward, smirking. Meanwhile, Hansu was already calculating. I'll take them out, one by one. Exhaling sharply, he looked away for a brief moment. Then, turning back, he scoffed. Why would I waste time listening to someone weaker than me? That struck a nerve. Jang's face twisted in fury. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he growled. You're really pissing me off now. His voice dropped lower. If I don't bring you in, they'll be furious. But that doesn't mean I have to bring you in unharmed. With a cruel grin, he yanked off his gold chain and dangled it mockingly. They won't mind if you lose a few limbs. Hansu smirked, unfazed. That works both ways. He took a step forward. I need information from you, and I bet you can still talk, even without a few limbs. Jang Gaesu's expression darkened. In a flash, a weapon materialized in his hand. I'd like to see you try, he snarled. His magic flared, and with a furious battle cry, he launched a fierce attack. But Hansu dodged with ease. Jang Gaesu's wild grin widened. Idiot! A sharp pain tore through Hansu's shoulder. Blood spurted into the air. He looked down. His opponent's weapon had stabbed clean through. He grabbed his shoulder, lowering his head as pain surged through him. Jang smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. So, do you feel like talking now? With a flick of his wrist, he returned the weapon to his hand, his thoughts racing. I was aiming for his arm, but it barely grazed him. Did I hold back too much? After a brief pause, he shook his head. Breaking it completely wouldn't be any use anyway. Without hesitation, he slammed his weapon into the water, sending ripples across the surface. No need to be afraid, he said, his voice eerily calm. It'll be over soon. The protagonist slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp. You're getting ahead of yourself, he muttered. Blood dripped from his wound as he moved his hand away. Besides, we didn't even fight last time. Jang's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on his weapon. What did you just say? His tone carried a hint of disbelief. Did I smack you in the head too hard? He sneered. This is nothing for me. With a sudden burst of movement, he swung his weapon with full force. Just shut up and stand still, he roared. But before the strike could land, Hansu was already there. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Jang, delivering a brutal blow to his stomach. The sheer force sent Jang flying backward, crashing hard against a tree root. A sharp cry of pain escaped his lips. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head just in time to see the protagonist calmly retrieving his axe, the weapon snapping back to his hand with ease. You need to catch up, Hansu remarked, leveling his weapon at him. So, why don't you cooperate? Jang clenched his jaw, raising a hand to his face as a string of curses ran through his mind. How did he move so fast? I didn't even see his attack. A chilling thought followed. Does this bastard have colorless stat runes? Shaking off the shock, he pushed himself up, eyes blazing with defiance. Don't get cocky, he spat. I'll let you hit me. But before he could say more, the protagonist silenced him with a raised hand. I'm just getting started. Suddenly, glowing runes flickered into existence around him. Jang's expression twisted with rage. You really think a slight boost in stats is going to make a difference? His voice echoed with disbelief. The protagonist met his gaze, raising his axe. Stats aren't everything in a fight. With a flick of his wrist, he launched his weapon straight at Jang. It tore through the air at terrifying speed. Jang barely managed to duck as the axe embedded itself into a nearby tree with a deafening thud. Stumbling, he hit the ground hard. Hansu smirked. What's wrong? His voice was laced with amusement. Scared? Jang's body trembled. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself up. This can't be. His face twisted in fury. I'm not scared, he roared. In an instant, His weapon pulsed with power as he activated the blade of the Forgotten. With a fierce grip, he seized the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. He lunged forward without hesitation, activating side cut. The protagonist calmly touched the ring on his finger, and Zhang's mind raced. Was this guy really planning to fight bow-handed? His thoughts screamed at him. Side cut slices through everything within its range. It'll take his hands clean off. Zhang's sword was just inches from the protagonist's neck when, suddenly, the rings of Manhua activated. His eyes widened in shock. I've won, Zhang shouted, convinced of his victory. But Hansa didn't flinch. Instead, he activated destruction, seized the blade with one hand, and crushed it like brittle glass. The sword shattered into tiny fragments as he hurled Zhang backward. Zhang's breath hitched as he stared in disbelief. His eyes darted to his ruined weapon. Impossible, he whispered, his voice shaking. His hands trembled as he gripped the broken hilt. Even top-tier dispersion experts can't break high-level mana techniques this easily. Before he could process what had happened, Hansa was already in front of him. He grabbed Zhang's shirt and yanked him up, then slammed him into the ground, driving a powerful blow into his stomach. Zhang's eyes rolled back as pain shot through him. His cheeks puffed out, mouth open in a silent gasp before blood splattered everywhere. Hansa loomed over him. Quit playing dead. I held back, grabbing Zhang by the collar. He shook him violently. Did you pass out already? Zhang groaned, gripping Hansa's wrist weakly. The protagonist smirked. Not bad. You actually reacted in time. Zhang sneered to himself. The bronze jade absorbed the hit. But this bastard is restricting my movements too much. That's why I didn't want to use it in the first place. His fist clenched. I don't have a choice anymore. Hansa's eyes flickered. That all you got? Then, bam! A devastating punch smashed into Zhang's face, sending teeth flying. His eyes widened as he saw the next fist coming straight at him. How the hell is he breaking through my skills too? A brutal barrage followed. Zhang screamed as Hansa struck him over and over. Desperate, he threw his hands up. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hansa's fist hovered midair. Go on. Zhang coughed, blood dripping from his lips. I had no choice. You think there's money in tourism? People like me, we just follow orders. I swear, I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. His words tumbled out in a frantic rush. Let me go, and I'll give you the runes. I'll even tell you who sent me to capture you. Hansa's gaze turned cold. Too much useless chatter. Zhang barely had time to react before another crushing blow sent him reeling. His vision blurred, and drool trickled from his mouth as he howled in frustration. You were the one who told me to talk. Damn it. Hansa just stared down at him, unimpressed. Zhang lifted his head, fury in his eyes. What the hell are you waiting for? I told you everything I know, he shouted. Hansa looked down at him with sheer contempt. Zhang clenched his fists, voice shaking with frustration. You already beat me like a damn dog. What else do you want? A heavy silence hung between them before Zhang finally lowered his gaze. His voice was quieter now, almost resigned. That's all I know. He dropped to his knees before Hansa. Quadratus, they worshipped disaster. Besides running regular tours in this region, they also hired different clans. This time, their mission was to track you down, someone who had just completed their training. Hansa's expression didn't change. Zhang took a deep breath before continuing. The request came from Morin, a member of Beacon. Beacon. The name echoed in Hansa's mind. The union of 6 clans that control the highest roots of the world tree. They are at the very peak of power itself. Hansa rubbed his chin, thoughts racing. If I remember correctly, Beacon operates under Miyamoto. Could there be more clans involved in this? His gaze snapped back to Zhang. Right now, these guys are preparing for another tour. The one who gave you this information. Was he an assistant? Zhang nodded weakly. Yeah, some of the assistants were involved. But this time, I got the order directly from Morin. Hansa folded his arms. I've heard enough. Zhang's breath hitched. Panic flickered in his eyes. He could feel it. The moment of his death was approaching. Desperation took over, and he scrambled for more words. Wait, there's more. I can still tell you. Suddenly, his eyes widened in madness. He jabbed a finger at the symbol on his forehead, laughing wildly. You idiot. You had no idea, did you? Do you even know what this mark is? Hansa barely reacted. The eye of 1,000 li. Zhang's face twisted in shock. How does he know that? After a brief pause, he exhaled and stood up. Yeah, that's right. This eye lets me share my vision with other intelligent beings. Which means, his lips curled into a grin. They already know where you are. Hansa turned away, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh no, I'm terrified. Guess I should run for my life. Zhang's grin widened into something unhinged. You don't get it. Morin commands the Beacon stormtroopers. You really think you can run from him? Inside his mind, Zhang was already scheming. I used the ability recently, so I need time before I can use it again. But if I can just buy myself an opening, I can re-establish the connection. He was just about to say more when. Bam! Hansa shot forward, slamming his fist into Zhang's stomach with devastating force. The world around him blurred. The last thing he saw was the dark silhouette of Hansu standing over him before his vision faded into blackness. His body collapsed into the water, unconscious. Hansu stood over Zhang's unconscious body, exhaling sharply. Playing with you was more of a hassle than I expected. He crouched beside his fallen enemy, rummaging through his belongings. Your weapon's a wreck. Guess I'll have to find a new one. His search paid off when he pulled out an intriguing item. The Relic of the Forgotten. A rare find. Alongside it was a one-time use artifact, mirror clone. Not bad. Just then, a pure white bird appeared in the sky. Hansu's eyes followed it, and he immediately knew he'd been found. He scoffed. Figures. Can't even remember who they sent, so they must not think I'm that important. Still, annoying as hell to keep dealing with distractions. His gaze shifted toward the distant roaring beasts. The deep, guttural cries had been echoing for a while now. A slow smirk tugged at his lips. A pack of jerters. Huh? Guess that works in my favor. He cracked his knuckles. Might as well keep myself busy until reinforcements show up. A horde of monstrous creatures gathered atop the thick bark of the world tree. Massive, reptilian forms stood tall, their fierce roars shaking the air. These were jerters, pack hunters that relied on numbers to overwhelm their prey. Right now, they were in full pursuit of three cloaked figures. The three sprinted through the jungle-like terrain, branches snapping beneath their feet. One of them shouted, "All forces, activate concealment." In an instant, their figures shimmered and vanished. Using their newfound invisibility, they leapt into the treetops, finally escaping the reach of the beasts below. Heaving breaths filled the silence. Among them was Cheng, a member of Quadratus. He peered down at the prowling creatures. Damn, thought we were goners for a second. His voice carried a hint of irritation. This is exactly why I hate being bait. One of his companions chuckled. How many more do we need? Cheng sighed, rubbing his temple. A lot. The tour isn't complete yet. Then his expression turned serious. But maintaining concealment requires holding our breath. We can't keep this up forever. At least we've lured them into the valley. We can take a short break before moving on. Leaning back against the trunk, he shut his eyes. Speaking of delays, what the hell is taking that idiot so long? His companion raised a brow. You mean Zhang? He was sent to deal with that newbie, right? Cheng nodded, tilting his head toward the sky. Yeah, probably goofing off somewhere again. But before the conversation could continue, a bright flash cut through the air. A blue carrier pigeon, formed entirely of magical energy, descended, perching itself gracefully on Cheng's outstretched finger. Cheng's eyes narrowed. Only someone skilled could materialize a construct this detailed. A moment later, his expression shifted to shock. His body tensed, and he sprang to his feet. Change of plans. We're moving. His comrades exchanged looks. What happened? Cheng's voice was sharp. We've received an urgent message. Head to Lake Kukulza. Now. Meanwhile, Zhang's consciousness flickered back. His eyes opened slowly, vision still blurry from the earlier beating. As his senses returned, he saw Cheng and his men standing before him. Cheng's tone was anything but friendly. So, did you fail? Zhang lowered his head, ashamed. I passed out before the poison could fully take effect. He flexed his legs slightly, feeling the lingering burn. They're almost useless right now. Then, forcing himself upright, he lifted his gaze. What about you guys? Cheng let out a frustrated sigh. By the time we got here, Hansu was already gone. Knocked the guy out and vanished. His gaze darkened as he looked at Zhang. Are you seriously telling me that someone who survived inside the belly of the Fish of Calamity couldn't handle a damn newbie? And now we have to clean up your mess? Zhang clenched his fists, his anger bubbling up. His mind flashed back to the weapon, the one he had lost. Then, his eyes drifted to his injured leg. What the hell is wrong with this wound? Fragments of memory surfaced. Hansu standing over him, telling him to sleep. And then, the gift he had left in exchange for his weapon. Before Zhang could piece it together, Cheng's sharp voice cut through. Get up. We need to move. Zhang groaned. I know that guy said something to me. Cheng turned to his companion. What's wrong with him? Did he inhale poison? Doesn't matter, the man replied. We need to carry him back to the ship. Cheng didn't waste time. He raised his hand, forming a carrier pigeon out of magical energy. A simple, urgent message meant for nearby operators and clients. He released the pigeon, watching it dart into the sky. It's a crude message, but they'll understand the meaning. Before it could get far, a hand snatched it midair. With a sharp crack, the pigeon was crushed into nothing. A man stood there, seething with rage. Sung, he growled. Follow me. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the ship. Cheng rushed after him. That was fast. We barely sent the message. Before he could finish, the man shoved him aside and stormed forward. His target? Zhang. Zhang groggily looked up, and immediately froze. Morin, the stormtrooper commander, loomed over him. With one brutal strike, Morin's fist crashed into Zhang's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Zhang gasped, doubling over in pain. And who the hell do you think you are? Morin sneered, calling me by my first name. Before Zhang could recover, Morin grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. This group has become pathetic. His gaze swept over the others. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to clean up this disaster? Cheng lowered his head in shame. We'll take responsibility. But before anything else could be said, trouble! One of the subordinates bolted toward the ship, shouting. The Jertas! They escaped. The entire pack is heading straight for us. A deafening roar filled the air. A wave of monstrous creatures surged toward them, their thunderous steps shaking the ground. Hundreds of them, a dark flood of Jertas charged forward, their glowing eyes locked on the ship. Cheng's mind reeled. Once Jertas start running, they don't stop. We used that to lure them into the valley. But why the hell did they leave? His stomach twisted. Did someone? Then, Morin caught a strange scent. His expression darkened. He unsheathed his blade and stepped toward Zhang. The smell was coming from his leg. Idiot! Morin's voice was cold. Before Zhang could react, the blade sank into his flesh. Zhang let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his leg as pain shot through him. Morin twisted the blade before pulling it out. The steel was coated in a thick red substance. The blood of the Jertas. He smirked. No wonder they are headed straight for us. Holding the blade up, he examined the thick envelope of scent-enhancing magic around it. It's been modified. Artificially amplified. He scoffed, shaking his head. If I hadn't used a Ronin's tracking, no one would have figured this out in time. Then, a realization dawned on him. His grip on the blade tightened. A newbie, someone who just set foot in the red zone, is already using the natural behaviors of the Jertas to lure us in. Suddenly, his laughter erupted through the air. His arms spread wide as his chuckles turned into wild, manic laughter. As the echoes of his madness faded, he turned to Cheng. His eyes burned with cold fury. Bring me Hansu. His voice was calm, but the weight of his command was undeniable. I want to see the bastards face myself. Cheng glanced at the shore, his eyes narrowing. With so many Jertas swarming around, there was no way the ship would hold out for long. Hearing this, Morin clenched his teeth, frustration flashing across his face. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself, he muttered. With his hand igniting in flames, he strode toward the trembling servant. His voice was sharp, leaving no room for argument. I don't like repeating myself. He grabbed the boy by the chest, his grip firm, as fire slowly began to spread. The heat made Cheng's breath hitch. He could feel the danger radiating from Morin. Morin's burning gaze locked onto him. Hurry up and bring him here, or I'll feed you all to the Jertas, he ordered, his tone as merciless as a fire in his palm. A sinister smile tugged at his lips. I'll settle things here. Cheng, you'd better make up your mind, fast. With that, he released his grip, sending Cheng crashing onto the deck. The captain, now surrounded by a surge of energy, let out a dark chuckle. If Hansa thinks this is enough to stop me, he's made a fatal mistake. His hands pulsed with shadowy flames as he conjured a swirling orb of dark magic. His eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. I'll make him regret it. The moment his hands stretched forward, the flames erupted. An explosion shook the air, sending monsters flying in all directions. Deep in the forest, the protagonist snapped his head up at the sound. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. Looks like my trap worked, he mused, his voice laced with satisfaction. But his moment of victory was brief. Still, I need to hurry. Pulling out a sap extraction device, he inspected his latest collection, his expression darkening. Useless, he muttered. No nutrients at all. His stomach clenched, a harsh reminder that he hadn't eaten in 2 days. His strength was draining fast. The roots of the world tree once carried life, purifying water and channeling energy. But since its death, the number of nutrient-rich roots had dwindled. If he didn't find the right one soon, he'd be in serious trouble. With a sigh, he reached into his bag, pulling out supplies he had taken from a greedy, self-absorbed noble. At least I have most of what I need, he muttered. His gaze shifted toward the submerged roots. I should get moving, he decided. The deep lake is my next stop. But that was where the real challenge awaited, the territory of the adult Kakulza. He peered into the depths ahead, the water growing darker the farther it stretched. Deeper than this place, he noted. If he wanted to survive, he'd have to build a bridge first. From behind, he pulled out a handful of kweki seeds, special seeds that absorbed poisonous water and grew into massive lotus flowers. Without hesitation, he tossed them into the water. As soon as they made contact, the seeds reacted instantly, sprouting at an incredible speed. Within seconds, sturdy stems pushed up from the surface, and moments later, large lotus flowers bloomed. Just as the flowers opened, hands suddenly landed atop them. Gripping the weapon he had taken from Zhang Geisu, he muttered that aiming upwards would be easier, but he would handle things himself. Before he could say more, massive creatures burst out of the water, their grotesque forms looming over him. His grip on the weapon tightened. It was time to hunt. Meanwhile, Morin stood amidst a sea of monster corpses, arms crossed. He turned slightly, addressing the girl behind him. Has the carrier pigeon arrived? Miller kept her hands behind her back and replied, not yet. It's still on its way. Morin strode past Zhang Geisu, who was bound and helpless. Glaring down at him, he remarked bitterly, a top-tier reconnaissance skill, wasted. And all because of you. Snatching Jang Gaesu up by his clothes, Morin's frustration boiled over. If you weren't our guide, I would have left you to rot in the poisonous sea. You and Quadratus both. With that, he released Jang Gaesu with a sharp shove and turned to Miller. Take us to the last known location. Miller hesitated. You're really going there yourself? Morin's gaze sharpened as a sinister grin spread across his face. Of course. There's nothing quite like hunting with my own hands. Back on the battlefield, the last of the monsters had fallen. Hansu, exhausted, wiped sweat from his forehead, his sword trembling in his grip. I can barely swing this thing anymore, he muttered. In his mind, he reassured himself this was the final Kukulza heart he needed. Just as he caught his breath atop the lotus flower, an unseen danger locked onto him. A silent arrow, brimming with lethal precision, tore through the air straight at him. His instinct screamed at him in the final moment, and he barely managed to dodge. The arrow impaled the lotus beneath him, shredding it to pieces. Cheng, the archer, frowned. He had missed. Hansu's eyes narrowed as he studied the embedded arrow. That was a precision skill. Dodging won't be easy. Before he could think further, more arrows rained down on him. Realizing escape was his only option, he raised his sword, deflecting as many as he could. But then, a sharp pain. Blood splattered from his hand, dripping steadily from his fingers into the poisoned waters below. The moment the droplets hit the surface, the monsters lurking beneath stirred. The scent of fresh blood sent them into a frenzy. Hansa took off running. Damn it! The smell is riling them up. From a distance, Cheng pulled his bowstring taut again, scowling. These damn Kukulzas are making this a nightmare. We're supposed to be back up. Go down there and grab him. Miller, standing beside him, raised a delicate finger to her lips and sighed. You want me to jump into that chaos? Do you have any idea what the water will do to my hair? Cheng threw his arms up in frustration and barked at Miller to move. The monsters only attacked when they smelled blood. She had no reason to hesitate. Miller, however, simply covered her ears and sighed. Stop yelling. You'll give me wrinkles. Ignoring her complaint, Cheng conjured a magical dove in his hands. I'm sending this out now. We can't let him escape, he said, his tone sharp. Get moving. We need to take him alive. Miller let out a small huff but jumped onto one of the floating flowers. Yeah, I get it, she said. Drawing a sleek blade from her back, she smirked. Guess he'll have to keep me entertained until we're both worn out. At that moment, Cheng and his members extended their hands toward her, releasing a surge of magic. A powerful energy wrapped around Miller, making her shiver with excitement. It's been a while since I had a scene this good, she murmured. In a blink, she launched forward, closing the distance between herself and Hansu in an instant. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as they exchanged rapid strikes. The battle was fierce, neither giving an inch. Then, out of nowhere, a massive monster lunged toward Hansu from the side. Without breaking stride, he shifted his sword, deforming its shape in a single sharp motion. One swift blow, and the beast was cut down. But before he could catch his breath, Miller appeared right behind him. Where are you looking? She whispered. Her blade was already at his face, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Hansa barely managed to twist away, dodging by the slimmest margin. Without hesitation, he countered, landing a solid kick to her side. The impact sent Miller skidding backward, but she quickly regained her footing. Wiping a trickle of blood from her lips, she grinned. Not bad for someone who was just falling, she mused. She glanced at the blood on her fingers, her expression unreadable. But if you want to leave a mark on me, she said, licking her lips, you'll have to do a lot better. Her voice darkened slightly. Not that it matters. Even if you surrender, I won't spare you. Hansu studied her carefully. In his mind, alarms were blaring. She was getting faster, her attack sharper. And with those cursed blood-drawn dolls closing in, hesitating now would be fatal. His grip tightened around his sword. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. His mind raced. I need to turn this fight in my favor. Summoning the magic from his ring, he poured it into his blade. Miller noticed immediately, raising her sword in anticipation. Hansu struck first, his attack coming faster than before. Miller reacted instantly, attempting to block, but her defense was useless. As she staggered back, she narrowed her eyes. Heh, I thought you had some brilliant trick up your sleeve, she said, tilting her head. But this is kind of underwhelming. Her gaze flickered to his weapon. Wait a second, isn't that Zhang's blade? A smirk crossed her face. You really shouldn't go around stealing other people's toys. Then, just as she was about to strike again, something changed. She glanced down at her arm, her expression shifting from amusement to confusion. What? Blood trickled from a fresh wound. At first, it seemed minor. But then, her breath hitched. The wound wasn't healing. Her eyes widened in shock. Why isn't it healing? Before she could react, blood dripped into the water. The moment it touched the surface, something stirred. The water exploded upward as a massive creature surged toward her, its monstrous form rising from the depths. Miller barely had time to scream before it lunged. Cheng watched as Miller scrambled away in a panic, her movements frantic. Frustrated, he shouted, "Pull yourself together. It's just a scratch." But Miller wasn't listening. She darted from side to side, eyes wide with terror. "They can smell my blood," she shrieked. Meanwhile, Hansu activated the Ring of Nirmaha, second authority, hemorrhage. This ability, unlocked by upgrading his red stats, was far more than simple bleeding. It was a relentless drain, clouding the mind and exhausting the body with continuous blood loss. Hansu clung tightly to the monstrous creature beneath him, feeling the weight of the power he had unleashed. His head hung low as he grimly acknowledged the cost. Maintaining hemorrhage eats through too much mana, he thought. I wanted to avoid using it. But now, with these monsters drawn to the scent of blood, we're finally on equal footing. As Miller desperately swung her sword, fending off the creatures swarming toward her, Hansa turned away, realizing there was no easy escape. Cheng saw his chance. "Don't just stand there, catch him," he roared to his subordinates. With shaking hands, he drew his bow once more, his mind racing. "We can't let him go. If we fail, Morin won't let us live through this." Gritting his teeth, he loosed several rapid-fire arrows. Some tore through the approaching monsters, clearing a path. "I'll hold them off. The rest of you, focus on him," he barked. Miller and the other subordinates wasted no time, charging toward Hansu. Hansu calmly reached into a small bag. In an instant, Miller's blade flashed. She slashed at whatever he had pulled out, cutting it cleanly in half before it even hit the ground. "You won't escape me," she snapped. Then, something strange happened. Blood sprayed everywhere. Thick, deep red, coating her from head to toe. She blinked. The corpse at her feet wasn't what she had expected. It was a Goethes. Hansu's lips curled into a sinister smile. "The blood of a Goethes," he murmured, "is perfect for driving the Kukulzes insane." Realization dawned on Miller's face. Her eyes flicked to the massive creatures already stirred into a frenzy, their movements growing more erratic. Hansu's grin widened. "And now, with you all drenched in it," he chuckled darkly. "I wonder what they'll do to you." At that exact moment, the water exploded. A swarm of monstrous creatures surged toward them. Miller, her face splattered with Goethes' blood, let out a breathless laugh. "Hansu, you're a real psycho," she whispered, her expression a mix of awe and disbelief. Hansu stepped onto the edge of a ledge, glancing back one last time. "Have fun," he said with a smirk. Then he was gone. Once outside, Hansu leaned against a thick tree trunk, exhaling heavily. He placed a hand on the back. "Dry. This one too?" Moving from root to root, he checked each one. Every single one was the same, dried out and lifeless. His expression darkened. Wherever those bastards go, the roots wither. The process was happening too quickly. He needed to get a better vantage point. Closing his eyes for a moment, he steadied his breathing. At least the red zone isn't too far. Pushing himself forward, he continued on his path. "When I find Morin," his fingers tightened around his blade. "I'll kill him myself." But the boy facing them only smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. "Maybe you should have managed your supplies better," he said. "This root belongs to our clan." Then, with a flick of his wrist, he drew a knife. "You really think a bunch of rookies like you can fight us for it?" He scoffed. "A little hunger is normal for newbies." The survivors from the protagonist's ship clenched their fists, glaring at the arrogant group. But they had no choice. They had to turn back. As they retreated, the cloaked man thought bitterly about everything they had endured to get here. The world tree was rotting, and the lower roots could barely sustain them. The upper roots held the nutrients they needed, but those areas were crawling with monsters. Worse yet, every time they tried to climb, the stronger clans blocked their way. Were they really going to starve to death here? Suddenly, a sharp scream cut through the tense air. One of the bullies was shouting in fury. "Who the hell are you?" The survivors from Hansu's ship spun around, a flicker of hope in their eyes. "Get lost," the bully roared. But before he could react, a powerful strike sent him flying. The cloaked man's eyes widened. He knew that figure instantly. The protagonist had arrived. Panic spread through the bully's clanmates. "We need to run," one of them stammered. In an instant, they turned tail and bolted. Relief washed over the group. Finally, they had a chance. Without wasting time, they scrambled onto the route and set up their extractors, eager to claim the precious liquid they so desperately needed. One of them turned to the protagonist, grinning. "You just solved all our problems with a single move." After a while, the protagonist spotted Hansu along the route and called out to him. He landed smoothly beside him. "Do I know you?" he asked, studying the boy. Hansu looked surprised. "You don't remember?" he asked, confused. "We were on the same ship." The protagonist didn't respond. His focus was entirely on gathering food and water. Johann, as he introduced himself, sighed before smiling warmly. "Doesn't matter. I'm just glad to see you again." He reached out his hand in a friendly gesture. "If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death." Hansu, chewing on his gathered food, barely glanced up. "I was just hungry too," he said simply. "Eat if you want." Johann hesitated before speaking again. Hey, can I ask you something? The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, already expecting the request. Johann's expression turned serious as he spoke. We need the ship we sailed on. He raised his hands, trying to reason with Hansu. Every path upward is blocked. The only way forward is to use the ship. But Hansu didn't even hesitate. He turned away and said firmly, no. Johann's frustration boiled over. He threw his arms up, his voice rising. I'm not just asking for nothing. The nutrient liquid in these roots won't last forever, and the disaster fish is tearing apart the outer roots. If we don't act now, we'll be trapped. Wouldn't it be better to take the ship and climb up together? Hansu crouched down, cutting a small flower from the root with his knife. His movements were calm, deliberate. It's not a problem, he said. Everything will be fine soon. Then, gripping the plant stem, he added, we're safe here. There's no need to go up. Johann's eyes widened. What are you talking about? He shouted. Hansu turned to face him, his voice cold and unwavering. I'm going to kill them. Johann froze, fear creeping into his expression. The ship isn't for escaping, Hansu continued. I'm going to use it to destroy the disasters threatening the world tree. His gaze was sharp, unshaken. I'll kill the disaster fish with my own hands. So there's no need to fear death. Johann was stunned. He stared at Hansu, who had already started walking away again. What do you mean? Johann called after him. Can't you at least explain properly? Hansu rolled his eyes. In his mind, the answer was obvious. If the disasters disappeared, the red zone would flourish, and people wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. He was right. He knew he was. Johann pressed a hand to his forehead, trying to process everything. I don't really get it, he admitted. But, someone like you, who's already done the impossible so many times. Maybe you're right. Before Hansu could disappear completely, Johann called out, just one last thing. Why? Why are you trying so hard to save everyone? Hansu stopped in his tracks. For a moment, there was silence. Then, he lowered his head slightly and spoke with quiet resolve. I have to save as many people as I can. His voice was steady. That's why I came back. His gaze drifted to his own hand, a flicker of doubt surfacing. Is this really what I want? Johann, noticing the change in his expression, asked, what's wrong? Instead of answering, Hansu tossed a small stone toward him. Johann caught it instinctively. It's an imitation stone, Hansu said as he walked away. You'll find it useful. Johann watched him go, then looked down at the stone in his palm. His grip tightened around it. He remembered when Hansu first gathered them all on the ship, dragging along a massive lizard. Back then, they thought his plan was impossible. But Hansu had a way of making the impossible real. Maybe, this time, too. Johann lifted his head, gazing at the vast, starry sky. A small smile tugged at his lips. He really gives me hope, he murmured. Meanwhile, Hansu was already running. His thoughts raced, acting for humanity's survival. That's only natural. He covered a vast distance in no time, pushing himself forward. But something felt off. Why do I feel this way? Shaking it off, he refocused on his goal. Then, finally, he arrived. Sophia was waiting. Sophia turned the moment she saw him. Hansu came to a stop and nodded. You're early, he said. Then, glancing at her supplies, he asked, did you get everything you needed? Almost, Sophia replied. I'm missing 2 things, but I came here just in case. Hansu stepped closer, scanning her supplies. Not bad. She studied his face, then frowned. You look worried. What happened? He looked away briefly before answering. Nothing, just some people tracking us. Sophia's expression darkened. Quadratus, she said. They've been after you. She placed a hand on her chest. That's why they came for me, too. Hansu turned back to her. I ran into them, he admitted. Morin's looking for me. Sophia's eyes widened. The commander of the lighthouse stormtroopers? Why would he be after you? Hansu glanced over his shoulder. I managed to hold him off, but he's skilled. He won't take long to find us again. Sophia didn't hesitate. Hansu, you can't fight him alone. Even you can't handle someone like that. Hansu smirked. Then let's work together. He pointed at her, then raised a finger, outlining his plan. One of us gathers materials. The other acts as bait for Morin. Sophia stared at him in disbelief. Do you not understand the situation? Beacon is one of the ruling clans of the Red Zone. They are massive, full of veterans who've survived here for years. Most of them are strong enough to leave the Red Zone entirely. And the Stormtrooper squad? They're the most aggressive of them all. Morin is their commander. She stepped forward, her voice firm. We have to deal with them together. Then, glancing around, she added, if they haven't found us yet, we should move now while we still have time. But Hansu only grinned. Too late, he said. I left an artifact behind, but judging by the situation, his eyes narrowed. They've already caught someone. Meanwhile, Johann was gasping for air, struggling against the grip around his throat. Morin held him effortlessly, his fingers tightening. I'll give you one chance, Morin said, his voice low and dangerous. Flames flickered in his free hand. Do you want to burn alive? The fire flared violently. or die quickly by telling me where your friend is." Johann trembled. His mind raced. I didn't even see him coming. Then, something slipped from his pocket. A mirror clone stone. Morin's burning eyes locked onto him. How did he gather this many people so fast? Johann gritted his teeth, gripping Morin's wrist with the last of his strength. "You're asking the wrong people," he rasped. Morin's eyes burned even brighter. Morin suddenly released his grip and crouched beside the boy, studying him closely. "Your name's Johann, isn't it?" he asked, his tone unsettlingly calm. Before Johann could react, Morin's hand shot to the back of his head. Then bam! He smashed his face into the jagged ground with full force. "You really are a fool," he sneered. "Even for a clueless newcomer." Grabbing Johann by the hair, he yanked him up, forcing him to meet his gaze. "What nerve?" He leaned in, pointing a finger at the boy's face. "Do you even know what you smell like when you lie?" His voice dropped, filled with certainty. "I know the protagonist is here. Tracking a Ronin is my skill. I can feel Hansu's energy on you." Morin's grip tightened. "You erased most of your tracks, but you left just enough for me to follow." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a trap. Tossing it onto the ground, he smirked. "That was your mistake. Now, let's get down to business." Towering over Johann, his voice turned menacing. "Tell me, where is Hansu?" Johann, barely able to lift his head, whispered, "I don't know." Morin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Still trying to lie. His gaze darkened. "Guess I have no choice." His hand ignited in flames, his eyes glowing ominously. "Then you die." Without hesitation, he swung his arm down, fire surging toward Johann. But just before the fatal blow landed, he halted. His lips curled into a sinister grin as his eyes flicked to the side. He could feel something. Turning sharply, he scanned the area. Not far ahead, a dark silhouette emerged. A familiar presence. A slow, wicked smile spread across the figure's face. "Well," the protagonist said, voice dripping with amusement. "Were you looking for me?" Morin rested a hand on his hip, unimpressed. "And you? Are you really Hansu?" But something was off. He narrowed his eyes. The protagonist's figure shimmered slightly, an illusion. Before he could get another word out, Morin lunged forward and struck with a devastating kick, shattering the image instantly. "Obvious trick," he scoffed as the illusion flickered out. "A cheap, one-time artifact. A crude illusion." He pulled out a small stone. "Mirror clone stone," he muttered. "That idiot Jang got robbed, too." But, he lifted his head, his smirk returning. "The scent remains. This is some good bait. I like it." Meanwhile, Johann, blooded and barely conscious, used the last of his strength to crawl forward. His face was a mess, but he still managed to lift his head and whisper one name. "Kang Hansu." Far away, at Spawning Lake, a place artificially created for Kukul's breeding, the protagonist sat in wait. The lake had been formed by consuming the root of the world tree, its void filled with a potent nutrient solution. Though its upper waters were once laced with deadly toxins, most had since been neutralized, making it almost safe. And there, the next move in the game was about to begin. Hansu examined his hand, satisfied. The nutrient solution had worked. The wounds were healing quickly. Lowering his hand, he muttered to himself, "The illusion's gone. Is he really here already?" Just then, a rough voice interrupted his thoughts. "So, you finally decided to stop running." A figure emerged from the shadows, Morin. He raised his hand, smirking. "A rat can never truly hide. Not when its tail is still showing." Hansu chuckled. "Think whatever you want. But if you were any good at tracking, you'd have found me sooner." Morin's smile twitched, then suddenly widened into something crazed. His shoulders shook with laughter before he threw his arms wide, laughing maniacally. "This is hilarious." He clapped his hands together, eyes gleaming. "I've heard a lot about you. Let's see if you live up to the hype." Dark energy crackled around his outstretched hands. "But if it turns out you're just another liar," his voice dropped, eyes burning with intensity, "you won't last long." Hansu reached into the bag slung over his back, a smirk playing at his lips. Sounds tempting. But before Morin could make a move, Hansu suddenly spun on his heel. "Not today," he called over his shoulder as he bolted away. "We'll finish this next time." Morin's grin instantly vanished. His expression twisted in rage. "You dare run from me?" Without hesitation, he lunged forward in pursuit, his hand blazing with magical energy. "You're not getting away that easily." He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a searing jasper flame straight at Hansu's back. But Hansu was already moving. With fluid precision, he dodged, the dark flame scorching the air just behind him. In his hand, he clutched the seeds of Kyuche. Timing his jump perfectly, he hurled them into the poisonous lake below. The moment the seeds touched the water, they reacted, rapidly sprouting into massive, blooming flowers. Hansu landed on one effortlessly, thinking to himself, "The poison levels here are low. These plants won't last long, but they don't need to." Dashing across the flowers, he moved swiftly, never once looking back. Behind him, Morin roared in frustration. "You really think you can escape through the water?" He raised his hand again, flames surging as he prepared to strike. "Stop running and fight me." Hansa didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept running, leading his furious pursuer exactly where he wanted him. Perfect. In his grasp, Zhang's sword shimmered into existence. He quickly coated the blade with Jyota's bodily fluids, a scent that no predator could ignore. Then, without hesitation, he sliced his palm, letting his blood mix with the foul substance. His blood dripped into the lake, sinking into the depths. A single drop during spawning season. At that very moment, the water beneath them began to churn violently. Then, monsters erupted from the depths. At the last possible second, Hansu launched himself off the flower, just as the monstrous creatures erupted from the water. Their massive forms twisted violently. Their sights locked onto him. Landing lightly on another floating bloom, Hansu smirked. "Looks like we have some uninvited guests." Morin's eyes darkened. He conjured several glowing spheres in his hands, his voice sharp with disbelief. "You're using kukulzas?" His lips curled into a sneer. "Do you actually think I'd be scared of them?" The water beasts lunged from all sides, massive jaws snapping down toward him. Morin didn't flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his jade flame, sending a barrage of magical projectiles into the horde. The force of the blast tore the creatures apart mid-air, their severed limbs crashing back into the lake below. Morin dusted off his hands. "Pathetic," he scoffed. "Now, where were we?" Hansa watched him with a knowing grin. Morin's finger shot forward, pointing straight at him. "You're next." His voice rang with fury. "You can try hiding underwater, but that won't save you either." Hansa chuckled. "Of course not." That reaction made Morin hesitate. A flicker of tension crossed his face. "What's so funny?" Hansa's gaze drifted to the amulet hanging from Morin's neck. "Breath of a hull," he thought. "There isn't a more convenient artifact for underwater combat. He'll follow me, no question." Casting a quick glance at his enemy, Hansa smirked. "Take good care of that for me, will you?" Morin's expression twisted in rage. "What?" Before he could react, Hansa dived straight into the water. Morin's scowl twisted into an ominous grin. "Idiot." He cracked his knuckles, flames licking at his fingertips. "You really think I won't follow?" His hand ignited fully, fire reflecting off the water's surface. "You'll run out of air eventually, and when you do, I'll be waiting." His smirk deepened. "Though, I prefer hunting over fishing." Without hesitation, he launched a series of fire attacks into the lake, watching the flames hiss and swirl as they burned through the water. "Let's see how long you can last down there." Deep below, Hansu remained calm, bubbles slipping from his lips as he swam effortlessly through the murky depths. Suddenly, searing flames cut through the water ahead of him. He glanced upward. Dozens more magical attacks rained down, lighting up the dark abyss. "He's just going to keep firing until I resurface." Hansu knew the moment he emerged, Morin would be waiting to roast him alive. "I need time." His mind flashed back to the bud from the root. He couldn't use the Demon Dragon's enhancement yet. His mana reserves were too low. But his fingers closed around a small pocket. Alham's pocket. Inside was a rare flower bud, one that always contained fresh air. And right now, that was all he needed. As the flower bloomed, Hansu inhaled deeply, feeling the fresh air fill his lungs. "This should buy me some time," he thought. But before he could settle, the darkness around him shifted. From the depths, monstrous figures began to emerge. Their eerie forms slithered through the water, jaws snapping open with a deafening roar. They surged toward him, hunger gleaming in their eyes. Hansu twisted his body, narrowly dodging their attack. But the creatures weren't giving up. They kept coming, relentless. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out his next tool. Destruction fish aren't the only predators these kukulzas fear. There were certain monsters, filthy, reeking creatures, that even these beasts refused to go near. He retrieved Arwen's gallbladder, a monstrous organ that emitted a repulsive stench, one so strong it drove kukulzas away. The moment he squeezed it, the water filled with its unbearable odor. The effect was instant. The kukulzas recoiled in horror, panicked screeches echoing through the depths as they immediately turned tail and fled. Watching them disappear, Hansa smirked. "That's taken care of." Before breeding, kukulzas would mix poisoned water with nutrient-rich water, creating the perfect environment for their nests. And all those nests are connected to the poison sea. Without hesitation, Hansu propelled himself downward. "That's where I need to go." Meanwhile, Morin was closing in. With a sharp gesture, he unleashed a massive surge of fire into the water. Hansu spotted the incoming attack. Of course, he thought, fire-based magic is easy to predict underwater. But just as he moved, a sharp sting shot through his arm. Blood burst into the water. "I got clipped," he realized. A small injury, but an opportunity. His fingers tightened around his sword. With a swift motion, the distorted blade shifted, morphing as it surged toward Morin. Morin's eyes narrowed. His teeth clenched. Zhang's artifact? He propelled himself back, barely avoiding the attack. His gaze flicked downward toward Hansu. That idiot should never have been trusted with a weapon this strong. But then, suddenly, he felt it. A sharp, Unbearable pressure constricted his chest. His lungs tightened. Why am I choking? Panic flickered in his mind. The artifact should be working. Lowering his gaze, his eyes widened in horror. His amulet was gone. And right below him, Hansa held it in his hands, his expression smug. Morin's rage erupted. You! How dare you steal my artifact? Ignoring his outburst, Hansa casually fastened the amulet around his own neck. Just taking back what's mine. The moment the necklace settled against his skin, a shimmering aura surrounded him, forming a protective sphere of air. Morin's breathing grew ragged. He was losing oxygen, fast. Meanwhile, Hansa tightened his grip on his weapon. Time to end this. Energy surged from his ring, pulsating with raw power. He pointed his sword directly at Morin. Hey, let me give you something in return. The second power of Nomaha's ring activated. A magical band snapped around Morin's wrist and tore into his skin. Blood seeped from the wound. Morin's jaw clenched, fury and pain flashing across his face. You think this pathetic trick will stop me? But before he could react, a monstrous shadow loomed behind him. A beast, its mouth gaping wide, surged from the darkness. Morin immediately twisted away, throwing up a defensive hand as he countered its attack. But then, he looked up. More creatures were stirring. One by one, they emerged from their nests, drawn by the scent of blood in the water. Morin's face twisted. This isn't worth it. He made a split-second decision. Retreat. His fingers moved in a swift motion, casting a spell. Without wasting another second, he turned and fled. Hansa watches the young man celebrate his swift victory, the air around them swirling with floating stone fragments. Without hesitation, the young man turns away. His next destination awaits. Meanwhile, beneath the water's surface, countless bubbles rise. A girl stands atop a cliff, her gaze fixed on the rippling waves below. Her thoughts drift back to the moment they first met a certain man here. She glances sideways, tense. When will he come? She wonders aloud. Adjusting her monocle, she scans the horizon, puzzled by the absence of the ship. Then, suddenly, more bubbles. Her thoughts pause as the water stirs unnaturally. A wave crashes behind her, snapping her out of her daze. Instinctively, she spins around. And there it is, a ship, floating silently on the water. Stunned, she quickly activates her shield, raising a cautious hand. Where did that ship come from? She murmurs, watching intently. From the deck, a man surveys the scene, nodding to himself. Right on time, he mutters. Drenched but composed, he calls out to the blonde, motioning for her to board. The water churns around them, splashing against the hull as the ship remains steady. From the deck, the girl studies the boy's every move, analyzing him carefully. Hansa smirks. A friend helped me, he remarks. But when questioned, he turns, puzzled. How do you figure that out? The girl's expression shifts as realization dawns. Seeds like these are not easy to obtain. Her gaze sharpens through her monocle. You've only just entered the red zone, haven't you? She asks, suspicious. How do you know so much? A powerful aura pulses around the boy. His stats appear shockingly high for a newcomer. Hansa kneels, deep in thought. It's like he already knows everything. The boy picks up an item, holding it between his fingers. The right combination, he muses, can amplify their power. A vessel materializes in his hand, liquid swirling inside. This, he explains, is the result of years of alchemist's efforts, for the benefit of humanity. His sharp gaze locks onto the girl as she speaks. Then, the question strikes. What are you hiding? Hansa turns away, voice calm. Everyone has secrets. The girl's eyes widen at the mention of the seven phantom. The boy rises to his feet. That doesn't matter now, he says, fixing his eyes on the horizon. It's time to meet her, face to face. The water remains eerily still. Then, a ripple. Something emerges. A creature. The fish of destruction watches silently as the ship drifts further away. From the deck, the young men assess their next move. We'll enter through the gills, one decides. The young man shifts his gaze, turning to the lady beside him. His voice is firm, unwavering. From now on, you follow my lead. Without hesitation, the blonde steps forward. I won't be a burden, she declares, her voice steady. Turning to face him, she adds, and your secrets don't concern me. But before the young man can respond, she shifts gears, speaking with unwavering resolve about her goal. H crosses his arms, meeting her gaze. Don't worry, he says with a calm certainty. His determined stance leaves no room for doubt. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. The ship presses on through the waters, a silent urgency lingering in the air. A thought echoes, there will be no second chance. Droplets glisten under the fading light. Then, without warning, arrows cut through the air, hurtling toward the ship. Water erupts as they strike, sending waves crashing against the hull. The ship lurches violently, throwing the girl off balance. Below deck, the wood groans, it's been breached. If they don't act fast, the ship will sink. The young man steps forward, eyes locked on a hidden vessel lurking beneath the waves. A smirk tugs at his lips as he catches an arrow midair. His red eyes gleam. He mutters, gripping the weapon tightly. A spear slams into the deck, revealing a carefully prepared weapon. Without hesitation, he hoists it over his shoulder, ready to test the ship's strength. But before he can act, another wave of weapons soars toward them. This time, they miss, plunging into the sea. The ship rocks again, forcing everyone to steady themselves. The girl reaches out. "We have to strike back now," she urges. Before she can react, Hansa covers her hand with his own. "Not yet," he warns. More arrows rain down, splashing into the water, each one a reminder that the ship has already taken damage. Tension grips the girl as the young man reveals a critical truth. The destruction fish is highly sensitive to mana. A chilling realization sets in. Regular attacks won't lure it, won't distract it, won't stop it. The water stirs, revealing the monstrous creature lurking beneath. The words cut through the tense silence. Even the world tree itself is infused with mana. From the deck, Hansu watches the battlefield unfold, calculating their dwindling odds. The girl clenches her fist. She refuses to be a burden. Then, movement. The young man reaches behind him. A stone materializes, secured to his hand. A monster's aid. The girl's eyes widen. Another combination item. A new strategy takes shape. The water churns violently. "We just need to stall them," Hansa says, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "So why not do a little fishing?" The blonde's expression shifts. Hope. It's been a long time since she's trusted anyone. But now, she's willing to take that chance. The plan is set. But the ship isn't faring well. Its sails, already torn, struggle against the wind. From a distance, a man watches intently. It won't be long now. The ship is doomed to sink. "Bring the remaining harpoons." An order cuts through the air. Tension spreads. Confusion flickers in the eyes of the crew. "What's happening over there?" someone asks. Then, crates. They spill from the ship's side, bobbing on the waves. Is this a trap? The enemy hesitates. Then, a decision: destroy them all. The man clenches his fists, his voice firm as he commands his wards to clear the way. More splashes disturb the water's surface, each one signaling the chaos unfolding. Hansa kneels beside the girl, his voice low but urgent. "Hold on tight." An arrow suddenly pierces one of the floating crates. A sharp crack echoes as the box breaks apart, revealing its hidden contents. The trap has been sprung. Shimmering particles rise from the wreckage, catching the enemies off guard. Then, movement. The man's eyes snap open. His subordinates freeze, stunned. Something is coming. From the depths, a massive kraken emerges. Its writhing tentacles lash out, wrapping around the ship. The man grits his teeth, noting that this creature never surfaces without reason. Something isn't right. The ship is surrounded. Blade in hand, the girl steps forward, determination in her stance. With swift, precise strikes, she slices through the tentacles constricting the ship. The kraken recoils, thrashing in fury. Watching her closely, the man narrows his eyes. Milo is moving too slowly. He places a firm hand on his subordinate's head. "Keep leading them," he orders, his presence radiating authority. But deep down, a realization sinks in. The kraken didn't just appear by chance. Then, another shift. The monstrous body of the destruction fish looms overhead. The ship sails on, seemingly unfazed. But then, a voice breaks through the tension. "Don't let the poisonous water touch the gills." Sweat beads on the boy's forehead. The fish, he mutters, is filled with some kind of unnatural power. Ahead, the internal passage of the destruction fish comes into view, a narrowing gap that must be passed before it closes. The long-haired man turns to the masked figure beside him. "Are we going the right way?" A tense silence follows. Suddenly, the girl turns to Morn. "We have bigger priorities," she warns, glancing around warily. The young warriors scan their surroundings. A voice speaks. "Valuable travelers should become part of Quadratus." The man grips the ship's railing, his fingers tightening with restrained fury. His eyes glint dangerously as a thought takes hold. He is far too lucky to still be alive. Deep within the creature's belly, the truth is revealed. Shipwrecks, countless of them. The sunken remains stretch endlessly, a graveyard of lost souls. A crowd stands on one of the wrecks, murmuring. "This place, it feels like a dungeon." The air shifts. Mana flickers unnaturally, the flow distorted. The man's red eyes glow in the dim light. "I don't like this place," he mutters. The stench of decay lingers. Only digested corpses remain among the wreckage. Then, laughter. The long-haired man spreads his arms wide, his grin stretching unnervingly. "Magnificent," he declares, stepping forward. "The entire Elfenheim army, buried right here." A shattered skull lies beneath his feet, half buried in the wreckage. "Treasure Island." The young man smirks, lifting a pendant between his fingers. "Artifacts," he muses. His voice drips with promise. He turns to the others, his expression unreadable. "Tell me," he asks, voice smooth, "do you want power?" A hush falls over the gathered figures. Their expressions darken, hunger flashing in their eyes. The redstone pendant gleams ominously. Then thank the destruction fish for its blessing. Hansu watches from behind as the boy steps forward to speak. The long-haired man closes his eyes, and a slow smile forms on the boy's face. But before anyone can react, an alarm blares through the ship. Something is wrong. Jagged crystals suddenly pierce through the vessel, spreading fast. Hansu grips his belt, asking if this is enough. But the ship is already overwhelmed. The deck trembles as people struggle to keep their footing. The boy, still smiling, praises Sophia, just as Morn shoves the long-haired man aside. Clenching his fist, he stretches his hand toward Hansu, hurling an insult. With arms spread wide, the man taunts, "Did you crawl all this way just to die here?" Then, he shoves the other man backward, telling him to leave. A sword scrapes against the ground. Suddenly, a glimmering skull appears, followed by an army of skeletons. The dead are rising. Whispers spread. They have returned. A cold sweat breaks out on the long-haired man's forehead. He knows exactly what this means. This is Elfenheim's army, the cursed warriors of Galadriel. A skeletal soldier grips a weapon, and without warning, the undead charge. One man grits his teeth, parrying an attack as their swords clash. An explosion erupts, blasting a skeleton aside. Watching the chaos, a man declares, "If we want to survive, we have to act now." The assault team gets its orders, wipe out the undead. Without hesitation, they launch into battle. A magic sphere swirls in a man's palm. Raising his hand, he grins, and a burst of jasper flame ignites, consuming everything in its path. A skull crashes to the ground, and cheers erupt for the leader. But the long-haired man tightens his jaw. He knows this fight won't be won so easily. A fallen skeleton suddenly stirs. The boy's eyes widen in horror as he realizes, these aren't ordinary undead. These are the guardians of the Fish of Destruction. A hand reaches out, gripping a skull. The curse is real. The knight places it back, and a chilling truth is spoken. The dead will continue to rise as long as the fish lives. Suddenly, blue flames burst from a corpse's mouth. The battlefield stills for a moment. Then, panic. Desperate cries ring out for help. Morin bares his teeth, shouting. No one retreats. The long-haired man clenches his fists, fury rising. He is to get out of here. But where is Hansu? And what about Sophia's mission? Stakes protrude from the ground, confirming that everything is unfolding just as Salan predicted. Then, without warning, the young man bolts. He knows the truth. The first protective device inside the fish's belly is what binds the ghostly knights to it. Hansu frowns, but it's clear. Sophia already has her orders. Deep within the fish's stomach, decayed ships float in the eerie glow. The young man makes his choice. He's going for the core. The golden heart of the beast pulses in the darkness. This is its weakness. If they can destroy it, the creature will finally fall. A sword gleams in his grip. Then, Hansu moves. The long-haired man's eyes snap to him. He calls out, but Hansu is already in motion. Without hesitation, he launches an attack. The young man whirls around just in time, skillfully deflecting the incoming strike. Without hesitation, he sidesteps, making a beeline for the swordsman. The dark-haired man narrows his eyes. It's him again. Before he can react, hands grab him, slamming him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Was last time not enough for you?" he growls. But then, something unexpected. The long-haired man reaches out and grabs the tip of his sword. Hansu's eyes widen in surprise. Across from him, the boy's grin stretches wider. "How dare you challenge the core of the Fish of Destruction?" he taunts. Then, something shifts, a third eye opens on his forehead. His voice rings out like a decree. "Anyone who dares to defy the Fish of Destruction will die." Before Hansu can respond, an arrow is suddenly aimed right at him. The archer smirks. "Dodge this if you can." A sharp twang. The arrow streaks through the air, a perfect shot. Hansu has no time to evade. It's going to hit. The archer's lips curl into a satisfied smile. Bullseye. But then, something unexpected. The archer stiffens, eyes widening in shock. Hansu stands there, completely unharmed. His body gleams, now coated in shining metallic scales. Electricity crackles around him, demonic dragon enhancement. The stunned enemies exchange uneasy glances. This was impossible. That shot could take down even Kukulzes, the archer mutters in disbelief. The young man raises an eyebrow. Funny, the same skill feels so much stronger now. With narrowed eyes, the archer pulls back his bowstring again. "Then I'll just keep shooting until you fall." But Hansu exhales, closing his eyes. "You should have just let me go," he mutters. Then, his arm shifts, flesh turning into a dragon's claw. With a piercing gaze, he makes a cold declaration. "None of you are leaving here alive." Meanwhile, deep within the cave, the battle rages on. A warrior stomps down, crushing a skull beneath his foot. Swings around, barking orders. "Keep attacking. Don't let them regenerate." But it's no use. The undead recover faster each time. A monstrous skeleton lunges, impaling a traveler through the chest. It opens its jaw wide, a guttural hiss escaping. Nearby, a bandit grits his teeth, frustration burning in his eyes. Their stamina is running low. Their mana is draining. If this keeps up, they won't last. They were fighting an enemy that just wouldn't stay dead. Then, realization strikes. This isn't just an attack, it's a trap. His fingers twitch, gripping his weapon tighter. There's only one way out. He raises his hand, shouting, "Use the feather, now. If we don't, we'll die and become just like them." A single feather of the world. Their only chance at survival. A small tree appeared in the man's hand. The system's message flashed. This artifact could teleport them and everyone nearby to a new location in an instant. But the boy's eyes widened in fear. "We already tried that," he said, his voice unsteady. "It didn't work." Standing on the platform, Sophia shook her head. "Of course it didn't," she said. "You can't just escape the stomach of the fish of destruction." Her gaze darkened. "Even the ghostly knights of Elvenheim are trapped here. They are immortal, but only in this place." Warren's fists clenched, his teeth bared in frustration. "And you think we're just going to let you walk away after interfering with us?" Sophia's lips curled into a smirk. "And you think," she shot back, "that after all this time, struggling alone to kill this monster, I'd expect any help from people who stood by and did nothing?" The bandit spread his arms, his comrades lifting their weapons in silent agreement. Sophia exhaled sharply. "Instead of standing around having this pointless conversation, maybe you should be thinking about how to get out of here." Her voice was sharp. "Clan communication doesn't even work here. No one will know if we live or die." A flicker of annoyance passed through the man's expression as he gritted his teeth. But Sophia was already moving, summoning a magic circle in her hand. A bright light flashed across her eyes. She smirked. "Well, at least I got all the information I needed." The captain of the Beacon assault team straightened, his patience wearing thin. He scoffed. "You've lost your damn mind." With a sharp glare, he declared, "I'm in charge of the red zone. And that means dealing with you." Morin's hand pulsed with dark energy. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. "I'll wipe out the weakest of the 7 ghosts myself." Sophia flicked her fingers. Ice arrows streaked through the air. But Morin dodged them effortlessly. His laugh was mocking. "You can't even hit me? What a disgrace to the name of the 7 ghosts." The orb of dark energy surged toward Sophia. A massive explosion ripped through the air as Morin landed smoothly on his feet. But then, Sophia's smirk returned. "I wasn't aiming at you," she said coolly. A sudden, deep rumble filled the cavern. The captain of the assault team flinched, eyes darting around as the walls trembled. Confused voices echoed in the chamber. Then someone shouted, "Water's flooding in." In the depths of the fish of destruction, a passage began to close. Sophia turned away, glancing at the swirling currents. "All this time," she murmured, "I've been searching for a way to close the gills, and now I've done it." Her librarian's eye skill had led her to the solution. Hearing her words, Morin's fury boiled over. He bared his teeth, rage seething in his expression. But Sophia was already moving. She turned, ready to disappear for good. "Let's hope we never meet again," she called over her shoulder. The bandit growled, whipping around to his crew. "What the hell are you all standing around for? Get the ship ready," voice rang out. "Everything's set." His eyes narrowed. "Then where's our ally? He should be guiding us by now." But then, expression shifted. A new threat loomed. "They've surrounded us," she said. The ghost knights were back. And this time, there was no escape. As the battle raged on, the captain of the assault team explained that the gills would reopen by the time the ship reached them. For now, their priority was keeping the knights away from the civilians. His gaze darkened with anger. He swore his enemy would regret crossing him. Summoning a surge of dark energy, War declared he wasn't going down without a fight. With the power of Jade Flame, a wave of energy tore through the ranks of the risen dead. Nearby, the bandit leader raised his hand, signaling his men to charge. But just as he stepped forward, he froze. Standing before him, gripping Jang Gesu by the collar, was the protagonist. Hansa knew he must have looked like a villain in that moment. Without hesitation, he hurled Jang Gesu to the ground, stating coldly that the captain wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The assault team captain sneered. Arrogant, he spat. Waving his hand dismissively, he admitted that he had considered recruiting the youth, but that option was no longer on the table. Before he could say more, Hansa lunged forward, hand outstretched. "Enough talk." Morin reacted instantly, blocking the strike with his sword. The impact sent tremors through the ground, cracking it beneath them. Watching from a distance, Miller's eyes widened. Their leader was injured. "Captain," she called out in concern. The bandit gritted his teeth. He was stunned. The boy, who always ran from a fight, had just thrown him back. Then it hit him. His stronger, after absorbing the runes of Quadratus. Clutching a broken stone fragment, he convinced himself that it didn't matter. Even with that power, the boy stood no chance. Anger flared in his eyes as he clenched his fist. "Do you really think you can defeat me?" His voice was thick with rage. "I'll kill you and take back everything you stole." Meanwhile, a girl beside him turned to a hole. "Let me help you," she offered. But the captain scoffed. You think I need your help? His sword gleamed as he dashed forward. Go take care of the ghostly knights. Hansu, unfazed, stood firm with his sword raised. Doesn't matter. I was going to get rid of them all anyway. Morin's lips curled into a menacing grin. You're just a newbie. Their blades met with a resounding clang, sparks flying as steel clashed against steel. Morin pressed forward, testing Hansu's strength. Is this really all you've got? He mocked. Hansu gritted his teeth, his arm trembling under the force. Morin smirked. He's struggling. There's no way he can beat me. I'll never lose to a newbie. With a sudden shift, Morin's blade slid against Hansu's, creating an opening. In one swift motion, the captain of the assault team leaped into the air, his sword poised for the final strike. Warren swung his blade with full force. This is the end, he roared. The tip of the sword found its mark. The blade pierced Hansu's body. He stood frozen. The bandit scoffed, shaking his head. This could have ended differently. If you had just accepted my offer and sworn loyalty to me, you wouldn't be dying right now. Hansu lowered his head, blood seeping from the wound in his chest. The pain was sharp, but he didn't flinch. The captain grinned, leaning in. You lost for one simple reason, he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. You were weaker than me. Hansu's lips curled into a faint smile. Is that so? Before the captain could react, Hansu's hand shot out, gripping the blade buried in his body. He looked up, his eyes sharp. Funny, I could say the same thing about you. Blood dripped from his mouth, yet his grip on the blade tightened. Morin's expression twisted in rage. Insolent brat, he roared. This is your punishment for defying me. But Hansu just repeated his words, his voice calm. Morin's confidence wavered as he watched in disbelief. His enemy, bleeding, impaled, was holding the sword with his bare hands. Without looking up, Hansu spoke. Night artifacts are impressive, sharp enough to pierce dragon scales. A glint of energy flickered around him, armor forming over his skin. Thanks for delivering it to me. Morin's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. I struck your heart. There's no way you're still standing. Then he saw it, the dragon's paw. Body modification. Hansu raised his hand, energy crackling around it. Doesn't matter anymore. With a single slash, his razor-sharp claws tore through Morin's body. Blood splattered across the ground as the captain staggered back, clutching his wound. His breath came in ragged gasps. Even with that, your heart is still wounded. He glanced at the gaping hole in Hansu's chest and cursed. Your skill is broken. His body collapsed, lifeless. Hansu exhaled and reached for the sword still lodged in his chest. With one swift motion, he pulled it free, tossing it aside. A white rune shimmered in his palm before dissolving into nothingness. He took a deep breath. That worked, but only because I put in the effort to craft 3 dragon hearts. Above him, the massive beast let out a deep growl. The demonic dragon enhancement skill granted him the ability to copy any organ, borrowing the raw power of a dragon itself. Hansu rolled his shoulders, flexing his fingers. Compared to a dragon's body, the human form was painfully inefficient. The transformation had taken its toll. He could feel the strain already. He picked up his sword, glancing at his runes. 35% capacity. Not enough. Sheathing the weapon, he closed his eyes. He still lacked the skill to maintain this form for long. But that didn't matter. He clenched his burning fist, ready to keep fighting. Hansu's mind raced. Do I have enough time? His brows furrowed. If he hesitated even a moment longer, he might not. Behind him, Jang Gesu lay motionless, his eyes shut. But his third eye twitched, its pupil darting back and forth. A massive red eye loomed above, watching Hansu with an unsettling intensity. Then, a voice, cold and ominous, whispered a promise. I will remember you. And just like that, the eye vanished from the bandit's forehead. Hansu turned, pushing forward through the belly of the destruction fish. The path ahead was clear, for now. He still had a chance. Dashing through the rubble, he recalled the crucial information Sophia had given him about the creature's core. It was hidden deep beneath layers of thick skin, positioned high enough that reaching it alone would be nearly impossible. But soon, a platform would appear. That was his opening. Ahead, a giant sphere pulsed with light. The destruction fish had no external defenses, but its internal mechanisms were another story. Suddenly, long tentacles lashed out at him. Hansu weaved between them, dodging effortlessly. Standard physical attacks wouldn't be enough. He could cut them down. But with the creature's absurd regeneration speed, that would be a wasted effort. Severed limbs would simply regrow. Another tentacle lunged at him. He reacted instantly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a vial. This should stop the regeneration. With a quick flick, he tossed the bottle into the air. It shattered, releasing a viscous liquid. The moment his sword sliced through the tentacle, the severed flesh solidified, turned to stone. The hardened limb crashed to the ground, motionless. Hansu straightened. Nothing less than expected from an alchemist's recipe. Another vial shattered at his feet, coating the tip of his sword in the same thick liquid. He took a fighting stance. Time to thin out these numbers. With a burst of speed, he charged the tentacles. From deep within, the destruction fish let out a deafening roar. On the shore, a group of onlookers watched the chaos unfold. One of them narrowed his eyes. What did Ferris say? Aaron frowned. The nearby assistant should be on standby. Beck, watching the massive creature writhe in the ocean, muttered, I've never seen a destruction fish act like this. The beast thrashed violently, absorbing flames, its body writhing in what looked like agony. Sophia leaped forward, narrowly dodging a wave that crashed down near her. A boy raised his hand to his forehead, scanning the horizon. Something's coming. The man beside him shook his head. Now's not the time for that. We need to check the area. Then, as he turned back, his breath caught. Sophia was falling. Aaron lay on the ground, a fresh cut on his forehead, while Sophia sat up in shock. If she had hesitated any longer, she might not have been able to make a choice at all. Before she could process everything, Beck rushed over. What happened? He asked. Sophia shuddered and snapped. We don't have time to talk. We need to leave, now. As they scrambled to their feet, they noticed something strange. The fish of destruction was writhing in agony. Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never seen anything like this before. For the first time, it became clear. The monster was actually in pain. But when she voiced her realization, people looked at her as if she had lost her mind. It was impossible. No one believed her. Clenching her fists, frustration bubbled inside her. She had wanted to end this beast with her own hands, to finally rid herself of this crushing guilt. But now, as tears welled in her eyes, she understood something else. Hansa had kept his word. The monster let out an ear-splitting roar, its massive body slamming into the water, sending waves crashing around them. Sophie didn't hesitate. She grabbed her friend by the collar and yanked Aaron up with her other hand. The boys gaped in shock as the monster thrashed violently. We have to move, she shouted, dragging them away from the destruction. Suddenly, the fish of destruction began vomiting up everything it had devoured. Beck glanced back, his face tense. What's happening? Sophia's lips curled into a relieved smile, eyes glistening. We did it, she whispered. Then, louder, with certainty. Hansa did it. They kept running, no time to stop. We have to get as far from here as possible, Sophia urged. Nearby, a man raised his head, his gaze sharpening as he noticed a trace of a familiar skill. His frown deepened. He knew exactly who it belonged to. Behind him, a girl's voice rang out. If the fish of destruction doesn't calm down, this entire area could be wiped out. She quickly sent a message via bird, stating they would continue to monitor the creature. Michael, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes. Send another, he ordered. The tide surged against the wrecked shore as the fish of destruction's glowing eyes snapped open. With a deafening roar, the beast reared its head, its insides collapsing. Bright liquid oozed from its golden core. Before it stood the Reincarnator, leaning on his sword. He stared up at the core, his thoughts racing. Everything was unfolding just as he had expected. But now, as he took in the sheer magnitude of what lay before him, one thing became clear. There was no way a human could handle this alone. The pressure on his body was relentless, the strain from dragon transformation only growing heavier. The fish of destruction's massive tentacles, now a deep shade of purple, pulsed with accursed energy that weakened regeneration. Hansa gripped his sword tightly. There was only one way to end this. A direct strike. No more hesitation. The tentacles lashed toward him. He moved like lightning, slicing through one after another, sparks crackling with each deadly blow. He was closing in. The core was right in front of him. This was it, the final strike. The young man swung his sword, the tip piercing the golden sphere. As he lowered his head, a realization struck him. The monster could still feel pain. Standing atop the burning core, he watched as cracks spread beneath his feet. The subspace that made up the creature's stomach would soon begin to collapse. A red aura flared around his sword. Then, with a decisive slash, the core split apart. It was time for the next step. Hansa surged forward, his path illuminated by a searing light. The first step to ensuring the monster's death was complete, destroying the core in its stomach. The second? He had to go deeper, navigating through the artery that connected to its heart. He pressed on, his chest rising and falling steadily. A medallion hung against his skin, pulsing faintly, the breath of a hob, his only lifeline underwater. The third and final step, use the power of dragon energy to finish the beast and purge the poison within. Everything was going according to plan, until the tentacles returned. Dark, writhing limbs emerged from the abyss, twisting toward him with deadly intent. Hansa dodged the first, his body shifting fluidly through the water. He raised a hand, shielding his face, while his blade moved with deadly precision, slicing through the monstrous limbs. But then, a sharp impact. A tentacle slammed into his back. Pain exploded through him. His mouth opened in a silent scream as his vision blurred for a split second. 3 hearts pounded in his chest, but 2 had already been wounded. Gritting his teeth, Hansa slashed through the offending limb, severing it cleanly. His breath came in ragged gasps. He had no time to stop, no time to recover. He looked up, and his stomach clenched. An overwhelming mass of tentacles loomed before him, blocking his path. Clutching his swords tightly, he braced for impact. Limbs lashed toward him, hammering against his defenses, pushing him back. He gritted his teeth. If he kept retreating, he would never reach his goal. There was only one way forward. Golden lightning crackled across his body, igniting the water around him. His grip tightened. Then, with a roar, he charged. His blades became a blur, slicing through tentacle after tentacle, turning them into nothing but drifting shreds. He moved faster, cutting his way through the relentless onslaught. Above him, a brilliant light flared. A vast network of vessels extended from a fragment of the divine stone, the very core that sustained the monster's existence. Once, this stone had been part of the world tree's foundation, but now, it had been shattered and placed within these monstrous disasters. Hansa's eyes narrowed. The enemy wasn't going to make this easy. Without hesitation, he swam straight for the monster's heart. The walls of the creature's womb trembled violently. Then, with a sickening rip, a massive, fanged tentacle tore through the flesh. And it wasn't alone. Countless serpent-like appendages surged toward him, snapping hungrily. Hansa's grip on his sword tightened. This fight wasn't over. Not yet. His gaze hardened. Surrender was never an option. With a sharp breath, he propelled himself forward, blades flashing. The battle raged on. With a swift slash, Hansa's blade sliced through a tentacle, severing its head cleanly. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward, cutting down several more snake-like appendages. Their remains drifted in the transparent fluid within the artery. Then, sudden pressure. A tentacle coiled tightly around his leg. Hansa glanced down, momentarily caught off guard. When had it grabbed him? Before he could react, more tentacles swarmed from the side, dozens of them. They struck with immense force, slamming into the very spot where he had been standing just moments ago. Then, something unexpected happened. The monster's limbs froze mid-attack, some even quivering. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, Hansa broke free from the cocoon of flesh and surged forward. But he wasn't fooled. This wasn't over. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped his swords tighter. Let's see how well you fight when you're out of energy. His blade flashed, striking the monster's heart. But instead of piercing through, the sword barely scratched the surface. Hansa pulled back, frowning. He had never encountered material this tough before. If brute force wouldn't work, he needed another strategy. Shifting his focus, he turned his attention to the arteries, thick, pulsing veins connecting the divine stone fragment to the fish of disaster. That was the key. With a precise strike, his blade cut deep into the monster's flesh, slicing through the vessels. Thin strands of blooded fibers clung to the edge of his weapon. Grinding his teeth, he raised his sword high once more. This time, he swung with all his strength. The artery was severed. At that moment, the divine stone fragment lay exposed before him, its glow flickering like a dying star. Reaching out, Hansa grasped the shard, his fingers closing around it. His breath caught. Such a small stone, yet it held the power to sustain a beast as monstrous as this. A smile tugged at his lips. He had done it, but the victory was short-lived. The artery walls trembled. Chunks of flesh and debris crumbled from above. The monster's internal structure was collapsing, its very foundation unraveling. He needed to escape. Now, a writhing mass of tentacles lashed out, striking Hansu in the back and sending him tumbling downward. His grip on the divine stone shard slipped. His fingers stretched desperately toward it, but his vision blurred. His body grew heavy. Darkness crept in at the edges of his mind. The rupture in the artery sucked everything into its depths, liquid, debris, and Hansa himself. Somewhere far away, a raven perched on an outstretched hand. An unknown figure gave a quiet order. Find the one who killed the fish of destruction. On the shore, the lifeless corpse of the monster lay sprawled, its massive form drawing a growing crowd. Among them, a young man scanned the scene. Deputy Commander, he called. Liu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes locked onto the deep wound in the beast's body. He studied the evidence carefully, a mask resting in his palm. The mask of Morin, the captain of the assault group. Pressing a hand to his chin, the traveler frowned. Something wasn't right. He had been given orders to deal with Quadratus. So why was everything spiraling into chaos? A subordinate approached from behind, reporting that they had found the bodies of the remaining squad members nearby. Every single one of them was from Morn's squad. Hearing this, the second-in-command closed his eyes for a brief moment. The boy continued, explaining that the evidence left behind made it clear. They had all fallen to that man. Without hesitation, Liu ripped off his mask. We don't have a captain anymore, he declared. It's time to restructure our ranks. The subordinate looked down before addressing him with a new title, Commander. Liu smirked, rolling the word around in his mind. It had a nice ring to it. Unlike Morin, who had secured his position simply by being around longer, Liu believed he had truly earned it. Then, he turned serious. Any survivors? The subordinate glanced toward the wreckage. A ship drifting in the water, its sails torn to shreds. He reported that the search was still ongoing, but given the state of things, the chances of finding anyone alive were slim. Liu reached for his sword, picking up a shattered blade. He frowned. Something this massive had perished, yet not a single rune had been left behind. How many things were still functional after what had happened here? Tossing the broken weapon aside, he asked the real question. What about our enemy? Is he dead? He ordered them to keep searching for any traces of him. In his mind, he pictured Zhang's grin and reminded himself to check the 1,000 li implanted in Quadratus. A massive shadow loomed over him as he stepped closer to the corpse of the fish of destruction. He observed the torn flesh, recognizing where its heart had once been. Nearby, its massive tentacles twitched, struggling against death. What the hell happened here? Liu muttered, squinting. Could their opponent have been this strong? Suddenly, footsteps pounded behind him. He turned. What is it? The boy was out of breath. A large group of travelers is approaching. Their expressions are tense. They don't look like they are here by accident. Liu narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you keeping them back? The fighter hesitated. There are too many of them. We can't hold them all off. Up on the cliffs, a crowd gathered, murmuring as they gazed at the fallen beast. Among them stood a hooded figure, lips curling into a smirk. Sang Jin. Inside that monster lies an unimaginable wealth of artifacts, he mused aloud. Then, with a dramatic sweep of his arm, he called out. And you seriously think they're just going to hoard all the treasure for themselves? The travelers froze, eyes widening in realization. Runes were already rare, requiring dangerous hunts to obtain. The idea of missing out on such a fortune sent a ripple of agitation through the group. Sang Jin's voice hardened. Why are you just standing there? Are you going to let them take everything? A single moment of hesitation, then chaos erupted. The travelers surged forward, shouting that they had the advantage in numbers. Liu's brows furrowed. He had wanted to let them remain here out of respect for the dead. But now they had overstayed their welcome. His voice rang out over the battlefield. This place is under the control of the beacon. If they won't leave willingly, drive them out. At his command, his fighters charged forward, ready to clear the uninvited guests by force. The golden sphere reflected the chaos below as the observer drifted away from the battlefield. A winged eye soared through the air, landing softly in a waiting hand. Sophia smirked as she gazed at it. She had intentionally lured the travelers toward the fallen fish of destruction, knowing it would divert the beacon's attention. But she hadn't expected it to spark a full-blown riot. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought back to her friends. She had asked them to spread a few rumors, just enough to stir things up. They were more than capable of handling that. Her gaze dropped to the battlefield below. What exactly set them off? She murmured. Among the chaotic crowd, a hooded figure stood at the center, riling up the travelers. Robed figures surrounded their leader, their faces shrouded in shadow. Sophia's smirk deepened. This was even better. The longer the riot lasted, the more distracted the beacon would be. Summoning a pulsing sphere of energy in her palm, she knew she had to act fast. Time was running out. Above her, several of the gods' eyes appeared in the sky, their glowing irises scanning the vast landscape. Controlling so many at once was difficult, but it was the only way to search unnoticed. She clenched her fist. 3 days have already passed. Her focus sharpened. I refuse to believe he's dead. The observers scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, on the ocean's edge, a lone figure lay motionless. Wreckage was strewn across the shore, waves lapping at the debris. His body was covered in scratches and bruises. Slowly, his eyes cracked open. The small fairy hovering over him huffed, folding her arms. Finally, a devilish grin spread across her face before she raised her hand, then smacked his cheek. Still no reaction. She pouted, tapping her chin. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she leaned in and whispered, "If you don't wake up, I'll kiss you." The boy jolted upright like a lightning bolt had struck him, arms flailing. The fairy pulled back, giggling. "I was almost hoping you'd stay down a little longer." Stretching his fingers, the young man felt his strength slowly returning. He had managed to recover just enough before his dragonification wore off. His eyes flickered towards something in the sand, a fragment of the divine stone. His lips curled into a triumphant smirk. "Got everything I needed." A familiar voice snapped him from his thoughts. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" His gaze lifted to the fairy. He frowned. "What the hell are you doing in the red zone?" She tilted her head, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You already know we don't set foot on the ground unless something big happens." She suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him. "And I had to see this for myself." With a playful grin, she gestured toward the massive corpse lying along the shore. The fish of destruction, an ancient terror, now lifeless. "Tell me," she said, eyes gleaming. "Have you ever seen anything this breathtaking?" The monster was dead. The impossible had happened. She let out a dramatic sigh. "Too bad, though. We have a rule. A great deed deserves a great reward." Then, with a knowing smirk, she leaned closer. "But this beast? It was never meant to be hunted. Which means—" She shrugged. "No special prize for taking it down." The boy narrowed his eyes, his mind already racing. No reward? He wasn't so sure about that. Hansu smirked to himself. If he grew even stronger, he would eventually bore the higher powers. and that was something they would never allow. The devil watching him grinned. Those sadists only enjoyed cruelty and suffering. There was no way this parasite had shown up with good intentions. Scratching his chin, the assistant hovered nearby, deep in thought. We put a lot of consideration into this, he mused. Then, he flew closer, eyes glinting with mischief. Tell me, what would it take to make you willingly throw yourself into hell? The fairy's grin turned wicked. Trust me, we really thought this one through. With an exaggerated motion, the devil stretched out his arms. Now then, let's make a deal, shall we? A mass of energy formed in his palm, pulsating with power. Since you took down the fish of destruction, you get to pick your reward right now. A shimmering shard appeared in the air, radiating an eerie glow. Hansa's eyes flickered with recognition. Lord of the Dead, a high-ranking 8th skill. He had read about this ability before. It granted the power to raise the dead as phantoms and summon them at will. A floating skull symbol marked its surface, a clear indication of its terrifying nature. Even more intriguing, it also enhanced magical chi. For someone limited to using only 7 skills, this was an extremely tempting offer. With a snap of his fingers, the devil chuckled. Don't get too excited just yet. Several more glowing runes emerged in the air, each carrying a mysterious presence. There's a condition, the assistant added smoothly. It's tied to the remaining disasters. Hansa's gaze darkened as he studied the floating fragments. Then, slowly, a smile crept onto his lips. This is more than enough, he muttered. The fairy's eyes widened in surprise. But I wasn't finished yet. But Hansu had already made up his mind. His expression hardened. I don't need to hear the rest. The devil, now floating lazily with his wings, let out a low whistle. Unlike the first choice, this second option requires you to eliminate all the remaining disasters. Only then will you get your reward. The assistant raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about this? Hansu straightened his shoulders. Without hesitation, he nodded. I'm sure. The devil chuckled. Then let's see how long you last. Flapping his wings, he drifted toward the sea. We'll meet again. Meanwhile, the fairy placed her hands on her cheeks, a look of pure delight spreading across her face. He didn't even wait for the full explanation, she giggled. Hansu, without another word, dove straight into the ocean. The devil watched him vanish into the depths, shaking his head. If he had picked the easy way out, it would have been disappointing. As Hansu swam deeper, the crushing weight of the ocean pressed down on him, locating every disaster in the red zone. That was no small feat. But this was his path now. The assistant chuckled to herself. She hoped his struggle would last a long, long time, and she would be watching. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to reveal disgorging root calamity involving a huge tree that resembles a monstrous creature, its roots spreading wide across the ground. This monster, possessing its own consciousness, finds itself unable to hear the voice of the calamity fish. It opens its mouth slowly and lets out a loud scream, expressing its frustration at losing the calamity fish. At the same time, Hansu emerges from the sea, scratching his head as he reflects on his complicated situation. He realizes that he may have readily accepted the fairy's offer, but things are far more complex than they seem. He understands that his presence has accelerated the deterioration of the abyss, and concludes that he needs to resolve everything more quickly than in the past. He recalls a conversation with one of his friends, who mentioned that unless they travel using Urkeniel's time-space crystal, the more future knowledge they utilize, the faster the abyss will deteriorate. His friend jokingly urges him to run as fast as he can, suggesting that the situation is even more annoying than it appears. Annoyed, Hansu responds, saying that his friend can go to the past while he doesn't want to. As he thinks about it, Hansu realizes that this burden has indeed been dumped on him. However, in the midst of these thoughts, he contemplates Iris, who reaches out to grab his hand as if she intends to guide him on his next steps. As she moves a little forward, she begins to fade away into the air. Upon witnessing this, the boy takes a deep sigh and continues on his path. Soon, he notices a collection of swords and shields surrounding him. He remarks that, regardless of the situation, both of these skills are valuable assets. He also doesn't expect a reward for defeating the calamity fish. He feels it is a responsibility he must fulfill to maintain balance in a red zone and to prepare for the next calamity. Since he can lure them in with just a fragment of the calamity fish, he carefully retrieves it and safely places it in his pouch, which hangs by his side. He thinks that before he took down the calamity fish, he got what he wanted and repaid his debt to Sophia. He remarks that he should meet up with Sophia, but he'll have to go somewhere else first. As he's figuring everything out, a group of cocky travelers suddenly appears, yelling at Hansu that there's still a small fry lurking around, and asking what he thinks he's doing. In no time, Hansu is surrounded on all sides by a bunch of cocky minions. Hansu grins, considering the timing perfect. There's something he wants to confirm. He gets ready for some action, starting with a little stretch of his arms, then quickly rushes toward the bastard who first yelled at him. Hansu says he's glad there are so many people here he can ask. That guy, seeing Hansu charging at him, becomes terrified. But Hansu tells him not to worry. He'll make sure he can at least still talk, as he braces himself for a strong punch. Sometime later, we see that Hansu has beaten up all the travelers in no time. As he looks around, he realizes that 3 days have already passed. As Hansu surveys the calamity around him, he realizes that the other calamities must have begun moving. The fish calamity is dying, and he considers it deeply troubling, thinking about how he can't believe he was unconscious for so long. In a rush, he speeds forward, aware that at this rate, he might miss the opportunity ahead of him. Just as he is moving quickly, he gets interrupted by someone casting a small magic sheet in front of him. When Hansu looks up, he sees Levnon Michael, the Valkyrie clan helper affiliate, calling out to him. Michael grins widely, but Hansu, pressed for time, asks what he wants, stating that he is busy and needs to be on his way. Before long, Michael's other minions arrive. One of them steps forward, mentioning that Sophia has been looking for Hansu and wonders if she hadn't found him yet. Michael turns to his minion and remarks that he will ensure they are held accountable for aiding the Seven Phantoms' orders. Despite being a helper of the Valkyrie clan, he warns them not to try anything here. With that, Michael jumps from the cliff, landing right in front of Hansu and announcing that taking care of him comes first. He summons a sword out of thin air using magic. However, just as their duel is about to begin, a flurry of book pages swirls around them. It's Sophia, who has just arrived, informing Hansu that she has finally found him. She remarks on how Hansu always seems to get entangled with useless people, but is relieved to see that he is still all right. Realizing Sophia's presence, Michael asks her why she is looking for someone who should be guarding her seat as one of the Seven Phantoms, questioning her motives for helping Hansu. He also notes that they are already aware of her involvement. Sophia responds that she has resolved herself for that situation and asks Michael if he plans to stop Kong as well. Turning back to Hansu, she tells him that she will buy him time while gearing up for action. Michael tries to calm them, saying there seems to be a misunderstanding. He simply wants to know if Hansu is really the one who dealt with that monster and the calamity fish. With a cold expression, Hansu asks Michael what that matters to him. Michael replies that he knew it was true and presents Hansu with a handshake, which catches both him and Sophia off guard. The minions watching are also surprised. Michael happily urges Hansu to take his hand. Sophia questions Michael's intentions, asking why he wants to cooperate with them. Hansu also asks what Michael stands to gain from this arrangement, pointing out that he shouldn't benefit. Michael explains that unlike Sophia, who stands next to him, he can ensure that Hansu receives direct support. He tells Hansu that this should not be a bad offer for him either. Michael expresses his desire to see change in this area, stating that it has remained stagnant since the day he arrived, but Hansu has managed to effect change. He explains that he needs someone like Hansu to create a gale that will shift the still tides. Sophia expresses skepticism, asking if Hansu will accept the offer. However, Hansu realizes there are still people who wish for change and responds, "All right, fine." Michael beams at Hansu's decision, but just as he is about to elaborate, the ground starts shaking violently, surprising Hansu and causing him to warn everyone to dodge. Suddenly, the ground erupts beneath their feet, revealing a massive creature covered in enormous thorns. It appears to be a gigantic caterpillar with a mouth at its center. Seeing this, Michael becomes very tense, wondering just where that came from. It turns out to be a demon's mouth, which makes Michael think it might be the stamp of the disgorging root, one of the calamities. It can suck in everything in its surroundings, and due to its durable body, even hazardous attacks won't faze it. On top of that, there's so many of them at once. All of Michael's minions start running for their lives. However, some of the fleeing minions get sucked in by the demon, which makes Michael question things further. Normally, it's not a monster that reaches up to the roots on the surface, so why is it here? As one of his minions gets sucked in, his arm becomes extremely skinny, as if there's no meat left on it at all, while the minion desperately waits for his commander to save him. Meanwhile, Hansu steps forward and cuts down one of the demons like he's slicing through pieces of cake. Michael felt nervous as Hansu insisted that they should go inside. Sweating slightly, he wondered why it seemed so easy to cut their way in. Just as he was about to ask what Hansu meant by go in, he was suddenly dragged forward by Hansu, catching him completely off guard. Michael screamed as he was pulled along, and before he knew it, Hansu landed on his feet. Looking around the demon's mouth, Hansu thought it looked just about as he expected. Michael landed heavily on the ground beside him, and Hansu teased him about being bad at landing. Annoyed, Michael yelled back, asking whose fault it was and who in their right mind would drag someone along like that. He demanded to know why he had to be dragged into this situation. Hansu responded, "Didn't you say you helped me earlier?" Michael then noticed that the liquid on the ground resembled nutrition fluid. Hansu asked him if he knew what all calamities had in common, but Michael appeared confused by the question. Suddenly, The surroundings began to tremble inside the demon's mouth. Realizing that it was moving, Michael's anxiety increased. Hansu told him to get ready, as he believed it was safe to say that something was on the move. As they looked ahead, a horde of monstrous creatures approached, looking fierce and ready to devour anything in their path. Michael tensed up, closing his eyes in fear, convinced that the monsters in the red zone were charging at them. Panicking, he turned around and attempted to flee, thinking it was too dangerous to confront so many monsters. Meanwhile, Hansu continued to explain that the one commonality among all calamities was that dragon energy arts invigorated. With that, Hansu gripped his sword tightly, preparing for action. Hansu continues, telling Michael that he must keep looking forward and keep fighting, as there is no path back. As he says this, he strikes all of the monsters with his sword, and with a single powerful attack, they are all devoured and sent flying in no time. Michael is stunned by what he sees and wonders how Hansu is doing it. He can't figure out how Hansu is able to push forward like that all on his own, and he acknowledges that Hansu is strong. Michael asks Hansu, "Aren't you scared?" At this, Sophia chimes in, telling Michael, "You don't get it." She explains that he's only just met Hansu, and she's also joining in to show off her own strength. Without wasting time, she quickly overpowers the remaining monsters and devours them in no time. Sophia then turns to Hansu, saying she couldn't just let him disappear without a word, and asks if he really thought it was a given that she'd follow after him. However, Hansu coldly tells Sophia that he is aware of her personality. In response, Sophia remarks that he hasn't known her for long. Michael, surprised, questions why they're speaking so calmly right now when they need to escape. Sophia explains that she came to help Kong and to fight alongside him. She tells Michael that if he is scared, he can run. Michael, sweating, worries that the place will endlessly generate monsters from the red zone. He thinks this situation cannot be resolved by just two people. Soon enough, more monsters appear, looking completely devastating. Sophia yells, "They're coming this way." Suddenly, Sophia feels a cold wind from behind her. It's actually a wind path attacking all the nearby monsters. Michael reveals that he has a special tool and states that he kept his promise to help Hansu. He expresses his intent to stand by Hansu for now and shares his desire to witness the true strength of the Seven Phantoms, as well as Hansu's true power. He believes Hansu has the ability to bring change to the red zone and expects even more improvement in the future. Sophia acknowledges this. Despite their brief conversation, she can tell that Hansu possesses the strength to change everyone and lead them forward. With this understanding, the three of them focus on defeating the monsters, and soon, they manage to wipe them all out. Michael, giving it his all, remarks that they are still holding out for now, but they're slowly being pushed back. He asks if they plan to keep defending. However, Hansu realizes that the number of monsters has definitely decreased, indicating that the first wave is almost over. He turns to Sophia and asks if she can see it. She confirms that she has been observing the situation with her library skills since Hansu arrived. She knows the approximate location of their next target and just needs to find it. With that, she activates her god Skara, and in no time, it starts hunting and spotting more creatures along their path. In the disgorging route, the next calamity has a structure similar to that of the calamity fish, making external attacks ineffective. The demon's mouth functions as a mouth-like organ of the disgorging root. The only place it can be harmed is from the inside. The true body of the disgorging root is located beneath the world tree, deeply hidden and equally difficult to damage. Sophia considers that if one were to enter through the demon's mouth, there would be an opening from which monsters pour out. As she examines the area with her staff, she realizes that the source of the monsters is its only weakness, the area connected to its interior. Soon enough, her god Skara, or whatever that might be, flying around, discovers something significant. Just as it spots a huge, frantic monster, her flying minion is destroyed. She remarks that she has identified the location, but monsters continuously emerge from it, severing her connection. Furthermore, she explains that getting past all these monsters seems impossible. However, Hansu interrupts her, clenches his fist, and assures her that it is not a problem. With that, he transforms into his top-notch form, declaring that it will only take a moment. Kong Hansu closes his fist, and in just a moment his arms transform into dragon energy arms. The power around him grows quickly as he says it's not a problem for him, as it will take only a moment. Sophia and Michael, who are standing beside him, look at him in shock as they watch the transformation happen. Sophia realizes that Kong Hansu's body transformation and energy powers have all become much stronger. Michael closes his eyes and quietly says that Kong Hansu has an energy art skill that allows him to transform his body. He then turns to Sophia and asks who Kong Hansu really is. The shock in his voice makes it clear that he still cannot believe what he is seeing. Sophia grips her book tightly and explains that the body transformation will not last for long. She says they need to finish everything in one shot before the power fades. At that moment, Sophia steps forward and tells Hansu that no matter how strong he is, he cannot take on the enemy forces alone. She says she will open a path for him and activates her skill called Clan Information. Hansu then speaks to Michael, who tells him that he has already asked the Surface Clan for help. Michael says he does not know how long they will take to arrive, but he believes they will come. He also admits that he cannot just stand by and watch Kong Hansu and Sophia fight alone, even if he is unsure whether they can hold out until support comes. As the battlefield grows more chaotic and monsters begin to flood in, 3 of them move straight toward the group. Hansu watches them and feels something familiar in the air. The moment reminds him of something from the past. He realizes he must act now, so he pulls out the fragment stone and decides to use what he has earned and gets ready to crush it. Sophia sees this and asks what he is doing. She wants to know what he hopes to achieve by crushing the fragment. Hansu looks at her and says he is not just breaking it, but unlocking a part of its power. Hansu channels the power of the divine stone fragment and lifts his sword high. A massive wave of mana bursts from the blade as he unleashes a devastating strike in a single motion. Hansu watches in awe and thinks to himself that Geisugai clearly knew the value of rare artifacts. As his eyes follow the glowing sword, he feels something shift. For the first time, the battle feels winnable. The screen flashes a message across the battlefield about Forgotten Blade, which is a Gladarian's relic. Hansu stares at the weapon and thinks that just one swing has created such overwhelming power. It is far beyond anything he remembers from Jang Geisu's old weapon. He looks toward Sophia and Michael and tells them to get ready and inform them it is time to raise their weapons and join the fight. Meanwhile, Sophia raises her weapon, but she cannot handle the power properly. Then Hansu distributes his mana on their weapons, and she activates the stone fragments on her book, and suddenly a magic resonance skill is triggered. It is an artifact skill called Inhaler, which allows her to transfer her magic power to a chosen target. Kong Hansu then realizes this is the true purpose of Galadarian's relic, which is one of the most sought-after artifacts among the forgotten relics in the Red Zone. As green mana begins to flow from his hand, he understands that the relic is useless unless it is awakened with a divine stone fragment. He tells himself that he cannot let Sophia die. Sophia begins cutting down monsters with her weapon. Hansu and Michael also join the fight, striking continuously and eliminating enemies one after another. Eren then shouts for everyone not to get pushed back, warning that more monsters are approaching. As he fights, he mutters that he has never faced this many monsters all at once before. Suddenly, he asks if reinforcements have arrived yet. At that moment, a pigeon flies across the sky. Seeing it, Eren asks if it is Michael's carrier pigeon and wonders whether it is being used to request help. But in an instant, the pigeon is struck down by an unknown attack and falls into Lu Hong's hand. Eren is furious after seeing Lu and demands to know what he is doing. Lu Hong replies that he has been wondering who is sneaking through their territory and now realizes it is their group. He then crushes the pigeon in his hand. Lu Hong, a representative of Beacon, reminds them that Beacon has already made it clear they are searching for Kong Hansu and that anything related to the calamities is under Beacon's jurisdiction. He orders the helpers to step back. Eren, still angry, insists they cannot retreat with so many monsters around. Lu Hong replies that they have misunderstood his intentions. He tells them to deal with the minor threats on the surface and smiles, darkly stating that Beacon has more important matters to handle. Then the Lu's men appear ready for combat. Lu clenches his fist against the ground and shouts in anger. Lebanon, Michael, members of the first helpers are taken aback. Michael, shocked, turns to Liven and asks what he is doing there. Lu answers coldly that if they intend to act freely within his territory, they have to take responsibility. He reminds them that this area is under Beacon's control and tells them to stop interfering. He warns that their actions will come with consequences, saying even fools have their limits. Suddenly, they all notice that the entrance behind them is blocked. Lu shouts in frustration, demanding to know why the way they came through is now sealed. He sees the walls shifting and curses, saying he has never heard of the demon's mouth changing its structure like this. Michael smiles and comments that this will be a problem since it is harder to use skills here than it is outside. Lu cannot believe that the pigeon has summoned someone so important. He tells the others that if they want to survive, they have no choice but to fight together. After hearing this, Lu, filled with rage, shouts that he will make sure of it. Suddenly, a man appears standing on the top of a monster's head with his sword drawn and commands them to stop talking and start moving if they want to live. Lu is stunned by the man's presence and strength. He has never seen him before and begins to suspect that this is the one who has defeated the calamity, Fish Kong Hansu. With the exit sealed, Lu realizes it would be pointless to waste his strength now. Gritting his teeth, Lu orders his men to advance. His soldiers step forward brandishing chains and swords. Lu uses a feather of the world tree, because by using this it will be possible to perform an emergency escape with people around you. Lu thinks to himself that he needs to report the situation to his superior. He decides to deal with Kong Hansu later. Although Hansu is a newcomer, his combat instincts and rapid growth are undeniable. Still, Lu believes his strength comes from Sophia the Phantom. Then Hansu turns to face Lu, who stands off to the side, and says Lu's strength will not be enough. Lu thinks that if he can defeat Hansu, he will surely be appointed as the assault commander. He glances sideways at Hansu and asks him a question. Hansu replies that Lu will not last long in his current condition, and adds that Lu seems weaker than before. Then he reveals his face, which shocks Lu. At that moment, Hansu speaks and realizes magic power is suddenly flowing through his body. He also shared his power with Lu's soldiers. Both Lu's men and Hansu's allies are stunned by the sudden change in energy. Hansu admits to himself that sharing magic power with this many people is taxing. He urges his companions to stay focused and maintain control of their magic as they continue to fight. As the battle rages on, a massive monster emerges onto the field. Its form is grotesque and plant-like, divine tree, radiating an ominous energy. The creature speaks, declaring that it is not yet ready to be defeated. It calls Hansu an intruder and promises to destroy him. As a swarm of monsters emerges from the dungeon and the battle begins, Lu moves forward. He is now experiencing the overwhelming force of Kong Hansu's Dragon Claw. After transforming, he gives a sinister smile and acknowledges within himself that the power feels incredible. In that moment, he comes to a grim realization that he has never felt so powerless in his life. Lu, who has been suppressing his true strength until now, suddenly releases a massive burst of energy. Witnessing this, Lu concludes internally that the strength is beyond belief and understands he needs to report it immediately. He assumes that Hansu himself is probably unaware of the full scope of his own power. Even though the inner layer of the demon's mouth is shielded with magical energy far superior to theirs, Lu believes that Hansu could likely walk through the wall of roots surrounding them with ease. He further reasons that if he can pursue Hansu deeper into the dungeon and manage to escape alive, then the higher powers will begin to view him in a new light. He tells himself that unlike Carl, who died a meaningless death, he will prove his worth. Suddenly, a monster lunges and catches him. Clenching his teeth, Lu believes he can handle the situation. However, as the creature tightens its grip, he feels his power abruptly vanish. Confused and alarmed, he questions inwardly why the flow of his magic has disappeared. He turns around in search of an answer, and at that moment Sophia appears and uses her power to drive the monster away, causing it to release him. Lu faces her, and she informs him without emotion that she can no longer assist and that he will have to manage the rest alone. Looking into her eyes, Lu realizes that he cannot continue without her aid. He admits to himself that she is the most heretical among the phantoms, and yet he needs her help. Turning away from her and toward the battlefield, he calls out to the assault team and orders them to maintain their positions and eliminate the remaining monsters. Sophia places a hand on her chest and sighs. She acknowledges to herself that it is true she can no longer support Lu. As she looks down at her trembling hand, she reflects on the instability that has been growing in Hansu's magic for some time. Her eyes drift toward the dungeon passageway, and she begins to wonder what exactly is unfolding inside. At that moment, Hansu declares his intention to go in. Sophia becomes alarmed and reminds him that it is too dangerous since the monsters from the previous corridor have not yet been cleared. Hansu replies with calm determination that continuing to fight like this is unsustainable and that the only way forward is to press deeper into the dungeon. He explains that he cannot leave enemies behind, and for that reason, he will go first and leave his bag with her. Sophia nods and assures him that she will follow shortly after. As Hansu disappears into the interior, a message appears in the central root chamber. From a massive plant, the central heart shines with a golden mana as the army of Elvenheim, led by Fabian, stands ready inside. As Hansu steps deeper into the chamber, his sword glows with green mana. He acknowledges silently that the moment he crosses the boundary, the enemy will appear. He deduces that this is the internal security system that protects the core of the roots. He tightens his grip on his sword and narrows his gaze. He recognizes the being before him as the final remnant of a vanished race and the last surviving warrior of Elvenheim. A towering figure with white hair, Fabian, stands in his path. Without hesitation, Hansu charges forward and unleashes a flurry of strikes. The figure retaliates by turning and smashing the stone around them into fragments. It then swings massive hands at Hansu, intending to crush him. Hansu meets the force with determination and blocks the blow with his sword and his will. From the ring on Hansu's hand, a strange surge of red mana erupts. Hansu notices that Fabian's movements are different, and concludes that the body is still alive. Realizing this, he understands what he needs to do next. He decides to utilize the power of Nirmaha, amplified by the relic which has been awakened through a fragment of the Divine Stone. He calls upon the force of Nirmaha's ring, which grants him the authority of destruction. The red mana erupts violently, and the creature recoils, clearly affected by its intensity. Hansu reflects that the defensive barrier composed of ordinary magic will be shattered by this force. The attack connects, and the monster withdraws its hand in pain. Hansu observes that the opponent is more seriously wounded than he has anticipated. Even so, he tells himself that he needs to focus and gather even greater strength. Hansu and Fabian continue their fierce battle. Fabian channels his power and shatters the stone floor, then hurls the fragments toward Hansu. Suddenly, Echidrian appears, who is the 5 generals of Elvenheim. Seeing them, Hansu thinks to himself that this is exactly what he expected from the dead generals of Alfenheim. He realizes that his previous attack, empowered by the authority he had just used, should have inflicted serious damage. However, they blocked it by activating a relic, which is a protective mechanism originally created to defend the plant. Although Elfenheim has long since fallen, these ancient defenses are still functioning with surprising efficiency. Hansu understands grimly that standard attacks will not be enough to break through them. Blood trickles from his lips. He sighs and acknowledges that his right arm was shattered during the last clash. Even in this condition, he considers that his rate of growth until now has not been bad. At that moment, a system message appears showing the percentage of his skill usage. Hansu reflects that even with his rapid development and the use of Red Rune enhanced equipment, the damage could not be completely blocked. He had divided his power and assigned the rest of the assault to those behind him. This part of his strategy had gone according to plan. Yet one variable remains, and it's the best that the generals of Alfenium are using their ancient relics to perfection. Hansu had awakened his own relic with a fragment of the Divine Stone, yet he knows that mastering it is another matter altogether. He must now draw out all possible strength from both the relic and the Divine Stone. His true goal is not the generals themselves, but the force that stands behind them and the source of their strength. Suddenly, the second layer of the security system activates, and more monsters appear. Hansu quietly curses as he realizes that another wave of defense has already begun. These are not ordinary monsters, but the Galadarian's army, and they charge toward him in perfect unison with overwhelming might. Hansu steadies himself and resolves internally that if the battle will be one of numbers, then he has his own preparations in place. Just then, Kong Hance's allies also appear on the scene, and as the battle intensifies from both sides, he swings his sword at the advancing enemies. While striking them down, he wonders aloud what these new creatures are. They had only just finished defeating insect-like monsters, and now they face an army of zombies. He groans as they are much stronger than expected. Suddenly, Sophia arrives with her mouth slightly open in shock. She realizes that the Galadarian's army, now under the control of the Calamity Fish, was once tasked with protecting this sacred location. Lu, who once opposed Hansu, now fights beside him. He reflects that he had sensed an ancient magical current earlier, yet he never imagined a conflict of this magnitude was erupting underground. Everything is spiraling beyond control. Watching Kong Hansu, he wonders how far Hansu is willing to carry this battle. In the next moment, Hansu strikes the stomach of one of the monstrous enemies with his sword. However, the wound heals instantly. He grows frustrated, realizing that although he is landing blows, the enemy regenerates too quickly. Suddenly, he senses an attack from behind. Hansu barely dodges and breathes heavily. He notes that fighting 2 enemies who attack together is pushing him to his limits. Both enemies now stand before him. Hansu is bleeding and completely exhausted, yet his will does not falter. He acknowledges that if the fight continues and he keeps relying on the dragon energy arms, his body will soon fail. He is using draconic strength to heal his injuries while simultaneously channeling magic, and the pressure is too much. His blood vessels feel like they are on the verge of rupture. Even so, Hansu remains clear-headed. He reminds himself that everything else is irrelevant and only one thing matters. His focus is on the central heart. The view shifts into the structure known as the Elvenheims. At its center stands a strange circular chamber. Surrounding it are massive ancient hands. Each hand represents one of the old rulers who once governed the Red Zone. Long ago, these rulers built a magical and biological ecosystem known as the World Tree. It is designed to bring stability to the Red Zone. At the root of this ecosystem, they create a sacred plant. This plant becomes the source of all life across the region. They bury it deep beneath the World Tree so that it remains hidden and secure. But something goes wrong. Over time, the sacred plant loses control and goes berserk. The cause is of being born from what was meant to protect it. This being becomes known as the disgorging root. It is originally created to nourish the sacred plant. but instead it mutates and turns into a creature of calamity. Now it no longer has the authority to heal or destroy the plant. The best it can do is delay the collapse. Hansu realizes this is likely why the ancient security systems have been activated. Their true purpose is only to buy time. Thinking deeper, Hansu begins to understand the bigger picture. The army of Alvenheim still exists. These warriors once vow to protect the sacred plant. The 5 generals of Alvenheim preserve the last soldiers of their people through ancient spells. They create an immortal army. Each soldier retains the strength they held in their prime. Their bodies are stronger than those of any human. Their regenerative abilities make them nearly unstoppable. Hansu considers his options. He thinks of using dragonification through dragon energy arts. This could open a brief window of opportunity. But the real danger is their regeneration. They revive endlessly through the plant's central heart. It is like fighting the undead. Victory will never come unless the root of the problem is severed. He focuses on the Narmaha's ring. Red energy flares around his body. The 5 gems no longer matter. He has only one goal in mind. The authority destruction of the Narmaha's ring begins to align with the power of his green sword. Hansu grips the blade tightly and prepares to combine the energy of the relic, the divine stone fragment, and the full force of dragonification. He will unleash everything in one final attack. He surges forward with unwavering focus. His blade moves faster than the eye can follow. Fabian takes the full brunt of the strikes. Hansu presses forward without mercy, and Fabian's armor is forged from the finest relics of Galadarians. Yet Hansu believes it cannot withstand the power of authority destruction channeled through the Narma's ring. He demands Fabian to remain still and regenerate if he is able. Fabian cannot respond because the attack is relentless and he has no time to think. Then something shifts and the Echidrian joins the battle. He launches his beads toward Hansu, and these living weapons strike like spears. Hansu dodges without hesitation and analyzes the attack mid-motion. Each bead has toughness equal to Fabian's armor. That means they can be broken. He has not even used full strength yet. Hansu strikes back, and one of the beards splits in half, but he pauses for a moment. He realizes something unexpected and asks himself if it's split on its own. Hansu thinks to himself whether that cunning bastard has released the strong magic chi around the relic on purpose to lure in an attack. He reasons that as long as the main body remains unharmed, the relic will stay intact. Echidrian keeps launching beads at him, but Hansu dodges every one. Suddenly, though, one of the beads strikes him in the back. He is clearly in pain, but stays focused. He tells himself that even if the relic's form is damaged, its true power will still remain. Echidrian then rises into the air. Hansu winces and mutters through the pain that it hurts badly. The scene shifts where Hansu's allies are still locked in battle against Galadarian's army, a swarm of zombie-like monsters. One exhausted soldier wonders aloud how many more times they will have to endure this. He explains that the magic energy is so unstable he can barely move. Without it, he would have collapsed already. As he speaks, a monster begins to rise behind him, but Michael strikes it down before it can attack. The soldier turns to Michael and asks how much longer they are expected to keep fighting. He says they keep attacking, but the enemy numbers never drop. More monsters approach, but Michael quickly cuts them down and warns the others to stay alert because the creatures will return to life. The soldier looks at Michael, who is holding his sword over a monster's body, and says the whole situation is the fault of his group. Sophia steps in and responds that complaining won't help. She uses her power to launch an attack at the monsters. The soldier's eyes widen and his mouth drops open. In disbelief, he asks where Sophia is. Sophia replies calmly that he should forget everything else and stay focused on fighting Galadarian's army. She rests her hand on his shoulder and says that if he doesn't, they will all die there. Meanwhile, Leo is fighting 2 monsters from a distance. As he watches Sophia, he realizes he has misjudged her. He used to think Sophia Viraj was just someone who could sense danger. Now he sees she truly understands the situation and takes action. He also recognizes that Hansu is far stronger than he had imagined. He knows he has to report this accurately. Everything else can wait until they escape. The view changes where Fabian lies wounded on the opposite side of the battlefield while Hansu and Echidrian continue their fight. Though in deep pain, Hansu dodges Echidrian's attacks. Blood drips from his mouth as he thinks about how every time he blocks one attack, 2 more follow. He realizes he can no longer rely on dodging. Hansu wants to launch a full-on counterattack, but Echidrian's beads keep hurting him. He thinks it feels like his leg is being torn apart. Even so, he decides to use that pain as momentum to push forward. He strikes back at Echidrian while continuing to avoid the beards. He tells himself that if he can land one solid hit, it will be worth taking damage in the process. When Echidrian charges at him with a large beard, Hansu acknowledges to himself that it is too late to block. He slashes through the beard and launches an attack straight at Echidrian. With focused determination, Hansu dashes down the central path and strikes the core of a massive plant. A central heart emerges. He looks at Echidrian and tells him that he isn't the real target. Then he pulls the heart out of the plant with his sword. Clutching it tightly, Hansu turns toward Echidrian and the rest of Galadarian's army. He says he has spent enough time there and that it is time to end the fight. He then unleashes a final, powerful strike against the monsters. Watching everything unfold, Sophia shuts her eyes and opens her mouth in shock. She asks Hansu if it is finally over. The knights stop moving and aren't regenerating anymore. Everyone around looks completely drained from the long battle. Hansu replies that their energy source is gone and that they are finally safe. But with a serious tone, he adds that this is only the beginning and it isn't over yet. He says they have to move on to the next location. Lu responds by saying that if Hansu is planning to go even deeper, then the people of Beacon will pull out. He says they aren't foolish enough to walk into that kind of danger willingly. They have followed Hansu because of the emergency, but they don't take orders from him and aren't bound to go any further. He asks if Hansu agrees. Hansu swings his sword and confirms that he does. Lu says it is best if they go their separate ways. Lu, who has been keeping his eyes closed, opens them and says he can't believe he hasn't recognized Hansu's swing earlier. Then, filled with rage, he shouts and asks how Hansu dares to try and attack him. Hansu answers in a steady and serious tone that Lu has misunderstood. He isn't attacking him. He is simply clearing the path he intends to follow. Then he asks if everyone is ready to hold their breath. Suddenly, pink mana appears behind them. Leo's group freezes in fear, and when Leo turns around and sees the mana surging through the passage, he shouts for it to stop. The pink mana surges toward everyone. Leo yells again, calling the attacker a madman. When the pink mana flows in a huge amount over the people, Lu wipes it from his face and says he realizes the madness of the boss who seems to be trying to drown everyone there. He says he can't believe the boss would go this far after they try to leave. He adds that he didn't want to use his last resort, but now he has no choice if only he can find a way out. He tries to use the World Tree Feather skill, but a message appears on the system saying it cannot be used. It explains that although the artifact can go anywhere in the red zone, it won't activate inside the Calamity Fish or the World Tree. The message says that since they're not in a dungeon, the activation fails because a fragment of Divine Stone is restricting its usage. Hansu realizes to himself that this is where the Gorshan root is parasitizing the World Tree deep inside the roots at the very center of the red zone. He says they are close to the room that contains the plant. While holding the relic of the 5 generals, he says he brought it with him and now plans to awaken it using the fragment of the Divine Stone. Hansu thinks that having more relics makes it easier to stabilize the mana flowing from the Divine Stone fragment. He notes that even though he uses only a little of its power, the fragment is something only full relic users or proper candidates can manage. After using the Divine Stone's energy on the relic, multiple beads begin to flow around him. He says things should get easier from now on. At the same time, Lu, full of rage, says Hansu has crossed the line by acting like nothing has happened. He says he is supposed to officially take the role of commander of Beacon's first unit once they get out and says he cannot ignore this offense. Hansu, with a calm, cold voice, reminds Lu that he already warned them. He says it would be quicker to take down the main body if they want to survive. He adds that everyone here has strong resistance and can handle the poison, and that it is better than being a burden. Lu's still furious, and pointing at Hansu, says no one is allowed to give him orders. Hansu turns and tells him to do what he wants because it will not change anything. He says the area may be a little less dangerous now, and it is Lu's choice to follow or not. He adds that those who follow him will be able to leave safely. He says the red zone will change in a way no one has seen and urges them not to miss the chance. Michael, filled with determination, repeats the words and asks if the red zone will really change. He says he has always wished for it. He says the red zone has never changed since he arrived, but now Hansu has managed to make it happen. Hansu says he needs a doll, to shift the spave tires, and says he needs someone like Michael. Michael smiles and says this is why people should be careful what they wish for. Suddenly, Beacon appears and says his unit will now act on their own. He says it is too late for Hansu to ask for their strength and warns that he will make Hansu pay for looking down on them. He says this with an evil smile. Hansu replies and asks if Beacon is really sure. Lu gets even more enraged again and asks what Hansu means. Hansu, with tired eyes, tells him that even he can't keep dragging them along. He thinks that he tried to meet Iris's expectations, but some situations have exceptions. Leo angrily says Hansu keeps looking down on Beacon. Just then Sophia draws attention and says something feels wrong. She says Kong Hansu may be wrong this time, and her obsession skill has detected movement nearby. She looks around and says a group is coming. After her words, strange trunks appear, and someone shouts that something is pouring out of them. Another voice yells, asking what the monsters are doing as they rush toward the group. Hansu, watching the chaos, realizes that these are malformed monsters. He thinks the plant must be going out of control. He sees that they're not natural beings meant for a real ecosystem. He concludes that they will probably die when their life force runs out, but until then they will destroy everything they find. He clenches his fist and wonders if the disgorging root has lost control of the plant. Then he says that if someone thought these desperate actions would stop him, they were wrong. The scene shifts outside the jungle where many monsters kill. The survivors regroup, and one of them announces that the main team has finished organizing and the advanced attack units should now return. Helpers begin moving and are told to make their reports. Someone calls out to Johan and says they need more supplies. Another asks him to bring the nutrition float. Johan replies that he is on his way. He places the nutrition float and takes a sip, then states that he is done. As he takes in the situation, he reflects on how everything has become chaotic over the years. What once seemed like an absurd tale now appears to be true. Memories surface, and he recalls the first time he encountered the calamity fish. Even now, the thought makes his hands tremble and wonders when Kong Hansu began planning to eliminate the creature. A stranger approaches and asks if Johan just said he met Kong Hansu before. Johan studies the person and senses their strength. He suspects the stranger might be a traveler who entered the red zone before him. He worries that another group might also be pursuing Hansu, just like what happened before. He curses silently as he realizes he does not even know where Hansu is now. Johan says he has nothing to say to someone he does not know and warns that with helpers nearby, using force would be a bad idea. The stranger quickly apologizes and says there is a misunderstanding. He lowers his gown and introduces himself as Choi Sang-jin. He explains that he is only curious because he is a friend of Hansu. Johan notes that it took some time for someone like Sang-jin to get here and assumes he made it up thanks to Hansu's help. He remembers how it was the same back on the boat and admits he always had questions about that man. From the moment Hansu brought in that boat, Johan felt something was different and decided to ask a question. Sang-jin replies that if Johan wants to know Hansu's specific goals, then he does not have the answer. Johan is surprised and points out that Sang-jin said he was Hansu's friend. Sang-jin looks a little unsure and explains that Hansu always keeps a plan hidden and does not explain every detail, even to those close to him. He admits that more importantly, he himself is still trying to understand things. Johan remains confused and tries to figure out what Sang-jin means. Sang-jin hardens his expression and tells himself that it no longer matters. Whatever comes next, he has made his choice. In his thoughts, he calls on Hansu to use him. He remembers that Hansu once saved his life. Because of that, he has decided to follow the same path. He believes that everything depends on whether he can keep up. If Hansu has not reached out to him in the red zone, it must mean he is still too far behind. A voice calls out for Sang-jin, and a group tells him they have to leave. Sang-jin turns to Johan and says he needs to go, but thanks him for the talk. Johan watches him leave while still trying to make sense of it all. Sang-jin tells Johan that if he sees Hansu again, then he should say something but stops himself. He pulls up his hood and smiles. He says he will do it himself because that is what Hansu would do. In his heart, he accepts that he is still far behind Hansu. He knows he must work harder. Even now, while he is here, Hansu is likely deep in battle. The scene shifts to the red zone where Hansu fights malformed monsters using intense power. He focuses his mind and channels magic through the fragment of the divine stone. He decides to prioritize power instead of durability. With relentless force, he continues to strike the monsters down. Lu watches from a distance and cannot believe what he is seeing. He always knew Hansu was strong, but this is beyond anything he expected. He wonders if even Kars Moron might be connected to this sudden rise in power. Hansu looks toward Lu and says that the way back leads only to a waterfall filled with poison. He wishes him luck and moves on. Hansu, Sophia, and Michael push forward. Hansu tells Michael that he will move ahead and the others can follow if they choose. One of Lu's men urges their commander to follow because Hansu is the only one who knows the exit path. Lu agrees and says they have no choice but to follow. When one of his men asks if he is sure, Lu replies that they need to hurry if they want to escape. The team confirms and begins to run after Hansu. The messy plant monster announces that its creation is almost complete. It has brought forth a being formed through the perfect implantation of the plant's innate power. It claims that it has forged what it calls the Alpha. With rising anticipation, it orders the awakening of the life form that, according to it, has long maintained the red zone. The Alpha. Without hesitation, the Alpha launches its first strike. The plant monster observes the attack with a wicked grin and expresses satisfaction at the display. It assumes that the Alpha is behaving like its previous creations and demands that it eliminate the intruders swiftly. However, something appears to be amiss. Alpha responds in a steady and cold tone, stating that something feels wrong. It questions why a being of its stature would need to obey a creature like the plant monster. The plant monster, now bristling with fury, expresses disbelief and proclaims itself to be Alpha's creator and master, and asserts that Alpha is nothing more than a replica that it has shaped. Alpha remains unfazed and rejects the claim, questioning how the plant monster dares to call itself its creator. With clear purpose, Alpha turns toward the massive twisted trunks, indicating that something important should be located there. The plant monster hesitates, clearly confused by the unexpected behavior. Alpha, speaking with firm certainty, declares that the key to the armory is what it seeks and demands that it be handed over. And when Alpha attempts to evolve the key to the armory, he states that it needs to be overhauled and reaches forward. In response, the world tree expresses its fury and questions whether Alpha truly intends to attack it. Alpha responds by questioning how the world tree dares to accuse him and urges it to consider the present situation. He calls it a fool and explains that it is endlessly producing monsters in self-defense, but as a result, it is failing to restore the plant. Therefore, Alpha insists that the key must be handed over and assures that he will shift the direction of the battle. He reflects inwardly that the sudden attack had startled him, but it appears that the Alpha still acts in accordance with his instructions. The plant monster, after some hesitation, agrees and permits Alpha to take the key to the armory. Once Alpha places his hand inside the tree, he remarks to himself with satisfaction that this is the correct location and inserts the fragment stone. With a radiant expression, he quickly retrieves it. The plant monster, filled with rage, questions what Alpha is doing and declares that the object is the divine stone. It demands that Alpha stop at once. But Alpha continues to smile brightly and proceeds to take the stone. The plant monster finds itself powerless. Alpha now stands without fear. He affirms to himself that he will uphold his promise and bring resolution to the conflict while holding the fragment in his glowing grasp. Meanwhile, in the red zone, the group continues to fight off the monsters. They eliminate wave after wave as Sophia uses his abilities, and Michael contributes to the effort by cutting down enemies. Michael encourages the others to hold on a little longer as he believes they are close to reaching the end of the monstrous horde. Suddenly, a small roach appears as the group watches it in confusion and questions its presence. The roots charge forward and attack. Meanwhile, the members shout a warning, urging everyone to stay alert. Hansu maneuvers around the roots with precise swordplay, striking without pause. He successfully evades the creature's attacks. While battling, he comes to realize that the internal defense system is clearly less powerful than that of the Calamity Fish, and even the monsters themselves are weaker. Yet he notes that they continue to grow weaker over time. He wonders if this is due to the absence of the cornered. At the same time, Lu channels red mana and joins the battle and begins to consider whether he should proceed directly toward his intended destination. Other members start to suspect that the shift in battle may be tied to a specific cause. They point out that the smaller roots seems to have paused. This observation causes Hansu to realize something. He determines that it cannot be coincidence and rushes into the body of the roots and deeper into the monster's core. Sophia calls out his name in alarm as he disappears inside. As Hansu reaches the world tree, he experiences a strange sensation. He notes that the plant appears sealed or covered and begins to wonder what it signifies. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice instructs someone to come down. Hansu questions where the voice originated from and notices a figure standing above. Suddenly, the figure appears, and Hansu identifies this person as the likely individual who took the fragment of the divine stone. He questions who this figure could be and thinks that no one else should have made it to the center of the monstrous roots apart from their group. Alpha then appears behind Hansu and comments that Hansu is unlike the other creatures and shows greater intelligence. Hansu turns and glances at him cautiously. Alpha observes that Hansu appears to be using the key effectively despite not being of their kind. He then suggests that they engage in a conversation about the key that Hansu now holds. Hanso listens intently to Alpha's words as his thoughts race. The 5 relics, now revealed to be keys, hold a power beyond comprehension. Alpha claims that when united, they grant absolute control over the world tree. As Alpha speaks, Hanso cannot help but fixate on the strange way he refers to the relics as keys. Only a select few from Elvenheim, the ones he encountered in the Abyss, have ever used that term. A spark of suspicion ignites in his mind. His grip tightens around his sword. Could the one he is thinking of really be here? No, he tells himself that is impossible. And yet the doubt lingers. His senses sharpen. He narrows his eyes and asks Alpha if he is a replica. Alpha calmly denies it. Instead, he remarks that Hanso is not just wielding a key, he also knows of the original. There's a deeper meaning behind his words, a deeper connection. Hanso, already aware of that truth, presses him further, demanding to know what he is getting at. Alpha's expression hardens as he points toward Hanso. He says the key in Hanso's possession rightfully belongs to him, and that Hanso should hand it over and leave. Hanso's eyes flare with defiance. A creature like you does not deserve it, he says coldly. If that is your offer, then here is mine. He holds out the fragment of the divine stone, gripping his sword tight, then tosses it toward Alpha. You are a fake, Hanso mutters. You do not deserve this. Alpha catches the fragment, his surprise quickly melting into an unsettling grin. He raises the stone in one hand, the other pressing against his head as he lets out an eerie, echoing laugh. Then his eyes lock on a Hanso's. You do not even know your place, Alpha says with contempt. You think you can kill me. The reality is you are just a bug. He raises his hand, and the magical fragments around them begin to rise, pulsing with energy. I have no choice but to fight, Alpha declares. The fragments merge, forming a weapon, an extraordinary sword infused with swirling magic. Hanso's breath catches as he beholds the blade. Above them, the sky splits open. A massive black void forms at the tip of Alpha's sword, a gateway to something ancient and terrifying. Hanso recognizes it, the armory. It is said to hold enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Alpha lets out another loud, menacing laugh. I will show you your place, he growls, his smile wide and threatening. From the dark void, glowing green, orbs begin to appear, shimmering with strange magical energy. Bubbles float out alongside them, pulsating with unstable power. You'll have to struggle with everything you have got, Alpha mocks, but it will not matter. You are just a lone fool standing against me. Hanso's eyes never leave the orbs as he grips his sword tighter. The green balls shoot toward him, and in response, he conjures a swirling blue magical sphere. The two forces collide with immense force, shaking the battlefield. Alpha watches, surprised by the strength of Hanso's attack. Even with the 7 sacred odds on his side, he mutters that his power worthy of a general. But then Alpha wonders what would happen if he unleashes even more power from his own weapon. The green energy flares to life again, surrounding Hanso from all directions. The orbs hover in the air, closing in. Hanso's eyes follow every motion, his muscles coiled. He swings his sword, swiftly fending off the assault. He realizes each orb is hard to destroy. They have the same resilience as the worn-out armor used by ordinary soldiers. Yet there are so many. The air feels heavy with magic as they fly in from every direction. Hanso leaps over a tree, noting just how vast the swarm is. If the armory can equip an entire army, then the number of orbs makes sense. As the orbs rain down, he tries to fly clear, but they relentlessly follow. Forced to turn and fight, Hanso slashes with his blade, catching one of the green orbs mid-flight. He recognizes the weapon Alpha is using. A thought flashes through his mind. Use the same strategy. Holding the sword in one hand and the orb in the other, Hanso stands still. Sensing his stillness, the green balls slow and float around him, forming a circle. A barrier. Now face to face, the two stand in silence, surrounded by the hovering orbs. Alpha looks puzzled and thinks something is wrong. His lips twist in confusion, and he questions why are they not attacking. He stares at the green spheres and then shouts furiously that this is impossible. I cannot lose control of the sacred orbs. Panic flickers in his eyes. The armory should be functioning, that magic power. It is dispersing on its own. You cannot be controlling them. But then Alpha's voice falters. He squints at Hanso. That how does he know the magic code of the 7 sacred orbs? Hanso raises one of the green balls calmly and takes a step forward. I warned you, he says coldly. With one swift motion, he performs a cross/slash, slicing through the orbs. A memory surfaces of a faint voice from the past, someone who once told him about the sacred orbs and how to handle them. Hanso steps forward again, now certain. Even if Alpha is a clone, he has the ability to summon the armory, but Hanso has the skill to defy it. He slices through another orb, prompting a flicker of surprise in Alpha's expression. A good weapon worth, Hanso says, is determined by the skill of the one who wields it. Then he leaps into the air, blade, glowing eyes locked on his opponent. Is that all he has got? He roars. After listening this, Alpha freezes. Blue mana streams from Hanso's eyes as he delivers a chilling glare. His presence is overwhelming. Alpha cannot move, rooted in fear. And then Hanso strikes with a final swing. His blade tears through the space between them. This is the end for you, Hanso declares. But in a sudden twist, he narrowly dodges the blow. With sharp, fearless eyes, he growls, damn you. Unleashing his immense power, Hansu looks utterly dangerous, an overwhelming force. Then, with a fierce roar, he yells, go to hell. He steps forward with unwavering resolve and launches into a relentless assault. In a blur of motion and raw strength, he drives his elbow directly into Alpha's face with brutal force. Alpha stumbles back, feeling the jarring recoil through his arm. Hansu charges once more, his green sword flashing as it slices across Alpha's neck. Alpha reels, clearly wounded and drained of energy. Fixing him with a piercing gaze, Hansu says coldly, too shallow. The two warriors face off. Hansu's hand surges forward, crackling with immense energy. "I won't let you go," he declares, unleashing a rapid barrage of divine stones. Swirling energy explodes outward, forcing Alpha to scramble desperately to evade. One of the divine stones clips Alpha's foot mid-sprint, causing the divine fragment stony in his hand to slip away. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he curses, "Damn it. He's impossibly skilled at magic control." Alpha thinks, stunned. How can he wield that key so flawlessly without any risk? Even if he's using just a fragment of the divine stone, it's insane. It's like he has decades of experience manipulating magic powered. If we're only talking magic control, he's on my level. No, he's overwhelmingly better. Hansu charges again, his assault unrelenting. As the storm of attacks rains down, a mix of awe and fear washes over Alpha. At this rate, he thinks he might actually kill me. Alpha stands tense, worry carved into every line of his face as he tries to make sense of the unfolding events. A single, fearful thought echoes in his mind. Are they really going to kill me, just like this? In the depths of his red eye, a faint reflection of Hansu flickers. A storm brews within Alpha as he wrestles with the bitter truth. He has achieved nothing yet. Desperation claws at him, but he refuses to yield. He cannot afford to fail again. Survival is not a choice. It is a necessity for the sake of his goal. Hansu suddenly charges, breaking the silence like a storm. Alpha, taken aback, tightens his resolve. Dying here is not an option. He focuses, bracing for impact, but something feels off. The blow lands, yet he senses no pain, no damage. Confusion flashes through his mind. This form, it is unlike anything he's faced before. Hansu steps back, his eyes narrowing as he gauges the power before him. His face hardens with grim determination. Alpha watches carefully, his suspicion confirmed. There is no mistake now. This is solo numbering 6, the Heavenly Soldier Armor. An invincible set of armor that feeds on weaponry to evolve. With every armament it consumes, its resistance grows. No conventional weapon can break through it once absorbed. Hansu's voice carries a low edge of unease. The situation just became more troublesome. Now, more than ever, he has a reason to bring Alpha down. With renewed energy and fierce focus, Hansu surges forward. His piercing gaze remains locked on the target. The armor's durability is no surprise, but remains irritatingly resilient. His power crashes against it, yet it holds. Alpha remains standing, absorbing the pressure. The armor may not block everything, but it is doing enough to keep him alive. The tide of battle is shifting. Worse still, the armory is unusable. If he could combine its power with a Heavenly Soldier armor, he might be able to turn the tide. But without it, defeat inches closer. Even then, he clings to a single hope. The weapons from the armory still exist. It isn't destroyed, only disabled by the magic power code. The tools for victory are still out there, waiting. He just needs a way to reach them. Hansu, wielding powerful magic, charges forward with unwavering focus and determination. Meanwhile, Alpha thinks, if I channel all the weapons into the Heavenly Soldier armor, then, during the rush, Hansu questions what Alpha is planning, noting that he shouldn't be able to use armament production. He suddenly hesitates, realizing something isn't right. Weapons begin to materialize within the armor and surge toward Alpha, prompting him to activate Weapon Eater. The weapons are absorbed into his body. Alpha declares that even if Hansu has figured out, it's already too late, and he's about to demonstrate the true power of armament production. With frenzied eyes and mounting anger, he senses the effects of erosion. The armor appears to be attempting to consume its user due to the excessive number of armaments it was fed. He acknowledges that even with his current strength, he can't hold out much longer. He refuses to believe Hansu could endure it either and knows there's no more time to waste. Resolving himself, he decides to act. Channeling energy, he stands against the colossal hand, stating that this is what Hansu wanted all along. Seeing the concern on Hansu's face, Alpha proceeds to transfer authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor to him, all while bracing for the overwhelming force. A hint of fear and disbelief flashes in Hansu's eyes as power erupts from his armored form, lightning crackling around him while his body strains under the surge. Alpha watches coldly and mutters that it's pointless. He explains that the odds of surviving the transfer of authority over the Heavenly Soldier armor are 9-1. With a grim tone, he adds that it's usually impossible to begin with. But after feeding the armor all the weapons from the armory, the current succession trial has become even more brutal. Internally, Alpha reflects on the situation. He expected Hansu to be consumed by the armor instantly, yet he's holding on better than anticipated. Still, Alpha knows he won't be able to use the Heavenly Soldier armor immediately after Hansu's death anyway. He decides to leave Hansu behind and head for the World Tree first. With a dark lair, he warns that he'll return once Hansu is dead to die. Hansu's eyes narrow with tension, sweat glistening on his skin. Alpha suddenly feels an immense pressure and questions whether the transfer of authority triggered it. The situation is clearly dangerous. One wrong move could kill him. He considers pushing his Dragon Chi arts to the limit, but doing so could cost him his life. Still, he realizes there's no time to hesitate. At that moment, Hansu's power bursts forth. Fiery energy blazes from his body as he channels his rage into a full-force release. Hansu, with sharp, angry eyes, said coldly, "Well, that's that." He added, "Looks like he ran away after all. He must have used teleportation. He wouldn't have left this behind otherwise." He stared at the object in his hands. "The heavenly soldier armor," he muttered. The moment Hansu held the divine fragment stone, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through him. He could feel it, strength beyond imagination. With a firm grip and an intense gaze, he thought, "I like it. It responds perfectly to my will." He carefully placed the divine fragment stone into his bag. Aside from its unique weapon-devouring ability, the armor had another remarkable feature. It offered extraordinary defense, especially against weapons similar to those it had previously consumed. Hansu's sharp mind quickly pieced things together. It must have already completed its red evaluation, he thought. The guy probably fed it every weapon from the armory. Now armed with the armor's immense power, Hansu appeared fearless and energized. "I suppose it won't need any more feeding for now." Hansu's fist is clenched, the ring on his finger gleaming brightly. He smirks, looking confident, as he wonders if the parasitic locusts have finally stopped coming. Michael asked Sophia where Kong Hansu had gone. Sophia, slightly tense and muttering, said she had seen him rush off earlier, but didn't finish her thought. Michael questioned if Hansu had abandoned her. Lu smirked and remarked that Hansu had left despite telling them to follow him, calling it irresponsible. Michael noted that even so, Beacon had been following quite well. Lu responded that they simply had no other choice. He thought to himself that if Hansu hadn't submerged them in the Persona water, they would have been able to leave. In Lu's view, Beacon had intended to withdraw from the start. He stood with a smug, menacing smile and challenged anyone to speak up if they had something to say. Behind him, Hansu stood calm and focused, silently watching, unmoved by the provocation. Lu, still thinking, wondered where Hansu had gone. Suddenly, he was shocked and alarmed to see him and exclaimed in surprise, asking when he had returned. Hansu replied that he had gone to take down the main body. Michael, visibly anxious, asked if Hansu had succeeded. Hansu flinched slightly and admitted that it wasn't him. Michael, now sweating, asked who had done it. Hansu told them to follow him and that he would lead them to the surface. Michael paused, thinking it over. Lu silently considered the situation. Hansu then stated that they were free not to listen to him, as he had never given them any orders. He added that he would prefer not to repeat himself. Lu's expression turned serious, showing his determination, while Michael narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion and wary focus. Michael panics, his mind spiraling with frustration, wondering why he didn't get back. Lu's expression hardens as anger rises within him. His teeth clench in barely restrained fury. Hansu reflects bitterly, noting that although the main body was taken down and a fragment of the Divine Stone has been secured, something about the situation still feels off. The tension breaks as Lu suddenly raises his voice, sharp and forceful. Hansu, unfazed, continues analyzing the events. The clone, he realizes, had the appearance and power to wield the full authority of the king. His eyes narrow with a cold resolve, fury simmering just beneath the surface. If that truly is the case, he thinks grimly, the situation is about to spiral into something far worse. He suspects that the clone is now headed directly toward the flower. Elsewhere, deep in a forest surrounded by towering trees, Alpha stands defiantly before the dormant main body. He feels no regret over the loss of the heavenly soldier armor. To him, the sacrifice was worth it. Now, he believes, he will finally gain all of the king's authority. Yet something gnaws at him. He clenches his teeth in frustration, questioning why the main body still remains dormant even after granting him such immense power. His anger deepens as he recalls the state of the world. The world tree has withered, and Elvenheim has been lost. The main body responds calmly, acknowledging the loss, but pointing out that humanity now thrives below, ready to take the place of those who are gone. Declaring its intent, the main body resolves to correct the mistakes of the past. Alpha does not hesitate in his own conviction. Every step, every sacrifice has been made to revive his kin. His face burns with fury, eyes sharp and unyielding. In his mind, one thought echoes above all others. He will claim all of Acheron. At that place, Alpha declared that you failed to save your kin, failed to save Elvenheim. and even lost herself in the end. A cowardly king. He told you to watch from where you stand because he would take care of everything. He believes the key lies with the man called First. To succeed, he must recover Galadriel's sword, Echidron's beads, and Fabian's bracelet. Since Echidron and Fabian are two yet one, he is certain Fabian's bracelet is also in his possession. After reclaiming the administrator's authority, he must enter the flower. Alpha concludes that this task will require great and overwhelming power, not mere tricks. Alpha clenched his teeth, eyes fixed forward with lethal calm. He threatened to use Ouroboros. Gripping the rope, he dropped into view, his descent sharp, fluid, and unbroken. Every movement radiated strength, controlled, confident, and relentless. He pressed onward, steady and fearless, as if nothing could slow him down. Standing tall before the flower, he silently placed a hand on his lower back and took in the scene ahead. Fully composed and present, he commanded the threat to move, questioning how it dared bare its fangs at its creator. Suddenly, a swarm of screeching, deadly insects erupted around him. He stood his ground and drove his hand upward with force, crackling with dangerous energy. He reflected on the failure of the original, which lost its kin and consequently its authority. Declaring himself the true original now, he laughed coldly and proclaimed that from this moment onward, he is Tekaron. Out of nowhere, Hansu and Alpha appeared. Hansu stood still, facing away. Alpha remarked that he thought Hansu had died without even putting up a fight, but it seemed he had returned alive from that place. Sophia remained tangled in silent reflection. Michael asked what she was thinking about, but then said he was sure they were thinking the same thing, so it was pointless to ask. Michael recalled how that man had killed the calamity fish and the disgorging root. Much had changed in the red zone since his arrival. He admitted he had almost given up, as even that man said it was impossible. Michael himself couldn't fathom slaying a single calamity. Yet in the end, the man did it alone. Michael was confident that the newcomer would earn the man's favor and would likely cross into the orange zone safely. From now on, the red zone would become a safer place, meaning many coming from the tutorial could survive. If that happened, his sibling might survive the zone as well. He planned to save 1 billion lives. Sophia chuckled deeply. Michael tilted his head and asked why she was laughing. She replied that she felt something absolutely ridiculous might actually come true. Michael smiled knowingly, acknowledging that he understood. Suddenly, a blue eagle soared overhead. A girl looked up and asked what it was. The man beside her, visibly scared, said they looked like carrier pigeons. More eagles appeared, flying toward them in increasing numbers. He wondered why there were so many. At that spot, people ran frantically, glancing back with terror in their eyes. Suddenly, one tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. The others continued running, too afraid to stop. The fallen man raised his hand and shouted for help. Some turned back, panic evident on their faces. Sweat dripped as fear tightened its grip. He screamed again, begging not to be left behind. Blood poured from his mouth. Then the terrifying, monstrous creatures descended upon him and attacked. The parasitic locusts brutally killed him. All the people stood frozen before the terrifying locusts. Hansu stood fearless, while Sophia met his gaze with a brave smile. The parasitic locust leader ordered the swarm to stop the humans. Until full control over Ouroboros was achieved, preventing escape was their duty. Behind its razor-edged smile, danger waited patiently. The locust leader commanded the swarm to halt the humans and stop them from crossing into the orange zone. The parasitic locusts stood poised to strike, feral and relentless. Their numbers swelled, each one thirsting for blood. In the leader's gleaming eyes, Hansu and Sophia's reflections flickered, targets locked. Out of nowhere, they appear. Moving swiftly, a swarm of parasitic locusts advances, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. Faces turn pale, bodies drenched in sweat as panic spreads. The locusts surge toward the tents like a dark, relentless tide. Someone shouted a warning about the danger ahead, raising a trembling finger to point at the oncoming swarm. A command was given for everyone to prepare themselves. The order was clear. They must hold this ground because if the defenses were breached, it would mean the end of the red zone. Worry tightened every face, eyes flickering anxiously in every direction. The group understood they had to protect the place and hold out until reinforcements arrived from the other clans. Sweat beaded on brows and eyes widened with terror as the threat closed in. A man's voice rose, burning with disbelief, questioning whether they had to stop the swarm all by themselves. The massive swarm of parasitic locusts poured in, a flood of crimson shadows sweeping across the land. The very air trembled under the weight of this looming catastrophe. The calamity was upon them. A blue eagle swoops toward Michael's outstretched hand. He watches it with suspicion and curiosity. He notes that the report says all the parasitic locusts in their Ouroboros have emerged, numbering more than 100 million. Even if all the clans were to unite, they would be unable to withstand such a force. This situation feels utterly absurd. A subtle tension flickers across Hansu's expression. Michael's mind races. Parasitic locusts advancing so suddenly? These creatures serve as guardians of Ouroboros' interior, acting as gatekeepers to protect whatever tries to breach its scales. They never move without reason. Ouroboros, the only one capable of commanding them, is currently occupied with drinking poison water. There is no reason for it to issue such an order now, not in the past 500 years, nor in any of Michael's past incarnations. Then it must be him, Alpha, fearless and ruthless. Michael thinks that although he anticipated Alpha would become a wild card, this situation has become quite a hassle. Suddenly, Lu shouts Hansu's name, causing Hansu to look back. Lu's tone is angry as he accuses Hansu, saying that Ouroboros' parasitic locusts are going wild because of him. Hansu responds in disbelief, asking what Lu means. Lu points a finger and accuses Hansu of playing dumb, claiming that if Hansu had not started killing the calamities, this would never have happened. Lu demands to know how Hansu will take responsibility for the chaos. Michael intervenes, warning Lu not to speak recklessly since there is no causal relationship between the two events. Turning to Sophia, Michael asks her to use her librarian skill to determine how long it would take for all the parasitic locusts to descend, and tells her not to ignore the request. Sophia clarifies by asking if he means the time for all the parasitic locusts to come down, not just some of them. Hansu thrust a finger skyward and shouted the name Ouroboros, asking how long it would take for it to descend. Sophia's eyes widened, and she looked tense. The boy explained that this would not simply stop the locust advance. Since he was a clone, he possessed the king's authority to some degree, meaning he could command the locusts and would surely try to control Ouroboros as well. It would take a long time to actually take control of Ouroboros, as it was one of the 4 great calamities. But once he successfully grabbed Ouroboros' reins, he would send it down to the surface. Therefore, knowing exactly how long this would take was of utmost importance. Hansu urged Sophia to hurry, thinking that the longer Ouroboros took to descend, the more time they would have to prepare. Sophia's eyes were wide as she revealed that it would take about 2 weeks. Lu looked worried and clenched his teeth, realizing that it was over and that the order to bring Kong Hansu no longer mattered because the entire red zone was in danger. He commanded the 1st and 2nd squads to report to Sir Miyamoto and told the rest to follow him. Sophia asked where he planned to go and insisted that they must work together to stop the threat. Lu raised an eyebrow and smirked, questioning why they should bother since the mirror would open soon and all they needed to do was escape then. Sophia grew more tense, thinking the time for the mirror to open might have already arrived. The mirror was a great lake surrounded by 6 grand columns, serving as the path to the next area, but opening only once a month. When its surface appeared like a mirror, those who were worthy could step inside, while the unqualified could not. Sophia remained anxious, but reflected that the clan members were bound to successfully enter the mirror. Lu concluded by asking if all the clan members planned to escape through the mirror when it opened, to which Sophia silently agreed. Lu smirked and said, "Bingo. We have no reason to die here in vain, do we?" Sophia, clearly angry, demanded what about Sir Erie's and Sir Miyamoto's orders. What would happen to the people who would come in as well? Lu replied, "Isn't that obvious? They'd either die at the hands of the parasitic locusts or be killed by Ouroboros." Laughing, Lu added, "Why should he care about an order from 20 years ago?" Teeth clenched, Sophia growled in frustration. Lu warned her not to glare at him like that. It wasn't just them. Other clan members were probably thinking the same way. He smirked, saying things would be entirely different if the order was still in place and the situation secure. People talk about justice in heaven, but not in hell. Tension flickered in Sophia's eyes as she ran toward him. Hansu and Michael stood firm nearby. Lu thought to himself that at this rate, all the remaining travelers were doomed to be massacred. And if they weren't careful, the seal might come undone as well. Hansu told her not to worry. 2 weeks was plenty of time. With fearless poise and sharp intellect, Hansu explained that if they met certain conditions, taking down Ouroboros wouldn't be just a pipe dream. Sophia responded in disbelief, asking if he meant like what happened with the calamity fish and the disgorging route. Michael says it's impossible. All the parasitic locusts responsible for protecting our Alpha's interior are already descending. He adds that the gatekeepers aren't fulfilling their duty, which means the Alpha has completely shielded itself from anything entering. Using the same method as before is out of the question. Raising 2 fingers, Hansu speaks up. "That's why I said we must meet certain conditions." He explains that one condition is to gather all the clans to confront the descending locusts. The other is to enlist the help of the strongest figures from the Red Zone. the seven phantoms. Sophia's face flickers with shock, disbelief, and frustration. Our boy smirks and replies that it might just be plausible. Power crackles as a demonic Ouroboros coils around the tree. Hansu adds, "This is how we will take down Ouroboros." Hansu stood calm and fearless as Sophia and Michael looked at him. Michael, sweating nervously, questioned whether Hansu really intended to unite all the different clans to stop the parasitic locusts, despite the fact that the Ouroboros was about to descend and destroy everything around them. He believed it was impossible and that the clans would not move as Hansu wished. Sophia, slightly tense, explained that up until now she had followed Hansu's ideas and witnessed him accomplish things she once thought impossible. She still trusted him just the same, but she was sure he was aware of why the phantoms could not leave their posts. Even if they wanted to come, they could not. Hansu, still fearless and determined, boldly affirmed that he was aware of this and that he planned to resolve the issue by eradicating the very reason the seven phantoms were tied down. Sophia trembled as she extended her hand toward him, expressing disbelief and asking what he truly was. Hansu replied that before revealing that, uniting the clans and stopping the parasitic locusts had to come first because there was no time to waste. The Ouroboros appeared dangerously powerful, with piercing green, wide eyes, representing its central nervous system. At the same time, Alpha absorbed data while surrounded by floating holograms of Hansu, Sophia, Michael, and others. People were facing an attack from parasitic locusts. Alpha thought that they had to hold out and maintain formation, wondering when reinforcements would arrive. Calmly, Alpha's mind drifted in quiet contemplation, acknowledging that the resistance was stronger than expected, but ultimately meaningless since the parasitic locusts held the numerical advantage. Suppressing them was only a matter of time. He also considered that he could not afford to let too many humans be killed, as each one was a valuable resource and a sizable population still needed to remain. With sharp focus, Alpha realized that some were trying to escape, identifying a large group attempting to move to the next zone. Alpha spoke truly revolting words, attempting to kill their own kin just to survive alone. With a menacing, wide grin revealing sharp teeth and an intense gaze, he declared they were no good at all and that this was divine punishment for those insects. Lu remained silent and thoughtful for a moment before commenting on the gathering, noting the presence of folk from the Celestial Association, 6 unaffiliated clans, and even the monarch of the Chimera clan. He wondered if everyone except the Valkyrie clan, which was holding back the parasitic locusts, had gathered here. Considering that even the strongest had come to escape, Lu felt that his judgment was correct after all. He ordered his group to secure a spot nearby, so they could depart as soon as the mirror opened, and a man behind him replied affirmatively. Giacomo observed with steady eyes and recognized Lu, mentioning boldly that he was the man who had taken the late Karlsmoren's seat, identifying him as the leader of the Hecarim clan. Giacomo questioned whether Lu had already received permission from that person to leave. Lu responded coldly that he had no reason to inform Giacomo. Giacomo found it a shame, given the situation, that he had hoped to see them at least once, as they had been so busy he could hardly remember what they looked like. Sweating, Lu snapped angrily, insisting that unlike other clan leaders, that person was performing a great duty, so it was only natural. Suddenly, Lu's eyes widened with fear, and Giacomo also looked up, both visibly shaken. Hansu approached, radiating energy and power, and remarked on how quickly the 6 great clans had arrived. Lu, tense and sweating, gritted his teeth and questioned what Hansu was doing there. Fearless and confident, Kong Hansu led with his companions full of energy. Lu angrily called him a crazy son of a bitch and accused him of coming to get in their way again. Hansu calmly explained that he was not there to cause trouble, but to share his plan. He outlined the plan simply. The 6 great clans would stop the parasitic locusts, while he would take down Ouroboros. Giacomo listened, and a look of realization settled on him. People began discussing among themselves, wondering if Hansu was really telling them to stop the parasitic locusts and take down Ouroboros, questioning whether he had gone crazy. Michael placed a hand on Hansu's shoulder and reminded him that nobody would follow his plan. Sophia questioned why everyone was so irresponsible and reminded them that the Root and the 7 Phantoms were meant to protect the Red Zone by following the will of Lord Ares and Lord Miyamoto. It was clear they were referring to Miyamoto, after all. Although he had already died in the Abyss, until then, he had helped the people here. The question was whether he had always been doing so. Lu warned not to cross the line, his eyes blazing with fury as he added that even being one of the 7 Phantoms did not give the right to use that person's name in vain. Hansu responded by pointing out that Lu himself had ignored Miyamoto's words and fled at the start. Michael whispered softly in response. Hansu then locked eyes with him and suddenly exclaimed loudly. Giacomo laughed, and said Hansu was far crazier than he had thought. He asked if he was really Kong Hansu and offered one piece of advice. He acknowledged that Hansu had slain calamities but regretted that he was not fighting. He added that a clan should act in its own interest. If they could just hold out for 2 days, they could reach the Orange Zone. There was no point in fighting and losing. It was every man for himself, and they should avoid getting in each other's way. Hansu's eyes darted around fearlessly. He said he'd already figured he could get through Jiakma and warned that they were coming. It would be better for everyone to experience firsthand how harsh the world really was. Suddenly, the ground shook, causing everyone to tremble. Jiakma loudly reassured everyone not to panic, insisting that it was only 2 days and that they could hold back the parasitic locusts during that time. Hansu growled that this was something far stronger, his anger rising. There was only one thing that could cause such strong vibrations in the red zone. All eyes turned toward the dragon as it became clear that the Ouroboros had appeared and was on the move. As the dragon moves forward, it instills terror in everyone around. Lu begins to yell, questioning why this is happening and whether Ouroboros was supposed to arrive in 2 weeks. Amidst the chaos, Sophia glances up and starts to wonder if this might actually be Ouroboros descending. But then she notices that it is merely swaying its tail. The crowd is filled with fear, sweating profusely as they wonder why the ground is shaking so violently from just the tail alone, or if the dragon will indeed come down. During this turmoil, Hansu chimes in, stating, "I knew it. It's trying to block the mirror." Panic spreads as people begin to realize that the dragon is descending. The dragon lunges forward, and the crowd starts running for their lives, desperately trying to dodge the impending attack. Sophia casts a protective magic spell, and Han says to her, "I have another request." She replies, "Okay." The protective barrier shields them from the dragon's attacks, while outside the barrier, chaos reigns. The dragon is so massive that it obscures the entirety of Ouroboros. Lu, observing the destruction from a distance, considers the situation dire. Seeing the dragon wreaking havoc, he thinks he cannot approach the Orange Zone. One of his minions, terrified, calls out to him, urging him to look above. A huge swarm of parasitic locusts is approaching from above. As they witness this, all the minions begin to tremble, flustered and sweating, bewildered by the scene, questioning how there could possibly be so many. Lu quickly ordered everyone to retreat, shouting that they needed to run as far away as possible. One of the bald minions clenched his teeth nervously and informed his fellow goons that they had to move quickly. He began urging all of them to hurry. Meanwhile, one of Jiakma's minions asked for orders, but he seemed at a loss for words as he took in the chaotic sights around him. She pressed him again, asking what they should do. Jiakma was thinking about how Ouroboros' tail had blocked off the mirror and that an endless wave of parasitic locusts was descending upon them. To reach the next zone, they all needed to stay together, but he believed it was nearly impossible given the sheer number of locusts, which were immensely large. He grinned, sweating, realizing there was really nothing they could do. Amidst the chaos, Lu shouted, "What are you doing?" This caught Jiakma's attention. Lu continued, "Are you trying to get us all killed?" He pointed towards Sophia, calling out to her. Nervously, Sophia replied, "You know just as well as I do that there's no point in running away. We're going to die when Ouroboros descends in 2 weeks anyway." Hearing this, Lu clenched his teeth in anger and frustration. Just then, one of the minions called out that they had an emergency. The locust parasites were right behind them, quickly advancing to attack. Chaos erupted around them as the locusts moved forward, and in no time, they were ready to launch their assault. Witnessing this, the minions panicked, screaming for help. In no time, Hansu comes right behind the locust parasite and devours it in an instant, slashing off the locust in multiple pieces. Meanwhile, the minions are in awe as they witness Hansu perform an incredible move. Wiping the blood from his face, Hansu tells Lu, "If you do this, we will all survive." Lu, clearly panicked, responds, "Hansu, you are absolutely insane. I can't believe you're still spouting that nonsense." He yells at Hansu, questioning if he thinks he's some sort of hero for talking about taking down Ouroboros. Lu points out that Ouroboros is on a completely different level compared to the other calamities. Calmly and confidently, Hansu asks Lu, "So, do you plan to run away with your tail tucked between your legs? Doing that would mean forfeiting our only potential chance at survival." Meanwhile, a huge swarm of locusts was approaching quickly from behind Hansu. He informed everyone that the mirror would open in 2 days. However, Jiakma was also listening to this conversation. Hansu explained that as long as the Ouroboros' tail completely covered the lake, Lu would have no choice but to wait for 2 weeks. Frustrated, Lu clenched his teeth. Hansu then posed a choice to the group, making everyone sweat with anxiety. He asked whether they would unite to confront the calamity and survive, or if they would give in to their own selfish desires and remain together in the red zone, ultimately buried underground. As he spoke, more of the parasitic locusts began to march forward from behind. Despite the increasing chaos, Giacomo remained calm. His minions, however, started to panic, urging him to flee. Just as a parasitic locust was about to attack Giacomo from behind, his minions called out to him in alarm. Giacomo grinned and declared, "I have taken a liking to you, Kong Hansu." With that, he summoned a massive and powerful hammer out of thin air, gripped it firmly, and swung down with incredible force, striking the parasitic locust and sending it flying away from them. Then he calls out to everyone, telling them that from now on, they're making sure the parasitic locust that overran the lake will not be able to move anywhere else. With a smile spreading across his face, he tells all of them to take up their weapons, as they will fight and claim their spoils of war. One of the minions asks Giacomo if they will be fighting the parasitic locust until Ouroboros is slain, and Giacomo counter-questions if she really thinks he has to do that. He continues that although they will fight, they will also prepare to retreat at a moment's notice. It would be more beneficial for the 6 great clans to fight together while they are all gathered here. If he cannot stop Ouroboros, they will be unable to head into the Orange Zone. Even the 6 great clans should be aware of that. Happily, he continues that if anything goes wrong, then he will hold Hansu accountable. He said he would take down Ouroboros alongside the 7 phantoms. After all, there's nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Hansu is seeing all this with a cold expression. The dragon and the parasitic lotus are causing chaos. Meanwhile, all the minions are ready and eager to take them down. The swamp of parasitic lotus marches forward, but the minions aren't backing down. They start to defeat them one by one. Some of the folks from the Liu clan are speechless at the scene of chaos and fighting around them. They are terrified and sweating, unsure if they're facing the parasitic locusts. They realize that other clans are also participating, and they wonder if they will have to fight too. One of the minions calls out to the Liu clan, asking what they will do now, but Liu is nowhere to be found. It seems he has fled. We discover that Liu is actually running for his life. He thinks to himself that if he had known the situation would escalate like this, he would have been more careful in preparing for it. He views everyone else participating in the battle as fools, convinced they have lost their minds. Liu cannot fathom how they will stop the endless assault of the locusts while also holding out until the Ouroboros is subdued. As the chaos continues around him, Liu considers the plan impossible, believing there's no way such a reckless strategy could succeed. His attention is drawn to Hansu, who is effortlessly dispatching locusts with his sword, as if it were mere child's play. Liu thinks that this plan must surely be flawed. Continuing his retreat, he decides he should return to warn a certain individual, intending to say it took him some time to learn more about Hansu. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Mikhail, who notices something and seems speechless. Sophia asks him if he sees anything, but he replies that there is nothing. Hansu approaches Sophia and Mikhail reveals that, following the Hecarim clan, the other clans have adhered to the plan and have successfully delayed the descent of the parasitic locusts. Hansu then tells Mikhail, "I'll leave the rear to you." Mikhail appears confused, prompting Hansu to clarify, "I've finished everything I needed to do here, and I need to go and confront the 7 phantoms." He also mentions that it's time to meet Miyamoto. Sophia and Mikhail both look confused. Mikhail asks Hansu if he is telling him to stay back, to which Hansu replies, "Bingo." He reminds Mikhail that during their last conversation, he said he would ensure Hansu receives aid from the helpers. Hearing this, Mikhail shrugs off the gravity of the situation, but acknowledges Hansu's directive with a simple, "Okay." Meanwhile, at the Beacon headquarters, a report comes in that parasitic locusts have occupied the mirror. The 6 great clans, led by the Giacomo, are currently the ones trying to stop them. After the Valkyrie clan completely eradicated the first wave of the descending parasitic locusts, they began moving towards the mirror. This situation has forced the clans to consider whether they should hide within the seal and wait for the threat to pass or continue defending the seal, as they are now. A meeting is underway among the Phantom representatives. The Martian art from the 4th Phantom suggests that it might be best to hide near the seal and wait for the situation to stabilize, believing that the threat isn't that severe. Meanwhile, John Sang from the 3rd Phantom argues that they should support the fight against the locusts, as neither the locusts nor Ouroboros would be able to breach the seal, and they have no way to deal with Ouroboros' descent in 2 weeks regardless. Charlize from the 6th Phantom mentions travelers, while Cooper from the 2nd Phantom opposes hiding, stating that they have a duty to protect the seal for the sake of saving lives. An argument ensues, with some insisting that survival is paramount, while others oppose that notion. Amidst the chaos, Miyamoto, the leader of the 1st Phantom and the Beacon clan, listens silently. After a deep sigh, he decides to speak up, reminding everyone that they must not fight among themselves. He emphasizes the importance of discussing their opinions. The others in the room feel humbled and ashamed upon hearing his words. Miyamoto continues, stressing that they must avoid creating discord. One of the minions apologizes, but he reassures them that there's no need for apologies. He expresses understanding of their feelings, especially given the current situation, but urges them to remain calm, as they are all phantoms. He insists that their first priority is to find the cause of the current circumstances in the red zone. Suddenly, someone interrupts him. It's Lu, who arrives sweating and out of breath. He calls out to Miyamoto, stating that he has an urgent report. One of the Phantom representatives tells Lu that they are in the middle of a meeting, but Miyamoto interrupts, saying it's okay to hear him out. Miyamoto gets up from his seat and tells Lu that he has worked hard to fill the vacancy left by Carl's Morin as assault commander. Lu bows his head in gratitude. Miyamoto places a hand on Lu's shoulder, asking what he wanted to say. Lu quickly reveals that the 6 great clans blocking the parasitic locusts at the mirror are facing this crisis because of Kong Hansu's actions, and he has proposed an outrageous plan involving the subjugation of Ouroboros. Lu came to inform Miyamoto about all of this. Miyamoto responds with an understanding, saying, I see. Meanwhile, Lu appears nervous but relieved, confirming Miyamoto's understanding. Miyamoto then asks, why did you go to the mirror? Lu begins to explain himself, saying, well, you see, but is interrupted by Miyamoto, who tells him there is no need for an explanation. The fact that Lu went to the mirror is evidence that he attempted to escape to the orange zone. For those present, the Phantoms have been determining the future reaction of the red zone, and Lu's actions have disrespected their efforts. Lu quickly states that he was simply following Miyamoto's orders. Hearing this, Miyamoto stares at Lu with sharp eyes and asks, my orders? Lu starts to sweat and becomes nervous. He quickly bows his head and apologizes to Miyamoto. In response, Miyamoto kindly tells him to wait for now, as they will continue this discussion at a later time. As Lu exits, Charlize considers his attempt to flee a total disappointment. Miyamoto turns to her and says that, given the massive Ouroboros descending, even Lu's actions can be understood. Mariante scratches her head in confusion and mentions that the man named Hansu should be causing a fuss. She wishes to meet him at least once. However, Miyamoto interjects, saying, you never know, he could be a sensible man and could greatly help the red zone. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers approaches the Phantom Goon and whispers something to him. He quickly calls out to Miyamoto, who turns around. The soldier reveals that Hansu himself is here. At that moment, Hansu and Sophia arrive on the scene. Miyamoto turns and asks, Kong Hansu, you say? Miyamoto begins by mentioning that although Hansu may not have heard of him from Sophia, it would be appropriate for him to introduce himself first. He states, I am one of the 7 Phantoms who protect this red zone and the current clan leader of Beacon. Hansu responds by saying it is nice to meet him. Given the urgency of the situation, Hansu then cuts to the chase. He reveals that he intends to take down Ouroboros and asks Miyamoto for his assistance. Upon hearing this, the people around them fall silent for a moment. Cooper considers Hansu's request to be quite audacious, feeling that Hansu doesn't even deserve to speak to them. However, Miyamoto looks at Hansu and says, you are indeed a very honest man. With a sharp gaze, he informs Hansu that, despite his claims, they cannot help him. There is a reason they cannot leave this place, even if he believes he can defeat Ouroboros. With a grin on his face, Hansu acknowledges this and mentions Akuma, causing the members of the Phantom to gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, Sophia sweats nervously. Hansu continues, stating that, as he has always done, he will take Miyamoto's place and strike down Akuma, urging him to release the seal. As he surges forward, he is suddenly intercepted by swords poised at his neck, held by all the Phantom's minions. Miyamoto scratches his chin, taken aback. He asks Hansu, how do you know about Akuma? There are 4 calamities in the red zone that travelers are aware of. The first is the disgorging root. The second is Ouroboros. The third is the king bee. And the fourth is the calamity fish. However, deep within the trunk of the world tree lies another calamity that is kept hidden from travelers. He explains that Akuma is the 5th sealed calamity. The moment he was discovered, people realized he needed to be kept sealed away, as he was far more dangerous than any other calamity. It was clear he could bring ruin to the red zone. Consequently, Akuma's existence was kept secret, known only to Miyamoto and the other members of the 7 Phantoms who share his resolve. Miyamoto then asks Hansu, even knowing the potential consequences of releasing Akuma's seal, you still insist it should be undone? Hansu replies, that is correct. It is because of the relics he possesses, the chains of Ekim and Cardhorn Spear. I need those 2 relics to subjugate Ouroboros. Miyamoto, upon hearing this, calls out to Sophia, asking her if she told Hansu everything. However, Sophia, feeling completely nervous, denies it, revealing that Hansu already knew about these matters. Miyamoto expresses confusion, noting that it hasn't been long since Hansu arrived in the red zone, yet he is already aware of the specifics regarding Akuma. Some of the phantoms begin to speak up, arguing that it isn't important for Hansu to know about Akuma. They insist that he must be eliminated immediately, claiming that Hansu's true goal is the reward for obtaining the relics and defeating Akuma. They continue to assert that Hansu is a man consumed by greed to the point of disregarding any danger. They conclude that this is why he targeted the other 4 calamities. Unable to listen any longer, Sophia shouts for everyone to calm down, thinking to herself that Hansu is nothing like that. Charlize turns to her and asks, "Sophia, do you believe in him?" Sophia replies, "I didn't at first. I thought of him as a madman, especially since he so easily said he would kill the calamity fish. However, Hansu really did do it. He also took down the disgorging route, all by himself. Anyone who has witnessed his feats would believe him when he says he could take down Akuma. These miracles are all possible because he is Kong Hansu." Miyamoto interjects, saying, "Miracles, I see." With that, he orders everyone to sheath their swords. Miyamoto tells Hansu, "I understand what you are saying. However, the spirits of those who were massacred speak to me as well. They tell me of how hopelessly overwhelming his destructive power was." Miyamoto then asks Hansu, "What do you possess that we do not?" Upon hearing this, Hansu responds, "What do you want to know?" He then showcases his powerful aura, which causes everyone to step back in shock. As he fully prepares for battle, he declares that he will prove to Miyamoto that he can take down Akuma. He urges everyone to come at him all together. Jansang, with a piercing stare at Hansu, says he is overflowing with bravado. He challenges Hansu, stating he will test him. Miyamoto and some of the other minions are taken aback by this challenge. 3 of the phantom forks rush forward with their swords, attacking Hansu. Jansang swings his sword at Hansu, but Hansu effortlessly intercepts the attack with a mere flick of his own sword. Charlize and Cooper are prepared to showcase some of their powers. Meanwhile, Jansang is having a face-to-face confrontation with Hansu. He tells Hansu that they are the phantoms and that his judgment, believing he could take all of them, the guardians of the red zone, was merely arrogance. In response, Hansu activates his guardian armor, asserting that he is definitely stronger than a normal traveler and worthy of the title of phantom. Upon hearing this, Jansang asks Hansu what he means. Hansu channels all his power into the guardian armor, ready to end the confrontation quickly. As Charlize and Cooper rush down towards him, Hansu's heavenly soldier armor attempts to intercept them, but they easily evade it, scraping past the armor. Hansu views this as a perfect test for his armor. The scene shifts into a series of flashbacks where Hansu asks Iris about Miyamoto, wanting to know what kind of person he was. Iris questions why Hansu is inquiring about Miyamoto all of a sudden. Hansu explains that he heard Miyamoto was managing the red zone, but died shortly after the abyss opened. He believes that they will eventually encounter him, so he wants to hear Iris' thoughts on him. Iris reveals that Miyamoto was different from other clan leaders. He led without the usual marks of authority. His inherent skills were focused on defense and buffs, with some debuff abilities as well. Most notably, while other leaders pursued rewards, built their foundations, and crossed into the orange zone for various reasons, he remained in the red zone. He chose to protect Hakuma's seal out of his own will, sacrificing his opportunities for the greater good. Iris assures Hansu that if he meets Miyamoto, he can trust him, adding with a grin that Miyamoto was a man of justice, more steadfast than any other traveler in the red zone. In the present, Miyamoto has had enough and shouts at everyone, demanding to know what they are doing. He tells them that they lack sufficient forces, even if they all work together, and urges them to focus on the impending threat. Ouroboros will descend in 2 weeks. Cooper apologizes to Miyamoto, who lets out a sigh of relief. He then approaches Hansu and acknowledges his strength, suggesting that Hansu put away his weapon, Eater. Instead, he extends his hand and proposes that they reach a decision, as many lives are at stake. They all move into a tent where Miyamoto opens the discussion by recognizing Hansu's strength, but he clarifies that strength alone cannot undo the seal. He cautions that no one can predict the consequences of breaking the seals, emphasizing that Akuma's seal must never be released. Approaching the seal makes one acutely aware of Akuma's overwhelming presence. Miyamoto then asks Hansu if he has a concrete plan for taking down Akuma. Hansu responds confidently that he does have a plan. He explains that out of the 5 relics of Elvenheim, 2 are being used to maintain the seal, and he possesses the other 3. He asserts that if they can suppress Akuma's strength with 2 relics, it should be possible to subjugate him by harnessing all 5. Hansu believes this establishes a viable strategy and inquires about Miyamoto's thoughts. Miyamoto reflects on both his own heavy responsibility and Hansu's willingness to risk his life without showing fear. He thinks about Iris and sees her reflection in Hansu. Just then, one of the phantom folk calls out to Miyamoto, but he seems lost in thought. She calls his name again, and, as he steadies his drink, he admits he was merely reminiscing about the past. Unlike Kang Hansu, who makes quick decisions, Miyamoto tends to be more tentative. He asks Hansu if he may take some time for final thoughts before answering his questions, to which Hansu agrees. Miyamoto begins, hypothetically discussing the possibility of following their plan to release Akuma's seal to confront him. He poses the question, what if they fail? He also envisions a full-scale war against the calamities, but quickly dismisses those thoughts, considering the potential sacrifices involved. With Ouroboros currently on the move, he wonders what would happen to the Red Zone if even Akuma were to assist them. He continues, saying that it's not that he doesn't believe in Hansu, who has faced the phantoms and even managed to subjugate 2 calamities. Miyamoto explains that there are always variables in any plan. The smoother things go according to plan, the more varied one must be. He then asks if that's why he came up with this idea, which tenses Hansu. He proposes the possibility of using the relics Hansu has sealed. The only issue is that the phantoms would then be free to move, allowing them to deal with the locusts occupying the mirror. Miyamoto believes they could help all the travelers in the Red Zone by allowing them to pass through the mirror. Before Ouroboros descends, he thinks they can take everyone with them into the Orange Zone. Miyamoto's minions start to brag about his cleverness, expressing disbelief that he came up with such an idea. At this point, Miyamoto asks Hansu how he feels about it, and if this plan isn't more rational. Hansu confidently states that the plan's logic is indeed sound. However, Miyamoto's reply is cut off when Hansu declares that he will refuse. Hansu explains that the relics were not made to be used in that manner. Miyamoto then levels a sharp gaze at Hansu, questioning whether he has a selfish, personal desire. Hansu continues, stating that the relics must be used elsewhere. Miyamoto, curious, asks if Hansu can reveal where that will be. In response, Hansu confidently asks if it's acceptable as long as he takes down Akuma, assuring everyone that he will handle it swiftly, so there's nothing to worry about. Both Miyamoto and Hansu stare at each other confidently. Miyamoto then stands up, declaring that he will leave the decision in Hansu's hands. Sophia, clearly tense, asks Miyamoto what that means. He tells her that, given their situation, they have no choice but to believe in her. Miyamoto confidently states that he will place his faith in Mr. Kang Hansu. He turns to Hansu, instructing him to follow as he will guide him to where Akuma is shielded. Suddenly, he remembers one more thing and tells Hansu to change into new clothes, as his fighting style is agility-based. He is sure these new clothes will suit him well, especially since they are headed to confront the calamity of Akuma. We then see Hansu dressed in a new outfit, and he thinks about how nice the clothes are. It is actually Gerda's leather armor, which is light and reduces air resistance. Sophia also feels relieved for Hansu and is glad that Miyamoto decided to trust him and is leading the way. With this, they are left with only the task of subjugating Akuma, according to plan. Hansu is also contemplating the same. He remembers Miyamoto mentioning that he was simply reminiscing about the past. Unlike Hansu, who makes decisions quickly, Miyamoto is more tentative, which adds to Hansu's tension. As Hansu ponders this, he asks Sophia if he can say something, leaving her confused about what it could be. When they reach Akuma's seal, they see something resembling an egg, sealed with chains and a spear. Inside this shell is Akuma, ready to break free and looking menacingly formidable, like a completely hellish being. 20 years ago, when Miyamoto, Iris, and his fellow minions discovered the calamity of Akuma, they were shocked by their surroundings. They encountered numerous statues of humans and wondered what had happened. Seeing the stone figures, they believed the statues had fallen victim to the attack of a great power. They could not fathom that this destruction was the work of a single being who was sealed within the area. They considered this being to be a dangerous entity that must never awaken. One of them speculated that remnants of the unknown energy emanating from this being still lingered in the vicinity. Another remarked that since the being was currently sealed, as long as they left it undisturbed, they would be safe. However, this was not the case, as the seal was growing weaker. Though it was still holding because of the restraints tying it down, it was evident that the seal would eventually give out on its own. Iris pointed out that it was like a ticking time bomb, an apt description of their situation. As Miyamoto approached the seal, they realized they needed to devise a plan to deal with it. They considered returning for now to discuss their next steps. However, Miyamoto suddenly had an idea that caught the attention of his minions. One of them called out to him in surprise. Miyamoto began to ponder whether he would have to risk his life to ascend once again. As he did, more of the aura from his rings started to emit, and a huge spirit emerged out of thin air, quickly moving to reinforce the seal. Miyamoto believed that his weapon eater might be the strongest option available, but he would have to start over again once he reached the next zone. He focused the weapon eater's energy onto the seal. One of his companions, in disbelief, asked Miyamoto if he was indeed pressing down on the seal with a weapon eater. Miyamoto wondered how long he would need to maintain this effort and whether there would ever be an end to it. He believed that his weapon eater could strengthen the existing seal, preventing the being from breaking free. Iris chimed in, reminding him that he would have to remain in the red zone to maintain the weapon eater. Miyamoto responded that he had committed himself to this task, and that if it were for a great cause for humanity, he would endure. He reassured them not to worry, stating that he would remain in the red zone, even as he focused on protecting the seal. At present, Miyamoto stands before the seal, which is surrounded by numerous human statues. Cooper calls out to him, noticing that he seems lost in thought. Miyamoto explains that he was momentarily reminded of the past. Hansu urges him to begin, reminding him that they are running out of time, prompting Sophia to give Hansu a side-eye for addressing Miyamoto so casually. Turning to Hansu, Miyamoto agrees, saying that they must proceed. He announces that he will now begin releasing the seal. Extending his hand toward the seal, his ring glows bright green. Meanwhile, he exerts all his power to hold the seal tightly. Hansu observes that it appears Miyamoto has fed his weapon eater a considerable number of weapons. Despite its inferiority compared to the heavenly soldier armor, it possesses immense strength. This suggests that the Phantom's role was primarily to procure weapons. Since Miyamoto had to maintain the weapon eater, he had been greatly restricted in what he could and could not do. Therefore, the Phantoms must gather the weapons that the weapon eater requires in his stead. However, Hansu senses something suspicious. There's an aspect he cannot understand. As he contemplates these thoughts, Miyamoto steps back from the seal, causing the chains holding Kuma to start falling away. The spear also falls to the ground, and the ground begins to shake violently. The shell encasing Kuma's seal starts to crack, and before long, he is released from the seal, unleashing an immense amount of power all around. As Akuma is released, Hansu is in front of him, staring at him coldly, while Sophia seems surprised to see him. He is standing in front of Akuma with his long tongue and completely monstrous appearance, as if he has escaped straight from hell. Charlize thinks that her body won't move. It's only the release of his killing intent, yet that alone feels incredibly dangerous. She thinks there's no doubt that Akuma is a total monster. Suddenly, Akuma stands in front of her in the blink of an eye. Charlize is just staring at Akuma, while Akuma is about to kill her. Seeing this, Hansu quickly summons his sword, grips it tightly, and just as Akuma attacks Charlize, he intercepts it, blocking the strike. A huge amount of immense power blasts out from the impact. As the small explosion of force settles, Hansu is holding off Akuma, and in no time, he strikes back, slashing brutally at Akuma's hands. Hansu doesn't even get a scratch and immediately jumps into action, kicking Akuma brutally in the face, sending him flying far away. After this, he calls out to everyone, telling them to listen carefully. As Akuma gets up, wraps his head, and gathers himself, Hansu tells everyone to ensure their own protection because he will fulfill his end of the deal. With this, he announces, "I will face him alone." After saying so, he quickly rushes toward Akuma, who is also ready to face off against Hansu. Meanwhile, Akuma is not about to back down either. He unleashes a fierce sword from his bare hand and charges toward Hansu with immense power all around. They're both about to go head-to-head, one-on-one, holding nothing back. Meanwhile, at the orange zone, Gyakma feels the ground shaking violently. One of his minions wonders if it's because of the locusts, but Gyakma informs her that it isn't. The tremors are actually coming from below, where a fierce battle is taking place between Akuma and Hansu. Akuma attempts to deliver a powerful punch to Hansu, who effortlessly dodges the attack. Witnessing the chaos, the members of the Phantoms are surprised, thinking this looks like a fight between two monsters. Akuma is determined to land a solid hit, yet Hansu continues to evade all his attacks with ease. In response, Hansu summons a magical ball and hurls it directly at Akuma's face, landing a solid hit. This only angers Akuma further, as he realizes that the situation is slipping from his control. Just as Akuma lands a powerful punch, Hansu quickly retreats. Seizing the opportunity, Akuma charges at Hansu, ready to overpower him. However, Hansu is prepared. He summons the spirit of his armor, gearing up to launch a counterattack. Noticing the attack, Akuma swiftly dodges, leaving Hansu momentarily shocked as Akuma appears right behind him, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Akuma connects with a solid punch, but to his surprise, Hansu also dodges and retaliates with his sword, striking straight for Akuma's face. The Phantoms watch in disbelief as Hansu successfully evades Akuma's attack, leaving Akuma equally stunned. Cooper grows tense, realizing that this is a fight they cannot interfere in. Whether due to their speed or powers, they feel outmatched. Cooper remarks that, as Hansu said, they have no choice but to leave everything to him. Hansu contemplates that Akuma is faster than he expected. Although he has partially summoned the heavenly soldier armor in preparation, it cannot keep up with Akuma's speed. He concludes that it's pointless to unleash attacks that will miss, so he decides to reserve the armor for when he's certain he can land a hit. He considers using his special weapons after all, the chain of Ekim and Cardhorn spear. Just as he was thinking about all this, Akuma starts to speak after growling something to Hansu. He pleads, asking him to please kill him. Hansu stares at him and replies, saying, "All right, as that was what he came here for." With this, Akuma rushes toward our boy and tries to land a solid hit. However, it goes completely in vain, and he quickly gets punished by our boy as he counterattacks. Hansu quickly follows up with more attacks using his magic balls. Right after that, Akuma attempts to counterattack, but it proves futile as Hansu has both hands on the chains and spear. Hansu feels relieved, knowing the chains are very effective. As he rushes forward in the blink of an eye to strike at Akuma, he activates the chains, which swiftly begin to wrap around Akuma from all sides. They ensnare him tightly. While Hansu believes he has successfully restrained Akuma with the chains, he knows it won't be long before Akuma escapes. He must finish him off before that happens. With his hands on the spear, he aims at Akuma just as he prepares to attack. However, something unusual catches his attention. When he looks down, he can't believe what he sees. His body isn't moving as he intends. He feels something pushing him down, causing him to tense up. He starts to wonder if this is a skill of Akuma's. However, he quickly realizes that what he is experiencing isn't possible. As far as he knows, Akuma doesn't possess any skill that can restrict an opponent's movements. This leads him to wonder if someone else is behind this situation, prompting him to look around for possible culprits. Just as he glances behind him, he realizes that it is actually Miyamoto standing behind the Phantom group, watching Hansu with a fierce glare. Hansu can hardly believe that Miyamoto is capable of something like this. It dawns on him that this is indeed the real Miyamoto. Just as he is processing this information, he notices that Akuma, still bound in chains, is approaching him and preparing to strike with tremendous force. Finally, Akuma manages to hit Hansu after several attempts. Using his immense power, he breaks free from the chains binding him. As the dust settles, Hansu appears to be fine after the hit, and he begins to understand why he had been so wary of Miyamoto earlier. He reflects on Miyamoto's attitude toward maintaining Akuma's skill field, the weapon eater that has consumed many weapons, and the debuff skill targeted at him. Hansu realizes that Miyamoto is actually trying to protect Akuma. Thinking about Iris, he recalls that she described Miyamoto as a righteous man, but Hansu doubts that Miyamoto will be of any help. Just as he contemplates this, Akuma makes another move and quickly strikes Hansu, landing a clear hit. Hansu backs away and notices that Akuma seems to be getting faster. However, as Akuma charges again, Hansu barely dodges the attack and realizes that it is not Akuma getting faster. He is simply becoming slower himself. This leads to an epic duel between Akuma and Hansu, both trying to land a solid strike. Despite their efforts, neither is successful. From a distance, Miyamoto watches with a grin, clearly enjoying the chaos unfolding before him. He applies his debuff skill on Hansu once again, which seems to have a significant effect. Realizing what Miyamoto is doing, Hansu becomes frustrated. As he is thinking about the situation, Akuma strikes again, sending Hansu flying and slamming him hard onto the ground. Hansu finds it bothersome that the longer this confrontation lasts, the stronger Miyamoto's debuff skill seems to become. He thinks about Sophia and hopes she will make a decision quickly. Meanwhile, Sophia watches anxiously as Hansu is pushed back by Akuma. She's confused about why Hansu, who was previously able to handle Akuma, is now struggling. Suddenly, she realizes that something is wrong. Earlier, Hansu had warned her that if he couldn't land a single proper attack against Akuma and ended up being pushed back, he wanted her to draw Akuma's attention, even if it was just a little. In a moment of urgency, she calls out to Miyamoto, yelling that Hansu needs help right now. Miyamoto calmly replies, asking if she means to suggest that they all help him. He explains that, unlike Hansu, they have no means to combat Akuma effectively. He continues, saying that if they choose to help Hansu and attack Akuma indiscriminately, it would be like entering a lion's den with nothing more than their bare hands. He believes they would only hinder Hansu. Instead, Miyamoto insists that they should trust Hansu and watch as he faces Akuma on his own. Sophia tries to argue that leaving things as they are would be dangerous. If Hansu falls, then everyone else would suffer the same fate, including all the travelers in the red zone. She calls out to Miyamoto, asking if he plans to let Hansu die. Marianne Art places a hand on Sophia's shoulder, warning her to watch her words as she has crossed the line. Miyamoto insists that he believes in Hansu, recalling that Hansu stated he could subjugate Akuma on his own. Sophia shouts in frustration, trying to reason with him, but is interrupted. Miyamoto acknowledges her concerns, but points out that the situation does not seem to be developing favorably. He concludes that the best course of action is not to help Hansu. He emphasizes that everyone must be prepared for the worst. If Hansu is about to fall to Akuma, they will need to seal Akuma once again using his powers and the relics. He then asks Sophia if she has a better alternative. Sophia pauses for a moment, recalling Hansu's warning to be cautious of Miyamoto. He had told her that Miyamoto might interfere with his effort to take down Akuma. Initially skeptical of Hansu's words, Sophia now reflects on them, especially since he believes Miyamoto will insist on sealing Akuma again. Sophia asks Hansu if he is certain about that. However, Hansu admits he is not entirely sure. Still, he feels that if it is Miyamoto they are dealing with, he would be inclined to betray them. With this, what Hansu had told her about Miyamoto intending to protect the seal, and Hansu suddenly being pushed back, she finally realizes that Miyamoto intends to kill Hansu. Miyamoto, scratching his chin, thinks that Akuma is a calamity that must be killed. However, he believes that this is wrong, as Hansu only sees Akuma that way because he views him as an enemy that must be eradicated. Miyamoto thinks that if they can just maintain the seal, then Akuma is no different from a beast in a cage. As long as they can chain him, his usefulness could be endless. With Akuma under his control, Miyamoto believes having the red zone under his command would be child's play. He considers Hansu nothing more than an arrogant fool, lost in his own delusion of heroism. As punishment for that arrogance, Miyamoto believes Hansu should drown in despair. However, just as he glances at Hansu, who is about to land a solid hit, Miyamoto debuffs him again, and Hansu realizes it, clenching his teeth mid-air. In the blink of an eye, Akuma seizes the opportunity and lands a solid hit straight to Hansu's stomach, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The impact causes Hansu to lose a significant amount of blood. Hansu believes he put everything he had into that debuff skill, and he assumes there's no way he could be unaffected by it. However, when he sees Hansu standing after Akuma's massive attack, he quickly grits his teeth. The sight before him fills him with tension and disbelief at how Hansu managed to endure such a powerful blow. Hansu took several deep breaths, trying to regain his composure. However, Kuma, seemingly enraged, rushed toward Hansu to strike again. Just as Kuma was about to close in on him, his attack was suddenly intercepted by a wall of ice. Confused, Kuma momentarily halted as he realized it was Sophia who had used her magic spell to block him. Miyamoto yelled at her. "What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you? Interference will only put us in more danger. We must let Gang Hansu fight Akuma alone." He continued to shout, "Why aren't you listening to me?" In response, Sophia coldly told Miyamoto that she was disappointed in him. She explained that they should be helping the man who was risking his life to protect everyone in the red zone, including themselves. She pointed out that the one person willing to withstand Akuma's attacks, even in the slightest, was refusing to step forward because he couldn't bear putting himself in any danger. With this, Sophia asked Miyamoto, "Do you not feel any shame whatsoever?" At this, Miyamoto clenches his teeth, taken aback by what Sophia is saying. Akuma also becomes furious and quickly shifts his attention toward the force of the Phantom, rushing at them with immense power to take them down. One of the witches of the Phantom sees Akuma approaching and freaks out, realizing that Akuma's attention has been drawn their way. Sophia calls out to everyone, telling them to prepare themselves. Miyamoto seems extremely angry at Sophia, and just as Akuma is charging at them, Hansu shouts, "Don't you turn away from me." Hansu is right behind him, ready to strike, declaring, "I am your opponent." With this, he delivers a powerful blow, lashing out at Akuma with his sword with immense force. Akuma screams in great pain and turns around. Sophia becomes tense in that moment, and just as she's about to call out to Hansu, yelling at him, Akuma grabs Hansu's head firmly and hurls him away with immense power. Hansu crashes into the wall. However, it's nothing for him. On the other side, Sophia casts a magic spell, Path of the Descent, which helps Hansu. Hansu grins, considering it a nice bit of support from her. With that, he quickly rushes toward Akuma to take him down. However, just as he's approaching, he notices something unusual. Hansu looks at Akuma and sees that he has grown a large number of horns all over his body. In no time, Akuma unleashes all of them at Hansu, like bullets or rockets. The members of the Phantom can't believe their eyes. They hadn't known Akuma had that kind of attack. However, Hansu doesn't back down easily. Akuma's attacks are quickly intercepted by Hansu using his magic balls. As he clears the way to Akuma, he activates the chains behind him. These chains, regenerated through the injection of magic, rush at Akuma and in no time wrap around him, binding him firmly. Hansu calls out to Akuma, telling him to just wait a little longer, while he gears up a spear and vows to end him. With this, he aims the spear at Akuma and, in no time, unleashes it with immense power. The spear lands directly in Akuma's stomach, causing him to scream out in agony. The members of the Phantom can't believe their eyes and consider it incredible that Hansu has actually taken down Akuma. Miyamoto clenched his fist, his body tense with anger. He realized that if he didn't stop Hansu, Akuma would be in danger of dying. Time was of the essence. He needed to prevent Hansu from moving until Akuma could regain his strength. With this thought in mind, Miyamoto activated all of his debuff skills, directing them towards Hansu. However, this time, Hansu easily intercepted the attack. Miyamoto, shocked and frustrated, couldn't believe that Hansu had countered his efforts. Hansu then called out to Miyamoto, asserting that he was done with his nonsense. He coldly instructed Miyamoto to wait, as he intended to deal with Akuma first. Enraged, Miyamoto gritted his teeth, feeling that his memories were resurfacing due to Hansu's presence. These memories were of a feeling he had long forgotten, the feeling of awe. He recalled a time when he, alongside his minions, had watched in astonishment as Ares defeated a horde of monsters, standing proudly before them. The scene then shifted to Hansu, who emanated the same powerful aura that had left a lasting impression on Miyamoto for the past 20 years. This time, however, what he felt was not awe, but rather a deep sense of envy. Miyamoto pants heavily, weakened and battered. A massive monster towers before him, its presence crushing, while eagles circle high above. The monster readies its attack, and Miyamoto, too exhausted to dodge, braces for the blow. Suddenly, glowing circles shimmer around him, forming a protective shield. Ares appears in an instant, striking down the monster's assault with swift precision. She raises a barrier and speaks calmly. "You're safe now, Miyamoto. I've got this," she says. Memories flood Miyamoto's mind. He recognizes Ares immediately, who is the sovereign of another world, someone he once revered deeply. He recalls how everyone in the Red Zone honored her with respect and admiration. Yet, in his darkest moments, he had cursed her name. Now, confronted with her strength and calm presence, regret wells inside him. Gratitude is what he should have felt all along. Gathering his strength, Miyamoto starts packing his case. His thoughts drift to a secret long buried that is a hidden calamity called Akuma. He remembers how he kept the seal intact by injecting small amounts of power, fooling everyone in the Red Zone. It was a selfish act, driven by pride and fear, meant only to protect himself. But now those motives seem empty, especially as another memory rises, the name Hanso. Miyamoto clenches his fist, frustration practically steaming off him. He can't wrap his head around it. How did someone like Hanso, of all people, manage to outplay him like that? The guy had made it look easy. He flashes back to that one moment, as when he tried to catch Hanso off guard. A full-blown wave of blue energy launched right at his back. But Hanso? Yeah, he didn't even flinch. Just stepped aside like he'd been expecting it the whole time. Turns out, there were these protective circles glowing under his feet like some next-level cheat code. Now Miyamoto's staring at his own hand, burnt and half-ruined by the backlash of Hanso's magic. Smoke is still curling up from the wound, and honestly, it stings like hell. Around him, people are watching, eyes wide, faces frozen somewhere between shocked and sorry. And that somehow makes it worse. The pity? Yeah, he really didn't need that right now. He's still trying to figure out how Hanso shut him down so completely. Like, was he holding back this whole time? Is this just how strong he's always been? Before he can spiral too deep, the smoke parts, and there's Hanso, calm as ever, sword slung over his shoulder like he's just walking out training and not, halfway through wrecking someone. Miyamoto's instincts go wild. Every part of him screams danger. He knows he took a hit, and Hanso's not the type to miss twice. And now, with that sword lifting again, yeah, as this might be it, then something weird happens. There's this sharp clarity, like a switch flipping in his head. Uninvited thoughts start crashing in, messy and fast. First, he hears the voice of the blonde guy, as the one always preaching about the bigger picture. Finish it, the voice says, cool and unforgiving. Anyone who threatens the plan doesn't get second chances. No mercy. Brutal. But weirdly it makes sense. Then another voice chimes in lower, rougher. The blinded man. Same vibe, same message. No room for weakness. Mercy just opens the door for more chaos. And now Miyamoto's holding his sword a little tighter, starting to wonder if maybe they're right. Maybe those cold-blooded ideals aren't just paranoia. Maybe Hanso isn't his enemy. Or maybe he is, but only because neither of them really understands the whole picture yet. Even Hanso, standing there with all that power radiating off him, seems caught in his own inner mess. Like he's asking himself the same question. Should he end it now? Just finish Miyamoto off and avoid all the what-ifs? Or was there still something here worth holding back for? Neither of them moves. Not yet. And in that moment, it's not just about power anymore. It's about choices and what comes after. Then, Hanso's expression changes. His mind clears as he finds inner resolve. The blue hue returns to his eyes, and Eri speaks softly, reinforcing Hanso's sense of purpose. She tells him that humanity's hope lies within him, and reminds him that saving lives, even those lost to darkness, can still be a noble path. However, she leaves the ultimate decision in his hands. Suddenly, Eri's is interrupted by the blonde man, who again insists that evil must be destroyed outright. He argues that sparing such beings only puts others at risk, and that death is the only true guarantee they will never harm again. Eri's counters his claim, proposing that even the wicked deserve a chance to change. With the right guidance and opportunity, she believes transformation is possible. The two ideologies clash powerfully, one advocating ruthless extermination, the other offering redemption through mercy. Hanso furrows his brows, caught between their philosophies, needing a moment to gather his thoughts. Then, without warning, he makes a decisive move. In a flash, he slices off one of Miyamoto's arms. Shock overtakes Miyamoto as he stares at his severed limb lying on the ground. He screams in agony, clutching his shoulder as blood pours out. Hanso's squad stands behind him, stained in battle and blood. Hanso steps forward and tells Miyamoto this will be his final chance. He offers him a choice, whether to continue down this path of destruction or stop now. It is a gesture of mercy amidst the chaos. But Miyamoto, writhing in pain, spits curses at Hanso, calling him a monster. His eyes burn with rage as he shouts about what Hanso has done to him. In desperation, Miyamoto calls out to his comrades, commanding them to stand between him and Hanso, to protect him so he can strike back. Hanso watches them silently, his gaze unreadable. But then, Sophia steps forward, silencing Miyamoto with a cold glare. She smirks and tells him to shut up. She makes it clear that they're not his bodyguards. Miyamoto snaps back at her, furious that she dares defy him. But Sophia remains unshaken. She looks at Miyamoto with disdain and tells him that his delusions must end. The squad had acted for the sake of the Red Zone, not for him. She reminds him of the betrayal he committed and says he has forfeited any right to lead them. One by one, the other members step away from Miyamoto and join Sophia. Their loyalty clearly lies with her. One of them speaks up, declaring they're the Phantoms, sworn to protect the Red Zone, and that Miyamoto's actions no longer align with their cause. They're disappointed in him and can no longer follow his lead. Miyamoto clutches his bleeding shoulder, trying to suppress his pain. Then, to everyone's surprise, he begins laughing. His laughter grows louder, more unsettling. He tells them mockingly that if they wish to protect the Red Zone, they are welcome to try, but he warns them that they will inevitably fail. His laughter echoes ominously, leaving a tense silence behind. Hanso raises his hand toward Miyamoto, reminding him that he had already said there was no point in continuing. But something feels different now. Hanso senses that Miyamoto is channeling energy not to attack, but for something else. His eyes narrow as he sees Miyamoto's remaining hand glowing with a strange light. Suddenly, realization strikes. Miyamoto is buffing Akuma. Before anyone can react, the ground trembles. A moment later, Akuma, as dark and overwhelming, manifests before them, its power shaking the very air around them. Miyamoto's energy swirls violently as he pours it into Akuma, the monstrous creature towering before the Phantom team, growing more formidable by the second. Its muscles pulse, and the air around it thickens with raw power. Without warning, Akuma flings a weapon forward with brutal force, the object crashing and embedding itself into the ground several meters away. The team barely has a moment to react before the creature positions itself just beyond striking distance, eyes gleaming with malice. Slowly, Akuma lowers one grotesque, clawed hand to the dirt. The team's stomachs turn as the creature's tongue, a long, slimy appendage thick as a tree branch, snakes out from its gaping maw. The wet sound it makes is repulsive, and a few team members instinctively recoil, covering their noses. The monster's tongue lashes across the cracked earth with terrifying speed, smashing into the ground again and again, each impact sending violent shocks through the terrain. Suddenly, Akuma lunges forward, tearing into the soil with tremendous force. A violent explosion erupts, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. One of the girls, eyes wide with fear, raises her arms over her head to shield her face from the debris and the shockwave's power. The team braces for what seems like the end, but they quickly rally, drawing their weapons and preparing for the next attack. They shout warnings to one another, their voices sharp and urgent. It becomes clear that the monster's massive tongue is the deadliest threat, capable of delivering crushing blows from a distance, while causing earthquakes with each strike. The ground shudders beneath their feet, fracturing into deep fissures and shifting unpredictably. Their surprised glances reveal the raw brutality of Akuma's power, a force far beyond anything they have faced before. Amidst the chaos, Sophia's attention snaps toward Miyamoto. She sees him beginning to channel a teleportation spell, a faint shimmer of mana forming around him as he prepares to vanish from sight. Alarm floods her voice as she calls out to the others. Miyamoto is trying to escape, she shouts urgently. The team immediately responds, their focus splitting between the rampaging monster and the traitor's sudden movement. We need to catch him before he disappears, another teammate commands, sprinting toward the spot where Miyamoto plans to vanish. Nearby, a black-haired girl freezes, caught in a conflict of priorities. Her eyes dart between Akuma and Miyamoto. The decision weighs heavily on her. Should she stay to fight the monster or pursue Miyamoto before he escapes? The tension is thick, and hesitation threatens to cost them dearly. Stepping forward with authority, Hanzo raises his voice to calm the group. Stay calm. I'll handle Akuma. The rest of you focus on stopping Miyamoto. His tone leaves no room for argument, though a blunt teammate voices doubt. Can you really take that thing down alone? They ask, skepticism clear in their voice. Hanzo's gaze is steady as he replies with quiet confidence. I'm prepared for this. The team splits with purpose. Hanzo positions himself directly in front of Akuma, standing side by side with Sophia. You should regroup with the others, Hanzo tells her. Sophia shakes her head firmly. I want to see what happens next. If needed, I can contact the others later. Her resolve is clear as she focuses on the beast before them. She senses a level of killing intent, so intense it chills her. Akuma's presence is heavier, more dangerous than ever. She suspects Miyamoto's energy buff has enhanced the monster's abilities in ways they can barely comprehend. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Can Hanzo really defeat this transformed creature? Without warning, Hanzo lifts his hand. Sophia's eyes widen as she watches his sword rise from the ground, hovering in midair like a ghostly specter. What are you doing? She asks, curious and concerned. Hanzo offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry. He lowers the sword gently at his feet and declares, I don't need it anymore. Sophia is caught off guard by his boldness, but before she can question him further, Akuma charges forward at full speed. Hanzo's sharp eyes catch the glowing red aura that surrounds the creature. It is the unmistakable sign of regeneration magic. The monster's buff not only increases its strength but enables it to heal rapidly, allowing it to fight without fear of permanent injury, even at the cost of exhausting its own life force. Akuma crashes into Hanzo with tremendous impact, the force sending him flying through the air. But Hanzo lands firmly, rolling smoothly, and regaining his footing in a heartbeat. Closing the gap once more, he places his hand gently on the monster's massive head and calls softly, Akuma. A red energy field pulses between them as Hanzo attempts to connect with the monster's consciousness. The transformation that follows surprises everyone. Akuma's monstrous eyes begin to change, rolling back until they resemble human eyes filled with confusion and fear. The massive, terrifying beast slowly shifts, morphing into the form of a young boy. The boy stares at Hanzo with wide eyes. Are you really Hanzo? He asks in a trembling voice. At that moment, Hanzo's suspicions are confirmed. Akuma is not simply a mindless creature of rage and destruction. Deep within, a human identity survives, buried beneath the regenerative curse and the power Miyamoto unwittingly amplified. Hanzo's hand remains steady on the boy's head as he softly asks, Do you remember your father? The boy repeats the word father with a shiver, beginning to recall scattered and fragmented memories. Soldiers, distant battlefields, a man who raised him with firm but complicated love. Suddenly, the boy's face twists in pain and he screams aloud. Why did you punish me? What did I do wrong? Why did my life have to be full of pain? His voice breaks, filled with anguish and confusion. The cries tear through the air, laden with sorrow. The boy begs for the suffering to end, pleading not to be left alone, not to die unloved. Hanzo closes his eyes, overwhelmed by the weight of the child's trauma. The boy's fear takes hold again, and he lashes out violently, screaming, Don't come near me. Leave me alone. The attack sends Hanzo crashing back through the dirt, his body bruised and battered. The boy's screams echo across the battlefield, desperate and pleading for solitude. As Hanzo lies on the ground, a memory surfaces, words once spoken by the boy's father, Takaron. The man had confessed to killing his own son in pursuit of ideals, but also expressed deep regret in his final moments. Before Akuma can strike again, Sophia leaps in front of Hanso, creating a protective barrier shimmering with mana. "Hanso, watch out," she calls, her voice thick with concern. Akuma screeches in frustration and lashes out, sending thread-like strings flying toward them in a furious ranged attack. Sophia shouts a warning. He's using ranged attacks now. Hanso stands, shaking off the pain, and approaches the boy once more. Sophia watches with anxiety in her eyes. "Are you sure you're all right?" she whispers. He nods firmly and places his hand once again on the boy's head. "Neither Akuma nor your father, Takaran, is to blame for what happened." The red energy field envelopes the boy again as he slowly returns to his human form. Now calmer, the child looks up at Hanso with fragile hope. Hanso's eyes soften as empathy fills his voice. "You have endured enough." Bathed in a warm, red glow of mana, Hanso closes his eyes and gently tells the boy, "Rest now. For now, your pain can finally end." Hanso crouches beside the small boy who was once the terrifying Akuma. His voice is gentle but firm as he speaks to the child. "Neither you nor your father are to blame for what has happened," he says softly, his hand resting lightly on the boy's trembling shoulder. The boy's eyes, filled with confusion and pain, search Hanso's face for understanding. Hanso continues, acknowledging the heavy burden the boy has carried alone for so long. He assures him that the time has come to let go of the suffering and finally find rest. Slowly, the boy's form begins to shift. The monstrous features return, twisting back into the fearsome visage of Akuma. His eyes grow wide with terror as he catches sight of himself in this dreadful shape once again. His body shakes uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the horror of his own reflection. He seems unable to reconcile the monstrous form with the fragile human inside. Seeing the boy's distress, Hanso remains calm and steady. His voice is soothing as he explains that the rage within has been calmed temporarily, as though it is merely sleeping and not gone forever. Sophia, standing a short distance away, watches the interaction with wide eyes, curiosity and surprise mingling on her face. She senses the deep connection forming between Hanso and the boy. Hanso looks back to the child and says quietly, "You should be able to move freely now." The boy's gaze lifts to Hanso's, and a flicker of hope shines in his tear-filled eyes. "Am I cured?" he asks, his voice small and uncertain. Hanso shakes his head gently, answering honestly, "This is not a cure. The rage will return, because it is a part of who you are. What I have done is only a temporary peace." Tears begin to spill down the boy's cheeks as he confesses his deepest fear. He does not want to become a monster again. He does not want to kill or be hated anymore. Hanso listens silently for a moment before extending his hand. His voice carries a new resolve. "My plans have changed," he says. "I need your help now. When the rage returns, I will help you control it. But you must trust me and follow my lead." The boy hesitates, torn between doubt and hope. Slowly, he reaches out and grasps Hanso's hand. His voice is steady as he agrees to the pact. A new sense of purpose glimmers in his eyes. Just then, a small creature suddenly appears between them. Its presence is unexpected, and its voice cuts sharply through the quiet moment. "This arrangement is no good," the creature declares, its tone oddly playful but firm. Both Hanso and the boy turn to face the newcomer, surprise etched across their faces. The creature continues, sounding almost disappointed. "My heart races every time I see you, Hanso," it says. "I looked forward to this meeting." Sophia instantly recognizes the tiny being and whispers, "That's the assistant fairy, my assistant." The fairy turns its gaze to Hanso, its voice softening to an almost emotional timbre. "Are you not glad to see me again?" Hanso responds without hesitation, his voice sharp and no nonsense. "Cut the drama. What do you want?" The fairy smirks and accuses Hanso of being cold and unfeeling. Then, with a sharp whistle from its tiny hands, the air around them shifts. Akuma suddenly collapses to the ground, completely stripped of his powers. Taken aback, Hanso watches in stunned silence as the fairy coldly commands, "Kill him now." The fairy's voice carries a casual yet sinister edge as it recounts the battle Hanso has fought. It talks about the desperation, the violence, and the intensity, admitting that it has been thoroughly entertained. Yet, despite the excitement, it calls the ending disappointing. "Why end it like this?" the fairy questions, staring directly at Hanso. Hanso turns his gaze to the creature and demands, "Why did you interfere?" The fairy's smirk widens as it replies, "Bingo. Everything you experienced was arranged for my amusement. Now I've made it easy for you. Akuma is helpless. You can kill him with a single blow." The fairy's voice grows cold and calculating. "Will you comply? If not, the situation returns to normal. Remember the reward I promised?" Since you did not destroy the disgorging root, you are no longer eligible. To demonstrate its power, the fairy conjures shimmering crystals that dance in the air like fragile stars. Moments later, they vanish into nothingness. It then presents Hanso with a grim choice. Kill Akuma now and receive the reward linked to the root's destruction. Hanso stands quietly, clenching his fist as he weighs the weight of the decision before him. Akuma lies still on the ground, eyes wide with desperation. Tears stream down his cheeks as he crawls forward, clutching Hanso's leg like a lifeline. Is it really that simple for you? Akuma asks, voice cracking. I understand what you must do. I'm used to being abandoned. Maybe no one truly cares if I live or die. Sophia watches the scene unfold, her eyes clouded with disappointment. The heavy silence stretches between them like a fragile thread about to snap. Slowly, Hanso steps forward and approaches the boy who remains motionless. Leaning close, Hanso whispers a name in the boy's ear, Shame. The true name of Takarone's son and the Prince of Elvenham. The boy's eyes widen at the sound of his real name. He looks up in confusion and asks softly, How do you know that? Hanso leans in further, whispering something else that visibly shocks the boy. The moment is tense and heavy with unspoken truths. Then, with a sudden and decisive motion, Hanso ends Akuma's life. Sophia's heart sinks as she watches the boy's body fall lifeless to the ground. The assistant fairy claps its tiny hands, its expression one of pure delight. It praises the ending, satisfied that things unfolded exactly as it wished. Hanso does not share the fairy's enthusiasm. Instead, he kneels and gently lifts the boy's soul, cradling it close to his chest. The boy's head rests against Hanso's shoulder, and in a voice soft as a breeze, Hanso tells him, I will wait. I will wait until the end. Suddenly, brilliant red crystals begin to form all around them, shimmering with incredible density and radiance. The assistant fairy, now wide-eyed in wonder, marvels aloud at the spectacle. Such a magnificent reward, it breathes. A fitting climax to our story. Hanso ignores the fairy's excitement and scans the glowing crystals carefully. His gaze stops on something hidden within the brilliant light, a small black stone. The fairy notices his focus and tilts its head, puzzled. Is that all you want? It asks. Without hesitation, Hanso reaches out and firmly grasps the black stone. The system immediately responds, alerting him to the item's nature. Fragment of memories. Hanso looks down at the stone and states simply, That is all I need. Hanso kept his emotions under control, even as the weight of his decision lingered in the air. Behind him, Sophia watched in silence, concern etched across her face. Above them, the assistant fairy hovered among the drifting red crystals. His voice cut through the stillness, light but clear. Everything all right down there? He asked. After a brief pause, Hanso turned his head. It is, he said. This was the plan all along, even if it played out differently than expected. He took the lead without hesitation, eyes scanning the environment. They were close to their goal now. Signaling forward, he motioned for the others to follow, adding that they might need to wait a little longer. The assistant fairy fell quiet, his gaze lingering on Hanso as if studying something beneath the surface. Sophia's concern deepened, but she said nothing. The fairy offered a sly smile, showing his small sharp teeth in a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Hanso's thoughts drifted. He reflected on the choices he had made, the consequences they had unleashed, and the memories they continued to stir. Despite the heaviness, he pressed forward, his purpose unwavering. You're not even a little worried about what comes next? The assistant asked, voice now tinged with curiosity. There's no need to worry, Hanso replied. But when the fairy pushed further with another question, Hanso halted. His sharp glare turned toward the floating figure, irritation breaking through his composure. I'll show you something truly interesting soon, he said coldly. Just be patient. The assistant grinned mockingly, folding his arms with amusement. I'm eagerly awaiting it, he said. I'll make sure not to be disappointed. As Hanso advanced, his eyes settled on the relic site. Scattered weapons and heavy chains marked the area. These were the final components he needed. The red crystals shimmered faintly as he approached, reacting to his presence. Hanso focused his energy and extended a hand. Slowly, precisely, the relics began to float toward him, drawn by his will. A glowing mark appeared on the back of his hand. It pulsed with light, the shape unfamiliar but unmistakably powerful. It was an administrator's seal. The sight triggered a wave of memory. His previous role, the privileges that came with it, the control he once wielded. But something was off. The system's voice rang clearly in his mind. Temporary administrator rights granted. Full access restricted to native citizens of Alphanium. Hanso narrowed his eyes. So, I only get a taste of what I used to have, he muttered. Fair enough. Though it lacked permanence, it was enough. He now had the means to confront the enemies that stood against him. Holding the relics close, Hanso envisioned himself facing them. Across the world, they were strong, dangerous, and determined. But so was he. Sophia's communicator buzzed. A message came in from the Phantoms. Miyamoto had been located. They had caught up to him at last. She turned toward Hanso with urgency. They found him, she said. The team caught up to Miyamoto. We should regroup. Hanso didn't answer immediately. He pressed a finger to his chin, deep in thought. Then he spoke, low and deliberate. There's something we need to handle first, he said, before we meet the others. Sophia blinked, confused. What could be more urgent than this? Hanso leaned closer, whispering his plan. As it took shape in her mind, her eyes widened. What at first seemed reckless now felt like strategy. Her confusion gave way to cautious hope. All right, she said, her voice steadier. Let's do it. The scene shifted to a quiet, dense forest. There Miyamoto was on his knees, surrounded by phantom operatives. His voice trembled with regret. I wasn't in my right mind, he pleaded. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. I'm not asking for mercy, just a chance to make it right. The sincerity in his tone stirred hesitation among the group. One black-haired girl seemed particularly affected. Her stance softened as she watched him, sympathy flickering in her eyes. Another phantom, however, stepped forward with suspicion. Don't fall for it, he warned. He could be faking it. He's tricked us before. The girl hesitated. Her gaze dropped to Miyamoto, then back to her team. Maybe we leave his fate to Hanso, she said quietly. Before anyone could respond, she suddenly coughed, blood spraying from her lips. Her body jolted violently. Alarm swept through the group. Something's wrong, a phantom shouted. It was too late. Miyamoto erupted in a burst of dark purple energy, sending out a shockwave that locked them all in place. The air cracked with power as the trees shook violently. A massive explosion followed, and dust exploded into the sky. Miyamoto's voice rang out over the chaos, wild with desperation. If I must survive alone, then so be it, he screamed. Even if I lose everything, I will not die. Red crystals pulsed and scattered through the air as his form vanished into the smoke. Far across the red zone, war erupted. The phantoms struggled against a relentless horde of monstrous creatures. Flames lit the battlefield, and the sound of steel clashing against claws echoed through the chaos. The front lines buckled, morale faltering. One phantom, crouched behind the ruins of a stone wall, looked to the sky and shouted over the sound of battle. Where's Hanso? What could he possibly be doing right now? Suddenly, the sky was filled with motion. Blue birds, glowing softly with ethereal energy, descended like falling stars. Each bird carried a message. As they landed beside the phantom members, their wings opened and released scrolls. Every soldier received one. Silently, they began to read. The words were brief, but powerful. Encouragement radiated from the ink. Stay together. You are stronger than you know. This battle is not the end. The effect was immediate. Heads lifted, weapons steadied. A new wave of determination spread through the ranks. The battle had not yet been won, but the fire to keep fighting had returned. Then came a new notification from the system. Golden Pigeon, deployment complete. Priority message delivered. Among the phantoms, the black-haired girl from earlier held the golden scroll. She opened it carefully and read its contents. A quiet smile crossed her face, not of joy, but of understanding. Her grip on her weapon tightened. Elsewhere, another phantom boy received the same message. He read the words and muttered softly under his breath. So that's the plan, he said. All right then. He looked out toward the battlefield, where fire and smoke churned under a blood-colored sky. For now, he whispered, I'll stay quiet. He stepped back into the shadows, waiting. The forest lies thick and silent around Sophia, the weight of loss pressing down on her chest like a stone. She stands motionless, her body trembling, caught in a storm of sorrow and anger. All around her, the ground is littered with the fallen forms of her teammates. Their bodies, cold and still, echo the silence of the woods. Each fallen friend is a stark reminder of the brutal cost they have paid. Sophia's eyes scan the somber scene, disbelief and grief mingling as she struggles to breathe through the shock. Her voice cracks the quiet like fragile glass breaking, desperate and raw. How could everyone be dead? Miyamoto, she cries, the sound echoing through the trees. Her words are a plea, a hope against hope that the missing teammate might somehow still be alive. Behind her, Hanso stands calm and composed, his posture steady, betraying no sign of the turmoil that grips Sophia. His voice is quiet, measured, as he speaks without turning around. We should give up on Miyamoto. Sophia spins to face him, eyes wide with disbelief and fierce resolve. Give up? What do you mean? She demands, her voice trembling but defiant. She wants to argue, to push back against the despair in his words, but the reality weighs heavily, making her words falter. A moment passes between them, a tense silence thick with unsaid thoughts. Hanso's tone remains calm as he gently reminds her of their mission. Don't lose sight of the primary objective, he says. We have faced darker paths and greater pain than this. Despite the grief etched deep into her features, Sophia's expression softens. She nods, a reluctant acceptance settling over her. She wipes the tears from her cheeks, steadying herself. What's the next step? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Hanso answers with quiet certainty. We head back to the central point. Others are waiting to support us now that the phantoms have been dealt with. Farther along the forest's edge, another team fights for survival, trapped in the midst of a relentless swarm of locusts. The sound of their buzzing fills the air like a storm. Among the group, a blonde girl's face is etched with worry. We can't stay here any longer, she urges, voice sharp with fear. The black-haired boy standing beside her remains composed, his gaze steady. We have no choice, he explains. I promised Hanso we would meet here. We have to keep that promise. Frustration bubbles in the blonde girl's eyes as she throws her hands into the air. I'm starting to get fed up with Hanso and all this madness, she confesses, her tone edged with exhaustion and resentment. The tension in the group thickens, the pressure of their situation bearing down on everyone's nerves. Nearby, Eunchai catches whispers from her teammates, words laced with gossip about her and Sangjin. Her eyes flash with anger. Stop wasting time with rumors, she snaps, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Focus on finding your partners. Her fury then shifts, aimed directly at Sangjin. This chaos is your fault, she accuses him, voice fierce and biting. Sangjin looks at her, confusion clouding his face. Why are you blaming me? He asks quietly, struggling to understand the sudden attack. Yunqi's scolding continues, her voice harsh as she berates the group. Suddenly, a young girl from the back, quiet and nervous, steps forward. Her voice is barely above a whisper as she warns, the locusts have surrounded us. Everyone's heads snap toward the warning, eyes wide as the massive swarm descends, encircling them like a living net. Without hesitation, Sangjin grips his weapon, muscles tensing as he prepares to fight. Just then, a new figure emerges, calm and confident. Hanso steps forward, his sword gleaming in the filtered sunlight. A tattoo marks his hand, a symbol that speaks of strength and resolve. With one swift, fluid motion, Hanso sweeps his blade through the swarm, cutting a path that leaves the team momentarily stunned by the ease of his strike. Turning to Sangjin with a casual smile, Hanso greets him warmly. How have you been? Sangjin's face lights up with recognition and relief. I'm doing completely fine, he replies with a bright smile. The warmth in his voice speaks of old friendships rekindled. Noticing Sophia standing quietly behind Hanso, Sangjin calls out her name with clear happiness. The reunion brings a brief moment of light amid the chaos. Stepping closer to Hanso, Sangjin places his hand over his chest and speaks sincerely. I'm ready to help. Use me however you need. Hanso glances at him sideways, a small smirk touching his lips. That's a good mindset, he says. You'll need to keep that resolve. Hanso's eyes then shift to Monarch Lee, who stands nearby with glowing red eyes, his presence unsettling. The memory of Lee stirs unease in Hanso's heart. He wonders silently if Lee's return signals an unavoidable confrontation. Before Hanso can dwell further, his attention is drawn to a young girl who suddenly collapses. Monarch Lee rushes to her side with concern. Are you hurt? He asks, his voice softening. The girl smiles faintly and calls him Dad, reassuring him that she's all right. Hanso watches the tender exchange in silence, deciding it's not the moment to worry. Lee then approaches Hanso with a faint smirk playing on his lips. You must be the one Hanso won't stop talking about, he says with a teasing edge. Hanso meets Lee's gaze evenly, recalling a conversation about having a younger sister. Instead of answering directly, he simply says in English, no. As Hanso looks around the group, familiar faces emerge from the shadows of memory. He turns to Lee, asking with a steady voice, what exactly do you want from me? Lee offers no direct reply, leaving the question hanging in the air. Hanso decides to fill the silence himself. With a looming mountain behind them, covered in twisting, slithering snakes, he explains the plan. The others will join him in dedicating an Ouroboros. The group is stunned into silence, the weight of the announcement settling heavily. Then, suddenly, a furious shout breaks the stillness. A female team member steps forward, anger flashing in her eyes as she raises her middle finger toward Hanso. She calls him a buster and demands to know what secret plan he's hiding. She accuses him of silence while a friend lost his mind. Another team member tries to calm the storm, his voice reasoned and gentle. The plan sounds perfect, he says. We will do our best to live up to Hanso's expectations. But the angry woman is not pacified. She slams her fist on the ground and mutters bitterly about someone being a useless sack. Voices rise again in argument and accusation. One person crying out that the whole team must have lost their minds. Sophia stands quietly, watching the chaos unfold, her expression guarded. Someone nearby whispers bitterly about the group's audacity, making decisions without regard for others' feelings. Sophia finally finds her voice. Hanso, she says, looking toward him with concern. Do you really think things will be all right with the team like this? Hanso's eyes sweep across the group, memories flashing through his mind. He sees moments of the old phantoms in their own times of chaos and doubt. His voice is calm, filled with quiet confidence. Don't worry, he assures her. Everything will be fine. Just then, a figure steps forward from the crowd, a young woman with sharp eyes that seem to pierce the very air. Hanso immediately recognizes her, a flicker of recognition passing over his face. She adjusts her hair with a calm gesture and softly calls his name, the sound carrying both warmth and challenge. The sun filters through the dense canopy of the forest, casting dappled shadows across the moss-covered earth. The young woman steps lightly across the undergrowth, her eyes locked on his Songjin's group. Her movement is calm but confident, almost too casual for a place so deadly. Songjin turns at the sound of her footsteps and catches sight of her. His lips curl into a small, awkward smile, and a giggle escapes him before he can suppress it. He finds her striking, and it shows in the way his eyes linger. Hanso, standing a short distance away with Sophia, watches the scene quietly. His gaze drifts from the approaching woman to the forest beyond, his expression unreadable. Sophia doesn't speak. She observes the interactions silently, her eyes flicking from Songjin to the woman with mild curiosity. Eventually, Hanso takes a step back and lowers himself under the shade of a nearby tree. The moment his back touches the bark, a deep sigh leaves his lips. His mind wanders to the mission still ahead. Finding the trailer is essential. Completing the Ouroboros depends on it. The weight of uncertainty presses heavily on his shoulders. Can he really do this? Can he really lead these people? In a place far from the peaceful-seeming forest, deep within a hidden chamber, a man stands before a glowing orb. The swirling light within the orb casts strange patterns onto the walls, illuminating the deep lines of shock on his face. His breathing quickens as he processes what he is witnessing. His voice trembles with disbelief. Administrator privileges? For Hanso, that outsider's not even from Elvenham. His hand clenches into a fist, trembling with barely contained rage. How has Hanso survived the succession of the heavenly soldier armor? That feat alone should have killed him. And worse still, he has recruited 5 members. That means Hanso qualifies as an administrator, a title the man believes belongs to him alone. His eye twitches. The orb glows brighter as he focuses on Hanso's designated region. He's no different than me, the man growls. An insect, nothing more. He brings a hand to his mouth, covering it slowly, as if trying to smother a scream. A single eye, unblinking and filled with raw resentment, remains exposed. That eye glows with a fury that seems to pierce through the very fabric of space between them. Meanwhile, in a small village of quaint cottages, terror overtakes the streets. Chaos reigns as parasitic locusts pour in from the skies, descending like a black plague upon the villagers. Screams echo, mingling with the sounds of destruction and panic. Some fight bravely, others simply flee. One defender raises a spear and shouts to his companions, "Ready yourselves. If we fall here, it's over." Amidst the madness, a black-haired man crouches behind a shattered stone wall. His chest rises and falls rapidly, sweat beading on his forehead. He peers over the edge, eyes wide with fear. Running seems like his only chance. This is Commander Lee, and he has no intention of dying here. There are too few. Clan headquarters is nearly empty, and mounting a true defense would be suicidal. In the midst of the confusion, he makes his move. As he slips away, a voice rings out behind him. Commander Lee. He freezes mid-step, every muscle in his body tightening. Spinning around, he finds himself face-to-face with a man whose gaze leaves no room for deception. Lee stammers, "I was just, heading to the bathroom." The man narrows his eyes. No time. A critical situation has developed. Come. Inside a nearby structure, the atmosphere turns grim. On a stretcher lies Miyamoto, bruised, bloodied, and barely conscious. Medics work quickly to stabilize him. When Lee enters, he immediately straightens and gives a respectful nod. "Sir." Miyamoto turns his head, his gaze slow but deliberate. His eyes lock with Lee's, and in them, Lee sees a reflection that chills him. The room feels 10 degrees colder. Miyamoto's voice is sharp, accusing. "Who did this to me?" Lee takes a step back, trying to regain composure. But before he can answer, Miyamoto barks an order. Everyone out. The medics hesitate. One opens his mouth, but Miyamoto's voice thunders again. I said out. Silence. In moments, the room is empty. Only Miyamoto and Lee remain. The silence between them buzzes with tension. Suddenly, Miyamoto shoots forward and grabs Lee's hand with surprising strength. His fingers tighten like a vice. Look at me, Lee. Lee meets his gaze, and a shiver crawls down his spine. Miyamoto's words cut deep. This is all Hanso's doing. Bastard. I'll never forgive him. Lee stands frozen, unable to respond. Then his voice comes, quieter but firm. If you're still strong enough to say that, then I know I've already lost. You've surpassed me. Miyamoto's expression shifts. He releases Lee's hand and places it calmly on his shoulder. It's all right. I'll tell you where the secret armory is. Lee nods slowly. Deep inside, something cold begins to crystallize. I'll take down Hanso, but once I do, I'm coming back for you. Back in the forest, Hanso moves swiftly through the trees, sword flashing as he cuts down locust after locust. His face is focused, movements precise. The hilt of his weapon is soaked in blood, his arms aching, but he doesn't stop. His eyes scan the battlefield. Just a bit farther, he mutters. Behind a tree, Unchai crouches, her breathing shallow. Hanso calls to her. Unchai, we move. Miyamoto won't wait. She nods silently, already on her feet before he finishes speaking. Not far off, a young girl looses arrow after arrow with machine-like rhythm, picking off the insects that fly too close to her comrades. Sophia raises her hands and forms a luminous barrier, shielding Monarch Lee and his daughter from a descending swarm. Sang-jin, crouching behind a gnarled trunk, swings his sword wildly. I'm at my limit, he gasps, barely managing to keep a locust from landing on his shoulder. The young girl beside him wipes her brow. Same here. I can't keep this up. Unchai steps out from cover and turns to Hanso. We won't last much longer like this. Hanso's jaw tightens. He looks at the group around him, then gives the command. We're pulling out. Unchai nods, her voice bitter. We're strong, but not strong enough for the red zone. If we stay, we die. Her words strike something in Hanso. He clenches his fist tightly, lips pressed into a line. Yinchi's tone softens. She looks away, ashamed. I'm not like you. I don't want glory. I don't want war. I want to live. Tears well in her eyes. I'm scared. Every day, I calculate what gives me the best chance to survive. But if nothing changes, I know I'll die. Sang-jin's voice rises, anger lacing his tone. Then just follow Hanso. He's giving you a way out. Unchai spins around and punches him hard across the face. He stumbles backward, stunned. Stop talking nonsense, Sang-jin. You never know when to shut up. Their argument explodes into a flurry of accusations. Sophia watches from a distance and sighs. Sang-jin never learns unless someone knocks it into him. She mutters. As the group settles into a tense silence, Sophia turns to the young girl who fired the arrows. Something about the girl's stance catches her attention. There is a strength in the way she moves, a will to survive. The girl catches Hanso's eye and steps forward. We move. Whoever wants to follow can. But Hanso shakes his head and faces them all. No, we go together. I trust you, so trust me now. The forest holds its breath as the group slowly nods, falling in a step behind him. The group stands in a rough semicircle, dust swirling faintly around their feet. Hanso faces them with calm certainty, his posture relaxed yet unyielding. His eyes meet each of theirs, steady and unwavering. Though his voice isn't raised, his words carry weight, grounded in conviction rather than command or desperation. You have every reason to doubt me, Hanso says, his tone even. But if you want to survive, and if you want others to survive, I'm asking you to follow me. Unchai crosses her arms, her expression tight with skepticism. She exhales sharply, frustration brimming just beneath the surface. Her gaze locks onto Hanso's with a challenging intensity. Why should we follow someone like you? She asks, her voice edged with disbelief. You're strong enough to survive on your own. What's the point of dragging weaker people behind you? Hanso doesn't flinch. Instead, he lets the silence stretch for a breath. Then he speaks, slow and deliberate. Because saving lives is more important than surviving alone. The words sink into the air like anchors. He explains further, detailing the battles he has fought, the despair he has tasted, the moments that nearly broke him. Yet through every trial, he endured. And now, he says, it is no longer about just living. It's about bringing others through the fire with him. I've seen enough death, Hanso tells them. If I have the strength to pull others out of it, why wouldn't I? Unchai scoffs, folding her arms tighter across her chest. So we're lifeguards now? Hanso places a hand on his waist and glances over the group. His expression remains unreadable, his voice calm. Yes, he says simply, that's exactly the point. If we move as one, we rescue dozens. Maybe even save ourselves in the process. Unchai is momentarily speechless, stunned by the sincerity in his eyes. The anger in her fades into confusion, then into reluctant curiosity. Hanso doesn't wait for a reply. He turns away from them, his back straight, steps purposeful. Nothing comes without cost. He calls over his shoulder. I intend to make you stronger. But if you want to leave, Unchai, I won't stop you. I respect your choice. Just know this. If you walk this road with me to the end, you won't regret it. The group watches him move forward. Sophia and the young girl stand to one side, their eyes following his retreating form. Unchai lingers behind, her fists clenched, her mind racing. A faint smile twitches at the corner of her mouth as she mutters to herself. That guy must be crazy, she whispers. Completely out of his mind. But it's kind of admirable. Sophia watches Hanso closely, her brows furrowed in thought. He's changed, she murmurs. The Hanso I knew before, he wouldn't have said those things. From the side, a voice cuts in, laced with suspicion. Maybe he's not the real Hanso, the man suggests. Sophia whirls toward him, her tone sharp and mocking. Calm down, stripping man. Her scolding draws a chuckle from Mahi, who stands nearby with Sangjin. Sophia turns to her, curious. Were you Hanso's comrades since the tutorial? Mahi considers the question thoughtfully. Not comrades in the truest sense, she replies. More like university friends. We crossed paths during the tutorial, but went separate ways afterward. Sophia's curiosity deepens. So now, after all this time traveling with him through the red zone, would you call yourself his comrade? Mahi pauses. Her eyes track Hanso's back again. It's more accurate to call it a working relationship, she admits. Hanso is a lone wolf. You can rely on him, but he keeps his distance. Their eyes meet. In that brief silence, Sophia and Mahi seem to reach a quiet understanding about the kind of man Hanso is. Miss Sophia, Mahi begins, her tone softer now. Can I tell you something about Hanso's past? Before Sophia can respond, Mahi continues, her gaze distant, voice tinged with emotion. Hanso is the type who charges ahead, no matter what's in front of him. It's not bravery, it's something stronger. Determination. He faces things most of us would run from. She grows quiet for a moment, then adds with a hint of sadness. He sees something none of us do, a vision that drives him, and that makes him difficult to understand. He invites you to follow, but never lets you get close. Mahi sighs, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't follow him of my own will, not when his strength is so far beyond mine. As she speaks, the memory of Hanso's recent words echoes in her mind. The idea of saving lives, of believing in him. That idea weighs heavily on both her and Sophia. The two women exchange a look, a mix of awe and shared sorrow. They see his will, but they also see the loneliness within it. Mahi glances at Hanso again, her eyes softening. She rests her chin lightly on her hand, almost shyly, her lips curling in a faint smile. Maybe I'm starting to understand him a little better now. Just then, Hanso stops. He raises a hand and gestures toward a particular patch of ground. The group gathers around him, their murmurs fading as he activates something on his ring, Narma's ring. A strange vibration hums beneath their feet. Suddenly, massive red monoliths rise from the earth around them. The ground trembles as the system announces, authority destruction, initiated. A colossal hole rips open in the earth's surface. The air shifts violently, winds surging from the abyss. The group stares in shock, some shielding their eyes as dust whips past them. Sophia narrows her eyes, sensing something deeper at play. What is this really about? She asks aloud. Hanso lowers his gaze to the yawning pit. Do you understand now? He says, turning to them. Why they call me the artifact holder? A flicker of memory passes through him. A red-haired man, Kong Tae, once stood before him, revealing secrets. In that distant conversation, Kong Tae spoke of a hidden treasure, a skill so rare that even Miyamoto never learned of its existence. A treasure buried where no one could reach it, something not even available in the upper zones. Now, standing here, Hanso sees it realized. The group begins whispering among themselves. Eyes widen as realization sets in. Artifact Hoarder, one of them echoes. Sophia and Sangjin look at Hanso, stunned. Their shock only deepens when a massive collection of drones and artifacts appears before them. More than any of them imagined. The array is vast, powerful, enough to arm an entire battalion. Sophia breathes out in disbelief. This is insane. There's enough gear here to boost an army. The twin brothers cheer loudly, already grabbing enchanted armor, gauntlets glowing as they equip them. The system chimes. You have acquired gauntlets of the Titan. Strength increased. Unchai stares at her own artifact, speechless. My stats are in the triple digits now, she mutters. Questions begin to bubble inside her. How did Hanso find this place? Who exactly is he? Sang-jin turns, his brow furrowing. He looks around. Wait, where's Hanso? Panic flickers, but before it can grow, Hanso's voice rings out. Looking for this? He asks, raising a stone in his hand. Sang-jin spins toward him, relief flooding his face. Yes, you scared the hell out of me. Hanso walks forward, holding the stone up for all to see. This stone holds a skill called Lord of the Dead, he says. It's powerful, but it's not for me. He offers it to Sang-jin, explaining its rarity and value. Sang-jin hesitates, but Hanso encourages him. Don't hoard it. Use it. As the others continue collecting items, Sophia suddenly senses danger. She lunges forward, raising her shield just in time. A blast slams into it, hot, fast, and violent. From the swirling dust, Li Hong steps into view. His glare locks on Sophia. Traitor, he spits. You'll all fall before Hanso gets back. Unchai flinches. Fear flashes in her eyes, but she raises her hand, trembling but ready to fight. A storm is coming. The members of Hanso's team stand ready, preparing to fight against the members of Li Hong's team. Sophia and Mihi aim steadily at their target opponents, anticipation flashing in their eyes. The air crackles with tension as both sides launch into battle. The clash is fierce, each strike ringing out, while injuries begin to accumulate on both teams. Members of Li Hong's group mutter nervously that their opponents are incredibly strong. Despite this, Li Hong barks orders, calling his men fools for underestimating their enemies. He shouts sharply that they must focus their attacks on the rear. That's where they can break through. Sophia and Mihi are locked in combat with agile foes who leap into the air to strike them. Their movements are fluid, but the opponent's skill is undeniable. Li Hong barks instructions again, telling his team to take out the weak members first to thin the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Unchai stands frozen in terror, her hands covering her face as she tries desperately to protect herself. Suddenly, Mihi spins around and shouts loudly for everyone to be careful. Her eyes widen as she spots a particular attacker moving straight toward Unchai. She calls out Yinchi's name, but Yinchi's shock renders her motionless. The attacker comes closer, a sword raised in his hands aimed directly at her. One of the fighters yells at Unchai to dodge instead of standing there like a frozen doll. The archer nearby frowns with worry. Sweat drips down Yinchi's face as she closes her eyes, trembling in fear. The attacker's voice turns harsh and devilish, warning her to watch his attack carefully. Time seems to slow as memories flood into Yinchi's mind. Flashes of her past overwhelm her. She recalls scenes of brutal fighting, blood splattered everywhere, and bodies falling in heaps. A chilling memory emerges. She bows before a man holding a sword, his lips curling into a cruel, evil smile. She feels weak, thinking the only reason she has survived this long is sheer luck. Unchai slowly opens one eye and looks at the attacker. She muses that death is only natural, inevitable. As the sword swings toward her, ready to strike, a voice echoes in her mind, the words of Hanso. His message about believing in him and following his lead resonates within her. Suddenly, a firm hand rests on her shoulder, grounding her. Courage wells up inside her, as she declares to herself that this time she will fight back. Passion and ambition ignite within her. Fear no longer holds sway. She clenches her fist, and flames burst into existence, swirling around her hand. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes just how much she has changed. Without hesitation, Unchai throws a powerful punch at the attacker. The entire atmosphere shifts. The force behind her blow is so strong that the attacker is sent flying backward, surprised and pained. Everyone watching gasps, astonished at Yinchi's sudden display of strength. Sophia and Mihi exchange stunned glances, both amazed by what they see. Another opponent curses loudly and lunges at Unchai from behind, sword raised to strike. However, his weapon shatters into pieces the moment it connects with her armor. Unchai dodges the attack with ease, moving with newfound confidence. She quickly moves toward the attacker whose sword broke, and with a brutal strike, she slams him into the ground. Blood gushes from his mouth, and the impact cracks the earth beneath them. The boy screams in agony, his body trembling from the pain. Other members of Li Hong's team freeze in place, staring in shock at the injured man. Unchai, breathless but resolute, looks down at her armor and then back at her team. She urges everyone to trust themselves. Her voice rings out passionately as she declares that they have become incredibly strong. Hella strong, she says with fierce determination. Hanso puts a hand over his mouth in surprise. He admits he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Sang-jin remains silent, observing quietly. Mihi comments that even she and Sophia couldn't have done what Unchai just did. She has handled the situation all on her own. Now, the team looks to Unchai, hoping she will take down every opponent. Their words grate on her nerves, and she grows slightly annoyed by their dependence on her newfound power. Hanso thinks carefully, considering the odds. He realizes they would have been at a severe disadvantage due to the enemy's numbers, if not for Yinqi's sudden strength. He studies their opponents and concludes that they have somehow acquired powerful runes and artifacts, which help explain their ability to suppress Hanso's team without suffering casualties. Eunchai glances shyly at Hanso, who returns her look with a side eye. Then Hanso speaks, saying it is their turn to end this battle. He draws a stick from his side, a weapon crackling with blue mana energy. Li Hong screams and shouts at the sight of it, panic flashing in his eyes. Hanso calls out to Li Hong, telling him he must answer some questions first. He demands to know whether Miyamoto has revealed the location of the treasury. Li Hong screams in fear, begging Hanso not to come any closer. But Hanso advances quickly, placing his foot firmly on Li Hong's body. Hanso's demeanor turns wild and fierce as he warns Li Hong that he will not repeat himself. He presses down, demanding to know where Miyamoto is hiding. Sensing Hanso's seriousness, Li Hong immediately agrees to tell him everything. He reveals that Miyamoto is at the Beacon Clan's headquarters. Hanso presses his foot harder against Li Hong's chest, telling him that Miyamoto is likely still there because he was injured recently. At this revelation, everyone turns their attention sharply. They question if Miyamoto is truly the leader of the Beacon Clan. Sophia's anger flares, and she slams her hand to her head in frustration. She had been wondering where Miyamoto disappeared to, but now realizes he was already headed to the headquarters. Hanso furrows his brow, considering Miyamoto carefully, beginning to form a rough idea about him. He grips Li Hong's neck, warning that he is certain Li Hong aims to grow more powerful using the treasury's artifacts. As Hanso lifts Li Hong into the air, he comments that they have all the means necessary to stop him. But Li Hong protests, saying there is a misunderstanding. He claims Miyamoto is his rival too. Hanso looks surprised, and Sophia can barely believe the nonsense she hears. Li Hong explains that he defeated Miyamoto, so he no longer follows his orders or trusts him. He argues that strength isn't everything in this world. Li Hong promises that if they hand over the artifacts and runes to him, he will kill Miyamoto at the headquarters. Eunchai whispers that Li Hong is trying to escape by betraying them, and Sang-jin fully agrees. Sophia calls Li Hong pathetic, saying he can say whatever he wants until his last breath. Still, Li Hong insists he no longer has faith in Miyamoto and wants Hanso to believe him. Hanso closes his eyes thoughtfully and admits his words seem true. The team is shocked. Sophia asks Hanso if he really trusts Li Hong. Hanso explains that if Li Hong kills Miyamoto, they will eliminate an obstacle in their path. It doesn't seem like a bad idea strategically. Li Hong smiles, pleased by this reasonable suggestion. He hopes to be free so he can devise a solid plan against Miyamoto, confident that if he plays his cards right, he can make it work. However, Hanso suddenly presses his hand tightly against Li Hong's neck, causing him to scream painfully. Li Hong demands to know why Hanso is doing this. Hanso replies coldly that Li Hong must return to the headquarters and tell Miyamoto that the next challenge is his. Then Hanso drops Li Hong to the ground, his body going limp. He declares firmly that he does not trust traitors. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Michael fights desperately against swarms of insect-like monsters. Exhaustion weighs him down, yet he keeps cutting them down while shouting for Hansu to arrive. More creatures swarm in, forcing him to raise his weapon again despite being nearly out of energy. He curses the endless bugs, demanding a moment to breathe. Suddenly, a figure bursts into the air at explosive speed. With terrifying force, the newcomer smashes into the swarm, unleashing a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Smoke and dust cloud the battlefield until it clears enough to reveal Kong Hansu standing tall, having wiped out several of the creatures in one strike. He commends Michael for holding them off. Michael wipes the sweat from his brow, groaning that he almost died waiting. Hansu smirks slightly, remarking that Michael cut it close, then asks how many he managed to take down. Michael shrugs, recalling the chaos, and says he never bothered counting, though the effort of holding them back was the real struggle. The swarm seems endless, their numbers overwhelming. To make matters worse, parasite beetles slip through the cracks in their defense. Still, Michael sighs in relief because Hansu's return means reinforcements. With hope lighting his face, he eagerly asks about the strongest allies from the Red Zone, Phantom and Sir Miyamoto. But Hansu calmly reveals they are not coming. Shock drains the color from Michael's face. He stares at Hansu in disbelief before shouting in panic, demanding how they could possibly handle the battle without them. Hansu folds his arms and replies with confidence that he has already brought tens of thousands of reinforcements. At that moment, a massive blade crashes down, cutting through a monstrous insect. One warrior appears, then another with a bow, swiftly followed by more allies joining the fight. Above them, Eunchai floats in midair, conjuring a devastating formation that obliterates dozens of enemies at once. Michael stares in awe, unable to comprehend who these powerful warriors are. Before he can question further, Sang-jin snaps at him from behind, warning him not to doubt Hansu. He presses a blade to Michael's throat, demanding to know if he has a problem. The tension breaks only when Hansu orders Sang-jin to stop, and Sang-jin obeys instantly. Hansu then approaches Michael, claps him on the shoulder, and praises him for his effort, assuring him that they will handle the rest. As Hansu walks away, Sang-jin glares at Michael and gestures to his eyes, silently promising to watch his every move. Eunchai, unimpressed, smacks Sang-jin on the head and tells him to stop acting like an idiot before shoving him forward. One of the team members mumbles about why Eunchai only acts that way with Sanong, wondering if he is special. Eunchai snaps back at the twins to shut up, her voice sharp. Michael gives an awkward chuckle, but admits inwardly that these people are strange. Still, if Hansu trusts them, then he decides he will too. He mutters under his breath a wish of good luck for Kong Hansu. The insect creatures begin appearing again, more numerous and menacing than before. Hansu's group gathers and forms up, preparing for battle. Hansu gives the command to move out, striking first and wiping out several bugs with ease. He steadies his sword and mutters that the sun is going down and they must stick to the plan, taking out as many parasitic beetles as possible before nightfall. Yuhi raises her bow and loses 3 arrows at once, each hitting its mark and killing several creatures. Another insect suddenly appears behind her, and someone shouts a warning from the left. At the same time, teammates on the right are struggling as more enemies rush them. The twin brothers barely manage to block with their shields, crying out in frustration that the insects just keep coming. Eunchai snaps that if they have time to complain, they have time to kill a few more. Hansu shouts encouragement, urging them to hold out a little longer since they only need to last until nightfall. Yet the insects keep pouring in, relentless. Sophia's voice rises with concern, saying the danger is growing and they risk being completely surrounded. Kong Hansu's eyes gleam, already forming his next plan. The battlefield suddenly falls quiet. Then Kong Hansu calls out to Sang-jin. Confused but ready, Sang-jin responds. Hansu asks if he remembers what time it is, then affirms with full trust that it is now his turn. Understanding instantly, Sang-jin nods with a smile and places one hand on the ground while gripping his weapon with the other. Radiant light bursts from it, spreading across the forest. The swarm of insects collapses, disintegrating in a wave of energy. But one creature's eyes flare with sudden light, springing back to life with a chilling shriek. The group snaps back into focus. This is the true beginning of the battle. Reinforcements flood in by the tens of thousands. Sang-jin grins with trembling excitement, saying he has waited so long to hear those words from Hansu. With renewed confidence, he declares that Hansu can leave it to him. The massive tail of the Ouroboros slams into the ground as swarms of locusts clash violently. Sang-jin raises his hand, commanding his parasitic swarm to charge. They surge forward with incredible speed and collide with the enemy, gaining the upper hand. He steps into the fray, summoning his weapon. An armored gauntlet shaped like a locust forms on his arm, his signature weapon. His skill, Master of the Dead, activates, summoning the fallen as undead to fight endlessly. The undead swarm tears through enemies with ruthless precision. Locusts drop in droves, the rest hesitating as fear grips them. A piercing screech echoes as Sang-jin's side dominates. The massive tail of the Ouroboros begins to bleed. Sang-jin shouts to Hansu that the plan is working. Hansu nods with approval, praising him, then dashes forward with the team, racing toward the massive embedded tail. He smiles, certain this is the turning point, and reminds them they must wipe out as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall. Afterward, they will use Sang-jin's skill to resurrect them as undead and wipe out the rest, clearing a path to the lake where the Ouroboros' tail lies. Hansu turns to Sophia and instructs her to lead them to where the magical energy is strongest, because that is where the alpha will appear. She hesitates, asking how they are supposed to climb, but Hansu calmly explains that they will use her descent path skill. The dragon's outer shell is made of thick, overlapping scales, and Hansu leads the charge upward. One brown-haired teammate stares upward in awe, muttering about how tall the beast is. Another nervously notes that a fall from this height would leave nothing behind. Someone urges focus, while another mutters about the climb being harder than expected. At least the surface is not as slick as imagined, someone else adds, noting the scales are rougher than expected. Hansu's sharp voice cuts through the chatter, ordering them to keep their eyes forward. From now on, he leads, and all they need to do is follow. Sophia, along with all other players, exchange glances and nod, followed by the rest of the team. They move toward the intersections of the scales. The pink-haired girl's ears twitch as she senses a threat. A screech pierces the air as a massive swarm of locusts storms toward them. Unchai charges without hesitation, ready to cut through them. Wangqing moves alongside her, declaring that they will hold the swarm and clear the path. The pink-haired girl remains calm and composed, insisting that those behind are theirs to handle. Hansu scans the surroundings until his sharp eyes find it. Behind the scales, another massive swarm waits. Unchai freezes in disbelief at what she sees, while Hansu pushes forward with glowing eyes and overwhelming strength, tearing through the swarm. Even Unchai is stunned at his power. Hansu calls out for them to follow, and when Sophia and the pink-haired girl arrive, they gasp in shock at what lies before them. A massive abyss yawns beneath the dragon's scales. Sophia is baffled by the hidden space. Hansu explains that it is the passage to the neural core, the central nervous cluster of the Ouroboros. He elaborates that the creature has 3 ganglia, clusters of nerve cells outside the brain or spine. Destroying all 3 will kill the beast. Hansu distributes glowing green vials, each containing a volatile solution engineered to destroy the neural cores. He realizes this is what Hansu has been tinkering with all along. Hansu divides them into 3 teams, each assigned to a ganglion. Yinchi's group forms one team, Yumi's group the second, and Yinchi's team the third. Unchai looks confused about being sent in first, but Hansu brushes off her complaint and explains that each entrance lies in a different position around the vast, pitch-black pit. With no choice, Unchai nods and leads her team into the abyss. Hansu turns to Sophia as she seals the entrance, preventing more parasites from following. Without hesitation, Sophia chants a spell, releasing a blinding light that closes the path behind them. Henu exhales, his mind finally easing, and considers the first step complete. Now only the final ascent to the upper entrance remains. The swarms of locusts remain ferocious, hissing and screeching, while Team 2 shifts uneasily. They feel the press of countless enemies and wonder how the parasites multiply so endlessly. Amoebas spread like wildfire. Kong Hansu unsheathes his sword and steps forward without fear, declaring in action that no matter how many there are, it does not matter. His command is clear as he advances. Deep within the abyss, Unchai freezes at the sight before her. The 4 stand motionless, awestruck by the towering stone sentinel silently watching them. Beyond the neural core, the silhouette of a monstrous creature locks in confrontation with 2 figures, while 3 more linger behind. In one stroke, a single sword cleaves the beetle-like monster in half. Kong Hansu splits the beast effortlessly, his eyes razor-sharp as he exhales and narrows his gaze. Standing over the corpse, he calmly identifies this place as the second entrance. He turns to the trio behind him and signals Team 2 to step forward. 5 minutes have already passed since Team 1 entered, so the next group must follow and, after the required interval, deliver the weapon into the core. Baek John-sang give a firm nod of understanding. Yu Mi-hee, John-sang, and the blindfolded woman step into the shadows while Hansu and Sophia remain behind. Just before leaping into the abyss, Yu Mi-hee glances back. Henu notices, raising a brow at her hesitation. She seems flustered, admitting that she forgot what she wanted to say, her words slipping away with a sheepish smile. The distance between them is short, yet the moment stretches into something vast. She tilts her head, resting her chin on her hand as she forces a chuckle and brushes it aside. Hansu remains suspicious, his eyes lingering on her. Mihi smiles softly, trying to ease the tension, and urges them to move before it is too late. With a bright smile like sunlight, she promises they will talk later, then leaps into the abyss with bow in hand. Henu stands still, the brief exchange echoing in his mind. He mutters a reminder about activating the device precisely 30 minutes in. Beside him, Sophia's spellbook glows softly in her hands. She answers with a casual tone, but her lowered gaze hides a trace of sorrow. Mihi, for her part, presses a hand against her chest as though suppressing something unspoken. Sophia senses her feelings and thinks she understands them. Above, the night sky shimmers with thousands of stars, a quiet contrast to the chaos below. Hansu and Sophia sprint toward their final destination. The monster's presence soon becomes undeniable. Hansu growls, feeling the oppressive surge of alpha energy up ahead. They come face to face with a grotesque, iron-armored insect, unlike anything they have seen before. Sophia instinctively steps back, cautious, her eyes narrowing as she questions the nature of the beast. She senses an alpha-level aura, but Hansu's gaze sharpens in doubt, wondering how such a creature could exist when the alpha awakened so recently. Perched atop the monster's armored head, a single glaring red eye burns. Laser-like beams flicker across the field, revealing a trap already laid. Hansu clenches his jaw, realizing that his position as a temporary administrator may have been a distraction. A mocking voice echoes suddenly across the space, drawing his attention upward in surprise. From behind a monstrous shell, a figure steps into view with long white hair flowing behind him. It is Teen, smiling crookedly. He greets Han-Su as his nemesis with feigned warmth, mocking him for sending weaker allies to destroy the cores. His words drip with disdain as he calls the strategy shallow. Han-Su's expression hardens, his fists tightening around his blade as he asks if the taunting is finished. Teen folds his arms, dismissing Han-Su with arrogant certainty, claiming pride will become his downfall. Han-Su stops listening and lunges forward. His blade flashes, splitting the iron-shelled beast in two. The remains spill across the ground, drawing Sophia's wary glance. She notes that the Alpha is not here and realizes he has likely gone after another team. Concern flickers in her thoughts, but Han-Su's voice remains cold, insisting they destroy this core quickly and move on. Together, they step over the husk, Han-Su pointing toward the open neural core. Sophia answers with a firm nod as the scene shifts. Team 1 stands before the first core. Eunchai gasps aloud as the group of four gazes at the massive crystal surrounded by thick, vein-like tendrils, the very heart of the Ouroboros. She scans the space, surprised at its sheer size and the dim glow illuminating it. The brown-haired archer at her side points out the pulsing light in the distance, and Eunchai narrows her eyes as the core glows faintly like a living heart. This is not just any core, but the essence of Ouroboros itself. The twin brothers stare upward, their jaws slack as they remark on its immense scale. One notes its size makes sense considering the creature that houses it. He raises the vial of glowing green liquid, the neural core bomb Han-Su entrusted to them. She orders the group to prepare their gear, reminding them the core must be destroyed exactly 30 minutes from now. Suddenly, a faint sound echoes through the chamber. He sharpens her senses and asks if the others hear it. They glance at her with confusion, but the ground shakes violently before anyone can respond. Echoes boom across the cliffs, groaning and skittering, while the earth trembles beneath their feet. Eunchai wipes sweat from her brow and looks up. From the holes above, grotesque creatures pour out, swarming like a tide. Dozens become hundreds as monsters crawl from every crevice, red eyes burning with malice. Behind her, metal-legged beetles pound the earth, joined by more and more of their kind. Eunchai steadies herself, realizing the enemy has given them too much time and now unleashes an entire army. Iron beetles cluster together in a wall of writhing armor and glowing eyes. The twin brothers raise their shields in unison to guard the flanks, while Eunchai positions them firmly on the left and right. She orders the archer to hold nothing back, and he raises his bow with determination. The four fighters stand surrounded, walls of enemies pressing in from every side. Eunchai rallies them with a single command. They only need to endure for 30 minutes. The group holds fast, knowing only 30 minutes are required. The first beetle lunges forward, its bladed leg slicing through the air toward Einshur. She ducks low, dodging with ease as power surges in her palm. Leaping upward, she slams her strike into the creature's skull, the impact cracking bone. 28 minutes remain. One of the twins tackles another beetle, slamming it hard into the ground. Time slips quickly, 20 minutes left. The archer fires without pause, each arrow driving into the advancing swarm. Sweat pours down faces, muscles strain, and Eunchai urges the others onward between strikes, her voice steady as the battlefield contracts around them. Hundreds become thousands, pressing in on every side, and their safe zone shrinks with every heartbeat. Yinshi's voice cuts through the chaos with resolute certainty. The line must be held for 15 minutes more, and then the true battle will begin. From Ouroboros, many parasitic lotus emerge and start creeping toward our hero. Sophia closes her eyes and pulls out a tri-jade frostlight orb, a ruin of restraint, as she casts her spell. Ice erupts out of nowhere, piercing into the bodies of the parasitic locusts, and they collapse with a shriek. Our hero smirks, certain they're nothing but sitting ducks now. He leaps up and, with a single sliding slash, beheads 3 parasitic locusts at once. Moving to the next, he cuts it down with precision and sharpness, darting toward others in a zigzag pattern. He continues striking again and again. Even the wounded ones are cut down, finished without mercy. At last, when only one remains alive, our hero ends it for good. Now he is far ahead of Sophia. Looking upward, he notices more locusts hiding in a hole and realizes the others are simply watching instead of attacking. It strikes him that holding out for 33 minutes will not be a problem at this pace. Checking his system, he still finds it hard to believe that Alpha would abandon the first center core. The hologram must have been left as bait. He remembers saving Alpha once, and destroying the core feels like a flimsy strategy that does not match Alpha's style. He understands now that Alpha avoided him in order to protect a different core. Narrowing his eyes, he resolves to make Alpha regret that choice. Sophia catches up to him, unsettled by how strange the situation feels. No matter how she thinks about it, there has to be some kind of trap, because there is no way the enemies would just sit there watching. Our boy shares her doubt and proposes abandoning the plan of waiting 30 minutes to destroy the core. Instead, he insists on destroying it immediately before moving on to eliminate the others. Sophia wonders if the situation is so dire that he needs to handle the cores himself, questioning whether destroying one too soon, without explanation, might create even more confusion and chaos. Our boy makes it clear that if the Locusts were the only opponents, he would not be concerned. But Alpha, the one who appeared in the hologram, is inside Ouroboros, and he is the one who must face him. Sophia, filled with concern, asks if destroying the cores will cause Ouroboros to start moving and questions whether Alpha is truly more dangerous than Ouroboros. Our hero answers with a smile, certain that Alpha is dangerous, but Ouroboros is far more overwhelming. Sophia frowns at his reasoning, convinced it makes little sense, and thinks they should simply trust the others instead. But our boy reassures her that it is not about mistrust, it is about having a plan of his own, and for now, all she needs to do is follow him. Sophia clenches her fist, thinking that even now he refuses to explain everything. She had believed he would trust her by this point. Suddenly, a notification appears, announcing the 7P soul fragment, a skill that splits the user's soul, allows communication, and grants control of a person's mind if their soul is placed within it. Miyamoto's voice echoes with a menacing tone as he declares he will take over her body. He calls out to Sophia, making her tense, but then her eyes widen and strangely calm. Miyamoto continues, mocking the idea that he would simply drop dead. He calls Kong Hansu reckless, saying that even if his trust is small, the fact he shows his back will cost him dearly for what was done to him. Our hero listens quietly, but his thoughts race, realizing Miyamoto has been waiting for this moment. He shatters the flask in his hand, shoots forward towards Sophia, grabs her instantly, and invokes the destructive authority of Nirmaha's ring. Dark red energy wraps around her as her soul is freed. In that instant, he recalls the truth of his regression. His allies have become enemies, and his inevitable enemies have become allies. As long as Miyamoto tries to drag him down, he cannot allow him to live. Determined, our hero identifies Miyamoto's location and notes with grim certainty that the king bees must be getting hungry. A system notification follows, confirming that the World Tree Authority is now under temporary administration. The command is clear: secure Miyamoto and move him to the king bee nest. The scene shifts to the king bee's nest, where Miyamoto weeps in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. His arms are bound, and he has fallen into a celestial portal. The magic rings had dragged him there without warning. Looking up, he finds a swarm of locusts waiting for him. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes one of the deadliest among them is present. As they begin tearing into his body, he screams in despair, insisting that the ruler of the red zone cannot possibly die, yet his cries only continue. The scene shifts back to our hero, holding Sophia close. He realizes the 7-piece soul skill has vanished, since the locusts finally received their feast of high magic power. In his mind, he is certain the king bees are satisfied as well. From a distance, the eyes crackled, and our boy realized he didn't have much time left. It would be nice if Sophia woke up immediately so they could escape, but that didn't seem likely. He was sure using the Hamley soldier armor would provide some protection, but the World Tree might die if he made a mistake. A notification told him he currently had less than 50% magic power capacity remaining and asked if he wished to use the World Tree magic power. Our hero knew he would have to control it carefully, so he apologized to the World Tree, gave her a little pat, and the system authorized World Tree magic power usage. Kong Hansu linked to the World Tree magic power circuit, and her body started to ooze with that high energy. He thought that with this much magic power, he should be able to use it freely. He activated the Dragon Key Art, Dragonification, with heavenly soldier armor while picking her up. With insane force, he leapt high into the air, still holding her. The ice almost cracked completely. Beneath it, a massive serpent coiled around the tree began to stir, and a giant explosion followed as the entire place started crumbling. Ouroboros climbed higher and higher along the tree, opening its eyes as consciousness returned. The tree floated in the air, and observing it, our hero noted that it neither moved nor showed any sentience. If it did, it would have attacked him first. For the moment, he decided not to eliminate Alpha, but instead to focus on stopping him. A system notification announced the Volturi Temporary Administrator Command was confirmed, and a branch of the Volturi began moving. The branch shot toward Ouroboros, seized it from behind, and forced its mouth open while binding it against the tree. Ouroboros roared in pain. Wings spread. Our hero approached, thinking it was almost time for them to meet again. Old friend. In his mind, he called out to Tekaron, declaring that Evelynhaim's wings would blow on the path he would take, and that he should wait at the king's path. A giant serpent gushed into the ground and vanished. On the other side, the parasite locusts were clashing with one another. As soon as our hero stepped forward, the Lord of the Dead, Singjin, also appeared, casting his gaze down upon the locusts. He loosened his control and commanded them to join the battle. The swarm obeyed, and soon both the purple locusts and the red locusts turned against each other, preparing to attack. Singjin believed they now had a real chance at victory. All they needed to do was endure until dawn. Meanwhile, the massive serpent continued to slide across the battlefield, and suddenly it passed through the place where Singjin was about to fight. The red locusts shrieked in alarm, completely clueless about what was happening. They lifted their eyes upward, only for a strange surge of strength to erupt within them. Empowered, they turned their fury toward the purple locusts. Confusion clouded Singjin's thoughts as he wondered what the explosion above had been and what exactly was unfolding up there. Planting his feet firmly, he grew angry, thinking that whatever was happening, Hansu would be crushed under the burden if those creatures managed to rise. Determined, he swore to stop them at all costs. He drew his dagger and invoked his authority, ordering his summons to kill the locusts and rush ahead to halt their advance. Charging toward the red locusts, he carried guilt in his heart, apologizing to Hansu for not killing these pathetic insects earlier. But even as he pressed forward, he doubted his ability to stop them all. Back at our hero's place, he stands face to face with Ouroboros bound by the magic tree strings. Looking at Sophia, he realizes the aftereffects of Miyamoto's skills are far worse than expected. He thought she would wake up soon, but judging by her condition, he doesn't believe she can come with him. He grabs her, and suddenly Sophia's body starts to fade away. A system notification appears, stating that the temporarily administrator authority has been activated and Sophia has been transferred to Michael. Watching her vanish from his arms, he thinks the transfer succeeded, so he'll leave her in Michael's care. While he's still processing it, a voice cuts through, cursing the damn bugs to stop. Turning around, he sees Singjin charging at them, shouting for the bugs to fight him. Our hero smiles at the perfect timing and dashes toward the swarm with insane force. Just as he's about to land, Singjin looks at him and recognizes Hansu, wondering if he came to help. What stands out more is that his appearance has changed. Our hero hurls mana balls at the bugs, killing several instantly, then slashes down a few more before landing in front of Singjin. Noticing the wings and horns on his body, Singjin is shocked and asks if something happened. Hansu replies that he'll explain later, but there's something he needs him to do. Singjin is relieved to hear it and asks what exactly it is. Hansu explains that Monarch Yunshi's group is in danger and the core must be destroyed alongside them. Singjin says that doesn't sound like Hansu, since he's asking instead of commanding, and tells him to use him however he wants. Hansu smirks, turns away, and says he'll send Singjin directly to Team 1's location, leaving them in his hands. Don't die. That's an order. Right before disappearing, Singjin answers confidently that the Lord of the Dead wouldn't die. With that, he vanishes, leaving only magic circles behind. Hansu thinks to himself that he made the right call in trusting that role to Singjin and promises to bring him along to the next zone. He leaps up because he cannot sit still after Singjin showed his resolve. Our hero decides he will stay close to help the team survive. Meanwhile, one member of Team 2 stands against Alpha. Alpha taunts him, asking why he does not give up, pointing out the two humans down behind him and asking what he can possibly do alone. The wounded man asks if Alpha thinks he would die that easily. Alpha finds the loyalty strange and asks why he is so devoted, questioning whether the cold-blooded man he serves would even bother to save him. He claims they have all been abandoned and suggests that instead of pledging loyalty to such a king, the wounded man should become Alpha's soldier. The wounded man raises his sword and fires back that Alpha talks too much, asking if he is really that afraid of Kong Hansu. Alpha narrows his eyes, then erupts in fury at the inferiors who enrage him. Above him, energy balls and multiple swords gather, poised to strike the wounded man. Alpha hurls them down and declares that if the man wants to die so badly, he will assist him. The blonde fighter gapes at the incoming weapons, then grits his teeth with iron resolve and charges forward, slashing his sword. He deflects swords, energy balls, and other weapons. After redirecting them all forward so they do not hit those behind him, Alpha admires the honorable act of protecting kin, but refuses to waste more time fighting. He tightens his grip on his sword, disgusted at having to use an underhanded tactic to defeat such a warrior. Suddenly, sharp weapons converge on the blonde fighter, piercing him from every side. Blood gushes out as he collapses, drawing his sword in the dirt and falling defeated. Alpha acknowledges the man's strength and, out of respect for his noble stance, decides to personally end his life. As Alpha steps forward, our hero appears out of nowhere. He moves to grab Alpha's mouth, but Alpha darts forward in a split second and slips from his grasp. Our hero mutters that he was too late, then tells the blonde to rest, assuring him that he will handle everything now. Our hero stands a short distance away from his enemy as a massive swarm of locusts charges at him. But in an instant, his sharp blade cuts them down. His eyes narrow, and as he opens his palm, a weapon forms within his grasp, a glowing yellow axe. Sliding it firmly, he swings and severs the heads of a few locusts. Then, with unbelievable speed, he slashes again and again, moving so fast that the entire swarm is wiped out. Afterward, he approaches the wounded soldier, who trembles at the thought that his master possesses such overwhelming destructive power. Turning his focus, our hero channels sword mana into the shape of a healing potion. He tells the soldier he is in terrible shape and should take it. The soldier lowers his head, apologizing that his master had to witness him in such a state, and promises he will repay our hero for the rune. As soon as he grabs the glowing energy ball and clenches his fist, his body begins to heal rapidly. Our boy then walks toward the blonde girl, who slowly regains consciousness, only to wake up shocked to find him standing right in front of her. In her mind, she can't believe she passed out in a situation like this, even after being entrusted with such weapons. She apologizes, saying that in the end, all she ever does is hold him back. Our hero responds calmly, telling her not to worry. He admits it was his fault for not realizing Alpha was present, and explains that within Ouroboros, the authority of the world tree cannot be used. Pulling out a feather, he instructs them to escape and use it for transportation. The soldier quickly takes the feather, and the blonde girl promises she will return it to him. Our hero, holding the potion carefully, tells her that simply protecting it from breaking the seal means she has already fulfilled her duty. He adds that he will meet them again after the team manages to destroy the core. Though ashamed, she agrees softly. From a distance, Alpha watches in silence, his thoughts unsettled. He wonders, Hansu, how are you even here now? Is this because of your transformation? More importantly, he understands clearly just how much Hansu's presence has burdened the others. Gathering his strength, Alpha summons a red energy that condenses into string-like patterns in his hand. With deadly force, he hurls them forward, intent on killing at least Hansu's companions. But as the violent strings shoot toward them, our hero turns his sharp eyes on the attack. Raising his hand, his green ring glows intensely, and suddenly a giant hand manifests, blocking the assault. The red strings are diverted and smash into the ground. The blonde soldier quickly urges her teammates to retreat, realizing their presence would only be a burden. She insists they leave immediately. Our hero stops them, declaring that dying from something like this would make all their survival up to now meaningless. He reminds them they surely still have many things left to accomplish in life, so they must live on. They nod, thanking him sincerely and promising to meet him outside before hurrying away. Now, our hero shifts his gaze toward Alpha, who remains silent yet seething inside. His mind reels with the thought that the attack he just unleashed was his strongest technique, but Hansu endured it effortlessly, without even flinching. Rage boils over as Alpha screams, demanding to know how far Hansu will go in mocking him. He declares himself a warrior of Ericon, the last hope of his race. But our boy scoffs, calling it a joke, dismissing him as nothing but a cheap imitation. The insult cuts deep, pushing Alpha into a frenzy. He roars at Hansu to shut his mouth and leaps at him. Our hero instantly realizes his enemy has gone berserk. Against a physically enhanced Ericon, even he might find it troublesome, but at this moment, he feels it won't be much of an issue. He remains calm and unmoving as Alpha thrusts his fist forward with everything he has. The impact crashes down, yet Hansu merely stares at him coldly. His locust fist deflects the attack effortlessly, standing strong without budging. Alpha is dumbfounded, unable to accept it. This was his rare secret technique, yet Hansu remains completely unharmed, not even flinching. Desperation grips him as he presses on with more speed, but our hero observes quietly, noting that when under racial transformation, controlling one's strength becomes extremely difficult. He knows killing Alpha now would be simple, almost trivial, yet doing so while his strength is uncontrolled could destroy the vessel Shane requires as a physical body. That leaves him unable to release his dragon's key art. Since it's the first time he has pushed racial transformation to this extent, he doesn't even know what rebound awaits him once he undoes it. If he were to collapse from the backlash, all his plans would unravel instantly. Frustrated, he admits to himself that the heavenly soldier armor's power isn't enough, but at the same time, he accepts that in his current state, this is the best he can manage. Alpha stands there, totally clueless about what's happening, when the giant locust of our boy glows its fist and drives a low jab that sends Alpha crashing hard to the ground. Our hero steps forward to finish off this trash. As Alpha hits the earth, another punch follows, slamming him toward the core, blood gushing from his mouth. Our hero thinks that's enough to take him out. I guess a replica is just a replica after all. Even if he hasn't been weakened for long, he's still far weaker than Akuma. Our hero figures it's best to hand the body over to Shane as fast as possible. As he moves toward it, he hears a loud sound and turns, thinking Sanjin has done his duty. Now Alpha is left disappointed. Despite using his race-seeker technique, he couldn't match Hansu. All he hoped for was to revive his race, and now he doesn't know if he made a mistake. His dream lies in shambles because of a mere inferior. He crawls toward the mana core, determined to take everything from Kong Hansu, to take everything Kong holds. He grabs the mana core. Just as he seizes it, our hero's eyes lock on him, stunned at what Alpha is doing. He yells at Alpha to stop, asking if he's going to abandon all hope like this. But Alpha has linked with the core, thinking how insulting it all was to the very end. Now none of that matters. He smiles maniacally, thinking if the core is destroyed, then he can take its place. He snarls, "Have a taste of your own medicine, Kong Hansu." Just then, the core swallows him and begins to glow bright. Our hero looks annoyed because of Tekaron and mutters, "You said you had a real temper when you were younger." I guess it was true after all. He can't believe Tekaron is prioritizing winning against him over the prosperity of his kin. Just then, the orb starts glowing bright, and from the surface above, a slimy green liquid drips down, splattering on the ground and even on our hero's locust. He swears under his breath. The roots should have at least created his clone at a proper age, but since it's so young, it's just causing needless trouble. He fires his blue energy straight at the orb, trying to shatter it. The scene shifts outside to the burrows, where Unchai panics, shouting why this thing is suddenly moving. Sangjin tells her to calm down, scolding that she's too grown to act like a baby. She snaps back, asking why he's so unbothered when they could die instantly if they fall from his height. Sangjin only smiles, saying he has something he can put his faith into, and tells her to look up. She asks what's up there, but as her eyes lift, they widen in shock. Kong Hansu is floating in the air above. She wonders how in the world he's doing that. Right then, the system prompts that they're also being transferred to Mikao. A magic circle appears beneath Unchai and beneath Sangjin. From above, our hero watches as they're transported to Mikao. Outside, plenty of players are gathered. Michael starts thinking about Hansu, wondering what exactly he's expecting from him. Miss Sophia is one thing, but sending others as well. If there's something Hansu wants him to do, he could at least tell him directly. Just then, someone calls him, and he turns to see Sophia, who has now awakened. She asks how long she has been passed out. Michael replies that it has not been long, and then asks what exactly happened up there. Sophia admits that she does not even remember herself. She lost consciousness partway through, and her memories are still foggy. Michael begins to grow concerned, given that she does not know the situation now. He states that since Ouroboros is moving, it would be dangerous to stay here, so they should retreat for now. Sophia agrees and says she will contact the Beacon clan, while Michael decides that he will contact the Giacomo clan. At that moment, a blue magic circle suddenly appears behind them. Michael turns in surprise, as more players are transferred right in front of him. He thinks to himself that he is becoming some kind of babysitter now, wondering what he is supposed to do if Hansu keeps sending everyone his way like this. Still, since Hansu has made the decision, Michael resolves to put his trust in him. He hopes Hansu will not simply toss everything onto his shoulders and then die alone. After all, Michael feels that his own life rests in Hansu's hands. Hansu must win, and Michael will save his complaints until after that victory. On the other hand, our hero now stood directly in front of Ouroboros. The dragon glared at him with eyes burning with revenge, then unleashed a blast of full fire energy. It was so massive in diameter that even Hansu would not be able to dodge it. The torrent of energy cut through the air, leaving no chance to move. Alpha understood that even he would not make it out unscathed if he took the fire head-on. Our boy's mind raced. If he dodged, that would be the end of it, but the number of casualties it would cause was unimaginable. He resolved that it could not be helped. Two skills appeared before him on the system screen: Summit's Grand Orb and Heavenly Soldier Armor Protection Area. He activated them, and the protective field completely halted the fire energy. Boros had already anticipated that the hero would block the attack, but he had hidden a trick within it. The energy had not dissipated at all. Instead, it transformed into something far more dangerous, the kind of flames that could explode and consume the hero's very life. As the pressure mounted, he realized it was an explosion. The energy erupted violently, blasting him backward. Fragments of fire shot at him relentlessly, forcing him to shield himself with his wings. He crashed to the ground but managed to land on his feet, coughing blood as the flames spread around him. Glancing to the side, he saw fire everywhere, people burning in the chaos. Pressing his hand to his chest, he thought grimly that the damage would be far too severe if he fought Boros head-on. Even if it meant pushing himself to the limit, he would have to rely on his magic power. At that moment, the system prompted him. The authority of the Valkyrie Administrator had been invoked. It listed all the people, but then a warning appeared. Increased magic power would be consumed if the severely wounded were included. Would he include the wounded in the transfer? The hero answered without hesitation. All of them. Do not leave a single one behind. The system confirmed the authority and announced that all targets would be transported to the cross area. A vast magic transfer circle appeared behind him, and the system sent notifications to everyone, informing them they would be transported to the red zone cross area. It warned them clearly. Approaching Boros meant instant death. The players watched as the shimmering magic circle enveloped them, and one by one, they were transported away. From the Pro-Port residential area as well, countless people were transferred to the Red Cross area, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands had been saved. But the cost was brutal. The hero had been struck by the strain of excessive magic power usage. His body wavered and dwindled. Seizing the moment, Ouroboros rushed forward, mocking him for wasting his power on lesser beings and daring to oppose one who had fused with Ouroboros. The hero stood his ground, blood still at his lips, and declared that they would see how it played out. If he was to kill that abomination, he would need to find a way to deliver a single decisive blow. A weapon containing the king's authority, the lightning splitter, was what he sought. To obtain it, he would have to meet Tekaron in the king's path. But right now, he could not afford to move. If he left without knocking out the enemy before him, humanity would face annihilation. Resolving himself, he thought that it could not be helped. He would have to bet on the odds. A notification appeared, declaring that he had reached maximum proficiency with his skill and that an upgrade was now available. He smiled, recognizing it as the perfect moment. He confirmed the choice, and the dragon Chi art merged with his active equipment, the heavenly soldier armor. The fusion reshaped it into the vessel of the dragon god itself, transforming into Heaven's spear. Suddenly, his rings began to glow, and his entire body was enveloped in a surge of yellow energy. The system notification declared that the activation of scale had been confirmed, and now the hero entered God mode. One after another, system windows appeared before his eyes, listing all the skills that granted him armor protection and other magical powers. The serpent cursed aloud, realizing that Hanso still had hidden skills up his sleeve, but dismissed it, thinking it did not matter what Hanso did if he simply destroyed him. With that thought, the serpent leapt forward to crush him. Our hero met the attack head-on, blocking it effortlessly with his arm. The serpent was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend the possibility. Saga, within the serpent's body, was equally shocked at how Hanso could block such a strike barehanded. Then, the hero uttered only 2 words, collapse, burn. In that instant, the serpent was struck by a devastating sonic boom of fire. The sheer force of the impact rippled across the ground, hitting the people nearby. As they shielded themselves and looked toward the battlefield, Mikhail spoke, acknowledging that he had known Hanso was strong, but admitting he had not expected him to be this strong. He questioned whether it was even fair to classify Hanso as a human being like the rest of them. The yellow-haired girl added her doubts, saying she could not understand why Hanso had dragged them along, given the stark difference in their abilities. If he could have fought like this from the start, she truly could not comprehend his reasoning. The blonde girl answered, saying he had been trying to prevent them from getting caught up in a battle, and noted that Boros was now left momentarily, terribly unconscious. Just then, the ground trembled, startling everyone. The blonde girl wondered aloud if that was the case. Then wouldn't Hanso be able to kill Boros if he simply continued attacking in the same manner as before? Surely the fight could end. Sophia quickly interjected, shaking her head. She explained that using such an attack again was impossible. Hanso's skills, the dragon art, or rather, the vessel of the dragon god, granted transformation but consumed an enormous amount of magical power. With the last attack, Hanso had already expended nearly all of his reserves. On top of that, he had not rested at all on his way here, not even pausing to take a sip of water. At this rate, it would not be surprising if he collapsed from sheer exhaustion. The yellow-haired girl asked with concern what would happen to them now. If Hanso could fight alone, Then why had he gone through the trouble of transferring everyone away? Sophia calmly closed her book and answered that it had been done to save them. Sang-jin then turned to the group, his voice firm, telling everyone to listen. They were making far too much of a fuss. What they needed to remember was that Hansu had never once failed. He never had, and he surely would not fail this time either. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where our hero stood face to face with the serpent. Its massive body coiled tightly, movements turning wild and berserk as it launched repeated attacks. A system warning appeared, alerting that excessive magic power was being consumed, and Valkyrie's magic power reserves were already down to 17%. Our hero fought on with one eye open, thinking to himself that he had managed to buy some time, but there was no leeway left. Another system warning flashed. Reserve had dropped to 5%. He knew then that he would have to end the fight with a single decisive blow. He hoped the world tree would endure long enough. Gathering insane speed, he leapt upward, quickly reaching a point where king bees blocked his path. Their presence told him the king's path had to be close, for only decrepit worker bees remained this deep. He remembered Kang T's words, that there should be at least 10 billion of them, but with the world tree weakening, their numbers had clearly diminished. Suddenly, a bee lunged from behind and struck his back, but he dodged with his wings. Turning, he regarded the attacker, remarking that it seemed the bee had not enjoyed the meal he had prepared. The furious bee answered that, as a calamity, it had tasted countless humans, but the last meal had been overflowing with magic power. It had been the best it had ever consumed. Thanks to that, this old soldier was able to fly through the skies once more, and for that it bore only gratitude. However, the bee warned him that the world tree's magic power was nearly depleted. Once it was exhausted entirely, the red zone would collapse into ruin. The bee demanded to know whether he intended to destroy the red zone. Our hero replied firmly that he did not plan to destroy it. He intended to save it. He needed to enter the king's path as soon as possible, so if a fight was inevitable, then they should begin. The bee remarked on his humor, saying that although temporary, he was still an administrator. Would an old soldier on his deathbed truly be a worthy opponent for one such as him? The hero acknowledged the bee's strength, noting that despite its frailty, it had managed to land quite the blow. The bee apologized for that, admitting it had been carried away, but explained that it wished to witness the skill behind a strike aimed at its mortal enemy. Then, turning away, the bee added that they had spoken too long already. Apologizing for the delay, it offered to guide the human warrior to the king of Elvenheim, Tekron. As they ascended, other bees followed in their wake. Deep within the world tree, they reached the entrance to the king's path. The bee announced that this was the king's abode. Tekron had not shown his face in 500 years, so was uncertain whether he would answer. Our hero stepped forward, telling him not to worry. He had a plan. He had come here to fulfill his promise to Tekron. He urged haste, telling the bee to use mind's eye. The bee knew this skill belonged to the king, allowing one to peer into another's inner world with permission. He wondered who this human warrior truly was, but sensed also that he was not yet trusted. Our hero glanced at his system and resolved that it could not be helped. He would have to drop a small hint. He struck the great flower and spoke aloud, calling Tekron's name. He revealed that Tekron's son, Shane, was waiting, and if he wished to bring him back to life, then he must answer immediately. At that moment, the great flowers began to shimmer with a blue glow, and a system message appeared. Entity Tekron has activated the skill Mind's Eye. The king's memories surged forth, rising like a tide, and in that instant, the creature fell toward Sang-jin. Before the hero now floated Tekron himself, lifting into the air. The hero spoke plainly, declaring that even fairies could not interfere within another's inner world, so he would be frank. He revealed the truth. A variable had appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years, the abyss would open. To resist it, an army would be required, and so a grand alliance would be formed, uniting humans and all other races. For that, he needed Tekron's help. Tekron considered his words and replied that he understood. He confirmed that no lies had been spoken. If Ouroboros was to be eradicated, then the hero would need a powerful weapon, one that would grow alongside him and prove its strength even in the higher zones. The hero agreed and declared that he needed the lightning splitter, demanding it be handed over. Tekron's expression darkened. Before the weapon could be granted, the entire space turned white. The king's voice rang out, declaring that he could not yet entrust his people's legacy. He questioned whether the hero might be under another's influence. The hero bristled at the suggestion, finding it deeply displeasing. Did Tekron truly believe he was being controlled by another? Tekron answered that was indeed the case. From the memories he had seen, the hero had been both Valkyrie's clan vanguard and one of the heroes of the Abyss. If the future was to be entrusted, Tekron concluded, it must be to a true hero, not to a puppet. Our hero asks Techeron what he meant by the puppet thing. He says his comrades sent him here with the hopes of 6 billion humans resting on his shoulders, and he would never rely on something as trivial as a curse. He advises Techeron to take back his statement that belittles his comrades. Techeron replies that he had no intention of mocking them, and only found the matter curious. He explains that Keldian is supposed to be the great sage, and it seems strange that such a man would place a curse so obvious that even he could notice it. Our hero then asks if Techeron thinks letting him discover it was part of the plan. The old man nods and says that's exactly his assumption. He then asks if our hero has ever truly rested since coming to this world. Pointing out that to him, he looks like a wild beast running endlessly forward without pause. In such a state, he warns, he will collapse sooner rather than later. He questions how he could entrust the lightning splitter to someone headed toward that kind of future. Our hero reflects on those words, realizing that this is how others saw him, while he himself had never noticed it. Techeron tells him to take that as heartfelt advice from an old man, and adds that it seems our hero wants him to break the curse. He offers to begin the process, and our hero gives his approval. Techeron joins his hands together, and energy begins to ooze from his head as he calls upon the forgotten name, wishing for the sleeping majesty to breathe once more. He activates his skill, the breathing of manifestation, and the surroundings shift into a subspace as light flows from Techeron's hands. Our hero watches silently as a dense red aura flickers around him, but then a blue time-loop circle appears above Techeron. Techeron realizes that Keldian had mixed the rituals of Acheron and Elevenheim, so that only he could recognize it. Deep down, he admits that he had secretly wished to meet Keldian in person, as he had never seen him before. Our hero urges him to hurry, saying there's no time and to break the curse quickly. The old man remains calm and tells him not to be impatient, confirming that the curse was made deliberately to be undone, and that he will now remove it at once. He just says the breath shatters all the binds, and the energy circle loops start vibrating hard, as he says orders it to sever these shackles. As Techeron says release, the circle got violent outburst of energy. Our hero gets visibly shaken, and his eyes get sharp as he carries the circle's energy. One dude yells at our hero to get up, saying this is no time to act like that. He shouts if he's really going to throw away the sacrifice of 6 billion people. Our hero slowly wakes up, but remains silent. A red-haired companion comments that this won't do. The light in his eyes is gone. The purple-haired guy gets furious, saying it's not like he's the only one who's lost someone precious. So what is he doing just standing there? At that moment, a blond man named Keldian appears, his red ring glowing faintly. He apologizes to our hero, saying what they need right now is a warrior. Suddenly, the sound and energy from his words flow into our hero, who stands there confused and unaware of what's happening around him. In his mind, he hears another voice, realizing that the guy was right. If it had truly been him before, he would have kept fighting. He can't help but think of Kiriel, the one who sacrificed herself to save him, a feeling he had never fully faced. Keldian's voice echoes, saying the very fact that my thoughts reach you means you've been steadily following the goal. Keldian floats midair, yellow energy surging from his body, while our hero slowly stands up. He calls out Keldian's name, and Techeron immediately realizes that this blond man really is the great sage. He never expected to see him so soon. Keldian says that as someone who once ruled both Elvenheim and Acheron, it's no wonder Techeron could undo it. He calls him a true Grand Magnus. Techeron cuts him off, saying enough with the empty flattery, and reminds him that he was the one who placed the curse using their arts in the first place. Keldian bows humbly, admitting that it's true. He designed the curse, so only Techeron could undo it. Now that the curse is gone and he can finally deliver his message, he expresses his gratitude. Techeron nods, saying he gladly accepts, and that it was an honor to engrave such a beautiful spell in his memory. Our hero steps in, teasing that it's unusual for Techeron to be the one giving compliments, and asks if his personality has changed now that he exists as a thought form. Keldian smiles and says he's only grateful because our hero carried out his plan without ever knowing the full picture. He explains that our hero must have known he couldn't send him to the past without binding him first. Our hero responds that the condition he gave was still contradictory. Save everyone, but kill those who obstruct. He always thought it was a paradox. Keldian calmly explains that if he went too extreme, it wouldn't work, and if he tried to save too many, it also wouldn't work. It was all part of the operation, and he asked for understanding. Our hero remarks that Keldian treats people too carelessly, but now that he's appeared, he asks if that means he can act on his own will. Keldian nods, saying he trusts him now that the plan has reached this point, but reminds him to prepare for what's ahead. He tells him not to neglect the task of uniting all of humanity's hearts as one. Our hero assures him that from here on, he'll move forward his own way. Suddenly, the subspace around them begins to fade, shifting into what looks like an oceanic illusion. Feeling the distortion, Tekaron warns that time is short, and they don't have the luxury to reminisce. He tells them to say their final words. Our hero immediately says to wait for him. Soon, he'll rise again and topple everything just like before. Keldian smiles and replies, yes, just like before fading away completely. Tekaron returns to his flower, blue mana swirling in his hands as he channels his magic. The energy takes shape, transforming into a weapon, the lightning splitter. He entrusts his life and will into it, handing it over to our hero. Our hero grabs the weapon, and a system notification appears, confirming that he has received the lightning splitter from Tekaron. The old man explains that the charge of the lightning splitter depends entirely on the wielder's capacity, and warns that if it's charged in its current state, the world tree will die. He then asks how our hero plans to handle that problem. Our hero summons his scales and replies that he will use the world tree's mana to maintain the dragon god's body, and as for charging the weapon, he'll use his own life force along with the energy from the divine stone's fragment. Before he can continue, Kalpa speaks up, insisting that his life force must not be used. Our hero turns around, surprised to see them there, wondering where these beings suddenly appeared from. Kalpa explains that if they can gather enough mana, the vile Ouroboros can finally be slain. He then offers to share the divine stone's fragment with him. And if that still isn't enough, he declares that the remaining 600,000 of his kin will willingly sacrifice themselves too. Our hero is taken aback and asks why he would go that far, questioning if he really means to sacrifice his entire race just to kill Ouroboros. Kalpa 1 shakes his head and says it's the opposite. Our hero looks confused, unable to grasp what he means by that. Kalpa Guard explains that what he means is hope, because they saw hope in the void. The world tree is withering, its sap nearly gone. Without sap, there's no nourishment, and without nourishment, their queen can no longer lay eggs. Their attacks on humans weren't out of malice but desperation, to replenish their lacking mana. But during their struggle, they discovered that the true cause of the depletion, the one draining the most sap, was Ouroboros itself. He continues, saying they waged a great war against the beast to protect the sap of the world tree. In that battle, they lost their queen, and even with her sacrifice, all they managed to do was seal the creature into slumber. Hearing this, our hero stands silently, stunned by the revelation. Kalpa Warrior goes on, saying that before their queen died, she left behind one final hope, gifting him the divine stone's fragment, a symbol of calamity. But with the world tree dying and the sap running dry, her rebirth has become impossible. Our hero nods in understanding, saying that if the beast is destroyed and the world tree restored, then a new queen can be born. Kalpa immediately kneels before him, bowing deeply, and says that 500 years ago, they failed to protect their queen and let her perish. He pleads for their redemption, asking our hero to use them as the foundation for the birth of a new queen and to help them fulfill their mission. His heartfelt request leaves our hero standing there in silence. Kalpa continues, saying that they failed in their sacred duty to lay down their lives for their queen. With his voice trembling, he begs our hero to use them so they can finally fulfill that duty. Our hero lowers his head for a moment, then says he understands and promises to ensure that a new queen will be born. He then grips the weapon tightly, and a bright light bursts from his hand. A system notification appears, stating that the King Bee commander, Kalpa, who carries the fragment of the divine stone, will now be converted into energy for the lightning splitter. Kalpa's body glows golden and a queen bee appears. She wonders if the Kalpa is nothing more than a warrior, but he has a meticulous nature to him. Kalpa says, Tekaron greets him warmly, saying it's a pleasure to see him again, and then turns to our hero, telling the young human warrior that he will now entrust their queen and the future of their race to him. Our hero replies with confidence that there's no need to worry. He always keeps his promises. The old man smiles and assures Kalpa that he can rest easy, saying this man is stubbornly inflexible and will make his greatest wish come true no matter what. Kalpa nods and says he knows that well, and that he has no doubts left. He then says he will leave everything to them. In that moment, Kalpa's body turns into pure energy, which flows into the weapon, causing it to glow brilliantly. Our hero silently thanks Kalpa in his heart, realizing that this will save him a great deal of time. A system notification appears, stating that the King Bees have been subjugated, and since the King Bee commander holding the Divine Stone fragment has perished, all King Bees are now considered subdued. The lightning splitter is charged up to 98%, and the skill Thunderstorm is now available for use. Our hero then asks the old man to leave the queen's eggs with him for a while. Tekaron agrees, telling him to do as he wishes. Our hero spins the weapon in a circular motion, and an alert flashes before him, declaring that he will now slay Ouroboros. His armor begins to radiate with the mana of the king bees as he braces himself for the immense power about to be unleashed. As he channels the weapon's energy, he can feel Culpa's burning grudge against Ouroboros, and the intensity of that hatred leaves him momentarily speechless. He understands that pain all too well, the pain of losing something precious. With a heavy heart and unshakable resolve, he vows to the future Bee Queen to witness everything closely, because this single strike carries the strength and will of all her fallen kin. With incredulous strength, our hero swings the weapon, leaving a trail of yellow light as it smashes into the ground and ruptures the earth open. The impact sends a beam of light down onto the monster, which screams in pain as its head slams against the shattered ground. The entire valley trembles from the pressure. The beast is buried by that single strike, its soul torn apart by the blow, and from its face a glowing blue core emerges and falls into the deep pit. Inside that core, another monster rides. A notification appears stating that all Ouroboros subjugation is completed and that all calamities in the red zone have been subdued. Our hero hovers above the rubble, checking the aftermath of his strike. He is sweating, and his energy still crackles around him. The old man appears behind him and remarks that our boy must have been in quite a rush, unable to believe the hero even destroyed the king's residence. Our hero says he needs to end things as soon as possible and has to keep that in mind. The old man says he understands, but now that the monster has been felled, he suggests getting some rest. He explains that thunderstorm is a technique usable only by those not under the influence of physical reinforcement, and that using it in the wrong state would be harmful. Our hero narrows his eyes and says he still has work to do. There is time before the lake opens, so he will rest until then. Without hesitation, he leaps into the hole where the core fell. The old man watches quietly, wondering how, despite all the help from his skills, the hero's body must be in extreme pain. Even with the seal released, why is the man drawn toward a corpse? The old man decides he must follow. Peering down, he sees our hero floating just above the core. Our hero touches the core, and his system reports no life detected. This worries him because if he used a potion, he could break the corpse easily, but that would send Alpha's body flying out, so he must be careful and take his time. Suddenly, he uses the vessel of the dragon god, blazing nova, and yellow cracking energy erupts from his hand. It opens a hole in the core, revealing Alpha inside. Our hero says this should be enough. He grabs Alpha's shoulder and gives the core a firm tug, shattering it into pieces. As Alpha flies free, our hero catches him, thinking this will let him keep his promise. He presses his hands against a fragment of memory on Alpha's chest, and it begins to glow. A notification says the fragment of memory is reacting to Alpha's body. Our hero believes he has successfully implanted Shane's soul. Now all that remains is to keep his promise to the king bee. Alpha awakens, calling him a monster and acknowledging that the promise was kept. Our hero replies that Alpha must be confused, but reassures him that he has secured his soul and will take him to his father so he can rest. Suddenly, our hero feels his heart pound violently and blood trickles from his mouth. Alpha notices and calls out, alarmed that the hero is bleeding. A notification announces the start of Voltri magic power recovery. The magic link with the entity, which our hero had temporarily been connected to, is cut off, and the remaining time on the magic link is restored to only 24 hours. The hero's scales dissipate into smoke as he clutches his chest in pain. The system warns that due to lack of magic power, the vessel of the dragon god will be lifted. Our hero coughs blood in sheer agony. Alpha crawls toward his master, asking what is happening. The hero is barely leaking blood from his mouth and realizes that with the magic link cut, the backlash is unbearable. He expected this, but now he fears he cannot keep his promise to the king bee. He forces himself to hold on despite having 0 life force left. Alpha keeps shouting for him to hold together, reminding him they promised to move forward together and pleading not to be left behind. Suddenly, Tekaron appears, using his Agni's sting skill. He descends into a magic circle that rains fire arrows, taking Alpha by surprise. A fire arrow slams down just behind Alpha, and he cries out in confusion as 3 more arrows strike the ground before a hero and Alpha. The old man orders Alpha to back off, calling him a filthy beast, and declares that the man standing there is the savior of the world. He warns that if Alpha intends revenge, he'll be killed. Alpha is bewildered by the old man's words. The old man continues to berate him, saying that despite granting Alpha authority of control, the monster dared to use that power to destroy the red zone. He keeps cursing him as a filthy bastard. The old man keeps cursing the boy, saying he is beyond disgust. From above, seated within a glowing circle and looking down, he notices the boy doesn't react at all. Instead, the boy starts to cry, his voice trembling as he says he had been waiting all that time, alone in the darkness, believing that someday his father would come for him. In that endless dark, he held on to the hope that his father would come to save him. But now that very belief is being crushed, as the same person who gave him hope is now trying to kill him once again. Tears stream down his face as he weeps, saying that if his father had seen him again, he thought he would call him Shane and greet him with warmth. But he realizes now how wrong he was. The old man, shaken and disturbed by hearing the name Shane, a name he had buried deep in his heart, stares in disbelief and asks if the boy truly just said he is Shane. Alpha, clinging tightly to our boy, cries out that he doesn't care what happens to him and begs the old man to save Hansu. The old man, overwhelmed with guilt, apologizes and admits that he failed to recognize his own son as a father should. He explains that even if he hadn't embraced him before, he had always intended to protect him. He tells them not to worry as glowing yellow patterns begin to emerge from the circle, surrounding them in radiant light, and the boy's body starts shining with a golden hue. The Elysian circle of life now activated. Alpha, filled with confusion and fear, asks his father what he's doing. The old man, tears flowing down his face, replies that no parent would ever call their own child disgusting. He gently wipes Alpha's tears, apologizing from the depths of his heart, pulling his son into a tight embrace. He confesses that both he and Alpha's mother have always loved him so deeply that no words could ever describe it. His voice cracks as he tells him how much he misses him, calling him his beloved son. Alpha, trembling, wraps his arms around him and bursts into tears, crying like a child in his father's arms. At noon, inside a quiet tent, our boy lies resting. As he slowly opens his eyes, a wave of fatigue still lingers through his body. He sits up on the bed, clenches his fist, and feels a familiar pulse. His magic link has been safely restored. With a calm breath, he notes that there shouldn't be any problem moving around in this state. Putting on his shoes, he looks around and says that he already knows who's there, asking the fairy to show herself. From the shadows, an eerie presence appears. A large-horned fairy with a wicked smile, her snake-like aura slithering through the air. She says she was worried since he had been bedridden, but he seems to have recovered better than expected. Our boy narrows his eyes and replies that her concern is nothing but a joke. He accuses her lord of wanting him to suffer, then demands the reward he was promised, saying he has already subjugated all the calamities and now wants the skill called Dive Zero. The fairy's smirk widens as she mocks his confidence, saying he already knows exactly what he wants. She pulls out a strange crystal that glows faintly and tells him that since he worked so hard for their amusement, they'll grant him this reward as a treat. She explains that this pearl can cause unattributed damage across a wide area and rapidly lower the magic resistance of every target caught within its range. Her grin sharpens as she asks whether, by choosing a skill once known to have destroyed the world, he plans to entertain them again with even more chaos starting from the Orange Zone. Our boy simply replies that how he uses the skill is none of their concern. It's his power now, and they have no right to interfere. The theory says she will see it and then ask whether you intend to commit mass genocide, right? Then she calls Mr. Hansel far too kind in his progression and explains that some of the higher-ups have complaints. If he takes a more exciting action, she could quickly push him forward. Our boy moves closer and replies that he does not intend to commit mass genocide and asks whether demanding something from Traveler is not against the rulebook. She bristles and insists she only said that because she wanted to do something for him. How upsetting, and even though she gave him a reward that was then. Our boy tells her to do as she wishes. She vanishes, leaving him thinking that the Dive Zero Pearl is indeed well-suited for mass genocide. Yet when used with precision, it becomes a skill specialized in killing enemies. In the Orange Zone, he cannot use tree magic power, and using the Vessel of the Dragon God without sufficient magic would risk fainting. However, with Dive Zero, everything changes. Now that he has obtained a finisher skill with good magic power efficiency, starting from the Orange Zone, he will have to rush things through. A system notification appears, showing that a message has been received from Tekaron, requesting a conversation. He mentions that he has something important to say about his race. Thinking about the race, our boy tells Tekaron that he'll be there shortly. Later, he's seen standing before the old man, who admits that things had been too tense earlier for them to talk freely. The old man mentions that in his memories, he saw Acheron and asks if his kin are still alive in the Orange Zone. Our boy answers that his father is right. Acheron did survive in the Orange Zone. However, their original tribe, Nagar, couldn't adapt to the desert's harsh conditions and eventually perished. The old man sighs deeply and says he understands now. He realizes that his kin, the Acheron, still live on, even if the Nagar didn't make it. Our boy then asks why the old man hadn't told him much before, wondering what had happened and how someone of Acheron came to exist within Elvenheim. The old man explains that he never got the chance to tell his savior the truth, but now he will. He recalls the day a great change struck the golden lion Lazar, their godly guardian, whose fall turned once fertile lands into lifeless wastelands. As the grace of his blood faded, their people began to die out. In desperation to breathe new hope into his dying tribe, he used a soul transmitter to reach another world. The device succeeded in calling forth the souls of Acheron into that other realm. By fate, he was reborn as the Prince of Elvenheim. Though his body belonged to an elf, his mind remained that of an Acheron. His greatest wish was to awaken the spirit of Acheron within the bodies of Elvenheim, but that twisted ambition gave birth to Alpha. In time, he learned of Acheron's extinction and chose to live as one of the Elvenheim. But as calamities began to plague the world, even Elvenheim fell into ruin. He laments that he had lost his son twice and failed to protect his people, calling his life a complete failure. Yet, when our boy appeared, everything changed. He restored hope, and even brought the news that Acheron still survives. The old man's voice trembles as he says he could never express the depth of gratitude he feels toward him. Our hero calmly says that the old man can express his gratitude after he saves all of Acheron. The old man looks at him in shock, asking what he means by that. Our hero explains that there is still a way to save them, but for that, he needs the old man's knowledge. He asks for the location of the ancient ruins and the soul transmitter that he once used. The old man replies that he does know the location of the soul transmitter, but the real problem lies in the fact that Lazar, the golden lion, has fallen to his disease. He then asks if our boy is actually planning to heal him. Our hero nods and says that's exactly his plan, to cure Lazar. However, time is running out. In 2 years, the rope of Karashur will rise, bringing the calamity of destruction. When that happens, the entire Orange Zone, including the old man's tribesmen, will be wiped out. The old man, stunned, asks about the Pope, saying that his existence is meant to protect the Orange Zone. He can't understand why the Pope would ever summon calamity upon it. Our hero replies that those involved in the incident are already dead, and the reasons behind it were buried with them. What matters now is that it must be stopped. The old man stands silent for a moment, trying to process it all, then says he doesn't believe our hero would ever lie about something like this. Resolute, he declares that he will follow him into the Orange Zone. Our hero, expecting that answer, smiles faintly and says he was counting on him. Then he adds that they'll have to take care of any unfinished business first, asking where Shane is. The old man tells him that Shane is currently in the king bee's nest. Hearing that, our hero asks him to guide the way. As they teleport to the nest, Alpha looks at both his father and our boy, asking nervously. Our hero assures Alpha that he is fine and notes that Alpha has already worked hard to infuse magic into it, thanking him because things are going smoothly. Suddenly, he activates a buff, and a system notification announces that the World Tree Administrator has imbued World Tree magic into the King Bee Queen. Energy begins to circulate around the King Bee, the egg ruptures, and it transforms into a stunning woman. She offers thanks to the Administrator for giving her the chance to reawaken, swears by culpa that his enemies will become their enemies, and vows that the King Bees will follow his will and eradicate every foe. Our boy replies that if they share the same goal, their discussions can proceed far more smoothly. As he looks at the Queen Bee's new form, he notes how human she appears, realizing that his magic power must have mixed in her during the revival process. Turning to Shane, he says that there's something he wants to entrust to him. When Shane asks what it is, our boy extends his hand, and a system message appears. He is granting Shane administrative privileges. Along with that, he transfers multiple powerful skills and artifacts, including the Sword of Galadriel, the Ring of Fabian, and several others. The final notification confirms that since Shane now possesses all 5 Red Zone artifacts, the authority of the True World Tree Administrator has been acquired. Our boy congratulates Shane for achieving full administrative authority and tells him to work together with the Queen Bee to strengthen humanity. Shane then asks if he's planning to leave already, pointing out that Alpha's influence still remains within him and that he might act harshly toward humans. He asks if that's acceptable. Our hero answers that he prefers it that way. He wants strong warriors, ones who will be able to match what awaits them in the next zone. Shane nods, saying he understands and will do his best. At that moment, the Queen Bee steps forward and says that the child has something for him. A bee flies over and drops a shining crystal onto our boy's head. The system immediately identifies it as a 7-piece soul fragment. By embedding a piece of one soul into another, it allows communication and the sharing of memories and skills. Our hero recognizes this trait as something left behind by Miyamoto after death. He had planned to recover all of them before leaving, so this one comes at the perfect time. If he plants it inside Shane, they'll be able to communicate even while he's in the Orange Zone, which will make things easier. However, there's a complication. If he brings Takaron with him to the Orange Zone, he'll be breaking up a family reunion 500 years in the making. Thinking of the old man, our boy knows he deeply wishes to go himself. Though uncertain, he feels guilty towards Shane. Yet with the lake opening soon, if he wants to tell him the truth, now is the only time. Before he can speak, Shane notices his expression and asks if something's wrong. Our boy admits there's something he must tell him, aside from passing on the administrator rights. Shane looks confused and asks if, even with all the calamities gone, there's still something serious left to handle. Our hero nods and says that's right. He tells Shane that to end the calamity in the Orange Zone, he'll need his father's help and asks if it's all right to take him along. Shane pauses for a moment, then softly says that he understands. His father is going to the Orange Zone. Before he can continue, our boy reassures him that this parting won't last forever. If Shane takes this fragment, they'll be able to communicate even across different zones. He promises to keep him informed about his father's well-being and asks if he'll accept this trial. Shane, though saddened, smiles faintly and says it's hard to say farewell so soon, but if he'll be able to hear news about his father, then of course, he'll take it. Our hero thanks him for his understanding and says that although he will be taking his father with him, it shouldn't be too long before they meet again. He releases his energy, and the soul fragment begins to glow on Shane's chest. Shane calmly replies that it is fine, as he has already waited 500 years. Our hero then tells him that all preparations are now complete and asks him to send him to the lake, assuring him that he will not interfere between him and his son. The old man expresses his gratitude for his consideration and says that he will send him to where the humans are, as that would be better for him as well. As our hero starts to fade away, he agrees, and in the next moment, he is seen teleporting back to his tent. He summons a carrier pigeon and sends a message to his companions, asking them and the other players to gather in front of the camp by 6, as he needs to speak with them. The pigeon flies from the tent, and soon after, the knights and other companions gather in front of it. Our hero thanks them all and turns to Michael, acknowledging him as the mediator between him and the clans. He adds that if it weren't for Michael, many more travelers in the Red Zone would have perished, and asks him to continue supporting mankind and the Red Zone as a helper. Then he addresses Mihi, recalling that he has known her since the tutorial and that her growth rate is twice that of any other traveler. He pauses for a moment, then says that if she continues as she has been, she will one day become strong enough to never lose anyone again. Although it is just his personal wish, he adds that it would be nice if she becomes a monarch among monarchs. Next, he turns to Unchai and reminds her that without her clan's help, he would not have been able to destroy the cores, as her clan played a major role in the subjugation of Ouroboros. Unchai wonders why the hero is suddenly addressing her in this way, as he never did so before. The hero continues, saying that he is already a monarch and tells her to lead her clan toward prosperity. He also expresses his wish to help Mihi continue moving forward. He then calls out to Sophia, Sangjin, and Wangjung, saying that he knows they intend to follow him. But the Orange Zone is extremely dangerous, and they could die at any time. He makes it clear that if they choose to follow him, they must obey his orders without question or resistance. He asks if they are still willing to follow him under those conditions. Sangjin responds that if it is his command, he is always ready to obey. Sophia remarks that she has already been doing that anyway, and since all the calamities have been dealt with, she wishes to clear the path ahead so her younger sibling can pass through the zones more easily. Wonk agrees as well, saying that he wants to go ahead and prepare the way so his daughter can traverse the zones with greater ease, and he also wishes to search for his lost son. If the hero counts him among his forces, he will gladly follow. Our hero accepts their resolve and tells everyone that since they have made their decisions, they will depart for the Orange Zone the next day. He advises them to rest until then. The rest of the group sighs, some because they are being entrusted with great responsibility, others because they have no reason to refuse, and a few because they are simply afraid. The next day, the entire troop, along with the fighters, gather at the edge of the lake. The old man greets them warmly, recognizing them as Hansu's companions, and says he will be counting on them. Wonk, recalling Tekaron, wonders who this man is. The hero explains that he is their guide to the Orange Zone and will be traveling with them, assuring Wonk that there is no need for concern. Wonk acknowledges this, though somewhat uneasily. The old man senses some animosity towards his clone and apologizes, saying he does not know what might have occurred before. Suddenly, an energy circle appears before the hero. He instructs the group to leave the small dog behind and tells everyone to prepare themselves as the gate begins to open. The portal above the lake starts to hum with dark energy, and the hero announces that they are now entering the Orange Zone. He steps into the lake and follows the darkened path ahead. On the other side of the portal, they are met with a vast, desolate landscape. Massive clouds of smoke, arid mountains, and monsters roaming across the terrain as usual. From a yellow portal, our hero steps into the orange zone, with Sophia leaping out right behind him. Suddenly, a massive serpent lunges at him. Without hesitation, he calls out to Sophia, telling her to cover them with a path of descent. They can't afford to become a monster's feast on their grand entrance. She immediately responds, opening her spellbook and casting a spell that lifts everyone into midair. As the spell carves a glowing path through the air, our hero dashes along it toward the monster and swings his weapon with full force, leaving a brilliant streak of yellow light in his wake. The strike is so powerful that the monster's mouth is instantly torn apart. It howls in agony as its tongue is shredded and smeared across our hero's hands. The beast thrashes violently, shaking the ground beneath it as the torn tongue drops onto the skull's surface. The hero thinks to himself that he expected this outcome. He had only just surfaced, so dealing proper damage was impossible. Still, he considers this much to be perfect for a test run. He concludes that being able to cut off a creature's tongue is already enough to gauge his strength, meaning that compared to other travelers of the Orange Zone, he would rank somewhere around mid-tier. The monster with the severed tongue lets out a deafening shriek, and in response, several other monsters appear, joining the fray. Flames burst from the creature's mouth as it roared in fury. Sophia, alarmed by the sight, shouts to the hero to hurry and get away, warning him that even he cannot take on that many monsters right now. Ariel, analyzing the situation, acknowledges that Sophia's assessment is accurate. Her librarian skill truly lives up to its reputation. The hero internally agrees, realizing that while he might be able to handle one monster on his own, facing 5 at once would be too much. He decides to postpone the subjugation until after his physical strengthening technique ends. Calmly, he mutters that he will let the monster, whom he calls Mango, live for now. Standing tall, with unshaken courage right before the creature's gaping mouth, he watches as it swings its massive claw toward him. The hero swiftly leaps into the air, dodging the attack with effortless precision. Calling out to Sophia, he instructs her to adjust the path of descent 1 kilometer above ground, so they can ascend and conduct reconnaissance from the air. Sophia quickly opens her spellbook and responds that she understands. Without realizing it, they are already taking their first steps into their journey through the Orange Zone. As they soar upward, the furious monster below can do nothing but glare at them in frustration, its wounded mouth dripping with rage. In the Orange Zone, 2 watchers scan our hero's group through their binoculars, trying to figure out if their phantoms really slipped into this place. One of them recognizes Sophia and notes that, aside from her, he hasn't seen the others anywhere in the Red Zone. He wonders if that ties into why the Ramblers hadn't shown up until now. Now that he's confirmed Sophia is here, he decides this can stay categorized as a simple recon mission. This watcher is Shimura Kin, team leader of the Larallarol clan. He eyes our hero walking along the sky path meant to dodge demons and quietly questions what's up with him. Even as a rookie, the guy handled the Muggos pattern and the triangle zone with weird precision, which shouldn't be possible. Still, Kin shrugs it off, thinking he just needs to wipe them out and take Sophia with him. He turns to his men and asks for the magic gun so he can start the hunt. His subordinate hands it over, but then wonders aloud why Kin is ditching recon to chase after them. It seems Sophia has finally surfaced, and the subordinate teasingly suggests Kin might be doing this because she rejected him after he confessed. Jin slams the dude with his weapon and warns him to shut his mouth if he want to live. He turns toward our hero's group, already deciding he'll wipe out the men and just capture Sophia. He lines up his aim on them and warns his fellow to stay quiet so he doesn't get caught again. The guy gets angry at the comment, but still thanks him, declaring he'll follow him for the rest of his life. Kin lifts the magic gun, and a strange pulse spreads from it. He mutters that 1 month in the Orange Zone equals a year in the Red Zone, and he survived an entire year alone. A traveler from a Red Zone should fall instantly to a weapon that can take down Muggos. But as he aims, he freezes stunned. Our hero is staring straight into him. Kin can't figure out how long that gaze has been fixed on him from 700 meters away. It shouldn't matter anyway, since the guy has no means to attack from this distance. Then our hero raises his fist, and a pattern forms. Kin has no idea what he's doing. It's drive 0. The fist tightens, and that strange energy bursts out, the pattern rushing toward him. Kin feels the same energy erupting from his own body. His assistant panics, shouting about what's happening to him. Kin begs for help, but his body rusts away in seconds until nothing is left but 3 magic stones. Our hero watches the ashes fall, scoffing at someone pointing a Muggos hunting weapon at a person and calling a plan. Sophia notices his tense expression and asks what's wrong. He brushes it off and tells her they should keep going. Later, they head up the sky path Sophia created. Our hero glances down, saying the Muggos should have lost his trail by now. He He asks Tekaran to use flow strings from here on so they can move more efficiently. Tekaran agrees and forms a smooth glide path in the air. Sophia complains that having a skill like this earlier would have been nice. The old man fires back that his skill isn't something he can use whenever he wants, and as a library user she should already know that, so she shouldn't complain. He shifts the topic, saying his homeland used to be a lush forest but is now just a barren desert. Sophia asks if his homeland is the orange zone, and he confirms it. He points out toward the endless sand and asks what they see. They all answer that it's just a desert, but he tells them that outsiders only see the surface and that there's far more beneath it. He turns to our hero and says that now they've reached his homeland, he wants to show him Lazar. He asks if raising their altitude by 10 kilometers is fine. Our hero says it'll help him get a sense of their position. The magic circle lifts them high, freezing them in place so they don't slip off. The old man finally reveals it. This is his homeland. This is the land of Lazar. From above, they see the desert, except it isn't a desert at all. It's a living creature. Sophia is stunned, realizing the horizon they saw earlier was just its tail. Sangjin wonders how massive it must be if, even from this height, they can only see the lower half. Wonk says he has seen monstrous serpents before, but nothing even close to this. The old man sighs, saying comparing it to Ouroboros would be insulting. He explains that Lazar, the golden lion, was the holy beast ruling this island. Its form stretches across the land, bright mana crackling all over its enormous body. It drank the molten sea of herring sun and forged its own body from it. The bright blue sparks they see come from Lazar, converting molten water into energy that blesses many beings, including the Acheron. But now that the place has dried into desert, he fears that blessing won't last much longer. Our hero says he brought them here to fix that. He knows what needs to be done, so the old man should just guide them. The old man says he has no reason to doubt him. He was only grieving for his homeland. He points to a settlement in the distance, saying it doesn't look like his people's architecture, so it must be human. Our hero confirms it and says that's where they're headed. He instructs Tekaran to lower their altitude so they can farm runes on their way. Tekaran nods and begins the descent. Once they reach the ground, Hero tells the group that for the next 6 hours they'll focus on farming runes and that he'll decide which monsters they hunt. He spears one creature instantly and says they'll start with the scorpions scattered around the city. A moment later, he blitzes through several monsters with the same weapon, carving them down in seconds, and then shifts the plan again, telling the team they'll now hunt basilisks. Everyone goes all out. Weapons ring, summons flare, shields crash, and the battlefield turns into pure chaos. One lizard monster gets its head crushed by a sudden blow, Wonk's sword strike, saving Sangjin at the last possible moment. Our hero praises Wonk's effort and says that after these 6 hours, they've collected enough runes to buy a full set of gear once they reach the city. He decides they'll rest for the day and leave tomorrow. The team collapses in exhaustion, and when he notices all their stares, he asks why they're looking at him like that and tells them to speak up if something's on their mind. Tekaran says it's only natural to be shocked when Hero mentions resting since he expected him to keep pushing nonstop. Hero answers that proper fighting depends on eating and sleeping well, and he's not foolish enough to push the group past their limits unless something unexpected happens. The old man laughs and agrees, saying the steady approach always wins out. He adds that his people pass down a special recipe, and basilisk meat has its own charm. If no one objects, he'll handle dinner. Our hero welcomes the offer and says he can always rely on him. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is sprawled across the ground like workers dead tired after a long shift. The scene shifts to the base of Onvain's clan of the Cross, a fortress-like place surrounded by solid walls on all sides. This place is called Tranus. Our hero and Sophia stand in front of the entrance. Sophia raises her voice, declaring that they should know who she is, the Phantom of the Red Zone. Sophia has come. Open the gate. The guards on top look at each other, asking if she really is Sophia. One of them questions why a phantom from the Red Zone would even come here. The guard calls down, telling them to wait a moment, saying they have their own situation and can't open the gate right now. They will report it to the clan leader and let them know his decision, so for now, they should stay put. Sophia is stunned that they're not giving her any importance. Our hero finds it strange. The helpers who were supposed to aid them are instead stationed here, guarding their base. Normally, they would step in to stop Mago traveler hunts, yet the ones waiting for them were clan members who enjoyed hunting travelers. According to his memories from his past life, this clan shouldn't even exist yet, but they have already formed and even tried to hunt them. It seems his reincarnation shifted the timeline forward. He knows corruption has spread, but he needs to confirm how far. Our hero leaps up the wall in seconds, but before he reaches the top, someone else lands with a loud crash. A pink-haired girl stands there, saying, "Well, look who it is. Isn't that Sophia?" This girl is Envy Aaron. Sophia is shocked to see Aaron. She remembers her as the Punisher of Eries and the comrade who fought by her side for 50 years in the past. Now Aaron stands as the leader of the Klaus clan of Rangers and the ruler of the Helper City, Tarnas. Arvin happily asks Sophia that it has been so long and wonders about her younger brother, asking if she met him. Sophia blushes and holds her hand, saying not yet. She handled the Red Zone calamities first, so he would have an easier path coming up. Arvin is stunned and asks what she means, questioning if she actually killed them, and if that was even possible. Sophia says it is a long story and not something to explain right now, then asks why Arvin seems so tense and if something happened. Arvin sighs and says Sophia does not know the situation. To put it simply, there is a man called the Coffin Emperor who created the Leto plan. The issue is that he has been gathering scums, rapists, murderers, anyone who broke city laws, and sending them to attack their city nonstop. Their forces grew so massive in just 1 year that all they can do now is defend. Arvin says they should have upheld the rules Eries left behind and apologizes that Sophia came from the Red Zone, yet they as a helper clan could not even offer proper support. Our hero already expected this, thinking it explains why they were attacked earlier. If security is unstable, moving together would be risky. He plans to have his team stay here and train while he and the old Techeron head toward the temple. Arvin says she is still glad they made it here, because a whole group of travelers from the Red Zone arriving right now would have been a disaster. Sophia then says it is all thanks to Kong Han Su, who handled the calamities alone and made everything manageable. Everyone looks at our hero in shock. Arvin studies him and says she sensed an unusual aura, but finds him more impressive than she expected, then suggests a spar. Our hero says he just arrived from the Red Zone yesterday and would not be a worthy opponent. Arvin says she assumed he would be a battle junkie since he took down all the calamities, but maybe not. Our hero says he is not the type who enjoys fighting and knows he would lose anyway. He then asks about the dungeon inside the town. Arvin says she is not sure how he knew about that, but it is rarely used since only a few locusts come out occasionally. Arvin adds that since he is in the Odin Zone, it is safe to farm freely, so he should use it as he wishes. Our hero understands and thanks her for granting access so quickly. Arvin says it is nothing and that if he is Sophia's companion, then he is a comrade as well. She tells him to let her know if he needs anything. Our hero says he will reach out if something comes up. A bird suddenly flies in from above. It looks big from afar, but is actually small and lands on Arvin's finger. She pauses, saying she is receiving a message. The bird delivers a note from a clan leader reporting that Kale Dawson has been located, with the coordinates attached. Arvin becomes furious and immediately prepares to leave to confront Kale Dawson. She apologizes to our hero, saying she has something urgent to handle and that they will speak properly next time. Sophia says it is fine. Arvin leaps away and orders the guards to open the gates for them and guide them to their quarters. She says they are her guests and must be treated with respect. The guard welcomes Lady Sophia and her companions to Tarnas, saying they are honored to have them and hoping for good relations. The iron gates rise, and our hero steps into the city's commercial district. A local instructor excitedly spots Sophia and says a phantom coming all the way up here is unbelievable. She says they never got to speak in the Red Zone and that it is an honor to meet her. Sophia simply brushes her off. Our hero asks if their lodging is near the center temple. The girl confirms it and says she is surprised he already knew. Our hero says that is good and mentions that since they are already in the marketplace, he wants to buy new gear. He asks if she can guide them or at least provide a map. She pulls something from her pocket, revealing an advanced map, and hands it to him. Our hero thanks her. She politely wishes them a pleasant shopping trip and hopes to meet again. Our hero replies that if fate allows, they will cross paths once more. He turns to his team and says that for now, they should get equipped and meet by the abandoned dungeon at around 5 in the evening. The team heads off to shop and carry out the plan. The instructor and Sophia go shopping together. Sanjin heads off to look for new swords. Wong tries to find something with more mana-induced power. But in the most classic fashion, our hero steps into an artifact shop. He picks up a brooch that helps him fly walk, an artifact that grants flight by channeling mana into his soul. He also buys a storm lace, a lightweight cloak that protects against sandstorms. That still isn't enough for him, so he adds a shield and a pair of rune gloves to his haul. These gloves help with mana flow control. Fully geared, our hero smiles and says that it is clean and good enough. As he walks out radiating a farming aura, the old Techeron is impressed and says he never saw anything like this in the Red Zone, wondering if humans really buy and sell such things. Our hero says of course, before coming to the other world, this was normal for humans, and Techeron probably never saw this kind of life down there because of Miyamoto's influence. Techeron still finds it strange that one of the 12 temples has turned into a human city. Our hero tells him not to be easily surprised, or he will make all the effort put into turning him human go to waste. Tekaron sighs and says fine. He will be careful, complaining that our hero is always nagging. Our hero then turns to the shop owner and asks how much everything costs. The shop owner looks the goofiest character I have ever seen. However, he says, judging by your gear, you haven't been here long since leaving the red zone. He asked our hero if he got enough runes. Our hero grabs out a small bag and dumps multiple runes he gathered from the orange zone. The goofy shop owner is left stunned. Our hero is confident that the runes must be enough to buy everything. The shop owner didn't even count and thanked our boy. The scene shifts to the training dungeon. Our hero and Tekaron are already waiting for the team. When the team arrives, Hansu is pleased that these slugs finally made it. Sanjin asks about the dungeon rating and wonders if it's easy to clear it. Our hero says not to be so chill. They will see how easy the dungeon is once they are inside. Our hero and the team make their way toward the dungeon, and he glances at Tekaron while telling him that he's going to start explaining how the item should be prepared. Tekaron gives him the go-ahead. Our hero lifts a finger, and a burst of blue energy shoots out of him. That surge activates the system, drawing everyone's attention as a box forms and shapes rise above the circle. He explains to his teammates that once they step inside the dungeon, a monster called Baladi will show up. It's basically a wasp-type creature in its berserk state, and if they compare it to those parasitic locusts that made them sick in the red zone, these are a bit more dangerous. Thankfully, there won't be many, so they shouldn't cause much trouble. He goes on, saying that once they deal with the Baladi, they should move forward about 500 meters to reach a large room. After showing them the structure, he adds that from the center of that room, the 21st brick marks the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Once they head inside, another wave of Baladi will appear. Our hero looks straight at Sangjin, telling him that this part is his role. With Lord of the Dead, he'll be able to control the Baladi that have already been taken down, allowing them to gather around 30% of the runes they need within 3 days. After hitting that 30%, they'll need to go deeper into the dungeon, reach the room housing its core, and defeat the Baladi King. Taking down the king will give them ownership of the dungeon, letting them control the Baladi population, so farming becomes a lot easier. He warns them that without an insect-killing skill, it's nearly impossible to bring down the king before gathering that first 30%, so they shouldn't touch the Baladi King until that condition is met. With everything explained, he tells them he'll send the next part of the plan at the right time using a carrier pigeon, and until then, they can simply focus on farming runes. But he looks at our boy and asks if he isn't planning to go in with them. Sangjin glances back and says it's Hanzo, and he's sure something urgent came up. Our hero agrees and tells them he won't be entering with the group because, just like Sangjin said, he has something he needs to take care of. He mentions that if they take the strong rations, things should become much easier, though he makes it clear it's not for free. He hands him a bag filled with runes. Sangjin notes that it's a pretty clean deal, and our hero confirms it, saying he won't make them work without compensation. While they farm the runes he needs, he'll provide information along with the selfish food bag. Wonk asks if he isn't sticking to the rules a little too strictly, pointing out that after what he did in the red zone, it shouldn't be an issue even if the group didn't get anything back. Our hero explains that doing things by the book is important, especially as they grow. Without rules, any kind of communication would fall apart. He adds that Wonk's rune count is close to 0 anyway, so it would be better for him to farm at least a little before leaving. Our hero then tosses the bag towards Sangjin and mentions that they've seen the guns the guards carry. As long as magic guns exist, half-hearted farming won't be useful. He can gather whatever runes he needs in battle, and he won't require many for now. Sangjin catches the bag and promises to gather enough runes to even surprise him, telling him to keep his expectations high. Our hero accepts that and says he'll be waiting. They tell everyone they'll see them later and wish them good luck before he sits on Tekaron's magic circle and lifts off. While they're in the air, Tekaron points out that the nearest bone temple sits out east and asks if they should head that way. Our hero says it doesn't matter. Tekaron explains they'll need 2 popes to get the physical reinforcement technique and adds that since the place is tiny, there's a real chance it won't have a pope at all, which would make the whole trip useless. Our hero says he already knows and reminds him they don't actually need 2, since Tekaron himself used to be a pope. Finding just 1 should be more than enough. Tekaron appreciates the vote of confidence, but admits that 500 years have passed, and he isn't sure his kin would still welcome him as a pope. Our boy tells him not to stress it, reminding him that even in the abyss, his tribesmen remembered him and kept their faith alive. That idea hits Tekaron harder than he expected, making him realize age has dumped a lot of pointless worries on him. Our hero tells him he gets it, since he spent 60 years in another world himself, and overthinking only turns into poison. He tells Tekaron to keep his eyes on the goals right in front of them. Acheron looks down and admits that what our hero said hits hard, and brooding alone won't fix anything, so he'll focus on helping however he can. Our hero tells him he'll be counting on him. While they fly, he thinks about how the closest sanctuary tied to the close clan of dangers should be the Luro clan's base. Their leader climbed the ranks terrifyingly fast thanks to the physical reinforcement technique. But the part that never made sense to him is why a Pope of Acheron approached that guy in the first place. No one ever had an answer, so even the tiniest clue would help. Right then, he glances down and freezes at the scene below. A young girl is sprinting for her life while a man barrels after her. She's clutching a necklace and running like her breath depends on it, because it does. Her foot slips, she crashes into the ground, and the green pendant in her hand glows faintly. She cries out for her mom and dad. We learn they gave her that jewel moments before assassins ambushed her father and killed him. Her mother shoved the pendant into her hands and told her to run. Now she's on the ground sobbing that she should have stayed with them. Unaware, both her parents are lying dead behind her. The killer finally catches up. His face looks like some hulking beast's twisted nightmare. He taunts her, asking if she wants to see her parents again. Fear widens her eyes, but when she hears his voice, she snaps her head around and grits her teeth. She sees the monster still holding one of her family's severed heads like it's nothing. This wolf-like assassin is the one who butchered her parents. He flings their heads in front of her with disgusting force. She stares at them in shock, breaks completely, and crawls toward them as her whole world collapses. She keeps trembling and questioning why any of this happened and what her family ever did wrong. The assassin just laughs. He says he enjoys watching nobles drown in despair and loves the expression she's making. He even wonders out loud what else he can do to push her deeper into misery. The girl suddenly starts praying desperately, calling out to Tekaron, a Colossi of her bloodline, to protect his descendant from danger. She begs again and again. Then, out of nowhere, a bright yellow celestial sword materializes in the sky and blasts downward with insane speed, stopping right above the monster's head before tearing straight through him. The wolf creature chokes on blood, stunned that a literal divine blade just skewered him. As he stares upward, another massive blue circle appears above him with more celestial spears waiting. He can't even process what he's seeing before the spears rain down and shred him from every direction, leaving no inch untouched. The girl slowly looks up at what answered her prayer. She sees two figures seated calmly on a glowing magic circle. Our hero and old Tekaron descend toward the girl, who just stares at them in shock as they land. The wolf monster is already dead, and our hero glances over its corpse while the girl keeps crying, wondering if her prayers actually got answered. Tekaron studies her quietly, noticing she's still clutching that glowing green pendant. He then moves toward her parents' severed heads to check them, and after seeing the bruises on her hands, he gives her a gentle healing spell while apologizing that a child of Acheron shouldn't have been left alone this long. The girl keeps sobbing, unable to handle the weight of what she just lost. Then she suddenly mutters that if they really came after hearing her prayers, she has a request tied to her parents' duty, and now hers. Tekaron asks what duty she means and tells her she should rest first, that he'll listen afterward. She screams that she can't rest, saying her parents failed their mission because of her. Tekaron feels the hurt in her voice and tries to calm her, but she grabs his robe and begs him to hear her out. She desperately asks to be taken to Creole Gorge. Hearing that name, Tekaron realizes this child was carrying out the duty of a pope. Still, he uses Moon Cradle to put her to sleep, and the blue energy knocks her out instantly. Even as her tears keep falling, Tekaron tells her to rest peacefully. Hugging her gently, he says her wish, no, Acheron's prayer, called him across 500 years to reach her. Our hero watches, thinking about Creole Gorge and what that says about the temple situation. Helping this child is clearly the next move, but for now, the priority is wiping out the pursuers. There are 6 of them, perfect to test the vessel of the dragon god in close combat. He tells Tekaron they've got unwelcome company approaching. Tekaron sets the girl down and walks beside him, saying he sees them too. Rage boils up in him as he growls that these gratchy tribesmen have crossed a line Acheron's followers should never cross. He calls their depravity beyond words and summons Agni's blades, forming several mana-forged weapons ready to strike. Our hero counts the enemies, 3 Acherons and 3 humans. He tells Tekaron to take the 2 up front while he handles the ones at the back. Tekaron, still furious, agrees instantly. Our hero activates Vessel of Dragon God, Heaven Spear, and charges in with his weapon drawn, defending himself as he rushes straight into the fight. The enemies panic as they rush him too, with a wolf-type monster leading them. That beast snarls that the earlier skill looked like Agni's, meaning a pope might be here, but then doubts it, saying a true pope would never leave the sanctuary. He tells himself that if so many popes had truly fallen, the entire gorge would have been wiped out, so he'll have to confirm it. But before he can think further, a blinding light flashes. The group squints, unable to see what it is, until our hero shoots out of the glow with insane speed, slicing right through the wolf monster and the guy behind him in one clean pass. Then he leaps to the last man in the back and cuts his neck effortlessly. At the same moment, the summoned spears impale the wolf monster and another guy behind him. Our hero keeps his momentum, clearing them in single slashes like it's nothing. One of the remaining monsters manages to block his attack, but starts sweating as he realizes the blow nearly severed his head. Our hero notes that the man is definitely mid-rank. The guy trembles and tries to fight back, but his will breaks instantly. When our hero slams his weapon down, the man drops to his knees, surrendering and wondering where someone like this monster of a human even came from. Our hero, buzzing with energy, tells him to leave and go handle whatever he needs to. The white-haired guy stares in disbelief, confused why he's being spared. Our hero warns him not to make him repeat himself, so the man immediately bolts into the sky and vanishes. Our hero thinks about how enemies from his past life are now allies, while old allies have become enemies. Meanwhile, as the white-haired man escapes, he thinks about Terra's and hopes the spy planted by Envy Aaron sticks to his assigned role. The scene then shifts to a massive monster made entirely of scales, Muggos. It's the ruling beast of the Orange Zone, and anyone who can kill it earns Muggos rank, a level far above normal travelers. Compared to this creature, the lone guy facing it looks tiny. He grips his sword and shield and gets into position. Muggos slams its paw down, and he barely blocks with an iron wall skill as the impact shakes the whole area. The guy summons basilic eyes, and two glowing eyes appear before him. As he yells, Muggos shudders from the force. The guy slips around its claw, leaps high into the air, and lands on its head. He uses blood venom, stabbing his power straight into the monster's skull as toxic energy floods its soul. Muggos convulses violently, and within seconds, the poison kills it. The monster crashes down dead, and the guy sighs, saying it's exactly what he expected from Ganbu. He picks up his glasses just as another figure approaches. A new man arrives, the Coffin Emperor, Luro clan leader. Another creature appears too, a giant beast roaring like it owns the place. Luro stands firm like a wall and casually tells it not to get back up and irritate him. His attack isn't even a sword strike. It's a laser-like blade that carves right through the monster's head, blowing a hollow straight through it. Luro's power is insane. The earlier fighter lands behind him and bows, saying he has something to report. After hearing it, Luro just grins and says this might turn into a pretty entertaining hunt. Around him, the battlefield shows he's already wiped out nearly everything on his own. Our hero arrives at a land split by a river, unfinished, abandoned, and left to decay. Without hesitation, he throws 3 crystals into the water. The moment they sink, strange lights bloom beneath the surface. The lake ignites in a deep green glow, spreading through the entire stream, as if the land itself is breathing again. The fox girl trembles as she watches it happen, and says she is truly grateful. With this, her mother and father will finally be happy. Before she can finish, someone gently pats her shoulder and cuts her off, telling her that their duty is complete now. He is certain they will finally be able to rest in peace. It is Tekeron. He says that the sacrifice her parents made to protect the land of Lazar will be remembered forever. Our hero turns to him and says that her parents must have taken it upon themselves to carry out this duty again and again, even though it was never meant to be permanent. Through their efforts alone, Lazar was preserved until now. Then he adds that he is thankful. After that, he asks about the Grashi people, the ones always said to be Tekeron's enemies. The old man replies calmly that they were never enemies. They lived as common folk, maintaining a balance together. But after seeing them attempt to kill a child, he can no longer consider them as kin. If they have continued such acts until now, then he sees no reason to spare them. Hearing this, the deliverer focuses on the old man and his dog, wondering who he truly is. Suddenly, realization strikes. She grabs Tekeron's clothes and blurts out, asking if he is really Sir Tekeron. She says she heard he traveled to a distant world to save Acheron. The old man pauses, then nods. He says he understands. Come to think of it, he never introduced himself. His name is Takeron Akalu. Judging by her reaction, it seems he is still remembered. The moment she hears his name, her ears twitch. She remembers what her mother once told her, that the spirit of their forefather always watches over them. That one day, the old father would appear before them and bring salvation. And now, he is finally standing here. Overwhelmed by the memory, tears pour from her eyes as she thanks him for appearing at last. The old man gently tells her to calm down. Everything will be fine now. Then, with humility, Tekeron asks her to introduce herself as well. She says her name is Aelin, a descendant of Sir Malin. The moment she says it, Tekeron freezes. Rage and shock twist across his face as he repeats the name, Malin Akalu. His body begins to shake. He says he always believed his clan had survived, and now he understands. The children buried in the graves before him were his descendants all along. He thanks the little girl for growing up so strong and healthy. He says he has finally returned to restore the land of Lazard to what it was meant to be. From now on, she will not have to worry about anything. She thanks him with a heart free of doubt. The old man then softly asks her to keep one thing a secret, that in the village, she must not reveal that he is Tekeron. She nods without hesitation and says she will. Nearby, our hero watches the old man and quietly notes how lively he has become after meeting his descendant. Regardless, now that the girl has been saved, the Nagar tribe is bound to welcome them. Things did not unfold exactly as planned, but for the Orange Zone, this is not a bad start at all. The scene shifts to the cross-clan of arrangers inside the clan house. 3 figures sit together, papers spread out before them, questioning why so few people showed up for the meeting. One of them remarks that most are out conducting reconnaissance, all because of the Laralarol clan. A brown-haired girl turns to a boy and says that due to that clan, they no longer have enough manpower to gather information. On top of that, monsters have been deliberately lured toward their ramparts, and public order is starting to collapse. Another girl, Envy, clicks her tongue and asks why this is even a problem. If it is only monsters, can't they just shoot them down from the ramparts with magic guns? The boy shakes his head and explains that their ammunition reserves are insufficient. Using magic guns to pick them off one by one would also create issues with mana consumption and suppression. The brown-haired girl adds that the worst part is something else entirely. Travelers have been committing crimes in multiple villages and then fleeing under the protection of entire clans. If this continues, the balance of power between the clans will. Envy cuts her off mid-sentence, pressing her fingers to her temples and groaning that this is giving her a headache. Why not just rush in and blast them all away? They are criminals anyway. The boy answers sharply, reminding her that this exact attitude is why she cannot be clan leader. This is a matter of control. If they fight recklessly and lose, that loss will be final. Envy scoffs and says that if they fought head-on, she would win. The brown-haired girl responds calmly that they do not know that. And since their enemies are criminals, there is no chance they would honor a fair one-on-one fight. The boy adds that he is only saying this as a precaution, but she must not rush in alone. A battle is decided before it ever begins. At the very least, they need information. Envy pauses, then clicks her tongue again. Information. If they had enough of it, everything would be solved. If Sophia were here, with her librarian skills, gathering intelligence would be easy. She looks around the room and asks where Sophia even is. She has not seen her in the lodgings. The brown-haired girl replies that the last report said Sophia headed toward an abandoned dungeon. Envy raises an eyebrow and asks if they went as a group of 5. If so, she doubts anything dangerous enough to trap them would be worth that many people. Then she stands up and says she will head out to meet Sophia herself. The others should keep watch over things here. The brown-haired boy clicks his tongue in irritation and tells her that she is dumping all the work on them again and running off by herself. She waves it off, saying that using her brain feels worse than rat poison anyway. Besides, they are good at thinking, so she will leave that part to them. The boy lifts a paper and mutters that they are terrible at this too, but she's already walking away, leaving them behind. Later, deep within the quiet depths of the secret dungeon, wasp monsters crash into the hero squad from every direction. Sophia fires her spells toward the crystal, erasing the wasps where they stand, but irritation creeps into her expression. It feels endless. No matter how many she kills, more keep coming. Our hero, locked in combat with a wasp, snaps at her that if she has time to complain, she has time to cast more magic. He kicks off the creature's body, creates distance from the swarm, then lunges back in midair. His blade crashes down, splitting the cunning wasp apart in a single decisive strike. Won Kyung continues carving through the bees and shouts over the noise, asking if our hero can use his skill yet. The answer comes quickly. Not yet. They need at least another hour. Already breathing heavily, Won Kyung mutters that surviving an entire hour like this might be worse than just stepping outside for a bit. Sophia agrees immediately. They should retreat briefly and return after resting. That is when the situation collapses. More wasp monsters pour in from above, from the distance, from every side. The ground beneath their feet suddenly gives way, and the entire squad drops as the floor crumbles into a hidden trap. Sophia realizes instantly that the insects have activated a mechanism. A system notification flashes into view, explaining that this is a shortcut trap designed to transport anyone caught directly to the boss room. Her stomach sinks. She knew something felt wrong. Being sent to the boss room, in their current condition, is the worst outcome imaginable. Without hesitation, she activates Path of Descent, forming a descending path beneath them, convinced they must escape immediately. They slam onto solid ground. Sophia lifts her head and scans the surroundings, her gaze meeting countless bees staring back at her with ravenous eyes. Then the opening above them seals shut. The sound echoes, final and absolute. The weight of the situation crashes down on her. She urgently warns everyone to stay alert. This is the boss room. They have no idea where Wei Jun might appear from. Before she can finish speaking, Her words die in her throat. Her eyes widen. Cold sweat pours down her face as she sees it. A grotesque figure looms before them, its body twisted, covered in countless eyes, its shape warped into something truly horrifying. The system identifies the monster as King Buladi. It explains that this aberrant boss, born from the cannibalism of the Buladi, possesses no magic resistance. It also warns that the neurotoxin secreted from its appendix is capable of causing fatal damage. Now the hero squad hangs above the terrifying creature. It does not hesitate. Without restraint, multiple phase-like extensions burst from its body, stretching toward our boy like serpents, their gaping mouths opening as they strike. Sophia reacts instantly, casting a spell to intercept the attack as our hero slips aside with swift, practiced movement. Wonk, already running on fumes, charges straight in and raises his sword to take the hit head-on. The impact is monstrous. The moment steel meets flesh, his blade explodes into fragments. Wonk freezes, staring at the broken remains in his hands, disbelief flooding his eyes. The creature does not hesitate. Its mouth snaps open as it lunges for him, and Wonk knows, this is it. From the side, our hero and Sophia watch in horror as the beast crashes into him, slamming its massive body down and driving Wonk straight into the ground. The impact rattles his bones. By instinct alone, he grabs the monster's mouth, barely stopping its fangs from impaling him. His hands shake uncontrollably, teeth grinding as his entire body trembles. In that moment, he understands exactly why Kong Hansu warned him never to face this thing before reaching 30%. At the same time, our hero is pushed to his own limit. One of the creature's extensions locks onto him, moving with relentless precision like a predator that has already chosen its prey. He clenches his teeth, frustration burning hot. Running will not solve anything. As long as the main body remains intact, this fight will never end. Yet that core form stands still, unmoving, as if the chaos around it is beneath notice. Our hero draws his Deckers and releases a shadow strike sharp enough to split the air. The blow lands cleanly, severing the necks of the creature's extensions in a single flash. He does not stop. He dives straight for the main body and begins stabbing again and again. The realization comes too late. The beast's scales are far tougher than he anticipated. His Deckers crack, then shatter completely. In the next instant, a strange tentacle erupts from the monster's face and drives straight through him. Pain explodes through his body as another strike follows. He wonders briefly if this was meant to be a finishing blow, but the creature itself does not even react, as if he is nothing more than an inconvenience. Sophia panics and shouts for him to pull back. The gap in their stats is overwhelming. This is not something they can defeat. They have to escape. Her warning is cut short. The beast opens its mouth once more, unleashing a tentacular tongue. Then all of its faces move at once, firing the same grotesque technique. Sharp, twisted structures scream through the air, aimed at the remaining members of the squad. Pinned beneath the monster, Wonk continues to struggle, his thoughts spiraling. He remembers the promise he made, to clear a path for someone's daughter. And yet here he is, powerless. Rage and desperation collide inside him. He forces himself to move, to prove that he is not useless. Something forms above his head. A system notification appears, announcing that through Monarch Awakening, an innate trait is being revealed. Another follows, explaining that innate emotional overflow stats increase with emotional intensity. The current amplification set at 25%. Power detonates inside Wonk's body. Red energy crackles violently around him as he lets out a roar and loses himself completely. He smashes one of the monster's faces apart with raw strength alone. Then he launches himself at the main body, hammering it again and again, beating it down like a punching bag with unstoppable force. He roars that he will hold it back no matter what, and tells Sophia to use her librarian skill to find a way out. There is no hesitation. Sophia immediately starts flipping through spells, her focus sharpening as she desperately searches for anything that can save them. The moment stretches painfully. Our hero remains impaled, blood dripping as he struggles to stay conscious. Wonk keeps fighting through sheer will, forcing his battered body to move as Sophia races against time. Just as hope begins to surface, the boss monster erupts into a frenzy. Its tentacles stab our hero again and again, merciless and precise. Wonk is pierced as well, his body jolting as the strikes punch through him. Both of them are flung aside like broken dolls. The monster straightens, towering over our hero. Its many eyes fix on him as it prepares to deliver the final blow. Sophia freezes, shock locking her in place. Then she screams as she cannot let it end like this. Her spellbook suddenly floods with countless spells, all appearing on a single page. Her voice trembles as she begs for anything at all, that can turn the tide. At that exact moment, the trap gate above explodes inward. Something smashes through it with overwhelming force. Envy drops into the dungeon, shattering the mechanism as if it were paper, announcing that she finally found them. Sophia stares at her in disbelief. Envy, on the other hand, looks genuinely pleased, saying she had been wondering where Sophia disappeared to. Still stunned, Sophia asks how she even got there, but there is no time. The boss monster attacks instantly. A tentacle shoots straight toward Envy as she descends, and in the next heartbeat, all of the monster's appendages redirect toward her, moving with killing intent. Envy calmly reaches for her weapon. A powerful aura surges outward, pressing against the dungeon walls. She smirks and activates Death March Dance, flowing seamlessly into the first movement of Shadow Waltz. Her body blurs. Slashes rain down, tearing through the monster's heads as if they were nothing but soft flesh. She does not slow. Her movements remain precise, almost graceful, as she activates the second movement, Bloody Sir Band. Her daggers leave glowing arcs in the air, carving and dismantling the monster without mercy. She is clearly enjoying herself. Then comes the third movement, Finale Carnage. The boss monster remains standing for a brief, eerie moment as Envy lands beside it. There is no immediate sign of damage. Then, in the next instant, every cut activates at once. The creature is shredded apart, its body collapsing into countless pieces that rain down behind her. Envy clicks her tongue in annoyance just as the system notification appears, declaring that King Baladi has been slain and that ownership of Baladi is granted to Envy. Another notification follows, stating that the Dungeon Master bonus allows free control over the Baladi population. Sophia rushes to the others, her mind still struggling to catch up. Wonk mutters weakly that Kong said she could win. Our hero exhales and admits that she really did defeat it effortlessly. Strange yellow glowing structures spread across the floor as Envy walks over them without care, glancing around and asking how they even managed to find a place like this. Sophia throws her arms wide and thanks her with everything she has, saying they survived because of her. Envy waves it off, saying it was nothing. Then she strikes a confident pose and casually asks Sophia for a favor. Sophia asks what she needs, and Envy answers without hesitation. Her clan is short on scouts, and with Sophia's librarian skills, gathering information would be effortless. She asks her to help with reconnaissance. Sophia pauses briefly, then nods and says it should not be too difficult. Nearby, our hero and Wonk, both still badly injured, approach the rewards. Our hero mutters that if they had followed Envy earlier, who knows what kind of mess they would have ended up in. Wonk snorts weakly and adds that the boss she killed so casually nearly wiped them out. Envy clicks her tongue in annoyance, but admits they are right. Then she offers a solution. Since they were the ones who discovered the dungeon, she will use her authority as clan leader to let them monopolize it for a full week so they can grow stronger. She is confident they did not come here without a plan. Sophia replies that a monopoly would let them focus entirely on farming, then asks if Envy could also hand over the dungeon master rights during that week. Envy agrees instantly, saying that a proper deal should be handled properly. She adds that once their farming is done, she will leave the raccoon behind. Sophia's face brightens, and she agrees without a second thought. The next day, they exit the dungeon and emerge into a barren, deserted land. Hovering above the summoning circle, our hero looks down at the empty surroundings, confusion crossing his face. There is nothing here. No movement, no life. Then realization strikes him. This place must be Aylin's village. Aylin village feels eerily quiet, wrapped in an unnatural stillness. There is no livestock, no sign of daily life. Some might even think the population is far too small for a village of this size. The people who remain are hurriedly preparing to leave, tying their belongings onto animals and carts. The people of Acheron are known for their deep attachment to their homeland, yet the situation has clearly grown desperate enough to force them to abandon it. From above, Aylin points down and says this is her home. She gestures toward a house that looks no different from any other in the village, plain and unremarkable. Inside, a woman speaks urgently to an old man, telling him that they must leave as well. All of the village warriors have been wiped out, and staying any longer will only invite disaster. The old man answers bitterly. After sending his children, even his grandchildren, to their deaths, where is he supposed to go now? He says he could never bring himself to leave this village. At that moment, the door swings open. Aylin runs inside with a bright smile and throws herself into her grandfather's arms, clinging to him tightly. The old man freezes, then breaks down completely. Tears stream down his face as he cries out in relief, saying he waited so long without any news and truly believed he had lost her too. Still brimming with excitement, Aylin points toward our boy and Techeron, explaining that the two of them saved her. The old man recoils in shock, questioning how humans could possibly have done such a thing. Aylin shakes her head quickly, reassuring him not to worry. She insists, with absolute confidence, that they are good humans. Despite her reassurance, the grandfather still struggles to accept it. Even so, he bows his head and thanks them for saving his granddaughter, saying he would like to prepare a feast in their honor, though he admits that their current situation makes such hospitality difficult. Our hero answers calmly that he did not come for a feast. He says he already understands the village's circumstances, but he has urgent matters of his own and would rather get straight to the point. He states that he wishes to speak about physical reinforcement techniques and asks for a portion of the old man's time. The old man stiffens in surprise. He asks how a human could possibly know about their secret technique. He then explains that if a discussion concerns that matter, it must be brought before an elder. Our hero accepts this immediately and asks to be taken to the elder without delay, adding that an evaluation will be necessary. The old man begins to sweat lightly. Before that, he says he wants to send Aelin away with the refugees and asks them to wait until he returns. Tekaron steps forward and tells him not to worry. If the concern is leaving his granddaughter behind, then he will stay with her. He reminds the old man that they escorted her safely here and assures him that he can be trusted to watch over her. Aelin shakes her head and tells her grandfather not to worry about her. She urges him to go, saying she believes in his strength. She adds that Tekaron's strength is no joke either, something she saw with her own eyes. The old man freezes for a moment at her words. As he thinks about it, he tells himself that no matter how strong Tekaron may be, there is no way he could rival Gardet Baron, the third seed of the Great Sanctuary Guard. He looks back at his granddaughter and realizes she has truly grown up. He understands that her firm words are meant to reassure him and ease his worries. With a gentle sigh, he pats her head and tells her that he understands. He says he will return soon and asks her to wait for him. She nods obediently and calls him Grandpa. Turning back, the old man tells them to follow him. Our hero does so without a word. They move toward a secluded area of the village, yet even there, not a single person can be seen. Eventually, they enter a house. Inside, our hero takes a seat, facing an old granny waiting for them. The old granny looks at him sharply and says that he claims to seek the physical reinforcement technique, yet humans have been attacking and kidnapping their people. Under such circumstances, she says, trust is impossible. A Jew answers without hesitation. He explains that their tribesmen are being kidnapped by a human faction under the control of the Coffin Emperor. He declares that his goal is to take the Coffin Emperor down. Once that is done, he assures her they will no longer suffer attacks from humans. The old granny falls silent, weighing his words. At last, she concludes that if he truly intends to defeat the Coffin Emperor, then he will indeed require the physical reinforcement technique. She then says that with her recommendation, entering the great sanctuary of the Main will not be difficult at all. She fixes him with a sharp stare and says there is one thing she must ask first. Why is he so fixated on the physical reinforcement technique? Our hero answers without wavering. The Coffin Emperor has already obtained the physical reinforcement technique from the Grashi tribe. To fight someone who possesses that power, he needs the same foundation. In exchange for granting it, the Coffin Emperor formed an alliance with the Grashi tribe. Whatever personal reasons the Coffin Emperor may have, that is a matter among humans. Regardless of that, removing him will ultimately benefit their tribe as well. She studies his eyes in silence, searching for any trace of deceit. After a moment, she says she sees no lies there. She understands. She will request an audience. Just then, a thunderous sound erupts nearby. The shock freezes everyone in place. It is a sound that feels disturbingly familiar. The old grandpa turns to the elder and asks what it could be. She shakes her head and says she does not know, suggesting they step outside first. The moment they emerge, they see spear-like structures suspended in the sky above the village. The old woman mutters that they resemble a Pope agnostic and wonders whose numbers those could be. Then the spears fall. Where they strike, chaos blooms. People are cut down where they stand. Homes are torn apart. Trees erupt into flames as screams spread through the village. Our hero moves instantly, sprinting toward the destruction and leaving the elders behind. Everything is happening earlier than expected. He knew his reincarnation would disrupt the flow of events, but at this pace, his plans will need immediate adjustment. Since arriving here, the average ruin acquisition rate has already climbed to 20%. A system notification flashes before his eyes, displaying his current strength. He clicks his tongue as he realizes how low his physical and material resistance still are. Fighting properly like this is impossible. If he wants to bring all of them down, he will have to push himself far beyond his current limits. The scene shifts back 30 minutes earlier. The old granny walks ahead, with Aelin and Tekaron following behind her. She explains that the holy tree, Ragnus, lies in that direction. Aelin looks up at her grandfather and asks if he truly wanted to see the tree that badly. Tekaron answers with quiet awe. Ragnus has lived for 3,000 years. Of course he wanted to see it. They stop beneath the towering tree, its massive presence casting a long shadow over them. Tekaron's eyes tremble as he admits that he believed everything had changed, yet Ragnus remains exactly as it always was. Aelin tilts her head and wonders if the tree was already there when her grandfather was young, since it existed even before she was born. The old man nods. It was there during his youth as well. He recalls playing around it as a child and remembers how it once bore delicious blue fruits. He gently pats her head as she gazes up at the ancient trunk. Aelin says she wants to use Ragnas as her blueprint. One day, she would like to try eating its fruit herself. Then she adds that she hopes she will be able to see those fruits again once Lord Lazar is cured. The old man answers softly that she will be able to see them as much as she wants. He adds that he hopes the day comes soon. The girl nods calmly, saying she hopes so too. Without warning, the ground trembles. The holy tree shudders violently as flaming arrows rain down from above. The old man's expression changes instantly. He shouts for Aelin to get down and slams his staff into the ground, deploying a magic circle that spreads out to shield them and suppress the flames. More arrows fall, again and again. No matter how desperately he reinforces the barrier, it is not enough. Fire creeps across the ancient bark. Ragnas ignites. The old man stares at the burning tree in disbelief. Then rage floods his eyes as realization hits him. The damn Grashi and humans. They have arrived. The attackers finally step into view. One man, sharp weapons embedded directly into his hands, throws his head back and laughs madly. He orders his subordinates to grab anyone they can, kill those who resist, and prioritize the refugees above all else. His name is Weijun. The others howl with excitement, boasting of their Mugos rank, urging Weijun to wipe the place clean. The village turns into hell. Though many residents had already escaped, those who remained are beaten down mercilessly. Some are cut apart on the spot. Others are dragged away alive. Screams echo as homes burn and bodies fall. At the end of it all, only 3 remain standing. Tekaron, the old granny, Aelin. They are surrounded. One of the attackers steps forward, dagger glinting in the firelight. He sneers at Tekaron and orders him to hand over the 2 civilians. If he wants to avoid injury, he should not try anything clever. A shield hums around Tekaron as fury boils over. He curses them openly, demanding to know how they dare behave this way and whether they even understand where they are standing. His staff rises. Agni's stings erupt from its tip. The blazing projectiles tear through the attackers, as if their bodies offer no resistance at all. One after another, they are pierced clean through. The surrounding men recoil in shock, eyes wide as they scramble backward. What kind of power is that? Someone shouts that it feels like a Pope-level skill. Another demands to know how an old man who is not even from Acheron could wield such power. The old man's composure is gone. His voice shakes with wrath as he declares that none of them will leave this place alive. They will pay for every sin they committed against this village. A heavy presence descends. A figure lands in front of them with crushing force. Weijun steps forward, irritation etched across his face. He tells the old man to shut up. He says he will kill him right here. Tekaron's eyes narrow instantly. This one is different. A Mugos rank opponent, not some disposable thug. Without hesitation, he points his staff forward and releases every Agni sting at once. Weijun calmly tears off his shirt. He lowers his stance. Then he vanishes. At unbelievable speed, he rushes straight through the storm of attacks, dodging every single one. In the next instant, his fist slams into the old man's abdomen with terrifying force. The blow lands midway as the old man is already being driven back. The impact explodes through his body, sending him flying far behind. He crashes into the ground violently, crying out as pain rips through him. His ribs have been shattered by a single strike. Weijun looks down at him with clear surprise, clicking his tongue as he remarks that the old geezer actually survived that hit. He admits that for someone so old, he is unexpectedly tough. He then turns his gaze toward his men and orders them to take the 2 behind the old man and withdraw. One of them answers immediately. The soldiers close in, surrounding the old granny and Aelin, their eyes filled with filth and hunger. Weijun smirks and says he has already figured out how the old geezer is using Agonist's sting. Rage explodes inside Tekaron. He shouts for them not to lay a single finger on them. In the next instant, a yellow aura erupts from his body, spreading violently in all directions. Agonist stains begin to form, manifesting as lightning-like spears multiplied again and again, their shapes twisting into swords. He raises his staff and points it at the enemies. He says that every traveler he has met until now carried righteousness in their hearts, but this group is different. Then he roars, declaring that they are nothing but dregs, creatures drowning in greed and malice. Weijun bursts into laughter, mocking the idea of righteous travelers. He asks if the old man has finally gone senile, saying that anyone like that would have died a long time ago. Still laughing, he reminds him that he surely wants to keep the hostages alive, warning that if he fires again, they will die instantly. Tekaron does not hesitate. He answers calmly that he simply needs to control his attacks so they do not strike them, asking whether Weijun truly believes he is so untrained that he cannot manage something so basic. With that, he releases his barrage. The spears and swords surge forward. Before they can land, Weijun steps ahead and takes the attack head-on. He enters a defensive stance, his skin hardening instantly as both physical and magical defense skyrocket. The weapons rip through the other minions mercilessly, impaling them one after another while completely avoiding Aelin and the granny. Another unlucky thug is pierced repeatedly, screaming as his body is torn apart. Wei-jun remains unmoved. Every strike rebounds off him. His skin is solid as stone. He frowns slightly, finding it strange. The attack looks impressive, but it is nothing special. In response, he activates Ancient Blood. A violent surge erupts from his body, blasting away the remaining weapons as he prepares to counter with a sword strike. It surprises him that Ancient Blood, a Mugos rank skill, is being used in a place like this. Even though it cannot be sustained for long, it sharply amplifies both offense and defense to a terrifying level. Wrapped in a corrective aura, Wei-jun advances toward the old man and declares that his attacks are now meaningless. Tekeron remains composed. He admits that his current attacks cannot damage him directly, but calmly adds that once his magic resistance is lowered enough, that will no longer be the case. He fires another wave of weapons. They strike again and bounce away, accomplishing nothing. Tekeron does not falter. He knows his magic power will eventually run dry, but he also knows that with every exchange, Wei-jun's magic resistance is being shaved down bit by bit. Wei-jun snarls back, clicking his tongue as he complains that for an old man, Tekeron has an absurdly large magic capacity. He calls it a nuisance as he charges forward. Tekeron raises his staff again and releases another barrage. But once more, the weapons are deflected without result. In the next instant, Wei-jun's fist crashes into Tekeron with brutal force. He grabs him by the neck, lifting him slightly, sneering as he demands to know how a traveler could possibly wield Agni's sting. He declares that he will keep him alive just long enough to rip the truth out of him. Tekeron does not struggle. He does not even frown. A faint smirk curves his lips as he coldly replies that for a dead man, Wei-jun talks far too much. He says he has no intention of answering filth like him. Veins bulge across Wei-jun's face. He raises his other arm, the sharp weapon embedded within it glinting in the firelight, and asks if the old man has finally grown so senile that he cannot grasp the situation he is in. That is when the sky changes. A strange glow spreads above them. Tekeron's eyes widen. Then he lets out a short laugh, instantly recognizing the presence that has arrived. In the next heartbeat, Wei-jun's body twists unnaturally, yanked away by a force so overwhelming it borders on the incomprehensible. He is slammed straight into the ground in front of the old man. The impact shakes the land. Wei-jun screams in agony, clutching his arm as our hero hovers above him. Our hero descends like a falling star. His leg crashes into Wei-jun's chest, driving him across the ground in a devastating strike that rips through soil and stone alike. Wei-jun panics as his vision clears just enough to notice the dragon scales covering our boy's body. Our hero briefly turns his head, checking on Aelin and the granny, confirming they are unharmed. Tekeron exhales and comments that even after lowering Wei-jun's magic resistance, the man is still God-ranked and would not fall from that alone. Our hero nods and says he will take care of the rest. Wei-jun roars and raises his arm. His fingers twist and harden into sharp scales as he activates Dive Zero. Scales spread across his body, and a lethal aura pours outward. He never gets the chance to act. Our hero strikes. The blow is absolute. Wei-jun's arm is severed cleanly, and his scream echoes for a split second before his body disintegrates, practically evaporating into nothing. Our hero activates another skill and notes calmly that despite being a traveler, Wei-jun dropped an unusually large amount of ruins. That alone tells him how many people the man must have killed. Above them, the remaining enemies still hover in the air. After a brief exchange, they decide to let the advance party take whatever they can and move in to grab the leftovers. Aelin rushes to Tekeron's side, asking if he is all right. The old man reassures her gently, saying he has been continuously casting healing magic and will be fine. Our hero lifts his gaze to the sky and counts roughly 20 enemies in the second group. He notes that their senses should have sharpened by now, especially since chaotic energy already surged through this area. It makes no sense to him that they would still dare to approach. Then the sky splits. A dragon emerges out of nowhere, its massive form blotting out the light. A rider sits atop its back, power radiating from his very presence. One of the wolf folk pales instantly, recognizing him as Gardet Baron. Without another word, he turns and flees at full speed, shouting that this is not worth it. Another enemy shouts after him, confused, asking what is happening and whether they are retreating. At that moment, a furious catfolk leader explodes with rage, his presence similar to Tekeron's, yet far more overwhelming. He roars, demanding to know how anyone could dare face a warrior, and then flee like cowards. He declares that he will not tolerate traitors with no honor or faith, and reveals that he is fully aware they have been kidnapping his tribesmen to harvest the essence of Lazar. He tightens his grip on his weapon, strength surging through his frame. Filth willing to harm, even children, just to extract essence, deserves no mercy. Their kind, he declares, is not even worth remembering by name. His sword swings as he unleashes his technique. White Tiger. Tiger's Rampage. A colossal blue and red tiger-shaped beam tears through the sky. It crashes into the enemy ranks, ripping straight through their formation. Bodies are cleaved apart, sent spiraling downward as the remaining forces collapse in chaos. From below, our hero watches the devastation and immediately understands. That level of energy is overwhelming. There is no doubt about it. This can only be Gardet Baron. Moments later, the man dismounts his dragon by simply leaping down from the sky, showing no concern for the height. He lands with crushing force, the impact nearly shaking the ground itself. Aelin gasps, stunned, then her eyes widen with recognition. She calls out to him, calling him her brother, and hurriedly tries to explain that our boy is a human standing on their side. He cuts her off gently, saying he is relieved she is safe. He pats her head and tells her to wait for a moment. There is something he wishes to ask the human first. Turning his gaze, he fixes his eyes on our boy and addresses him directly, questioning why a horned human would stand on their side. Our hero answers plainly. He seeks the physical strengthening technique. He intends to heal Lazar, and to do that, he needs the cooperation of their tribe. Baron studies him in silence, then concludes that this human is not openly hostile. Still, he states that while he respects the Pope's judgment, he cannot place trust in someone who merely claims to bring salvation. He demands proof. Whether this human is a true hero or simply a madman lost in delusion must be decided now. He raises his weapon and prepares to strike, ordering the human to throw away his sword and prove his resolve. Baron steadies his stance, preparing to wield his weapon. He knows that facing this opponent half-heartedly would mean death. There is no choice. If the human wishes to prove himself, this is the only path. Our hero's body becomes covered in scales. He slams his foot into the ground, tearing it apart as he launches forward. Aura and energy pour violently from him as he delivers the first strike. Baron's mind flashes to the Pope's prophecy, a horned man who would bring salvation. He wonders if it was referring to this human standing before him. In the end, he decides that it does not matter. Anything is fine for now. He lifts his weapon and urges the human to show him what he is truly capable of. The hero swings his weapon at insane speed, the blade cutting in from an angle so sharp it nearly pierces Baron's neck. Baron reacts instantly, intercepting the strike with a precise counter. His eyes narrow as he realizes the attack came from the side opposite to where his weapon was held. This human understands the fundamentals of combat. Still, that alone is not enough. Steel crashes against steel again and again as the exchange intensifies. The hero shifts seamlessly between offense and defense, but a single clean strike from Baron sends him flying backward. Baron calmly asks for the human's name. The hero answers without hesitation, introducing himself as Kong Hansu. Baron nods and responds in turn, stating his name as Tarhal Tanakam. He admits that he originally planned to restrain himself and end this quickly, but now he sees value in pushing Kong Hansu further. Before either can move again, Gwenny suddenly leaps in and shouts for them to stop. Everything freezes. She calls out to Burn and says the human has already proven himself more than enough. Burn replies that his personal belief is irrelevant. The prophecy spoke of a horned man who would become their savior, and from the beginning, this was nothing more than a test. He never intended to kill him. The word savior echoes in the hero's mind. In his past life, there were calamities, but no saviors. He briefly wonders if someone is guiding him, his thoughts drifting to Chaldean and the prophecy book, questioning whether this outcome was foreseen. He dismisses it just as quickly. Regardless of the reason, this situation benefits him. The granny speaks up, saying this must mean Baron intends to take the human back with him. Baron confirms it, then gestures toward Tekaron as well. Since this human used Agni's sting, he intends to take both Kong Hansu and Tekaron along. Rennie tilts her head, curious how someone not from Acheron could wield Agni's sting. Tekaron answers calmly that even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe it. Aelin reminds Tekaron that his treatment is not yet complete. Tekaron tells her that everything will be explained once they reach the Great Sanctuary and asks everyone to hold their questions until then. Rennie nods, saying she understands. She admits she was only feeling nostalgic and curious, and agrees not to pry further. Baron states that with no way of knowing when the next attack may come, they must seek refuge immediately. Since they will be traveling along the holy path, he offers to escort them himself. The old man agrees and entrusts everything to Baron. Baron then turns to Kong Hansu and tells him that if he intends to receive the physical strengthening technique, he should come with them. The hero accepts. Without further words, they begin their journey. As they walk, a strange blue bird descends from the sky and lands gently on the hero's palm. He requests a routine report. The information flows in. Wonkyung has awakened as a monarch. Sophia is assisting with Raycon. Sangjin continues farming without issue. Their average rune stats have already exceeded 50%, far beyond expectations. Tekaron said the result was exactly what he had expected from the hero's companions. Later, when the others were gone, he spoke to the hero in private. His voice was calm, but there was weight behind it. The companions were growing smoothly, he admitted, but he himself had become a burden. At his current state, He could barely display even a tenth of the power he once wielded at his peak. Sitting inside a magic circle, he said that sooner or later they would have to retrieve his artifacts from the great sanctuary. The hero replied that there would be time for that while he received the technique. He told Tekeron not to worry, assuring him that once everything was in place, they could restore his full strength. Tekeron nodded in agreement, then explained that his most important possession, his cane, was hidden deep within the main forest. With his current strength, retrieving it was impossible, especially with so many muggos roaming the area. The hero told him not to concern himself with that either. He explained that Sangjin had already been summoned to the great sanctuary, and that as long as Tekeron traveled with him, things would be fine. Tekeron accepted this, noting that since they were moving alongside refugees, there was no need to rush. He then asked if he could speak with Shane to explain everything that had happened so far. The hero answered that Shane already understood the situation, and that he would try to connect with him regardless. They continued onward as the scene shifted back to the Providence clan house crossroads, returning once more to the hero companion yard. Envy looked around in disbelief and commented on how far they had progressed in just a single week. Normally, he said, reaching 30% alone took at least a year. Sophia smiled faintly and explained that after surpassing 50%, her wounds stopped worsening as rapidly, allowing her to take control of the dungeon again. Envy nodded and remarked that progression became far more difficult after 50%. It had taken him an extremely long time to reach 95% himself. He added that once someone crossed the 50% threshold, they were already strong enough to challenge muggos, then jokingly suggested they go muggos hunting. Sangjin immediately declined, saying he already had arrangements with Hansu. Wonkyang also refused, explaining that he still owed a debt to Kong Hansu and intended to keep focusing on rune farming. Sophia then reminded Envy that he had mentioned wanting to ask her something, and said she would prefer to deal with that first before involving herself with muggos. Envy agreed and decided that only Sophia and the intelligence team would accompany him. Sophia responded calmly, assuring him she would handle her task properly. At that moment, blue message birds fluttered in and landed in front of their recipients. Wonkyang's face suddenly drained of color as he read his message. Envy noticed immediately and commented that it was the first time he had ever seen Wonkyang so shaken, asking what had happened. Beads of sweat formed on Wonkyang's forehead as he urged everyone to listen carefully. He revealed that King An had ordered him to infiltrate the Laralarol clan and poach their members. The group stared at him in stunned silence. Then, without warning, Envy burst into laughter. He said that ordering someone else to poach members instead of doing it personally was practically a declaration of war between monarchs, calling the demand utterly absurd. Wonkyang immediately protested, saying this was not something to laugh about. He added that the order explicitly requested Envy's assistance, meaning Envy was already involved whether he wanted to be or not. Envy stopped laughing at once, apologized, and asked what exactly he needed to help with. Wonkyang admitted that he did not fully understand the order himself. He had been told to become a criminal of sorts and infiltrate the Luro clan naturally. He wondered aloud if spreading wanted posters might work, then quickly dismissed the idea, doubting anyone would fall for something that obvious. With visible embarrassment, he added that their city unfortunately had a large number of Luro clan spies already embedded within it. Lowering his voice, Wong told Envy Aaron that he believed the order meant he had to commit a real crime. He explained that he had been instructed to destroy part of Remparts. Envy's eyes widened in shock as he asked if that meant Wonk would truly become a wanted criminal, and whether something like that was even acceptable. Wonk clicked his tongue in irritation. He said he did not understand the reasoning either, but he had already promised to follow the order without question. His frustration spilled out as he complained about why he was always the one tasked with doing things like this, his voice growing sharper by the second. Sangjin, watching from the side, casually remarked that it was probably because Wonk looked the most evil among them. That single comment only made Wonk's expression darken further. Envy exhaled and said that regardless of everything, he would help. He instructed Wonk that once he reached the Luro clan, he should immediately look for Terrace. Envy explained that Terrace was a spy they had planted inside the clan and that he would assist him. He admitted honestly that he did not know whether the plan would truly succeed, but said that he was counting on Wonk all the same. That night, Wonk stood atop a massive wall beside another man. Sweat streamed down his face as doubt crept into his mind. Was this really the right thing to do? The question lingered only briefly. He had already come too far to turn back now. There was nothing left but to act. From a large tower nearby, Envy's voice rang out as he raised the alarm, announcing that a thief had robbed the clan's rune storage. Below, Wonk felt his pulse spike. It had begun. He sensed that the structure's durability had reached its limit. Clutching one of the distorted rune cores he had stolen, he thought grimly that this would likely be the last attack he could make. He activated the skill triple strike and drove his sword into the wall. A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave tearing violently through the structure as the wall shattered completely. Shouts erupted as someone screamed that the southern wall had been breached. Another man barked orders, yelling for them to capture the intruder, and not let him escape. He pointed straight at Wonk as he leapt through the ruined wall, giving precise instructions to the soldiers. Wonk gritted his teeth and glanced back. They were frighteningly well trained. He could not believe they were already on him. Pushing off the ground, he sprinted away at full speed, activating the skill haze of solitude as his body faded from sight. In the past, Envy had handed him that ring and calmly explained its effect. While worn, it allowed the user to turn invisible. The duration was 1 hour, no more. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait an entire day. She had warned him to think carefully before activating it, because once it was used, there would be no second chance. Now, as Wonk activated the ring, his body dissolved completely into mana. The pursuer chasing him skidded to a halt, eyes darting around in confusion, unable to understand where his target had vanished. Even while invisible, Wonk kept running, forcing his legs to move faster. He had to escape before the effect wore off. Soon after, a report reached the hero, confirming that Wonk had successfully infiltrated the target. Sangjin commented that if this were a normal monarch's order, there would always be a chance that clan members might hesitate or outright refuse. But Wonk was different. His control as a monarch was abnormally strong enough to carry out orders that bordered on suicide without resistance. The hero reflected on that truth. In his past life, it was precisely this trait that caused many clans to collapse from within. Now that Wonk stood among his companions, if that same specialty was used correctly, destroying the Luro clan from the inside was no longer a distant possibility. At that moment, Baron arrived and informed Kong Hansu that permission to enter the Great Sanctuary had been granted. The hero noted that the approval had come faster than expected. Baron explained that since Kong Hansu was a guest tied directly to the Pope's prophecy, the decision had been expedited. He added that he had also heard from Aelin and the Elder that Kong Hansu had saved his sister twice. Baron straightened and spoke with sincerity. Protecting the weak was the duty of a warrior, he said, and he swore to repay this debt in the name and honor of Gardat Baron. Kong Hansu replied that he appreciated the sentiment and accepted it without hesitation. Baron nodded, saying he had expected that answer. Though their clash had been brief, he had grown fond of Kong Hansu's character. He went on to say that once Kong Hansu received the physical strengthening technique, he would become a warrior like them, and he offered his genuine wishes for good fortune. The scenery shifted toward a beautiful palace. Baron remarked that although it might be unnecessary, he felt compelled to issue a warning. One of the seed of the 13 resided within. As beings who had led for 500 years, they demanded a certain level of respect. He asked Kong Hansu to be mindful of his manners, stating plainly that he did not wish to see his sister, the savior, die. Kong Hansu acknowledged the warning and assured him that he would be careful. At the mention of the seed of the 13, old Tekaron's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his face for the briefest moment. As Tarhal reached the door, he turned and told Kong Hansu to do his best, saying that his role here was finished. The door slowly opened, and a brilliant light spilled outward into the corridor. As the glow settled, a man seated upon a throne came into view, heavy guards stationed throughout the chamber, their presence filling the room with silent pressure. The one seated above them was the higher authority, who formally welcomed him, expressing his appreciation that Human had answered his summons. He introduced himself as Odian, the head priest of the great sanctuary of the Main. The hero studied him quietly. Odian looked exactly the same as he had in his past life. He remembered a time when they had stood as equals in the abyss. That was no longer true, yet the difference in their standing did not automatically mean that his proposal would be rejected. As the hero stepped forward, one of the attendants suddenly shouted in outrage, accusing him of disrespecting the head priest and ordering him to kneel at once. Odian raised a single hand, stopping him mid-sentence, and calmly instructed him to cease. There was no intention, he said, to impose their customs upon a human. The attendant tried to argue further, but Odian cut him off. If his memory was correct, he said, the prophecy spoke of a horned human who would save the world. That alone made the situation contradictory. Tarhal would never make such a mistake, nor would he ever misunderstand the meaning of a prophecy. Without hesitation, the hero revealed his horned form and asked if this was what he meant. Shock rippled through the chamber as the guards recoiled at the sight of the horns. Odian's lips curved upward. He said he liked that attitude. Still, he added that if Hansu truly was the chosen one, then the physical strengthening technique would not be the end of his path. He asked what Hansu intended to do with it. Hansu answered simply that he would use it to heal Azar. The chamber erupted into murmurs. Confused voices spread as they questioned how he planned to heal the diseased land. One particularly irritated figure stepped forward, raising his voice as he accused the boy of mockery and demanded to know who he thought he was, daring to ridicule them in such a place. At that moment, the old man stepped ahead and calmly declared that every word the human had spoken was the truth. The furious man reacted instantly, drawing his sword and pointing it toward them as he shouted for silence. He invoked the authority of the Inquisition declaring that he would immediately execute anyone who dared to lie within the great sanctuary. Tekaron smirked. He said that if that were the case, then it seemed he appeared human to them. The man shouted back in confusion, demanding to know what nonsense he was spouting and what else he could possibly be. Then his face drained of color. The old man activated the Ignis sword skill. The surrounding space warped as countless looming weapons manifested around him, all poised to strike. Sweat poured down the man's face as his eyes trembled. Odion stiffened, sensing the magic wavelength spreading through the chamber. It was far beyond anything that should exist. This cannot be possible, he thought. The old man then looked straight at Odion and asked if he finally recognized who stood before him. Odion's expression changed instantly. He bowed deeply, lowering his head as he begged forgiveness for his disrespect, acknowledging that a hero of the past had once again graced them with his presence. He admitted that the prophecy he had received was true in every sense. Raising his voice, Odion called out to everyone present and ordered them to listen carefully. He announced that this man's name was Tekaron, one of the seeds of the 13 scattered across the world 500 years ago. He declared that Tekaron had returned to this very sanctuary, bringing with him the savior who would secure their future, and commanded everyone to kneel. The entire assembly dropped to their knees at once. Only the arrogant youth remained standing. Tekaron pointed directly at the boy and instructed the others to show him complete respect, to fear nothing, and to follow him without hesitation. Turning back to Odion, Tekaron asked whether the lock on the procedure chamber had changed. Odion replied that even after all the heroes, including Tekaron himself, had departed, they had faithfully preserved the traditions of Acheron. Everything remained exactly as it had been the last time he stood there. He addressed him respectfully as Sir Takabon. Takabon acknowledged the answer and said that it was satisfactory. He then called upon the temple doors of the Golden Deer, invoking the ancient oath of those who had once granted them light. A strange form of magic gathered above his head as he prayed for the guidance of the forefathers, asking that the path ahead be revealed. At his command, the doors opened. Light flooded through the chamber as the entire structure began to tremble violently. Deep, grinding sounds echoed throughout the sanctuary as ancient mechanisms awakened. The old man asked whether the technique could be performed immediately. Odion replied that it was possible, but due to the lack of holy water, the process would take roughly 3 months to complete. The old man commented that it was quite a long time, though understandable. Since both of them were present, he said, there would be no issues invoking the technique, and preparations should begin at once. The hero then stated that if the process would take 3 months, he would first contact his comrades and complete their preparations within that time. The old man replied that if that was his decision, he would summon him once everything was ready. Odion expressed his gratitude and said that he was counting on him. The scene shifted to a strange purple chamber containing a massive spherical orb. Several new, imposing figures gathered around it. Among them stood a man named Jotun, the Pope of the Grashi tribe. He announced that preparations on their side were complete and asked about the situation among the humans. Another man replied that the humans were still gathering supplies and undergoing internal restructuring, a process that would require more time. Hearing this, Jotun urged them to hurry. He warned that the longer they delayed, the closer that man's wife would grow to another. If he truly wished to save her, Jotun said, then he already knew what had to be done. The man's expression hardened instantly. He fell silent for a brief moment before asking when the invasion would begin, adding that he was prepared to depart immediately if necessary. Jotun burst into maniacal laughter, praising the man's spirit and approving of his resolve. He explained that it would take roughly half a month to reach the temple from their current position and ordered him to complete all preparations within 3 days. The man acknowledged the command and stated that he would be ready. Though the future remained uncertain, one truth was undeniable. The war had already begun. The final image was that of a massive army advancing forward, filled with vicious hounds whose eyes glowed with dread and malice. Later, outside the castle chamber, the furious man rushed down the corridor, moving with single-minded urgency. His teeth were clenched as he cursed Tekaron under his breath, fear the hero gnawing at him, even as rage consumed his thoughts. Without slowing, he ran straight to report everything he had witnessed to Jotun. He ducked behind a pillar and bent forward, struggling to catch his breath. Carefully keeping himself hidden, he ensured no one noticed his movements. Once he steadied himself, he activated several prompts and began forming a message. He informed Sir Jotun that something entirely unforeseen had occurred. Tekaron had returned, and the prophesied human had appeared alongside him. He urged that assassins be dispatched immediately to eliminate both Odion and the prophesied human before it was too late. As soon as the message was completed, the messenger birds he had summoned took flight, carrying the information away. At that moment, a voice echoed behind him, calmly stating that Odion had already identified the loudest protester as the traitor. The man spun around in shock, trying to locate the speaker. Before he could react, a spear shot forward and pinned him backward. Though he managed to block part of the impact with his energy, the attack still tore into him, leaving him gravely wounded. A scream of pain burst from his throat. It quickly became clear who the attacker was. The hero stepped forward and drove the spear straight into the man's head, slamming him violently into the ground. The traitor lay broken, barely able to move. Through blood-choked breaths, he shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what the hero thought he was doing, sneering that someone like him could never commit such an act and escape unpunished. The hero answered with a brutal punch. His fist smashed into the man's face with terrifying force. Blood sprayed from his mouth as terror overtook him. Desperate, he revealed his identity as an inquisitor, attempting to threaten the hero by hinting at the consequences of harming someone like him. Before he could finish his threat, the hero struck him again, smashing his trembling face even harder into the stone. Whatever resistance remained shattered completely. The man broke down, begging incoherently, swearing that he would tell everything and pleading for the beating to stop. The hero finally paused. His voice was calm as he asked when the invasion would take place, stating flatly that the man surely knew. Barely conscious, the Inquisitor gasped out an answer, saying the enemy would depart in at least 2 days. The hero acknowledged it. The wounded man clung to those words and desperately begged for his life, asking if he would be spared now. The reply was cold. The hero said he had no intention of letting an invader live any longer. Rage twisted the man's face as he screamed that the hero had been playing with him all along. That was when the hero's fist sank into his abdomen like a curse. At the same time, he activated Dive Zero. A system message surfaced, declaring that fatal contact had been initiated and that the Dive Zero effect would be applied directly, sending the target to the world of nothingness. The man convulsed violently. Agony ripped through him as his body began to collapse from within, limbs twisting, flesh tearing apart. In the next instant, he vanished entirely, leaving behind only a scattering of jewels. The hero stared at what remained. In his past life, if Clementine had not betrayed humanity, the world would never have fallen into ruin. Once again, it proved that traitors were the true cause of destruction. He picked up the jewels, thinking that even in death, the traitor could at least contribute ruin points to the world. Even so, he did not fully trust the information he had obtained. During the 3 months required to receive the technique, an invasion was inevitable. Allowing a hostile force to move beyond his control was unacceptable. That was precisely why he had gathered his allies and drawn them closer. He prepared a message for Sang Jin, sending him the coordinates of the Great Sanctuary and ordering him to depart immediately, given the long distance. He instructed Sang Jin to grow stronger alongside Tekaron, explaining that he would be occupied handling other matters for the next 3 months. The next message went to Wonk. He informed him that he would be undergoing the technique for 3 months and that the enemy's war preparations were already complete. He asked Wonk to buy as much time as possible. The third message was sent to Sophia. He explained that reinforcements would be called from the Red Zone and that preparations would take roughly 2 weeks. When the time came, Envy Aaron would train them, and Sang Jin would relay further developments. The messenger birds departed at once. Sang Jin understood the assignment immediately. Wonk felt the weight of the responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. Sophia, as always, remained calm. Not long after, a message arrived from Tekaron, putting Hansu at ease. With preparations complete and the chamber awaiting him, he realized there was one more person he needed to contact. Shane. His reinforcements would consist of 100 king bees. Leaving them with Tekaron and Sang Jin would ensure they were put to proper use. Odion then addressed him, saying that although he believed in him as the prophesied human, the pain would be immense due to the lack of holy water. He asked if that was acceptable. The hero began to undress, his expression unwavering. He said it did not matter and told him to proceed. Nagai reassured Dikairen that everything was understood. Dikairen gave a short nod and announced that he would begin. As he chanted an ancient spell, the aura of the chamber shifted. Violent winds spiraled outward, smoke rising as the magic took hold. He called for the restraints, and they deployed instantly. The hero was sealed inside a capsule filled with boiling liquid. A blinding light erupted as injected vessels detached and reattached to his limbs, pumping an unknown substance straight into his bloodstream. In that moment, he understood. The physical strengthening technique was not enhancement. It was replacement. His blood was being overwritten with the holy water of Lazar. He had thought himself familiar with pain, but this was on a different level entirely. Agony tore through him as the radiance intensified, forcing everyone present to shield their eyes. Later, Odion apologized to Tekaron. Ideally, he said, Tekaron should have undergone the procedure as well, but the crown of thorns had been stolen. Tekaron replied calmly that he did not believe it was due to negligence. Given the shortage of priests, the outcome was understandable. He stated that they would move to the treasure instead. Preparations for the coming chaos could not be delayed. Odion bowed and agreed. They entered the treasure chamber. At its center rested the Sunhide Totem, a wand of life imbued with the power of the sun. It had once belonged to one of the 13 heroes, Galleon Akalu. Tekaron stared at it in silence, memories of his old friends surfacing. He acknowledged the rule that a pope may only wield a weapon bestowed upon them, then quietly asked for forgiveness as he borrowed it temporarily for the coming war. Odion agreed without hesitation. Sir Galleon's weapon, he said, was a fitting choice until Techeron recovered his own. Techeron accepted, stating that it would serve him well for now. Odion then asked whether Techeron had buried the soul transfer device during his final journey between worlds, noting that recovering it in his current state would be difficult. Techeron confirmed this. He added that during his travels, he had become a traveler like humans, capable of growing stronger through ruins. He asked if there were suitable hunting grounds nearby. Odion offered to assign guards and suggested the main forest. Techeron declined, explaining that another human guest would arrive soon and that he intended to travel with him instead. Odion accepted the decision. The scene shifted to Caldera, the base of the Liro clan. The atmosphere was unnervingly quiet. At one guarded house, 2 sentries stood watch. Then a massive explosion erupted from within the structure. Chaos followed instantly. People screamed for water as flames swallowed the building whole. Above the inferno, a dark mist spread unnaturally, leaving everyone frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend who could have caused such devastation. For hours later, the scene shifted again. In another location, people worked under crushing heat, drenching themselves with showers as they continued their labor without rest. One man shouted in frustration, complaining that after coming all this way, all he had done was work without rest. He spat that he could not even enjoy himself properly, and scoffed at the idea that being given clothes was supposed to count as fair compensation. Fueled by anger, he hurled his shovel to the ground, cursing loudly and declaring that he had not traveled this far just to be reduced to manual labor. When a smartass bent down to pick up the shovel and casually commented about someone working themselves to the bone in a place like this, the already irritated man snapped. He demanded to know who the hell he was and whether he was looking for a fight. The smartass remained calm. He activated a skill and said he had no interest in pointless scuffles. Instead, he explained that he had recently placed himself under a monarch who had arrived in Caldera. Because of that, his abilities had jumped by 20 to 30%. Thanks to that boost, he had already taken part in the monarch's pillaging. With a relaxed tone, he then asked what they thought about joining the Gross clan. The man stared at him in disbelief before exploding. He shouted that a 20 to 30% increase was insane, a level comparable to top legal clans. He admitted that if he was going to slave away regardless, then of course he would rather join something like that. Another voice chimed in, saying he would join too. Soon, more people agreed, shouting that they would rather band together than keep doing this meaningless work. Tools were thrown aside as they yelled that they wanted loot for themselves as well. In the distance, a different voice echoed, apologizing for failing to protect someone. It said it would not be long, that their daughter must be watching from the heavens, and that was why they had to keep living. A man sat before a vessel, murmuring that many of Acheron would have to be sacrificed. He asked them to wait just a little longer and vowed to protect them until that time came, no matter what kind of monster he had to become. Suddenly, a loud noise burst from one of the capsules nearby as someone inside was injected into the vessel. Another man walked up to a boy and asked where he had been. The man seated beside the capsule lifted his head and asked who it was, calling him Gunwu. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, he reported that someone whose stats had been too low to join any clan was now gathering forces at an unprecedented speed due to a strange monarch trade. He asked how they should respond. The boss replied that Terras had already told him about it, saying it was a special trade that significantly raised stats. He dismissed the travelers in Caldera as nothing more than criminal trash anyway, and said they would use anything at their disposal as long as it helped revive Sinyo. Since Plan A had already collapsed, he decided there was no point clinging to it. They would simply bail out the surrounding villages instead. He said he would personally meet Gunwu alongside Jotun and told him to go carry out his role. Gunwu responded in a tone that was calm yet sharp, accepting the order without hesitation. Later, alone in the laboratory once more, he acknowledged that things were taking longer than anticipated. Still, he promised himself he would finish it quickly in return. He asked them to wait for him, just a little longer. Back at Odion, his mind was in turmoil. Even the strongest warriors of Acheron would struggle to endure 3 months of such pain. The thought gnawed at him. Had he killed their savior with his own hands? He could only ask for patience and hope it was not too late. Inside the vessel, the glow continued to leak outward. The hero realized that his body had essentially fallen asleep while his consciousness remained fully awake. There was no escape from the pain. He felt all of it, every moment. Simply enduring it already felt unbearable. He activated the runes he had carefully saved and attempted to awaken Nirmahar. The ring trembled as it clutched his hand, stones lifting and swirling through the air alongside it. A system message appeared, cold and absolute, stating that the number of orange runes was insufficient and that the attempt to unlock the third authority of Nirmahar's ring had failed. He was not surprised. After arriving here, he had suspected it would not work. He had gambled with the runes obtained through killing, hoping that ranged mobs might have provided enough. But the third unlock demanded far more. 3 months of this pain would be brutal. Elsewhere, a figure rode a beast at full speed toward the coordinates provided earlier, officially sanctioned and finally closing the distance. He muttered that at this pace they would arrive within a week. The mount reacted immediately, irritated by his words, and jolted him violently into the air. As Sang-jin fell, he watched the beast sprint away, clearly punishing him for the perceived disrespect. He sighed, muttering that everyone had claimed the creature was obedient and well-behaved. After being abandoned so easily, he doubted it ever possessed any sense of honor to begin with. Then his eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. They were large. As big as bees. No, creatures meant to resemble mounts. They were moving toward him. Not one, but several. Sang-jin hesitated, instinctively wondering which one he should ride next, only to freeze as the realization hit him. They were far larger than expected, and there were too many of them. He had reached his conclusion far too quickly. These were not here to be ridden. The bees charged all at once, their mass crashing toward him as if to crush him outright. One slammed into Sang-jin, sending him stumbling backward. He barely managed to stay on his feet. Tai was no longer on his side. He would have to face them head-on. When he noticed the bees beginning to lay eggs, Sang-jin's thoughts sharpened. They could be stalled. He decided to buy time, holding them off while searching for even the smallest opening to escape. He pulled out his dagger and lunged straight at the bees. The moment he activated Phantom Nerve Edge, 70 phantoms burst forth, each one attacking with 70% of his stats. The air filled with slashing afterimages. One of the beasts roared, lifted its massive claw, and brought it crashing down. The strike landed cleanly, piercing straight through Sang-jin's leg. He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out. Yet somehow he kept his posture intact despite the pain tearing through him. It was still not enough. Even after cutting down so many, 3 remained. They pressed forward without pause, driving him back step by step. Then all 3 charged at once. Fear clenched his teeth together as he realized what had happened. Their leader had flinched, and now every one of them was rushing him head-on. His father's voice echoed in his mind, telling him that sometimes retreat was the only option. Before he could act on it, a sword came flying in from afar. With a single strike, it erased nearly all of them at once. Lightning erupted across the beasts, ripping through their bodies and frying them instantly before they slammed into the ground right in front of Sang-jin. He stared in disbelief. That was lightning splitter. His first thought was Hansu, but the idea felt unreal. He looked around desperately, trying to understand who could have done this. Then someone landed behind him. His shock deepened. He spun around, demanding to know who they were and how they could possibly use lightning splitter. A girl stepped forward. Her expression was calm as she introduced herself, saying that this was their first meeting. Her name was Kiriel. Kiriel lands on the ground slightly out of breath, though the expression on her face shows more amazement than exhaustion, and she admits that the move she just unleashed turned out to be far more intense than she had expected. Sang-jin stays at her in visible shock, explaining that he had originally planned to jump in and help her during the fight, yet now his only concern is whether she is actually okay after pulling off something like that. Still trying to process what he just witnessed, Sang-jin admits that while he's grateful for the help, something about the situation doesn't add up, because as far as he knows there is only supposed to be a single lightning separator in existence. Looking directly at Kiriel, he asks how she managed to perform a move like that at all. Kiriel responds with a knowing expression, as if to say there's a story behind it, and begins explaining while her mind flashes back to the moment earlier in the battle when the weapon had been spinning through the air in the middle of the chaos. At that moment, Mr. Shane approaches them with an expression that clearly shows how stunned he is. He tells Kiriel that what she just did is incredible, praising her for reaching such a high level of skill in such a short amount of time. He explains that his father had given him strict instructions not to allow her to advance until she was completely ready, but after seeing the strength she just displayed, he admits there probably wasn't anything he could have done to stop her anyway. Kiriel, remaining modest despite the praise, explains that her strength isn't simply the result of natural talent, because the real reason she has been able to grow so quickly is her psychometry. Immediately after saying this, she shifts the attention back to Mr. Shane and asks if he's all right, admitting she was worried that she might have been a little too rough on him during their sparring match. Mr. Shane simply laughs the concern off, telling her he's much tougher than he looks and that she shouldn't waste a second worrying about him. Right then, a digital screen suddenly appears, displaying a brief explanation of psychometry, describing it as the ability to perceive past memories, powerful emotions, or lingering traces of previous events simply by touching an object or focusing intensely on a person or item connected to those moments. Before the group can dwell on it any longer, Queen Bee arrives and joins the conversation, clearly impressed by the fact that Kiriel managed to defeat Shane. She says that since Kiriel is so determined to help their savior, she wants to contribute to the effort as well. Curious, Kiriel asks what kind of help she intends to offer, and Queen Bee reveals that she plans to send 3 of her elite soldiers along with 100 regular troops to accompany Kiriel and support her on the journey ahead. Not wanting to be outdone, Mr. Shane quickly adds that if Queen Bee is willing to go that far, then he can't allow Kiriel to leave empty-handed either. Another digital display appears, presenting something called the Lightning Splitter, Alpha, which is described as a high-tech replica of the original lightning splitter. Mr. Shane then hands the weapon over to Kirill and explains that although it's still only a prototype, it has already been fully charged with energy from the World Tree, while warning her that even though it can't quite match the power of the Thunderstorm move, it still contains enough stored energy to unleash one massive, high-powered strike. Kirill expresses sincere gratitude, thanking both Mr. Shane and Lady Queen Bee for the support they've offered her. Watching the exchange, Sangjin studies the weapon now in her possession and quickly realizes that what she's holding isn't the original but merely a replica. Kirill confirms his observation, explaining that since she already used the Thunderstorm move earlier, the spear she currently carries is basically just an ordinary weapon for the moment. Inside his head, however, Sangjin can't help feeling a bit salty and quietly jealous, thinking about how Kirill now carries the same kind of setup Hansu once used, even if the authentic Thunderstorm technique exists on a completely different level of power. Still, he reasons that because her version is only a replica, the output is naturally going to be far smaller in scale. Kirill then mentions that she had actually been present in person before, although she admits she was disappointed that she never had the chance to witness Sir Kang Hansu displaying his full strength with her own eyes. She adds that she has already heard plenty about Sangjin from Miss Unchai and Miss Mihi, explaining that both of them told her Sangjin places an incredible amount of trust in Hansu. Sangjin confirms this without hesitation, explaining that Hansu has been his ultimate role model ever since the tutorial first began. Kirill finds that genuinely sweet and comments that it means he has been supporting Hansu from the very start. She then asks if it would be alright for her to address him as Sangjin Sunbae, saying that the title feels like it suits him perfectly. Sangjin freezes for a moment, silently overthinking the new title she just placed on him. At that instant, he feels a strange warmth spreading through his chest, a feeling he secretly kind of enjoys, though he keeps his reaction low-key and quickly answers that it's fine with him and he'll allow it. He adds that it's clear she understands just how legendary Hansu truly is. Kirill replies with excitement, saying she's looking forward to working with him and once again calls him Sunbae, before asking if he's currently on his way to see Sir Kang Hansu and whether she can join him. Sangjin immediately agrees, telling her of course she can come along and that she only needs to follow his lead. A week later, at noon, the scene shifts to the great sanctuary of Maine, the sacred land belonging to the Akaran. There, the master sits on the floor with his weapon beside him while expressing gratitude for being allowed to use Mind's Eye, explaining that even though he only witnessed things through memories, it appeared that Shane was doing well, which finally eased the worries that had been lingering in his mind. He also remarks that impressed his son managed to recreate the lightning splitter, even if what he produced is only a replica. Kirill speaks up at that point, praising his son as truly remarkable and saying that the mass-produced lightning splitter had been an enormous help. Akaran responds by saying he's simply glad that his son encountered humans like them, adding that anyone who carries a righteous spirit will always be welcomed by him with open arms. Then, to ensure the lightning splitter can perform its thunderstorm move again, he promises that he will recharge it using OED Odeon. Akaran does give them a warning, explaining that if the weapon is used to unleash thunderstorm one more time, it will most likely break afterward. However, once the war begins, even a single use would still provide a massive advantage. Hearing this, Kirill is clearly moved and asks how she could possibly repay him for going that far. Akaran calmly replies that after using Mind's Eye on her, he already knows she is completely trustworthy. Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds that since they are discussing it anyway, she and Sangjin are welcome to take anything they like from his personal army. Sangjin offers a brief word of thanks, and Kirill follows with her own heartfelt gratitude. While the three of them stand there examining the collection of weapons, a digital screen suddenly appears, displaying information about the Blade of Melody, a pair of daggers once wielded by Sekma, the legendary assassin of the Grashi tribe. Another notification follows immediately after, explaining that even the smallest scratch from these blades will infect the target and ultimately bring down any enemy. Sangjin picks up the weapon and casually remarks that it looks pretty impressive. But before he can do anything else, Akaran abruptly shouts for him to stop and urgently asks about that specific weapon. Confused, Sangjin turns to him and asks if he isn't allowed to take that one. At that exact moment, another screen flashes into view announcing that Burning Mirik has taken an interest in the chaos surrounding Choi Sangjin, and it declares that he has been afflicted with the status known as cursed possession. Instantly, Sangjin begins yelling and nearly crying out, frantically demanding to know what is happening to him. Akaran, looking clearly stressed, explains that some cursed weapons were mixed in with the rest of the armory and apologizes for failing to warn them about it earlier. Still looking completely baffled, Sangjin asks why it doesn't actually hurt at all right now and what exactly this cursed possession status is supposed to do. Akaran then explains that the curse is extremely cruel because it inflicts unbearable pain whenever the weapons are separated from the person who possesses them. It doesn't matter whether someone is trying to take a shower or simply go to the bathroom, they must keep the weapons on their body at all times. If even one of them is let go, the pain becomes intense, and if both are dropped, the result could very well be death. Hearing this, Sangjin is completely shaken and asks what kind of insane curse that even is, though he tries to reassure himself by thinking that everything should be fine as long as he never unequips them and stays extremely careful. Kirill steps in at that point and points out that it could become a serious problem if he doesn't actually know how painful the effect is. She suggests that he should try letting go of one of the weapons right now just to understand what he's dealing with. Sangjin agrees, deciding that testing it once might be a good idea. He attempts to set one of the blades down, but the moment it leaves his hand he immediately starts screaming and crying in agony, scrambling to grab the dagger again. The pain is so overwhelming that he even swears loudly, declaring that he will never, ever let go of those weapons again. Seeing his reaction, Kirill feels genuinely awful and quickly apologizes, admitting that she had no idea the pain would be that extreme. Sangjin tells Kirill it's fine, explaining that he actually needed to experience it firsthand so he could understand just how dangerous the situation truly was. Akaran, watching the exchange, seems quietly impressed and comments that it was a rather professional way to conduct an experiment. Although the atmosphere becomes a little awkward after everything that just happened, Akaran soon asks Kirill whether any other weapons in the armory have caught her interest. She points out one she likes but cautiously asks first if there will be any cursed complications attached to it. A digital screen immediately appears, identifying the weapon as Shine, a legendary armament once wielded by Lumen, the individual who held the first seat of the guarded Baron for an entire century. Akaran reassures her that this particular weapon carries no curses at all, though he warns that using it properly requires extremely precise control over magic, making it difficult for most people to handle. Kirill is simply relieved to hear that it isn't cursed. Without hesitation, she takes hold of the weapon, and the moment she does, energy begins swirling through the air around her, drifting and floating in every direction. Akaran panics briefly and tells her to concentrate her magic into the blade immediately, warning that if she keeps leaking energy like that she will drain her entire mana pool. But almost instantly, Kirill brings the power under control, stabilizing the flow of magic with perfect precision. Seeing this, Akaran is left stunned, realizing she mastered the weapon almost immediately and thinking that her magic control already rivals that of a high-tip pope. He can only admit that humans never seem to stop surprising him. With their equipment finally settled, Akaran suggests they go out hunting, reminding them that a massive war is approaching and they need to grow stronger while they still have time. Sangjin readily agrees to the idea, and Kirill also nods, saying she wants to level up quickly so she can actually contribute when the time comes. The scene then shifts to an elderly man standing beside a device. He remarks that a month and a half has already passed and praises someone for enduring for this long, encouraging them to hold on just a little longer. After saying this, he notices that a guest has arrived, but immediately realizes there is a girl accompanying him. This confuses him, because although he had asked Shane to send reinforcements, he expected only Sangjin to appear at this particular time, leaving him wondering who the unexpected extra person could be. The story then flashes back to 2 weeks earlier at the Tanar southern gate of the Cross of Providence clan. NBRN stands there thinking about how Sophia asked her to train the reinforcements that were supposed to arrive, yet she finds herself wondering who these people even are, since it has been a very long time since anyone came up from the red zone and she has almost no idea what the situation there is like anymore. As she waits, a thick fog suddenly rolls in, filled with multiple objects flying directly toward her. Startled, she shouts out, demanding to know what in the world that is, only to realize moments later that those flying objects are actually the reinforcement she has been waiting for. The reinforcements arrive soaring through the air before their carriage suddenly descends and lands on the ground. As the vehicle settles, a figure steps out while resting a hand against the carriage frame. Uni watches them approach with visible surprise and asks if they are really the reinforcement she had been waiting for. In response, they immediately reveal a shocking update, explaining that they have already wiped out the calamities and even managed to turn some monsters over to their own side. Jiriel backs this up, confirming that a massive war is approaching soon and adding that the Queen of the King Bees, once feared as a calamity of the Red Zones, personally sent them here to assist. The King Bee royal guards then formally introduce themselves. Fire offers a polite greeting. Wind remarks that they were told Uni would be the one responsible for training them, and Water adds that she's looking forward to relying on Uni's expertise. Taking in the situation, Uni agrees to handle their training, commenting that sending reinforcements like this was a smart move and that it creates the perfect opportunity to finally deal with the Liro Liro clan. She promises to give them proper, top-tier training, and the 3 bees immediately respond with an enthusiastic confirmation. The scene shifts to Kirill sitting together with Uni as a status screen appears displaying information about psychometry, Kirill's innate ability. The description explains that the skill allows her to read past memories, deep emotions, or lingering traces simply by touching a person, an object, or even a specific location. As Kirill places her hand on a book, Uni remarks that possessing an innate skill like that explains how she managed to level up as quickly as Kang Hansu. Uni also notices the replica lightning splitter Kirill carries and asks whether she plans to skip the usual process of farming runes and head out immediately instead. Kirill confirms that she intends to leave as soon as possible. She explains that she has been tracking their traces through her psychometry, but the trail is fading a little more with each passing day. Hearing this, Uni suggests an alternative. If Hansu's trail is becoming too faint, Kirill could simply track Sangjin instead, since there's a good chance she'll run into him along the way if everything goes smoothly. To make the journey easier, Uni hands her a pair of flywalkers and explains they will be extremely useful during the trip. Kiriel sincerely thanks her for the help, though Uni waves it off like it's nothing. With that, Kiriel prepares to leave immediately, and Uni simply tells her to send a carrier pigeon once she reaches her destination. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the Liro Liro clan in Keltra Sector 21. One of the members is addressing a group of captives, laying out the rules in a cold tone as he tells them there's only one condition. If they manage to escape, they are allowed to live. He orders them to run as if their lives depend on it, because they quite literally do. After saying that, he signals to the team leader, Kyle Dawson, confirming that everything is fully prepared. Nearby, one of the clan members begins boasting to Kyle, proudly declaring that he has already racked up 9 points. The man confidently makes a bet, saying that if he wins, Kyle will have to hand over all the girls they captured this time. Kyle immediately shuts that idea down, telling him he must be dreaming, then says he should watch carefully because he plans to wipe them all out in a single shot. After that, Kyle tells him to get ready and start. As several beasts begin sprinting away, Kyle moves in pursuit, unleashing a barrage of nails that fly through the air and strike the creatures directly in their backs. One after another they crash to the ground while screaming in pain. And as they collapse, Kyle can't help feeling proud of himself, thinking that he truly is the GOAT and that these so-called lively beasts are nothing to him. A few of the beasts drop immediately after being hit, but one of the team members suddenly notices something strange and points it out, saying that one of them actually survived, which means the total should be counted as 9 points. Hearing that, Kyle looks confused and asks what exactly he means. At that very moment, one of the beasts begins moving again. Kyle reacts instantly, rushing forward before bringing his attack crashing down on the creature and smashing it straight into the ground, crushing it completely beneath the force of the blow. As soon as the beast is destroyed, someone nearby shouts at him, complaining that even though he is the team leader, what he just did is basically cheating. The man argues that if Kyle pulverizes the monster into pieces, then how are they supposed to count the points properly when they need intact corpses to keep track of the score? Kyle doesn't look bothered in the slightest. He casually responds that it doesn't really matter and that they can simply count however many corpses they manage to find. If anyone has a problem with that, they are free to deal with the monsters themselves. Meanwhile, someone observing everything quietly thinks to himself with growing disgust. Watching the scene unfold, he feels sickened by the behavior around him, and in his mind the worst offender of them all is Kyle Dawson. That man, he believes, is the biggest problem in the entire group. Not only did Kyle violate and murder Environ's younger sister, but he is also a complete piece of trash who has taken part in countless other disgusting and unspeakable acts. Kyle suddenly pauses where he stands after hearing a sound nearby, then speaks up as he addresses someone directly. He calls out to Bonkyung, pointing out that since Bonkyung is the vice team leader, he should try joining in as well, even adding that the activity is actually pretty fun. Bonkyung calmly responds that he has no interest in playing such games. He explains that the only reason he came was to deliver an official order for everyone. According to the command, all units must gather at the 28th sector within 2 hours. Now that the message has been delivered, he plans to leave first together with the members of his clan. Kyle simply shrugs it off and tells him that's fine, saying he can go ahead if he wants. After Bonkyung leaves, Kyle quietly thinks to himself, recalling the rumor he once heard that Bonkyung had fled after stealing a large number of runes from Environ's clan. Because of that story, Kyle originally assumed the man might actually be interesting to deal with, someone worth clashing with, but after seeing the way Bonkyung acted just now, Kyle concludes that the guy is actually pretty boring. The scene then shifts to the assembly point at Kaltira Sector 28. At the gathering site, the sector leader stands before the assembled crowd and begins addressing them loudly. He calls them brothers and sisters and reminds everyone that they are already aware of the current situation. The land of Lazar, he explains, is slowly rotting and collapsing. The heavens themselves have fallen, and because of that disaster, the land can no longer sustain their existence. Even so, he urges them not to give in to despair and not to lose hope. He continues by explaining that the great hero of Acheron, Ilkadian, has received a revelation. According to that divine message, they must offer the holy water of Nuga. By using that sacred water, they will be able to awaken the soul transfer device. Once the device is activated, they will finally escape this dying land and be guided toward an entirely new world. Speaking with growing intensity, he declares that they are the chosen ones and that their destiny will return through blood. The death of Lazar will not mark their end. Instead, it will become the beginning of something new for them. Hearing this, the gathered crowd shouts their agreement in unison. The speaker continues his explanation, stating that the humans have already begun the process. Just as Nagar extracted the holy water and injected it into Lazar, they will continue maintaining the procedure by using the land and resources that still remain. For the sake of those who will stay behind, they plan to leave their advanced technology along with all the resources they have gathered and plundered. Those who remain will take the place of Acheron. At that moment, someone raises a question about the Coffin Emperor, asking how he feels about this entire plan. The question is directed straight toward him, asking for his opinion on the matter. The Coffin Emperor answers in a calm, indifferent tone, saying they can do whatever they want because he does not care about their plans. The only thing that matters to him is that they keep the promise they made. The speaker immediately reassures him that they will absolutely honor that promise. He then turns back to the humans standing there and announces that their leader has already given his approval. He adds that he looks forward to watching them rip and tear through everything until the task is finished. All the humans respond together with a loud declaration of agreement. After that, the commanders for the different units are formally announced. The 1st Vanguard Guerrilla Unit will be commanded by Kyle Dawson, with Lee Wonqiang serving as the vice commander. Meanwhile, the 2nd Engineer Corps will be led by Commander Alsa Moreau, with Malcolm acting as his vice commander. The announcements for the remaining units continue without pause. First, the 3rd Magic Attack Unit is introduced, led by Commander Jarun. After that comes the 4th Recon Unit, which is placed under the command of Koellen, with Yumyang serving as the vice commander. Finally, the main unit is revealed. The commander of the main force is the Coffin Emperor, while Park Gun-woo stands beside him as the vice commander. Once every unit has been introduced, someone immediately steps forward and issues the order to advance. The command is given without hesitation, and the scene shifts as the Larolorol clan together with the allied Gracia forces begin moving out. At that moment, a sister message appears, displaying the remaining time for Kang Hansu's physical reinforcement technique, showing that 36 days are left before it expires. 3 days pass after the Larolorol clan and the Gracia allied forces begin their advance. The scene then transitions to the Grand Sanctuary, inside the main audience chamber. Jukul, an elder of the Chokoan tribe, is the first to speak. In the name of the great hero Ilkadian, he declares that the warriors of the Forest of the Main Shell have come to offer their support. Next, Karunal of the Kalpate tribe steps forward. Speaking in the name of Sir Ilkadian, he says that if it is for the sake of Lord Lazar, who sustains their land, they will gladly lend their strength. After them, Ilkadian himself addresses the gathered crowd. He says that he will never forget the help everyone has shown by answering the call and arriving so quickly. Looking across the assembled warriors, he acknowledges that every tribe has sent its fighters. He then explains that within the temple itself are the saviors who will revive Lazar, and that those individuals are currently receiving the technique. According to him, only 1 month remains before the saviors awaken. He tells them that this coming month will become both their greatest opportunity and their greatest trial. During this time, they will punish the enemies who dare to spread chaos and destruction, not only against the Grashi tribe but against the entire land of Lazar. Ilkadian declares that they will restore the land of Lazar to what it once was, transforming it once again into a lush and beautiful sea of green. As soon as the audience hears Ilkadian's words, the entire chamber erupts with excitement, the gathered warriors visibly energized by his declaration. Inside the vacuum where Kang Hansu remains, and outside it as well, Lord Tekaran begins speaking. He mentions that Kang Hansu asked him to use Mind's Eye once the 2-month mark was reached. Although Tekaran agreed to the request, he admits that something about it never sat quite right with him. The moment he activates Mind's Eye, something unusual occurs. Tekaran begins falling deeper and deeper, as if he has been pulled into a bottomless void, the sensation resembling an endless descent. While continuing to fall through that space, Tekaran studies what he can see and remarks that Kang Hansu does not appear to be doing very well. From his perspective, Kang Hansu's inner world already seems to have deteriorated quite severely. Then, within that strange inner space, a voice suddenly speaks and tells him not to worry too much about it. There was not much time left, so the explanation had to be brief. Tekaran immediately replies that he understands, repeating that time is limited and telling the other person to go ahead with the explanation. The explanation begins. He says that although many things have changed compared to his past life, there are still certain key events he clearly remembers. In that previous life, the Naga tribe opened the eastern gate to allow a group of captives to pass through. However, the technique engraved onto those captives suddenly activated and triggered massive explosions. Those blasts completely destroyed the eastern gate. He then adds that he probably does not need to explain what happened afterward. Hearing this, Tekaran erupts in anger, shouting in disbelief and rage as he demands to know if they truly dared to do something like that to his tribesmen. The other person answers calmly, explaining that this is simply how those enemies operate. They will do absolutely anything necessary to activate their victory condition, and because of that there is no reason to allow the same tragedy to repeat itself like it did in the previous life. He proposes a plan, suggesting that Sangjin should be sent to attack their vanguard unit. By combining Sangjin's monogaternity ability with Wonqiang's emotion sharing, they should be able to rescue a significant number of the captives. He also explains that Kyle Dawson should currently be stationed at the eastern gate. Once Envy Aaron arrives there, the 3 of them working together should be capable of taking down the enemy's vanguard unit. Tekaran responds that he understands the plan and confirms that Envy Aaron should already be on her way. Since reinforcements are available, he says he will send a carrier pigeon to deliver the message to the eastern gate. However, Tekaran then adds that there is something Kang Hansu needs to know, because while looking through his memories he noticed something important. The other person sighs in frustration and complains that forcing his way into someone's inner world like this is incredibly troublesome and honestly a huge hassle. Then something unexpected suddenly happens. Kang Hansu's body begins to change, and a new presence appears. That presence immediately declares that using Mind's Eye on Kang Hansu is now forbidden. Tekaran shouts at them not to do that, but the connection is already collapsing. As everything around him begins to shatter, he yells while the space breaks apart, and it feels as if he is falling once again. At that moment, the other person quietly thinks to himself that there were still many things he wanted to discuss with Tekeron, yet he never expected someone to interfere like this by entering Kang Hansu's inner world. Even though the situation is frustrating, there is nothing he can do about it. So he calmly decides that until Kang Hansu finally awakens, they will simply do their best to hold the line in the war. The scene then shifts to a location 4 kilometers east of the Great Sanctuary, where the encampment of Carl Dawson's guerrilla unit is set up. Inside the camp, soldiers move back and forth while preparing equipment and making final arrangements as they get ready. Kyle steps forward and announces that they have received orders to begin their movement. One of the guerrilla members reacts with excitement, saying that it is finally starting. Kyle then explains that he came specifically to confirm the technique that had been mentioned earlier, asking if it is ready yet. The guerrilla member replies that he was just about to begin working on it when Kyle arrived. Right after saying that, the guerrilla points towards something nearby and orders another soldier to bring it over. The other guerrilla immediately answers with a quick yes. Not far away, a man suddenly begins begging desperately. He pleads with them to spare his daughter and take him instead. One of the guerrilla members rushes toward the father and daughter while shouting angrily for the old man to shut up. The little girl begins crying in fear. Watching the entire scene unfold, Kyle comments in a mocking tone that it is almost enough to bring a tear to his eye. The guerrilla member then remarks that this is where the real fun begins. Terrified, the daughter asks what they are doing as the guerrilla starts chasing after her. He quickly catches her, grabbing her firmly by the shoulder while raising his hand toward her. Once he has her restrained, he activates a magic cast directly onto the back of her neck. The girl cries out loudly and struggles in fear. After finishing the spell, the guerrilla casually tells her that she can now go back to her father. He even repeats it to make sure she understands, telling her again that she is free to return to her dad. The girl immediately runs toward her father as fast as she can. Crying loudly, she reaches him and asks if he is all right, begging him not to die. Her father quickly asks if she is okay. The girl replies that she thinks they cast some kind of magic on her, but other than that she feels fine, telling him not to worry about her. The moment he hears that, the father's eyes widen in shock. He grabs his daughter and angrily demands to know what the gorilla has done to her. The gorilla casually responds, asking if he is referring to that. As soon as he says it, he snaps his fingers. The instant his fingers snap, the spell activates. A sudden burst of fire erupts on the spot. At the same moment, a screen appears displaying the message curse of self-destruction, explaining that it is a secret curse passed down through the Gracia tribe and that it activates whenever the caster gives a signal. Kyle watches the display and comments with clear admiration, saying that it is amazing. The guerrilla member then calmly explains their plan. They intend to place this curse on every single captive, and once they march back and confront the Naga tribe, the outcome will create quite a spectacular show. Meanwhile, Won Kyung observes everything silently. Sangjin's carrier pigeon has not arrived yet, and at this rate every captive will soon have the curse placed on them. Realizing this, he understands that his role here is to sabotage their plan, and right now feels like the perfect moment to act. Just then, someone suddenly grabs Won Kyung by the shoulder. The man quickly tells him that he will buy some time, so Won Kyung should take the captives and escape. Won Kyung immediately asks if he will be alright on his own, adding that if he ends up facing all the clan members at once, he should not hesitate to use his skill. The man shakes his head and replies that if Won Kyung activates the skill now, its effectiveness will be reduced. It would be far better to save it for later, when the battlefield has fallen into complete chaos and the moment is right. Then he adds one final request. He asks Won Kyung to tell Enverin that he is sorry he could not return. After saying those words, the man turns around and faces Kyle. Kyle slowly tilts his neck toward him, and the instant he does, he suddenly lashes out with a powerful kick that slams straight into the man, sending him crashing down to the ground. Looking down at him, Kyle remarks that he had already expected something like this to happen. Before the real battle begins, he explains, they have to eliminate any rats hiding among them. Kyle then continues, saying that the vice commander seemed unusually friendly with Taurus, which made him suspicious. Because of that suspicion, he gives Won Kyung a cruel order. If Won Kyung wants to prove his loyalty, then he should kill Taurus with his own hands. Right at that moment, a bird suddenly flies into the area. The bird delivers a message, announcing that everything is ready and that they can begin. The message comes from Sangjin. Won Kyung silently thinks to himself that Sangjin is starting to resemble Kang Hansu more and more. Even though he arrived extremely late, at least he finally showed up, so that is good enough. Now it is time for things to begin. Meanwhile, Kyle notices the faint smile on Won Kyung's face and asks what exactly he finds so amusing. He adds that he has been going easy on Won Kyung because of his position as vice commander, but now Won Kyung is seriously starting to get on his nerves. Won Kyung answers coldly, saying that those words should actually be coming from him. In his eyes, Kyle is nothing more than absolute garbage. At that moment, a screen suddenly appears displaying emotion sharing activation. Won Kyung then gives the order to every member of the Crown clan, kill all members of the Larolorol clan and the Grashi tribe. After issuing the command, Won Kyung releases his energy outward, and that energy rapidly spreads across the entire battlefield. Another screen appears with a system notification stating that Won Kyung, the clan master of the Crown Clan, has shared his emotional state. The message shows that the rage state has increased by 38%, and it confirms the target of that rage. Absolute hostility toward the Larolorol clan and the Grashi tribe has now been activated. The Crown Clan members immediately erupt with furious shouts, yelling for everyone to kill them all and wipe out those bastards. On the opposing side, some of the enemies look completely confused, shouting in shock as they ask what is happening and what is wrong with those lunatics. As the battlefield descends into chaos and the fighting spreads everywhere, Kyle suddenly begins coughing. After coughing, Kyle lifts his head and looks toward Won Kyung, remarking with sarcasm that it was quite the scream. Mocking him, he says that Won Kyung revealed his true identity awfully fast just because they caught a single rat. Won Kyung answers calmly, explaining that exposing his identity does not matter at all because he joined the Vanguard with the intention of doing exactly this from the very beginning. He then declares that he will kill Kyle and every other filthy person like him for the sake of his daughter, promising that they will soon learn the price they must pay for all the sins they have committed. Meanwhile, Kyle thinks back to something he noticed earlier. At the time, Won Kyung's rune count appeared to have dropped to around 50%, which led Kyle to assume that most of Won Kyung's power had already been spent. Now, however, it becomes clear that Won Kyung had been hiding far more strength than he expected. Originally, Kyle planned to toy with him before finishing him off, but realizing the situation now, he understands that he cannot afford to be careless anymore. Cursing under his breath, he thinks about how once someone's rune count exceeds 60%, they reach the Mago's rank, and that makes this fight extremely troublesome. Without hesitation, Kyle activates his weapon, the Chain Reaper. The chains burst outward as he releases them, sending them flying straight toward Won Kyung in an attempt to slice him apart. As Kyle charges forward and spreads the chains through the air, another system screen appears announcing that rune absorption has been completed. At that moment, Won Kyung's body transforms into a massive form, enormous swords appearing in his hands. Another screen flashes into view displaying Won Kyung's strength statistics. When the chains lash toward him, Won Kyung swings his power directly against them. The chains shatter instantly, breaking apart and scattering across the battlefield. Kyle stays in shock and shouts at him in anger. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, several people have already been struck down and smashed into the ground during the fighting. One man sits nearby watching everything unfold and comments that Won Kyung is putting on quite a show. Mentioning his name, Lee Won Kyung, he remarks that the man must be truly furious right now, then casually adds that the timing seems perfect, so he might as well show off a little himself. Grabbing his sword, he steps forward. Standing before several beasts, he begins fighting. Some of the enemies panic and shout that these opponents are unbelievably strong. One of them suggests that maybe they should just run away. Others immediately yell back at him to stop acting like cowards and instead swarm them together, arguing that their superior numbers should be enough to overwhelm them. Then suddenly, someone stretches out his hand and stares around in confusion, asking why the corpses lying across the battlefield are moving. Those dead bodies abruptly rise and begin running toward them. Nearby, a young man who has been quietly observing the entire battle smiles faintly and says they should keep killing each other. As long as corpses continue to appear, his army will never run out. As the battle rages on throughout the night, Kyle continues swinging his weapon, cutting down enemy after enemy. Yet while fighting, a realization slowly forms in his mind. Strangely enough, the one bleeding heavily now is him. Grinding his teeth, he curses in frustration and blames those irritating enemies for putting him in this situation. Kyle exploded with fury, shouting that if this was how they wanted things to go, then so be it. He would grind every bone in their bodies into dust, and with that declaration he pulled a peculiar item from his hand while muttering that it had never been intended for use against opponents as weak as them, yet they had pushed him far enough that he was willing to make an exception. A screen appeared, displaying the item's details. Nameless stimulant, a hazardous drug capable of awakening the innate tribal ability Berserk of Akron within its user, though the description carried a severe warning. 10 minutes after activation, the user would completely lose rational thought, and without receiving the proper antidote afterward, death itself was a real possibility. Without hesitation, Kyle drove the stimulant weapon straight into someone's leg, and the man immediately began screaming and sobbing in agony. Kyle bent down slightly toward the injured figure, Won Kyung, and stared at him before coldly telling him to die. The next instant, Kyle smashed him with a savage punch. The impact crushed Won Kyung's bones, sending him collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Kyle burst into manic laughter, thinking to himself how incredible this feeling was and how much he loved it. Meanwhile, Won Kyung lay sprawled across the ground in terrible condition. Quickly realizing that his ribs had been completely shattered, he cursed bitterly, thinking that if his abilities had not dropped so drastically and if he had not suffered such damage, he would still be able to keep fighting. But at this point there was no way he could continue participating in the battle. In the end, he decided it could not be helped. Sangjin would have to arrive sooner than expected. Right then, the bird carrying Sangjin's message flew nearby. Kyle noticed the bird and immediately mocked Won Kyung, sneering as he asked whether it was not humiliating to beg for help after being beaten so badly, then adding that it made no difference who Won Kyung called because he was not leaving this place alive. Kyle went on to declare that he would kill him first and then cut off both his head and Taurus's head as well, planning to raise them on a flag like trophies, even asking Won Kyung if he was looking forward to that. Won Kyung remained lying helplessly on the ground while Kyle approached with his sword. Kyle lifted the weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow. But before the strike could fall, someone suddenly grabbed the weapon. That person was Inverin. In one swift movement, she sliced cleanly through Kyle's neck, separating his head from his body. Kyle's body dropped to the ground while his severed head flew through the air. For a brief moment, confusion filled his mind as he wondered why he was suddenly staring up at the sky, and then his eyes widened in shock as the realization hit him. What was Inverin doing there? His head struck the ground. Meanwhile, Inverin looked down calmly, thinking to herself that she had never intended to let things end so easily for him. To Inverin, it almost felt as if the 7 long years she had spent pursuing him had ended far too quickly. Yet she accepted the outcome all the same, understanding that revenge did not always bring the satisfaction people expected. Afterward, she turned toward Won Kyung and asked if he was alright and whether he could stand. Won Kyung replied that aside from his broken ribs he was still fine, explaining that once he recovered a little he intended to regroup with Taurus, but for the moment he wanted her to go help Sangjin instead. Inverin answered that she had already seen Sangjin while coming here and that things in that area looked like they were already coming to an end, so she would handle Taurus and the captives while Won Kyung focused on recovering. Won Kyung agreed with the plan. The scene then shifted to a building area where several vacuum chambers had been set up. A girl named Ellen gently placed flowers beside one of the chambers and spoke softly, saying that they had followed the instructions exactly and had succeeded in rescuing many of the captured people, adding that it had all been possible because of him and Lord Tekeron. The person inside responded that Tekeron could hear them, so he was certain her words had reached him. Ellen said she hoped he would wake up soon because he was the one who had saved them, and she believed everyone would come to like him. The man smiled and replied that he was sure they would. Then he asked Ellen if she could wait outside for a moment since he needed to speak privately. She respectfully agreed, addressed him as Lord Tekeron, and left the room. After she stepped outside, he spoke quietly toward Kang Hansu, saying that they had successfully destroyed the enemy's banquet plan and that now the enemy's main force was waiting for them, with the scouts reporting that the real battle would begin tomorrow. He also explained that Inverin, the travelers, and the King Bees had all arrived on time, which meant it should be possible to hold back the enemy's main force. However, if the information Kang Hansu had provided was correct, then the Coffin Emperor would become a serious problem. Even so, they would do everything possible to hold the line until Kang Hansu awakened. He told Kang Hansu to focus only on completing the physical strengthening technique. At that moment, another system screen appeared showing the remaining time until Kang Hansu finished the physical strengthening technique, and the timer displayed 60 days, 16 days, 11 hours, and 39 minutes left. The scene then opened at the Lerolero and Grashi Unified Command and Control Center, where the commander sat together with the control team while monitoring the situation on the battlefield. He began thinking to himself that, according to his plan, the advance team should have already opened the Eastern Gate and taken control of the Great Sanctuary by now. Yet not only had they failed to open the Eastern Gate, every gate had become heavily reinforced, making it seem as though someone had anticipated all of his plans beforehand. The commander wondered briefly if that demon had interfered again, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that even that man should not have been capable of disrupting his strategy this thoroughly, which only deepened his confusion about who could possibly be responsible. The scene then shifted to another battlefield. Olsen shouted loudly to his troops, ordering them to fire everything they had and telling them to do whatever it took to break open those gates. His soldiers immediately unleashed their weapons, bombarding the walls around the gate. But the moment the attack struck, the walls began glowing as a magical barrier resisted the damage. Olsen cursed angrily and shouted that the magical wall was preventing them from causing any real harm. Their ammunition was limited, and wasting it like this would only worsen their situation. So instead of continuing this pointless bombardment, he decided it would be better to force their way in directly. He then yelled that the enemy soldiers were nothing but cowardly fools hiding behind that magic wall because they were too afraid to fight face to face. Olsen ordered the close-quarters engagement team to advance. As the troops rushed forward, the defenders who had been concealed behind the wall suddenly rose up, and among them a girl gave the command to fire, ordering them to bring down every single attacker. At once, a storm of attacks rained down on the guerrilla soldiers charging ahead, striking many of them instantly and sending them collapsing to the ground. Olsen stayed in shock and shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was happening and wondering why those enemies were here when they were supposed to be stationed at Taran's magic guns. Someone nearby screamed for everyone to get down. Not far away, a man wearing glasses observed the battlefield carefully and commented that those were insanely powerful magic guns, wondering if Envy had sent reinforcements. He began thinking that if this continued, they would not only fail to climb the ramparts but might not even get close to them. Meanwhile, the magic guns continued firing relentlessly across the battlefield. Lord stepped forward and raised his voice, ordering the pirates to deploy and strike the forces on the ground. Moments later the weapons activated, and explosions began raining down as massive blasts erupted across the battlefield, tearing the ground apart. The man with glasses thought grimly that the situation was getting worse, that casualties were rising rapidly, and he began wondering if they should retreat and reconsider their strategy. Around him, several soldiers panicked and shouted that no one had warned them something like this would happen. They cried out that they did not want to die and started trying to run away. The man with glasses quickly grabbed one of them and demanded to know where he thought he was going, ordering him to maintain formation. But the terrified soldier refused, saying it was ridiculous and that he had no intention of dying for nothing. Watching this unfold, the man with glasses realized their formation and discipline had completely fallen apart, and in his mind he quietly accepted that they had already lost. At that moment, something suddenly dropped nearby. A calm voice followed, remarking that he had never expected his report to end up becoming a declaration of their defeat. The sound came from behind the man with glasses, and when he turned around he was met with a shocking sight. A swarm of bees had arrived. Alongside the swarm appeared a person named Kiriel, who calmly announced that the king bees would handle the cleanup. Kiriel then gave the order for the bees to move out. Some soldiers stared at the swarm in terror and shouted that those were king bees, each one possessing Mago's level strength. Kiriel simply watched the battlefield as the bees scattered across the area, attacking enemies everywhere, killing some while capturing others. As the king bees began their assault, someone shouted that those creatures were working incredibly hard, so the rest of them should do the same. They raised their hands and unleashed magical fire toward the battlefield, while the bees released rings of golden light that spread outward, tearing across the area and causing massive destruction. Some of the enemies tried to deploy resistance barriers in an attempt to defend themselves. Meanwhile, one of the guerrilla commanders slammed his hand against the ground in frustration and cursed loudly. He then shouted to another guerrilla soldier, ordering him to deploy the Mago's unit immediately. The soldier responded at once and confirmed the order. Nearby, Chairman observed the situation calmly and asked whether that would really be enough. The guerrilla commander snapped back angrily, saying that his people were being slaughtered while Chairman simply stood there with his arms crossed watching the battle. He told Chairman that if he had something to do, then he should go now and finish it. Chairman replied calmly that if finishing things was what they wanted, then he would finish them. As he prepared to move, he thought to himself that he needed corpses anyway, specifically corpses that were still intact. Since the warriors of the Grashi tribe were dying in large numbers, he expected he would be able to collect quite a good amount. He then stated that he would head to the battlefield and force a surrender. The guerrilla commander watched him with growing anger, thinking that this man was treating even his own tribesmen as nothing more than materials for holy water. Quickly, the commander warned him not to even consider using the corpses of his tribesmen. If he required bodies, he should extract holy water only from the Naga tribe. He added a harsh warning that if he attempted anything else, the container that held him would be sealed permanently. In response, the man suddenly raised a gun and pointed it directly at the guerrilla commander. The guerrilla froze in panic. The man warned him to choose his words carefully. Realizing the danger immediately, the guerrilla's tone changed at once as he addressed him respectfully as Sir Jastun, telling him to calm down and stand down. He promised that if Jastun returned with prisoners, they would immediately revive his wife. Jastun then asked how many bodies were required to revive his wife and activate the soul transfer device, demanding an exact number while promising that he would bring back however many were needed. The guerrilla answered that activating the soul transfer device required 60,000 corpses, and out of that total, 40,000 would be needed specifically to revive Jastun's wife. Jastun gave a small nod, saying he understood, and promised that he would bring them back before heading toward the battlefield. Above the battlefield, the sky remained filled with chaos as soldiers clashed and killed one another. Some commanders shouted urgent orders, telling their men to hunt down any deserters and kill them all without allowing even a single one to escape. Amid this turmoil, Sage followed behind Sir Tahul. Sir Brawl spoke to Sir Tahul, explaining that things had been progressing according to their plan so far, and that the second wave of enemies had nearly been wiped out. Soon, he continued, the third wave would arrive, consisting of the Mago's unit. He explained further that the third wave would turn the fight into a battle of attrition, and if they could hold the enemy back for just 2 weeks, Kang Hansu would finally awaken. Until that moment arrived, their only responsibility was to keep holding the line exactly as they had been doing. While they were still discussing this, Kiriel ran toward them. Sir Tahul greeted her, saying that since it was her who had returned, the ambush must have been a great success, and he thanked her for the help. Kiriel replied modestly that the bees had done far more work than she had, adding that they had pushed themselves quite hard, so she had brought them back in order to let them rest. So Tahul nodded in understanding and told her that the battle of attrition would begin soon, so she should make sure to get some rest as well. He also added that if Kaltia were able to see this moment, she would surely feel proud. However, Kiriel suddenly sensed something unusual. A powerful energy was spreading through the air, and she wondered whose presence it could be. Nearby, a wind beast sensed the same disturbance and immediately panicked, warning that the situation was bad and that they should run. At that very moment, Sir Jastun appeared, weapon in hand. The man with glasses saw him and frowned in confusion, wondering if the plan had changed since his brother had appeared instead of the third wave, recognizing the newcomer as Sir Jastun. Jastun, meanwhile, thought to himself that it would be troublesome if he accidentally destroyed everything, including the sanctuary they were supposed to capture, so he decided to reduce his attack power to roughly 30%. He then aimed his weapon toward the ground. A beam of glowing light shot downward toward the battlefield. Every guerrilla soldier looked toward the enormous energy gathering there. Moments later, huge fireballs began appearing across the battlefield. Then, a massive explosion of red energy erupted across the battlefield, the impact so terrifying that many of the guerrilla commanders immediately fell into panic, some shouting, others crying, while many simply turned and ran in desperation, trying to save their own lives. Amid the chaos, Sir Tahul was knocked down onto the ground, and as he struggled to recover, he began thinking about the situation, recalling that when the third wave, the Magos unit, arrived, they had been supposed to stall the enemy even longer using additional delaying tactics. Yet somehow they had arrived far earlier than expected, and so Tahul began wondering if their earlier success had actually worked against them, perhaps pushing the enemy so hard that it forced them to respond much faster than planned. Just then, Sir Tahul's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Someone behind him shouted urgently, telling him to look back. When he turned around, he froze in disbelief and asked if it was really him. Standing there was Jastun. Jastun spoke calmly, saying that Tahul already knew exactly who he was, so there was no need for introductions and they should skip straight to the important matter. Then Jastun gave a direct order. The old man stared at him in shock and asked what he meant, while at the same time wondering what kind of demand Jastun was about to make, because even though Jastun clearly possessed enough strength to kill all of them himself, he was still choosing to issue orders instead. Jastun then stated his demand. He said that if they handed over 100,000 prisoners, his army would withdraw peacefully. The old man was stunned and repeated the number in disbelief. 100,000 people. He said the idea was completely insane, because even if they counted every single person living in the entire city, there were only about 600,000 in total, and giving away 100,000 of them made absolutely no sense. Jastun calmly explained the offer once more, saying that if they handed over those 100,000 people, his army would retreat and respect the entire territory where they lived, and he even promised that his forces would forbid any plundering or the slaughter of children. Even after hearing this, the old man remained stunned by the proposal. Jastun repeated himself again, adding that he did not actually want to kill everyone there. But before the discussion could continue any further, Envy suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, she launched an attack called Grand Enforced Slash of Silence, sending a powerful strike directly toward Jastun. However, Jastun blocked the attack effortlessly using nothing but his bare arms. Envy was shocked, realizing that he had stopped her powerful strike with his body alone. Jastun then released a burst of energy that blasted her backward. In a calm voice, he remarked that interrupting a conversation like that was rude. The force of his attack slammed Envy down onto the ground. Envy responded angrily, saying that walking casually into the center of their military headquarters and expecting everyone to simply stand still was an incredibly stupid move. Inside her mind, she could hardly believe how strong he had become in just a single year. Jastun then said that her appearance had actually come at the perfect time, because since she was the strongest fighter present, defeating her would make it much easier to force everyone else into surrender. Envy struggled and tried her best to fight back. But Jastun attacked once more with his weapon, striking her from behind and sending her flying through the air before she crashed heavily onto the ground. After she landed, Jastun calmly stood over her. Nearby, Kiriel and her swarm of bees watched the scene in stunned silence. Wan Qiang stood there in shock, unable to believe that Envy had been defeated in a single move. Someone beside him muttered quietly that there was probably no one capable of facing that monster except Kang Hansu. So Tahul came to the same realization, thinking that this must be the true strength of a traveler who had undergone body enchantment surgery, and just as he had feared, there was likely only one path left for them to win. Jastun then spoke again. He reminded them that they had just witnessed what he was capable of, and now they needed to decide whether they preferred to die or to hand over 100,000 people. The old man felt completely helpless. The only person who could possibly fight Jastun was Kang Hansu, but Kang Hansu was still in the middle of his awakening process. If they woke him right now, his blood had not fully synchronized yet, which meant his body could lose control and he might die shortly after waking up. Even so, he was the only person who might be able to save them at this moment. The old man wondered if they truly had to sacrifice their future simply to survive the present. At that moment, his thoughts turned to Odian. He understood that the situation had become extremely serious. If they awakened Kang Hansu now, they might be able to defeat Jastun, but it would ruin their long-term plans. However, even if Kang Hansu could not handle whatever came afterward, at least the others might still survive. Just then, a special connection was formed. Tekuran's skill, Mind's Eye, activated and created a link with Odian. The scene then shifted to a hallway. Arellen was running desperately down the corridor, panic filling her mind as she kept thinking that if things continued like this, her mother would die just like her father had. She believed that there was only one person who could save them. While running, she reached a door and began knocking on it. She tried to open it, but the door would not move. Feeling completely lost and unsure what to do, she realized that somehow she needed to let him know what was happening. Then she suddenly remembered something. Tekeron. She recalled that Tekeron was able to hear everything. So Ellen began shouting desperately, begging him to save them and saying that if he could hear her, he needed to come out because he was their only hope, repeating her pleas over and over while crying. While she was still crying and calling out, someone suddenly appeared behind her. She turned around and recognized him as the old man. For a moment the scene blurred as she slightly bowed and called out to him. Then the scene shifted back to the battlefield. Envy was still lying on the ground after being defeated. Jastun looked toward her and began speaking again. At that moment, a sister message appeared showing that Tekeron and Odian's mind's eye connection had been completed. The old man then spoke firmly, saying in his mind that he agreed with his master, because all the hope of Acheron now rested on this decision. Then the old man raised his voice and shouted for everyone to hear. He called out to all the civilians of Acheron, telling them to listen carefully, ordering anyone who could fight to raise their weapons, while those who could not fight were told to hide and run for their lives. Jastun watched the scene unfold and calmly remarked that he understood their decision. Then he lifted his weapon and struck the ground. He declared that since they had refused his offer, he would simply kill them all and gather the number of bodies he needed from other tribes instead. Raising his weapon again, he aimed it directly toward the civilians. This time he activated 70% of the weapon's output. Purple energy began gathering around the weapon, building into a massive force that pointed straight toward the civilians. Just as the energy was about to be unleashed, something unexpected appeared. Large wings suddenly spread out in front of the attack. A man had stepped forward and opened his wings wide, using his own body to block the purple energy. The power continued pouring toward him relentlessly, yet he stood there without moving. Jastun stayed in shock and demanded to know who he was. The man with the purple energy wings remained completely silent. Jastun studied him closely, and then something suddenly clicked in his mind. He recognized the purple scars covering the man's body. With clear surprise in his voice, Jastun asked if he had also failed during the body enchantment surgery. Jastun continued looking at him, and asked whether he had also failed the physical strengthening technique. Hansu did not respond and simply stood there in silence. Jastun examined him carefully and thought about the situation, realizing that no matter how he looked at it, Hansu appeared to be in the same condition as Xianying, a state that meant unbearable pain, where someone could collapse and die from shock at any moment. Jastun then said that Hansu probably did not even have the strength left to answer him, and since that was the case, he would at least allow him to die with a little less suffering. Immediately after saying that, Jastun opened his blast cannon. In a calm tone, he said farewell. The cannon instantly fired, releasing a surge of purple energy that shot straight toward Hansu. But the moment the blast exploded, Hansu suddenly moved, bursting out from the explosion as he leapt into the air, grabbing onto a golden ring while sliding forward at high speed. As he continued rushing ahead, waves of purple energy blasts chased after him from behind. Yet even while resisting the crushing pressure of the attacks and the intense energy surrounding him, Hansu kept pushing forward. Then he seized his magical staff and flew upward. After creating some distance, Hansu finally stopped and planted himself firmly in place. Inside his mind, he realized that every blood vessel in his body felt as though it were burning. And at this rate his heart might stop completely, meaning he had no time to waste. The only way he could survive now was to obtain runes from Sangjin as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Jastun observed everything closely and spoke again, admitting that Hansu possessed incredible mental strength, because even while standing in a condition where he could die from shock at any moment, he had still managed to dodge every single attack. But Jastun then questioned the point of such effort, saying that no matter how long Hansu managed to endure, it would ultimately be meaningless. Hansu answered calmly that it was not meaningless. Right after saying that, he activated the vessels of the dragon god at full power. In the next instant, both of them shot upward into the sky and confronted each other in mid-air. Jastun was visibly shocked, because even with his sense stat he could not follow Hansu's speed, and although Hansu had undergone the physical strengthening technique, moving this fast was still unbelievable. Then Hansu activated another ability. He declared, Nirmaha's Ring, First Authority, activate. Authority Destruction. A system screen appeared announcing that the authority of the Flywalk artifact had been destroyed. Jastun glared at Hansu as his body suddenly changed. Hansu then gave a simple command. Fall. Jastun cursed angrily, never expecting a trick like that. Still, he reacted immediately by swinging his weapon and unleashing another surge of purple energy that rushed toward Hansu. The energy detonated violently, tearing through everything around it. The force of the weapon was so overwhelming that Hansu lost control and crashed down onto the ground. Inside his mind, Hansu cursed, realizing that the unbearable pain running through his body had made it impossible to keep his balance. At that moment, someone rushed toward him at incredible speed, grabbed him, and the two of them rolled across the ground together. The boy asked if this meant they were safe now. Hansu replied that they were safe and thanked him. However, blood soon appeared at the corner of Hansu's mouth, and while gripping his staff he struggled to remain steady. The boy looked at him with concern and asked if he was all right, but inside his mind he realized something terrifying. Hansu's body felt completely cold, with almost no warmth left in it, making him wonder if even giving Hansu runes would be enough for him to recover fully. Hansu reassured him calmly, saying there was nothing to worry about, because as long as he had runes he could solve the problem. The boy nodded and immediately handed over the runes while thanking him. Hansu glanced at the runes and thought that they had done an excellent job collecting them, since this amount should be more than enough. Then he let the runes fall from his hand. A system screen appeared showing his strength and other stats increasing. Another message followed, stating that a portion of the magic runes would be absorbed by Nirmaha's ring. Soon after, a new notification appeared announcing that the third authority of Nirmaha's ring had been unlocked. The ability was called Pain Nullification, an authority that would completely remove all sensations of pain experienced by the wearer. Hansu muttered quietly that it had finally happened, and then he activated the ability. The ring immediately began releasing a surge of powerful energy. Another system message appeared, announcing that the immune reaction between the essence used during the physical strengthening technique and Hansu's blood had now been completed, meaning rune-based recovery could finally proceed normally. Golden energy began radiating from Hansu's body. Seeing this, the boy relaxed and said that it seemed he had no reason to worry after all, then asked if there was anything he could do to help. Hansu told him to deliver a message to Tekeran, explaining that a summoning circle would soon appear in the sky and that Tekeran needed to gather all the priests to create a magic barrier. The boy glanced upward at the strange movement taking shape above them and said it looked like something important was about to happen. He agreed to the request and said he would inform Tekeran immediately, adding that he would be counting on Hansu. Then he quickly ran off. Hansu simply responded that he should leave it to him. Meanwhile, Jastun struggled with pain as he realized that his artifact had completely stopped functioning, and he could not understand what Hansu had done to it. He also thought about Hansu's transformation, realizing that he had never heard of any traveler possessing such an ability. Suddenly, Hansu appeared right in front of him. Jastun was startled and asked how he had recovered so quickly, wondering in his mind if Hansu somehow knew a special treatment method. Hansu then spoke calmly, saying that he knew Jastun was doing all of this because of his wife, and that he could help save her. Jastun froze in shock and immediately asked if that was truly possible, saying he would do absolutely anything if it meant saving his wife and begging Hansu to tell him what he needed to do. Hansu then gave his answer. Jastun only had to sit still and do nothing while Hansu killed him, and after that Hansu promised that once he reached Kaltira, he would treat Jastun's wife. Jastun was stunned by how simple the condition sounded and asked if that was really all he had to do. His mind began drifting through everything he had done up until now. Hansu told him there was no reason for him to blame himself, because he understood the desire to save someone precious. Jastun once again begged him desperately to save his wife. Then the scene suddenly shifted to another location filled with flames. Gorilla sat there looking frustrated, having heard nothing after the massive explosions earlier, and he cursed the Coffin Emperor while refusing to believe that he could have lost. Then another possibility crossed his mind. Perhaps the Coffin Emperor had betrayed them and was planning to sacrifice their entire tribe just to save his wife. The thought filled Gorilla with fury. If that was really the case, then there was no reason for him to keep his promise either. He immediately shouted for his elite soldiers to gather. He told them to forget about the Great Sanctuary, because their new target would be the soul transfer device. His subordinates quickly answered and acknowledged the command. Gorilla then picked up a book and began casting magic while thinking about the Coffin Emperor. If the Coffin Emperor failed to return after collecting the essence, then Gorilla would handle everything himself. He swore that the Coffin Emperor would pay for the betrayal. As the spell activated, energy flowed out from the book and spread outward, forming a circular magic ring in the air. From within that circle, an enormous body slowly began to emerge. The creature was Akidus. Hansu noticed the monster's appearance and remarked that it had arrived sooner than expected. He explained that the Orange Zone originally had no calamity at all, but after the people of Akron died out, the land of Lazar had been swallowed by the lava of Heraringson. As a result, the entire Orange Zone had transformed into a hell's cape covered in lava. Within that ocean of flames, one terrifying monster pushed travelers into even deeper despair. That monster was Akidus. Hansu remembered that during the time when the physical strengthening technique had been lost, encountering Akidus would have unquestionably been considered a catastrophe. Even so, now that the monster had appeared, it would have to be defeated. According to the records left by Arasks, Akidus possessed 5 innate abilities. Each of those abilities was controlled by a special receiver connected to it. If those receivers were destroyed, the corresponding abilities would be sealed. And once every receiver had been destroyed, the monster could finally be subjugated. However, another serious issue remained. The materials used to create this monster were extremely unusual. Hansu had previously only heard rumors that this artificial creature had received the physical strengthening technique, and he had never been completely certain about it. But now, standing directly in front of it, he understood that the rumors were true. In the entire Orange Zone, only a few beings had undergone the physical strengthening technique. Those beings were himself, the Coffin Emperor, and Akidus. At that moment, Akidus floated in the air as its eyes suddenly widened. Then a powerful spell activated. The myriad scars binding spell began casting in every direction. As the spell continued forming and the Orange Zone became part of the magic structure, something unexpected occurred. Purple energy began spreading toward the Orange Zone from outside. The moment Gorilla saw this, he immediately started shouting orders, yelling for everyone to pour more magic power into the barrier and maintain it at all costs. The other gorillas quickly responded in agreement and began channeling even greater amounts of magic into the barrier, trying desperately to stabilize it and stop the purple energy from breaking through. Meanwhile, Tekuran stood nearby holding his magical staff while thinking about Hansu. He reflected on how Hansu had not only survived the physical reinforcement technique, but had also shown them a path to protect themselves, and the feeling reminded Tekuran of the time when they had faced Ouroboros. This man clearly possessed an unbelievable level of mental strength, something that seemed almost impossible to measure. Perhaps it was because of that overwhelming power that the old man had ended up making such a shameless request of him, and with no other option left, he once again lowered his head in silent prayer for Hansu. Please, save the Orange Zone. Meanwhile, violet energy continued spreading across the battlefield, crawling outward like a living force, and someone observing the scene recalled Jatun, wondering when he had secretly prepared something like this without anyone noticing. At the same time, Jatun's face began to twist as swollen veins bulged across his skin, the mounting pressure and pain becoming too much to endure, until he finally started screaming in pure agony. A system notification appeared, announcing that the Myriad Scars binding spell had been activated. Nearby, Hansu stood firmly planted on the ground as he studied the unfolding situation, calmly acknowledging that such a violent reaction was only natural when someone was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense surge of pain. However, that very reaction was also exactly what they needed, because as long as Jatun continued suffering like this, Akidus would have no choice but to keep the spell active. Hansu quietly stated that they had already come this far, and there was only one way left for the plan to succeed. With that thought settled, he shot upward into the air while rapidly analyzing the battlefield. Akidus could only maintain two abilities at the same time, and one of those slots was currently occupied by the binding spell. Hansu's intention was simple. He would lure the monster into activating its magical defense, and the instant that happened, he would exploit the opening to destroy one of its receivers using the lightning separator. With the plan set, Hansu activated Blazing Nova. An enormous explosion of blazing energy erupted outward from his body, flooding the battlefield with scorching flames. Akidus's eyes widened in alarm, and with a furious shout it activated the barrier within its body, forcing the internal shield to rise as it struggled to withstand the massive inferno unleashed by Blazing Nova. Then, without warning, a leash of purple energy suddenly formed right in front of Akidus. At that exact moment, Hansu burst out from within the raging flames, sword already in hand, and without the slightest hesitation he drove forward with a powerful strike aimed directly at the monster. The blow crashed heavily against Akidus's body. The creature roared as it immediately triggered another ability, unleashing the agony of Myriad Scars, and violent waves of purple energy erupted from its body before surging straight toward Hansu. While screaming in torment, Akidus kept shouting that it hurt, repeating the same words over and over as it demanded that Hansu experience that very same pain and die from it. Hansu merely responded with a calm smirk. He told the monster it was pointless, because in his current state he could no longer feel pain. The moment those words left his mouth, he released the lightning splitter transformation, shaping the weapon into the form of a scythe. As he lifted the weapon, green energy wrapped around it and flowed across his arm, the glowing power intensifying as it gathered strength before surging forward toward Akidus. In the next instant, Hansu brought the weapon down in a single devastating strike. Inside his mind, he quickly assessed the outcome. 3 receivers and 1 arm had been destroyed. That level of progress was not bad at all. Purple energy scattered wildly across the battlefield. And from the distance, the gorillas who had been watching everything finally realized something important. The spell had disappeared. The gorillas erupted with excited shouts, declaring that it had worked and that they had actually survived. Meanwhile, their leader collapsed onto the ground, completely drained, and as he lay there staring upward, his mind drifted back to the first moment he had met Hansu. At that time Hansu's arrogant attitude had filled him with suspicion, making him doubt the man's intentions and judgment. But now, after everything that had happened, he no longer had any choice but to believe. Hansu truly might be the one destined to save the world. At the same time, Hansu continued carefully analyzing the battle. With 3 receivers already destroyed, Akidus had lost access to several of its abilities, including Curse of Agony, Physical Nullification, and Magic Nullification. However, 2 receivers were still intact. Hansu's gaze settled on the center of Akidus's torso, because from within that area he could clearly sense the presence of human magical power. He then spoke about his next objective. If he intended to make use of the Coffin Emperor later within the abyss, then the human trapped inside the monster had to be saved first. The situation reminded him of what had once happened with Shane. His goal now was straightforward. He needed to remove the monster's outer shell as cleanly as possible. At that moment, Akidus roared once again, and violent purple energy burst outward as it activated another ability known as the Silken Tomb, the attack rapidly spreading toward Hansu. Hansu responded instantly by activating Celestial Burst Fog. Golden energy flared into existence around him before surging forward to meet Akidus's spell, and the radiant power completely enveloped the monster while beginning to bane its body intensely. Meanwhile, from a distance, Jatun watched the battle unfold in stunned disbelief. It was almost impossible for him to process what he was witnessing. Only moments earlier he had nearly lost his sanity because of the unbearable pain. Yet Hansu was now standing alone against that terrifying monster. At that moment, Jatun finally understood something. Hansu was not simply a reckless madman charging forward without thought. There had to be a reason pushing him onward with such unbelievable mental strength. Then Jatun reflected on his own reason for fighting. Everything he had done until now had been for one purpose alone, to save his wife. Because of that, he could not remain standing there doing nothing. A decision formed in his mind. If he fired his weapon at maximum output, there was a chance he could end the entire situation with a single blast. With that thought, Jatun raised his weapon and unleashed the attack directly toward Akidus. The blast struck the monster, triggering a massive explosion as smoke and blood erupted outward while sections of Akidus's outer shell began breaking apart. The moment Hansu saw this, he immediately noticed something important, mentioning the ring as he carefully observed the unfolding situation. Standing there, he realized that the battle had already reached its final stage. Hansu then stated that now the monster's body had been exposed. All that remained was to destroy the final two receivers before the outer shell could regenerate. Without wasting another second, Hansu shot forward and launched another strike toward Akidus. But just as he prepared to attack, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A thick wall of purple energy abruptly dropped down between him and the monster. At that exact moment, Jatun shouted loudly. Jatun suddenly shouted for Hansu to stop, yelling for him not to attack, and in the next moment he revealed the shocking truth. The person trapped inside that monster was his wife. For a brief moment Jatun stood there frozen, watching everything unfold, while Hansu, calmly analyzing the situation, realized that this was the perfect moment to push him further. If he wanted Jatun to become completely indebted to him, then this was the time to make a decisive move, reinforcing the pressure step by step until Jatun had no choice but to rely on him entirely. So Hansu urged him to pull himself together, asking whether he truly intended to leave his own wife imprisoned inside a monster like that, and telling him that if he genuinely wanted to save her, then he needed to stop hesitating and start cooperating immediately. Jatun stared at Hansu as his thoughts raced wildly through his mind. Damn it, Hansu was right. If he truly wanted to save Xianying, then there was no other path left for him. He had to act. Gathering his resolve, Jatun raised his weapon and released his energy outward, convincing himself that there was no alternative. He had to save her. But just as he prepared to attack Akidus, something astonishing happened. His wife began emerging from the monster's body. The sight shocked Jatun so deeply that he froze, unable to fire his weapon. Each time he looked toward Akidus, another violent blast shook the battlefield, sending the monster crashing down toward the ground. And as Akidus collapsed, Jatun clenched his teeth with renewed determination. However, the monster was not finished yet. Akidus activated parasitic regeneration, drawing life force directly from the Coffin Emperor to restore its wounds. A system notification flashed across the screen, confirming that Akidus had absorbed the Coffin Emperor's energy to repair its body. Jatun did not hesitate. That was fine. If it meant saving his wife, he would accept anything, even sacrificing himself. In his heart, he silently told Xianying to take everything from him. As Akidus stood before Jatun, he reflected on Hansu's strategy, realizing that it actually made perfect sense. Jatun treasured his wife more than anything else, which meant that now, after the monster had absorbed the Coffin Emperor's blood, he would never be able to attack it directly. Still, a being enhanced by a physical strengthening technique like Akidus could survive for at least 10 minutes even without its outer shell. That meant Jatun still had time to free her. Without delay, he activated the transformation sphere and sent it straight toward Akidus's body. The monster let out a piercing shriek, crying out while desperately trying to defend itself. Akidus screamed so loudly that its entire body trembled violently. And then, suddenly, Jatun's wife fully emerged from within the creature. Jatun froze again, completely stunned. She ran straight into his arms and leaned against him, and at that moment a wave of overwhelming relief washed through him. After taking a brief breath, Jatun asked what they were supposed to do next. Hansu calmly replied that the person who could truly help her was already on the way. At first Jatun panicked, asking if Hansu was joking. His wife was dying right in front of him, so why was Hansu acting so calm? He demanded that Hansu do something immediately. Then Tekaran appeared. Jatun was taken aback. Tekaran admitted that he never expected he would one day help someone who had caused so much suffering among his own people, adding that Hansu's requests always forced him into difficult situations, and questioning whether Hansu truly understood the weight of the things he asked others to do. Hansu replied that he did understand, yet insisted that everything being done now was necessary for what was coming next. Tekaran finally accepted the request, admitting that although the idea of grinding Hansu into dust would certainly be satisfying, this time he had no choice but to follow his orders. Turning to Jatun, Tekaran instructed him to release his wife, warning that holding onto her would only interfere with what needed to be done. Jatun hesitated and asked Hansu directly if he truly intended to save her. Hansu confirmed without hesitation that this had always been the plan. Hearing that, Jatun realized something important. If Hansu had truly meant harm, he would have killed her already. Accepting that there was no other option left, Jatun slowly let her go. In a quiet voice, he apologized to Xianying for obeying these demands without any warning and asked Tekeran to do everything possible to minimize her pain. Though reluctant, Tekeran activated his Galatian coffin, spreading it over her body as brilliant blue energy enveloped her completely. Jatun watched the process unfold while bitterly thinking about how he was once again forced to wait, yet he knew there was no other path. Turning to Hansu, he asked what he should do next, already expecting that some heavy price would eventually be demanded in return. Hansu explained that the units Jatun had brought were organized by the Elleraleral clan and had been returned to Kaltira, and that the queue would be prepared by the time he returned there. Jatun asked if that meant leaving his wife behind while he went back. Hansu assured him that it wasn't necessary. The treatment would take place here, but if Jatun wanted, he could personally escort his men back to Kaltira and then return once the cure was ready. After thinking for a moment, Jatun agreed. In his heart, he silently vowed that he would save the Coffin Emperor's wife, knowing full well that when they returned to Kaltira, any responsibility for losses would fall entirely on him. Meanwhile, Hansu's thoughts moved ahead to the larger picture. He began considering how to unify the clan scattered throughout the Orange Zone, understanding that their instinct to defend themselves was only natural, and realizing that if he wanted things to proceed smoothly, he would have to deal with all their resistance in one decisive, coordinated move. At that moment, Tekeran suddenly spoke while pointing toward Hansu's back. Hansu turned around, surprised by what he saw. It was Kiel. A system notification appeared, announcing that Kiriel's innate trait, psychometry, had activated. Through that ability, she could sense the loneliness and emotions buried deep inside him, emotions shaped by a single overwhelming determination to save humanity, a resolve so extreme that he believed it would be acceptable if he himself disappeared in the process. Yet even with such resolve, certain feelings, like sorrow, could never be completely erased. As Kiriel appeared, Hansu clenched his teeth and demanded to know why she had arrived so early. She quickly apologized, explaining that she had followed him out of determination and admiration, never realizing just how far he had already advanced through the zones with such relentless resolve. Her wings spread wide as she flew beside him, tears gathering in her eyes while Hansu continued moving forward. Tekeran observed the scene quietly before remarking that although Hansu had always been distant for a long time, this was the first time he had ever seen him appear shaken. Kiriel nervously asked whether she had made a mistake and worried about the situation she might have created. Hansu reassured her that everything would be fine. He explained that he wasn't someone who could be easily shaken, and that she didn't need to worry so much. But Kiriel reflected silently to herself, realizing that through psychometry she had only glimpsed a fragment of his heart, and what she felt there was numbness weighed down by grief. It felt as though Hansu had known her for a very long time, yet at the same time he seemed unwilling to let himself grow any closer to her. And as she struggled with that realization, she quietly wondered how she was supposed to deal with such a complicated feeling. Meanwhile, Hansu soared across the sky with his attention fixed entirely on the mission, deciding that for Kiriel's sake, and for the success of the greater objective, it would be better if he kept his distance from everyone else. The scene opened with Hansu moving through dense bushes while deliberately maintaining that distance. Compared to the speed he had reached in the red zones, staying close to others would only slow him down too much. By his own estimation, he was now at least 3, perhaps even 4 times faster than anyone around him. At that moment he finally understood why Keldian had emphasized this kind of training so strongly. If humanity could strengthen itself in the same way, then they would gain more than enough power to detect, pursue, and counter any trace of A.K. Akaran's magical energy. From what Hansu could currently sense, there were roughly 13 of them. Moving swiftly through the terrain, alternating between flight and rapid strides, Hansu followed the trail of footprints ahead while considering their destination. The direction they were heading made it clear that they were moving straight toward the ruins of the soul transfer device that Tekeran had mentioned earlier. Since their original plan had already failed, the conclusion was obvious. They were attempting to escape to another world using the soul transfer device. However, activating that device required the Crown of Thrones. Simply wearing the crown did not grant the ability to travel between worlds by itself. Instead, it provided the power needed to open the gate that made such travel possible. Back when Tekeran journeyed to the Red Zone, he had possessed plenty of essence and resources, so activating it had never been a problem. But the footprints Hansu was following now belonged to individuals who were nothing more than sacrifices meant to power the soul transfer device. Hansu also understood something else. If he intended to create the cure, he would eventually need to activate the soul transfer device himself. For that reason, allowing these people to proceed with their plan actually made sense for the moment. He decided that he would reach the location first and simply wait for them there, concluding that patience would be the most effective approach. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the guerrillas. They stood together while turning toward a large door when someone suddenly knocked and reported that the entrance had been found. Jatun acknowledged the report with a brief good work. The rest of the team responded in agreement. But internally, Jatun reflected on how completely the original plan had already fallen apart, realizing that in the end he alone would have to handle the transfer. Outside, Hansu observed the surrounding area carefully, his gaze sharp and calculating. He activated the Ravana's bracelet, gripping it firmly as he prepared himself for the next move. The scene shifted again as all the gorillas turned and reacted to what was happening around them. The head gorilla spoke firmly, declaring that this place represented the future of the Grashi tribe, that they would abandon the decaying land of Laza and move instead to the new land that had been foretold in prophecy. The others voiced their agreement. At that moment, Hakazan appeared and asked the gathered gorillas whether they had truly resolved to give their lives for the sake of the Grashi. The gorilla leader answered without hesitation that he would gladly sacrifice himself. They placed the crown of thrones upon his head and invoked its power to open a path through the soul. The gorilla's body immediately stiffened as he sank slightly into a seated position, and then ropes began emerging from him. Those cords burst outward from his mouth and body at incredible speed, spreading through the air and binding the other gorillas in an instant. One of them shouted toward Jatun, asking if he truly wasn't taking them along. Jatun apologized, explaining that only he could move forward from here. The others cried out after him as they collapsed, their desperate voices echoing with despair. The scene then shifted to a strange plant that had begun growing nearby. Purple energy radiated from it, spreading through the air and filling the surrounding atmosphere. Someone observing the phenomenon realized that the plant was connected to the gate. Despite all the chaos, they had succeeded. Using the essence they had gathered, the gate had been opened. Now the only thing left was to move forward. One of the gorillas shouted proudly that Lord Ilkadian's loyal disciple would now come to see him. Watching everything unfold, Hansu thought about Ilkadian. He remembered how Ilkadian had taught him to create the curse of the Orange Zone, how he had fought against the monsters of the Abyss, and how he had conducted every possible piece of research in an effort to save the Orange Zone. Because of that, Hansu knew something for certain. There was no way Ilkadian could have left behind an oracle meant to guide events to this moment. Hansu scowled as the realization settled in his mind, thinking that the other man had developed a seriously twisted misunderstanding, and deciding that there was no reason to allow him to continue clinging to such delusions. So Hansu started running. As he moved forward, one of the gorillas suddenly stopped and shouted in shock after noticing his presence. Hansu immediately released his energy toward the gorilla. The creature cried out, screamed, and collapsed onto the ground. Watching him fall, Hansu remarked that the gorilla must have intended to reach Ilkadian, but the spell he had used made that impossible. When the gorilla tried to argue back, Hansu reflected that black mags were not usually this persistent, yet even with his body split apart, this one was somehow still alive. Then Hansu demonstrated the very spell the gorilla had been relying on. The gorilla's eyes widened as he watched purple energy gather together, condensing into a liquid form before floating toward him. He screamed in disbelief, crying out before finally yelling at Hansu to force it out of the body. At that moment, a system notification appeared. It revealed that Gakima, also known as Black Cloud, a species originating from the Abyss, was involved. Seeing this, Hansu thought that it had been quite a long time since he had last encountered a black cloud. If he could capture one and make use of it within the Orange Zone, the value would be tremendous. With that thought, Hansu decided he would make full use of it, already aware of the potential power it could bring to his mission. Hansu stood in silence, watching Jatun as the latter curled his lips into a brazen sneer, openly reveling in the thick magical aura surrounding him while proclaiming Hansu to be a perfect offering and insisting he should feel honored to be hunted, reducing him to nothing more than a weak human. At that same moment, a dense and ominous force twisted around Jatun as his body broke apart into black mist and lunged forward in an immediate strike without hesitation. Hansu, however, showed no sign of alarm, remaining composed as his gaze tracked every detail, quickly determining that despite the dramatic display, Jatun had not truly gained anything substantial and possessed only superficial strength, with his confidence stemming from descending out of the abyss into the Orange Zone. As Hansu lifted his hand and fire sparked into existence around it, he reached a clear conclusion that while such cloud-like forms could shrug off normal magic and physical attacks, they had no means to resist power capable of burning their very origin. With that understanding, Hansu activated Dive Zero, and the instant it took effect, flames erupted outward in all directions, swallowing the black mist in a wave of blazing energy that flooded the entire area. Jatun recoiled in anger, calling Hansu a fool while insisting that as a gaseous being he could not be harmed by magic. Yet that claim collapsed the moment his eyes widened in shock, an unfamiliar sensation overtaking him as the attack connected, flames igniting within his form and rapidly consuming him. Unable to comprehend how a mere human from the Orange Zone could wield a skill that damaged his body, Jatun demanded an explanation in fury, stressing that even in higher zones such power was rare and difficult to obtain or control. But Hansu, unmoved, answered with a cold implication that if Jatun had never encountered such strength before, it was only because luck had spared him until now, and that luck had just ended, as Hansu regarded him no differently than a weak creature destined to die. Those words visibly shook Jatun, who struggled to accept being dismissed so completely, yet at the same time felt the certainty behind them, realizing Hansu genuinely saw him as nothing more than a feeble being. This realization unsettled him deeply, forcing him to question who Hansa truly was and why someone like him existed in the second weakest zone, since nothing aligned with what Clementine had told him. As he glanced around, he understood that continuing the battle meant death without exception, prompting him to immediately attempt escape, concluding survival here was impossible and shifting his focus toward fleeing to find another host to consume. The moment Jotun tried to escape, Hansa gave chase without delay, already aware of his intention to take over another host and refusing to allow it, closing the distance in an instant before the creature could get far. He seized him outright, and the monster screamed in terror as Hansu gripped him firmly, then without the slightest pause activated Authority Destruction, releasing a brilliant, blazing aura from the ring on his hand that spread across the surroundings and struck with absolute precision. Not long afterward, the outcome became clear as Hansu obtained a black cloud core, and a system window rose before him detailing that the core was still sealed, containing a parasitic lifeform from the abyss, and that if he converted it into his kin, he would gain full control over the black cloud, whose defining abilities were absorption and expulsion. At that moment, a fairy appeared at Hansu's side and addressed him as master, lightly complaining that Hansu treated their bond too coldly and should take it more seriously. Hansu responded with a disinterested glance, calling it annoying and asking what he wanted, to which the fairy replied cheerfully that it was nothing significant, only that everyone Hansa cared about had survived, something he found a bit disappointing since none had died. And then, as though offering a reward, he asked Hansu to acknowledge ownership, a request Hansu accepted without hesitation. In response, the fairy snapped his fingers and released his power, channeling it into the black cloud core as the seal broke apart instantly. Another system message appeared, informing Hansu that the core had been unsealed and could now be turned into his kin. As the fairy began to leave, he remarked that the process was complete and told Hansu to use it as he wished, adding just before disappearing that he would be waiting in the next zone and expected to be entertained there, after which he vanished entirely. Hansu stayed where he was, staring at the place the fairy had occupied before muttering a quiet curse once he was gone. His thoughts then moved to the crown of thorns and Magosi's essence core, recalling that obtaining such a core required hunting down every Magos across the land and merging them into one. And from Ilkadian's words, he concluded that awakening the Tyradu sealed within the soul transfer device would be necessary to pursue them. Shifting his focus back to the black cloud core in his hand, Hansa commanded it to open, and immediately cracks spread across its surface before it split apart, releasing a small cloud-like creature with tiny eyes, as though the core itself had served as an egg. Hansa paused briefly, his mind going blank as a system panel appeared, informing him that the creature, identified as a black cloud, was requesting a name. He questioned whether naming it was necessary and considered simply calling it Black Cloud, but the tiny cloud began to cry at once, clearly displeased, prompting Hansu to reconsider and search for something more suitable, and since the creature's form was entirely dark, he chose the name Child, which immediately made it happy. A system window appeared soon after, confirming that ownership had been assigned to Hansu and that the name Child had been set, marking the formation of an eternal bond between them. And as Child floated around him in delight, Hansu felt satisfied knowing the creature approved of the name. He then shifted his focus to the cloud's defining trait, absorption, and quickly understood that by feeding it his magic power and deploying it outward, dealing with the Magos would become remarkably simple. Without wasting a second, Hansu issued a calm command for Child to begin at once, fully confident in his plan and certain Child already grasped what needed to be done, and Child responded with claw, before swiftly departing to carry out the task. Without any delay, Child launched himself straight toward the Magos at incredible speed, splitting into multiple copies mid-flight before descending upon them in a perfectly synchronized assault, each motion precise and efficient as every strike landed without error. Immediately, a system window appeared confirming that the infiltration of the Magos had been completed smoothly, followed at once by notifications that the organism's cell absorption had begun and that the cornification process had been initiated. As Child methodically consumed his targets, the monsters cried out in pain. Yet the entire confrontation ended almost instantly, because within mere moments every single one of them had been absorbed. Afterward, system panels indicated that the stabilization phase had begun to ensure everything settled properly, and once that phase finished, Child calmly made his way back to the soul transfer device. Hansa found it difficult to fully grasp what he had just witnessed, as something that had once required great effort was now being carried out with overwhelming speed and efficiency, and as he processed it, he realized that at this pace he would have more than enough time to complete the cure as well. Moving forward, he checked the situation and asked Child about his current condition. Child reported that all nearby Magos had already been collected and that the process would continue without interruption, prompting Hansu to thank him and state calmly that he would leave the rest in his hands. Child accepted with evident satisfaction and returned to his task. while Hansa recognized that with such efficiency, gathering every Magos in the Orange Zone within only a few hours had become entirely feasible. Meanwhile, still within the Orange Zone, Hansa looked toward Harkazan and considered how unbearable the process must be, yet concluded that enduring it was simply part of the consequence and that holding on to resentment had no meaning, because in his view this was merely the cost of choosing the wrong master. Turning his attention elsewhere, he moved to use the crown of thorns in his own way, pulling it firmly toward himself as Harkazan groaned in pain under the tightening grip. However, when Hansu attempted to tear the thorn apart, it resisted and pushed back against him, leading him to remark that Ilkadian had left him with an especially troublesome material, and without any further delay, he activated Blazing Nova, engulfing both the thorn and his own arm in flames. In the end, he succeeded in finishing it. He then reflected that while the actual synthesis of the cure could be entrusted to the soul transfer device, injecting the completed cure into Laz's heart demanded that the device be fully operational, with its entire mechanism functioning without flaw. 8 hours later, Child reported that the cure had been successfully completed, and Hansu acknowledged this calmly, stating that the task had been handled well and that he would take care of the remaining steps himself, allowing Child to return and rest. The instant the machine activated, a radiant blue aura resembling crackling thunder burst outward and surged into the chambers, causing the heart to begin beating with a steady rhythm, and soon after, a lioness-like creature slowly awakened. As blazing energy erupted around it, its crimson eyes gleaming while flames engulfed its body. Meanwhile, in the Orange Zone, Alan was overcome with sadness, reflecting that she had returned to her village just as she had promised, yet quietly wondering if it might have been better to remain at the Great Sanctuary instead. Without any warning, a golden light spread across the ground, and as she noticed it, her eyes widened in shock when a plant began sprouting from the earth. Startled, she quickly called out to her grandfather, telling him that Ragnus was emerging, while at the same time another person called out to his master, asking if he could still hear him, and when no response came, he questioned why his master remained still and whether the sound could not be heard, until a reply finally confirmed that it could. The master reflected that he had never expected to live long enough to hear that sound again, and the other person affirmed that it was indeed the very sound he had longed for all this time. Everyone present was left confused and astonished, struggling to understand what the sound was and what it meant, until a superior informed them that Lord Lazar had awakened, and at those words, shock rippled through the crowd. The surroundings began to transform immediately, as a radiant wave of fiery energy spread across the barren land. Plants burst forth and grew at an astonishing speed, and water began to flow once more. The people erupted into celebration, cheering as they realized that Lord Lazar had truly returned to life. Amid the celebration, one person declared that it was the horned human who had accomplished this, recognizing him as a hero and praising what he had done. The man then instructed everyone to remain where they were, assuring them that their hero would return soon and urging them to prepare to welcome him properly, as loud cheers echoed in every direction, celebrating their lord's revival. At that moment, Tekaran, filled with emotion, acknowledged that Kang Hansu was a great benefactor and savior of them all, and as he lifted his gaze toward the sky with deep gratitude, he silently gave thanks for everything Hansa had done. As the soul transfer device finally came to a stop, it produced a dragon fang sword, a divine artifact said to have been left behind by the ancient Akron, and the moment it appeared, the blade shifted into a distinctive form that could wrap around its wielder's entire body, greatly enhancing both attack and defense. Hansu recalled a note within Ilkadian's memory crystal stating that once Lazar was cured, the Dragon Fang sword would be granted, and in that instant he fully understood its meaning. When activated, the weapon transformed into an armor-like state that enveloped the user, and because of how it functioned, it aligned perfectly with his vessel of the Dragon God. So as he took hold of the sword and briefly considered feeding it to the vessel to strengthen it, he quickly realized that doing so would be wasteful, deciding instead that it would be far more useful to give it to someone capable of wielding it properly, especially with the abyss drawing near, which led him to think about who would be the most suitable recipient. At the same time, Hansa reflected on his own condition, recognizing that he had consumed a significant amount of magic power, and although his body had grown stronger through his physical enhancement technique, his magical capacity still remained a limitation. He intended to obtain an organ upon reaching the Yellow Zone, believing that once both his physical strength and magical capacity were complete, progressing into higher zones would no longer present the same level of difficulty. Meanwhile, Child observed Hansa closely and grew concerned about how much his master's magic power had been depleted, suggesting that Hansu should cut off the supply of magic being directed toward him. But Hansa replied that doing so would cause Child to die, and since there was no immediate need for battle, there was nothing to worry about, which finally reassured Child. With everything concluded, Hansa stated that it was time to return to the Great Sanctuary and began heading there, and upon arriving, he found that everyone had been waiting, with the entire army already assembled to receive him. As the commander noticed his presence, he called out to the troops, announcing that their hero had arrived and ordering them to present their highest salute, which they carried out as loud cheers erupted in honor of Laza. Hansu, however, showed no satisfaction at the display as he descended, immediately asking Terracon whether he had instructed his men to act in such a manner. Terracon replied that he had given no such order, explaining that the tribe itself had wanted to honor Hansu and had even planned a grand feast before he stepped in, knowing Hansu would not appreciate something so excessive. Despite that, the people still insisted on welcoming him properly and expressing their respect, as they felt deeply indebted to him. And as they spoke, the commander added that although they considered Hansu their equal, they set that aside to show their devotion and sincere respect, also mentioning that the elder had advised avoiding unnecessary extravagance, which was why everything had been deliberately kept simple. Odion then asked whether the gesture had displeased him, and Hansu answered that it was not about disliking it, but that there was simply no need for them to go out of their way or spend time praising him. Odion laughed at that response and remarked that no time used to honor their hero could ever be called wasted, adding that Hansu was truly an unusual individual, and as he looked him over more carefully, he commented that although the physical strengthening technique had succeeded, it was somewhat unfortunate, since he had originally intended for Hansu to reach a height of 3 meters, but because Hansu had left early, that ideal physique had not been achieved, leaving Hansu briefly speechless before Odion quickly added that he had only been joking. Hansu then called Odin forward and stated that he had something to return, and as Odion watched with curiosity, Hansu handed him a dagger, explaining that he was giving it back. The moment Odion recognized it, he was visibly shocked, realizing it was an artifact once used by their lord Ilkadian, and he immediately asked where it had been found, to which Hansu replied that it had functioned as the key to the soul transfer device. And now that the device had fully shut down, he had been able to retrieve it. Odion expressed his gratitude, saying it was a great honor for them to receive a blade from the hero who had saved Laza, and then declared that he wished to pass the weapon on to the only surviving member of the Great Guardian, Baron Tahul. At those words, Tahul was clearly stunned, and Odion turned to Hansu to ask if this decision was acceptable, to which Hansu calmly responded that he understood and respected the honor of a warrior. Tahul then looked toward the head priest and asked if it was truly appropriate for him to receive the tribe's divine artifact. Odion reassured him, explaining that both their great hero and he himself had already approved the decision, and since Tahul was the most suitable candidate, there was no reason to hesitate, so he should accept it without doubt. Hearing this, Tahul accepted with firm resolve, expressing his determination to live up to the trust placed in him. Hansu then added calmly that since they had crossed blades before, he knew Tahul was someone he could trust, and with that certainty, he handed the weapon over. Tahul took it firmly, promising to do everything in his power to uphold that trust while feeling deeply honored that the blade had once belonged to such a legendary figure. Yet in the very next moment, the situation shifted as the sword began to glow. And noticing this, Tahul's eyes widened in shock when the weapon suddenly vanished, only for a powerful aura to seize his arm moments later, startling him, and everyone present was left stunned as Tahul's body began transforming right before their eyes. Odion calmly told him not to be afraid, explaining that this was simply the method by which the weapon activated, and as the transformation progressed, Tahul's body shifted into an armored form that radiated an overwhelming presence, while Hansu distinctly sensed Ilkadian's magic power flowing from it. Realizing this, he immediately grasped that the weapon concealed a hidden mechanism, one that allowed Ilkadian to descend and take control of his kin upon contact with the Dragon Fang sword. And because it had been so perfectly hidden, Hansu had not noticed it earlier, leaving him unsure of the intention behind such a design. And as he observed carefully, he began to question Ilkadian's true motives. At that moment, Tahul felt something strange stirring within him, as though another consciousness was beginning to emerge, and he sensed something attempting to take over his body while a voice echoed inside his mind, calling him a descendant and urging him not to resist. The tension in the air intensified as Tahul realized something was clearly wrong, with powerful magic surging wildly around him, and noticing this alarming shift, the guards grew uneasy as they asked whether Tahul was all right. Hansu stepped forward and placed himself directly in front of Tahul, addressing Ilkadian by stating that Laza had already been cured and that there was no need for him to seize Tahul's body, urging him instead to return and wait. Odion stood frozen in shock upon realizing that it was truly Lord Ilkadian, unable to comprehend why he would attempt to descend into Tahul's body. Ilkadian then turned his attention toward Odion, observing him, his descendants, and the human who claimed Laza had already been cured, yet his thoughts were unsettled after emerging so suddenly from the abyss, making him realize that he needed to examine the host body's memories to properly understand the situation. As he searched through those memories, he identified Kang Hansu as the one who could provide the answers he sought, and without any hesitation, he reached out, grabbed Hansu's arm, and activated the Sanctuary of Severance, causing the surroundings to distort instantly as a powerful surge of aura erupted outward. A massive cube-shaped structure materialized, the Sanctuary of Severance, and its sudden appearance left Terracon stunned, unable to believe what he was witnessing as he reflected that although his mind's eye had been modeled after the sorcery of Lord Ilkadian, the level of power now unfolding far exceeded anything he had seen even 500 years ago. Odian also admitted that he had never encountered such an advanced form of sorcery and was certain it could only belong to Lord Ilkadian. Terracon explained that Lord Ilkadian had departed long before his own birth, making Odian's reaction completely understandable, and further clarified that once the Sanctuary of Severance was activated, it became entirely impossible for anyone outside to perceive or comprehend anything taking place within it. Hearing this, Odian questioned why Lord Ilkadian had chosen to descend upon them, but Terracon replied that such profound intentions were beyond their ability to comprehend, while Odian insisted that regardless of the reason, the return of both Lord Ilkadian and their master to the land of Lazar signaled a hopeful future for the Acheron, to which Terracon answered with caution, saying he sincerely hoped that would prove to be true. At the same time, unease lingered within Terracon as he recalled that when he had previously used Mind's Eye, the fairy had interfered, leaving him uncertain whether he would be able to use it successfully now. Inside the sanctuary, Hansu and Ilkadian stood facing one another, and although Hansu felt no hostility, the barrier enclosing them made it clear that Ilkadian intended a private conversation, prompting Hansu to bring up the Dragon Fang sword. Ilkadian explained that the weapon had been left behind as a safeguard, meant to appear and intervene if anyone attempted to misuse the soul transfer device. Hansu then asked whether any record of this had been left within the memory crystal, and Ilkadian replied that this was exactly what he himself wished to understand, since his current appearance did not logically add up. This left Hansu confused, as he had assumed everything had been planned by Ilkadian. But Ilkadian clarified that he had not been the one who created the memory crystal and had only prepared contingencies related to it, and since Lazar had been cured using a memory crystal that had not even been created yet, he concluded there was only one possible explanation, that Hansu had come from the future. This conclusion was connected to the use of the dragon's treasure, the time-space crystal. Hansu confirmed that this was indeed the case, explaining that his comrades had placed their trust in his innate trait and sent him back into the past, and Ilkadian acknowledged this ability, regarding it as an honor to meet the warrior who had defeated the dragons, believing that with someone like Hansu by their side, they could form an exceptionally powerful alliance. Hansu, however, reflected inwardly that as a leader who had wandered through the abyss, Ilkadian's mindset had become isolated and heavily focused on strength, survival, and the necessity of a powerful ruler. And although he now understood Ilkadian's intentions, he felt he could not grant such a request. Even so, he judged that rejecting him outright at this moment would be unwise, especially since he could not properly confront Ilkadian in his current condition, with pain nullification constantly active. Hansu then stated that he had confirmed Ilkadian held no ill will, and that if they continued their conversation, the fairy might interfere, suggesting they release the barrier before that happened. Ilkadian agreed, though he added there was one final matter, emphasizing that within the abyss, a strong tribe capable of surviving without falling behind was essential, and for that reason, he would take responsibility for ruling Acheron, which Hansu accepted, agreeing to leave Acheron under Ilkadian's control. Shortly afterward, the Sanctuary of Severance was lifted, and everyone present offered their respectful greetings to Lord Ilkadian, who expressed satisfaction at meeting his descendants while internally observing that although they were his kin, they seemed weak compared to the monstrous beings of the abyss, leading him to resolve that he would do whatever was necessary to shape them into capable and worthy individuals. Odian then respectfully inquired about Tahor, and Ilkadian reassured him that Tahor was merely asleep alongside him, adding that after passing on his knowledge, he would return control of the body, while emphasizing that the responsibility for the next generation rested on them. Odian expressed his gratitude and asked about Ilkadian's plans moving forward, to which Ilkadian declared that their first step would be to rebuild the sanctuary, as everything would begin from there. Hansu added that if reconstruction was the goal, he could call for people to assist, but Ilkadian replied that preparations for such a situation had already been made. Hansu then explained that in 2 days, the gate leading to the Orange Zone would open and that he intended to bring his comrades through it, asking whether Ilkadian could take control of that gate, to which Ilkadian responded that it would depend on the number of people involved. Hansu then revealed that he had originally planned to bring 400,000 people, with even more to follow once the gate reopened, prompting Ilkadian to react to the sheer scale of that number, remarking that it was immense, especially if it included children. Hansu clarified that they were not children, but all of them were his comrades, which led Ilkadian to consider that if Hansu had truly wandered the abyss, then his mindset would not differ greatly from his own, and although he did not fully understand the entirety of Hansu's plan, he decided he would assist him for the time being. Ilkadian agreed, stating that 2 days would be more than sufficient and promising to support him to the fullest extent, and Hansu replied that he would rely on him. Soon after, Hansu spread his wings and rose into the sky, while Ilkadian watched and noted that Hansa carried traits shaped by the abyss, yet there was something distinctly different about him, ultimately deciding that it was not yet time to investigate further, and that once preparations were complete, he would confirm what truly lay within Hansu. Elsewhere, a man stood beside a girl sealed in ice, softly calling her Xianying and apologizing for always making her wait, when suddenly Hansu appeared through a portal and was immediately asked whether the queue was ready, to which Hansu confirmed that it had been completed. The man urged him to proceed quickly, but Hansu addressed him as the Coffin Emperor and reminded him that he had been told to return to Kaltira, since remaining here would only create unnecessary resentment from Akarin. The Coffin Emperor apologized, explaining that he could not leave his wife's side, and Hansu acknowledged this, stating that what had already happened could not be undone and that he would now carry out the treatment as promised. He then summoned Child, who emerged radiating a powerful aura and began the curing process, as the ice gradually melted away and the girl slowly opened her eyes. Overcome with emotion at seeing his wife awaken, the Coffin Emperor broke down in tears and apologized to her, while Xianying gently placed her hand against his face, and as he expressed regret for making her wait so long, she too began to cry, reassuring him that everything was now all right. The two embraced tightly and promised that they would never be separated again. Hansu observed the scene with quiet satisfaction, certain that the Coffin Emperor would never betray him, before turning his focus to the next step, bringing travelers up from the red zone. He contacted Shane and informed him of the plan to have them ascend in 2 days, and when Shane questioned whether such a thing was truly possible, Hansu confirmed that all necessary preparations were already in place. Hansu stood gathered with his comrades in one place, where tension quickly escalated as one of them lashed out, angrily cursing the Coffin Emperor while demanding to know why he had come and who the woman beside him was, prompting the Coffin Emperor to calmly answer that she was his wife, though both of them stood there with visible unease and a trace of shame. He then turned to envy Orin and explained that he knew Orin had only asked for a simple introduction and fully understood how uncomfortable and unsettled his presence made him feel, which only caused Orin to respond with open frustration as he questioned why the Coffin Emperor had come anyway despite knowing that. At that moment, Xianying stepped forward and explained that everything her husband had done was solely for the sake of saving her, leaving her with nothing she could say to justify what had happened as she offered a sincere apology, and the Coffin Emperor followed by admitting it had all stemmed from his own greed, adding his own apology without making excuses. Hansa then spoke, his tone steady and firm as he stated that he did not expect everyone to suddenly understand just because apologies had been made, yet he made it clear that they would never betray them, urging Envy Orin to trust him and follow the plan he had prepared. Orin, still unconvinced, challenged him by asking how he could possibly expect trust after everything that had occurred, at which point Hansa revealed that a suicidal explosive spell had been engraved into the Coffin Emperor's body, ensuring that at the slightest sign of betrayal they could kill him without hesitation, a revelation so extreme that it left Orin and the others completely speechless, stunned by how far Hansa was willing to go, until Orin finally accepted the situation and asked what the plan actually was. Hansa then explained that on the following day he would bring travelers up from the Red Zone, and his intention was to merge the Cross of Providence, Larollerol, and the Red One's travelers into a single unified clan, a declaration so bold that it shocked everyone present. Orin immediately questioned whether something like that could even be done, and even the Coffin Emperor admitted that, as strange as it was to say, most of his own clan members were unstable and borderline insane, making the idea of uniting them into one cohesive group extremely difficult. Yet Hansa remained unmoved as he stated that the decision had already been made and he would not accept opposition, because his objective was to strengthen all of humanity, and part of that goal required forcing everyone in the coalition to undergo a physical strengthening technique. Hansu then declared that while everyone else would remain behind to complete the strengthening process, he would head to the Yellow Zone alone to ensure everything progressed without issue, making it clear that this decision was final and not open to discussion. The group was left stunned, especially since he had gathered them with the intention of advancing together, and a girl voiced her frustration, saying she had worked relentlessly to become stronger specifically so she could follow him, only for Hansu to reject her without hesitation as he explained that he could not afford to wait for everyone to finish the process, and that if they followed him in their current state, they would only slow him down rather than offer meaningful support. Clearly upset, the girl eventually left the room, after which Terracon spoke up, saying he had something to address and questioning whether this situation could truly be considered acceptable, adding that he understood exactly how the girl felt, yet Hansa cut him off before he could continue and told him not to pursue that thought any further. Inwardly, Hansu already knew that even if he refused, Kirill would still try to follow him, and he had no intention of losing her again in this life, believing it would be far better for her to come after him only once she had become strong enough. Soon after, Hansu instructed Envy Orin and the Coffin Emperor to return and begin preparing for the migration of their respective clan members, while Hale added that he had already selected a suitable location and would begin setting up shelters there. Orin accepted the situation, remarking that under the law of the jungle and considering Hansu's achievements, there was little room to argue. And the Coffin Emperor also agreed to follow Hansu's orders, though he expressed concern that his own clan members might end up becoming a burden, which prompted Hansu to reassure him that everything would be handled properly and that he would, in fact, need the Coffin Emperor's assistance. Later, Hansu asked one of his subordinates whether Kirill was doing all right, already aware that she likely held many complaints against him and convinced that she would attempt to follow him the moment he ascended. The subordinate confirmed this and noted that Kirill looked at Hansu differently than she did at anyone else, which Hansu acknowledged as he stated that she would most likely request a physical strengthening technique, something he had already instructed Odeon to prioritize for her, adding that with Laz's curse in effect, the entire process should take only about a week, and he further ordered that when Kirill attempted to move to the yellow zone, the subordinate was to accompany her, a request the subordinate found unusual since he had never seen Hansu show concern for someone in quite this way. Hansu added that once everything was set in motion, a carrier pigeon could be sent to him for further instructions, and the subordinate agreed without hesitation. Not long afterward, Hansu instructed Shane to begin sending people upward, and soon the travelers from the red zone started to arrive, totaling 421,036 with Mihi at their head. Upon seeing Hansu, Mihi remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, while Hansu noted that it seemed the preparations carried out with Shane had gone smoothly. Standing beside him, Ilkadian surveyed the massive crowd and commented on how astonishing the sheer number was, emphasizing that this was only the first wave and noting how remarkable it was to see so many travelers arriving all at once. Mihi then shifted her attention to the figure beside Hansu and asked about him, pointing out that he did not appear to be human, prompting Hansu to introduce him as Ilkadian and explain that he could be considered the leader of the natives in the Orange Zone. Ilkadian greeted them politely and introduced himself with humility as the temporary patriarch of the Akron despite his own perceived shortcomings, to which Mihi responded that she was pleased to meet him, and Ilkadian returned the sentiment. Even so, although Mihi did not sense any clear hostility from him, there was something about him that left her uneasy, yet because Hansu had personally introduced him, she chose not to dwell on that feeling or pursue any suspicion. Mihi then clarified that for now only those directly under her command had come up and asked whether they could begin construction using the travelers who were still arriving, and Hansu replied that there was one matter to handle first but assured her it would not cause any delay, allowing them to proceed immediately. At the same time, Ilkadian turned to Terracon and asked for his opinion on humans, specifically whether they could be trusted, and Terracon answered that while there were certainly humans worthy of trust and honor, there were also many who were not. Hearing this, Ilkadian reflected that the only humans he had encountered before had been filled with betrayal and hostility, making them far from reliable in his view. Terracon then stated that he had chosen to place his faith in the loyalty and grace shown to him by Kang Hansu, adding that the travelers arriving here were all followers of Hansu and would not betray them, which led Ilkadian to weigh Terracon's perspective against his own experiences. However, he ultimately concluded that regardless of how many there were, such incomplete beings would achieve very little and would likely meet their end upon reaching the abyss, as he believed that raw strength alone was insufficient and that proper control over that power was equally essential, and if the incomplete Akitas could be further developed using humans as a foundation, then even a confrontation with the Golden Dragon in the abyss might become something trivial. Even so, Ilkadian continued to harbor doubts about how he would deal with Kang Hansu if it ever became necessary to confront him. Meanwhile, Terracon found himself reflecting on how drastically Ilkadian had changed over the past 500 years, quietly wondering what kind of experiences could have shaped him into who he was now. Breaking the silence, Ilkadian asked Terracon directly whether he trusted him, and Terracon answered without hesitation that he did, explaining that both in the past and the present, his soul had always belonged to the Akron. Ilkadian then requested that the prisoner of war from the Grashi tribe be brought before him, stating that there was something he needed to ask, and Terracon agreed, telling him to proceed. At the Larollarol clan's temporary shelter, dissatisfaction continued to grow as Endo Mabuta, the former leader of Area 11, questioned why they were being forced to build a city for what he considered worthless newcomers from the Red Zone, while on Young Wick, once the leader of Area 37, voiced his own frustration, saying that if not for Hansu, he would have already slaughtered them all, adding that the screams of those dying had once brought him satisfaction. But now, because of that one cursed individual, they could not even hear such sounds anymore. At the same time, the supply overseer Silvio Bernardi openly criticized their clan leader, bitterly remarking that he had been reduced to following Kang Hansu because of his wife and angrily questioning who had made him king in the first place. In the midst of this, Miss Mihyang walked in and casually commented that their conversation sounded quite interesting and that she would like to join in, prompting the others to question why she was there at all since she had not been assigned to construction duties, to which she replied that she was not the only one and told them to look around. Shortly afterward, a man approached them and acknowledged their feelings, saying he understood their frustration and that the current situation was far from what their organization had originally intended, then suggested that instead of continuing to complain, he would share something important. The group immediately urged him to reveal what it was, and he disclosed that a letter had arrived from the Coffin Emperor claiming that Kang Hansu had been captured, further stating that after killing him, they would move on to eliminate both the Acheron and the Cross of Providence, and concluding with instructions that all clan members were to gather at B33 at 11. The scene shifts to an open plain surrounded by trees, where a large crowd has gathered around a small rocky structure. Kang Hansu is chained tightly to a pole, his body restrained and bound firmly against it. A man walks toward him. The bald man mocks him, saying he suddenly appeared acting like a hero only for it to end like this. Our hero stays silent. Another man adds that in the end, he is no different from the piles of meat lying nearby. We see captured young female elves surrounded by guards, while the male elves lie unconscious after being beaten down. The bald man speaks with a sinister tone, saying he enjoys the sound of draining someone's magic while they're still alive, but because of Kang, he could not enjoy it properly. Now he is pleased that he will finally hear it again. A man in a red shirt behind him says they should get rid of that woman first, then go and kill the native creatures one by one. Another man, with a furious expression, declares that after they beat Kang Hansu brutally, no one will be able to stop them from hunting those barbarians. One thug reminds them not to forget the rookies Kang brought, suggesting they enslave the men in the mines and exploit the ores before their value drops. They agree eagerly, and the bald man adds that human hunting makes a great appetizer before beast hunting, already excited at the thought of controlling slaves. Then a man standing opposite them speaks calmly, saying he does not care about their chatter. He questions why, even though everyone in their clan is supposedly gathered, the place still feels empty. Another man responds that those who lost their nerve during the war probably did not show up, but once Kang is dealt with, they will personally punish them. The man grows furious, questioning when he ever gave them authority to act on their own. The bald man quickly tries to calm him, saying that was not his intention and he only meant that the leader should not worry. The leader replies that if they had time to think like that, they should have ensured everyone was present. Meanwhile, he thinks it's fortunate that at least some managed to pull themselves together. The leader recalls how Kang saved Xianyong and realizes Kang is their savior. He resolves to clean up the mess, believing all he has to do is follow Kang's lead. The bald man draws his dagger and suggests killing Kang first, then relaxing with the rookies from the red zone. He raises the dagger to strike, unaware of the dark energy beginning to swirl around Kang's arm. He remarks that it is a shame Kang will not get to witness them crushing those helpless rookies. As he thrusts the dagger forward, he says it would have been more entertaining if Kang could watch. Kang sits still, blindfolded, as the dark energy around him thickens. The dagger meets the energy, and faint sparks begin to flicker. The bald man is stunned, unable to understand what just happened. Suddenly, the dark energy takes control of his body, forcing his arm backward and overpowering him completely. The force twists around his neck as he struggles helplessly. Kang speaks coldly, saying they intended to enslave his comrades and slaughter the people of Acheron, proving that trash can only think worthless thoughts. The energy tightens around the man's neck, his head jerking as he desperately tries to resist. In an instant, his neck snaps, blood bursts out, and he dies. His body collapses heavily to the ground right before Kang. The other seniors are shocked, questioning how Kang managed to act while being restrained. One of them turns to the leader, demanding an explanation, saying they were told this was an execution and never warned about such power. The leader calmly replies that it is indeed an execution, but not the one they expected. The dark energy begins to condense further as the leader says it is time to begin. Kang smiles faintly, stating he already knew they were worthless, and hearing them only strengthened his resolve. He removes his blindfold and declares that trash must be properly disposed of, and he will incinerate them all. Dark energy erupts outward in every direction. A system notification appears, stating that Entity Child has received Kang Hansu's command and a domain will be formed to prevent all 110,000 members of the Laralarol clan from escaping. The energy surges into the sky, forming a dense surface above them. Everyone watches in shock. Within moments, a massive circular boundary forms, sealing the entire area. A senior wonders aloud if a single man can truly wield such power. He then realizes they have provoked something far beyond their control. A girl suddenly appears and orders everyone to stay composed. She reminds them that they have over 100,000 members and can overwhelm Kong together. The soldiers regain confidence, claiming that at such distance, even the Coffin Emperor could not reach them, preparing to kill both Kong and their leader. Kong calmly tells them they will not kill anyone. He tightens his muscles, and the iron chains snap apart instantly. A faint glow begins to gather at his fingertips. From that glow, a spear materializes. In a blink, Kong thrusts the spear forward, instantly killing one enemy. The weapon shimmers with intense energy. As he swings it, multiple seniors are sliced apart effortlessly, their bodies thrown aside as they attempt to approach him. The remaining soldiers watch in horror as their strongest fighters fall. The girl who encouraged them is the most shocked, unable to comprehend how one man could cut down multiple seniors in a single strike. Fear overtakes her, and she turns to flee into the crowd. Kong narrows his eyes and questions where she thinks she is going. Dark energy surges behind her as she tries to escape. It seizes her by the neck, freezing her instantly. She is slammed to the ground, struggling and screaming for help, calling out to the Coffin Emperor. The Emperor coldly responds that they were never close, and she chose her own fate, telling her not to beg since she is no different from the others. Her eyes widen in disbelief at his merciless words. Moments later, the dark energy crushes her, blood splattering as she dies. The remaining people finally realize the execution was meant for them, murmuring in terror. Panic spreads as one man lashes out at another, shouting that he refuses to die after everything he endured. Others follow, descending into chaos as they try to escape. Some fall and are trampled, others crushed under the stampede. But when they reach the edge of the mist, they find it solid and impenetrable. Those at the back shout at the front to move, while those in front scream that they cannot. One man turns around and sees something terrifying, his eyes filled with horror. Above them, a figure hovers in the dark sky, wings spread wide. Silence falls instantly. It is Kong, observing them as he reflects that although he did not want this outcome, leaving such filth alive is worse, even if it becomes a massacre. He activates Dive Zero, and a circular sigil forms before his hand. A system message states that all humans within the black fog, except the Coffin Emperor, will die. The soldiers feel something strange, clutching their bodies in discomfort. Their system screens reveal their magic resistance dropping rapidly. They beg Kong to stop, but they are powerless. Their resistance reaches zero, and their bodies begin tearing apart as the dark energy consumes them alive. Their numbers fall to 78,000. The destruction continues, reducing them to 29,000. Soon, only 6,000 remain as their bodies disintegrate, leaving only scattered remains and glowing stones. Finally, the number reaches zero, and all are dead. A system notification confirms that every human within the domain has perished. Kong realizes the toll of killing so many has drained his magic and left him exhausted. As the dark mist fades, Tekaran appears above the circle with a companion, observing the lingering traces of energy. The companion asks why Kong eliminated his own kind so completely. Tekaran explains that those people had slaughtered Acheron's kin, and Kong likely acted to uphold their alliance. The dark-skinned companion notes that Kang's thoroughness might make him open to a proposal. Tekaran asks what proposal he refers to. The companion gestures behind him, saying it concerns what follows. At that moment, numerous muscular, monstrous beings emerge behind Tekaran, and the coffin hero floats in the air. Then Kong gathers the rest of the dark mist that he spread during the mass slaughter. Then his minion pops up and points toward the ruins left behind by the fallen army. Kong tells the minion that he is leaving the ruins to him. The system notification appears, saying that the minion named Child has confirmed Kang's orders. With blazing speed, the minion gathers all the runes using its abilities. The Coffin Emperor admires how Kong truly wiped out his greater army, saying that even after witnessing it himself, he still finds it hard to believe. He says he has never seen a traveler with abilities like Kang's before. Then he adds that even though Kong only received a physical strengthening technique, he is still far too strong to comprehend. He asks how Kong managed to become this powerful. Kong replies that it is actually a superpower. The Coffin Emperor is left shocked, wondering what kind of power that could possibly be. The Coffin Emperor realizes that Kong has no real reason to tell him the truth. Since this is the end of the place called the Otherworld, he simply says that if that is how Kong wants to put it, then he will keep it in mind. Kong, after collecting all the runes, begins the absorption process. Just like that, his physical stats and magic resistance receive another boost. He thinks that now that his magic power efficiency has surpassed 90%, it definitely feels different. At this level, he believes it would perform well even inside the yellow zone. Then the magic circle moves closer to them. Kong turns his gaze toward the approaching guest and asks what he thinks he is doing. When he looks properly, he realizes that it is actually Ilkadian, who arrived together with Tekaron and several of his minions. Ilkadian respectfully says that there is no need to stay so guarded. He explains that he simply has a proposal, because after seeing how cleanly everything was resolved, he is now completely certain. Kong angrily replies that Ilkadian dragged those ugly creatures here just to say that. Kong tells him that he turned his own kinsmen into Akadus and still wants to make a proposal. He asks if Ilkadian is trying to test his patience. Ilkadian responds that he did not come here to test anyone. Ilkadian says that he simply wants to make a proposal. He believes it would be better for them to speak in private. Ilkadian tells Tekaron and the Coffin King to step back for a moment. When they refuse to move, he releases a powerful aura that pushes the old Tekaron away, then activates the skill called Sanctuary of Severance. Right before the Coffin Emperor, a barrier suddenly opens, while another one appears beside the old Tekaron. And just like that, a massive domain forms in the air before them, completely sealing the area inside. Now inside the domain are Kong, Ilkadian, and all of his minions. Kong angrily says that he cannot understand anything Ilkadian has been doing. He asks if this is really how someone with a proposal is supposed to act. Ilkadian says that he is the one who cannot understand how a man responsible for mass genocide can look at mirror Akadus and still react that way. Kong says he never heard anything about Ilkadian turning corpses into Akadus. Considering the amount present, he must have used countless bodies for it. He asks whether Ilkadian's own kinsmen even know about the twisted thing he has done. Ilkadian explains that these Akadus are both his heart and his proposal. He says Kong should already know what will happen once the abyss finally opens. Ilkadian further explains that what is needed are unconditional followers, along with an army that can continue growing stronger without limits. He points toward Akadus and says that he is willing to hand over these prototypes freely. Kong may use them however he wishes in preparation for the abyss. Kong asks if they're truly free and says Ilkadian really has a silver tongue. He says that once he goes up there, Ilkadian plans to use the travelers to mass-produce even more Akadus. Then he angrily says that Ilkadian cannot possibly think he is unaware of such an obvious scheme. Ilkadian says he does not understand why Kong keeps rejecting the proposal. He points out that both of them desire the suppression of the abyss. He further says that humans are creatures capable of betrayal at any moment. He reminds Kong that he should understand that fact better than anyone else. A tool that possesses the ability to betray can never truly be trusted. Ilkadian says they should stop wasting time arguing and instead take his gift to the Yellow Zone. He claims he will handle whatever is necessary to provide Kong with disposable forces. Kong directly refuses the offer. Pointing his sword toward Ilkadian, Kong says he will follow his own path, and on his journey upward, he intends to save as many people as possible. Ilkadian repeats Kang's words before replying that he truly never expected to hear such ideals coming from him. He asks what value exists in weaklings who survive only by following behind Kang's footsteps. He declares that their only objective should be the complete eradication of the monsters of the abyss. According to him, he is merely making the sacrifices required to accomplish that purpose. Kong says the two of them will never see eye to eye. He explains that the future he desires has no need for Ilkadian's methods. Ilkadian responds that if that is the case, then Kong leaves him with no other option. Ilkadian charges toward Kong while unleashing thick mana and shouting that he will defeat Kong here and personally lead their armies against the abyss. Just then, a purple minion holding a strange musical instrument suddenly blows into it. The tiny creature then points toward the red corner and announces a wandering vagrant of the abyss. Ilkadian looks upward and realizes that something unusual has appeared. Then the purple minion points toward the blue corner and declares that it is a rising star. Kong asks the creature if it appeared because they were discussing the future. Since Ilkadian has already experienced the abyss himself, no rules should have been violated. The purple minion replies that of course it knows that. It says it only showed up because it wanted to make the event more entertaining. Ilkadian calls the purple creature a despicable existence and swears that he will destroy every seed of destruction planted by its kind. The purple minion becomes excited after seeing Ilkadian's furious face and says it loves how intense his expression is. Then it announces that because Ilkadian provided such a delicious reaction, it will add an extra rule. It explains that whoever is acknowledged as the strongest monster in this zone will receive a fitting reward after victory. Then it quietly mentions an example, such as a skill capable of slaying dragons. The moment he hears about such a skill, Ilkadian's eyes widen. He wonders how anyone could possibly defeat beings that powerful. The purple minion says there is always a method. As an example, it suggests a skill like Laceration Dragon Spear. Kong calls out to the minion and tells it that it should watch its words more carefully. The minion sadly replies that Kong always acts like that and hurts its feelings. It asks whether it has ever failed to keep a promise after offering a reward. Then the minion suddenly snaps its fingers. The entire surrounding dimension instantly transforms into an arena. It practically turns the situation into an official match between Kong and Ilkadian. The scoreboard reads 0-0, while the minion transforms itself into the umpire and immediately starts round one of the battle. Ilkadian instantly releases his sword Aura and fires it toward Kong, while saying that he never expected events to become such a ridiculous farce. But since it already happened, it cannot be helped. He declares that he will land the first strike. Kong casually moves upward, though he has to react quickly because countless explosions burst toward him. Ilkadian is shocked that Kong managed to avoid every single attack, so he declares that he wants to see Kong dodge the next one as well. Ilkadian activates the Dark Star Fall skill, causing a dark black energy to swirl around the tip of his staff. Then he swings the staff down toward Kong. A gigantic dark sphere carrying the overwhelming weight of those dark powers is launched straight toward Kong. But surprisingly, Kong smiles and feels sorry for Tarhal. He thinks he probably will not be able to leave him alone peacefully anymore. Kong activates the Vessel of Dragon God. But at that same moment, the massive sphere crashes into the ground, tearing apart and crushing everything in its path. Enormous clouds of smoke erupt from the massive crater formed by the impact. As the smoke slowly clears away, Ilkadian wonders if Kong really took the attack head-on without using any defensive techniques. He believes there is no way Kong could have survived it, though he also thinks Kong losing such a battle would not be surprising anyway. Ilkadian confidently declares victory and tells the umpire that it seems the promise was truly kept. However, before he can finish speaking, the umpire suddenly interrupts and says Ilkadian is becoming far too complacent. Kong would never die from something like that. Right behind Ilkadian, Kong suddenly reappears once more, his body overflowing with crackling energy as he prepares to strike. Ilkadian quickly turns around and is completely shocked to see Kong still standing in that condition. Kong swings his sword and releases a blade aura that crashes directly into Ilkadian, leaving him utterly speechless. The impact is so devastating that it sets Ilkadian ablaze and sends him flying downward, crashing into the ground like a falling meteor. Then he slams deep into the earth while a massive thunderous current continues pouring over him, and gigantic boulders are blasted into the air like weightless cotton. As the dust finally clears away, Ilkadian can be seen lying on the ground in complete exhaustion. Suddenly, his body begins regenerating as even his damaged eyes rapidly heal. Ilkadian tightly grabs his staff once again. From a distance, Kong continues observing him and realizes that the thunderstorm skill he used earlier on Ilkadian at only 50% power was still not enough. He thinks that his magic power capacity is slightly concerning, which is why he held himself back to half power. Then Kong grips his weapon more firmly while thinking that he should have used even greater power. Kong activates the thunderstorm skill once again, but this time at full intensity as violent waves of lightning and darkness begin gathering densely around the weapon. Those crackling flashes force Ilkadian to twitch as he thinks that even if Kong obtained a physical strengthening technique, he never imagined he could move this fast. Ilkadian grits his teeth while thinking that he failed to think things through properly. In only a single moment, the entire battle shifted completely against him. Then fear finally settles into Ilkadian's eyes as he realizes that if he gets hit by that attack, he cannot guarantee his own survival. Ilkadian stares at Kang's sharp, thorn-covered spear, crackling with energy and preparing to pierce through him. He thinks that before the lightning splitter fully charges, he must somehow buy enough time to recover. He summons a magic circle and commands the Ekidus to destroy Kong, standing before them. Suddenly, every Ekidus instantly opens its eyes the moment the order reaches them. Then all of them rush straight toward Kong with the intention of attacking and killing him. Kong realizes it immediately. Now that Ilkadian is being cornered, he has started relying on the Ekidus. But Kong says that this actually works perfectly for him. He needed to deal with them sooner or later anyway, so he might as well handle both problems at once. Kong lowers himself toward the ground to prepare for the incoming clash against the minions. As the minions approach Kong, he suddenly disappears right before their eyes. Kong attacks several minions from the side using the lightning splitter and violently smashes them straight into the ground. Kong quietly commands the skill to release. At that moment, a notification appears saying that the special function of lightning splitter has charged energy within the weapon to damage the target. From the pierced area, lightning erupts in every direction and instantly roasts the minions. The overflowing energy is so overwhelming that the creatures are practically erased from existence. Then, one surviving minion suddenly leaps toward Kong and throws a punch. Its arm stops only inches away from hitting him. Kong casually blocks the strike using nothing but an open hand. Then he displays his true strength by tightly gripping the arm and snapping the bones apart. Kong rips the arm away and completely crushes it with a slight jerk. Right after that, he launches a counterattack. The moment his strike lands directly on the minion's face, he releases all of his power into the blow. The minion instantly shatters apart, while the others remain frozen as they watch the scene unfold. And just like that, Kong begins crushing every minion that dares to charge toward him afterward, smashing them apart one after another. Even more minions continue appearing, while Ilkadian watches his forces fall one after another. Ilkadian cannot believe what he is seeing, as Kong has become far stronger than he ever expected, and he never imagined the gap between them would grow this large. So he says it is unfortunate that his minions are going to be destroyed anyway. Because of that, he decides to use them in the most destructive way possible and begins casting a spell. He successfully places a self-destruction spell on his minions and turns them into living bombs. While Kong continues fighting the minions, strange circles begin appearing behind all of their necks. Kong realizes that Ilkadian has planted suicide spells inside his minions as well. In his thoughts, he wonders just how many twisted things Ilkadian has prepared. As he stares at the minions, their faces begin bulging outward in a disgusting manner, almost like they are about to explode from expansion. He thinks that on top of the curse, Ilkadian has added even more Ilkadians. In order to block the blast, he realizes he will have to sacrifice the heavenly soldier armor. Kong thinks it is a little disappointing, but he can simply endure the damage. A system notification appears saying that the vessel of Dragon God, heavenly soldier armor, has been sacrificed in order to protect Kong. Suddenly, a mana armor forms all around Kong as the defensive ability unfolds. The swollen faces grow even larger and look moments away from bursting apart. Then massive explosions erupt throughout the entire area from every direction. The intensity becomes so overwhelming that even Ilkadian's dimension starts cracking apart. A fracture appears across the barrier before it finally begins tearing open under the force of the self-destruction spell. From outside, the Coffin King asks Tekaron what is happening and why those two are fighting when they were supposed to be allies. Tekaron stays silent, though his face remains tense. He thinks to himself whether Kong actually foresaw all of this. Then a system notification appears with the title echoes of Solidarity. It explains that this is the weapon Tekaron used during his days as a pope. The weapon can rearrange both its structure and magic power, depending on the situation, transforming into the most suitable weapon for its wielder. The Coffin King is shocked and asks Tekaron to say something since he was the one who brought Kong there. Tekaron points toward the opening and orders the human to widen the gap because he has a gift for Kong. The Coffin King still does not understand and says that before anything else, he wants an answer. He asks whether Tekaron is trying to help Kong as well. Tekaron becomes annoyed and says that he already staked everything on Kong. He says that instead of wasting time doubting him, the Coffin King should widen the gap before the barrier restores itself. The Coffin Emperor prepares his machine gun, while saying that he does not know what is happening inside, but from Tekaron's reaction, he can tell they do not have much time. Then the Coffin Emperor takes aim while wondering if he can even handle maximum output. The Coffin Emperor raises the output to 100% and presses the trigger. Intense beams of laser light burst from the machine guns with an enormous explosive force. The gigantic laser strikes the damaged section of the dimension directly. Although the impact is tremendous, the laser barely affects the dimensional wall. The Coffin Emperor cannot believe how durable the barrier is. Even at full output, he cannot pierce through it. So he concludes that he simply needs even more power to break it apart. The Coffin Emperor pours almost all of his remaining energy into the weapon to maximize its output. This time, the laser becomes far more powerful, wider, sharper, and heavier upon impact. The wall begins cracking further and further until it finally shatters apart. The laser successfully tears through the dimension. Inside the shattered domain, smoke fills the entire area while Ilkadian realizes that Kong is somehow still standing after enduring everything. Ilkadian thinks that Kong truly is an unbelievable man. He even wonders if he may have been wrong about him all along. but then decides it is already too late for regrets. Reaching into his clothes, he thinks that he now only has one option remaining. He pulls out a glowing amber crystal, a sealing stone that contains Triadus. The seal on the luminescent amber begins releasing, and the system notification confirms its activation. Suddenly, a gigantic beast bursts from the ground with massive fangs. It is an ancient life form that contains the magical power of 100 Mugos, and its name is Triadus. Ilkadian sees this creature as his final trump card, and now hopes it can stop Kong. At that very moment, the laser beam that had been melting the dimensional wall finally bursts completely into the dimension. Ilkadian cannot believe his eyes as he wonders how his barrier was cracked apart. He believes there should not possibly be anyone skilled enough outside to achieve that. But unfortunately for him, the laser does not stop after breaking through. Instead, it crashes even deeper into the rift and violently shakes the entire dimension. The overwhelming beam does not stop there and continues pouring endless light into the area. Then another massive explosion erupts across the battlefield, followed by yet another one immediately after. The impact sends the gigantic beast crashing violently into the ground after being struck directly. The old Tachyon enters the dimension and calls out to Kong. Meanwhile, Kong is still barely holding on in one corner, but this time the old Tachyon staff is handed over to him. Kong smiles slightly while thinking that he had actually hoped to obtain it someday. He guesses this is probably Tachyon and the Coffin Emperor repaying him for saving their lives. So Kong begins moving his fingers and activates a fusion skill between Lightning Splitter and Echoes of Solidarity. Both S-tier weapons begin glowing brightly as they merge together to create something entirely new. And just like that, the fusion unexpectedly transforms them into an incredibly powerful sword. The screen shows the details of the Thunderstorm Sword, a weapon with a special ability that holds the power of lightning, fully electrically charged and designed for lethal strikes. He starts off by feeling something he hasn't felt in a long time. He has received Tekaron's gift properly and believes he will prove that the decision was the right one. He stands there with a slight glare, holding the sword in his hand, and then thinks that he understands the situation. He smiles and says to himself that it won't be easy to use. Laughing continuously, he thinks that they say a fine horse is hard to tame, and this weapon also seems to have its own prideful nature. After that, he activates Nirmaha's ring, third authority, and begins plan nullification. He then thinks that using this authority for too long will drain his stamina, but it won't be a problem if he manages to tame the weapon quickly. He shows no respect for its pride and thinks that he does not care at all. Thunderstorm. He considers himself the owner, and he believes the power of the weapon is only a tool for him. So he commands it to shut up and run wild in his hands. The Thunderstorm then starts releasing energy, spreading fire, and attacking and killing the monster dragon present there. A sudden blast appears in the area. He thinks this is an incredible weapon, realizing that he only swung it once, and it already shows this level of power. However, he also knows that an attack of this level is nothing special in the Abyss. Those 5 brutal and hellish years he spent inside the Abyss come to mind. He's sure the other person understands it well, too. The moment the Abyss opens, all the weak ones are wiped out instantly, but since they have already crossed blades, it becomes impossible to settle things through words alone. So if the opponent truly intends to point a blade at him, then he will also prepare a proper weapon to face it head-on. Tiradu's real strength is not just physical power, but it's massive magical energy. If he wants to defeat Kong Hansu, he knows he has to go all out this time. Ilkadian speaks, ordering Yield, followed by Absorb. Ilkadian then begins to scream out as his huge jaw and enormous body react violently with rising power. Suddenly, purple energy rays start spreading and moving wildly through the environment. From that purple energy field, a massive and elegant sword forms, shown as the Saint's Agni's blade within Tiradus, carrying special abilities. Ilkadian grips the silver blade tightly and calls out Kong Hansu. Then he speaks again, saying that for years he has kept asking himself one question: who is the one who should survive? During his 5 years in the Abyss, he reaches a single final conclusion. Not everyone can be saved. The weak only end up becoming burdens, and those burdens eventually destroy everyone. Kong looks at him directly, focusing all his attention on him. Ilkadian states that the weak and useless must be used, even if it costs their lives. In return, they can refine and focus only on what truly matters while preparing for the threat of the coming Abyss monsters. He believed this was the correct path. He even thought Kong would understand him, but then he pauses. Kong interrupts him and says he is different from Ilkadian. He has no intention of following that path, so he tells him stop talking and come fight instead. Ilkadian stares at Kong for a moment and then responds that this is how it ends. If they had settled this through conversation, there would have been no need to cross blades. Saying that, Ilkadian immediately rushes forward without hesitation. While raising his sword, he declares that he will not hold back as he charges in. Ilkadian thinks about Tarhal, about his body being in peak condition and his techniques refined through the abyss, combined with the magic power of Tyrannus. He believes that even Kong will not be able to escape without suffering damage. Kong observes the surge of his magic power and calmly responds with Agni's judgment. After that, Kong thinks that Ilkadian is truly serious. He also reflects that if their paths had not split apart, Ilkadian could have been a valuable ally. After that, the situation escalates into a full-scale, brutal war. Both of them unleash massive waves of destructive energy across the battlefield. Ilkadian is confused, thinking that his technique is strange since it has been easily suppressed. He wonders where Kong is getting this kind of power from. Suddenly, savage forces appear, breaking through everything in their path and destroying whatever comes in their way. Ilkadian is shocked and cannot believe what Kong is doing. After that, Kong releases his energy fully and pushes it forward, blocking and overpowering Ilkadian's remaining strength. Ilkadian becomes completely stunned and shocked, unable to even remain standing properly. He starts stumbling and struggling to keep his balance. Kong continues chasing him, making sure he cannot escape or run away. Ilkadian tightens his grip on his sword, preparing for the next attack. But Kang's presence alone makes all of his attacks feel weak and insignificant. After that, Kong appears again, standing tall and glaring at him while holding his sword firmly. Kong then turns toward him and delivers one final, extremely heavy strike with his sword. After that strike lands, Ilkadian's body breaks down, and a powerful surge of golden electric energy erupts toward him. It completely destroys both his power and his attack. Ilkadian is fully shocked, thinking how absurd it is that Kong is swinging a greatsword with just one hand. He lets out a weak cry because his teeth are badly injured. The ground becomes completely covered in blood. A purple minion appears beside him and says that he has even killed a dragon before, so it is funny how he still cannot stand properly now. Ilkadian is shocked and confused, asking what is he even looking at? The purple minion then speaks, saying that after only dealing with a few low-level threats, the opponent started acting overly proud and dramatic, which makes the situation almost funny enough to laugh at. He continues by saying that their so-called rising star has survived 50 years in the abyss, and on top of that, carries the legendary achievement of killing the golden dragon. Ilkadian reacts in shock, struggling to process the idea of 50 years spent in hell, and then asks how it is even possible that someone managed to kill the golden dragon. He then realizes that if someone skilled enough to slay a golden dragon is sent into the past, there is no need to even imagine the fate of everyone else who stands in their way. Kong Hansu is not some monster who follows ideals blindly. He has been forced to step over countless lives alone, becoming a truly tragic and pitiful figure. Ilkadian begins speaking while gripping his sword tightly, saying that he understands now. He then says that Kong does not fight because he is simply strong, but because he carries a deep sense of duty. Kong responds that countless lives were sacrificed to bring him to this point, and he asks if Ilkadian thinks he could ever betray that sacrifice. Ilkadian then asks one final question, asking whether Kong has also taken lives, and saying that he has likely taken more than just a few, so he wants to know why. Kong looks at him and responds that yes, he has killed. He explains that those people were incompetent, refused to make effort, and even stole from others. In other words, complete trash. Even then, they still demanded the right to survive, but he has no intention of saving people like that. Ilkadian replies calmly that he understands and stays silent for a moment. But he adds that Kong is not some idealist who blindly tries to save everyone without thinking. Kong then responds that he simply provides opportunity. Those who possess the will to endure. Those who keep moving forward toward a better ending. And those who keep standing up again and again after falling. He says this is the result of millions of lives sacrificed just to bring him to this point in the past. This is what he calls his righteousness. Ilkadian then says that if he loses, it means Kong was right and he was wrong. He adds that now Kong should show him the path he chooses, and then he turns his attention back toward the hero. The hero, calm and composed, responds simply with fine and raises his sword upward. He begins releasing energy, letting his power surge at an extremely high intensity. The light becomes so sharp, bright, and overwhelming that it feels like it is about to completely shock and shake everything around him. Kong suddenly slides past Rick while smoke spreads all around them, and Rick no longer has a weapon in his hand. Rick realizes at that moment that he was wrong. Even so, he had only wished that no one would break apart at the end of such a cruel road. He hoped that this time his judgment had been wrong. We then see Rick's sword completely shattered into particles of mana dust. A system notification appears, stating that the bending of the abyss, Rick's soul, has perished. Kong narrows his eyes and quickly turns toward him. Before Rick's body can collapse to the ground, Kong catches him in midair. Rick's armor has vanished, but Kong notices that his breathing is still steady even though he has lost consciousness. Kong thinks that Tarhal will survive, because right before Rick perished, he cast healing magic on Tarhal. Now it feels as though all of Rick's feelings toward his tribesmen had never truly changed. Kong thinks that if they had met only a little later, perhaps this moment would never have happened. What a shame. But just then, the sound of congratulations suddenly echoes out. The purple minion loudly announces that the winner is Kong. The minion says that the battle was extremely entertaining to watch. It also explains that it paid special attention while preparing Kang's reward, making the outcome even more satisfying. Then the minion approaches Kong and reveals a crystal while saying that it believes this reward will not disappoint him, even if it occupies one of the innate skill slots of 7 stars. We see that the crystal contains hepatic chroma, prismatic sphere. It is a terrifying skill created by forcefully combining the magic power of 7 different colors, allowing the user to manipulate prismatic magic power. Kong asks another minion what exactly it is, and the creature replies that this was the treasure Kong desperately wanted in his previous life, but could never obtain because all his slots were already full. It explains that if Kong fails to control the skill, it will become suicidal trash capable of burning him from the depths of his soul. The minion says that this time Kong has both enough time and enough space in his current life. Then it asks whether Kong truly has the courage to dedicate such a valuable slot to a skill considered a mad beast. It says that watching Kong fail to control it and burn in ashes would also be a spectacular sight. Kong immediately snatches away the crystal and tells the minion not to waste its breath. He says he already knows about this skill. Kong explains that the purple minion misunderstood something. It was not because he lacked a slot that he failed to learn the skill back then, but because he simply could not handle it. The purple minion smiles menacingly and says that it already knew Kong would answer like that. Then the purple minion snaps its fingers again while mentioning one more thing, the 48th Gate of Destiny. At that very moment, a gate opens behind Kong, while enormous amounts of mana begin pouring out from it. Kong turns around in shock, realizing that he is not prepared for the 48th gate yet, and thinks that the purple minion is rushing everything too quickly. The purple minion says that the waiting period is already over and hopes Kong appreciates its consideration. Kong thinks that he has no idea what the creature is plotting, but ultimately the decision still belongs to him. Kong asks why the minion is doing things this way. The minion replies that the hunters above are terrifyingly ravenous. If Kong goes upward, then it is curious to see who will become the hunter this time. Then the minion also warns that if Kong hesitates, the hunters above will immediately devour his princess. Kong asks what princess the minion is talking about. So the minion says that it has already said everything necessary and will now take its leave. At that moment, the minion savagely disappears. Then Kong thinks that there's only one person in the upper zone who could possibly fit the title of princess. Soon after, the dimension finally begins fading away and completely collapses apart. Kong remains kneeling beside Tarhal while the Coffin King approaches him. The Coffin King asks Kong why a portal has opened behind him even though it is not yet the proper time for it to appear. He asks what exactly happened inside there. Kong replies that the damn purple minion arranged the entire stage for him. It said that things would not be entertaining if he had enough time to catch his breath. Mankind ended up scattering everywhere, while rampaging hordes of monsters endlessly hunted down the travelers who arrived there. Kong only learned about it later, but Kong Tae, another man named Caldean, and even Clementine all believed that the female leader's death was a terrible tragedy and that she held tremendous influence over the Yellow Zone. Now Kong clenches his fist while thinking that everyone, including Kiriel, will remain behind in the Orange Zone. He alone will ascend upward. Kong understands that emotions have no place when making this decision. Kong Jin, I will give you time. By the next time we meet, you must become stronger. Kong thinks that if there's a chance to save Enkidu, then the answer is already obvious. Without hesitating any further, he steps directly toward the Yellow Gate. The Coffin Emperor tries stopping him, saying that if he leaves, the Orange Zone will lose its cornerstone. He asks who could possibly fill that void afterward. Kong turns away and says there will not be any void. He tells the Coffin Emperor to take his fragment and says he will leave the Orange Zone in his care from now on. Kong pulls out the glowing fragment. Then he tosses it backward toward the Coffin Emperor. The Coffin Emperor firmly catches it. Kong tells him to use it. If he does, they will still be able to communicate, even while Kong remains inside the Yellow Zone. Kong tells him that once he leaves, the next strongest person will be the Coffin Emperor. He also says that with old Tekaron still present, they had better begin training the people there properly. Tekaron quietly says that, judging by the look in Kang's eyes, it seems he has already resolved himself completely. He says he will not speak further about it, but asks whether Kong has nothing to say to that woman. Kong replies that not now. Once she comes up there, he will tell her then. He also warns them not to send anyone upward before he gives permission. Just then, Kong steps into the gate and disappears. Inside the yellow zone, two men stand before a gigantic leech-like monster while feeling completely doomed as they wonder how they are supposed to defeat such a beast. Both of them are trembling in fear and desperately want to run away, yet their bodies refuse to move at all. Just then, the leech pulls out a disgusting tongue from its mouth. Then the tongue fires out dark red and grotesque energy. The energy is far from ordinary. The moment it strikes one of the hunters, it instantly pierces straight through his body. The hunter looks downward in shock and realizes there is now a massive hole through his body. The other man is horrified after seeing his friend get attacked. The terrified hunter drops the sword from his hand while his dying friend says he should never have become a hunter in the first place. The sword falls heavily onto the ground. And just like that, the frightened hunter collapses dead, leaving only one person standing there alone. But at that very moment, the hepatic chroma prismatic spear skill strikes the disgusting leech, tearing its body completely apart. With the thunderous arrival of Kong, gigantic explosions erupt beneath the roots where the leech had been resting. In a single move, the leech is completely shattered and blown apart right before the surviving hunter's eyes. Chunks of the leech begin raining down everywhere, while Kong casually stands atop its lifeless remains. As blood splashes onto him, Kong thinks that he cannot believe the other side of the portal connected directly inside a Kongri worm. He curses that damn purple minion and wonders just how depraved that creature truly is. The hunter's eyes widened in complete shock after realizing that a human had just killed such a gigantic worm.